In his quest to capture the mystical beast Qilin for his beloved wife, Wanying, Chu Tian inadvertently trespassed into the forbidden realm of the Xuanyuan Realm, the Cangyue Forest, where he was ensnared for a decade and subjected to the relentless advances of the Empress of the upper realm. Despite being persistently exploited, he ultimately turned misfortune into fortune, elevating his cultivation to an unparalleled level in the mortal world. As the decade drew to a close, Chu Tian emerged from his confinement, filled with joy at the prospect of reuniting with his wife and aiding the Song family in their ascent. Yet, what awaited him was nothing short of a divorce decree. Chapter 1. Please, don't come here anymore. I truly have nothing left. Gazing at the exquisite beauty before him, with skin as flawless as jade, a figure as striking as a mountain, and a waist that could be clasped with ease, Chu Tian grimaced while pleading for mercy. Yet, the enchanting woman merely chuckled, raising her hand to lightly tap his waist. Your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the martial emperor. You are invincible in this realm. So how can you claim to be exhausted? Tomorrow marks your liberation from the confines of the array, allowing you to return to the mortal realm. You are merely preoccupied with thoughts of your wife, burdened by guilt. Besides, do you truly worry about competing with a mortal woman for my affections? As she spoke, the woman leaned gracefully against Chu Tian, her alluring form entwining with his. Her captivating gaze sparkled with mischief. Who else could be the first in millennia to be worthy of cultivating with me? Such an opportunity will be rare henceforth. The sweetness was intoxicating. Chu Tian found himself powerless to resist as the woman's delicate tongue slipped into his mouth, teasing and tantalizing him. Her playful spirit was undeniable. The woman, named Lu Rian, was a saintess of the upper realm and the daughter of the Empress of a divine nation. Her power was boundless, her influence vast, and her beauty unmatched. Her active presence offered Chu Tian an experience of unparalleled ecstasy. Yet, at the moment their lips met, his expression was one of bittersweet resignation. While the experience was pleasurable, it was also painfully genuine. After several hours, a flicker of light appeared outside the Cangyue Forest, and Chu Tian materialized, one hand on his waist, legs trembling. Empress? More like a demoness. I nearly lost my life. What seemed like a romantic dalliance was, in truth, Lu Rian's method of extracting yang to replenish yin. Each encounter left him utterly drained. Though Lu Rian had consistently exploited him, he also gained invaluable insights from her. He learned countless martial arts and techniques. To expedite his cultivation to the martial emperor realm for her benefit, Lu Rian would periodically break the array to allow him to venture out and hone his skills. However, despite her formidable abilities, she could only grant him temporary freedom. When the time came, no matter the distance, Chu Tian would be drawn back into the confines of the array. Chu Tian had long since ascended to the unparalleled realm of the martial emperor. In the Xuanyuan Realm, the martial artist hierarchy comprises 9 levels: body refinement, soul forging, marrow cleansing, spirit integration, transcendence, immortality, heavenly ascendance, martial god, and martial emperor. Above the martial emperor lies the path to transcendence, tearing through the void to ascend to the heavens. Throughout the decade, he had lost count of how many times he had been reduced from the emperor realm to that of a mortal, only to return once more. This cyclical experience had honed his physical form, meridians, and energy channels to perfection. His rate of cultivation could only be described as monstrous now. Restoring his status as an emperor would not take much time at all. With my current strength, coupled with the connections I have cultivated over the years through the relentless guidance of Lu Rian, I am poised to establish a formidable faction. Wanying, I am determined to assist the Song family in reaching the pinnacle of power, and I shall surely help you ascend to greatness. Just as Chu Tian could not help but sigh, a sudden roar reverberated through the air. In the distance, a beast and a palanquin raced towards him. The divine beast resembled a horse, its hooves stirring the winds and clouds, revealing itself as a first-tier wind beast, each one valued at 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. The palanquin, suspended in midair, was drawn by 2 wind beasts. Within moments, it had arrived before Chu Tian. Xiao. Chu Tian's eyes sparkled. The woman steering the wind beasts was Xiao, the personal maid of his wife. Elated, Chu Tian rushed forward and exclaimed, "What a perfect timing you have come to fetch me." A decade ago, an auspicious creature, the Qilin, had appeared in the world. It was said that possessing it could bring immense fortune. In pursuit of capturing the Qilin for his wife, He had inadvertently trespassed into one of the notorious forbidden zones of the Xuanyuan Realm, the Cangyue Forest. Although he managed to send the Qilin away, he became trapped within the forest. The reason that Cangyue Forest is deemed a forbidden area is that it houses the sealed presence of Lu Ruyan. From that point onward, he was compelled to engage in dual cultivation with her. Through Lu Ruyan's words, Chu Tian had informed Wanying that he would be trapped for 10 years before he could escape the formation. However, just as Chu Tian was reveling in his joy, he noticed Xiao Rou smirking disdainfully. "You have become a mere waste, haven't you? Perhaps this is for the best. You shall no longer be a hindrance to Miss and the Song family." With that, Xiao Rou removed a leather pouch from the saddle and tossed it at Chu Tian's feet. This pouch contains 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, 10 foundation establishment pills, and 5 washing marrow pills. You have been trapped in the Cangyue Forest, and I presume your foundation and talent have suffered. While these will not restore your innate abilities, they will enable you to barely regain your strength to the body refinement realm, ensuring a life free from want. Sign the document, take the items, and leave Luyan City. Go as far as you can. Heavenly Contract of Divorce. The document bore bold characters that were painfully conspicuous. Chu Tian was taken aback, his face a mask of disbelief. With the heavenly oath as a contract, once signed, the heavens would bear witness. Should one renege, a dreadful fate awaited. In order to ultimately extricate himself from the Cangyue Forest entrapment, to aid Wanying, and to help the Song family grow stronger, he had exerted himself to the utmost whenever Lu Ruyan sent him out for training. Each time, her techniques left him utterly drained. The agony he endured was akin to being flayed alive. He persevered through it all for the sole purpose of supporting Wanying and fortifying the Song family. Yet after 10 years of arduous training and unwavering commitment, he was left with nothing but this flimsy page of divorce. Laughter echoed cruelly once more. Chu, the Song family, is now a prominent clan in Luyan City. Even the lowest servant of the Song family is a body refinement warrior. You, a mere mortal, would be a disgrace even if you remained with the Song family. A disgrace to the Song family? Suddenly, Chu Tian looked up fiercely, glaring at Xiao Rou. Do not forget who brought the Qilin to the Song family. Chu Tian's brows furrowed deeply, his gaze sharp as a sword. Upon lifting his head, Xiao Rou felt a tremor in her heart, a sudden chill enveloping her. The wind-controlling beast beneath her quivered in trepidation, raising its legs to let out a piercing howl, utterly frightened. In the next moment, Chu Tian directed his attention toward the suspended sedan chair. "Since you have arrived, why do you dare not show your face to me?" Immediately, a gentle breeze swept in, carrying with it a fragrant aroma. The curtain of the sedan swayed with the wind, slowly parting. Wanying emerged gracefully from the chair, clad in an elegant white gown. Chu Tian raised an eyebrow. Wanying was renowned as the most beautiful woman in Luyan City, captivating countless young nobles a decade ago. Now, 10 years later, her cultivation had progressed. Her beauty had not faded, but rather gained an air of mature composure and allure. The person he had longed for finally appeared. Yet, a chill filled Chu Tian's heart, for in Wanying's star-like eyes, there resided only endless indifference and disdain. Her ruby lips parted, exuding a frosty demeanor. "Chu Tian, the Song family has achieved its current status thanks to your contributions. Yet it is primarily due to the collective efforts of the entire Song family. The so-called auspiciousness of the Qilin is merely a matter of fortune, ultimately just a legend." Legend? Chu Tian Skop Gun Li. He had caught the eye of Lu Ruyan, becoming the only man in countless years whom she deemed worthy of dual cultivation. The reason was that Lu Ruyan recognized Chu Tian's extraordinary fortune, and it was precisely this formidable destiny that enabled him to capture the Qilin. Such remarkable fortune could only manifest in capturing a Qilin. How could this auspicious beast be mere mortal? The Song family had possessed the Qilin for 10 years, yet they dared to claim its fortune was merely a legend? In that moment, Chu Tian's heart sank completely. Wanying spoke again, her tone as frigid as before. "I have won the favor of young Master Yuan and shall soon be wed to him. If you do not disappear, you shall not find peace in young Master Yuan's heart. Take what I have given you and leave. Otherwise, young Master Yuan will not spare you." Chu Tian replied with a calm sneer, "If we must sever ties, let it be done cleanly." With that, he raised his hand and with a ripping sound, tore the divorce letter into shreds. He then kicked the pouch that lay at his feet, sending it rolling to land at Wanying's feet. I do not want your belongings, they are tainted. With those words, Chu Tian decisively turned away, hands clasped behind his back. Had it been 10 years prior, he would have been unable to contain his emotions, shouting and roaring in despair. Yet, through countless life and death experiences over the past decade, he had come to understand a fundamental truth. What belonged to him, he would protect fiercely, but those who betrayed him should go as far away as possible. A woman, a mere Song family. Were it not for their past connection, Chu Tian would not even spare them a glance. Seeing him so resolute, Wanying's willow-like brows lifted slightly, a sense of inexplicable loss washing over her. She had expected Chu Tian to plead tearfully for her return. Chu Tian, though I possess captivating beauty, my family standing was too weak. I knew that even marrying into a noble family would render me nothing more than a plaything. Thus, I wed you, hoping to leverage your talent and strength to bolster the Song family's fortune. We have been husband and wife for 2 years. You have not lost out. With her words, she ceased to argue further and turned to re-enter the sedan chair. Zhao Ro cast a cold glare at Chu Tian, tightened the reins, and led the way away. Once the group had departed, Chu Tian turned, gazing into the distant plume of dust. He then smiled faintly and shook his head. The auspicious beast, the Qilin, was not something an ordinary family could hope to guard. Throughout the past decade, every time Chu Tian ventured out for training, he would discreetly enlist acquaintances to assist the Song family in suppressing the Qilin. Without me, can you truly safeguard the Qilin? Without the Qilin, how long can the insignificant Song family endure? In the distance, after departing from Xuanyuan Forest, Zhao Ro slowed her pace, retreating beside the sedan chair, letting out an annoyed hum. Miss, I find this Chu Tian exceedingly arrogant. I worry he will not heed us and may return to Luyin City. Perhaps. Before she could finish, Zhao Ro's gaze sharpened, her aura brimming with menace. Inside the sedan, Song Wanying furrowed her delicate brows, her thoughts deeply entrenched in silence. Suddenly, a piercing neigh broke the stillness, and the wind-riding beast under Zhao Ro trembled violently. Song Wanying hastily pulled aside the curtain. In the distance, an imposing elder sat astride a three-eyed, ferocious tiger, galloping forth. Beside him were several attendants, also mounted on divine beasts, swift as the wind. It is Xiao Ding, the patriarch of the Xiao family. What brings him here? Zhao Ro's heart raced with alarm. Song Wanying's eyes widened in envy. The divine beast, the mountain lord of divine eyes, ruler of all beasts, its roar alone can intimidate a multitude of creatures. Not long ago, it caused unrest within 100 miles of Luyin City, with countless experts attempting to subdue it, all returning in defeat. Now it serves as the steed of the elder from the Xiao family. With this mountain lord, the Xiao family has indeed gained formidable strength. It is likely that Luyin City can no longer accommodate such a colossal presence. A moment later, she gasped in surprise. Where could he be heading? Following the direction of the Xiao family's procession, Song Wanying's brows knitted tighter. The path they traveled was the very one she had traversed earlier. A sense of doubt filled her heart. Within 100 miles, only Xuanyuan Forest existed. For millennia, it had been a forbidden area, off-limits to mortals. Moreover, although the Xiao family was one of the 5 prominent families of Luyin City, with countless experts, they had never dared to approach Xuanyuan Ancient Forest. What could compel them to come personally, riding divine beasts? Could it be? Suddenly, Zhao Ro's heart jolted. If something were to transpire in Xuanyuan Ancient Forest, it could only be the recent escape of Chu Tian. Is it to seek him out? Chapter 2. How could it possibly be him? After murmuring to herself, Song Wanying immediately shook her head, her expression one of disdain. Not to mention that Chu Tian was now a cripple, even 10 years ago, when he exhibited remarkable martial talent and formidable prowess. The Xiao family had never regarded him with any significance. How could they possibly orchestrate such a grand affair now? Coming back to her senses, Song Wanying promptly instructed Zhao Ro. Such a significant commotion must surely herald something extraordinary. Quickly, let us follow and investigate. Coincidentally, in a few days, the Xiao family will hold a grand ceremony, and our Song family has also received an invitation. If we can seize this opportunity to meet the head of the Xiao family, perhaps the Song family can make a noteworthy impression. Zhao Ro's eyes sparkled as she whispered to herself. The Xiao family must be involved in something important. If Chu Tian were to cross paths with them, he might very well be silenced by the Xiao family. If he were gone, Miss would finally be at ease. Stealing a glance at the sedan chair, Zhao Ro gently urged the wind beast beneath her, eager to follow. She could hardly contain her anticipation to witness the scene of Chu Tian confronting the Xiao family, only to be struck down by them. The imposing presence of Xiao Ding, the head of the Xiao family, loomed large even from a distance, pressing down on Song Wanying like a mountain. Although the two women kept their distance, each time they drew too near, they felt as though they were sinking into a quagmire, their steps becoming increasingly labored. Ultimately, they could only follow from afar. The beast god halted before the Xuanyuan ancient forest. As soon as it stopped, Xiao Ding was enveloped in a radiant light, forming a protective barrier that shielded a 100-meter radius around him. Instantly, Song Wanying, who had been following from a distance, felt a blur before her eyes, and Xiao Ding's group vanished from sight. The overwhelming pressure that had felt like a mountain suddenly intensified, becoming palpable, forcing Song Wanying and her companion to retreat further. Manifesting his true energy into a supernatural phenomenon, it resembled the capabilities of a divine being. It was said that 3 years prior, the elder of the Xiao family had stumbled upon a tremendous opportunity, breaking through to the transcendent realm, and indeed, it was no mere rumor, finally managing to halt. Song Wanying whispered in trepidation. The transcendent realm is exceedingly rare in this world, not just in Luoyuan City, throughout the entire Cangyue dynasty. Xiao Ding is among the pinnacle of powerhouses. At this moment, Xiao Ding made a swift movement, descending like a tiger, and bowed deeply. I, Xiao Ding of the Xiao family in Luoyuan City, pay my respects to Senior Chu. The person he bowed to was none other than Chu Tian. In the martial world, those of great achievement are revered. Although Chu Tian was young, his formidable strength commanded respect. Hence, even though Xiao Ding had exceeded a century in age, he dared not address him as anything but a senior. Chu Tian, having long recognized the gathering crowd, acknowledged Xiao Ding. Noticing his intent to kneel, he quickly stepped forward to offer support. Elder, you are the head of the Xiao family. It is inappropriate for you to bow before me in front of so many. Quite the contrary. Xiao Ding's expression turned solemn. Had it not been for your assistance 3 years ago, I would have perished, and my Xiao family might have faced annihilation as well. Furthermore, I know you prefer to avoid ostentation, so these people are merely my trusted confidants. They want to spread word of this. Chu Tian shook his head nonchalantly, but you are aware that I do not favor such mundane customs. Since you are my friend, it matters not your level of cultivation or influence. A friend is a friend. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ding's aged eyes sparkled once more. He ceased to dwell on the matter and simply smiled at Chu Tian, acknowledging the superiority of his realm. Do not call me senior, just address me as Chu Tian. You may not recall, but 10 years ago, when I first arrived in Luoyuan City, you lent me your aid. This was indeed true. 10 years prior. When Chu Tian first came to Luoyuan City seeking a master to study martial arts, he found himself without a path. It was Xiao Ding who guided him to the martial arts academy run by the Song family. Chu Tian remembered this vividly, but for Xiao Ding, it was a trivial matter he had long forgotten. He even assumed that Chu Tian was merely comforting him with an excuse. With a faint smile, Xiao Ding bowed slightly. Mr. Chu, you have emerged from your confines and regained your freedom. This is a momentous occasion. I have prepared a banquet for you in a few days, which will also serve as the grand ceremony of my Xiao family pledging allegiance to you. Pledge allegiance? Chu Tian frowned slightly. Xiao Ding hurriedly clarified, 3 years ago. When you saved me, I swore that if I survived, the entire Xiao family would acknowledge you as our master. Is that so? I have no recollection of this. Chu Tian raised an eyebrow. When he saved Xiao Ding, it was merely a casual act on his part. He had no memory of any promises made. Having finished his murmurs, he waved dismissively at Xiao Ding. Your allegiance does not necessarily mean your descendants will follow suit. Who dares? Xiao Ding bellowed. If they resist, I shall compel them to submit. He then smiled at Chu Tian. Mr. Chu, rest assured, I am sincere in this. His sincerity was genuine. He understood that while the Xiao family was powerful and boasted of being one of the 5 prominent families in Luoyuan City, before Chu Tian, they were akin to a stray dog by the roadside. Acknowledging Chu Tian as their master would be the greatest opportunity and turning point in the history of the Xiao family. Regrettably, Chu Tian continued to wave his hand. No need. I have no interest in such matters. Today, your willingness to come and welcome me is a sentiment I will remember. I will remember. These 4 simple words sent Xiao Ding into a state of ecstatic joy. He knew that those 4 words alone were enough to elevate the Xiao family, allowing them to truly stand unparalleled in Luoyuan City. Immediately, he bowed to Chu Tian, promising that if there were any future requests, the Xiao family would go to great lengths to fulfill them without hesitation. After pledging his loyalty, Xiao Ding quickly led Chu Tian onto the divine beast, the mountain lord. Xiao Ding stood by attentively. At first, the divine beast appeared reluctant, yet, without any need for Xiao Ding to intervene. It merely exchanged a glance with Chu Tian and obediently laid down like a docile kitten. However, as soon as they mounted the divine beast, Xiaoding hastily turned to Chu Tian. By the way, Mr. Chu, Murong Yin has encountered an issue. She has been afflicted by a peculiar poison. Although I have discreetly summoned numerous experts, none have proven effective. Her life is likely in grave danger. Murong Yin? Upon hearing this, Chu Tian let out a bitter smile. 10 years ago, he had arrived in Luoyan City for a marriage contract. The Chu family and the Murong family shared a long-standing friendship. And Chu Tian had been betrothed to Murong Yun since childhood. However, due to the decline of the Chu family and Chu Tian's youthful arrogance, he had been unwilling to wed a stranger. Thus, after arriving in Luoyan City, he had never visited the Murong family. Yet, as a matter of familial obligation, Chu Tian had kept a watchful eye over the Murong family as his own cultivation grew, and the Song family began to rise. After becoming trapped in a predicament, he had met Xiaoding and entrusted him with the care of the Murong family. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tian nodded gently. Very well. Let us go see her. Xiaoding nodded eagerly, secretly pleased with himself for having pleased Chu Tian. He then respectfully addressed Chu Tian, Mr. Chu. Song Wanying from the Song family has been following behind me. Might she wish to meet you? Though Song Wanying had kept her distance, Xiaoding had noticed her presence from the very beginning. 3 years prior, after being saved by Chu Tian, Xiaoding had been tasked by him to covertly suppress the Song family's Qilin auspicious beast. Within Luoyan City, no one was aware that such a creature lay hidden within the seemingly insignificant Song family. Yet, Chu Tian was well aware of it. His concern for the matter indicated that his relationship with Song Wanying was indeed extraordinary. Are you unaware that Song Wanying is my wife? Noticing the curious look in Xiaoding's eyes, Chu Tian immediately inquired. What? Instantly, Xiaoding appeared as though struck by lightning, utterly shocked. Chu Tian chuckled coldly. The fact that someone as powerful as Xiaoding had not discovered his relationship with Song Wanying only underscored how diligently the Song family had concealed this matter. To them, Chu Tian was virtually non-existent. At this moment, Xiaoding hastily declared, I shall fetch the lady at once. Fetch her for what? Chu Tian scoffed. Just moments ago, she cast me aside. She claims that the young master of the Yuan family has taken a fancy to her, and that I would impede his progress. What? Another exclamation echoed, the same words reverberating. Yet, the depth of Xiaoding's astonishment at this moment surpassed his earlier shock by 100-fold. Chapter 3. After a considerable time, Xiaoding finally emerged from his state of shock. To forsake Mr. Chu for the sake of an inconsequential Yuan family. What a foolish woman. With a disdainful snort, Xiaoding suddenly raised an eyebrow at Chu Tian. Given the circumstances, what does Mr. Chu think? Stop. Chu Tian immediately gestured to halt. Not even contemplating it. Xiaoding had a granddaughter, and ever since Chu Tian saved him, he had been intent on marrying his granddaughter to Xiaoding. Now, with that ambiguous and lecherous smile, what scheme was Xiaoding concocting? Could he not discern? Women? Over the past decade, he had certainly enjoyed enough of that. Unfazed by the rejection, Xiaoding maintained his serene smile. Having faced rejection multiple times, this one hardly mattered. Moreover, with Chu Tian now free, his granddaughter would have countless opportunities in the future. Proximity would surely grant her the chance to be by Chu Tian's side daily. He was untroubled by the notion of affection not blossoming in time. The divine beast let out a low growl and turned away. Simultaneously, a series of silhouettes appeared out of thin air in Song Wanying's eyes. Yet due to the aura emanating from Xiaoding, she could only perceive a few indistinct figures. Transcendence had already elevated them beyond the mundane realm. Under the dispersing energy, one must not underestimate the ordinary. Those who witnessed it felt as if specters were passing through, too daunting to gaze upon. This was Xiaoding's deliberate intent. He wished neither to reveal Chu Tian's identity nor to let the unfortunate bystanders forget that the Xiao family had esteemed guests in attendance. In the distance, Song Wanying remained obediently waiting. What the Xiao family was up to, she did not know. However, it mattered not. As long as she could meet the head of the Xiao family today, this journey to Cangyue Forest would be worth it. At this moment, the elusive figures began to approach her directly. She was certain that the head of the Xiao family would meet with her. Thus, she became even more respectful and compliant. 10 paces, 5 paces, 1 pace. Finally, the figures reached her vicinity. However, just as Song Wanying's excitement surged, a thunderous voice erupted from within the ethereal figures. Old one, how dare you obstruct the Xiao family's path? Step aside at once. Startled, Song Wanying hurriedly began to explain, Esteemed sir, I am Song Wanying of the Song family, and I wish to. Yet before she could finish, the booming voice thundered again. I know who you are. If you do not step aside, you shall die. The word die sent shivers through Song Wanying and her accompanying entourage, as they felt the sharp edge of death closing in. Without hesitation, Song Wanying quickly retreated to the side, bowing respectfully to see the Xiao family's procession depart. In her heart, she was filled with disbelief. Although the Song family could not compare to the Xiao family, they were still a prominent lineage in Luyun City. Moreover, the Xiao family had always treated the Song family well. Xiao Ding was renowned for his amiable and kind nature. She had met Xiao Ding several times before, and each time he praised her as a remarkable woman, assuring her that one day the Song family would surely stand alongside the Xiao family. Courteous and exceedingly warm-hearted. But why was he so rude to her this time? Unbeknownst to her, the Xiao family's procession had already moved far away, and she remained in a daze for quite some time. At that moment, Zhao Rou's voice suddenly broke the silence. Miss, it seems that the figure atop the divine beast has changed, and that figure resembles. Startled, Song Wanying trembled, her face filled with astonishment. At that moment, all her thoughts were consumed by Xiao Ding, and although she had noticed the change atop the beast, she had not paid much attention. Now, reflecting on it, that vague silhouette bore a striking resemblance to Chu Tian. Could it be him? Yet, after murmuring softly, she gently shook her head. Impossible. He had become a cripple. There was no way he could capture the attention of the head of the Xiao family. Zhao Rou spat vehemently. No, it absolutely cannot be him. Perhaps it is a master who has traversed the Cangyue ancient forest. Only such a figure could warrant the personal welcome from the head of the Xiao family. Shaking her head vigorously, dismissing the thought, she quickly turned to Song Wanying, saying, Miss, since the head of the Xiao family refuses to meet us, I fear we may not receive much attention at the Xiao family's banquet. Fear not. Song Wanying replied with a gentle smile. With young Master Yuan present, we have nothing to fear. At the mere thought of that esteemed young master from the Yuan family, Song Wanying's face lit up with warmth. Though the Yuan family could not compare to the Xiao family within Luyun City, their influence extended far beyond. With him around, the Song family would surely advance further. Not wanting to dwell on it any longer, Song Wanying turned back towards Luyun City. Under Chu Tian's direction, the Xiao family's entourage had already dispersed upon entering the city. Even though Xiao Ding shielded himself with his energy, ordinary people and martial artists below the transcendental realm could not behold his true visage. However, this grand display felt excessive, and he was unaccustomed to it. After entering the city, there was only an ordinary carriage. Xiao Ding accompanied him within. Shortly thereafter, a moderately sized estate appeared not far ahead. The estate bore the inscription Murong. Mr. Chu, in 3 days, the Xiao family will host a banquet, inviting many formidable talents and dignitaries. It would be difficult to cancel. I hope Mr. Chu will grace us with your presence. As the carriage slowed, Xiao Ding hurriedly implored Chu Tian. This time, Chu Tian did not refuse. He nodded lightly. I shall attend. But I do not wish to reveal my identity. Over the past decade of training, he had established numerous forces to aid the Song family in the future, all of which were the most elite in the Xuanyuan Realm. However, he had been trapped in the Cangyue Forest and often disappeared without a trace. Should this information leak, and the leaders of these forces learn of Chu Tian's presence in the Xiao family, it would surely cause chaos throughout Luyun City. Good, good, Xiao Ding rejoiced. As long as Chu Tian agreed to attend, it was more significant than anything else. It signified that Chu Tian accepted his goodwill. As for the excuse to present to the outside world, they could concoct one later. After speaking, he took out a deed and a jade pendant from his sleeve. Mr. Chu, I know you would not wish to reside in my Xiao family's grand estate. However, I have a villa in the east of the city where you may stay. Additionally, this jade pendant is a token of the Xiao family. With this token, in any of our establishments, be it the bank, weapon forging, or alchemy, Mr. Chu may freely take what you desire. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian accepted the jade pendant. At present, he had no need for these mundane trinkets. Yet, he was too lazy to argue with Xiao Ding. Seeing Chu Tian accept it, Xiao Ding was once again filled with surprise and delight. Then, the carriage came to a halt beneath the Murong estate. Chu Tian did not allow Xiao Ding to accompany him and alighted the carriage alone. Having assisted this once, their fates were now entirely severed. Though their families shared a long-standing friendship, the Chu family had not extended a helping hand when the Murong family faced adversity. Chu Tian had done enough. After a gentle laugh and a shake of his head, Chu Tian approached the estate's entrance and raised his hand to knock on the resounding doorbell. Soon, the gate opened. A servant sized up Chu Tian and casually inquired, "Who are you?" "I have heard that Miss Murong is afflicted with a rare poison," Chu Tian replied with a faint smile. However, before he could finish, the servant's brows furrowed, and he shouted angrily, "Another one trying to swindle food and drink? Get lost. The further, the better." Chapter 4. Leave. Hurry and leave. Glaring at the entrance where Chu Tian stood, the servant furrowed his brow and shouted in anger, filled with both disdain and irritation. Ever since his young mistress had been afflicted by a peculiar poison, countless self-proclaimed divine doctors and heroes had come to their door. Yet, without exception, they were either charlatans or fools. Not only had they delayed the treatment for the young lady, but they had also subjected the servants to considerable distress. The youth before him, with a delicate appearance reminiscent of a pretty boy, what expertise could he possibly possess? He was undoubtedly another conman. Just moments ago, the young master of the Yuan family from Luoyuan City had brought a renowned healer, whose fame reached far and wide. Surely, his mistress would be saved this time. Why should they concern themselves with this brash young man? As he shouted, the servant decisively closed the courtyard door. However, just as the vermilion door was about to shut completely, an unexpected force halted it. The servant paused momentarily, quickly comprehending the situation. He had seen many individuals he had dismissed, and it was only natural that some would attempt to force their way in. Frowning deeply, he opened the courtyard door and glared outside, roaring once more, "Are you seeking death?" Yet, before he could finish his sentence, his voice faltered. A pair of indifferent yet commanding eyes remained fixed upon him. In that instant, the servant felt as if two razor-sharp divine swords had pierced his very soul. An overwhelming fear swelling within him. A light push from the door transferred a subtle force to the servant's hand resting on the courtyard door. Instinctively, he lifted his foot to retreat, but as he did, his other leg suddenly gave way. With a thud, the servant fell backward to the ground, and the courtyard door slowly swung open. Chu Tian stepped over the threshold and calmly addressed the servant. "I have heard that your mistress is afflicted by a strange poison." His tone was tranquil, reflecting the calmness of his gaze. A mere servant was inconsequential to him, no matter how boisterous. However, in the past decade, Chu Tian had experienced a tumultuous journey, once reigning over countless lives and briefly becoming a formidable lord, suppressing numerous heroes. Though he had just been drained by Lu Rian, his cultivation lost, the imposing aura he exuded was not something a mere servant could withstand. With a mere glance and a few words, the servant's attitude underwent a drastic transformation. No longer daring to hesitate, he swiftly rose to his feet and bowed respectfully to Chu Tian. Without uttering a single superfluous remark, he humbly said, "Please, sir." Chu Tian nodded slightly, prompting the servant to wipe the sweat from his brow and lead him into the inner courtyard. Throughout the journey, he maintained a bow, silent and respectful, not daring to display any hint of disrespect. Fearful, exceedingly fearful, many skilled individuals from the Murong family had visited. Yet none were as daunting as this young man. Before long, guided by the servant, Chu Tian arrived at a brightly lit chamber. After smiling at Chu Tian with a bow, the servant raised his hand to knock on the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Master, a young sir has come. Having heard that the young lady is afflicted by a strange poison and wishes to take a look." As soon as the words fell, a weary-looking middle-aged man opened the door. Unlike the servant who had led Chu Tian in, upon seeing him, this man merely paused for a moment before quickly ushering Chu Tian into the room. With a polite yet somewhat anxious demeanor, he inquired, "May I ask your esteemed surname and your master's sect?" This middle-aged man was none other than Murong Yun's father, Murong Longqing, whom Chu Tian recognized. Aside from being somewhat mercenary, he had no other faults and regarded Murong Yun as his precious jewel. However, just as Chu Tian stepped into the room, a disdainful snort echoed forth. In addition to Murong Longqing, there were two others present. An elderly man with white hair sat by the bed, feeling the pulse of a delicate and graceful woman. Beside the old man stood a young man clad in fine attire, handsome yet incredibly arrogant. Casting a scornful glance at Chu Tian, the disdainful scoff came from him. At that moment, he coldly remarked, "Uncle, the Murong family is a prominent family in Luoyuan City. Allowing any random individual to enter is quite absurd. Moreover, haven't you been deceived enough already? Since I have invited Dr. Shui, the poison afflicting Xiao will surely be resolved. Why let a fraud from who knows where enter? Do you not trust me?" Just as the young man finished his sentence, the elderly man, who was examining Murong Yun, trembled slightly, withdrawing his hand from her wrist. Murong Longqing, anxious about his beloved daughter, had already been frantically seeking help, so he was open to anyone who could assist. The young man's words merely elicited a bitter smile from Murong Longqing. However, upon witnessing the elderly man's hand retract, his expression changed drastically, and he anxiously turned to the young man. "Young Master Yuan, I would not dare question you. Please, let Dr. Shui take another careful look at my daughter." The young man, with his head held high, wore a smug expression, remaining silent. Seeing this, Murong Longqing gritted his teeth and turned his gaze to Chu Tian, saying gravely, "Young man, I appreciate your goodwill, but it would be best if you left now. This esteemed doctor, Shui Bufan, is renowned in the martial world. He will surely resolve my daughter's poison." Immediately after, he called out to those outside, "Come, escort this young man out. Take him to the account's room and give him a spirit stone." This was precisely what Murong Longqing wanted. His response pleased the young man immensely. After a cold snort, he turned his attention back to Shui Bufan. At that moment, Shui Bufan was focused on the bed, his expression slightly troubled. Clearly, he was facing a challenge. This expression did not escape the young man's notice. After a brief pause, a smirk appeared on his lips, indicating he had anticipated the situation. Murong Longcheng was preoccupied with expelling Chu Tian and failed to notice the expressions exchanged between Shui Bufan and the young man. Yet, Chu Tian saw everything clearly. Over the past decade, he had endured countless betrayals and deceptions. In mere moments, he grasped the reality. Dr. Shui could not cure Murong Yun's poison. Moreover, it seemed that the poison afflicting her was likely related to the young man. Yuan? Casting a glance at the young man, Chu Tian murmured softly, beginning to understand his identity. Most likely, he was the so-called young Master Yuan that his ridiculous ex-wife had mentioned. How amusing. Song Wanying believed she had clung to a powerful ally. Yet now, it appeared that this ally's intentions were not entirely focused on her. Nevertheless, Chu Tian paid little mind to it. As he had stated before, Song Wanying was inconsequential to him now. Whatever the Yuan family intended mattered not to him. Shifting his gaze to Shui Bufan, a smile crept across his face. Interestingly, he recognized Shui Bufan. The reason was simple. Shui Bufan's establishment, the Underworld Hall, was the very organization Chu Tian had been sent to for training 5 years ago by Lu Rian. Now, it was considered one of the continent's most formidable assassin organizations. Shui Bufan was not a divine doctor, but rather a master of poison within the Underworld Hall. This was intriguing. What poison could he not resolve? Ignoring Murong Longcheng's attempt to dismiss him, Chu Tian strode directly toward the bed where Murong Yun lay. Chapter 5. Chu Tian approached the bedside, gazing at Murong Yun. Surprise flickering in his eyes. Murong Yun possessed a delicate and graceful visage, reminiscent of a refined young lady. Lying on the sickbed, her complexion was serene, and her breathing steady, as if she were merely in a deep slumber, showing no signs of poisoning. How peculiar. Chu Tian furrowed his brow slightly. Glancing at the center of Murong Yun's brows, his gaze sharpening. Just as he raised his hand to take her pulse, a thunderous voice erupted. Stop right there. Emerging from the shadows was Murong Longcheng, his face ashen, striding forward with a dark expression directed at Chu Tian. Coldly, he commanded, "This young hero. I kindly ask you to leave. My daughter's condition is none of your concern. Someone, please escort this young hero out." In an instant, dozens of skilled fighters rushed into the room, encircling Chu Tian. Murong family head, has your daughter's illness become untreatable? Chu Tian raised his gaze to meet Murong Longcheng's. Speaking with indifference, I might as well inform you, I am the only one in the entire Luyun city capable of saving your daughter. Are you certain you wish to expel me? At these words, Murong Longcheng's expression shifted slightly, caught in a dilemma. Though he had the esteemed Xuanyuan present, the youth before him exuded an extraordinary aura. Even without any cultivation, he remained unfazed in the face of dozens of experts. Such composure was unparalleled, and for reasons unknown. Murong Longcheng felt an inexplicable trust in this young man. Ridiculous. At that moment, Yuan Xiao, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter. Uncle, this fellow is dressed in rags and possesses no cultivation whatsoever. He is undoubtedly a charlatan from the Jianghu. Do you truly believe him? If you do, then my stay here has lost all meaning. Xuanyuan, let us take our leave. Ah, nephew, wait. Murong Longcheng's complexion changed dramatically as he hurriedly blocked Yuan Xiao's path. Wearing a fawning expression, Yuan Xiao, of course, I trust you. You must not leave. My daughter's ailment relies on you. Xuanyuan. Observing the situation, Yuan Xiao smirked contentedly and turned to Chu Tian, saying indifferently, since uncle believes, then that. You little brat, why aren't you screaming? Upon hearing this, Murong Longcheng understood and immediately coldly reprimanded Chu Tian. What place do you think the Murong family is? It is not a den for scoundrels like you to come and swindle. Leave at once, or I shall break your legs. Hiki. Chu Tian regarded Murong Longcheng with a cold smile. Since the Murong family head prefers to trust this absurd physician rather than me, then I shall take my leave. I only hope that when the time comes, you won't be on your knees begging me. With that, Chu Tian ceased his words, turning to depart. His intention in coming to the Murong family was to help Murong Yun rid herself of the poison. After all, she had once been his betrothed. Even though he had married later, the bond left by their parents lingered, and with such sentiments, he could not turn a blind eye to the affairs of the Murong family. Yet now, upon his arrival, not only did the Murong family disbelieve him, they sought to expel him. Thus, he would not linger here out of embarrassment. Bold. At that moment, Yuan Xiao stepped forward, his expression dark as he glared at Chu Tian. You scoundrel from the Jianghu, brazenly coming to the Murong family to swindle, and still dare to speak arrogantly to Xuanyuan? Uncle, if we do not deal with such a swindler, more and more will come to the Murong family to deceive. Yuan Xiao speaks correctly. Murong Longcheng nodded. Then with a detached demeanor commanded, someone, Break this little swindler's legs and throw him out. Cough. Cough. Before he could finish, a violent coughing erupted from the sick room, and Murong Yun, lying on the bed, seemed to have been stimulated by something. Her delicate frame trembling violently as she spurted a mouthful of crimson blood, her beautiful cheeks paling. Yuner, seeing this turn of events, Murong Launching's attention shifted entirely from Chu Tian. He quickly knelt before Xuanyuan, bowing his head. Xuanyuan, I implore you to save my daughter. She is my only child. If anything were to happen to her, how would I continue living? Rest assured, uncle, with Xuanyuan here, Yuner shall be safe. A slight smile appeared on Yuan Shao's lips as he turned to Xuanyuan. Xue Lao, I kindly ask you to take action. Xue Bufon's expression stiffened. But seeing the mirth in Yuan Shao's eyes, he could only helplessly nod. Very well, I shall take another look. Half an hour later, Xue Bufon emerged from the sick room, drenched in sweat. Xuanyuan, how's my daughter's condition? Murong Launching inquired anxiously upon seeing Xue Bufon. Alas, Murong family head. I arrived too late, and the poison has taken a severe toll on your daughter. Xue Bufon lamented, clasping his hands. I have done everything within my power. Too late. Murong Launching trembled, hastily pressing for clarification. What do you mean? Uncle, need I elaborate? Yuan Shao cast a cold glance at Chu Tian. If Xuanyuan had arrived without disruption, he could have treated her immediately. However, someone chose to create chaos at such a critical moment. You know that detoxification is a race against time, and cannot afford delays. This swindler arrived just in time to cause trouble. I suspect he is deliberately seeking your daughter's demise. Upon hearing this, Murong Launching could no longer suppress his fury. He turned towards the encircled Chu Tian, his eyes brimming with murderous intent as he snarled, You scoundrel, you have delayed my daughter's treatment. I shall have you pay with your life. With that, he unleashed his aura, striding towards Chu Tian, raising his hand to strike him down. Bang! A low, resonating sound echoed, causing the entire room to shudder. The powerful shockwave forced everyone to retreat. Even Yuan Shao and Xuanyuan felt a pang of fear at the sight of the enraged Murong Launching. Truly, Murong Launching was the head of the Murong family. His strength was indeed formidable. With a single strike, mist swirled, and a massive pit was left in the ground of the room. You're still alive? Murong Launching squinted at Chu Tian, who stood near the enormous pit, his expression shifting. Though he had not used all his strength in that strike, even a warrior of the fusion realm would have been slain. How could this boy, devoid of any cultivation, remain unscathed? A flicker of astonishment crossed Murong Launching's heart, but he dismissed it, preparing to strike again. In his mind, Chu Tian was the murderer responsible for his daughter's plight. He would stop at nothing to kill him and quell his rage. Murong Launching, should you dare to strike at me again, your daughter shall undoubtedly perish. Chapter 6. A voice, cold and indifferent, fell upon the scene. There stood Chu Tian, hands clasped behind his back, his expression serene. In the face of Murong Launching's overwhelming might, he exhibited no trace of fear, his gaze sharp as a blade, unwaveringly fixed upon his opponent. What do you mean by that? Murong Launching suddenly paused, his commanding presence faltering. The immense power contained within his palm stilled as he fixed his gaze intently on Chu Tian, his voice tinged with astonishment. Are you suggesting that my daughter still has a chance for salvation? Of course. Your daughter is not dead. How could she possibly be beyond saving? Chu Tian replied nonchalantly. But earlier, Physician Xue clearly stated that the poison had already taken hold of her mind. Murong Launching's brow furrowed, casting a skeptical glance at Chu Tian. Xue Bufon is nothing but a mediocre talent. What kind of so-called divine physician is he? Chu Tian retorted dismissively. He was well aware of Xue Bufon's formidable expertise in the art of poison, capable of killing unseen. However, in the realm of healing, his skills were rather ordinary. To Chu Tian, the title of divine physician was utterly meaningless. How dare you? Before Murong Launching could respond, young Master Yuan stepped forward, his face dark with anger. You little scoundrel, how dare you slander Physician Xue? Do you realize that his reputation echoes throughout the capital? Numerous noble families have sought his expertise. You, a mere charlatan with no discernible skills, dare to question him? You have quite the audacity. At this point, young Master Yuan turned to Murong Launching, clasping his hands in respect. Uncle, Physician Xue's reputation must not be tarnished. This boy is nothing but a fraud, utterly devoid of cultivation or medical prowess. He indirectly caused the demise of Miss Murong and, fearing your wrath, concocted lies in desperation to confuse the truth. I implore you to act swiftly and have this charlatan executed on the spot. Listening to young Master Yuan's words, Murong Launching did not immediately retaliate. Instead, he furrowed his brow in contemplation before turning his gaze back to Chu Tian. Young man, if you claim that Physician Xue is a fraud, does that mean my daughter can still be treated? Uncle, he is merely a fraud. How can you? Young Master Yuan's expression darkened, attempting to intervene. However, Murong Longcheng raised a hand, signaling him to remain silent. He then turned back to Chu Tian, continuing, "If you can save my daughter, then this matter shall be forgiven, and I shall bestow upon you a generous reward. I may even consider marrying my daughter to you. Yet, if you fail to save her, do not blame me for being ruthless." As the head of the Murong family, Murong Longcheng was no fool. Despite harboring doubts about Chu Tian, the young man's calm demeanor, even in the face of his own presence, intrigued him. Such composure was not typical. Furthermore, his daughter's condition was dire, and even physician Shui had no solutions. In this moment, allowing this young man a chance seemed the most prudent course of action. Perhaps a glimmer of hope remained. Of course, should this young man be nothing but a liar without the ability to save his daughter, he would not hesitate to execute him. As Murong Longcheng's voice trailed off, a hush fell over the crowd, all eyes fixated on Chu Tian. This time, young Master Yuan did not intervene. Instead, a smirk danced upon his lips, reveling in the unfolding drama. If Chu Tian were to save Murong Yun, the Murong family would undoubtedly reward him handsomely, perhaps even granting him the hand of the fair maiden. Such a prospect was enviable. However, if he failed, death would be his inevitable fate. In his mind, if even physician Shui could not remedy the poison, how could Chu Tian possibly succeed? Moreover, this poison was indeed lost in thought. Young Master Yuan felt a surge of excitement and called out, "Boy, Uncle is inquiring of you. Do you possess the ability to heal Miss Yun? If not, spare us the theatrics and take your own life as an apology." Chu Tian lifted his gaze, casting a glance at the mocking young Master Yuan, and shook his head, offering no further words. He then turned to Murong Longcheng and spoke coolly. "The poison afflicting Miss Murong is not insurmountable. Do you truly have a method?" Murong Longcheng's eyes brightened with hope. "Heh." Chu Tian chuckled softly, nodding slightly. "As long as there is a breath left in her, I can save her." What bold claims! Murong Longcheng's heart quickened, and he clasped his hands in gratitude. "In that case, I beseech you, young brother, act swiftly to heal my daughter. I shall be eternally grateful." Observing this exchange, Chu Tian shook his head, his expression indifferent. "Head of the Murong family, I can indeed cure the poison afflicting Miss Murong. But why would I assist you?" Upon hearing these words, Murong Longcheng's countenance shifted dramatically, his gaze turning hostile. "What do you mean?" Murong family head. "I initially came to aid Miss Murong due to our past connection. Yet upon my arrival, not only did you doubt me, but you also sought to label me a fraud and attempted to expel me." Chu Tian regarded Murong Longcheng with disdain. "Now that the so-called divine physician cannot save her, you expect me to intervene? Do you truly believe that is plausible? Boy, do you comprehend the gravity of your words?" Murong Longcheng's eyes widened with fury. "Do you believe I would hesitate to strike you down?" "Heh." Chu Tian remained unfazed, his demeanor calm. "You may certainly attempt it. Since becoming the head of the Murong family, no one had dared threaten him. This young man was the first." Anger surged within Murong Longcheng as he clenched his fists. Muscles tensed, wishing nothing more than to obliterate Chu Tian on the spot. Yet, thinking of his ailing daughter, he was forced to restrain his fury. Gritting his teeth as he demanded, "Boy, tell me what you desire. If you can heal my daughter, I shall grant you anything. Are you certain?" Upon hearing this, Chu Tian raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Murong Longcheng's unexpected concession. It seemed that Murong Yun truly was his lifeline. Absolutely certain. At this moment, Murong Longcheng tempered his anger, looking at Chu Tian with utmost seriousness. "What is it that you seek? Since you, the head of the Murong family, have made such a declaration, I shall grant you an opportunity." Chu Tian nodded slightly, then shifted his gaze toward young Master Yuan, a sly grin gracing his lips. "Murong family head, it is quite simple for me to heal your daughter. All you need to do is break this man's legs and throw him out." Chapter 7. What? "You insolent wretch, do you wish for death?" Yuan Dash's countenance darkened, his gaze filled with resentment as he coldly inquired, "Do you know who I am?" "I do not," Chu Tian replied, shaking his head, his expression unfazed, and he chuckled lightly, "Nor do I wish to know." With that, he turned his attention to Murong Longcheng, speaking in a calm manner. "Master Murong, this matter should not be difficult for you. You ought to be able to handle it, correct?" "Well," Murong Longcheng's expression shifted uneasily upon hearing Chu Tian's words. Although Yuan Dash's cultivation was not high, merely at the refinement stage, beneath his transcendent level, it was hardly worth noting. However, Yuan Dash's status was not ordinary. He hailed from the capital. It is well known that the capital is teeming with hidden talents, and even a common family force there would be superior to the top forces of Luyun City. If he dared to break Yuan Dash's legs and expel him from the Murong family, it would not be long before the Yuan family from the capital would come seeking retribution. Thus, this was an absolute impossibility. "Master Murong, what seems to be the issue? Are you unable to accomplish this?" Observing the turmoil on Murong Longcheng's face, Chu Tian's smirk deepened, and he said leisurely, "If you cannot manage it, then I shall not press the matter. However, I fear I may not be able to cure Miss Murong's poison." With that, Chu Tian shook his head, preparing to leave. "Wait." Murong Wanying took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Young man, I fear I cannot acquiesce to your request. Yuan Dasha comes from the capital, and his status is too exalted for us to offend." At this moment, Yuan Dasha, listening to this dialogue, could not help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Truth be told, he was genuinely afraid that Murong Wanying, in his eagerness to save his daughter, would directly break his legs and throw him out. Although he came from the Yuan family in the capital, his status was not as esteemed as one might think. He was merely a collateral branch, possessing the name of the Yuan family, but lacking actual resources or authority. Otherwise, how could he have ventured to a small place like Luoyuan City? Fortunately, Murong Wanying was unaware of his true identity. Yuan Dasha mused to himself. Then, he fixed his gaze on Chu Tian, his expression growing increasingly sinister, and coldly declared, "You little brat, do you dare to provoke Uncle Murong? You are courting death. Is that so?" Chu Tian seemed unfazed, a hint of mockery glimmering in his eyes. "Why wait to return to your family to summon your elders? Is it that the esteemed young Master Yuan has no protector by his side?" At these words, Yuan Dasha's heart jolted. He looked at Chu Tian, who regarded him with a smile that was not quite a smile. And an ominous premonition surged within him. What is this kid up to? Does he know my true background? No, that is impossible. He had come to Luoyuan City fully prepared, and no major forces there had suspected his identity. How could this little wretch see through it? Taking a deep breath, Yuan Dasha feigned nonchalance, saying, "I have come here for a family trial. It is natural that I would not have a protector accompanying me." As he spoke, he produced a golden token from his robes, brandishing it before everyone with confidence. "Do you see this? It is the decree of the Yuan family." Murong Wanying's eyes narrowed. Fixated on the golden token in Yuan Dasha's hand, his expression instantly growing fervent. Such a golden token could only be possessed by direct descendants of the Yuan family. The individual before him, possessing the Yuan family's direct decree, had an identity that could not be doubted. "Uncle Murong, I have come for the family trial, and also to assess whether this small Luoyuan city possesses any supportive forces." Observing Murong Wanying's reaction, Yuan Dasha's heart swelled with joy, and he continued smugly, "Uncle, I hold the Murong family in high regard. Please do not let me down. Young Master Yuan, is this statement true?" Upon hearing this, Murong Wanying's eyes brightened. The Murong family under his leadership was already the top force in Luoyuan City, but they had reached their limits. Advancing further was impossible with current resources. However, with the support of the Yuan family, they could surely soar to new heights. Uncle, my words are as solid as gold." Yuan Dasha displayed an air of arrogance, exuding pride as he stated, "I am a direct descendant of the Yuan family. My word is my bond. How could I deceive you? Very well. I am immensely grateful to young Master Yuan for this." Murong Wanying was filled with elation, and then he turned to Chu Tian, casually saying, "Young man, you have seen for yourself that this individual is a direct descendant of the Yuan family. I, as the family head, cannot afford to offend him. You should reconsider your request." Witnessing this scene, Chu Tian shook his head, looking at Murong Wanying as if he were a fool. Setting aside whether Yuan Dasha's claims were genuine, even if they were, how could the Yuan family possibly send a direct descendant here? Furthermore, if they were to support a force, Tianyang City and Luoyuan City, being closer to the capital, would be far more suitable than Luoyuan City. These excuses were riddled with flaws, easily discernible, yet Murong Wanying failed to see through them. Truly, he was a simpleton. Chuckling inwardly, Chu Tian decided not to expose the truth. "Master Murong, I have but one request. Should you refuse, I fear you will need to seek other means to resolve Miss Murong's poison." Outrageous. Upon hearing this, Murong Wanying was instantly enraged, his aura exploding forth. Locking onto Chu Tian as he thundered, "You insolent brat, I have been cordial in our discussions, yet you insist on making unreasonable demands. How dare you? If I do not teach you a lesson today, do you truly think I can be trifled with?" With his words, Murong Wanying raised his hand once more. A formidable pressure coalescing, sweeping down upon Chu Tian like an overwhelming tide. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful shockwave caused the surroundings to tremble violently. Yet, Chu Tian remained steadfast. His dark eyes calm, his expression undisturbed, as he allowed the immense pressure to descend upon him, remaining utterly unmoved. "This boy is rather unusual." Murong Wanying narrowed his eyes, feeling a flicker of astonishment. Although he had yet to take real action, as a being of transcendent caliber, even the slightest display of his power was enough to suppress all. Yet this boy, lacking any cultivation, was able to disregard his might. This was indeed peculiar. Cough, cough. At that moment, a violent coughing erupted from the sickbed in the loft. Murong Yun was expelling mouthfuls of black blood, her delicate frame trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 8 Yuner. Murong Longqing's expression changed wildly. Abandoning his intention to continue chastising Chu Tian, he hurried to his daughter's bedside. Seeing the dire situation, Chu Tian followed suit. At this moment, Murong Yun lay unconscious, her delicate face pale, with dark blood veins spreading across her brow like a spider's web. Cough. Although Murong Yun remained in a coma, the spreading poison within her body caused her immense suffering. Her elegant brows furrowed slightly, her graceful form curled up, and black blood continuously oozed from her lips. Yuner, what has happened to you? Please, don't scare your father. Witnessing his daughter's tragic condition, the once imposing Murong Longqing suddenly knelt beside her bed, tears streaming down his face as he held Murong Yun. The poison within her had already spread to her heart. If no action was taken, she would likely not survive another moment. Chu Tian gazed at Murong Yun and spoke with a calm demeanor. The poison has already infiltrated her heart's meridians. Thud. Upon hearing this, Murong Longqing knelt before Chu Tian, his eyes glistening with tears, imploring, "Young man, I beg of you, please save my daughter. If she can be cured, I will give you all the wealth of the Murong family. She is my only daughter. If anything happens to her, I would have no face to meet her mother." With that, Murong Longqing forcefully bowed his head to the ground, continuing in a hushed tone, "I truly cannot agree to your earlier demands. If I offend the Yuan family in the capital, the entire Murong family will be doomed. I am not afraid of death, but my daughter cannot be harmed. Young man, I plead with you." Observing this scene, Chu Tian felt a twinge of compassion. Frankly, he held no admiration for Murong Longqing. However, it was evident that he cherished his daughter immensely. As the head of the foremost family in Luyuan City, he was willing to kneel for her sake. In all of Luyuan City, there was likely no other who would do the same. Alas, Chu Tian sighed softly, casting a sympathetic glance at Murong Longqing, and said gently, "Head of the Murong family, if you were to discover the identity of the poisoner, would you not hesitate to kill him?" Naturally, Murong Longqing's head snapped up, his eyes brimming with an intense murderous intent. His voice was cold as he declared, "If I find out who poisoned Yuner, regardless of who they are or what power they wield, I shall ensure they are torn to shreds." "Excellent. Your words suffice." A faint smile graced Chu Tian's lips as he replied, "My demands remain unchanged. However, considering your desperation to save your daughter, I will first dispel the poison from her body." "Huh? What do you mean?" Murong Longqing's heart raced at this proclamation, and he hurriedly inquired, "What did you just say? Do you know who poisoned Yuner?" "Do not rush." With a smile still lingering on his lips, Chu Tian replied mysteriously, "If I tell you now, you surely would not believe me. Once your daughter awakens, she will inform you. For now, you may leave. In 1 hour, the poison within Miss Murong will be resolved." "Very well." Although Murong Longqing was perplexed, he refrained from further questioning. The immediate priority was to save his daughter, and everything else could wait. With Murong Longqing's departure, only Chu Tian and Murong Yun remained in the room. Chu Tian gazed at the unconscious Murong Yun, a flicker of emotion stirring within him as memories of their past flooded his mind. Before the Chu family fell into decline, his parents had arranged a betrothal between him and Murong Yun. In those days, a young Murong Yun frequently visited the Chu household to play with him, calling him Brother Chu Tian incessantly. Their childhood was blissful, akin to a tale of young love. If not for the subsequent calamities, he and Murong Yun might have truly been together. Alas, fate can be cruel. The untimely death of his parents led to the downfall of the Chu family, severing ties with the Murong family. Furthermore, the emergence of Song Wanying meant that he and Murong Yun had not crossed paths since then. After decades apart, he never anticipated their reunion would unfold in such a manner. Yuner, Chu Tian sighed, looking at the unconscious Murong Yun with a steely gaze. "I assure you, Brother Chu Tian will not only dispel the poison, but will also hunt down the one who poisoned you." As his words faded, he slowly raised his hand, extending his slender index finger to gently touch the center of Murong Yun's brow. Ziz. Upon contact, a mysterious aura erupted forth. The dark blood veins at her brow seemed to come alive, writhing and clinging to Chu Tian's finger. "Indeed, it is a cursed poison," Chu Tian mused inwardly. From the moment he first laid eyes on Murong Yun, he had already discerned this. After all, she exhibited no external signs of distress, her aura steady, merely trapped in a deep slumber. Such a condition was highly unusual and did not resemble typical poisoning. Only cursed poison could yield such an effect. Cursed poison differs fundamentally from ordinary toxins. The latter, regardless of how lethal, targets the physical body, meridians, and spirit. In contrast, cursed poison's intent lies in control rather than destruction. As with Murong Yun at this moment, had the cursed poison not activated, she would appear as any normal person, merely sleeping without any issue. However, once it erupted, the poison would spread throughout her body, subduing her consciousness and rendering her a puppet to the one who cast the curse. Moreover, compared to other toxins, curse poison is notoriously difficult to remedy, requiring the specific methods of the one who administered it. Any other attempts at detoxification would not only fail, but would also exacerbate the spread of the poison. Thus, although Shui Bufan recognized it as curse poison, he was powerless to resolve it. Nevertheless, despite the formidable nature of curse poison, it posed no challenge to Chu Tian. Over the past decade, he had endured countless trials and tribulations and had even ventured to the southern frontier to learn the arts of curse poison from the saints of the south. It could be said that there is no curse poison in the world that Chu Tian cannot unravel. Therefore, dispelling the curse poison afflicting Murong Yun would be a trivial task for him. Rise. With this thought, Chu Tian exerted force, and the mysterious aura emanating from his fingertip surged forth. He then forcefully tore the dark blood vein from the center of Murong Yun's brow. Chapter 9. The Murong family. At this moment, Murong Wanying stood anxiously outside the hospital room. An entire hour had passed, yet the young man had yet to emerge. Earlier, Chu Tian had assured him that it would take just 1 hour to dissolve the poison afflicting his daughter. However, with time slipping away, Murong Wanying's heart raced with worry. He contemplated pushing the door open to check on the situation, but feared he might disturb Chu Tian and jeopardize his daughter's treatment. Reluctantly, he paced back and forth outside the room, attempting to alleviate his growing anxiety. Uncle, do you truly believe this fellow can save Miss Murong? The young Master Yuan observed Murong Wanying with a bemused shake of his head. This man is merely a charlatan. Even the esteemed physician Shui could not unravel the poison. How could he possibly succeed? In his eyes, Chu Tian was nothing more than a quack with no real skills. A mere vagabond who was adept at deception but lacked genuine ability. As for medical expertise, that was utterly out of the question. It was only Murong Wanying's desperation to save his daughter that allowed this lowly rogue to infiltrate their lives. Uncle, an hour has passed, and that fellow has yet to show himself. Surely he realizes he cannot cure Miss Murong and is now hiding away in fear, young Master Yuan remarked coldly, glancing between the hospital room and Murong Wanying. Shall we not simply push the door open and see what he is truly up to? Wait a moment. Murong Wanying narrowed his eyes at the closed door, shaking his head as he murmured, let him continue with the treatment. What if he truly has a chance? Uncle, why are you still so stubborn? I have encountered countless frauds like him. If he could genuinely heal Miss Murong, I would. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Chu Tian stepped out, clad in black. How did you come out? Young Master Yuan stammered, his earlier bravado faltering as he swallowed his words. What is the condition of my daughter? Murong Wanying rushed forward, his face etched with urgency. The poison has been resolved, Chu Tian replied with a calm smile. This particular venom, while troublesome for even the most skilled medical practitioners, posed no challenge for Chu Tian. In fact, he found it easier to eradicate than many other toxins. Is that true? Murong Wanying's excitement surged at the news, and he instinctively moved to enter the room. Yet, Chu Tian interposed himself at the threshold, shaking his head. Murong family head, your daughter has just been freed from the poison. She is extremely weak and has not yet regained consciousness. Please wait outside until she awakens. It would be best for you to see her then. Murong Wanying furrowed his brow, hesitating. Sensing his unease, Chu Tian continued reassuringly, rest assured. Since I have declared the poison eradicated, Miss Murong is certainly unharmed. Uncle, do not place your trust in the charlatan, young Master Yuan interjected. The poison within Miss Murong was beyond even physician Shui's capabilities. On what grounds does he claim to have cured her? Furthermore, this is merely his word. If the poison remains and he denies you entry, would that not delay her treatment? With a scornful look, young Master Yuan fixed his gaze on Chu Tian. The moment Chu Tian had stepped outside, he had felt a flicker of anxiety, fearing that the rogue might indeed have succeeded in curing Murong Yun. However, upon reflecting, he dismissed the possibility. He was acutely aware of the severity of the poison, which even the revered physician Shui could not remedy. Thus, Chu Tian's obstruction only solidified his convictions. His aim was clear, to provoke Murong Wanying into entering the room and witnessing his daughter's suffering, thus inciting rage that could lead to Chu Tian's demise. Hearing young Master Yuan's words, Murong Wanying grew agitated, ready to respond, but Chu Tian raised a hand, coolly stating, Murong family head, Miss Murong will awaken in approximately half an hour. Once she does, you may enter, and all will be revealed. During this interval, I will remain here. You need not worry. Have you truly healed my daughter? Murong Wanying scrutinized Chu Tian, his eyes narrowing once more. Indeed, Chu Tian affirmed with a slight nod, exuding confidence. Very well. If that is the case, I shall place my trust in you and wait another half hour. Murong Wanying deliberated, then added, however, Let me be clear. Should my daughter fail to awaken after this time, you shall not escape my wrath. In this moment, Murong Longcheng had no choice but to place his faith in Chu Tian, for even the illustrious physician Xue had been unable to resolve the poison afflicting his daughter. He could only pray that Chu Tian's words held truth. Of course, should his daughter remain unconscious, he would ensure that Chu Tian faced grave consequences for his prior claims. Fear not, Chu Tian replied, unfazed by Murong Longcheng's veiled threat, a confident smile gracing his lips. If I cannot dispel this minor toxin, I shall take my own life here as atonement. This minor toxin? You are quite bold. Young Master Yuan could no longer contain himself, his expression darkening with disdain. You insolent wretch, do you even know what poison Miss Murong has suffered from? What poison? Chu Tian feigned confusion, instinctively responding with a question. Ha! You are indeed a fraud. You do not even know the nature of the poison yet dare to boast about curing Miss Murong. It is laughable. Young Master Yuan's voice dripped with sarcasm. Allow me to enlighten you. Miss Murong is afflicted with goo poison. Goo poison? And how do you know this, young Master Yuan? Are you perhaps knowledgeable in the healing arts? Chu Tian inquired, raising an eyebrow. Aye. Young Master Yuan's face stiffened. He knew nothing of medicine. He had merely orchestrated the goo poison that afflicted Murong Yun. Thus he had unwittingly revealed his hand. What, young Master Yuan? Do you not possess knowledge of the healing arts? If so, how could you possibly know it is goo poison? Chu Tian's lips curled into a playful smirk. Chapter 10. As Chu Tian's voice of inquiry rose, Murong Longcheng turned his gaze towards him, curiosity flickering in his expression. It is worth noting that previously, this young Master Yuan had not examined his daughter. Furthermore, after a thorough treatment, the esteemed physician Xue had not indicated that his daughter was afflicted by goo poison. Thus, how could young Master Yuan possibly know that she was poisoned? Young Master Yuan, why do you remain silent? Chu Tian chuckled. At this moment, young Master Yuan's expression shifted. He realized that Chu Tian had been probing him. That damn brat. He cursed inwardly, yet maintained a facade of calmness, glancing at Murong Longcheng before hastily stating, Naturally, I am not versed in medicine, but physician Xue is knowledgeable. It was he who informed me of Miss Murong's goo poison. While speaking, he discreetly signaled to Xue Bufan. Xue Bufan was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, confirming, Indeed, I spoke of this matter with young Master Yuan earlier. Oh, so it was physician Xue who said so. Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Chu Tian's lips as he cast a sidelong glance at Xue Bufan and remarked, Physician Xue, since you are renowned as a divine doctor, how is it that you are unable to dispel this goo poison? What do you mean by that? Xue Bufan's expression darkened, his dissatisfaction evident. Chu Tian coldly laughed. If you cannot even eliminate such a trivial goo poison, how can you dare to call yourself a divine doctor? You know nothing. Xue Bufan's face grew increasingly grim as he retorted, Goo poison is unlike any other toxin. It is a product of the goo arts from the southern regions, and without mastery in these arts, it cannot be unraveled. As for the goo arts, not even I am proficient in them, let alone anyone in the capital. This is common knowledge in the medical community. Ah. So it follows that the entire medical community is inept, Chu Tian scoffed. You are outrageous. Xue Bufan's face turned ashen, his frail body trembling with anger as he pointed at Chu Tian, stammering, How dare you insult me, and by extension, the entire medical community. Chu Tian, you are exceedingly bold. Young Master Yuan interjected, his voice sharp. Physician Xue is not only esteemed in the capital, but is also a figure of great renown across the entire Xianling realm. To insult him so is tantamount to disrespecting the entire medical fraternity. Young Master Yuan's ire was palpable as he continued. To be unable to resolve mere goo poison and still claim to be a divine doctor. Should I not chastise such blind arrogance? Chu Tian shrugged nonchalantly. As for disrespecting the medical community, well, if the entire medical community cannot resolve goo poison, then it is only natural for me to hold it in contempt. You insolent wretch. Xue Bufan trembled with rage, nearly spitting blood. Young Master Yuan, equally incensed, fixed Chu Tian with a cold gaze. By your reasoning, you must have already resolved the goo poison afflicting Miss Murong. Of course, Chu Tian replied with a confident smile. You truly are a braggart. A poison that even the entire medical community finds troublesome, and you claim to have resolved it? Suddenly, a vicious glint flashed in young Master Yuan's eyes as he sneered. Since you assert that you have resolved the goo poison, shall we place a wager? A wager on what? Chu Tian raised an eyebrow, inquiring coolly. I wager that you have not resolved the goo poison afflicting Miss Murong, young Master Yuan said darkly. Are you deaf? Chu Tian looked at him as if he were a fool, scoffing. I just said that if I have not resolved the goo poison, I would have to commit suicide in public. You dare bet on that? Young Master Yuan challenged. If you lose, not only must you take your own life, but beforehand, I shall personally sever your limbs. Do you dare accept? Haha. Chu Tian laughed derisively. If young Master Yuan does not believe me, then I shall accept your wager. However, if I win, what shall be my reward? If you win, I shall decapitate myself and kick my head around like a ball. Very well, let us await the outcome. Chu Tian declared, taking a seat and patiently waiting. Chu Tian, you are bound to lose. Young Master Yuan observed Chu Tian's confidence, a sly smile creeping onto his face. He firmly believed that Chu Tian could not possibly unravel the goo poison. As Shui Bufan had previously stated, mastering the goo arts was essential to dispelling it. In the entire Xinling realm, those proficient in goo arts were exceedingly few, and Chu Tian hardly seemed to be among them. Moreover, even if by some stroke of luck Chu Tian managed to resolve the goo poison afflicting Murong, it would matter little. The poison had been placed by Yuan himself. While he may not be a master of goo arts, he was certainly skilled enough to apply it discreetly. Thus, even if Murong were to recover, he could easily reapply the poison upon proximity. In this way, Chu Tian's defeat was all but assured. With these thoughts in mind, young Master Yuan regarded Chu Tian with an increasingly frosty demeanor, as if gazing upon a corpse. Half an hour passed swiftly. Murong Longcheng stood vigil outside the sick room, refraining from entering immediately. He stifled his impatience, his gaze fixed on Chu Tian, as if seeking confirmation. Without uttering a word, Chu Tian merely nodded slightly at Murong Longcheng, signaling that all was ready. With a loud bang, Murong Longcheng, having received Chu Tian's consent, pushed open the door and stepped inside with urgency. Chu Tian exchanged glances with young Master Yuan and followed closely behind. Inside the sick room, silence reigned. Murong lay quietly on the bed, her eyes gently closed, appearing to be in a deep slumber. Yuner! Murong Longcheng crouched beside the bed, softly calling her name several times. When he received no response from the slumbering Murong, his expression darkened ominously. Chu Tian, what in the world is going on? A low growl erupted from Murong Longcheng, his gaze fierce as he glared at Chu Tian, demanding, Did you not say that my daughter would awaken after half an hour? Why is she still not awake? Chapter 11. At this moment, Murong Longcheng was on the brink of fury, his gaze fixated on Chu Tian, an overwhelming aura of terror emanating from him, rendering the entire room stifling. Meanwhile, Yuan Dashao observed this scene with uncontainable delight. He had initially contemplated another round of manipulation, but now it seemed entirely unnecessary. Murong remained in a deep slumber, indicating that this young man had not eliminated the poison. Aha, Chu Tian, this time even the gods cannot save you. Chu Tian, are you not going to provide me with an explanation? Murong Longcheng spoke again, his voice resonating with an authoritative presence akin to thunder, reverberating through the air. Uncle, I have already stated that this fellow is nothing but a charlatan. You should cease your discussions with him and act swiftly. Yuan Dashao feigned a grave expression, then turned to Chu Tian, coldly declaring, Chu Tian, Miss Murong has yet to awaken. This wager is yours to lose. Will you take action yourself? Or shall I personally sever your limbs? As he spoke, Yuan Dashao unleashed a surge of pressure, firmly locking onto Chu Tian, wary of any sudden escape. Lost the wager? Hearing Yuan Dashao's words, Chu Tian remained unfazed, a faint smile gracing his lips as he retorted, Ridiculous. Miss Murong has yet to awaken, which undoubtedly means the poison has not been eradicated. Yuan Dashao narrowed his eyes, speaking in a low tone. Chu Tian, are you attempting to cheat? Hee. Chu Tian chuckled softly, disregarding Yuan Dashao's remarks, and instead addressed the enraged Murong Longcheng, saying calmly, Head of the Murong family, do not be hasty. Miss Murong's condition is quite frail. It may take her some time to awaken. Scoundrel, do you still intend to deceive me? This time. Murong Longcheng did not trust Chu Tian, abruptly raising his palm, unleashing a torrent of spiritual power aimed directly at him. Chu Tian's expression tightened slightly as he swiftly dodged this lethal strike. In an instant, he moved with a ghostly swiftness, appearing directly at the bedside. Such speed. Witnessing this, Murong Longcheng squinted, his heart racing. Though the distance from the door to the bedside was merely a few meters, traversing it beneath his watchful eyes was no simple feat. He was a transcendent-level powerhouse, and at that moment, he exuded an overwhelming pressure. Not only a mere mortal without cultivation could accomplish this. Even a master of the fusion realm would find it impossible. Yet, Chu Tian not only achieved it, but did so with a ghostly grace that left him momentarily stunned. Head of the Murong family, the poison within Miss Murong has been eradicated. If you doubt my words, you may use your spiritual sense to investigate. Chu Tian stood by the bed, gazing at Murong Longcheng with a calm demeanor. Murong Longcheng's expression darkened, and without a word, he released his spiritual sense to probe Murong. After a brief examination, his gloomy countenance softened slightly. Evidently, The results obtained through his probe were consistent with Chu Tian's assertions. He sensed a faint glimmer of life within Murong Yun, albeit weak, yet significantly improved compared to the previous state of the poison's affliction. Consequently, Murong Longqing refrained from striking and solemnly inquired, "When will my daughter awaken?" Miss Murong's body has already healed. Her slumber is merely to restore her bodily functions. However, if you remain unconvinced, I can awaken her. With that, Chu Tian extended a finger and gently pressed it against Murong Yun's forehead. As his finger made contact, the previously slumbering Murong Yun seemed to respond to some unseen force. A delicate frown graced her fair face, and her jade-like hand, resting at the bedside, trembled instinctively. Observing this subtle change, Murong Longqing's eyes widened in excitement, his breath quickening. Wait! Just as Chu Tian was about to awaken Murong Yun, Murong Longqing suddenly interjected, "Perhaps it is best not to rouse her just yet. Allow her to sleep a while longer." His earlier skepticism towards Chu Tian stemmed from his daughter's unconscious state, leading him to believe the poison remained. However, now that Chu Tian had demonstrated the poison's resolution, he no longer felt the need to awaken her. It would be wiser to let her rest and restore her bodily functions. Very well then. Understanding Murong Longqing's reaction, Chu Tian ceased his actions. He then turned to Yuan Dashao, offering a gentle smile. "Young Master Yuan, our wager concerned whether the poison within Miss Murong could be removed, not when she would awaken. From the current perspective, it appears I have prevailed, does it not?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Dashao's expression darkened considerably. In truth, there was no need to awaken Murong Yu. He had merely sensed the absence of the poison within her. Thus, it was indeed Chu Tian's victory. Nevertheless, he refrained from acknowledging it outright. Frowning as he coldly retorted, "Chu Tian, Miss Murong has yet to awaken. Whether the poison has truly been eradicated must be assessed by both myself and Physician Shui. Please step aside." As he spoke, he approached the bedside, followed closely by Physician Shui. Strange. Physician Shui squatted beside the bed, checking Murong Yun's pulse while muttering. "Her pulse appears normal. How is this possible? Could it be that this young man truly resolved the poison? No, this cannot be." Yuan Dashao's countenance grew increasingly grim upon hearing this, yet he remained silent, gazing at the unconscious Murong Yun before exhaling softly. This breath was colorless and formless, akin to an ordinary exhalation, imperceptible the most. As this breath escaped, Murong Yun's body trembled violently. Immediately thereafter, dark purple blood began to flow from her mouth and nose. What is happening? The sudden occurrence caused Murong Longqing's expression to shift dramatically. Sizzle. A faint yet distinct sizzling sound emerged as a black blood pattern reappeared on Murong Yun's forehead, spreading with alarming speed. Chapter 12. In an instant, the dark blood pattern spread across her entire body, tendrils of malevolent black mist swirling around, rendering Murong Yun in an even more pitiable state. How could this happen? Murong Longqing gazed at his daughter, alarmed, his complexion pale. "Chu Tian, is this what you call a cure?" At that moment, young Master Yuan turned to Chu Tian, his voice rising in anger. "How did you treat her? Why has the poison in Miss Murong intensified beyond its previous state?" Chu Tian. Upon hearing this, Murong Longqing also fixed his gaze upon Chu Tian, his tone heavy with concern. "What on earth is happening? Yuner, how has the poison reemerged?" "Uncle, Chu Tian has not provided any remedy for Miss Murong. If the poison had truly been eradicated, it would not manifest like this again. Just look. The poison afflicting Miss Murong is even more severe than before. It won't be long before she can no longer endure." At this point, young Master Yuan feigned a sigh. Alas, it is tragic that such a young lady as Miss Murong should fall victim to a charlatan. Boom. As his words fell, a terrifying pressure erupted from Murong Longqing, who turned to Chu Tian, his eyes filled with anguish as he roared, "Chu Tian, tell me, did you truly heal Yuner? She is my only daughter. If you have harmed her, I will not let you go." As he spoke, Murong Longqing's voice nearly bordered on madness. Witnessing this scene, young Master Yuan took a few steps back, a cold smile playing on his lips as he regarded Chu Tian. "Chu Tian, you are truly remarkable to have broken my black blood curse. But do you think one victory suffices? I have long mastered the art of cursing. If you can break one, I can cast another. This new black blood curse is even more formidable, and I am eager to see if you can thwart it again. Should you fail, brace yourself for the wrath of Murong Longqing." Hehe. "Chu Tian, why have you fallen silent? Speak. What is happening with Yuner?" In that moment, Murong Longqing was nearly frenzied, his overwhelming aura descending upon Chu Tian like a tempest. Yet, in the face of this colossal pressure, Chu Tian remained utterly unperturbed. Not only that, but he stood there, his gaze fixed upon the bed where Murong Yun lay, seemingly entranced. "If you choose silence, do not blame me for being impolite." A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Murong Longqing's eyes as he stepped forward, approaching Chu Tian, extending his palm as spiritual energy coalesced. Chu Tian, prepare to accompany my daughter to the afterlife. The malice in his gaze materialized as he raised his hand, aiming directly at Chu Tian's brow, and struck down with ferocity. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted, shattering the wall behind them. Yet, Chu Tian was not killed by the blow. He remained unscathed. Instead, he regained his composure and emerged from the rubble, glancing at the wrathful Murong Longcheng, and calmly remarked, "Do not worry, Miss Murong is still fine." "Fine." Hee. Hearing this, Murong Longcheng was nearly amused. His daughter was engulfed in toxic black mist, with black blood patterns covering her body, the poison exponentially worse than before, and yet, he claimed she was fine. I said she is fine, therefore she will not be in danger. Chu Tian cast a glance at Murong Longcheng, dismissing the need for further explanation as he approached the bedside. Chapter 13. As he gazed upon the feeble Murong Yun, ensnared by the venom of the goo, a slight furrow formed on his brow. He then extended his index finger, placing it upon her brow as before. At that very instant, a crackling sound echoed. The goo poison within Murong Yun seemed to react, spewing forth tendrils of black mist. The dark fog quickly enveloped half the room. "Beast, do not linger." Chu Tian's expression hardened as he bellowed. In the next moment, a surge of black blood patterns began to writhe, rapidly converging at Murong Yun's brow. Following this, they began to disperse from the tip of Chu Tian's finger. In a short span, the black patterns surrounding Murong Yun had diminished significantly. How can this be? Yuan, hiding in the shadows, felt his complexion shift dramatically. He had initially thought Chu Tian had merely stumbled upon a way to break the black blood goo, dismissing it as mere luck. However, witnessing the current events, it was clear that Chu Tian possessed the ability to neutralize the poison. How could this be? The goo poison requires profound mastery of the art to unravel. Few in the entire Xianling realm possess such knowledge. How could this young man possibly know? It is impossible. Absolutely impossible. At this moment, Yuan shook his head frantically, unwilling to accept the reality unfolding before him. Yet, no matter his reluctance, the truth was undeniably manifesting. After a brief interval, as the last of the black blood patterns converged upon Murong Yun's brow, Chu Tian's gaze sharpened. He exerted a sudden force with his index finger, a sizzling sound resonating as the black blood surged forth, completely dissipating. He did not halt there. Instead, he bit into his finger, allowing a droplet of crimson blood to fall onto the edge of Murong Yun's lips. The blood seeped through the crevice of her lips, gradually penetrating within. After a moment, as if awakening from her stupor, Murong Yun abruptly sat upright, violently expelling a mass of blackened blood onto the ground. Among the dark ichor lay a worm-like creature, black and red in hue. The creature scurried across the floor, but before long, it lay stiff and lifeless. What is this? Murong Longcheng, observing the grotesque worm, was overcome with revulsion. He found it unfathomable that such a repulsive creature had emerged from his daughter's mouth. This is a goo worm. Chu Tian bent down to retrieve the black-red worm, examining it closely before explaining. Miss Murong's unconsciousness is due to this worm. This goo worm, after being placed upon her, has been consuming her blood essence and multiplying within her body. Once it proliferates to a certain extent, its offspring can gradually exert control over Miss Murong's body, turning her into a puppet of the goo master. A puppet? Murong Longcheng's expression darkened, rage surging within him as he coldly inquired. Who is responsible for placing this goo upon my daughter? Hiki. That is a question for young Master Yuan, came the retort. Chapter 14. A faint voice fell, and Chu Tian cast a smile that was neither here nor there towards young Master Yuan. Upon hearing these words, Murong Longcheng suddenly turned his gaze, his eyes gradually revealing a trace of coldness. Now that Chu Tian had made himself so clear, even the most obtuse individual could sense that something was amiss. Young Master Yuan. Murong Longcheng narrowed his eyes, his voice deepening. Is the poison afflicting my daughter in any way related to you? How could that be possible? Young Master Yuan's heart raced, yet he maintained an air of composure, responding, how could the poison affecting Miss Murong have anything to do with me? Uncle, you are well aware that I have long admired Miss Murong. Moreover, the art of poison is profound and esoteric. There is not a single expert in the capital. How could I possibly be involved? You must not listen to this fool's baseless accusations. He is merely sowing discord. Murong Longcheng's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare upon young Master Yuan. Chu Tian, do not slander. Feeling the chill emanating from Murong Longcheng's eyes, young Master Yuan's anxiety intensified. He hastily redirected his ire towards Chu Tian, angrily stating, what does Miss Murong's poisoning have to do with me? Are you truly certain it has no connection? Chu Tian replied with a faint smile, raising the lifeless poison insect in his hand, and slowly remarked, if memory serves. This insect is called the black blood goo, is it not? The black blood goo is hermaphroditic and can reproduce independently. To nurture such a creature, one must use their own vital essence as sustenance. In other words, this black blood goo contains your blood within it. Therefore, confirming the relationship between this insect and you is not a difficult task. As he spoke, Chu Tian subtly moved his index finger, releasing a mysterious aura. In the next moment, the previously lifeless black blood goo astonishingly revived. What is happening? How has this insect come back to life? The onlookers gaped in disbelief at the scene before them. The insect was exceptionally unique. Once it was placed, it relied on the host's body for nourishment. Any goo extracted from the host's body was bound to perish. At this moment, Xue Bufan gazed at the black blood goo in Chu Tian's hand, his aged face reflecting shock as he murmured, "This is the first time I have witnessed such a phenomenon. How did you achieve this?" He had previously journeyed to the southern borders and witnessed the prowess of those skilled in the art of goo. Yet even those masters could not accomplish what Chu Tian had just done. Chu Tian glanced at Xue Bufan, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. "You speak correctly. Once the insect leaves the body, it will die immediately. However, Xue Bufan, you are reputed as a divine healer. Have you never heard of the goo poison scriptures?" "The goo poison scriptures?" Xue Bufan trembled, his voice quaking. "Are you referring to the scriptures of the goo clan from the southern borders?" "Divine healer Xue, what are the goo poison scriptures?" Murong Longqing inquired with curiosity. "Master Murong, you are unaware. The art of goo is prevalent in the southern borders. And among the many goo practitioners, the southern goo holy clan is held in the highest regard," Xue Bufan fervently explained. Chapter 15. The goo poison masters of the southern goo sacred clan, though few in number, possess an unparalleled mastery of the art of goo poison, far surpassing that of other practitioners. It is said that within the southern goo sacred clan exists a scripture that chronicles all forms of goo poison and the secret methods of their refinement. Revered as the Goo Poison Bible. Those who attain mastery of the Goo Poison Bible invariably become renowned masters of goo poison in the Qilin realm. At this juncture, Xue Bufan cast another glance at Chu Tian, his aged visage betraying a hint of reverence as he murmured, "No wonder you can resurrect this black blood goo worm. Surely your techniques are derived from the Goo Poison Bible." However, the old man expressed curiosity. The Goo Poison Bible is a sacred relic of the southern goo sacred clan. Even among their ranks, not all are deemed worthy of its teachings. If memory serves, fewer than 5 individuals in the current Qilin realm have practiced this scripture, with the remaining 4 choosing to live in seclusion, leaving only the southern borders goo poison saintess to grace the world. How could an outsider like you gain access to the secrets contained within this sacred text? As he spoke, Xue Bufan's gaze fixated intensely upon Chu Tian, a flicker of greed surfacing in the depths of his eyes. The Goo Poison Bible, a sacred artifact of the goo poison community, holds an irresistible allure not only for goo poison masters, but also for him, a master of toxic arts. While others perceive him merely as a healer, the truth is that his true prowess lies in the realm of poison. Throughout his life, he has delved into nearly every toxin known to mankind, with only goo poison eluding his understanding. The fact that this young man could wield the techniques from the Goo Poison Bible indicates he must have practiced it. If he could acquire the methods from Chu Tian, his mastery of poisons would reach unprecedented heights. In that case, he would stand as a towering figure in the realm of toxic arts within the entire Qilin realm. What? Even the esteemed Dr. Xue is intrigued by goo poison? Observing Xue Bufan's demeanor, Chu Tian allowed a hint of amusement to grace his lips as he replied nonchalantly, regrettably. "It seems you will not be able to obtain the Goo Poison Bible." "Ah? And why is that?" Upon hearing this, Xue Bufan's expression darkened, urgency flooding his features as he insisted, "If you can practice it, why can't I?" Chu Tian chuckled coldly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "The secrets within my Goo Poison Bible were imparted directly by the saintess of the southern border. Do you truly believe you could learn it?" This. Xue Bufan's countenance shifted abruptly, and he hastily shook his head, begrudgingly conceding, "Since it was personally taught by the saintess, then I shall refrain from pursuing it." With that, he averted his gaze, retreating to the rear. The southern border saintess is a significant figure in the Qilin realm. If she bestowed the Goo Poison Bible upon Chu Tian, he would be justified in his practice. However, should he acquire the scripture from Chu Tian without her endorsement, the repercussions could be dire. The mere thought of the saintess's ruthless methods sent a chill down Xue Bufan's spine, instilling a sense of dread within him. "Very well. Since we've broached this subject, it is time for you to witness the art of goo." Noting Xue Bufan's withdrawal, Chu Tian remained unperturbed, smiling serenely. He then glanced at the black blood goo worm in his hand and calmly instructed, "Locate the one who refined you." With a flick of his finger, the goo worm immediately fell to the ground. Chapter 16. As the black, worm-like goo insect fell to the ground, The onlookers directed their gazes towards it. The creature, reminiscent of a writhing worm, moved slowly across the floor, seemingly inching its way forward. Witnessing this scene, young Master Yuan felt a surge of anxiety within him. This black-blooded goo insect was a product of his own concoction, undoubtedly infused with his essence. If it were to identify him, it would not be long before he was discovered. No, he could not allow this insect to survive. A glint of determination flashed in Yuan's eyes as he spoke in a low tone. This goo insect moves at such a sluggish pace. By the time it finds its creator, it could be ages from now. Besides, relying on this creature to uncover the one who set the goo is utterly absurd. With that, he abruptly lifted his foot and brought it down with great force. With a resounding thud, the action took everyone by surprise. Young Master Yuan, what are you doing? Murong Lonchen's expression darkened, filled with fury as he questioned, is the poison afflicting the young lady truly your doing? He was no fool. Chu Tian had already mentioned that this goo insect could lead them to its master. While others allowed the insect to crawl, only Yuan chose to crush it. Such an action was undeniably suspicious. Uncle. Upon hearing this, Yuan's demeanor remained unchanged. After feeling the insect beneath his foot had been completely obliterated, he let out a sigh of relief and replied slowly, you truly believe this young man's single account? I hold the utmost admiration for Miss Murong. How could I possibly set a goo upon her? Furthermore, I am a scion of the Yuan family in the capital, trained in their esteemed methods. How could I dabble in such sorcery? Listening to Yuan's words, Murong Lonchen furrowed his brow, deep in thought. In truth, he had already begun to harbor suspicions about this young Master Yuan. However, he was acutely aware of Yuan's prestigious background, and even if he were indeed the culprit, he would not dare to act against him. With the goo insect now crushed, there was no evidence to substantiate any claims. This outcome was, at least, tolerable. Additionally, considering that the Yuan family sought to bolster their influence, and that the Murong family was one of their targets, it was imperative not to antagonize this young Master Yuan. Reflecting on these matters, Murong Lonchen sighed and expressed concern. Young Master Yuan, it seems my uncle acted rashly. The one who set the goo is not you. Seeing the situation unfold, Yuan relaxed entirely, turning his gaze towards Chu Tian with a hint of provocation. Haha. Sensing the teasing glimmer in Yuan's eyes, Chu Tian remained unfazed. Instead, grinning widely and retorting, young Master Yuan, the goo insect lies at your feet, yet you still have the audacity to deny it. Truly impressive. Nonsense. Yuan's expression faltered momentarily before he coldly chuckled. This goo insect was crushed by me, so it is naturally beneath my foot. As for your accusations, I have never committed such an act. Why would I need to deny it? Ha ha ha. Even now, you refuse to acknowledge the truth, young Master Yuan. Chu Tian's gaze sparkled with amusement as he drawled. Perhaps you should lift your foot and take a look. What do you mean? At these words, a tremor ran through Yuan. An inexplicable sense of foreboding welled up within him. Zzzzz. Chapter 17. At that moment, a faint sound suddenly emerged. Yuan, visibly troubled, felt an unusual movement in his right leg where he had crushed the goo worm. What was happening? Could it be that the goo worm was still alive? A wave of dread washed over him, prompting him to take a deep breath and cautiously lift his foot to inspect the state of the worm beneath him. In an instant, as he raised his foot, a shadowy figure of a worm darted out, colliding directly with his face. Alarmed, Yuan panicked and instinctively tried to swat it away. However, this worm had undergone a transformation. Its once worm-like body now sported a pair of wings as delicate as gossamer. Additionally, a sharp, slender antenna protruded from its head. This altered goo worm clung tightly to Yuan's face, its sharp antenna piercing into his flesh as if siphoning off his vital essence. Curse this wretched creature. Why can't I shake it off? Yuan cursed in agony. He discovered that no matter how forcefully he attempted to dislodge it, the worm remained steadfast, as if rooted to his skin, as the worm incessantly drained his life force. Its dark, blood-like body began to swell. Yuan felt his face stiffening, a sensation that drove him to scream in desperation. Chu Tian, what is happening? Witnessing this scene, Murong Lonchen was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of confusion. Lord Murong, do you not see what is unfolding? Chu Tian's eyes glimmered with icy clarity as he remarked. This goo worm has identified its creator. Are you suggesting that this individual is young Master Yuan? Murong Lonchen was taken aback. Although he had his suspicions, he lacked concrete evidence. Yet, the sight of the goo worm latched onto Yuan, absorbing his essence, confirmed the bond between them. Consequently, the perpetrator behind the hex cast upon his daughter became glaringly apparent. Lord Murong, what are you still pondering at this juncture? Chu Tian's tone turned frosty as he addressed Murong Lonchen. Do not forget your promise to me. The poison within Miss Murong has been eradicated, and I have identified the one who cast the hex. It is time for you to take action. I. Murong Longqing trembled at Chu Tian's words, his expression contorting in conflict. Chu Tian, this individual is after all of Yuan's lineage. If I were to truly break his legs, the repercussions from the Yuan family would be dire. Huh. So, it seems Lord Murong is still hesitant. Chu Tian was not surprised by Murong Longqing's response. He understood the latter's character, which was only resolute when it came to his daughter's well-being. Otherwise, he would never dare to act against young Master Yuan. With a resigned sigh, Murong Longqing looked at Chu Tian, a hint of awkwardness in his demeanor. Chu Tian, I am aware of the enmity between you and young Master Yuan. However, it is wise to resolve grievances rather than deepen them. Perhaps I could mediate and help settle your disputes. You must understand, the Yuan family in the capital is no ordinary force. If you provoke young Master Yuan to the point of no return, the consequences could be catastrophic. Huh. Hearing this, Chu Tian cast a sidelong glance at Murong Longqing, a cold smile gracing his lips. Lord Murong, your courage is truly lacking. A mere Yuan family has managed to intimidate you so. Chapter 18. A mere Yuan family? Listening to this, Murong Longqing could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment, gazing at Chu Tian in disbelief as he exclaimed, Have you lost your senses? This is the Yuan family of the capital. And then? Chu Tian replied nonchalantly. It seems you do not comprehend the terrifying nature of the aristocratic families in the capital at all. Observing the calm demeanor of Chu Tian, Murong Longqing felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. However, he soon took a deep breath, his expression turning serious as he slowly explained. Let me clarify this for you. The Murong family is considered a top power in Luoyuan City, but if we were to compare ourselves to the capital, not only would we not be a top power, but we might not even rank among the third-rate factions. As for the Yuan family, they can be classified as a prominent family in this place where dragons lie hidden and tigers crouch. Just think about the weight those four characters, Yuan family, carry. At this point, Murong Longqing couldn't help but sigh, a hint of helplessness in his voice as he continued. If I were to truly take action against this young Master Yuan, once the Yuan family catches wind of it, they wouldn't even need to intervene personally. The factions that are subordinate to the Yuan family could easily obliterate the Murong family. So, do you understand why I dare not take action against this young Master Yuan? Considering your efforts to treat my daughter, I advise you most earnestly, do not go against young Master Yuan. Otherwise, your demise is assured. Rest assured, I have no intention of opposing him. Upon hearing these words, Chu Tian's gaze turned towards young Master Yuan, who was still occupied with the goo worms. A glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes as he murmured, After all, there is no point in confronting a dead man. Chu Tian, what nonsense are you spouting? Initially, Murong Longqing felt a slight sense of relief upon hearing Chu Tian's declaration of non-opposition, but upon hearing the latter half of his statement, a chill ran down his spine, and his hair stood on end. You must not do anything reckless. Young Master Yuan is someone you absolutely cannot touch. It's too late, Chu Tian replied calmly. He had long known that with Murong Longqing's temperament, he would never dare to take action against young Master Yuan. Therefore, he had secretly tampered with the goo worm earlier. At this moment, the black blood goo worm had already begun to siphon off young Master Yuan's essence blood. Within half an hour, the poison would infiltrate his body. Naturally, he did not share this information with Murong Longqing, and young Master Yuan himself remained oblivious to any abnormalities, merely insisting that Xue Bufan assist him in removing the goo worm from his face. Chu Tian cast another glance at the unconscious Murong Yun on the sickbed, paused for a moment, and then addressed Murong Longqing with a calm tone. Head of the Murong family, Miss Murong will awaken in a day. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Without waiting for Murong Longqing to urge him to stay, he departed directly. His visit to the Murong family was solely for the purpose of treating the goo poison afflicting Murong Yun. Now that he had chosen to restore her, there was no reason for him to linger any longer. After leaving the Murong family, Chu Tian did not head to the mansion in the eastern part of the city that Xiaoding had arranged for him. Instead, he made his way to an old residence situated on the outskirts of the southern part of the city. This residence, aged and seemingly long abandoned, was covered in layers of dust, with cobwebs densely woven throughout, giving it a decidedly dilapidated appearance. Standing before the entrance, Chu Tian gazed at the estate, and memories began to surge within him. This residence was the only inheritance left by his parents. He had lived here during his childhood, a time when everything was blissful. Alas, subsequently, the family fell into decline, and his parents met mysterious deaths, resulting in the ruin of the Chu family. Afterward, he and Song Wanying moved into the Song family residence. As for what followed, it was a decade spent trapped in the Cangyue Forest, fighting for the auspicious beast, the Qilin, on behalf of the Song family. Years have swiftly passed, and upon returning to this old abode, a long-lost sense of familiarity washed over him. After a brief moment, Chu Tian collected his thoughts, took a deep breath, pushed open the gate of the residence, and stepped inside. Upon entering the courtyard, Chu Tian couldn't help but frown. Chapter 19. The exterior of the manor appeared dilapidated, yet within its confines, it was remarkably pristine. Not only that, but a pair of brand-new couplets adorned the grand entrance of the inner courtyard. Beside the kitchen, logs of firewood were neatly stacked, suggesting recent habitation. But who could it be? Could it be Song Wanying? No, it was utterly impossible for her. Ever since the Song family acquired the auspicious creature, the Qilin, their fortunes had soared, and their influence expanded rapidly. Song Wanying had devoted herself entirely to her cultivation, progressing with unwavering determination. Consequently, she had no time to visit. If it were not Song Wanying, then who could it be? As these thoughts swirled in Chu Tian's mind, his curiosity deepened, prompting him to explore the various rooms of the manor. Although he found no one, he did discover several garments in a side chamber, seemingly belonging to a woman. Could it be that a woman resided in this manor? Chu Tian stroked his chin, musing quietly. But who could this woman be? Ever since he began his association with Song Wanying, he had hardly any female acquaintances left. Perhaps it was best to let it go. After much contemplation, he realized he could not unravel this mystery and decided to cease his inquiries. In his view, as long as the woman's garments remained, it was likely she would return soon enough, and then he would have his answers. In the deep of night, under the luminous moon and a sky strewn with stars, Chu Tian sat bare-chested upon a massive boulder in the courtyard, commencing his cultivation. Although he had already reached the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm, he found himself rendered powerless by the enchantress Lu Ruyan, who had drained his vitality through her nefarious methods. His once mighty prowess had plummeted, reducing him to an ordinary mortal. Alas, he must begin anew. With this realization, Chu Tian couldn't help but sigh, a hint of reproach lacing his tone. After all, he was a formidable being at the martial emperor's peak. Yet he had been repeatedly drained by a sorceress. If word of this were to spread, it would surely invite ridicule. Cough. Nevertheless, despite his grievances, he felt a twinge of gratitude towards Lu Ruyan. After all, without her, he would never have ascended to the martial emperor's pinnacle so swiftly. Although he now lacked any cultivation, his physical body and spiritual essence had been honed through countless trials. With a little time, he could surely regain his former glory. Chu Tian focused his mind and began to silently channel the Tianwu technique. This was the cultivation method imparted to him by Lu Ruyan, distinct from the techniques of the Xuanyuan Realm, belonging instead to the divine realm of the immortals. It was said that upon reaching its zenith, one could attain the realm of the immortal emperor and wield the powers to create and reshape the heavens and earth. Of course, for Chu Tian at this moment, such heights were still far beyond his grasp, as he had yet to cultivate to such an advanced stage. Chapter 20. Even the foundational training of the heavenly martial arts allowed him to ascend to the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm with astonishing speed. At this level, one becomes an unparalleled force within the Xuanyuan Realm, capable of overwhelming all adversaries. Boom. With a mere thought, Chu Tian activated the heavenly martial arts. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy surged forth, converging upon his being like a tidal wave. Thud, thud, thud. As deep sounds resonated, Chu Tian's realm rapidly restored itself. Mid-stage body refinement. Peak late-stage body refinement. Thud, thud. Early stage soul tempering. Mid-stage soul tempering. Peak late-stage soul tempering. Thud, thud. Mid-stage marrow cleansing. Peak late-stage marrow cleansing. In just 1 hour, Chu Tian advanced with unstoppable momentum to the pinnacle of marrow cleansing. His eyes glimmered like lightning, and his vitality surged like a rainbow. Sitting cross-legged upon the massive boulder, he resembled a radiant sun, emanating an overwhelming presence. A terrifying force erupted, saturating the entire courtyard with an oppressive atmosphere. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Chu Tian savored his realm with satisfaction. He had regained the peak of marrow cleansing, and with his formidable vitality, he could easily crush any expert at this level. Even those in the spirit fusion realm would find themselves subdued effortlessly. As for beings of the transcendence level, though he could not defeat them, he could still engage them in battle. Such extraordinary combat prowess is unparalleled within the entire Xuanyuan realm. This was largely due to the fact that Chu Tian himself was a peak martial emperor. His current restoration of cultivation could be regarded as a re-establishment. Otherwise, achieving such terrifying strength would have been impossible. Should he recover to the spirit fusion realm, his power would be even more fearsome. However, Chu Tian chose not to pursue this route. The spirit fusion realm differs from both body refinement and marrow cleansing. The 9 realms of martial arts, body refinement, soul tempering, and marrow cleansing are merely the initial thresholds of martial arts. Yet, upon reaching the spirit fusion realm, the requirements change. One must condense their spiritual consciousness, connecting it with the meridians to forge a reservoir of qi. In other words, the spirit fusion realm serves as a watershed moment. Only by stepping into this realm can one truly be called a martial arts master. For most individuals, the greatest hindrance to entering the spirit fusion realm lies in the condensation of spiritual consciousness. However, Chu Tian is different as a peak martial emperor. His lack of cultivation was merely due to being drained by Lu Rian. Nevertheless, his spiritual consciousness remained intact. He could return to the spirit fusion realm with but a thought. The reason he refrained from doing so was that he wished to seize this opportunity for re-establishment to refine his physical body to perfection. The physical body serves as a vessel. The more robust it is, the stronger the spiritual consciousness it can support. If the body is frail while the consciousness is powerful, it would lead to physical decay and the eventual dissolution of the consciousness. Thus, the physical body and spiritual consciousness complement one another. Both are indispensable. Although Chu Tian had reached the peak of the martial emperor realm, his physical body had not attained its zenith. Lu Rian had previously informed him of this, while it may seem inconsequential at the martial emperor level. Any deficiencies in the physical body would be magnified when striving to break through the confines of the martial emperor realm and ascend to higher, even celestial, levels. Therefore, this time he was determined to hone his body to perfection, forging the legendary glazed golden body. The following morning, as dawn broke, Chu Tian sat cross-legged upon the immense boulder in the courtyard, his eyes closed, deeply attuned to the subtle changes within his body. Who are you? Suddenly, a melodious voice broke the silence. Chapter 21. Chu Tian was momentarily taken aback, instantly opening his eyes to behold a young maiden clad in a white crescent robe, standing gracefully before him. The girl appeared to be around 18 or 19 years of age, possessing striking beauty. Her delicate, fair visage was accentuated by bright eyes and smooth, flawless skin, while her lustrous black hair was elegantly styled, exuding an air of sophistication. Who are you? Why are you in my home? The maiden fixed her gaze upon Chu Tian, a flicker of wariness glinting in her eyes as she softly inquired. What? Chu Tian was startled, wearing a bemused expression. You claim this is your home? Well, just consider it my home, she replied, her cheeks flushing slightly. What do you mean, just consider it my home? Chu Tian gradually rose to his feet, scrutinizing the young woman with irritation. This is my ancestral residence. How dare you ask who I am? Ah, this residence belongs to you? The girl exclaimed, her face turning crimson as she lowered her head, momentarily at a loss for words. This estate is indeed mine, Chu Tian stated, observing her. I have been away for several years, training elsewhere, and just returned yesterday. He paused, studying her with curiosity. But who are you? And why have you been residing in my ancestral home? I am. Before the girl could elaborate, a swift sound sliced through the air, resembling the rush of the wind. Subsequently, a razor-sharp crossbow bolt shot directly towards her. Be careful. Chu Tian's expression shifted, and he leaped forward, placing himself in front of the maiden as he caught the bolt in his hand. Since you have arrived, why hide in the shadows? Why not reveal yourselves? Chu Tian snapped, snapping the bolt in two as he surveyed the surroundings, his voice low and furious. With that, 3 figures clad in black emerged from the shadows, displaying their prowess in martial arts. Who are you? Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, his demeanor darkening. The trio in black offered no response, instead charging towards the maiden in the crescent robe. How did you find me? The girl's expression shifted dramatically as she fled to hide behind Chu Tian, her eyes pleading. Big brother, they are here to capture me. Please help me. Get lost. One of the black-clad individuals stepped forward, his tone grim. This matter does not concern you, boy. If you wish to live, you'd best vacate the premises. Nonsense. Chu Tian's expression hardened at their audacity. This estate is my domain. You dare to act so brazenly within my territory? You are courting death. With a resounding roar, the energy within Chu Tian surged explosively. He unleashed a powerful punch at an astonishing speed, aimed directly at the trio in black. The black-clad warriors reacted swiftly. The leader countered with a palm strike of his own. The collision of fist and palm erupted in a cacophony of sound. The shockwave radiated outward, sending the black-clad man staggering back, his complexion paling. This fellow is peculiar, the leader mused. Let us strike together and eliminate him first, then capture the girl. Chapter 22. With a resounding boom, the 3 cloaked figures suddenly unleashed a formidable aura. The realm of merging spirits. Sensing the presence of the trio, Chu Tian was momentarily taken aback, only to be swiftly engulfed by exhilaration. He had just regained his strength, having reached the cleansing marrow stage, and now faced 3 masters of the merging spirits realm, an opportune occasion for him to hone his skills. Boom. Rather than retreating in the face of the 3 attackers, Chu Tian took the initiative to strike first. He stepped forward, his figure resembling a phantom, directly materializing before one of the cloaked men. Seizing the moment of his opponent's bewilderment, he raised his right arm, fingers clenched into a fist. Boom. His fist descended with tremendous force. This blow contained no spiritual energy, merely the purest essence of physical strength. Yet, this singular strike shattered the protective spiritual energy surrounding the cloaked man. The imprint of his punch crashing into the adversary's chest. Crack. The sound of shattering echoed. The cloaked man's chest caved in violently. A surge of overwhelming vitality coursing through his organs. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chu Tian, unable to comprehend the impossibility before him. Spurt. A mouthful of blood erupted from him as his body stiffened and collapsed, utterly devoid of life. With the fall of this cloaked figure, an eerie silence enveloped the courtyard. The remaining two cloaked men exchanged glances, their expressions turning grave. They had never anticipated that the individual before them would possess such overwhelming prowess, capable of dispatching their comrade with a single blow. The girl behind them stood awestruck, her mouth agape as she processed the terrifying display of power. Big brother, you are amazing. For some time, she had been pursued, seeking refuge in this place. The sudden arrival of the three had caught her unprepared. Her only thought being to have Chu Tian assist her momentarily. Little did she expect such fearsome strength. A master of the merging spirit's realm had been vanquished in an instant. If he could protect her for a while longer, she need not worry about her pursuers. With this thought, the girl gazed at Chu Tian with renewed interest. Boss, what should we do now? At this moment, only two cloaked figures remained in the courtyard. The shorter of the two glanced at Chu Tian, a retreat already forming in his mind. Their comrade was dead, and this youth was likely a transcendent-level powerhouse. Perhaps they should withdraw. Though they were all masters of the merging spirit's realm, the fact that one punch had annihilated their companion indicated that they too could meet the same fate. Possessing such terrifying strength, he was undoubtedly a transcendent being. Even if he were not, he was at the pinnacle of the merging spirit's realm, perilously close to transcendence. Such an individual was not someone they could provoke lightly. Retreat? The leader of the cloaked men, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and resolve, replied in a deep voice. It has been days without capturing the girl. Do you think our sect will let us off the hook if we fail again? But, shut your mouth. The leader barked angrily, his gaze darkening as it fell upon Chu Tian. He coldly demanded, who exactly are you? Are you aware of our Black Xian sect? A being capable of slaying a master of the merging spirit's realm was exceedingly rare in Luoyuan City. Yet, the figure before him remained unknown to him. Chapter 23, The Black Mysterious Gate. Listening to the other party's words, Chu Tian shook his head and replied nonchalantly, I have not heard of it. For the past decade, he had been trapped in the Xuanyuan Forest. Although he had ventured out on occasion, he had never returned to Luoyuan City. Thus, he was unfamiliar with the various factions within the city. As for this so-called Black Mysterious Gate, it must be a force that had risen in recent years, otherwise he would have been aware of it. Indeed, it seems you are an outsider, the leader of the black-clad men said coldly. Since you are an outsider, I kindly ask you to refrain from interfering in the matters of the Black Mysterious Gate, lest you bring calamity upon yourself. Calamity upon myself? Chu Tian raised an eyebrow, observing the seriousness on the other's face, and could not help but laugh. Your Black Mysterious Gate may not be formidable, yet your tone is quite audacious. I am curious to see how one might bring calamity upon themselves. Boom. As the words fell, a glimmer of coldness erupted from Chu Tian's eyes. He once again lifted a fist and struck fiercely at the leader of the black-clad men. Not good. The leader's complexion changed drastically as his internal spiritual power erupted forth. He raised both hands to condense a powerful palm imprint. Black Mysterious Palm. A thunderous shout arose as a formidable black palm imprint descended, colliding with Chu Tian's fist imprint. Bang! In an instant, the entire courtyard trembled violently, powerful shockwaves spreading out, causing the young woman in white robes to retreat repeatedly. Old Two, why aren't you helping me? At this moment, the leader of the black-clad men appeared nearly ashen, his gaze fixed on Chu Tian, filled with profound dread. Chu Tian glanced at the leader, momentarily taken aback, then chuckled in surprise. I did not expect you to withstand my punch. It seems you possess some degree of strength. However, I am curious to see just how many punches you can endure. With a tone of indifference, Chu Tian stepped forward. Boom. An overwhelmingly powerful force of vitality erupted from him. Although there was no spiritual energy swirling around him, the aura he emanated underwent an earth-shattering transformation, resembling a resplendent sun, dazzling in its brilliance. Please, wait. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Chu Tian, the leader of the black-clad men panicked and shouted, We are people of the Black Mysterious Gate. Our master is. Boom. Before the leader could finish, Chu Tian took a step forward, unleashing his vitality, transforming it into an incredibly fierce fist imprint aimed at his opponent. Puff. The leader of the black-clad men once again summoned spiritual energy to protect himself. attempting to withstand the terrifying force of the punch. However, under such a ferocious fist imprint, his protective spiritual energy proved utterly ineffective, crumbling like fragile paper at a mere poke. Though his protective energy shattered, the next moment, the fist imprint penetrated his body. Puff! Blood gushed forth as the leader's eyes widened in horror, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Leader! Old two of the black-clad men screamed in terror. Witnessing the demise of both the leader and the third man, he had no intention of confronting Chu Tian. Instead, he unleashed his internal spiritual power and fled. Running away just like that? Chu Tian frowned slightly, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. He had only thrown 2 punches, and these individuals could not withstand them. It appeared that the so-called Black Mysterious Gate was not as impressive as it had seemed. Chapter 24. Chu Tian retracted his aura, shaking his head with a hint of lingering desire. However, he chose not to pursue the fleeing figure cloaked in black. The individual was resolute and swift, and even if he wished to chase, it would require considerable time. Moreover, he had already discerned that the 3 black-clad figures hailed from the Black Xian sect. In due time, he could visit the sect personally. Big brother, you are so impressive. Just as Chu Tian was lost in thought, a melodious and excited voice broke through his reverie. He turned to see the girl in the crescent white robe, her face alight with enthusiasm, her bright, spirited eyes brimming with fervor. Cough, cough. Feeling the intensity of her gaze, Chu Tian found it somewhat peculiar. He cleared his throat and asked nonchalantly, "Who exactly are you? Why were those black-clad individuals pursuing you?" I am Lu Ziyue. Lu Ziyue? Chu Tian narrowed his eyes in curiosity. He pondered. When did the Lu family emerge in Luoyang City? Could it be yet another family that has risen in recent years? The girl's cultivation was not particularly high, having just reached the marrow cleansing stage. However, her robe was of considerable value. If he was not mistaken, the white crescent robe was a top-tier mystic artifact. In this realm, artifacts are categorized into 4 major ranks: heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow, with each rank further divided into inferior, middle, and superior grades. Only the finest among superior artifacts are deemed top-tier. A top-tier mystic artifact, especially one primarily for defense, would be sufficient to withstand the full force of a transcendent-level expert's attack. In other words, even without his intervention, this girl could have extricated herself from danger. Among the numerous factions in Luoyang City, few could produce a mystic-tier artifact. Thus, the girl's status was undoubtedly significant. Big brother, I am not from Luoyang City. At this moment, Lu Ziyue looked at Chu Tian and spoke softly. Not from Luoyang City? Upon hearing this, Chu Tian was not surprised. It was unlikely that anyone in Luoyang City possessed such a top-tier mystic artifact, and even if they did, it would not be bestowed upon a mere girl who had just reached the tempering stage. Ah, very well then. Chu Tian nodded and replied casually. Since you are not from Luoyang City, it stands to reason that you have no place to stay. This courtyard is my property, though I rarely reside here. If you wish, you may continue to stay. With that, he said no more and made his way towards the inner courtyard. Watching Chu Tian's retreating figure, Lu Ziyue was momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly followed, her face a mask of confusion. Big brother, don't you want to know my identity? She had only mentioned that she was not from Luoyang City, hoping that Chu Tian would inquire further. However, to her astonishment, he did not even ask and simply turned to leave, leaving her somewhat speechless. Then do tell. At her words, Chu Tian halted, feeling a tinge of impatience. For him, the girl's origins and identity mattered little. He had no desire to pry. After all, no force in the entire Xianling realm posed a threat to him. Thus, whether it was the girl's background or the mention of the Black Xian sect by the black-clad figures, he was indifferent. It was best if they did not provoke him. If they did, he would simply eradicate them. Big brother, you are so cold. Observing Chu Tian's demeanor, Lu Ziyue felt a little disheartened. She sulked and approached him, softly saying, Big brother, I come from the capital. The capital's Lu family? Chu Tian asked instinctively. Chapter 25. Big brother, are you familiar with the Lu family? Lu Ziyue exclaimed with palpable excitement. Indeed, I have had some prior interactions, Chu Tian replied, a faint smile gracing his lips as he nodded slowly. The Lu family holds considerable influence in the capital, in terms of status. They surpass even the Yuan family mentioned by the young Master Yuan. However, unlike the Yuan family, which is rooted in martial arts, the Lu family is renowned for its alchemical heritage. No wonder the young lady before him possesses only modest cultivation yet is protected by a top-tier mysterious artifact. Being a member of the Lu family certainly explains this. Mysterious artifacts are exceedingly precious. Even a lower grade one commands a price in the hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Such a sum would be insurmountable for most families. Yet, the Lu family, being an esteemed alchemical lineage, occupies a unique position of wealth, making it unsurprising for them to present an exceptional artifact to their descendants. What? Big brother, you've encountered my family's elders? Upon hearing Chu Tian's words, Lu Ziyue's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise. Which of my ancestors have you met? Lu Tian Dao. Huh. Big brother, you must be joking. Lu Ziyue frowned, her lovely face displaying disbelief. Lu Tian Dao is my great-grandfather. How could you possibly know him? Oh, so, you are indeed the great-granddaughter of Lu Tian Dao. Chu Tian observed Lu Ziyue with keen interest, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. When he was previously transported to the capital by Lu Ruyan for training, he had the pleasure of meeting Lu Tian Dao, who had even gifted him an exceptional alchemical formula. To think that upon returning to Luyan City, he would encounter the great-granddaughter of Lu Tian Dao is quite intriguing. Big brother, please stop joking. My great-grandfather has been in seclusion for many years. How could you possibly know my grandfather? Lu Ziyue pouted, clearly unconvinced. Haha. Very well, I shall not speak further on that matter. Chu Tian gazed at the young girl. Understanding her skepticism, yet his curiosity only deepened as he inquired, why have you chosen to leave the capital for Luyan City? Isn't it obvious? Upon hearing this, Lu Ziyue sighed and produced a piece of yellowed cowhide paper from her robe. The parchment was inscribed with numerous spirit herbs and a dense array of text. This is. Chu Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he remarked, this is the formula for the exceptional concentration pill. Ah, big brother, you recognize this? Lu Ziyue's expression shifted dramatically, and she quickly tucked the parchment away. Each formula is invaluable, worth a fortune, and thus alchemists are typically reluctant to share them. The reason she revealed this particular formula was that its alchemical process was exceedingly intricate, beyond the comprehension of even some adept alchemists. Little did she expect that Chu Tian would discern its significance immediately. Could it be that this esteemed elder is also an alchemist? Haha, the concentration pill is indeed precious. Yet it holds no utility for me, Chu Tian chuckled. Moreover, this formula appears to be incomplete, does it not? Chapter 26. Big brother, are you truly an alchemist? Lu Ziyue's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Just moments ago, she merely speculated that Chu Tian might be an alchemist, yet she dared not affirm it. However, now he not only identified the recipe for the supreme spirit-condensing pill at a glance, but also pointed out that the formula was incomplete. Thus, it was undeniable that he was indeed an alchemist, and one with exceptional skill. Otherwise, he could not possess such discernment. Ah, Lu Ziyue's curiosity piqued as she inquired. Big brother, what rank of alchemist are you? Rank 9. Rank 9? No wonder. Lu Ziyue's expression abruptly shifted, her eyes revealing shock. Then she shook her head in disbelief, exclaiming, Big brother, how can you be such a braggart? A rank 9 alchemist does not exist across the entire continent. Even my grandfather is merely a rank 8 alchemist. How could you possibly be a rank 9? Hee, believe it or not. Chu Tian shrugged, unfazed by her skepticism. Big brother, you truly have a way with words. Lu Ziyue pouted, making a playful face. In this world, alchemists are categorized similarly to martial artists, existing in 9 distinct ranks from 1 to 9. Ranks 1 to 3 are considered junior alchemists, ranks 4 to 6 are advanced alchemists, and ranks 7 to 9 are top-tier alchemists. The status of an alchemist is exceedingly high. Even junior alchemists are sought after by various factions. Advanced alchemists can establish families renowned for their alchemical prowess. As for top-tier alchemists, they are exceedingly rare throughout the entire Xianling realm. The Lu family. Their enduring prominence in the martial arts' prosperous capital is largely due to the presence of Lu Tian Dao, an esteemed rank 8 alchemist. A rank 8 alchemist is already regarded as the pinnacle of the Xianling realm. As for the legendary rank 9 alchemist, it is merely a tale Lu Ziyue has heard from her great-grandfather, and she had never encountered one herself. Hence, it is understandable that she remains unconvinced. Chu Tian, disinterested in further explanations, shifted the conversation, asking, So, did you come for this supreme formula? Indeed. Lu Ziyue nodded fervently, explaining. Although our Lu family possesses a recipe for the spirit-condensing pill, we lack the supreme version. For ages, only my great-grandfather and his contemporaries have been able to refine the supreme spirit-condensing pill, while we juniors have been unable to do so. I heard there was a supreme formula at the auction in Luyan City, so I secretly came to acquire it. I see. Listening to her, Chu Tian gained clarity. The spirit-condensing pill is not uncommon. Its primary function is to assist martial artists in the Washing Marrow realm as they strive to break through to the merging spirit realm. However, the spirit-condensing pill is also categorized into grades: inferior, medium, superior, and supreme. Generally, a standard recipe can yield inferior and medium-grade pills, while only skilled alchemists can produce superior spirit-condensing pills from an ordinary formula. Supreme Spirit Condensing Pills, on the other hand, cannot be produced without a special recipe. Only top-tier alchemists, equipped with profound alchemical techniques and a modicum of luck, can occasionally concoct a few. Chapter 27. Every exquisite elixir is immeasurably precious, and the recipes for such elixirs are worth their weight in gold, potentially stirring a tempest of bloodshed and intrigue. So, you were targeted by the Black Mystic sect when you acquired this precious recipe? Chu Tian regarded Lu Ziyue with a hint of perplexity. Does the Black Mystic sect dare to act against you? A single exquisite recipe can indeed provoke the covetousness of countless factions. However, Lu Ziyue hails from the esteemed Lu family of the capital. Does the Black Mystic sect, a force from Luyan City, truly have the audacity to vie with the Lu family for a recipe? Alas, Lu Ziyue's delicate countenance dimmed as she sighed in resignation, stating, "The Black Mystic sect is of little consequence, yet behind them lies the Divine Elixir Pavilion." The Divine Elixir Pavilion? Upon hearing this, Chu Tian's expression morphed into one of astonishment. The Divine Elixir Pavilion is indeed one of the foremost powers in the capital. It was an establishment he himself had founded. When Lu Rian sent him to the capital for training, he established the Divine Elixir Pavilion after befriending Lu Tiandao. No wonder the seemingly insignificant Black Mystic sect dares to confront the Lu family. With the Divine Elixir Pavilion as their backing, they certainly do not fear the Lu family. In fact, the overall strength of the Divine Elixir Pavilion surpasses that of the Lu family. "Ah, my dear elder brother, you are unaware of certain matters." Lu Ziyue sighed again, murmuring, "In recent years, the Divine Elixir Pavilion has developed rapidly, assimilating numerous factions, and its overall power has eclipsed that of the Lu family. Were it not for my great-grandfather, an 8th-grade alchemist, the Lu family's situation would be even more dire. However, my great-grandfather is currently in seclusion, and the Lu family's competitiveness in alchemy has lagged far behind that of the Divine Elixir Pavilion. The reason I stealthily came here was to avoid alarming the Divine Elixir Pavilion while acquiring this recipe to enhance my family's standing. Therefore, I did not bring any guards. Everything was proceeding smoothly until, unexpectedly, I was targeted by the Black Mystic sect on my way out. The leader of the Black Mystic sect even informed the Divine Elixir Pavilion of this news. It won't be long before strong figures from the Divine Elixir Pavilion arrive." "And what of your family's strong members?" Chu Tian inquired immediately. "I have already relayed the news to my family, and they have dispatched experts to come." Lu Ziyue replied promptly. "However, I fear that before my family's experts arrive, I might be captured by the Black Mystic sect. That is why I have refrained from staying within the city and have taken refuge here with you." At this point, she gazed at Chu Tian and murmured, "Elder brother, your strength is formidable. Why not serve as my bodyguard during this time?" "Serve as your bodyguard?" Chu Tian was momentarily taken aback, his expression somewhat peculiar. It was quite absurd that a peak martial emperor would request him to be her bodyguard. If any factions were to learn of this, it would surely be a source of amusement for them. Yes. Lu Ziyue, oblivious to Chu Tian's strange demeanor, exclaimed excitedly, "Elder brother, the powerful members of my Lu family will soon arrive. For the time being, we only need to deal with the Black Mystic sect's people, although I cannot fathom the depths of your cultivation. Your ability to defeat a fusion realm expert with a single punch suggests you are quite formidable and should have no trouble dispatching those scoundrels from the Black Mystic sect. Rest assured, as long as I can safely return the recipe to the Lu family, I will inform them and ensure you receive a reward of 1,000,000 spirit stones." "What do you say?" "Not particularly appealing." Chu Tian replied without a moment's hesitation. "Elder brother, do you find it insufficient?" Lu Ziyue was taken aback, then continued, "How about 500,000 low-grade spirit stones, plus 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, along with a mystic tier artifact?" Chapter 28. In addition to a mystical grade artifact and 3 superior yellow grade artifacts, and furthermore. Enough already. Observing the girl before him continue her discourse, Chu Tian could not help but smile and waved his hand, saying, "Please, do not continue. I have no interest in such things." "Ah." Upon hearing this, Lu Ziyue's delicate face changed, and she hurriedly exclaimed, "Big brother, you do not desire these? What is it that you seek? Just tell me, and I assure you. If the Lu family possesses it, I will certainly acquire it for you. The formula for the Supreme Spirit Condensing Pill is exceedingly precious. Regardless of the cost, she is determined to bring it back to her family. You Lu family certainly possesses boldness." Chu Tian regarded her with a faint smile and replied, "The rewards you just mentioned are already worth enough to purchase 10 Supreme Spirit Condensing Pills. A complete formula for a Supreme Spirit Condensing Pill is indeed of utmost value. However, the one you hold is incomplete. An incomplete formula does not significantly affect the crafting of ordinary pills, yet for supreme grade pills, the efficacy would be greatly diminished." At least in Chu Tian's view, It hardly justifies such a hefty price from the Liu family. That is of no concern. Lu Ziyue shook her head and slowly articulated. As long as I can bring this formula back to my family, I can present it to my great-grandfather. With his capabilities, he will surely be able to perfect this formula. That is indeed a valid point. Chu Tian nodded slightly. Lu Tiandao, being an 8th-grade alchemist, may not seem formidable in his eyes, but perfecting a supreme formula is certainly within his reach. However, it may require considerable time. Big brother, what is it that you truly desire? Seeing Chu Tian's reluctance to agree, Lu Ziyue grew anxious. Earlier, while evading the pursuit of the Black Xian sect, she had hidden in every corner, and now, having finally encountered someone capable of fending off the Black Xian sect, it was disheartening that he was unwilling to assist her. I want nothing. What I seek may not even be within the means of your Chu family. Chu Tian glanced at Lu Ziyue and said calmly, initially, I had no intention of intervening in this matter, but considering my connection with your great-grandfather, I shall extend my assistance this time. Really? Upon hearing this, Lu Ziyue's beautiful eyes lit up, and she instantly became excited. She then grasped Chu Tian's arm and urged, let us go, big brother. We must hurry. You just killed someone from the Black Xian sect. They will undoubtedly seek revenge. This place is no longer safe. We must quickly find another location. Once my family's experts arrive, we will hold the Black Xian sect accountable. As she spoke, she attempted to pull Chu Tian along. Nevertheless, Chu Tian found her actions somewhat exasperating and swiftly withdrew his arm, stating, why are you so fearful of a mere Black Xian sect? This. Lu Ziyue paused, taken aback by his words, and then replied with a serious expression, big brother, the Black Xian sect possesses transcendent realm experts. Are you not afraid? Transcendent realm. In the 9 realms of martial arts, this is considered an exceedingly high level, worthy of being called a strong practitioner. While it may not be significant in the capital, it represents the pinnacle of power in Luyun City. Presently, she only possesses the cleansing marrow realm, and although she cannot discern the strength of the big brother before her, she surmised he had not yet reached the transcendent realm. Thus, in her view, finding a place to hide would be the safest option. What is the transcendent realm to me? Chu Tian scoffed, his expression one of disdain. If I feared the Black Xian sect, I would not have acted to eliminate those two in the first place. Hearing this, Lu Ziyue paused, pondering the logic behind his reasoning. Then, big brother, should we not simply do nothing and hide here? There is no need for such complications. Chapter 29. Chu Tian shook his head, his tone indifferent. Although the Black Xian sect is not particularly formidable, their persistent harassment can indeed become a nuisance. Very well, I shall accompany you. Where to? The Black Xian sect. Ah? Lu Ziyue's fair face abruptly paled, retreating several steps with an expression of alarm as she regarded Chu Tian warily. Big brother, why are we going to the Black Xian sect? This was the very force that had been pursuing her. She was barely managing to evade them. Now, her elder brother intended to take her there. Was he planning to deliver her into their hands? What else could it be? Chu Tian cast her a sidelong glance and replied coolly, naturally, to annihilate them. Oh, so it is annihilation. Wait a moment. Lu Ziyue froze, her face a mask of disbelief as she gazed at Chu Tian. Big brother, did you just say annihilation? You mean to eradicate the Black Xian sect? Indeed. Chu Tian nodded slightly, speaking as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The Black Xian sect has pursued you, and they dare to wreak havoc on my territory. If we do not eradicate them, shall we allow them to linger? Goodness, this is too ruthless. Lu Ziyue was completely stunned by his words. To suggest annihilating a rival sect over a mere disagreement seemed devilish. Big brother, can we not go? Her face was filled with concern, and she appeared reluctant. She only wished to evade the Black Xian sect's pursuit, not to bring about their destruction. No. Chu Tian shook his head, then firmly grasped her arm, saying calmly, enough with the nonsense, lead the way. Outside Luyun City, surrounded by mountains, there stood an exceedingly majestic peak to the west. Atop this mountain peak was the Black Xian sect. Boom. At this moment, before the gates of the Black Xian sect, a resonant call echoed. In the air, an opulent palanquin, drawn by 2 winged beasts, descended directly before the sect's entrance. Next to this palanquin, Zhao Rou, clad in vigorous attire, rode forward astride a winged beast. Gazing at the mountain gate, she called out loudly, the Song family of Luyun City has come to pay a visit. Her voice carried power, piercing through the gates and resonating amidst the mountains. Whoosh! As her voice fell, the gates of Black Xian Mountain swung open with a thunderous sound, and dozens of figures clad in black robes emerged. The leader, a middle-aged man, glanced at Zhao Rou before looking back at the palanquin. He immediately clasped his fists and smiled. Ah, it is indeed the esteemed Song family. May I inquire if the one visiting is Miss Song Wanying? Indeed, that is my lady, Zhao Rou replied, a hint of pride illuminating her features. Over the years, her lady had reached the pinnacle of the divine integration realm, just a step away from transcending. Consequently, the Song family had flourished, securing their place among the foremost powers in Luyuan City. As Song Wanying's personal maid, Zhao Rou's status had risen correspondingly. Now, she looked at the members of the Black Xian sect with an air of superiority. My lady has an appointment with your sect master. Quickly summon him to welcome us. Chapter 30. A faint voice echoed throughout the Black Xian Gate. At this moment, the disciples of the Black Xian Gate, who had emerged at the mountain gate, felt their expressions darken as they listened to Zhao Rou's haughty words. The Song family of Luyuan City, you possess an audacious tongue. Song Wanying is merely at the integration realm, yet dares to request the gate master to come forth and greet her. This is utterly preposterous. As voices of indignation rose, the many disciples of the Black Xian Gate became enraged. The middle-aged man at the forefront furrowed his brow. He first raised his hand to signal for silence. Then, turning to Zhao Rou, he spoke with a respectful tone. The gate master is currently entertaining esteemed guests and cannot come out to receive you. Please convey to Miss Song our apologies. If it were an ordinary individual daring to cause such a ruckus at their Black Xian Gate, he would have ordered their execution long ago. However, the arrival of the Song family complicated matters. It is well known that the Song family has greatly expanded their influence, approaching the ranks of the top powers in Luyuan City. That young lady, Song Wanying, is remarkable. Having reached the pinnacle of the integration realm at such a young age, her combat prowess rivals that of transcendent beings. Of course, even this would not warrant the Black Xian Gate's serious consideration. What truly compelled the Black Xian Gate to take this matter earnestly was the Yuan family. The Yuan family is a premier force in Luyuan City. It is said that the young master of the Yuan family, hailing from the capital, has recently returned and seems quite interested in this young lady from the Song family. If the two families were to unite, it would undoubtedly lead to monumental changes in Luyuan City. Thus, even the Black Xian Gate is reluctant to offend the current Song family. Esteemed guests? Zhao Rou frowned, her lovely features tinged with dissatisfaction as she retorted disdainfully, what esteemed guest could possibly compare to my lady? I apologize, but I cannot convey such a message. The middle-aged man shook his head, his expression apologetic. I must ask Miss Song to return for now and await the gate master's visit in due time. You all. Hearing this, Zhao Rou's expression soured, and just as she was about to speak, a cool, detached voice emerged from the palanquin behind her. Forget it. Since the gate master of the Black Xian Gate is entertaining esteemed guests, we shall come another day. My lady, the Black Xian Gate is being excessively arrogant. Zhao Rou exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. We have come here, and not only does the gate master refuse to welcome us, but they also wish to drive us away. This is a blatant disregard for the Song family and for you. Let us not trouble young Master Yuan over such trivial matters. The voice from within the palanquin responded coldly. It is already a great honor that young Master Yuan holds me in regard. If I were to disturb him over such minor issues, it would be quite inconsiderate. But, my lady, the Black Xian Gate is truly enough. Zhao Rou, let us depart. In due time, when I break through to the transcendent realm, the gate master will surely come to pay a visit to the Song family. What, my lady, you are on the verge of breaking through to the transcendent realm? Upon hearing this, Zhao Rou's discontent vanished, replaced by unrestrained joy. Her lady was about to achieve a breakthrough to the transcendent realm. This meant the Song family would truly ascend to the ranks of the top powers in Luyuan City. As her lady's personal maid, Zhao Rou's status would rise even higher. With this thought, Zhao Rou lost any inclination to quarrel with the Black Xian Gate. With a cold snort, she prepared to leave. Suddenly, as they were about to depart, a figure rushed in from a distance and crashed heavily before the mountain gate of the Black Xian Gate. Chapter 31. What transpired? This sudden scene left everyone present momentarily stunned. Black 7. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically, and in a low voice, he inquired, Why are you alone? Where are Black 4 and Black 9? If Chu Tian were present, he would recognize that this Black 7 was the very individual who had previously escaped from his grasp. Reporting to the deputy leader, they have perished. At this moment, Black 7 knelt on the ground, his face a mask of anguish. Deputy leader, there is a formidable expert beside the girl. We were utterly outmatched. Formidable expert? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's demeanor hardened, and he immediately questioned, what kind of expert? Has he reached the transcendence realm? This, I am unaware. Black 7 shook his head, his expression filled with trepidation. This individual appears to possess only the cultivation of the cleansing realm, yet his combat prowess is terrifying. Black 4 and Black 8 were both slain by him with just 2 punches. Nonsense. The middle-aged man glared, his face contorted with anger. You 3 are all experts of the spirit fusion realm, especially Black 4. who has reached the late stage of the spirit fusion realm. How could they possibly be killed by mere punches? Deputy leader, I assure you this is the truth. Black 7 knelt, urgency etched on his face. The strength of that person is too horrifying. Facing him felt more terrifying than facing the leader himself. If you do not believe me, I can take you to him. Listening to Black 7's account, the middle-aged man furrowed his brows, contemplating. Could it be that someone from the Liu family has arrived? The Liu family is a prominent clan in the capital. If they send a guardian, it would not be surprising for him to obliterate them with just 2 punches. No, I must report this matter to the leader. After a moment's thought, the middle-aged man, filled with urgency, immediately soared towards the sect's interior. Miss. It seems there has been a disturbance within the Blackshin sect. At this moment, Zhao Rou, who was preparing to leave, suddenly paused and leaned closer to the sedan. Speaking softly, what disturbance? A clear voice emerged from within the sedan, belonging to Wanying. Someone has killed 2 elders of the Blackshin sect, both of whom were formidable experts of the spirit fusion realm. Who dares to kill the elders of the Blackshin sect? Such audacity. Within the sedan, Wanying furrowed her delicate brows, her expression tightening slightly as she murmured, Xiao Rou, let us refrain from leaving for now and observe from a distance. Understood, Mississippi. Zhao Rou immediately nodded, then mounted the wind beast, guiding the sedan to a hill near Blackshin Mountain. This location was not far from Blackshin Mountain, allowing them to observe all occurrences within the sect. Zhao Rou dismounted from the wind beast, standing poised atop the hill, her gaze directed towards Blackshin Mountain. Suddenly, her brows knitted together as she spotted 2 figures approaching the mountain's base. One of the figures bore an uncanny resemblance to someone she knew. This person resembles Chu Tian. Zhao Rou felt uncertain and hurriedly walked several paces forward. Upon closer inspection, she was taken aback. Chu Tian, it truly is Chu Tian. What is this worthless individual doing here? Chapter 32. Brother, are we truly heading to the Black Mystic Gate? At the foot of the Black Mystic Mountain, Chu Tian and Lu Ziyue had arrived. Lu Ziyue gazed at the towering mountain with concern evident in her beautiful eyes. Perhaps we should turn back and wait for the masters of my family to arrive before confronting the Black Mystic Gate. Despite Chu Tian's formidable combat prowess, they were directly approaching the lair of the Black Mystic Gate. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, they would find themselves inescapably trapped. Thus, she was unwilling to take such risks. From her perspective, the most prudent course of action was to await the arrival of the Liu family's experts. Haha. Hearing her words, Chu Tian smiled faintly, fully aware of the girl's apprehensions. However, since they had already reached the Black Mystic Mountain, ascending to the Black Mystic Gate was inevitable. Otherwise, what would be the point of their journey? With this thought, he glanced at Lu Ziyue, noticing her furrowed brow, and could not help but chuckle. You're from the capital. Yet your courage is so lacking. Why fear such a trivial establishment as the Black Mystic Gate? Brother, the master of the Black Mystic Gate is a transcendent expert. Lu Ziyue replied, not disputing his words, but rather expressing her seriousness. Do you truly have the confidence to confront him? Rest assured. Chu Tian responded with a calm smile, stepping towards the mountain. Very well. Observing the situation, Lu Ziyue sighed, refraining from further protest, and promptly followed him. At the Black Mystic Gate, in the Grand Hall of the sect, are you saying that the young lady of the Liu family has someone protecting her, and they have already slain our men? At that moment, the master of the Black Mystic Gate, draped in a black robe, coldly addressed the deputy master below. Master, this information comes from He Qi. The deputy master replied solemnly. As for He Si and He Ba, they have been eliminated during this operation. Moreover, according to He Qi, the expert guarding the Liu girl possesses an indiscernible cultivation level, seemingly at the level of cleansing marrow. Yet, He Si and He Ba were annihilated with a single punch. Annihilated with a single punch? Upon hearing this, the expression of the Black Mystic Gate master darkened further, as he coldly remarked, to be capable of defeating a harmonizing spirit expert with a mere fist, there are only a few in Luoyuan City. This individual is likely not from Luoyuan City. As he spoke, he turned to an elderly figure beside him, respectfully inquiring, Elder Zhang, it seems the Liu family has already arrived. How should we proceed? The old man, clad in simple attire, squinted slightly as he sat in his chair, his face worn and lined with wrinkles. From a distance, he appeared to be an ordinary old man, devoid of any remarkable traits. Yet, both the master and deputy master of the Black Mystic Gate held him in high regard. Impossible. The elderly man slowly opened his eyes. Speaking in a calm tone, the experts of the Liu family have already been intercepted en route, and it is impossible for them to arrive now. Listening to his words, the deputy master clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Elder Zhang, if not the Liu family's experts, then who could it be? They are well aware of any individuals with such strength in Luyuan City. If it were truly one of those transcendent beings, He would have undoubtedly known and would not have returned. Humph, that is for you to deal with. Elder Zhang looked at the master of the Black Mystic Gate. Coldly smiling, it is not so simple for the Black Mystic Gate to collaborate with the Divine Dan Pavilion. Chapter 33 The elixir recipe in the hands of that young girl from the Liu family must be acquired. Of course, I can assure you that the expert by her side is certainly not from the Liu family. However, the deputy leader's expression darkened as he was about to speak when the old man in plain clothes coldly interjected, "There is no however, this is a prerequisite. Otherwise, what qualification does your insignificant Black Xian sect have to seek cooperation with the Divine Elixir Pavilion?" With that declaration, an eerie silence enveloped the grand hall. The leader and deputy of the Black Xian sect exchanged glances, both revealing a sense of helplessness. This exquisite elixir recipe was initially discovered by them. But due to the Liu family's powerful influence in the capital, they chose to relay the information to the Divine Elixir Pavilion. In return, the pavilion would shield them from the Liu family's interference, while they would assist the pavilion in seizing the recipe. Their relationship could be described as a cooperative one. If the collaboration proceeded smoothly, the Divine Elixir Pavilion promised to support the Black Xian sect in the future. Thus, this partnership was of monumental significance for the Black Xian sect. However, now an expert had emerged beside the Liu girl, one who had slain two formidable masters of the Black Xian sect. Unlike the Divine Elixir Pavilion, the Black Xian sect was merely a local power in Luyuan City. Each master in the fusion god realm was a pillar of their sect, causing them considerable anguish. Yet, if they were to abandon this endeavor now, it would mean squandering their previous efforts. Not only would they offend the Liu family, but they would also sour relations with the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Contemplating this, the leader of the Black Xian sect clenched his teeth and spoke in a low voice, "Elder Zhang, rest assured, as long as she is not from the Liu family, we will certainly capture that Liu girl." Indeed, the old man in plain clothes nodded with satisfaction but then recalled something and cautioned, "Remember, this time we only seek the elixir recipe. If you capture the Liu girl, do not harm her in any way. Otherwise, even the Divine Elixir Pavilion will be unable to protect you." Understood. The leader of the Black Xian sect nodded vigorously. They were well aware of this point without further reminders. The Liu girl was a direct descendant of the Liu family in the capital. Should they injure her, the Divine Elixir Pavilion would not fight the Liu family on their behalf. At that point, the insignificant Black Xian sect would be entirely forsaken. Heavenly Black, bring Black 7 in. The leader of the Black Xian sect looked towards the deputy leader and said calmly, "Have him recount everything that transpired from the beginning. I plan to take action myself." As he spoke, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. Initially, he had not intended to handle this personally, believing it sufficient to delegate the task to his subordinates. Yet, the situation had escalated to one concerning the very safety of the Black Xian sect. If they failed to capture the Liu girl, they risked offending two major powers in the capital. Thus, he had no choice but to intervene. As for that mysterious expert, as long as it was confirmed he was not from the Liu family, he would be eliminated. Suddenly, a low, urgent voice broke the tension. The doors of the Black Xian Grand Hall swung open, and 3 or 4 disciples of the Black Xian sect rushed in, visibly panicked. "What are you doing here?" Seeing this scene, the deputy leader, Heavenly Black, frowned deeply and bellowed in anger, "Get out." "Leader, deputy leader, it's bad news." The 3 or 4 disciples immediately knelt on the ground, their faces etched with fear. "The Liu girl, she has arrived." "What did you say?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. The leader of the Black Xian sect fixed his gaze intently on the kneeling disciples, urgently inquiring, "Has the Liu girl arrived? Is she accompanied by anyone?" Chapter 34 At this moment, Chu Tian brought Liu Ziyue to the Black Xian sect. With their arrival, a multitude of disciples from the sect swiftly surrounded them. "Big brother, what should we do now?" Liu Ziyue, hiding behind Chu Tian, displayed a hint of concern on her delicate face. "Do not worry," Chu Tian replied with a faint smile, showing no sign of alarm. "These individuals have yet to reach the fusion spirit realm. They are hardly a threat. Given his current combat prowess, only the sect leader could pose a modicum of pressure on him." To him, the other disciples, whether at the cleansing marrow realm or the fusion spirit realm, were akin to mere ants. "You dare come here?" Among the throng of Black Xian sect disciples, He Qi slowly stepped forward. Upon locking eyes with Chu Tian and Liu Ziyue, he was momentarily taken aback. After all, this was the Black Xian sect, home to its formidable leader. What audacity these two must possess to venture here. Haha. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian chuckled, sizing up He Qi with a mocking gaze. "Did you not intend to capture this girl? Why have you yet to make a move?" "You." He Qi's expression shifted, his gaze fixed intensely on Chu Tian. Though he was seething with rage, he refrained from commanding his fellow disciples to attack. He was already aware of Chu Tian's terrifying abilities. A master at the fusion spirit realm like himself could be annihilated with a single punch. Thus, the fact that Chu Tian dared to confront him personally indicated that he possessed absolute confidence. To command his disciples to engage would be tantamount to sending them to their doom. What? You hesitate to act? Noticing He Chi's silence, Chu Tian continued to taunt. Are you too afraid to strike? If so, step aside and summon your sect leader. Impudent. Several younger disciples, unable to endure Chu Tian's mockery, unsheathed their swords and charged forward. Chu Tian's eyelids flickered, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Boom. A tremendous surge of blood energy erupted. With a mere wave of his hand, the charging disciples were violently hurled away as if struck by an invisible force. Blood gushed forth as they lost consciousness completely. This scene sent shockwaves through the onlookers, their expressions shifting dramatically. Previously, they had not sensed Chu Tian's strength and thus had not paid him much heed. However, witnessing him effortlessly dispatch those few assailants with a single gesture left them feeling unnerved. Is there anyone else who wishes to continue? Chu Tian surveyed the crowd, a nonchalant smile upon his face. Feeling his gaze upon them, the disciples of the Black Xian sect trembled and began to retreat cautiously. Still unwilling to act? Finding the lack of action rather dull, Chu Tian's attention returned to He Chi, and he remarked with an indifferent smile, if you do not intervene, I shall have no choice but to eliminate all of you. Hiss. At these words, the crowd's faces paled, all eyes darting anxiously towards He Chi. Elder 7. Will you not make a move? A young disciple whispered, glancing back at He Chi. Silence. He Chi's face darkened as he struck the speaking disciple away with a swift slap. This elder requires no counsel from you. Chapter 35. The individual before him possessed an alarming level of power. If he dared to act now, his demise would be inevitable. Yet, abstaining from action was not an option either. As an elder of the Black Xian sect, numerous disciples were observing him intently. Cursed be the situation. Black 7's expression darkened, and he inwardly cursed. You lot, hurry back to the sect and summon the sect master. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Chu Tian, resolutely declaring, everyone, join me in taking down this man. With the utterance of his command, Black 7 unleashed a formidable surge of spiritual energy. He was the first to strike, conjuring a powerful black palm imprint that surged toward Chu Tian. Come forth. Chu Tian regarded the scene with a hint of disdain. Shaking his head. As before, he merely raised his right arm, his fingers uniting to form a fist. Boom. A thunderous collision echoed as Chu Tian's fist imprint crashed against the black palm. Bang, bang, bang. Upon contact, the black palm imprint shattered explosively, sending a powerful shockwave rippling through the air. A sense of dread washed over Black 7. His heart trembled, and his countenance shifted dramatically. He unleashed another wave of spiritual energy while forming intricate hand seals. Instantly, a colossal black ferocious tiger materialized above him. Roar. A deep, resonant roar filled the air. Though this tiger was a manifestation of spiritual energy, its ferocity was palpable. The aura of the tiger spread forth, instilling a sense of dread around. Locking its gaze on Chu Tian, it unleashed a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. In the next moment, the magnificent beast lunged downward, its gaping maw poised to devour Chu Tian whole. Black Tiger Profound Technique. This was the Black Tiger Profound Technique of the Seventh Elder. Witnessing Black 7's display, many disciples found themselves overwhelmed with excitement. The Black Tiger Profound Technique, a high-grade skill, wielded immense power, even within the Black Xian sect. Apart from the sect master and deputy sect master, only 2 or 3 elders had mastered it. Thus, the crowd was filled with confidence, believing that even if Black 7 could not vanquish the individual before them, he would at least inflict significant damage. A high-grade profound technique. At this moment, as Chu Tian beheld the ferocious black tiger charging at him, he felt a twinge of surprise. While in his eyes, a high-grade profound technique was not particularly remarkable. Within the realm of Luoyan City, it was indeed a formidable feat a mere mid-stage divine integration realm insect managed to cultivate a high-grade profound technique. This indicated that the Black Xian sect was rather extraordinary, at the very least among the various powers in Luoyan City. The Black Xian sect could rank within the top 5. Boom. As Chu Tian contemplated these revelations, the black tiger had already pounced before him, its massive claws descending with ferocity. Unfazed, Chu Tian unleashed the full force of his vitality, striking out with a powerful punch. In an instant, an overwhelmingly forceful fist imprint materialized, colliding directly with the tiger's claws. Crack! The sound of shattering resonated through the air. The fearsome black tiger emitted a series of low growls, its enormous claws fracturing inch by inch upon impact. Shatter! A cold smile graced Chu Tian's lips, and he launched another punch. Boom. This strike landed squarely on the tiger's head. With a resounding explosion, the tiger's skull disintegrated in an instant. How? Is this possible? At that moment, Black Seven's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of sheer horror. Chapter 36. A formidable backlash surged forth, overwhelming He Qi in an instant. Blood gushed forth, and he plummeted from the sky. Elder 7. The surrounding disciples hurriedly gathered, witnessing the scene unfold. How could this happen? At that moment, He Qi's aura had diminished to its nadir. His complexion was ashen, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were hollow and devoid of light. He muttered incessantly, How could this be? Black Tiger Profound Art. This is a superior grade profound technique. With this skill, he believed he could contend with a peak expert of the divine integration realm, even if he could not best Chu Tian. He thought it should suffice to temporarily hold him off until the sect leader arrived. However, he could not have anticipated that not only could he not withstand Chu Tian, but he could not endure even a single punch. How could this be? Big brother, are you all right? At this moment, Lu Ziyue approached Chu Tian, her face etched with concern. The immense power of the Black Tiger Profound Art had frightened her. Hiki, do I appear to be in trouble? Chu Tian replied with a faint smile. The power of the Black Tiger Profound Art was indeed formidable. Had he been an ordinary practitioner of the cleansing marrow realm, he would have surely faltered. Alas, he was not. Big brother, perhaps we should leave, Lu Ziyue suggested anxiously. Glancing at the members of the Black Xian sect, her heart heavy with worry. If we don't leave soon, I fear something terrible might happen. Leave? You dare to come to Black Xian Mountain and injure our sect leader, yet you wish to flee? Suddenly, the gates of the Black Xian sect swung open with a thunderous crash. There appeared the sect leader, draped in a black robe, accompanied by the middle-aged man, who was none other than the deputy sect leader, He Tian. Sect leader, deputy sect leader. Upon their arrival, the disciples of the Black Xian sect erupted with excitement. Everyone, stand down for now. The sect leader waved his hand, signaling the surrounding disciples to withdraw. He then turned his gaze upon Chu Tian and said coolly, I am He Xian, the leader of the Black Xian sect. May I inquire who you are? You are the leader of the Black Xian sect? Chu Tian did not respond, but merely cast a cursory glance at the man, slightly nodding. Indeed, a peak mid-stage in the Transcendence realm. Your cultivation is sufficient to rank among the top 3 in Luoyuan City. Who exactly are you? Upon hearing this, the sect leader's expression shifted slightly, and a sense of vigilance crept into his heart. The fact that this person could discern his cultivation level with a mere glance indicated that his strength was on par with his own. However, he had never encountered such an individual in Luoyuan City. You are not yet worthy of knowing my name, Chu Tian replied indifferently. You possess quite the audacity, the sect leader remarked, his anger surprisingly restrained. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and coldly responded, I wonder if your strength can match such bravado. Why not give it a try? Chu Tian raised an eyebrow, entirely unfazed. He Tian. The sect leader pondered for a moment before looking at the deputy sect leader beside him. Understood. He Tian nodded, and in a flash, he appeared before Chu Tian. I am He Tian, the deputy sect leader of the Black Xian sect. Chapter 37. Let me experience your mastery, my lord. With a swift sound, He Tian wasted no time. The spiritual energy within him surged forth, his fingers transforming into claw-like imprints as he struck downward with ferocity. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, his form flickering as he evaded the onslaught. In response to Chu Tian's evasion, He Tian extended both claws simultaneously, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. A hint of amusement played on Chu Tian's lips as he deftly eluded each strike, his movements akin to a wraith. With a series of resounding thuds, Chu Tian remained unscathed, while He Tian's countenance darkened, unable to suppress a mocking remark. Are you merely a master of evasion? If so, I must say, I am truly unimpressed. Unperturbed by the taunt, Chu Tian smirked, retorting, you stand at the pinnacle of the spirit integration realm, nearly crossing into the transcendence realm. Yet you cannot even graze the hem of my garment. Hearing this, He Xian's expression grew increasingly grim. Enough. He Tian, step back, he commanded, gesturing for his subordinate to withdraw. Turning to Chu Tian, he continued in a measured tone, your agility is indeed remarkable. I have yet to witness such finesse in all of Luoyuan City. I am curious, being so young yet possessing such prowess, from whence do you hail? He is a native of Luoyuan City. At that moment, a derisive voice interjected. Zhao Rou, atop her winged beast, commanded a luxurious palanquin that hovered majestically, casting a disdainful gaze upon Chu Tian. Miss Zhao? The sudden appearance of Zhao Rou took He Xian by surprise, prompting him to inquire, are you acquainted with this individual's identity? Of course, Zhao Rou replied, leaping gracefully from her mount and coldly stating, though you may not have met him. I am certain you have heard of him. Oh, curiosity piqued, He Xian urged her to elaborate. His name is Chu Tian, the former husband of my esteemed lady. What? The revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly. Chu Tian, the former husband of the Song family's eldest daughter? This was unfathomable. They were well aware of Chu Tian's name. After all, the Song family had risen to prominence, and many factions had covertly sought information about them. They knew of the eldest daughter's husband, named Chu Tian, yet had never encountered him in all these years. Recently, upon hearing of the Song lady's divorce decree, could it be this very man? The deputy leader, He Tian, inquired slowly. Is it indeed him? Indeed, Zhao Rou declared with pride. My lady possesses unparalleled talent and breathtaking beauty. He is unworthy of her. With that, she turned her gaze back to Chu Tian, her posture exuding arrogance. You waste of space. Why are you not at home? Instead of humiliating yourself here. That is none of your concern. Chu Tian responded with indifference. You. Zhao Rou glared, her face aflame with anger. Chu Tian, you were once a genius with remarkable cultivation and skills. But now, you are nothing but a waste. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? As she spoke, she lifted the whip in her hand, aiming it at Chu Tian. He deftly dodged her strike. You dare to evade. Zhao Rou seethed, increasingly incensed, preparing to lash out once more. Zhao Rou, cease this at once. A cool voice emanated from within the palanquin. Miss. Zhao Rou paused, momentarily stunned. Then with reluctance, she protested, Miss, do you not wish to teach this fool a lesson for his disgraceful behavior? Chapter 38. Zhao Rou. I have no ties with him anymore. Inside the sedan chair, Song Wanying furrowed her delicate brows and gently spoke. This is the territory of the Black Xian sect. You should allow him to leave first. Miss this. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Rou's expression darkened, her heart brimming with dissatisfaction. Yet, as her mistress had spoken, she felt it inappropriate to retort. With a sullen face, she pointed at Chu Tian and scolded. Did you hear that? My mistress has ordered you to leave. Why are you still here? Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, gazing coldly at Zhao Rou before responding. Why should I leave? You. Zhao Rou's anger flared, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely at Chu Tian as she berated. Are you deaf? My lady has commanded you to depart. Can you not see the situation we are in? Earlier, they had intended to leave the Black Xian sect but had noticed some disturbances at the last moment, causing them to stand atop a distant peak to observe. To their surprise, Chu Tian appeared and engaged in a fierce battle with the disciples of the Black Xian sect, an act of utter folly. Initially, Zhao Rou had no desire to intervene. However, her mistress had remarked that Chu Tian, despite being a useless man, was once her husband. If he were to perish at the Black Xian sect, it would tarnish her reputation. Thus, Zhao Rou reluctantly stepped in, hoping to persuade Chu Tian to leave promptly. Yet, this insensible fool refused to budge and dared to confront her. At that moment, He Tian coughed lightly and addressed Zhao Rou with a solemn tone. Miss Zhao, this person has caused a ruckus in our Black Xian sect. If we allow him to leave unscathed, what face will the Black Xian sect have left in Luoyuan City? Miss Zhao, perhaps you should withdraw from this matter. As he spoke, He Tian glanced at the leader of the Black Xian sect, nodded slightly, and then unleashed an overwhelming aura, his expression dark as he advanced towards Chu Tian. Previously, in their confrontation, he had refrained from using his full strength due to concerns over Chu Tian's potential connections to the Lu family in the capital. However, it was now evident they had overestimated him. This man was merely the son-in-law of the Song family from a decade ago. Since he was not affiliated with the Lu family, their reservations dissipated. Wait. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Rou's expression changed dramatically, and she hurriedly interjected, Masters. This Chu Tian was once my lady's husband. I implore you to grant her some consideration. Haha. The leader of the Black Xian sect chuckled lightly, casting a cold glance at the sedan behind Zhao Rou and retorted, This matter concerns the dignity of the Black Xian sect. I fear Miss Song's standing may not suffice. Zhao Rou's countenance froze, her expression becoming strained and unsightly. The leader of the Black Xian sect was a figure of transcendent power, deserving of utmost respect, even from her mistress. Now that he had personally spoken, how could they possibly protect this useless man? What a waste. Always stirring trouble. Unable to contain her frustration, Zhao Rou exclaimed and rushed to the front of the sedan. Her face a picture of exasperation as she implored, Miss, what should we do now? This useless man has clearly angered the Black Xian sect. Even their leader has spoken. We cannot protect him. Perhaps it would be best to let it go, as you have no ties to this fool anymore. Zhao Rou, inside the sedan. Song Wanying's beautiful eyes reflected a moment of contemplation. After a brief pause, she softly declared, Go tell the leader of the Black Xian sect that if he spares him, the Song family is willing to concede a 10% profit from our collaboration. What? Chapter 39. Upon hearing those words, Zhao Rou's expression dramatically shifted. Miss, this is absolutely out of the question. Sacrificing for such a worthless individual is simply not worth it. Their purpose for this visit was to negotiate a partnership with the Black Mystic sect, with the profits intended to be split evenly. The Black Mystic sect represented the pinnacle of power in Luyun City, while the Song family had experienced rapid growth in recent years. Given the intricate connections between Song Wanying and the eldest son of the Yuan family, the Song family had managed to squeeze into the ranks of this elite faction. Thus, their collaboration could be deemed equitable, resulting in a fair division of profits. However, now they were expected to sacrifice a portion of their earnings for this useless person, which was utterly outrageous. 1% of the profits amounts to hundreds of thousands, even millions, of spirit stones. Miss, this is madness. Xiao, hurry. Inside the palanquin. Song Wanying took a deep breath, seemingly having made a resolute decision, and said calmly, if the leader of the Black Mystic sect agrees, you must inform Chu Tian that after this matter, there will be no further ties between them. Miss, what do you mean by that? Xiao was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Did you not already discard that worthless husband of yours? Why proceed with this? You do not understand. Song Wanying's delicate face bore a hint of seriousness as she murmured, though I have divorced Chu Tian and signed the celestial marriage pact. He has been trapped in Cangyue Forest for 10 long years, harboring resentment in his heart. I have now reached the pinnacle of the spirit fusion realm. And once I break through to the transcendence realm, I am to wed young Master Yuan. Should Chu Tian feel discontent and cause a scene at the wedding, it would surely bring ridicule upon us. Therefore, it is better to resolve his current predicament as a form of compensation for him. When the day of my marriage to young Master Yuan arrives, if he dares to disrupt the ceremony, I shall have no qualms about retaliating. As she spoke, a glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. Chu Tian, oh Chu Tian, do not blame me for my coldness. Our statuses are no longer the same. This is the only assistance I can provide you. After this, we shall owe each other nothing. Miss, your foresight is commendable. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rou's eyes brightened, and she nodded vigorously. I understand now, Mississippi. I shall convey this message to the leader of the Black Mystic sect. Leader of the Black Mystic sect. My lady has stated that if you spare this worthless individual, the Song family is willing to forfeit 1% of the profits from our collaboration. At that moment, Xiao Rou stepped forward, addressing the leader of the Black Mystic sect with a measured tone. The leader of the Black Mystic sect paused, his interest piqued by her words. The collaboration between the Black Mystic sect and the Song family had stalled primarily due to disagreements over profit distribution. Now, the Song family's lady was willing to relinquish a portion of her earnings for this individual. This was indeed advantageous for the Black Mystic sect. However, this young man had protected a girl from the Lu family and had also slain several disciples of the Black Mystic sect. To let him go without consequence would be too lenient. After pondering, the leader of the Black Mystic sect replied coolly, since Miss Song is willing to forfeit 1% of the profits, I shall grant this favor. However, given that this young man has killed my disciples, while he may be spared death, he must face punishment. Cut off both his arms and deprive him of his cultivation. That is acceptable. Xiao Rou nodded repeatedly, her agreement evident. Chapter 40 Chu Tian was, by all accounts, a useless individual. Having lost his cultivation, he was deemed irrelevant. As for the severing of his arms, what harm could come to a man from losing 2 limbs? The master of the Black Xian sect contemplated this matter with a sense of disbelief. Is there truly no issue with this? He inquired, astonished by Xiao Rou's calm demeanor. You are certain? Though he appears to be merely at the cleansing vein stage, his combat prowess is formidable enough to vanquish even those at the divine integration stage with a single blow. Such talent is rare in Luyun City. The suggestion to cripple Chu Tian and sever his arms had been uttered in jest, never expecting Xiao Rou to acquiesce. To his astonishment, not only did she agree, but she seemed almost exhilarated by the prospect. Could it be that Miss Song was not intent on preserving Chu Tian for her own purposes? The master of the Black Xian sect found himself thoroughly perplexed. Of course, I am certain, Xiao Rou affirmed with resolute nods. She then approached Chu Tian with an air of superiority and coldly declared, Chu Tian, did you hear that? It is my family's young lady who has intervened on your behalf. Intervened on my behalf? Chu Tian's expression darkened, and he could not suppress a sneer. You propose to sever my arms and strip me of my cultivation as a means of protection? Is it not so? Xiao Rou retorted, hands on her hips, her tone haughty. You, a mere waste, are incapable of cultivation anyway. Whether your abilities are intact or not makes no difference. And as for your arms, a useless individual like you will hardly be affected by their loss. Given the current situation, you should be grateful to retain your life, rather than quibbling over trifles. Shall I then sever your arms instead? Chu Tian's gaze was icy, his demeanor indifferent. You insolent wretch. Xiao Rou's expression shifted dramatically, her voice turning sharp with ire. What nonsense are you spouting? Is it not you who claimed that severing arms would have no consequence? Chu Tian replied with a cold laugh. Bah! How dare a worthless wretch like you compare yourself to me? Xiaoro sneered, her disdain evident. I am the personal maid of the young lady. What are you in comparison? She paused, glaring at him. Come here at once. Let me sever your arms. Do you wish for the members of the Black Xian sect to take action instead? At this, the onlookers fell into a stunned silence. Even the master of the Black Xian sect and his deputy exchanged bewildered glances, utterly flabbergasted by Xiaoro's outrageous proposal. Is it truly acceptable to compel him to approach and then have his arms severed, rendering him powerless? Can such a thing even be done? At that moment, Lu Ziyue, standing behind Chu Tian, leaned forward, her exquisite eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Xiaoro, whispering softly. Has this woman lost her senses? Huh. Chu Tian shook his head, a frigid smile gracing his lips. She is not mad. She is simply a fool. What did you say? Xiaoro's eyes narrowed dangerously. I said you are a fool. Chu Tian shot back, casting a scornful glance her way. Not only are you a fool, but so too is Song Wanying. How dare you insult me and the young lady? Xiaoro's face blanched, trembling with rage. She raised her whip threateningly, her voice cold as ice. You are utterly audacious. If I do not teach you a lesson today, it will not do. With that, Xiaoro leaped forward, her whip cracking menacingly as she aimed it at Chu Tian. Chapter 41. The whip contains spiritual power, and as it sliced through the air, it produced a sharp crack, demonstrating its formidable strength. Once it struck, it could surely leave a person battered and broken. Crack! Another sound echoed. The whip fell fiercely, but contrary to Xiaoro's expectations, it did not strike Chu Tian. Instead, he had seized it firmly in his grasp. Xiaoro's expression darkened, her heart seething with rage. How dare you retaliate? You seek death, she exclaimed, her hand exerting force as she attempted to reclaim the whip. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, the whip remained steadfast in Chu Tian's grip, unmoved. What is happening? Xiaoro's expression shifted slightly as she gazed at Chu Tian, surprise flickering in her eyes. How had this useless fool gained such strength? Haha. Witnessing this scene, a cold smile crept onto Chu Tian's lips as he mocked. Weren't you going to teach me a lesson? Why can't you even reclaim this whip? You. Xiaoro's face flushed crimson, trembling with fury. You worthless fool. If I do not leave you battered and bruised this time, I shall not share your surname. With that, she clutched the whip with one hand while conjuring a blade of spiritual energy with the other, directing it straight toward Chu Tian. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes and raised a hand, striking down with force. Bang! The sound of shattering resonated. The blade formed from spiritual energy was instantly obliterated. How could this be? Xiaoro's pupils constricted as she cried out in disbelief. She had assumed that Chu Tian's strength was merely physical. Thus, she resorted to spiritual attacks to reclaim the whip. However, she had not anticipated that her blade would be shattered. How could this happen? Haha, fool. A cold smile lingered on Chu Tian's lips as he tightened his grip on the whip, exerting immense pressure. In an instant, Xiaoro screamed, her hand relinquishing the whip as she nearly lost her balance. Haha. In that moment, Chu Tian held the whip, a look of derision upon his face as he taunted. Did you not intend to use this whip on me? Why is it that you cannot even hold on to it now? You worthless wretch. Do you wish to court death? Xiaoro's face twisted with anger, her spiritual energy surging forth as she glared at Chu Tian with icy disdain. I initially intended only to teach you a lesson, but since you dare to retaliate, do not blame me for being impolite. Boom. As her words fell, an overwhelming aura was unleashed. The fusion realm. Sensing this presence, those around them paused momentarily, astonished. This girl was merely a maidservant of the Song family. Yet she had reached the fusion realm? The Song family was indeed extraordinary, with the young lady on the verge of entering the ranks of transcendent beings. It appeared that this maidservant also possessed fusion realm cultivation. The Song family was truly in its prime. With this, it seemed the Song family might dominate Luoyuan City in the future. A chorus of admiration erupted, and even the leaders of the Black Xian sect, Xuanyuan, turned their gazes toward her, causing Xiaoro to feel a swell of pride. At this moment, she radiated the aura of the fusion realm. Casting a haughty glance at Chu Tian. Chu Tian, did you ever imagine that even I have attained the fusion realm? Are you prepared to face your demise? Chapter 42. Upon uttering these words, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback, and the master of the Black Xian sect, along with the deputy master Chu Tian, regarded Xiaoro with peculiar expressions. Death? What was she thinking? It must be noted that 3 masters of the fusion realm from the Black Xian sect had been vanquished by Chu Tian, 2 by mere punches, while the remaining 1 had fallen unconscious. The deputy master Chu Tian, despite personally intervening, had failed to subdue Chu Tian. Now, a mere maid who had just entered the fusion realm claimed she could bring about Chu Tian's demise. Had the Song family gone mad? At this moment, the members of the Black Xian sect felt a wave of incredulity, yet they remained silent, still adopting a spectator's mentality as they observed the battlefield. Ah, how intriguing. Chu Tian observed the haughty Xiao, a cold smile creeping upon his lips, his face adorned with mockery. So you too have entered the fusion realm. It seems Song Wanying has been quite generous with her elixirs. As the personal maid of Song Wanying, he was well aware of the circumstances. With Xiao's innate talent, reaching the fusion realm was undoubtedly a far-fetched dream. The only explanation for her current prowess lay in the abundance of spirit herbs provided by Song Wanying. Otherwise, she wouldn't even have reached the cleansing veins realm. Facing imminent peril, she continued to spout nonsense. Hearing this, Xiao's pretty face darkened, her voice dripping with malice. I shall make you suffer endlessly today, but fear not. My lady has instructed me to spare your life. With that, Xiao unleashed a formidable surge of spiritual power, swiftly advancing towards Chu Tian. Her palms morphing into lethal blades, poised to strike. Chu Tian, observing Xiao's approach, refrained from countering, his expression laced with derision as he awaited her attack. Just as her palm blades were about to descend upon him, he deftly sidestepped, evading the blow. Boom. Failing to connect, Xiao's countenance darkened, and she immediately summoned her spiritual energy for another assault. Yet, Chu Tian had no intention of confronting her head-on, utilizing his ethereal and elusive movements. He adeptly dodged her strikes while continually mocking her. TSK, your fusion realm prowess leaves much to be desired. After all this time attacking, you have not even grazed me. You, be quiet. Xiao halted, panting heavily, her gaze fixed on Chu Tian with intense fury. What's the matter? Is your spiritual energy running low? Chu Tian continued to sneer at the unfolding scene. You. Xiao's cheeks flushed with rage, her temper flaring as she growled. If you possess any courage, do not evade and face me directly. Having expended much of her spiritual energy in relentless attacks, it was intolerable for her to accept that this so-called waste could consistently evade her onslaught. This predicament irked her greatly. Very well. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian did not refuse, a cold smile gracing his lips as he replied nonchalantly, but I fear I might incapacitate you with just one punch. Aha. You think you can incapacitate me with a single punch? What a dream you're having. Xiao retorted with a chilling laugh. Her gaze locked onto Chu Tian as she coldly declared, as long as you do not hide like a turtle, I will surely be able to defeat you. Then come at me, Chu Tian replied, his demeanor unfazed. Seeking death, Xiao's eyes turned icy as she propelled herself towards Chu Tian, channeling all her spiritual energy into her hands as she charged forward. Chapter 43. In an instant, her hands transformed into lethal blades, and as she advanced towards Chu Tian, she raised them simultaneously, unleashing a devastating strike at the moment she reached him. Boom. The force of this blow was immense, and as her palm blades erupted, countless sharp edges spread out, wreaking havoc in their wake. It could be said that Xiao had meticulously planned this attack, not merely intending to strike down Chu Tian, but also to leave him with no avenue for escape. You worthless fool. Prepare to meet your demise. Xiao's face darkened, her gaze filled with venomous intent. Boom. Boom. As her palm blades descended, a series of violent sounds erupted, and the ground around them was cleaved. Fissures forming as dust swirled about, obscuring vision. Xiao, observing the faint traces of spiritual energy emanating from the front, felt a surge of confidence. A cold smile finally breaking through her solemn expression as she murmured, Chu Tian, oh Chu Tian, do not blame me. Blame yourself for provoking me. If you had simply severed your own arms and relinquished your cultivation, you might have preserved your life. Alas, you chose to court death, and thus, I cannot be held accountable. Shaking her head, Xiao dismissed further thoughts and turned her attention to the leader of the Black Xian sect, bowing respectfully as she said, Esteemed leader, I initially intended to spare Chu Tian's life, but as you can see, he is stubbornly defiant, leaving me no choice but to slay him. Given that he is now deceased, we must renegotiate the terms of our cooperation. Previously, the Song family had offered a 10% profit margin to preserve Chu Tian's life. However, with his demise at her hands, such a concession was no longer feasible. Miss Zhao, you are overthinking this. The leader of the Black Xian sect cast a peculiar glance at her. Overthinking. Xiao, upon hearing this, assumed he was reluctant and frowned. Speaking in a low tone, though the Black Xian sect wields considerable power, the Song family is not to be underestimated. Moreover, my lady has ascended to the Transcendence Realm and is soon to wed the heir of the Yuan family. I advise you to contemplate this matter carefully. Stop. As Xiao continued, He Tian, unable to contain himself, pointed ahead and exclaimed, You've misunderstood the leader's intent. Huh? What misunderstanding? Xiao paused, somewhat perplexed. What could it mean? He Tian shook his head, looking at her as if she were a simpleton, and retorted, "It means that Chu Tian is not dead." "What are you thinking? Impossible." Upon hearing this, Zhao Rou's expression shifted dramatically, shaking her head repeatedly. She had exerted her utmost strength and employed a high-grade yellow tier technique. How could a mere waste like Chu Tian possibly evade her attack? In her view, even a mid-stage expert in the spirit integration realm would have to avoid her onslaught. Let alone Chu Tian, a mere nobody. Heh, you still don't believe it? He Tian regarded Zhao Rou, who appeared utterly incredulous, feeling she was beyond saving. Nevertheless, he pointed ahead and coolly stated, "See for yourself." As his words fell, the dust that had been kicked up from their earlier confrontation began to settle. Boom. In an instant, the dust cleared. A familiar figure slowly emerged from the haze. This is impossible. How could he still be alive? Chapter 44. At this moment, Chu Tian slowly emerged. He was still clad in black, his expression serene, a faint smile gracing his lips. His gaze directed mockingly at Zhao Rou before him. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Rou's eyes widened in disbelief. She had exhausted all her means, her spiritual power nearly depleted. How could Chu Tian possibly still be alive? Moreover, not only was he unharmed, but he appeared entirely unaffected. What could this possibly mean? Zhao Rou, is this all the strength you possess? Chu Tian remarked, a smirk playing on his lips, his eyes cold as he continued to deride her. A mere servant is still a mere servant, even with a master's assistance. One cannot become anything of significance. You are worthless. How dare you say that? If you utter another word, I shall sever your tongue. Zhao Rou bellowed in fury. Ha ha. Chu Tian laughed heartily, his eyes suddenly igniting with murderous intent. In an instant, he stepped forward, moving with a speed akin to a specter, and appeared directly before Zhao Rou. So swift was his motion that she had no time to react before he seized her by the throat. You, let go of me. Release me at once. Zhao Rou gasped, her face flushed as she struggled desperately against his grip. Yet, no matter how she fought, she could not break free. Chu Tian's hand was as unyielding as iron, binding her completely, rendering her immobile. Zhao Rou, you are but a servant of Wanying, who bestowed upon you the audacity to insult me repeatedly. Chu Tian held her throat firmly, his gaze frigid, his tone chillingly indifferent. Chu Tian, I was wrong. Zhao Rou stammered, her heart trembling as panic set in upon feeling the intensity of his stare. Wrong? Chu Tian's eyes remained cold, his indifference unwavering. Since you acknowledge your error, I shall not be merciful. Fear not. I shall not take your life. I will merely strip you of your powers, sever your arms, and use a whip to flay your skin until it is raw. With that, Chu Tian abruptly raised his hand and forcefully hurled her down. Bang! A piercing scream echoed as Zhao Rou was violently slammed to the ground. Before she could rise, Chu Tian was upon her, brandishing the whip and beginning to strike. Crack! Crack! The whip lashed down repeatedly, and Zhao Rou's face contorted in agony as she emitted shrill cries, her body curling up in torment, rolling helplessly. Miss, save me. Ah. Miss, help. Ahe. After dozens of lashes, Zhao Rou's skin was torn and bloodied, her garment shredded, exposing crimson streaks across her once delicate skin. Observing this spectacle, the leaders of the Black Xian sect exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disdain as they looked upon the pleading Zhao Rou. What a foolish creature. Black Xian could not help but mutter. Though they were enemies of Chu Tian, wishing for his demise, they had never underestimated him. A man capable of annihilating a formidable opponent with a single punch, even at the level of the Washing Marrow realm, was not to be trifled with. Even when they had plotted against him, it had been through subtlety and caution. Who could have anticipated that this maid from the Song family would be so utterly foolish? Not only resorting to insults, but daring to threaten Chu Tian? Her current plight was indeed well-deserved. Enough. Chapter 45. Suddenly, a cold voice pierced the air. The opulent carriage slowly opened its door, and out stepped Wanying, clad in a flowing white garment. Chu Tian cast a glance at her, momentarily taken aback, but swiftly raised his whip and struck down. Ah, miss, help me. Zhao Rou, battered and bruised on the ground, cried out in a voice filled with despair upon seeing Wanying. However, Chu Tian remained deaf to her cries. The louder Zhao Rou's screams grew. The more exhilarated he became with each lash. Chu Tian, witnessing the scene, Wanying's delicate brows furrowed, and a hint of displeasure flickered in her starry eyes as she softly admonished, Did you not hear my words? I commanded you to cease. And who do you think you are to command me? Chu Tian retorted coldly, his gaze indifferent. With a swift motion, he raised the whip once more, delivering a series of strikes. Ultimately, the relentless beating proved too much for Zhao Rou. She succumbed to unconsciousness. What did you say? Wanying's fair face paled slightly as she coldly remarked, Chu Tian, Zhao Rou is my personal maid. Do you intend to beat her to death? This lowly servant has insulted me time and again. Does she not deserve her fate? Chu Tian scoffed. You. At his words, Song Wanying's breath hitched, her gaze piercing into Chu Tian's as she shook her head in disappointment. You have changed, Chu Tian. You were never one to hold grudges over trivial matters. Xiao merely uttered a few harsh words. And you wish to end her life? You have truly let me down. What? The gravity of her statement left not only Chu Tian dumbfounded, but also stunned the leaders of the Black Xian sect, who stood nearby. Song Wanying. Do you even comprehend what you were saying? Chu Tian was infuriated by her words, retorting vehemently, your maid sought to cripple my cultivation and sever my arms. Am I to overlook such grievances? And you express disappointment? What audacity! Xiao's actions were intended for your own good, Song Wanying replied calmly. For my good? Nonsense. At that moment, Chu Tian found himself utterly speechless. As he fell silent, Song Wanying sighed softly and continued, Chu Tian, we had initially planned to depart. But upon seeing you besieged by members of the Black Xian sect, we decided to intervene. Although we have parted ways, you once rendered service to the Song family. That is why I sent Xiao to assist you. You have languished in the Cangyue Forest for 10 years, your cultivation reduced to that of a mere mortal. And your foundation severely compromised. Your future achievements will be limited. What impact would it have if your cultivation were to be rendered useless? As for Xiao's intent to sever your arms, it was merely to facilitate your escape. Otherwise, even if I sacrificed a portion of my profits, the Black Xian sect would never allow your release. Do you not understand this? As she spoke, she shook her head again, her disappointment deepening. Everything she had done was for Chu Tian's benefit, yet why could he not see that? Had his mind deteriorated after a decade in the Cangyue Forest? Alas! As Song Wanying's words faded, silence enveloped the surroundings. Chu Tian gazed at her, opening his mouth as if to speak, yet he found himself at a loss for words. In that moment, he felt as though he had been foolish to have ever harbored affection for such a woman. Chapter 46. This woman is truly exceptional at this moment. Lu Ziyue approached Chu Tian, her enchanting eyes glancing disdainfully at Song Wanying. Big brother, have you ever associated with such a woman? Be quiet. Chu Tian shot her an irritated glare. Humph. Lu Ziyue pouted, retreating to the back with a sulky expression. Chu Tian, who is she? At this juncture, Song Wanying also noticed Lu Ziyue nearby. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of concern on her exquisite face. None of your business. Chu Tian replied with evident disgust. He regretted having ever shown interest in Lu Ziyue, who could see through his foolishness. Could you speak more civilly? Upon hearing this, Song Wanying furrowed her brow slightly and said coolly, if you release Xiao now, we can consider this matter concluded. Release her? In your dreams. As he spoke, Chu Tian raised his foot and stepped directly onto Xiao, coldly stating, she previously declared her intent to cripple my cultivation and sever my arms. Do you truly believe I would let her off? With that, Chu Tian aimed his foot at Xiao's dantian and stomped down fiercely. Bang! A deep, shattering sound echoed. Xiao, who had been in a state of unconsciousness, suddenly felt an excruciating pain as her dantian shattered. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, her aura instantly diminishing to its nadir. Xiao, witnessing this scene, Song Wanying's delicate face turned icy. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Chu Tian, and she spoke in a low, furious tone. Chu Tian, have you lost your mind? Xiao is my personal maid. How dare you ruin her cultivation? She threatened to cripple me first. Why should I refrain from doing the same? Chu Tian retorted coldly. That is not the same. Song Wanying's face flushed with anger as she replied icily, your cultivation is merely at the washing marrow stage. Even if you were to be crippled, it would be of little consequence. However, Xiao has painstakingly reached the merging spirit realm. If you destroy her now, are you not condemning her? Haha. Chu Tian laughed in anger upon hearing this. Song Wanying, you truly have no shame. My cultivation can be discarded at will, yet you claim your maid is untouchable? You wait and see. Not only will I ruin her cultivation, but I shall also sever her arms. You dare. Song Wanying's beautiful eyes widened, and an overwhelming pressure emanated from her, enveloping the surroundings in an oppressive atmosphere. At that moment, the disciples of the Black Mystic sect, sensing this aura, instinctively took a step back. Meanwhile, the sect leader and He Tian exchanged glances, their brows furrowing at the formidable pressure exuded by Song Wanying. The pinnacle of the merging spirit realm, a half-step into transcendence. Song Wanying truly was remarkable, having attained this level at such a young age. It would not be long before she genuinely entered the realm of transcendence. Indeed, He Tian nodded, a look of envy on his face. Although he too was at the pinnacle of the merging spirit realm, he still felt inferior compared to Song Wanying. The 9 realms of martial arts, body tempering, soul forging, and marrow washing could be reached by anyone through relentless perseverance, regardless of innate talent. However, once one reached the merging spirit realm, progression became exceedingly difficult. As for transitioning from the merging spirit realm to transcendence, It was a Herculean task. Most merging spirit experts would never break through their bottleneck in their lifetimes. Chapter 47 Decades ago, Chu Tian had reached the threshold of transcendence, merely a step away from true liberation. Yet, this final stride remained elusive, ensnaring him in the present. This illustrates the remarkable difficulty of transitioning from the realm of melding spirit to the realm of transcendence. Consequently, while the vast Luoyuan city boasts numerous masters of the melding spirit realm, only a handful have achieved transcendence. Nevertheless, for certain prodigies, the leap from melding spirit to transcendence is not insurmountable. A single opportunity may suffice for their ascension. The young lady, Wanying, is evidently one such genius. At this moment, Wanying fully unleashed her aura. Her gaze was frigid, and a flicker of anger graced her exquisite visage as she spoke in a low tone. Chu Tian, should you dare sever Xiaorou's arms, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Chuckling, Chu Tian sensed the oppressive force, yet he remained utterly unfazed. As a peak martial emperor, even in his current state of recovery to the Washing Marrow realm, he was not to be intimidated by a mere insect of the melding spirit realm. Today, I shall indeed sever her arms. I am curious to see how you will respond. With that declaration, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Chu Tian's eyes. He lifted his foot and stamped down fiercely. Crack! The sound of shattering resonated as Zhao Rou's right arm was crushed beneath his foot. Ah! Zhao Rou, who had been unconscious, was jolted awake, emitting a series of sorrowful wails. Miss, save me. I cannot endure this any longer. Clutching her shattered arm, Zhao Rou cried out in agony. She can still regain consciousness. Chu Tian remarked mockingly, observing Zhao Rou with an amused expression. Crack! Another resounding crunch echoed as Zhao Rou's other arm met the same fate. Ah! This time, her face contorted in pain, her body curled up as she convulsed uncontrollably. Chu Tian, you shall pay for this. Wanying glared furiously, releasing her spiritual energy. With a delicate wave of her slender hand, a formidable pressure surged forth, overwhelming Chu Tian. Wanying then executed a series of hand gestures, conjuring a multitude of ice blades behind her. Each blade gleamed with lethal sharpness, and as hundreds of them surged forth simultaneously, they aimed to annihilate Chu Tian. Big brother, be careful. Seeing this, Lu Ziyu's expression changed dramatically, concern etched across her face. Though her cultivation was modest, limited to the Washing Marrow realm, her lineage from the Lu family in the capital endowed her with a keen sense of the formidable strength Wanying possessed, surpassing that of the previous adversaries, even rivaling the deputy leader of the Heishuan sect. Boom, boom. As Chu Tian stood before the onslaught of ice blades, his countenance remained serene and unperturbed, as if the tempestuous barrage held no sway over him. Just as the blades were about to descend upon him, he sprang into action, raising his right arm. The pulsating power of his vitality surged within him. In that instant, he felt akin to a blazing sun suspended in the heavens, radiating an overwhelming might capable of intimidating all. Boom! A resounding clash reverberated through the air. Chapter 48. Chu Tian unleashed a punch. In this moment, he harnessed all the vitality and blood energy within him, compressing it to its utmost limit before erupting in a tremendous explosion. Boom! Two formidable forces collided, generating wave after wave of shockwaves that resonated through the air. Retreat! Surrounding disciples of the Black Xian sect, sensing the terrifying powers, turned pale and dared not linger, retreating several dozen yards in fear of being affected. Boom! The dreadful aftershocks persisted for a considerable time before gradually subsiding. Chu Tian remained standing in place, hands clasped behind his back. His black attire bore some tattered remnants, yet his expression remained calm and serene, as if untouched by harm. Meanwhile, in another spot, Wanying, clad in white with flowing hair, wore a stunning visage marred by frost. This young man actually withstood her attack. Chu Tian's gaze shifted towards Chu Tian on the battlefield, his expression revealing astonishment. Earlier, Wanying had unleashed her full strength without reservation. He had pondered whether Chu Tian could withstand it, but never did he expect not only that he endured, but also emerged unscathed. Only the edges of his sleeves were tattered, a consequence of the overwhelming force he had exerted, rather than a result of Wanying's strike. Chu Tian, if you were to intervene, could you deal with this young man? The head of the Black Xian sect squinted slightly, inquiring solemnly. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian shook his head, a wry smile gracing his lips. Sect Master, you truly overestimate my abilities. This young man possesses such formidable strength that perhaps only you within the sect could subdue him. Indeed. The head of the Black Xian sect nodded slightly, continuing to observe the battlefield, stating calmly, let Miss Song test him for now. When the time is right, I shall personally take action. You have begun to cultivate? Wanying gazed across at Chu Tian, her eyes flickering, speaking in a low tone. She distinctly remembered that upon exiting the Cangyue Forest, Chu Tian had possessed no cultivation whatsoever, merely an ordinary individual. Yet, how little time has passed. And he has not only begun to cultivate, but has grown remarkably powerful. This realization was difficult for her to accept. Why did you not reveal your ability to cultivate? Noticing Chu Tian's silence, Lu Ziyue pressed further. Why should I? A hint of mockery danced at the corner of Chu Tian's mouth as he replied coldly, Song Wanying. Are you surprised? The pride of the Song family, the foremost female prodigy of Luoyuan City, cannot even defeat a so-called waste like me. Are you not filled with dissatisfaction? Hearing this, Song Wanying pressed her rosy lips together, remaining silent. Indeed, at this moment, her heart brimmed with discontent. She had wished to vanquish Chu Tian with overwhelming force. Yet the outcome was one she found hard to bear. Chu Tian, I admit I underestimated you. After a moment of silence, Song Wanying took a deep breath, regaining her composure, and then looked at Chu Tian, stating softly, However, you and I are ultimately not on the same path. What do you mean? Chu Tian was taken aback, somewhat bewildered. I understand that proposing a divorce that day was unfair to you, bordering on humiliation. You are immensely talented. In less than 3 days, you have ascended from an ordinary mortal to the cleansing marrow stage. But so what? Song Wanying shook her head slightly, a hint of regret shimmering in her eyes as she murmured, Between us, it is no longer as it once was, no matter how hard you strive. You cannot catch up to me. Regardless of your efforts to excel, we are simply not meant to be. Therefore, put aside your pitiful hopes and leave. What on earth are you talking about? Chapter 49. Upon hearing these words, Chu Tian felt his mind was somewhat overwhelmed. What on earth was being said? You exert yourself diligently in cultivation and come to the Black Shin sect. Is it not merely to provoke certain events, thereby showcasing your talent in cultivation? Hoping to win me back? Song Wanying's expression was tranquil, yet there was a faint hint of sarcasm in her demeanor as she replied, It is all in vain. The bond between us has long since concluded. Good gracious, is this woman out of her mind? Chu Tian was utterly speechless. He never imagined that Song Wanying could be so narcissistic, believing that all her actions were solely to win back his affection. Big brother, your ex-wife is quite the piece of work, Lu Ziyue remarked, peeking out from behind Chu Tian, unable to suppress her commentary. Huh. Chu Tian forced a smile, gazing at Song Wanying with exasperation. Enough of your nonsense. Are we going to fight, or not? Chu Tian, must we really proceed in such a manner? Song Wanying's delicate brows knitted together as her beautiful eyes locked onto Chu Tian's. What on earth are you thinking? Chu Tian could no longer endure her gaze and retorted, If you do not take action, I shall have to eliminate your maid. Chu Tian, spare Xiao. Song Wanying said, her gaze unwavering as she continued, If you harm Xiao, I shall never forgive you in this lifetime. I don't give a damn about your forgiveness. Chu Tian cursed in anger. He then turned to the unconscious Xiao on the ground, sneering, Don't blame me. Your master cannot save you, so you might as well rest in peace. With that, Chu Tian aimed a kick at Xiao's head and brought it down with force. Bang! A deep sound echoed. Xiao's head shattered instantly, blood gushing forth in a horrific sight. Xiao, as she witnessed Xiao's demise at Chu Tian's hands, Song Wanying's fair face grew increasingly frigid. She glared at Chu Tian, her voice icy. Chu Tian, did I not tell you to spare Xiao? Why did you? She is merely a lowly maid. Her life is inconsequential. But Xiao is my personal attendant. And then what? Chu Tian shrugged, displaying an air of indifference. Chu Tian, you upon hearing this. Disappointment flickered in Song Wanying's eyes. She shook her head and sighed. Chu Tian, I hope you do not come to regret this. With that, she gently waved her hand, producing a storage ring and absorbing Xiao's body within it. Having resolved this matter, she turned to the Lord of the Black Shin sect, saying coolly, Sect Master, I can no longer guarantee this individual. You may handle it as you see fit. After speaking, Song Wanying stepped into her palanquin and slowly departed. Finally, that foolish woman has left. As he watched her leave, Chu Tian felt the atmosphere around him had become remarkably refreshing. Big brother, shall we continue? Lu Ziyue cautiously inquired, peeking out once more. Of course, Chu Tian nodded. Then surveyed the surroundings until his gaze settled upon the sect master and Tian, smiling faintly. At this moment, even if we wish to leave, it seems we cannot. Bang bang bang. With that, the disciples of the Black Shin sect once again closed in around them. Chapter 50. Heavenly Black laughed mockingly. You possess a remarkable self-awareness, recognizing that escape is no longer an option. After causing a commotion at the Black Shin gate, your demise is inevitable today. As he spoke, he began to approach Chu Tian slowly, his aura radiating ominously. Lu Ziyue's delicate face was etched with anxiety and concern. Big brother, can you manage? Chu Tian furrowed his brow, replying, A man must never admit defeat. Besides, I need not lift a finger today. At that moment, a chilling smile graced his lips as he surveyed the gathered crowd, undeterred by fear. Although Heavenly Black's strength had reached the threshold of transcendence, he was not necessarily a match for Chu Tian, with the true threat being the master of the Black Xian Gate, his only worthy adversary. Heavenly Black had closed the distance to about 2 meters from Chu Tian, and the expression on Chu Tian's face filled him with irritation. He sneered, "Chu Tian, while you may be self-aware, you are exceedingly foolish. If Miss Song were truly intent on pleading for you, she would merely incapacitate you by breaking your arms and stripping you of your powers, not take your life. Yet, you are too dim-witted. You have driven Miss Song away, leaving you with no path but death. No one will come to your rescue." He did not rush to attack. Instead, he relished the role of a cat toying with a mouse. What he cherished most was witnessing his opponents descend into hopeless despair and fear. Yet he saw none of that on Chu Tian's face, which displeased him greatly. With a sardonic smile, Chu Tian retorted, "You are mistaken. Do you truly believe that woman was trying to save me? Can't you hear the mockery in her tone? If you desire such a woman, I shall gladly offer her to you for free." Heavenly Black was taken aback, his expression darkening. His earlier taunt aimed at belittling Chu Tian had backfired, as Chu Tian had countered with unexpected wit. Such a pretentious woman would not survive 3 minutes in his presence, as he would dispose of her effortlessly. It was no wonder the Song family's pride was renowned. She was indeed stunning beyond compare. The only one who could rival her beauty was Lu Ziyue standing before him. With that thought, he could not help but lick his lips. Laughter bubbling forth as greed filled his gaze. "Chu Tian, seeing your pitiable state, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Kneel and apologize to me, leaving this woman behind, and you may depart. I can overlook your previous indiscretions." He feigned benevolence, like a cat lamenting for a mouse. When the time came for Chu Tian to leave, he would show no mercy, shattering both his hands and feet, dismantling his powers. He could not fathom that Chu Tian would rise again after such an encounter. Chu Tian, fully aware of Heavenly Black's intentions, smiled coldly, turning his gaze toward the master of the Black Xian Gate. "Is this your sentiment as well? Do not waste time." Black Mountain, the master of the Black Xian Gate, dismissed Chu Tian with impatience. "Yes," Black Mountain replied respectfully, with the master withdrawing. He deemed it unnecessary to prolong the confrontation. "Chu Tian, prepare to meet your end." As he spoke, he raised his hand and launched an attack toward Chu Tian with lightning speed. Just as a lion exerts full force when hunting a rabbit, he could not afford to falter now, especially after realizing Chu Tian's potential. He acknowledged Chu Tian as an undeniable genius capable of battling beyond his level, yet today, he would perish at his hands. There was a perverse thrill in dispatching such talents, particularly relishing the unwillingness and fear etched upon their faces in their final moments. His emotions surged, reaching a boiling point as his palm neared Chu Tian's dantian. Chapter 51. Suddenly, a thunderous shout echoed from outside the door. "Stop!" Yet, Heishan not only disregarded the command, but accelerated his assault. His singular aim was to incapacitate Chu Tian, heedless of any obstacles, obeying only the orders of the sect leader. However, although his speed was impressive, Chu Tian's agility surpassed it. With a decisive move, Chu Tian seized the moment as Heishan charged toward him, delivering a resounding slap. Having repeatedly ascended from the realm of mortals to the martial emperor level, his cultivation speed was extraordinary, complemented by extensive combat experience that allowed him to deftly exploit Heishan's vulnerabilities and counter his attacks. Despite Heishan exerting all his strength, he underestimated Chu Tian, which led to his momentary lapse in vigilance. Consequently, Chu Tian's slap landed forcefully upon Heishan's face, akin to a hammer striking his skull. Heishan was sent reeling, his body spinning backward. As he crashed to the ground, a dull roar filled his head, and he instinctively spat out a mouthful of blood, mingled with the remnants of his teeth. Dazed, he shook his head vigorously, struggling to rise, his unsteady gait nearly causing him to fall again. He felt a disconcerting fog enveloping his mind, as if his thoughts had momentarily ceased. Chu Tian, perceiving Heishan's plight, stepped forward, forming his fingers into a fist. With a resounding thud, he unleashed 2 successive punches. The first struck Heishan's dantian, utilizing a unique dark energy that utterly obliterated his chi reservoir. The second blow landed on Heishan's waist with a sickening crack. Heishan's agonizing howl pierced the air, his eyes bulging as he collapsed, a crimson stain blooming around his waist. His hip bones were shattered to fragments, yet miraculously, his blood vessels remained unharmed. The injury rendered him permanently disabled, leaving him devoid of sensation below the waist. He was now a true cripple, his cultivation completely annihilated. His dantian, damaged by the dark energy, was akin to a sieve, incapable of storing internal energy. In that moment, he resembled a frenzied lion, roaring in despair. "You are doomed. How dare you?" This unexpected scene left onlookers wide-eyed, particularly the sect leader of the Black Xian sect, whose expression reflected utter disbelief. The speed demonstrated by Chu Tian had even left him, an expert of transcendent realms, feeling inferior. He began to suspect that Chu Tian had deliberately concealed his true strength to catch them off guard. Filled with rage, the sect leader feigned the presence of a peak-washing Murong realm master, yet Chu Tian had effortlessly dispatched someone of half-step, transcendent level. How could a washing Murong realm cultivator achieve such feats? Chu Tian advanced slowly, an enigmatic smile gracing his features. Yet, in the next instant, he lifted his foot and stomped down upon Heishan's arm. The sound of crunching bones resonated painfully, followed by Heishan's heart-wrenching scream. The sect leader of the Black Xian sect was now entirely enraged, his aura surging violently. You seek death. Chapter 52. The master of the Black Mystic Gate was engulfed in a furious rage, a phantom of a black tiger manifesting behind him, exuding an overwhelming aura as it advanced step by step towards Chu Tian. At that moment, his momentum reached its zenith. The black tiger's apparition resembled a ferocious beast descending from the mountains, radiating an aura of terror. The might of the transcendental realm was vividly displayed. He had anticipated that Chu Tian would be on high alert, yet instead, a contemptuous smile graced Chu Tian's face as he lifted his foot and ruthlessly stomped down on the other arm of Black Mountain. The sickening sound of shattering bones echoed once more. Black Mountain collapsed, rendered unconscious by the searing pain, shattered bones piercing through his shoulder, crimson blood staining his garments. The master of the Black Mystic Gate was infuriated to the brink of explosion. The last individual who dared to disregard him had long since become a mere memory, their grave overgrown with grass, their demise utterly tragic. Chu Tian, if I do not flay you alive today, my heart shall find no peace. He declared, I shall not kill you immediately. Instead, I will methodically crush your bones and gradually separate your flesh from your bones, flaying and grinding you to ash. The Black Mystic Gate had suffered the loss of 3 elders, and the deputy master had been incapacitated. Should this incident become known, they would be the subject of ridicule. If he did not restore his honor today, he might as well relinquish his position as master, lest he become the object of mockery. His aura surged to its peak, the ferocious tiger behind him almost materializing, poised to strike. Just then, a voice rang out from outside. Master, you must not. The master of the Black Mystic Gate had already glimpsed the figure standing at the entrance. It was none other than their deputy master. While his own strength might be lacking, he held the reins of the Black Mystic Gate's economic lifeblood. His brow furrowed, his gaze fierce. What do you mean by that? The deputy master's complexion paled, his body trembling slightly. He dared not look at Chu Tian, nor make any eye contact, lowering his head slightly before, without hesitation, kneeling before Chu Tian. After bowing several times, he trembled as he proclaimed, Your subordinate pays respects to the Pavilion Master. Pavilion Master? The master of the Black Mystic Gate furrowed his brow in confusion. This title was unfamiliar, yet it soon dawned upon him. His eyes widened in disbelief. His heartbeat and breath seemingly stifled in that instant, fixated on Chu Tian. His mind screamed, impossible. The Pavilion Master of the Divine Pill Pavilion, the most enigmatic figure. A formidable presence that inspired dread. How could it possibly be Chu Tian? Chu Tian was merely at the pinnacle of the marrow cleansing stage. How could he be the legendary Pavilion Master? The deputy master continued to cast anxious glances at the master of the Black Mystic Gate, his expression radiating genuine fear. Far from a facade. Do you recognize me? Chu Tian inquired, his gaze directed at the deputy master, curiosity evident in his eyes. If they had indeed met, he would surely have a recollection, for he had once been at the level of the martial emperor. His consciousness swept across the crowd, every face indelibly etched in his memory, with not a single detail overlooked. Yet this deputy master before him, he was certain he had never encountered him before. Chapter 53. The Vice Master bowed low, his voice trembling like sifted chaff. Esteemed Lord of the Pavilion, I once beheld your portrait, left by the Vice Master of the Divine Elixir Pavilion. It was a mere chance encounter. Our Black Xian sect is one of the forces under the Divine Elixir Pavilion, and thus your subordinate. The flood has washed over the Dragon King Temple. How could one not recognize their own kin? I implore you, spare my life. He then prostrated himself repeatedly, knocking his head upon the ground. He was no fool, possessing the economic lifeblood of the Black Xian sect. His intellect surpassed that of an ordinary merchant. The moment he laid eyes upon Chu Tian's visage and noted the latter's unreserved demeanor, he comprehended that he had indeed not mistaken his identity. With a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown, the man replied, The flood has washed over the Dragon King Temple? Merely uttering a phrase, you expect me to grant you clemency? Heishan sought to strip away my cultivation and reduce me to a pitiful cripple. This is his ultimate fate. I shall allow him to live, for I will not permit him to die. To let him endure suffering is the greatest torment, and even if he wishes for death, that would be an unattainable luxury. At this moment, not only the Vice Master, but also the Lord of the Black Xian sect trembled with apprehension. He could envision a once mighty master, now rendered powerless. Limbs discarded, reduced to utter helplessness. Such a drastic fall from grace, from exaltation to the plight of a mere insect, is a burden any cultivator would struggle to bear. Moreover, He Shan has many enemies. Should they learn of his current predicament, the ridicule and derision he would face would be unfathomable. They may not kill him, yet to strike at his heart is a torment far worse than death. If Chu Tian were to employ such methods against me, the consequences would be dire. He could scarcely fathom it. Particularly upon witnessing He Shan's current state, dread consumed him. If indeed that legendary lord of the pavilion stood before him, his prowess would render him utterly unmatched. No wonder the other party exhibited only the cultivation of the cleansing veins. It was all a ruse, playing with them as one would with insignificant ants. At this juncture, fear enveloped him, the earlier rage extinguished like a bucket of cold water dousing a flame, leaving his heart frigid. Chu Tian's gaze, a blend of mockery and mirth, bore into the Lord of the Black Xian sect, who remained silent. Yet that look incited a bone-chilling terror within him. The Lord of the Black Xian sect's body quivered. He dared not wager whether the Vice Master had erred in his identification, for the likelihood was minuscule. The Vice Master had previously informed him of a chance meeting with the Pavilion Lord's portrait in the Divine Elixir Pavilion's secret chamber, a matter that filled him with pride. Confidently asserting that he would recognize the Lord upon sight, fear gripped the Lord of the Black Xian sect. His heart raced as if Chu Tian could see through his very thoughts. His complexion turned as pale as parchment. With a thud, he dropped to his knees. His voice quaking, "My lord, I beg your pardon. I was blind to the truth. I never anticipated your presence at our Black Xian sect. Everything is my fault. But the mastermind behind this matter lies with Miss Song. She approached me with intentions to harm you." Chu Tian regarded the Lord of the Black Xian sect with a smile that held a hint of derision, his eyes shimmering with skepticism. "Are you placing the blame on her, or is there indeed substance to your claim? I trust you will reflect carefully before imparting your words. Errors can be forgiven, but one must not speak frivolously. What is required is unwavering loyalty, not embellishment. Do you understand?" The Lord of the Black Xian sect clenched his teeth. He could not ascertain Chu Tian's stance towards Miss Song, yet he felt compelled to cling to one statement. The events indeed stemmed from Miss Song. Unbeknownst to him, the true catalyst for Chu Tian's ire was not Miss Song Wanying, but rather a matter of sheer coincidence. Chapter 54. Chu Tian reclined on the sofa, his smile vanishing as his expression transformed into a tranquil facade, devoid of discernible emotion. Yet, his voice resonated with an undeniable authority. "Do not claim that I have not afforded you an opportunity." Merely a simple utterance caused the master of the black mysterious sect to tremble uncontrollably. He felt as if Chu Tian had pierced through his innermost thoughts, his voice quaking even more intensely. "Sect leader, Miss Song approached me solely with the intention of inciting me against you. I am not deceiving you. Even if I possessed 100 hearts of a bear and the courage of a leopard, I would not dare to lie. Moreover, there exists a conflict between us, primarily due to," he hesitated, redirecting his gaze towards Lu Ziyue. He believed Chu Tian was already aware of the previous circumstances. He had finally come to realize that he should not have rashly spoken out, especially recalling Miss Song Wanying's parting words. He no longer wished to assure Chu Tian. Recognizing that he had momentarily lost his senses and failed to contemplate the situation clearly, with a semblance of a smile, Chu Tian urged, "Do continue. I await your elucidation." The master of the black mysterious sect lowered his head, a frenzied glint flickering in his eyes. He was uncertain of Chu Tian's true intentions, yet he felt as if the scythe of death was poised against his throat. His existence hung in the balance of Chu Tian's whim. This sensation was profoundly unsettling. He was accustomed to wielding power over others' lives. Now, this same dread had befallen him, a reality he could scarcely accept. He dared not act impulsively. Kneeling forward on the ground, feigning terror as he quivered, "Sect leader, my discord with the Lu family has persisted for some time. Furthermore, the Divine Pill Pavilion is involved in this matter. Should you doubt me, I can provide evidence. I shall retrieve it forthwith. I am merely one of the subordinate factions of the Divine Pill Pavilion, lacking the audacity to act recklessly." As he spoke, he reached into his pocket, a mere half-meter away from Chu Tian. When he lifted his gaze, his eyes were ablaze with madness and malice. What emerged from his pocket was not evidence, but a dagger, a blade scarcely a foot long. It was drawn with such force that its scabbard was flung aside, the sharp edge seeming capable of cleaving the very air. The realm of transcendence erupted in that instant, moving with a speed akin to lightning, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. The sudden turn of events took even the deputy sect leader by surprise, his mouth agape, eyes wide with disbelief. He had previously warned the sect leader of the formidable prowess of that enigmatic master, claiming his strength reached the legendary martial emperor realm. How could the sect leader dare to act? Chu Tian had long been prepared, fully aware that the master of the black mysterious sect would not readily yield. The preceding exchange was merely a ruse to lower his guard. Indeed, a cunning old fox. He had resorted to kneeling in supplication for the sake of this moment of ambush, abandoning all semblance of dignity. Just as the dagger was about to pierce him, Chu Tian remained utterly still. The sharp blade struck the space beside him, embedding itself forcefully into the sofa. The master of the black mysterious sect, now seemingly deranged, relentlessly thrust the blade into the couch, stabbing it repeatedly, his countenance contorting further into a mask of madness. Chapter 55. Haha. What nonsense about being a leader. You have merely met your demise at my hands, strutting about like a peacock before me. You wish to extinguish my life, then let it be you who perishes first. I have never been inferior to anyone in my life. He rose to his feet, laughing maniacally towards the heavens. Everyone else stood in stunned silence, particularly Lu Ziyue, who, until now, could not fathom the situation, deeply suspecting that the master of the Black Xian sect had succumbed to madness under immense pressure. The deputy master stood gaping, his mouth agape enough to fit a goose egg. He felt his mind faltering, bewildered by the master's erratic behavior. What could possibly compel him to attack the sofa beside Chu Tian with such fervor? Had his wits been kicked out of him by a mule? The atmosphere was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. The master of the Black Xian sect turned his gaze towards the group. Feeling a sense of satisfaction upon witnessing their expressions, they had been thoroughly petrified by his display. With a sinister smile, he declared, "Do you see? This is the so-called formidable invincible powerhouse you speak of, unable to withstand even my ambush. What kind of invincible being is he? Today, he shall perish at my hands. And he has no one but himself to blame. Had he not pressed me so, perhaps I could have engaged him in a protracted struggle, at worst playing along with his whims. But he sought his own demise and refused to grant me respite. Thus I am left with no choice but to eliminate him first." As he uttered these words, his expression grew increasingly twisted and malevolent. His gaze fixed intently on Lu Ziyue. "You little minx, you ought to comprehend my desires. Now that your ally has fallen, only you remain. Will you willingly surrender the formula, or shall I strip you bare and subject you to 1,000 tortures? Your delicate visage is indeed quite enchanting. Even the Song family's first beauty pales in comparison to you. I imagine the experience would be rather exhilarating." His grotesque demeanor instilled a sense of dread in the hearts of those present. Lu Ziyue regained her composure, her eyes and expression reflecting profound strangeness. As she gazed past the master of the Black Xian sect towards Chu Tian, her beautiful eyes brimming with curiosity and a thirst for knowledge. The deputy master wished to speak, but found himself unable to utter a single word, consumed by a singular thought. The master is finished. Even the divine could scarcely save him now. The master of the Black Xian sect, his eyes filled with derision, said, "What expressions are those? All of you, take a look behind me. Could Chu Tian still be alive? I have struck him a total of 19 times, each blade aimed at a vital point. First his dantian, then his heart, followed by his carotid artery. My hands are drenched in his blood." As he spoke, he raised his hand, only to be momentarily bewildered. Just moments ago, he had seen his hands stained with blood, feeling its warmth. Yet now, there were no traces of blood to be found. In a sudden panic, he turned around, only to find Chu Tian regarding him with a bemused smile, having never moved from his position. His mind was in a state of confusion, struggling to comprehend the situation. As he stood there, staring blankly at Chu Tian, with a knowing smile, Chu Tian remarked, "I was aware of your intentions long ago. If you had chosen to plead for mercy, perhaps I might have spared you. Your strength could still prove useful. But you, in your desperation, have chosen betrayal at every turn. Since you have opted to be a dog, you must embrace the mindset of one. If you cannot even fulfill the role of a mere dog, what purpose do you serve for me?" Chapter 56. The Lord of the Black Xian sect found it impossible to accept the reality before him. Doubtful of his own sanity, his breath grew increasingly labored, and his expression became more frantic. "Impossible. You are dead. How could you possibly be alive? It's all a lie, all of it. In truth." He was shouting in rage as he lunged toward Chu Tian. With a swift change in the incantation held in his hand, Chu Tian's expression turned frosty. "Since you seek your own demise, I shall grant you that." He commanded, "Explode." With another alteration of his incantation, the Lord of the Black Xian sect felt his hand, which gripped the blade, erupt in a gruesome explosion, exposing the stark white of his bones. Blood flowed profusely. As all 10 fingers are connected to the heart, The obliteration of all 5 digits caused him to unleash a howl of agony that he could not suppress. He could hardly fathom how Chu Tian had accomplished such a feat. After all, he was a master of transcendent realms, possessing strength that ranked among the top 3 within the flowing cloud city. Yet now, he had effortlessly been rendered one-handed. The madness within him was doused like a cold splash of water, extinguishing the frenzy in his heart, leaving only boundless terror. What are you? A man or a specter? You cannot possibly be human. You must be a manifestation of blood, for how could you be so powerful? His insanity deepened, and the detonation of his fingers rendered him incapable of holding onto the blade. The weapon clattered to the ground, yet he remained oblivious. His gaze remained fixated upon Chu Tian, the mania in his eyes resurfacing, overpowering the fear within him. Slowly, he bent down and retrieved the short blade from the ground. Chu Tian, though I do not know what you have done to me, I am certain you will not have a second chance. Now, prepare to die. He had succumbed entirely to madness. However, what awaited him was a far more brutal reality. Chu Tian remained unmoved, a smile gracing his lips as he snapped his fingers once more. Just as the force of the Lord of the Black Xian sect surged forth, he felt an insidious presence burrowing into his mind, as if something sought to reduce his brain to a mere pulp. The excruciating pain tore through him, as though his very soul were being shredded into countless fragments. As his anguish cries echoed, the Lord of the Black Xian sect transitioned from an aggressive advance to a desperate kneel, clutching his head in despair. Throughout this ordeal, the onlookers were left in utter bewilderment, unaware of the horrific means employed. It was truly terrifying. Chu Tian maintained his dispassionate smile, his gaze filled with a chilling, murderous intent. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I was prepared. Taking a life is merely a matter of bowing one's head. I aim to eradicate your very essence. Now I sit before you, offering you the chance to strike first, yet you squander it. Whom can you blame for this? His indifferent words, laced with mockery, instilled profound fear in the Lord of the Black Xian sect. He could hardly shake the feeling that Chu Tian was a madman, one who could easily dispatch him with a single stroke, yet chose instead to torment him. He had already envisioned his own grim fate. Chapter 57. At this moment, despair had reached its zenith, rendering dignity and honor utterly worthless. Even if he yearned to fight with all his might, the opportunity had eluded him. Within his mind, a small entity churned tumultuously, as if to thoroughly shatter his brain, a torment beyond endurance. Moreover, with the erratic movements of that small entity, he had become increasingly uncoordinated. Chu Tian smiled faintly, reassuring, "Do not be afraid. With time, you shall adapt, shall you? You may act now. He is devoid of the strength to resist. Exercise caution. Do not inadvertently take his life, for any misstep could lead to endless troubles. This old wretch harbors a vengeful spirit and is capable of anything. Thus, we must strike first." Lu Ziyue nodded vigorously, her exquisite visage contorted with hatred. She picked up the sharp blade dropped by the master of the Black Xian sect and approached slowly, plunging it directly into his dantian. Her eyes blazed with intense loathing. "You villain, why do you persistently target the Lu family? Rather than devote yourselves to genuine research, you seek to usurp what is ours. As if we owe you anything. To obtain our elixir formula, you even prey upon innocent children. The formula was already provided to you. Yet you still resort to murder to silence us." At this juncture, her voice trembled with emotion. The first dead body she had ever encountered was that of her own cousin, merely 4 years old, yet subjected to unimaginable torment. The memory of witnessing her cousin's lifeless form haunted her, manifesting in nightmares that plagued her for months. She had not confided in Chu Tian about this, previously preoccupied with thoughts on how to guard against the Black Xian sect. Now, having the opportunity to exact vengeance with her own hands, her emotions and hatred surged uncontrollably. Chu Tian had long perceived the depth of animosity between the families, recognizing that resolution was far from simple. Thus, he had refrained from holding back and had prepared the poison beforehand. The medicinal insects he had acquired for Murong were now proving invaluable. Countless brushes with death had imparted a crucial lesson. Regardless of one's power, it is prudent to retain a few hidden cards. Even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. The folly of underestimating an opponent often leads to dire consequences. He had witnessed such instances too many times. He had no desire to be the next victim of misfortune. Without sufficient preparation and hidden strengths, he would never have dared to bring Lu Ziyue into such peril. The master of the Black Xian sect trembled uncontrollably, his dantian resembling a deflated balloon. His cultivation plummeted rapidly, descending to the cleansing marrow realm. And he could not suppress this decline. If it continued, he would be utterly incapacitated. He gritted his teeth against the pain surging in his mind and grasped the knife embedded in his dantian. Lu Ziyue, initially consumed by a desire for vengeance, was taken aback by the horrifying transformation of the master's expression. A mere exchange of glances revealed the bloodshot veins in his eyes. As if a demon had fixated upon her. She gasped in shock and retreated hastily. The master of the Black Xian sect had intended to launch a surprise attack. Hoping to drag someone down with him, Lu Ziyue was the weakest among them. However, as he made his move, she had already distanced herself. His hand hovered in the air, the intense pain in his mind surging uncontrollably. At that moment, he could bear it no longer. "Kill me, I beg you. Grant me a swift end," he pleaded. He had never considered the possibility of survival. With Chu Tian employing such tactics against him, how could he hope to live? He now comprehended the weight of the earlier sentiment. The desire for death itself was a luxury beyond reach. Chapter 58 The master of the Black Xian sect was consumed by an insatiable curiosity regarding Chu Tian's origins. His methods were exceedingly peculiar. Not only could he control the Gu insects, but the spell he had previously conjured had obliterated his finger into a mist of blood. The profound agony emanating from his shattered bones paled in comparison to the tempest raging within his mind. The pain reached an apex, leaving him with the sensation that his very soul was being incessantly torn asunder and reassembled. His mental state had utterly collapsed. "Please." He managed to force out a few words, his gaze fixed fervently upon Chu Tian, a look that seemed to carry an infinite plea for mercy. Chu Tian merely regarded him in silence, their exchange devoid of excessive dialogue. After another agonizing 10 seconds, the master of the Black Xian sect was completely unraveled. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his face, rendering him incapable of speech, his suffering having reached its zenith. With a faint smile, Chu Tian remarked, "It appears you are of no further use to me. Keeping you alive merely wastes my time." He snapped his fingers gently, and the cries that followed emanated from the masteress lips. Chu Tian rose and strode towards the exit, having come with the intention of resolving this matter. The Divine Pill Pavilion was a joint venture between him and the Lu family. Now, only Lu Tiandao, an 8th grade alchemist, remained, contributing nothing of value due to constraints. It was utterly inconceivable that Lu Ziyue was still auctioning off alchemical recipes at the auction house. He began to doubt whether she had ever spoken the truth to him, suspecting that Lu Tiandao had perhaps revealed some troubling information. Especially during her recent act of retribution, the hatred she displayed had profoundly affected him. As one of the subordinate forces of the Divine Pill Pavilion, he could easily reign in the Black Xian sect, having previously established a rule that those who defy authority would be executed without mercy. Lu Ziyue turned to face Chu Tian, her lips pressed tightly together, her eyes brimming with emotion. She wished to articulate her thoughts, yet the words remained unspoken. Chu Tian merely smiled gently. "Let us go. They shall no longer trouble you." Lu Ziyue followed him as they departed, leaving behind the chilling echoes of the master's anguished cries. Chu Tian had initially intended to take her to his villa, but midway through their journey, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, astonishment washed over him. The caller was none other than Murong Wanying. He had not wished to engage, believing there was little to discuss with the man. He had already formed a general understanding of Murong Wanying's character. The recent events were still fresh in his memory, and his reluctance to act decisively was likely due to the engagement between him and Murong Yun. He was unaware of the circumstances that had led to this arrangement, yet the situation was now laid bare before him. After a moment of contemplation, he pressed the answer button. Murong Wanying's voice resonated from the phone, laced with a hint of mirth, yet predominantly tinged with an oddity. It felt as though he was not regarding him with seriousness, yet was extending an exuberantly warm invitation. "I shall call you Xiao Tian directly. You are engaged to my daughter, and having saved her once more, I am at a loss to express my gratitude. Thus, I invite you to dinner, where we can also discuss your engagement." Chapter 59 I hope you can arrive punctually. I will send you the time and location right now. Chu Tian responded with a slight hum before abruptly ending the call. His gaze turned somewhat frigid. Lu Ziyue had gained a basic understanding of Chu Tian and softly remarked, "This feels more like a banquet of treachery. I even suspect that you may have offended a formidable figure." A distinct smile appeared on Chu Tian's face as he replied, "You are correct. I have indeed angered someone." Upon hearing this, Lu Ziyue hastily said, "Then you absolutely mustn't go. Once you arrive, who knows what may transpire. If you fall into their trap, your fist will be no match for their numbers. Moreover, to deal with a single individual does not necessarily require overwhelming strength. Other methods can be employed, such as the concoction of poison. A mere trace of toxin could render you completely powerless to resist. Although I am unaware of your true capabilities, you aided me today, and I cannot idly watch you walk into danger." Even I could discern that the voice on the phone was rather unusual. "I am certain you noticed it as well." Chu Tian's smile broadened as he gently chuckled. "This is a matter that can be easily resolved. There is no need for such complications. Worst case, I will simply make an appearance, just like today at the Black Mystic Gate. If they wish to create trouble, I will ensure they understand the meaning of regret. Now, you should return. I will send you a location to inform you of where I am staying. You may also choose to head back to your own family. Lu Ziyue pressed her lips tightly together. I truly need to return, especially while many have yet to react to the situation at the Black Mystic Gate. I must return to my family. That prescription is of utmost importance, and I am grateful for your assistance in saving me and avenging me. I can repay this life-saving grace by serving you as a maid or a servant. Chu Tian chuckled softly and shook his head. Let the past be as if nothing occurred. When you see your great-grandfather in the future, please convey my regards and mention my name in his presence. He will know who I am then. It is best for you to return. Your involvement in this matter is indeed inappropriate. At this moment, Lu Ziyue was filled with questions. Did this guy truly meet her great-grandfather? She instinctively asked, do you really know him? When did you meet? Why has my great-grandfather not returned to aid our family in overcoming this crisis? With his capabilities, he could easily restore our family's former glory. As she spoke, a hint of unspeakable sorrow crept into her voice. Chu Tian silently sighed within. As he had suspected, Lu Tiandao must have encountered some misfortune. Yet the specifics remained unknown even to his descendants, let alone himself. He had lingered too long in that secret realm, and his strength had yet to recover. Even if he were to refine pills, he could not produce anything beyond the 9th grade. As he pondered how to respond, Lu Ziyue suddenly smiled with a carefree air. You have already provided me with ample assistance. You must know my great-grandfather. Otherwise, you would not have gone to such lengths to help me. Completely dismantling the core of the Black Mystic Gate. I will certainly repay you. Chapter 60. Without any hesitation, Chu Tian chuckled softly and nodded. Very well. I shall await the day of your repayment. However, before that, you must first strengthen your own abilities, at least to the transcendent realm. If you do not reach that level, you will lack the strength to assist me and may even hinder my progress. Upon your return, focus on enhancing your power. As for the elixir formula, I hope you can safeguard it. Should you encounter insurmountable difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my help. Lu Ziyue yearned to remain by Chu Tian's side, wishing to cast aside all other concerns, yet ultimately dismissed this notion from her mind. Some burdens accompany one from the moment of birth, and they must be addressed. After their parting, Chu Tian made his way to the agreed-upon location. Upon his arrival, a faint smile graced his face as he surveyed the gathered crowd. Without uttering a word, he proceeded deeper into the gathering. At that moment, a figure obstructed his path. The voice was unmistakably familiar. It belonged to the woman he had previously treated, with whom he shared a marriage contract. Yet now, she stood directly before him. You are Murong Yun? He inquired. Murong Yun nodded gently, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. She exchanged several glances with Chu Tian before coldly stating, I appreciate your saving me, but fulfilling our promise is out of the question. The betrothal arranged by our elders is merely a shackle for us. And I see no affection for me in your eyes. Perhaps you are merely fulfilling a familial obligation. You may leave now. Chu Tian, however, smiled, a distinct smirk playing on his lips. I arrived with the marriage contract, only to discover your family entangled in dire troubles. I have even resolved that predicament and saved your life. And yet, you coldly reject me? Where am I to place my dignity? Murong Yun seethed internally, frustrated by the very gratitude she felt towards him. The schemes lurking behind the scenes compelled her to eliminate his involvement. If he continued, unforeseen calamities might ensue. Moreover, those orchestrating these events sought Chu Tian's demise. While she might find herself mired in danger, she did not wish her savior to share the same fate. For him, this could indeed be a catastrophic downfall. She was acutely aware of the capabilities of the individuals within the villa. If Chu Tian acted recklessly, he would undoubtedly meet a dismal end. It seems you have not grasped my meaning. Was my previous statement unclear? Our connection consists solely of a marriage contract. Yet you wish to treat it as something substantial? What era are we in? The Qing dynasty has long since fallen. Do you still cling to such antiquated notions? Are you out of touch with the times, or have I captivated you? If it is the latter, then you may freely laugh at such thoughts. I shall never marry nor. Chapter 61. The latter part of the conversation remained unspoken. Chu Tian interrupted Murong Yun's words directly, a faint smile gracing his face as his voice grew increasingly serene. I have come here solely for one purpose. The intention is quite simple, to dissolve the betrothal that binds us. I do not wish for either of us to be ensnared by this commitment. And the decision to annul this engagement does not rest with you. It was not you who initiated this bond. I stand here representing myself, and having come this far, I have no intention of retreating. I have no desire to involve myself in your affairs, and I harbor no emotional foundation towards you. We are akin to strangers. Regardless of what you say today, my resolution is unwavering. As he spoke, he began to stride further inside. Murong Yun felt a surge of anger. Did this man not perceive the signals she was sending? She had made her intentions abundantly clear, yet he continued to press forward with his declaration of ending their engagement. As if the matter could be resolved so easily. Deep down, she understood that today would not yield a simple resolution. Following him into the elevator, her teeth ground together in frustration. Do you still not comprehend your situation? I can tell you unequivocally that trouble awaits you. Once you step into the fray, they will not hesitate to strike with lethal force. I am not jesting. I am presenting you with a stark reality. I hope you grasp the gravity of my words. To her surprise, Chu Tian wore an unmistakable smile, sensing that Murong still had a chance. As for Murong, that remained to be seen. He could only speculate on the old man's thoughts. When the engagement was first established, they had come to him in supplication. Now, they sought to annul it outright. Though he could accept the dissolution of the betrothal, since that was his intent in coming here, the issue lay in the fact that they evidently sought to eliminate him. It was clear they had summoned formidable adversaries, and he could easily guess who they were. After Murong finished her admonishments, she realized that Chu Tian remained unfazed, even maintaining that same smile. Her anger intensified. Have you lost your mind? Do you not understand the implications of my words? If you do not leave now, once you ascend to the upper levels of the hotel, you will have no chance of escape. You must depart immediately, for there may still be a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Chu Tian regarded Murong with a calm demeanor, his voice resolute and unwavering. Regardless of the circumstances, now that I am here, I have no intention of departing easily. I must resolve this matter thoroughly. I do not wish for any other forces to encroach upon my vicinity, in my domain. How can I allow others to rest? His final words, though spoken in an unassuming tone, resonated deeply with Murong, causing her heart to skip a beat. You. Chu Tian paid no heed to Murong protests. Since he had arrived, he was determined to address the situation completely. Who knew what further entanglements might arise if he did not? Moreover, he had already surmised the identity of the puppeteer behind this scheme. Failing to seize this opportunity to resolve matters would lead to endless complications, and he wished to avoid conflict with these individuals. Yet, as is often the case, circumstances rarely align with one's desires. Chapter 62 Murong was genuinely infuriated. The individual before her was entirely disregarding their safety, boldly charging ahead despite her clear warnings. At this moment, Murong could no longer contain herself. Her voice trembled as she said, "Since matters have escalated to this point, I shall speak plainly. What awaits you now is not a discussion of the marriage contract, but..." However, before she could finish her sentence, the elevator doors swung open to reveal Murong standing at the entrance. His gaze fixed upon his daughter, his expression conveyed unmistakable meaning, imbued with dangerously ominous signals. Murong pressed her red lips together, refraining from continuing her statement. With her father now present, if Chu Tian remained oblivious to the implications, it would be his own folly. She felt a deep sense of helplessness. Although the Murong family was powerful, they had long been entrenched in the city. And outside its borders, they were indeed insignificant. Moreover, their family was on a steady decline. Presently, someone was proactively offering benefits, including cultivation resources and precious treasures, with a singular objective in mind. That objective was something she simply could not accept, perceiving it as a colossal trap. Many were aware that marrying her would equate to acquiring all the resources of the Murong family. Not only the prominent families within this city, but even those from the capital were tempted. If they could secure her as a bride and use their family as a springboard, they could gradually exert control over the economic lifeblood of this city. Chu Tian's perception of Murong had always been quite favorable. Although her previous words seemed devoid of warmth, a closer inspection revealed her intentions were self-serving. Most likely, she sought to dissuade him from becoming involved, yet Murong would undoubtedly face repercussions. These repercussions would not solely stem from the Murong family. Those who supported Murong would be infuriated as well. He had previously sought to assist Murong in extricating herself from her troubles and dissolving that marriage contract. However, it was now evident that someone aimed to target him, utilizing the Murong family as a pawn. He was curious to discover the identity of this individual and whether it aligned with his suspicions. Murong's smile grew increasingly genial as he led Chu Tian to the highest-level sky restaurant. Meanwhile, Murong found herself obstructed from following. The reason was straightforward. Xiao Tian, I am profoundly grateful for saving my daughter's life, which in essence saved our entire family. I shall refrain from excessive words. I remember your kindness in my heart. However, there is one matter on which I require your assistance. If you can help me with this, I assure you that you shall not be left wanting afterward. Chu Tian maintained a calm smile. Speak. What is it that you need? At this moment, it was evident to him that Murong bore little affection for him, and could almost be described as instinctively haughty, as if he were of no consequence within the Murong family. He sighed inwardly, realizing that the Murong family's path had grown narrow. As they entered the sky garden, Chu Tian marveled at the splendor before him. Indeed, it was a true representation of a top-tier power, and the resources required to maintain this sky garden must be nothing short of immense. Furthermore, it involved many complex formations. Chapter 63. Chu Tian cast a cursory glance before shifting his gaze to the surroundings. He sought to ascertain whether there were others present, yet he quickly averted his eyes. For apart from himself and Murong Longqing, there seemed to be no third party. At that moment, his heart brimmed with uncertainty. Murong Longqing's cultivation was not particularly formidable, and his family was steadily declining. Who, then, had instilled in him the audacity to confront him? Maintaining a facade of composure, he seated himself at the dining table in the aerial garden opposite Murong Longqing. Their eyes met, and a more pronounced smile graced Chu Tian's visage as he calmly inquired, "Please state your business directly. I have no desire to squander time here. There has been little communication between us, and my purpose today is to dissolve our engagement. If you are amenable, then from this moment forth, I shall have no further ties with the Murong family. My prior act of saving your daughter was merely to assuage my conscience." His voice was tranquil, yet Murong Longqing was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though he had made a grave miscalculation. Could the individual behind him truly assist him? This remained an uncertainty. He was acutely aware that he was grappling with a formidable adversary, yet he felt compelled to proceed. The consequences of inaction would undoubtedly be far graver. The ability to plant a goo worm once would likely lead to a second occurrence, and who could guarantee such fortuity would persist? The other party had clearly aimed for control, perhaps due to some utility he had for them. However, the strategy had evidently shifted, particularly with that enigmatic figure behind him. He felt no inclination to resist. His only desire was to preserve his assets and provide greater cultivation resources for his daughter. Perhaps she could indeed soar to great heights in the future, but standing alongside Chu Tian would be tantamount to an early demise. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he managed a strained smile. "Xiao Tian, you have already articulated the purpose of your visit. You are my daughter's savior. And while we have refrained from reminding you of certain matters, it is with the intent of advising you to leave this city immediately. Perhaps you may yet find a glimmer of hope. Should further troubles arise, the repercussions are all too clear." Upon hearing these words, Chu Tian felt a shift in his perception of Murong Longqing. Perhaps this man was not entirely devoid of virtue. He seemed to be one who ingratiates himself with powerful forces. Faced with the current dilemma, he chose to speak candidly, urging him to depart at the first opportunity. Chu Tian smiled faintly. "Some matters must be resolved. Failure to address them may leave me with regrets. And I have no desire to inscribe any regrets upon the annals of my life. Regret is a term that does not exist in my lexicon. I am aware that there are likely other machinations at play behind the scenes. You are reluctant to act against me, especially since, in principle, our engagement has not yet been irrevocably severed. Yet now, as someone seeks to eliminate me, you find yourself unable to confront them. Thus you are left with no choice but to acquiesce." He is surnamed Yuan. As he uttered the last three words, Chu Tian's gaze remained fixed intently on Murong Longqing. Chapter 64. Murong Longqing's expression shifted slightly. He longed to directly inform Chu Tian that there was still time. However, the expression on Chu Tian's face profoundly moved him. Some words ultimately remained unspoken. Chu Tian smiled faintly, observing as the service staff steadily arranged an array of delectable dishes upon the table. He promptly picked up a piece of sea cucumber, savoring its delightful flavor. His compliment seemed effortless, as if he had cast aside any concern for the impending matters. He remained composed and unruffled. Murong Longqing found himself at a loss for words. Watching Chu Tian indulge in his meal with an air of indifference towards him, a hint of discomfort flickered across his countenance. Gritting his teeth slightly, he finally mustered the courage to voice his concerns once more. "Are you truly unwilling to consider my perspective? My daughter must have shared certain matters with you. Though I cannot ascertain your backing, one thing is certain, you cannot contend with them." Chu Tian chuckled softly, shaking his head. "I have yet to try. Who claims I cannot contend with them? My purpose in coming today is not to confront him, but simply to dissolve the marriage between myself and Murong Yun. It is as straightforward as that. Although I am bound by a betrothal to Murong Yun, I have no intention of publicizing this matter. Moreover, I can assure you that the instigator is among us. Otherwise, such news would not have spread so swiftly. I trust you comprehend this logic." With a playful smile, Chu Tian picked up his chopsticks and placed some dishes onto Murong Longqing's plate. His smile remained evident as he continued, "I understand your response. Now, you merely need to annul the marriage between your daughter and myself, and this matter will be conclusively settled, allowing us to coexist without interference." Upon hearing these words, Murong Longqing felt as though Chu Tian had seen straight through him. Their gazes locked for a moment. Chu Tian, still smiling lightly, averted his eyes and resumed his meal. In truth, he had already deduced that someone had poisoned the food when it was served, based on his experience with various toxins. Even consuming them directly would pose no threat to him. His immunity to toxins had reached an alarmingly formidable level. At that moment, he maintained an air of nonchalance, merely seeking to witness any last alterations in Murong Longqing's demeanor, thus creating an opportunity. Murong Longqing bowed his head, feeling despondent. The chances he once had seemed to evaporate. He had offered all the warnings he could, yet it was Chu Tian who failed to seize the opportunity. Should any further complications arise, the blame could not be placed upon him, especially after witnessing Chu Tian consume the food. A sigh of resignation escaped his lips. After all, this man was the savior of his daughter, and had circumstances permitted, he would not remain a mere observer. However, the reality was that he could not afford to provoke those individuals. Now that the situation was laid bare before him, continuing down this path would surely lead to dire consequences. Chu Tian lifted his wine glass, gently swirling it, watching the clear liquid ripple within. His voice gradually took on a colder tone. Enough. There is no need for us to engage in superfluous conversation. Let those behind the scenes reveal themselves. I have already ingested the toxins you mixed in. Their effects are indeed remarkable, providing me with a slight enhancement. Murong Longqing was initially taken aback by Chu Tian's earlier remarks, but was suddenly struck by the realization that the toxins had remained intact. He felt as though he had missed a pivotal opportunity. Chapter 65. Having made his decision, even if a tinge of regret lingered in his heart, he swiftly suppressed it deep within. He remained silent, while Chu Tian felt a growing impatience. Having spent such a considerable time in the company of Murong Longqing, he was reluctant to prolong this encounter any further. Chu Tian, there are those who wish to meet you. What I said today was merely to provoke thought. My true intention was to make you aware of the perilous situation you currently find yourself in. I have exerted my efforts, and now you should engage with them. Murong Longqing stated before turning and striding towards the exit. Chu Tian did not touch the food he had served, nor did he sip the wine, allowing Murong Longqing to leave unimpeded, merely smiling quietly as he awaited the unfolding events. Upon opening the door to the aerial loft, Murong Longqing immediately encountered the figure standing outside. He hesitated briefly but ultimately swallowed all his words. This was, after all, a scheme. Chu Tian was not only ensnared in it, but also disregarded his counsel. Should any calamity arise, it would bear little consequence for him. Leave, commanded the man, appearing to be in his 30s and clad in black attire, as he blocked Murong Longqing's path and shut the door to the loft. He then turned his gaze towards Chu Tian. You are Chu Tian? Chu Tian smiled and nodded. Indeed, that is I. Did Yuan Shao send you? At this moment, he sensed the nature of the individual before him, recognizing him as another at the threshold of transcendence. You need not concern yourself with my origins. Simply know that today marks your demise. Remember my name, Yuan Shi, the one who will take your life. As he spoke, he stepped forward, his eyes glinting with the cold, lethal intensity. Chu Tian faced him with calmness, chuckling softly as he shook his head. Your prowess is insufficient. Yuan Shao, a scion of a prominent family in the capital, has dispatched someone of your caliber? Your name appears merely to be a pseudonym, suggesting you rank 11th among those nurtured by the Yuan family. Your capabilities are evidently lacking. Yuan Shi's gaze sharpened momentarily, yet soon a fierce killing intent flared within his eyes. He was not one for socializing. A dagger materialized in his hand as he approached Chu Tian, launching an immediate attack. Chu Tian's lips curled into a cold smile. Too slow. With those 3 words, Yuan Shi's heart raced, an ominous premonition creeping into his mind. In the next instant, his dagger failed to pierce Chu Tian. The latter had merely leaned back, allowing the blade to glide past him, while his fingers deftly struck at Yuan Shi's vital point. Yuan Shi's pupils constricted violently, disbelief etched across his face. How is this possible? Weren't you poisoned? How can you still wield your strength? His mind churned with confusion. Chu Tian was supposed to be unable to summon the energy within him, yet he had effortlessly neutralized his attack and countered with precision. Chapter 66. Yuan Shi was engulfed in a profound disbelief, retreating step by step, as though he had encountered a celestial being. He could never have anticipated that he would be defeated by Chu Tian. Although he was unaware of the full extent of Chu Tian's power, he was certain it had not reached an extraordinary realm, especially since Chu Tian had ingested poison beforehand. Yet now, the poison not only failed to have any effect, but according to Chu Tian's words, it had instead contributed to his strength. He found it unfathomable to comprehend such a sensation. In this world, the poison had become nourishment for Chu Tian. If that were indeed the case, how formidable must Chu Tian truly be? The congestion in his thoughts stemmed from an inability to grasp the depths of Chu Tian's might. Initially, he had underestimated Chu Tian, believing him to be relatively weak. But he now realized he had grossly misjudged him. I can see that your strength is indeed formidable, but I hail from the capital. Should you decide to act with lethal intent, the consequences would be dire, as you would then face the wrath of all the formidable masters from the capital. While I may rank merely within the top 30 among my peers, our family harbors many powerful experts. If you were to harm me, they would certainly not show you any mercy. As he uttered these words, Yuan Shi's heart was gripped by fear. He was not a death warrior of the family head. His achievements were solely due to his own efforts and talent, and he had no desire to perish here. If calamity were to befall him, there would be no one to collect his remains. Chu Tian's face bore a sardonic smile. I cannot be bothered with your futile prattle. If you cannot provide me with any assistance, you are nothing but a liability. I can render you utterly worthless just as easily as I could eliminate them all. You must first contemplate what kind of assistance you can offer me. If you have none, then what purpose do you serve? Do not speak to me of forming enmities. Our relationship was never amicable. If I wished to kill you, it would be a simple task, contingent solely upon the benefits you can bring me. As he spoke, he advanced slowly, a mocking smile gracing his features. At that moment, he sought to ascertain the mettle of those raised by the family. His opponent was known by the moniker Yuan Shi, presumably the 11th in rank among his kin, or perhaps ranked according to training. However, he preferred to believe the former. In any family, ranks would seldom be assigned based on training alone. Titles could evolve with the advancement of one's strength. Should Yuan Shi's prowess rise to the 10th position, his title might very well change as well. With an unyielding smile, Chu Tian approached Yuan Shi, his expression devoid of any discernible emotion. Yuan Shi could not help but swallow hard, his heart brimming with trepidation. If this individual truly intended to strike him down, death would be imminent. He was acutely aware of the actions of his family's young master. If he possessed formidable strength, he would undoubtedly fight fiercely, unhesitatingly confronting their young master. If he dared to challenge their master, how much more vulnerable would he be? In that moment, his heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. To concede defeat would render him appear weak, and in Chu Tian's eyes, he might never receive due recognition. Chu Tian, with a smile that danced between amusement and mockery, declared, I have laid the opportunity before you. Do not disappoint me. Chapter 67. Clear words echoed in Yuan Shi's ears. When confronting a colossal family such as those in the capital, it was evident that Chu Tian could not face them alone. Given the emergence of conflict, it was inevitable that there would be a resolution, a victor, and a vanquished. In any endeavor, the transmission of information is of utmost importance. It is imperative to ensure absolute certainty. To know oneself and one's adversary is to emerge unscathed from 100 battles. Yuan Shi could no longer bear the mounting psychological pressure, his voice quivering slightly. I swear that if you spare my life, I will comply with whatever you ask of me without hesitation. I can even become your subordinate, dedicated to serving your interests. A satisfied smile graced Chu Tian's face as he replied coolly, that alone is insufficient. Insufficient? Yuan Shi's heart raced, uncertainty flooding his expression, his voice trembling more violently. If that is not enough, what more do you desire from me? I am prepared to sell my life to you. You may keep evidence of our agreement. Should I show even the slightest hint of betrayal, you can disclose my treachery to the Yuan family. They abhor traitors, especially those who were once trusted confidants. If they were to learn of my betrayal, they would undoubtedly unleash the most brutal retribution upon us, thus instilling a profound fear of disloyalty. Yet, Chu Tian could not suppress his laughter, his face reflecting scorn. He merely observed Yuan Shi in silence. The latter's heart raced, dread evident on his countenance. He felt compelled to argue, even to assure Chu Tian that he would prove his worth, promising greater rewards if only he were spared. However, he was painfully aware that he was at a disadvantage. Such negotiations seemed futile, given that Chu Tian's prowess far surpassed his own, as he was not merely at the pinnacle of the Wanying realm. He had heard praises of his own abilities, yet had never encountered anyone 2 realms above him. Having reached the threshold of transcendence, he found himself no match for Chu Tian, who might have already been affected by poison. They had grossly misjudged his strength, unaware that he could potentially wield the poison to his advantage. Lacking mutual understanding of their respective powers, surrender seemed inconsequential. At worst, he could return and inform their patriarch, framing it as a strategic retreat. However, it felt as if Chu Tian could see through his thoughts. The sensation of being so thoroughly scrutinized was utterly disconcerting, forcing a strained smile upon his face, one that resembled a grimace more than a grin. Chu Tian, with a knowing smirk, remarked, It appears you will not shed tears until faced with the grave. You have stated that your survival presents me with significant advantages, but where do those advantages lie? Chapter 68. The mocking smile on Chu Tian's face became increasingly pronounced as he calmly declared, I do not regard the Black Xian sect with any seriousness. Their leader has now been rendered a complete invalid. If you wish to stir up trouble, I am more than willing to engage. However, you must disclose your full purpose without resorting to superfluous chatter, lest I perceive our discourse as a mere waste of time. Yuan Shi understood that Chu Tian merely sought a means to secure his allegiance. His expression turned grim, his gaze fraught with turmoil. He felt compelled to articulate something. Yet ultimately, it dissolved into a resigned sigh within him. After several deep breaths, he grit his teeth and said, I can summon your young master directly. Then we shall see if you possess the courage to act against him. Should you dare, I shall naturally submit. However, if you lack the audacity, then I have nothing more to say. I am willing to serve you, but it is highly likely that you will regard me as mere cannon fodder. Chu Tian displayed a smirk that danced on the edge of mockery. Are you attempting to negotiate terms with me? Do you believe you possess the standing to bargain? His expression remained unperturbed, his words devoid of emotional fluctuation, as if discussing a mundane matter. This demeanor only deepened Yuan Shi's trepidation. He was not only afraid of death but also of suffering. He spoke softly, if left to your own devices, I suspect you would not utter anything of value. Allow me to speak instead. I happen to have a straightforward solution. This method involves the use of goo worms, primarily to exert control over you. As you had previously contemplated, I am unaware of whose idea this was, but now that you find yourself in my grasp, it is only natural for me to take action. Will you administer the goo worms yourself, or shall I assist you? The mere mention of goo worms sent a wave of terror through Yuan Shi. They had once considered employing similar tactics against Murong and had comprehended the peril and horror associated with such methods. Chu Tian maintained his placid smile, quietly observing his counterpart, awaiting a response. His character had undergone a significant transformation, shedding the kindness of his former self. A benevolent person is often taken advantage of. One must learn to wield cruelty. Yuan Shi's fear deepened. The more he understood, the more terror gripped him. The application of goo worms was not to be taken lightly. If they spiraled out of control, the consequences would be dire. Such incidents were not uncommon, and he had never anticipated that such a predicament would befall him. A formidable master of the Yuan family, now threatened by such means. His countenance shifted repeatedly, while Chu Tian smiled faintly and taunted. It seems you have not made a choice. Allow me to assist you. This process is quite simple. All it requires is for a small worm to be placed within you, and it will burrow into your mind, sensing your every action, even if you wish for death. The worm will detect it beforehand and exert control over you. Your movements, no matter how swift, cannot outpace your own thoughts. Chapter 69. Since that little insect has already sensed your thoughts, it will undoubtedly take measures to prevent you from acting. As your demise would also signify the end of its existence. You shall become symbiotic entities. This is a unique type of parasitic insect. I obtained it from Murong and must extend my gratitude to Murong Longqing. Had he not invited me for dinner this evening, I would never have discovered this peculiar insect. As he spoke, a smile of delight spread across his face, and he produced a small vial, placing it on the table to reveal several black insects within. Upon encountering Murong earlier, he had already sensed something amiss and immediately employed his means. He managed to extract those 2 insects, claiming them as his own. His previous conversation had merely been a ruse to buy time for the refinement of those insects. He had long been on guard, ensuring he would not be deceived again. At this moment, his eyes were filled with mockery and derision. I am well aware that there must be a goo master behind you. Otherwise, Murong Longqing would not be so compliant, unless he has been quite literally brainless. A strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. If he is willing to act as someone else's lapdog, I would not interject, however. He would never deceive his own daughter, for even a tiger does not consume its cubs. Would you not agree? He then turned his gaze directly towards Murong Longqing, lifting his phone and gently shaking it. Allow me to remind you that I am currently recording. You would do well to consider your response carefully. If you choose to deny it, that is acceptable. I can easily attribute this matter to the Yuan family. Of course, if you admit to it. That would be most advantageous, akin to presenting a token of allegiance. I shall not instruct you on how to proceed, as we are bound by a marriage contract. This contract has saved your life. Otherwise, do you truly believe you would have survived to this moment? Murong Longqing had never anticipated that Chu Tian would be so forthright. His expression turned increasingly frantic as he instinctively began to retreat, fully aware of the methods employed by those individuals. However, they had assured him that such tactics would not harm his daughter, but rather inflict any repercussions upon Chu Tian. Yet now, Chu Tian had effortlessly uncovered and countered their schemes, exposing those tiny creatures and intending to place them upon both of them, instilling a sense of dread in their hearts. With a bemused smile, Chu Tian remarked, "When I previously spoke to you, I aimed to provide you with an opportunity. That opportunity is now laid bare before you. It remains to be seen whether you will cherish it. Should you fail to grasp the essence of sincerity, I have nothing further to say. At worst, I shall regard you as mere breeding grounds for these insects, which thrive in the human mind, serving as a unique form of parasite. I have an affinity for such parasites, as they are most suitable for controlling others. Once these insects are refined, they will allow me to commune with you at will. The function of the goo insect is precisely this. At present, I require a definitive answer. Who among you will provide it? Chapter 70. With a faint smile gracing his lips, Chu Tian's voice was frigid to the core. I no longer wish to squander time with you. I hope you can provide me with a satisfactory outcome. Should you fail to meet my expectations, consider the consequences for yourselves. He had already deduced the identity of the mastermind behind today's events and understood your intentions. Since I dare to attend this banquet, I possess ample confidence. Simply furnish me with the answer I seek. His tone grew increasingly calm, and his expression remained largely unchanged. Murong Longqing felt a surge of terror. He had not anticipated that Chu Tian would turn against him, especially given the betrothal between him and his daughter. Yet, Chu Tian seemed to dismiss this connection entirely. His message was unmistakably clear. Murong was filled with bitterness, watching as his aspirations of soaring to greatness slipped just out of reach, snatched away before his very eyes. The sensation was profoundly discomforting, laden with frustration and helplessness. Nevertheless, he found himself powerless, realizing that preserving his own life took precedence. Yet, an unsettling thought gnawed at him. The more he contemplated, the more dubious it seemed, particularly regarding the power of the goo worms, which he had witnessed firsthand. His daughter had fallen victim to their malevolence. The horrifying image lingered in his mind, causing him to tremble at merely the thought of these creatures. Yuan Shi clenched his teeth, new ideas forming in his mind. I am willing to host this ancient worm upon myself, as a token of loyalty. If you wish to lure our young master, it is quite simple. However, I strongly advise against any attempts on his life. The consequences would be dire. No one would be able to rescue you. Your strength, while formidable, pales in comparison to that of our entire family. We possess experts among us, though they belong to an older generation and seldom intervene. Yet, should they choose to act, their power would be overwhelming. He spoke with a tremor, each word betraying his inner turmoil. Chu Tian could not suppress a cold laugh. The chill in his voice palpable. You have come to provoke me deliberately, even seeking to eliminate me. I am merely returning your tactics in kind, yet in your portrayal, I am the one who threatens. Had you not sought to trouble me today, you would not find yourselves in this predicament. The opportunity was presented to you. But since you failed to seize it, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. As he spoke, he stepped forward. Yuan Shi had initially intended to unleash his own powers and confront Chu Tian resolutely. However, upon witnessing the indifference and disregard for life reflected in Chu Tian's eyes, he inexplicably found himself hesitant to resist, retreating step by step. His voice quivered even more. Chu Tian, I advise you not to act rashly. Do not place that worm upon me. I cannot bear such a fate. Moreover, we have a formidable goo master backing us. Should he intervene, that worm could easily be extracted from my being, and the repercussions would inevitably return to haunt you, possibly even affecting your family and friends. Are you truly willing to proceed down this path? Chu Tian sneered coldly, flicking his finger with a delicate motion, sending a small worm flying directly onto Yuan Shi's body. Chapter 71. Yuan Shi was utterly distressed, instinctively reaching to remove the small insect, yet it burrowed directly into his flesh. At that moment, he even contemplated severing his own arm, but it was merely a fleeting hesitation. A profound terror engulfed him, and he could not help but tremble uncontrollably. The insect had penetrated his body, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread and unease within him. He could distinctly feel its movements within him. Fear spread relentlessly. Chu Tian stepped forward, placing a finger upon Yuan Shi's acupoint while simultaneously channeling his incantation. Now, I ask you but one final question. Will you choose death or submission? Chu Tian's incantation reached its penultimate stage, awaiting a clear response from this individual, a technique he could effortlessly wield. He had endured much and possessed an unparalleled understanding of human nature. Without the necessary restraint, Yuan Shi would never comply. And he was also eager to ascertain whether the young Master Yuan remained in the city. As long as the other party was present, he could easily maintain control over this individual. He doubted that a spoiled scion from a prestigious family could withstand the affliction of the insect. Yuan Shi's voice trembled even more violently. Chu Tian, in your obstinacy, have you not contemplated your future and the consequences? Your strength is formidable. One might even say you possess extraordinary talent. Yet, should you act against us, your potential will be extinguished before it has the chance to flourish. A talent that has not matured cannot be deemed a genius. Chu Tian, with a smile that danced on the edge of mockery, replied, at this stage, how dare you speak so boldly before me? Do not blame me for being ungracious. With that, he snapped his fingers lightly. Yuan Shi felt as though something within his mind was tumultuously churning, threatening to obliterate his very essence. In that instant, he truly comprehended the terrifying nature of the insect. He could scarcely articulate a coherent thought, only able to emit a harrowing scream, his body trembling uncontrollably. Chu Tian intended to set an example, his smile becoming more pronounced as he turned his gaze toward Murong launching. Previously, your daughter and I were bound by a marriage contract. Even if you wish to disregard this agreement, such actions were unnecessary. Your sudden invitation to meet today is merely an attempt to collude with others to control me. Am I being unreasonable in my actions? Murong launching shook his head fervently, fearful of uttering any words of defiance. He was consumed by thoughts of how, should Chu Tian spare him this time, he would never again collaborate with the Yuan family, particularly in matters concerning Chu Tian. He resolved to keep his distance in the future. Chu Tian's smile deepened. I have no faith in your words. Seeing is believing. Hearing is deceiving. What you say strikes me as a mere jest, unless you can directly present that letter of allegiance. You shall remain nothing more than a puppet under the control of the insect. Chapter 72. Murong launching was engulfed in profound regret, to the point where he felt as though his insides were twisting in anguish. Given a chance to relive the past, he would never dare to repeat such folly. He had never anticipated that Chu Tian possessed such formidable strength, utterly unfazed by the toxins. The poisons proved ineffective, and their understanding of Chu Tian's actual abilities was limited. He appeared to be at the pinnacle of the marrow-cleansing realm. Yet, even a fool would recognize the absurdity of someone at that level attempting to confront a half-step transcendent. The only conclusion was that Chu Tian was concealing his true power, and doing so with remarkable depth. At this moment, his heart brimmed with resentment and regret. He even pondered whether Chu Tian's union with his daughter might elevate their family's power to unprecedented heights. However, it was too late for such thoughts. Chu Tian would never trust him again. The reality was stark. No matter what he did, as long as Chu Tian focused solely on the outcome and disregarded the process, the result was something he could not provide. Even if he wished to betray young Master Yuan, he had no knowledge of the latter's whereabouts. Nor did he dare to act against a prominent family from the capital. A strong dragon does not intimidate the local snake. He merely sought to avoid trouble. Should the Yuan family, a formidable dragon, decide to take action against him, he would have no opportunity to resist. The more he contemplated, the deeper his regret grew. His face contorted in a struggle of emotions. Chu Tian, with a smile that was both sardonic and enigmatic, remarked, "The Yuan Shi lying on the ground is but a means to demonstrate my resolve. Will you choose to comply, or will you opt for mutual destruction? I would prefer the latter, for your daughter possesses far greater intellect than you, and she is far more pragmatic, unwilling to gamble with a tiger. Yet, you are consumed by such thoughts. We have no enmity. I saved your daughter and presented you with a marriage contract. Even if you choose not to uphold your previous promises, you should not conspire against me with those others. Even if I wish to spare you, I would still feel deeply unsettled. When my mood is disturbed, it affects my cultivation and realm. I must allow myself the liberty to express my discontent, transferring all my frustrations onto others. Why should I endure your plots while you expect me to regard you with any semblance of courtesy?" Chu Tian had endured countless trials and tribulations, experiencing the fickleness of human emotions. Now, in every endeavor, he favored having ample assurance and confidence. The Yuan family was indeed powerful, yet they paled in comparison to him in his prime. He had repeatedly reached the martial emperor realm, rendering him invincible in this world. However, the past was fraught with painful memories. Each time he attained such heights, he would be drained by a certain woman, leaving him with a lingering ache. Those bygone events replayed ceaselessly in his mind. He could not deny that Lu Rian embodied the very essence of feminine allure, effortlessly commanding various styles, both enchanting and sweet. Unbeknownst to Murong launching, Chu Tian's thoughts were far removed from his own, and his expression shifted incessantly. Gazing at Yuan Shi on the ground, fear intensified, and his body appeared increasingly agitated. The nature of the poison was inherently unreliable. One could never predict when it might erupt, leaving him to suffer the same fate as Yuan Shi. Chu Tian coldly declared, "The opportunity lies before you, yet you fail to cherish it. Thus, I must take matters into my own hands." Upon hearing these words, Murong launching could not help but tremble uncontrollably, stepping back while calling out loudly. Chapter 73. No. Without a trace of hesitation, Chu Tian's actions were imbued with mockery as he accelerated his movements. His fingers deftly pressed against Murong launching's acupoints, rendering him utterly powerless to resist, simultaneously sealing all his energy points. Murong launching was not a practitioner, and before Chu Tian, he had no means of counteraction. A sardonic smile graced Chu Tian's face as he released a small insect from a glass vial, placing it upon Murong launching's arm. Tremors coursed through Murong launching's body. Yet he found himself devoid of control. Although he had yet to experience physical pain, an overwhelming sense of dread consumed him. Regret gnawed at him. If granted another chance, he would unequivocally avoid such actions, keeping his distance from the Yuan family. Yet, it was too late. There was no remedy for regret in this world. Chu Tian approached Yuan Shi, a pronounced mockery evident on his face. I presume you can now converse with me candidly, rather than engage in futile chatter. As he spoke, his fingers tapped rhythmically on Yuan Shi's body. Restored to his faculties, Yuan Shi's countenance was twisted in terror. The agony he had just endured felt akin to having his very soul torn asunder, only to be repeatedly stitched back together. The intensity of that pain was unparalleled. In that moment, fear reigned supreme, and tears cascaded down his cheeks. He would rather embrace death than endure such torment again. As though someone had forcibly removed his crown and poured a ladle of scalding red oil into his skull. Please, spare me. Whatever you ask, I shall comply without hesitation. I would never dare to defy you. Grant me but one chance. His voice broke into sobs by the end. Those who have never experienced such anguish can never fathom the true extent of the suffering it inflicts. Chu Tian's smile widened in satisfaction. Indeed, I am quite pleased with your current demeanor. It appears that a modicum of pain is necessary for you to truly comprehend what is required of you. I now wish for you to submit a pledge of loyalty. Contemplate your next course of action. Yuan Shi grasped Chu Tian's intent. It was merely to lure their family's young master and employ similar tactics. A flicker of resentment towards his master stirred within him. Were it not for the young master, he would not find himself in such dire straits. He was not a family-bred soldier, capable of sacrificing everything for the clan. But summoning his own master so easily would render him useless. A being bereft of purpose might not even be afforded the chance to live. Who could predict whether Chu Tian would subject him to the torturous insects, leading him to a painful demise? He dared not gamble. He could not afford to lose. Chu Tian, with a smile that straddled the line between amusement and menace, inquired, Have you not yet reached a decision? Your time is running short. Chapter 74. Yuan Shi was utterly distraught, his gaze filled with an unprecedented terror. The look in Chu Tian's eyes felt akin to the chilling stare of death itself. He yearned to refuse, yet no words escaped his lips. In that moment, his expression transformed from one of grotesque rage to a haunting struggle and hesitation. Chu Tian, with a semblance of a smile, remarked, There are certain matters that, though unspoken, you comprehend fully. If I were to release you at this very moment, it is likely that your return would not yield a favorable outcome. You are more aware than anyone of the true circumstances. It is not my intention to trouble you. Rather, it is your relentless pursuit that has brought us to this point. Thus, I must act decisively. Yuan Shi could not suppress his trembling form. As the light seemed to dim within his eyes, his head bowing in resignation. I am willing to cooperate. Chu Tian's face brightened with a smile. Excellent. Since you are amenable to collaboration, let us commence forthwith. Relay a message to your esteemed young master and draw him here. Yuan Shi acquiesced, his spirit irrevocably shattered. Having chosen treachery, he dared not resist further, resigning himself to serve Chu Tian in silence. Chu Tian spoke calmly. Rest assured, I am not devoid of virtue. Since I have entrusted you with this task, you shall be treated as my loyal hound. I would not allow you to perish. Perform your duties well, and I shall bestow upon you greater rewards, potentially enabling your cultivation to transcend to a higher realm. With that, he turned and departed. Meanwhile, at the Song residence, Song Wanying's countenance grew grave, her expression fluctuating with unease. Is it still impossible to subdue it? She inquired, to which those around her hastily nodded. Miss, we have exerted every effort, yet the Qilin has succumbed to frenzy. Only a force far greater can quell it. Alongside some critical items that are solely within the possession of the Shiao family. However, their current stance appears rather ambiguous. They seem reluctant to engage in further dealings with us and exhibit a hint of resistance. Although they have not outright expelled me, the sentiment is almost identical. As the old steward spoke, a flicker of confusion and concern danced in his eyes. The head of the Shiao family, Showdown, had collaborated with them for approximately 3 years, during which he had wholeheartedly supported their endeavors. Yet, this sudden shift in demeanor left him anxious, sensing impending trouble. Should their family fail to contain the Qilin beast, the consequences would be dire, potentially reducing all their achievements to mere illusions. Song Wanying's expression turned icy. Rest assured, I shall devise a solution. You may leave. I will personally visit the Shiao estate. The old steward withdrew, and after a moment of contemplation, Song Wanying realized she could not recall any offense against Showdown. Unable to fathom the situation, she resolved to confront it herself. Upon arriving at the Shiao estate, dusk had settled in. After the guards announced her presence, she was granted an audience with Showdown. The two exchanged polite pleasantries. Chapter 75. Showdown invited Song Wanying into his study, yet he did not offer her even a single cup of tea. His face retained the gentle smile he always wore, revealing no hint of unease. However, Wanying sensed something amiss. Her heart raced, feeling an unsettling tension in the air. Master Xiao, I have come to request the acquisition of that particular jade artifact. For only that unique tone can lull the Qilin into slumber. However, the consumption is considerable. Every 3 months, a special jade piece is required, and only you, Master Xiao, possess such an item. If we have inadvertently offended you, I implore you to point it out, and I shall provide a satisfactory explanation. Wanying initially presumed she had offended Xiao Ding, but upon reflection, she could not recall any prior conflict. Xiao Ding represented the entire Xiao family, a venerable lineage of remarkable strength and a penchant for discretion, seldom revealing themselves to the outside world. As a result, ordinary individuals were scarcely aware of their existence. Yet she understood them quite well. Instead of a direct response, Xiao Ding merely chuckled and shook his head. Miss Song, do you recall what I said when we first met? Wanying smiled in return. Of course, I remember you mentioned that someone was aiding me. And that significant figure had spoken to you about assisting our family's development. Our family's progress relies entirely on your support. Without your assistance, the Song family would not exist as it does today. Xiao Ding replied with a light laugh. That extraordinary jade artifact also originated from that eminent individual. Now that they no longer provide it, I find myself unable to assist. As for how you may have offended that person, I cannot say. To be honest, I am merely in debt to that influential figure, and it was under their instruction that I acted in this manner. As for the rest, I shall say no more. Wanying's pupils constricted slightly, a wave of doubt washing over her. Now that she was on the brink of an engagement with young Master Yuan, how could a sudden change of heart occur? Master Xiao, could you reveal the identity of that influential figure? Is it not young Master Yuan? Xiao Ding paused momentarily, then smiled while shaking his head, choosing not to elaborate. She could not fathom who else it could be besides young Master Yuan. Recalling the ambiguous words exchanged with him, her expression darkened. She had always believed that young Master Yuan had enlisted Xiao Ding's aid. It seemed only this gentleman from the capital possessed the influence to command Xiao Ding. Yet, now, everything appeared amiss. Master Xiao, to be frank, I had always assumed that young Master Yuan had established a collaborative relationship with you, which is why he exerted himself to assist me. When I inquired with him, he neither denied nor confirmed, leaving his stance rather ambiguous. Have I been deceived? A hint of pride crossed Xiao Ding's face, his expression hardening with a glint of coldness. Miss Song, should you choose to trust young Master Yuan's words, I would ask that you convey this message to him. Even if the head of the Yuan family were to visit in person, I would not regard him highly. Though he hails from a prestigious family in the capital, the Xiao family is no pushover. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Even if he, the strong dragon, arrives in Luyun City, it is uncertain who truly reigns as the stronger. Relay my words verbatim. From this point onward, our collaboration is irrevocably severed. I offer you one final piece of advice. Reflect on whom you have wronged. Chapter 76. Upon hearing these words, Wanying's pupils constricted sharply. Never having anticipated that Xiao Ding would confront young Master Yuan with such audacity, as if he held him in utter disregard, it appeared that she had indeed misjudged the situation from the outset. Her voice trembled slightly as she implored, Master Xiao, could you enlighten me as to the identity of the influential figure behind this? I genuinely do not comprehend the nature of my wrongdoing, nor do I believe I have wronged anyone. I have never been harsh with anyone in my dealings, and among the prominent individuals I have encountered, only young Master Yuan stands out. I have never interacted with others of significant stature. I beseech you to assist me with an introduction. At this moment, Wanying was genuinely alarmed. If they could not subdue the Qilin auspicious beast, her family would plunge into dire straits. Bereft of the Qilin's fortuitous influence, their enterprises and future prospects would stagnate, potentially leading to outright collapse, for borrowed fortunes are ultimately ephemeral, unless one ascends to an exceedingly high level of achievement or harnesses the auspices of others. This necessity was precisely why Wanying sought to marry young Master Yuan. For the Yuan family was among the illustrious clans of the capital, their familial fortune flourishing, making the suppression of the Qilin a manageable endeavor. It would also liberate her from the constraints imposed by others. However, at this pivotal juncture, a complication arose. The Qilin had descended into frenzy. And without the special jade artifact to induce its slumber, an endless array of troubles loomed ahead, potentially jeopardizing her engagement with young Master Yuan. Xiao Ding's countenance grew somewhat frigid, his voice calm as still water. Miss Song, I previously conveyed my thoughts to you, yet you have seemingly disregarded them entirely. I just cautioned you to reflect on whether you have wronged anyone, and without a moment's hesitation, you asserted that you have never treated anyone harshly. Return and ponder this matter thoroughly. This was tantamount to an eviction order. Despite her inner turmoil and reluctance, Song Wanying could not pursue the issue further. She lacked the standing to confront Xiao Ding and instead delved into introspection. Whom had she wronged, and why had Xiao Ding's demeanor shifted so dramatically? Moreover, who was the powerful figure lurking in the shadows? As she exited the Xiao residence, a name suddenly flashed through her mind: Chu Tian? It could not be him. If it were, how could he have vanished for 3 long years? There had to be elements she had overlooked, yet aside from Chu Tian, she had never wronged anyone. And he had merely aided her family in capturing the Qilin. Beyond that incident, she felt justified in her dealings with him. The more she contemplated, the more unsettled she became. Just as she prepared to depart, a familiar figure approached from a distance. It was none other than Chu Tian. At that moment, a surge of realization coursed through her, and her expression darkened with growing fury. She charged forward, obstructing Chu Tian's path. No wonder Master Xiao urged me to consider whether I had wronged anyone. It turns out you are the one orchestrating this. What benefit do you derive from this? Why are you targeting me? Chapter 77. Even if we cannot become engaged and must part ways, you should not stab me in the back. Upon hearing these words, Chu Tian furrowed his brow. Observing the extreme anger on Song Wanying's face, he suddenly recalled something, and a distinct smile appeared on his face. He spoke calmly. I never intended to target you specifically. I merely ceased to offer my assistance. Should I provide help for so long only to be deemed indebted when I choose to withdraw it? Is my help to you merely taken for granted? Song Wanying was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed derisively. Are you implying that the cooperation between the Xiao family and me over the years was solely due to your influence? Chu Tian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it was I. He spoke with unvarnished honesty. Yet, Song Wanying could not help but burst into mocking laughter. Oh, Chu Tian, I once regarded you as a trustworthy man. My beacon of hope. Losing you now means I may never again experience genuine affection. But now I realize that all men are the same. You are no exception. How brazen of you to claim that Xiao Ding acted at your behest and unhesitatingly chose to assist my family. Who do you think you are? Just because you belong to a prominent family in the capital? Why would Xiao Ding heed your words? A barrage of questions ensued, yet Chu Tian offered no explanations. Merely smiling faintly, Song Wanying, however, let out a cold snort. I see you have no words to defend yourself, not even a single explanation. My anger toward you is profound. I never anticipated you would transform into this. You have truly disappointed me. I once contemplated helping you out of this quagmire, but instead, you have been stabbing me in the back. You must have said something to Xiao Ding. Otherwise, he would not have rejected me so vehemently. We have collaborated for 3 years, and throughout that time, Xiao Ding provided unwavering support. But since your arrival, his demeanor has drastically shifted. Can you honestly claim this matter is unrelated to you? Chu Tian nodded. It is indeed related to me. I have made myself quite clear. I shall no longer offer you assistance, for there is nothing left between us. I have severed our ties. At this moment, Song Wanying was seething with rage. Her fury nearly overwhelming. Grasping Chu Tian's collar, she found she could not budge him, and could only glare at him with clenched teeth. Chu Tian, I truly did not expect you to be so despicable. While I am unaware of what you discussed with the head of the Xiao family, I can guess it involved various slanders and disparaging remarks. The head of the Xiao family was once very supportive of me, but now his attitude has shifted 180 degrees. No one else could have orchestrated this, but you. You know my vulnerabilities all too well. Chu Tian removed Song Wanying's hand, his gaze growing increasingly cold. You are mistaken. I am not privy to your vulnerabilities, and we have never engaged in such affairs. I do not know your depths. His words carried an ambiguous undertone. Song Wanying paused, her face flushed with anger, a mix of shame and rage. You have not only disappointed me, but now also incited my wrath. I advise you to clarify matters with the head of the Xiao family immediately, or do not blame me for being unkind. Chapter 78. In his heart, Chu Tian was acutely aware that Song Wanying had misunderstood him, despite having offered an explanation. Yet, she chose not to believe him, and he found himself disinclined to utter another word. Indeed, Song Wanying had misjudged the situation, as it was Chu Tian who was orchestrating the events behind the scenes. He speculated that Xiao Ding's assistance was merely a gesture of mentoring a junior. After all, their collaboration had proven mutually profitable, with Xiao Ding never having imposed any unreasonable demands. She appreciated this type of partnership, where entanglements were minimal and mutual aid was the norm. Although she had not provided Xiao Ding with any assistance, it was solely due to their family's current lack of strength. Should their family's prowess increase, they would undoubtedly offer substantial support to the Xiao family. However, such a promising partnership had been compromised by Chu Tian, igniting an uncontrollable rage within her. Chu Tian, you must immediately inform Xiao Ding that all of this is your fabrication. I am not a woman who forsakes principles for profit. It appeared he had a clear understanding of his position, She had said nothing, yet he had brazenly suggested she clarify that he was not one to disregard integrity. Chu Tian latched onto the word disregard with particular emphasis. His heart burned with indignation, for the person who had wronged him the most was Wanying. In the past, he had ventured into the Cangyue Forest to aid her family in capturing the Qilin, and although he had reaped significant benefits from that endeavor, it had also led to his own fortuitous opportunities. Upon escaping the forest, he had yearned to share the news of his newfound freedom with Wanying, envisioning a future together. Yet, he had been met with the harsh reality of a divorce decree, issued by none other than Wanying herself. In the realm of Qilin, a man abandoned by his wife became a figure of ridicule, a fate that was equally scorned among mortals. This act had trampled his dignity into the ground, obliterating the remnants of his affection. At that moment, he regarded Wanying as a stranger. This was the extent of his forbearance. Conversely, Wanying felt it was acceptable for Chu Tian to make sacrifices for the family, considering she had previously assured him of compensation for his efforts. Chu Tian, you are currently destitute and without direction, are you not? I am at a loss as to how you have arrived at this state, and I am equally ignorant of what you have endured over the past 3 years. However, I wish to convey that our feelings once thrived. I have already stated that for the sake of our family's advancement, I am willing to sacrifice everything, including myself. You will forever be the radiant light in my heart. Her words pained him deeply, evoking a bitter laughter laced with derision. Radiant light? Partake? I have never encountered a more ludicrous jest in my entire life. In that fleeting moment, a flicker of shame crossed Wanying's eyes, only to swiftly transform into fury as she retorted through clenched teeth. Chu Tian, your actions are merely a means to extract great advantage from me. Chapter 79. Do you perceive our family's current flourishing development and believe you have played a part in it? I acknowledge that it was indeed you who captured the divine beast Qilin, yet I have paid an exorbitant price for its suppression. Although we are thriving, we are perpetually ensnared in a state of crisis. No one desires to share the spoils, and our ascendance necessitates others' losses. Thus, the family becomes a source of considerable complication, especially since I do not wield unilateral authority over it. I would rather sacrifice myself than jeopardize my family's growth. You ought to comprehend my predicament. Chu Tian could not suppress a laugh, one laced with derision. You expect me to understand your plight, only to present me with a divorce decree? A man being divorced by a woman? Is it your intention to make me the laughingstock of the entire Xinling realm, believing that I have made sufficient sacrifices? Pray, contemplate what I have gained. The supposed benefits you speak of are merely the trifling tokens you previously intended to bestow upon me? I express my gratitude. Yet if you cease your entanglements with me, all matters can be amicably resolved. From this day forth, there shall be no relationship between us, however. Remember this, it is I who has divorced you, not the other way around. With that, he turned and strode towards the exit. He initially intended to seek out Shao for a particular task, as he lacked the necessary herbs to concoct elixirs. After all, he aspired to establish a formidable faction. This faction must serve him wholeheartedly, while he would gradually integrate the previously established forces. To garner assistance, he would naturally need to offer some rare medicinal items to augment his power. He held little regard for mere ordinary cultivators. His current strength had significantly diminished, and it would take several years to regain the pinnacle of martial emperor. Should the second in command of the factions he once created discover his situation, it would inevitably sow seeds of dissent. After all, the human heart is inscrutable. He had already suffered once at the hands of Wanying. He would not place his life in the hands of others, allowing them to manipulate him at will. Moreover, he harbored numerous secrets. Among those within the forces he had established, some were quite aware of his circumstances. If his current state were to be revealed to them, the consequences could be dire, potentially rendering him a caged bird, stripped of all value until he was ultimately extinguished. Wanying, who had been his childhood companion, now betrayed him without hesitation, wishing to crush him into the dust, erasing his very existence. The casualness with which she spoke to him illustrated the terrifying nature of human sentiment. Comparatively, he preferred the company of Lu Ruyin from the Cangyue Forest. Although she might drain him dry, at least she had not taken his life. Moreover, he could sense that Lu Ruyin had developed feelings for him. Otherwise, she would not have allowed him to leave. After all, in that desolate place, she was utterly alone. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Chu Tian found himself missing that woman, especially reminiscing about the moments they shared, eliciting a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. However, Wanying misconstrued the smile as mockery, her gaze filled with indignation. Chu Tian, do you truly believe that without Showdown, I am incapable of suppressing Qilin? Everything you have done is merely an act of deliberate retaliation against me. Chapter 80. Wanying gritted her teeth and declared, regardless of your intentions, be it revenge or otherwise, I advise you to tread carefully. I shall not hold today's events against you. Let us consider our relationship irrevocably severed. I hope that when we meet again, you will refrain from any excessive actions, for I will not be swayed by past affections. I have previously stated that you are the light of my heart. Although I have wronged you, it was all for the advancement of our family. Every fault lies with me, and I acknowledge my errors, yet I implore you not to stab me in the back in the future. As she uttered these words, Song Wanying cast a lingering glance at Chu Tian, a faint reminiscence flickering in her eyes. It was but a trace, not of the affection he once offered, but of the purest love he had bestowed upon her. Deep down, she recognized that after parting ways with Chu Tian, it was unlikely anyone could ever provide her with genuine love again. That unblemished affection would remain eternally sealed within her heart. In the realm of Qianling, love was unnecessary. What truly mattered was absolute power. Power reigned supreme. Those with the mightiest fists dictated the rules. The humiliations she had endured would surely be repaid in kind. And for the sake of her family's progress, she was prepared to forsake everything, even if it meant pleading with young Master Yuan. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly and stated calmly, "Do you believe that the so-called young Master Yuan has offered you considerable assistance? Do you truly think he wishes to marry you?" Song Wanying's brows furrowed, her tone growing increasingly frosty. "I advise you not to court disaster. If you dare speak ill of young Master Yuan, you may find yourself with no place to rest in death. He is not as lenient as Shao. And you might not even comprehend how your demise came to be. I suggest you exercise caution." With that, she turned to leave, but Chu Tian's words halted her steps. "The young Master Yuan you speak of is currently pursuing Murong. You may find this hard to believe, but I encourage you to investigate for yourself, given your capabilities. Uncovering the truth should not be too difficult. Do you genuinely think he wishes to marry you? He merely seeks to acquire your assets and use your family as a springboard to expand his own family business. And how much love do you truly think exists between you? You must have some inkling of the reality it is merely a charade. And you have taken it to heart, believing you are deserving of the status of a young mistress in the capital S elite." His voice was calm, yet it pierced Song Wanying's heart like a dagger. Deep down, she understood that she had likely stumbled into good fortune, which had garnered young Master Yuan's attention. Their engagement was surely a stroke of luck brought forth by auspicious signs. Her family held a similar belief. The fact that young Master Yuan was now pursuing the daughter of the Murong family ignited a sense of indignation within her. If this were true, she would have been played for a fool. The strategies she had previously adopted would need to be reevaluated. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly end up with nothing. Facing a dire fate. With this thought, Song Wanying cast a deep glance at Chu Tian before turning to leave. Time was of the essence. She must investigate this matter thoroughly, without allowing any oversight. If young Master Yuan truly intended to marry another woman, where would that leave her? Was Chu Tian's assertion accurate, that he merely sought to utilize her family as a stepping stone? If that were indeed the case, her family might find themselves entirely at the mercy of another's ambitions, especially with the formidable backing of young Master Yuan's family. Chapter 81. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Song Wanying felt a surge of panic. Chu Tian, however, chose to disregard her entirely. He was on the verge of departing when he heard Shao Ding's voice. "Young Master." Chu Tian halted and turned, catching sight of the anxious expression etched across Shao Ding's face. In an instant, he comprehended the underlying meaning. "Head of the Shao family. You need not worry. Everything you have done is entirely justified. By not directly informing this woman of the situation, you have prevented her from seeking me out. I have no desire to engage with her any longer. As I have previously stated, there is no longer any connection between us. My forbearance in not taking action against her is the utmost grace I can extend." Shao Ding nodded solemnly. Had he been in Chu Tian's position, he would have undoubtedly stripped Song Wanying of everything she had acquired. After all, without Chu Tian's assistance in capturing the Qilin auspicious beast, how could Song Wanying's family have soared to prominence? Without the Qilin, they would have likely faded into obscurity with the passage of time. The injustices Chu Tian faced were not only devoid of due reparation but also compounded by betrayal. Upon hearing this, Shao Ding felt a profound sense of injustice on Chu Tian's behalf. Yet, out of a sense of past camaraderie, Chu Tian refrained from retaliating against Song Wanying, merely choosing not to offer her further assistance. Had he been in Shao Ding's shoes, the outcome might have been far more drastic. Chu Tian displayed remarkable magnanimity. Yet Song Wanying remained ungrateful, even perceiving Chu Tian's actions as a slight against her. Such a woman is indeed terrifying. With a faint smile, Chu Tian remarked, "I have come today to request your assistance in preparing some medicinal herbs, which I intend to use for alchemy. It is advisable to limit your interactions with the Divine Elixir Pavilion and to ensure they remain unaware of our association, otherwise it would bring you no benefit." Shao Ding's heart raced, and he quickly nodded. "I will prepare them immediately. However, without the herbs from the Divine Elixir Pavilion, It may prove troublesome to procure what you require in a short time. Nonetheless, I will exert every effort to acquire them. If necessary, I will venture into the Beast Mountain personally to gather the herbs. Chu Tian smiled and shook his head. There is no need for such drastic measures. You may purchase the herbs from the Divine Elixir Pavilion, as it is merely a standard business transaction. Avoid engaging in extensive discussions with them. I fear you may become ensnared in their troubles. Conducting normal business will not pose a problem. Upon hearing this, Showdown breathed a sigh of relief. Initially fearing that Chu Tian intended to take direct action against the Divine Elixir Pavilion, he had no desire to become embroiled in such complications, for when celestial beings clash, it is the mortals who suffer. Before Chu Tian, he felt as inconsequential as any ordinary person, regardless of Chu Tian's current prowess. The assistance he had provided in rescuing Showdown from despair was a debt of gratitude that equaled a rebirth. He took Chu Tian's counsel to heart. The preparation of the herbs did not take long. Those who returned with the herbs presented them all to Chu Tian. Young master, you may stay here to refine your elixirs. I have a dedicated alchemy chamber. Chapter 82. After some contemplation, Chu Tian consented to the arrangement. Even upon returning to his villa, the crafting of elixirs necessitated the presence of someone to stand guard outside. Each batch of elixirs demanded complete focus and dedication, especially considering his current level of proficiency. The process of refining elixirs required unwavering concentration. Any momentary lapse could result in the complete failure of the concoction. Furthermore, he was committed to producing only flawless elixirs. At this moment, he entered the alchemy chamber, while Wanying embarked on her own investigation. Upon receiving certain news, she felt as though struck by lightning, her gaze filled with disbelief. How could this be? How did Chu Tian acquire this information? Why was he aware that young Master Yuan was pursuing Murong? Confounded, Wanying resolved to seek the truth personally. It was imperative to clarify this matter, otherwise, her mind would remain unsettled, especially since the Qilin, a divine beast, was currently in a state of agitation. Although there were means to suppress it, it would not be long before the Qilin might resort to self-detonation. The proud and noble beast, upon realizing its inability to escape, would undoubtedly choose to explode rather than continue providing an endless supply of auspicious energy. Time was of the essence. Even with the confirmation of the news, Wanying could not confront young Master Yuan directly. He was within this city and had only just received information about the valuable item Chu Tian possessed, which necessitated his personal involvement. Moreover, it seemed that Chu Tian sought to collaborate with him. The specifics of this collaboration remained unclear to him. All he knew was that it likely pertained to future developments. Chu Tian's unwavering confidence in seeking him indicated that there was undoubtedly something worthwhile at stake. Since such benefits were being presented to him, he naturally would not decline. Just as he prepared to meet with Chu Tian, Wanying arrived. At that moment, young Master Yuan was deep in thought, ultimately choosing not to divulge the news. Instead, a smile crept upon his face, his eyes shimmering with avarice. Wana, what brings you here today? I heard there was a minor issue on your end. How did it go? Was it resolved? Wanying bit her red lips gently. Young Master Yuan, I previously inquired whether it was you who was assisting. Upon hearing this, young Master Yuan reflected on the promises he had made. As he recalled, his heart raced. Indeed, he had leveraged some ambiguous responses to draw closer to Wanying, but he had not taken the matter to heart. As the legitimate heir of a prestigious family in the capital, pursuing Wanying was merely an act of courtesy, for she was one of the stepping stones toward his future. Eventually, her entire family would need to offer him support. However, it now appeared that the situation was more complicated than anticipated. A conspicuous smile emerged on his face. How could I have forgotten? I have aided you significantly. As you know, I'm the legitimate heir of a distinguished family. With a mere word, many would be inclined to show me respect. Wanying's face displayed a sense of grievance. Young Master Yuan, today I sought out Showdown, hoping he could assist in procuring that special jade artifact. You are aware that the auspicious beast Qilin requires such a unique jade to be subdued. Chapter 83. Only that particular jade artifact can lull the Qilin into slumber. However, the Qilin has awakened and is somewhat irritable now. The remaining special jade artifacts can no longer induce its sleep, necessitating the acquisition of new ones. Yet, Showdown no longer provides assistance. When I sought him out personally, he merely informed me that the influential figure who once aided me is no longer willing to extend help. Young Master Yuan, he shows you no favor. At that moment, Wanying feigned a pitiful demeanor, her eyes radiating hope. She yearned for young Master Yuan to offer direct assistance, but her hopes were soon dashed. Young Master Yuan feigned anger, exclaiming, "Who endowed Showdown with the audacity to treat you so? Rest assured, I shall resolve this matter for you. However, I am presently occupied with affairs of greater significance, ones that pertain to the future development of our family. Once I have settled this, I shall immediately seek out Xiaoding. He will surely grant me some measure of regard. Perhaps he harbors some dissatisfaction with me, which has led to the cessation of collaboration with your family. Fear not, I will handle this. There shall be no issue. Upon hearing these words, Song Wanying's heart received a genuine answer. The influential figure assisting him was not young Master Yuan, although she remained unaware of this person's identity. The abrupt withdrawal of support left her pondering her own actions. Had her demeanor towards Chu Tian revealed another facet of herself? Perhaps this was the only explanation. Moreover, Xiaoding had already provided information and offered his counsel, conveying a clear message. She ought to reflect on whom she has wronged. The only person she had wronged was Chu Tian. Yet, that was solely due to Chu Tian's diminished utility, a man devoid of value and lacking sufficient strength. Though he had managed to cultivate, was now in his 20s, and his future appeared bleak regardless of his efforts. She could not sacrifice her entire life for such a person, even if he had once been her most cherished ideal. Young Master Yuan smiled, reassuring her. You need not fret. Although Xiaoding possesses formidable strength and resources, he is unlikely to sever ties with us. If necessary, I shall resort to negotiation. I surely possess something of interest to him. This statement caused Song Wanying's heart to leap. Indeed, Xiaoding's words rang true. Although the Yuan family is a prestigious lineage in the capital, Xiaoding did not regard them with deference. Young Master Yuan, the legitimate heir of a noble family, must engage in transactions to procure items from Xiaoding. He was not as straightforward as he appeared. One could only wonder about the formidable figure backing him. Should that individual emerge, securing their favor would alleviate her concerns for the future. Perhaps the fortune of the Qilin could not be harnessed due to this circumstance. Or perhaps Chu Tian had uttered something to Xiaoding that reached the ears of that influential figure, resulting in disappointment towards her. Song Wanying's expression shifted. Yet young Master Yuan remained unperturbed. He was now quite curious about what Chu Tian intended to negotiate with him. News had already been relayed from Shi, and he could not afford to ignore it. Please wait here for a moment. I may return shortly. When I do, I shall take you personally to see Xiaoding. Song Wanying could only nod in agreement, for apart from the path offered by young Master Yuan, she had no alternative at present. Suppressing the auspicious beast, the Qilin, was a crucial step that must be accomplished without delay. Chapter 84. Young Master Yuan encountered Chu Tian. Their meeting place was outside the city. He harbored no doubts, firmly believing that Yuan Shi was akin to an assassin nurtured by their family, utterly incapable of betrayal. Moreover, he was confident that Chu Tian's strength could not rival Yuan Shi's. Upon his arrival, he beheld Chu Tian standing atop the mountain peak. Their gazes locked. A confident smile graced young Master Yuan's face, particularly as his eyes fell upon Yuan Shi in the distance. His smile grew more pronounced. Chu Tian, I have heard that you sought me out for something of great significance. Pray tell, what benefits does this item promise? That it could potentially influence the future of our family? If it truly bears the weight you claim, I would not hesitate to offer you further advantages. I could readily return your woman to you, as thus far, I have yet to claim her. She remains unblemished. Chu Tian could not fail to discern the underlying meaning of these words, akin to a grand illusion being painted for oneself. A semblance of a smile danced on his lips as he replied, Young Master Yuan, is it? Have you forgotten the machinations you employed against me? My purpose in bringing you here is abundantly clear. I intend to make you my hound, obediently serving my needs. As for Song Wanying, she holds no importance in my eyes. Our ties have been irrevocably severed, and your incessant troubles for me are but a source of unpredictability. Thus, it is more prudent to transform you into my dog, ensuring I can summon your services at will. Young Master Yuan could scarcely believe his ears, his countenance contorting in disbelief before erupting into a booming laugh. He pointed an accusatory finger at Chu Tian, casting a glance at Yuan Shi. Shi, did you hear that? He dares to suggest I become his dog. I cannot fathom the audacity he possesses to utter such words. Chu Tian, you truly are courting disaster. Do you believe I owe you respect? Seize him. Today, I shall impart a lesson in suffering, breaking every bone in his body, and then subjecting him to 1,000 cuts, feeding him to the dogs. At this moment, his expression had turned rather ferocious. Hailing from a prestigious family in the capital, he was accustomed to having his way. His notoriety had long since spread throughout the capital, and now, in this insignificant Luoyuan city, someone dared to brazenly suggest he play the role of a dog? Did they truly think him a mere plaything? As he finished his declaration, he fixed a steely gaze upon Chu Tian, already plotting the methods of torment he would employ against him. However, he was unprepared for the derisive expression that met him from Chu Tian. A foreboding feeling began to stir within him as he turned to Shi. What do you mean? Shi? He noticed Shi's peculiar demeanor, observing that he remained utterly still, simply gazing at him. Young master, I bear no ill will. I merely wish to convey that your summons was also at the behest of the young master. He desires you to become his dog, and I too am but a servant to the young master. I refuse to be your pawn, nor do I wish to be a mere tool of the Yuan family. Chapter 85. Thus, I have betrayed you. Surely, you can comprehend my meaning. He spoke these words with striking clarity, devoid of any ambiguity. Young Master Yuan's pupils constricted violently. And in that moment, he truly realized that he was the fool, having been kept in the dark and carelessly rushing over without even bringing his guards. Chu Tian, with a smile that was neither fully genuine nor entirely mocking, said, I have granted you an opportunity. You must understand how to cherish it. If you kneel before me now, humbly begging for mercy and willingly becoming my dog, I may spare your life. Otherwise, your fate will be exceedingly grim. 11 chimed in, reinforcing the sentiment. Young master, you should recognize my character. You ought to be aware of the extensive theoretical training our family has instilled in us. Each of us can serve as a willing sacrifice. Yet, I have ultimately chosen to pledge my loyalty to the young master. Do you know how much has transpired? Even I could not endure it, so you should obediently submit. Once you become the young master's dog, you will find that you can act with unrestrained arrogance. No one in the entire family will be able to restrain you, and you might even come to control the entire clan. I no longer go by Yuan Shi. You may now simply call me 11, a loyal hound obediently serving at the young master's side. He spoke these words without a hint of shame. Akin to the torment inflicted by a venomous insect, his expression slightly shifting. If he could scarcely endure such pain, young Master Yuan certainly could not, in his eyes. This fellow was merely a debauched scion. Young Master Yuan was utterly dismayed, his gaze filled with palpable fear and anxiety, his countenance undergoing constant transformation. His voice trembled with trepidation. Chu Tian, you cannot do this. The consequences would be unimaginable, potentially bringing upon you irreversible calamity. I advise you to recognize your position. You are merely. However, his words remained unspoken. Chu Tian signaled, and 11, without hesitation, charged forward, striking young Master Yuan's abdomen with the hilt of his sword. Young Master Yuan was sent flying, crashing to the ground, expelling the remnants of his meals and gastric acid. His expression contorted in unprecedented terror and anxiety, for he understood that he had indeed been duped this time. Before he could utter another word, 11 struck him fiercely once more. He felt the world spin as he collapsed, losing consciousness. Young master, shall we take him directly to that place now? Chu Tian replied with a smile, certainly. He then turned and departed, not intending to act against the Yuan family just yet. After all, they were one of the prominent families, and any minor actions would require some effort. If he were at his former peak as a martial emperor, such troubles would be unnecessary. Yet, he now needed to restore his strength. This endeavor required time, and time was the most precious resource he lacked at present. Once his power was restored, he would no longer need to concern himself with trivial matters. Currently, he needed merely to acquire some resources to overcome any obstacles. Having undergone several refinements, his foundation had become increasingly solid, and his strength ascended as effortlessly as the act of eating or drinking. Chapter 86. The task that Chu Tian set before himself was remarkably straightforward: to maintain a temporary stability. Once he had augmented his strength, he could effortlessly consolidate the various factions under his command. At that point, dealing with a prominent family in the capital would be a trivial endeavor, requiring no more than a mere word from him for them to submit obediently. Chu Tian departed, but 11 chose to remain, escorting young Master Yuan directly to a dark prison cell. Cast into the water dungeon, Yuan quickly regained consciousness, his face momentarily registering shock. Yet, in an instant, he collected himself, raising his gaze to survey his surroundings. As he fully comprehended the dire situation, an unprecedented terror engulfed his expression. This was a place he had orchestrated, designed to torment those who defied him. He had meticulously laid many traps throughout the city. Yet he never anticipated that one day he would find himself ensnared in this very cell. His countenance twisted in fear as he beheld 11, and could not suppress a trembling plea. 11, you are a product of our family's careful cultivation. Why have you chosen this path? What has Chu Tian offered you that led you to betray our family? I am the heir, the legitimate son of the family, destined to inherit our legacy. Do you not fear that one day I shall repay this torment 1,000-fold? 11 could not help but chuckle, his voice dripping with derision. Young master, perhaps you should contemplate your own predicament. The master has refrained from taking direct action against you solely because you still possess some utility. Otherwise, do you truly believe you would still be alive? To speak plainly, the master has instructed me on how to employ this little insect. And once it is introduced into your mind, you shall have no choice but to comply. The only way to extract this creature is through the master's assistance. I am a loyal servant of the family. If I cannot endure this agony, how could you possibly withstand it? Upon hearing this, young Master Yuan's pupils constricted violently. His gaze filled with an unprecedented dread, his expression a tumult of anguish. His voice trembled even more fervently. What do you intend to do? How could Chu Tian possess such formidable means? 11 merely smiled and shook his head lightly. The master's intentions are rather simple. He requires you to maintain a temporary stability. Should he act against the Yuan family now, it may expose some of the master's secrets. What he seeks is to remain concealed and low-key while ensuring cooperation. I understand you well, and without applying some pressure, you would not comply willingly. You might even betray the master. Both you and I are merely grasshoppers on the same string. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. We must obediently fulfill our roles. And this matter is known only to me. You comprehend my meaning, do you not? Young Master Yuan's eyes widened in horror. An unprecedented fear and anxiety reflected in his gaze. His voice quivered even more violently. 11. I have never wronged you. Can you not spare me this once? If you grant me mercy, I will heed your every command, and I shall keep this matter secret from all. I am prepared to cooperate fully with Chu Tian. Whatever he desires, I shall comply. Chapter 87. Please do not place that creature within my mind. I do not wish to be controlled by the parasitic insect. The nature of such a creature is utterly uncontrollable, and who can predict when it might suddenly erupt? The thought of dying without understanding terrifies me. At this moment, genuine fear enveloped him. 11 did not grant him a moment's respite. Chu Tian had long since provided his instructions upon departure, and he would not delay in executing the necessary tasks. Young master, do not waste your breath. I am fully aware of your thoughts. You merely believe we are unworthy of your maturity, yet you may be unaware of the young master's formidable nature. Enough of this discourse. Only by experiencing true suffering will you comprehend what it means to live a fate worse than death. Subsequently, 11 relayed to young Master Yuan what constituted a true existence of torment. Young Master Yuan personally felt the agonizing turmoil of the insect wreaking havoc within his mind, as if his very soul were being torn asunder, only to be stitched back together. The intensity of that pain was such that he would have preferred 1,000 cuts. Regrettably, he was entirely powerless to control this torment. Even a mere thought of revenge against Chu Tian intensified the agony. At times, he contemplated ending his own life, wishing for death rather than endure this suffering any longer. As the impulse towards death surged within him, the creature in his mind stirred violently, seizing control of his body and leaving him utterly defenseless. It was then that he truly recognized the insect's terrifying power. 11 spoke calmly. Young master, you have withstood only a few minutes of this torment. Can you not endure? I previously bore this agony for over 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, young Master Yuan felt as though he might collapse on the spot. How could he possibly compare to the family's death warriors? They operated on an entirely different plane. The pain he had endured for mere minutes was already beyond his limits. He longed to kneel and knock his head against the ground in submission. Yet 11 remained unmoved. Young master, I can unequivocally inform you that I can only place this parasitic insect upon you, allowing it to burrow into your mind and merge with you completely. After a few minutes, the pain will gradually subside. However, each month, you will need to procure medicine from me to suppress the insect within your mind. This includes myself as a healer. Without such medicine, you would have long since succumbed to this creature, having your brain devoured and your essence used as sustenance for its breeding. As he spoke, he tossed a pill before young Master Yuan. In a frenzy, Yuan dropped to the ground to retrieve the pill, swallowing it as if starving. He could never have imagined himself in such a predicament. Yet, the reality unfolded before him. At this moment, he felt as though his body and soul had plummeted into an abyss, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. Upon witnessing young Master Yuan's distress, 11 felt a sense of relief. He chuckled and remarked, Young master, serving the young master as a dog is not as bad as it seems. Chapter 88. 11 spoke softly with a smile. The young master's intentions are rather straightforward, and I believe you can comprehend them. I shall refrain from unnecessary elaboration. Presently, what matters most is beauty. As for that woman, Wanying, you need not worry at all. The young master has severed all ties with her. As long as you do not act excessively or engage in those frenzied antics of the past, the young master will not interfere with your actions. Your path of development is entirely at your discretion. This was a reminder for young Master Yuan. His pupils constricted slightly as he sensed that Chu Tian likely harbored some trepidation towards their family. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to remain inactive after restraining himself, allowing Yuan to develop quietly here. He even contemplated the notion of betrayal, but the moment this thought surfaced, a lurking dread stirred within his mind. Should he dare to act upon it, that very dread would swiftly remind him of the torment he had previously endured, an agony he would rather die than relive, even for a fleeting second. At that moment, his complexion had turned as pale as parchment, and his voice trembled like chaff in the wind. 11. I will need your guidance in the future. After all, you are aware of my limited cultivation and lack of formidable strength. Yet, with the family safeguarding me, I still hold considerable value. I require your assistance in speaking favorably of me to the young master. 11 nodded with a smile. Naturally. The young master has already entrusted me with the task of staying by your side. The family has not instructed you to confront him. It is merely your own volition to act otherwise. You could directly inform the family of your intent to rebel. The young master could indeed be of service to you, becoming a capable aid. Thus, it is essential to keep the young master close, as it provides a cover for his status. In truth, young Master Yuan was a clever individual, aware of what actions were prudent and which were not. The young master would undoubtedly regard their family with indifference. One could interpret this as having secured a golden opportunity. Yuan could only embrace this line of thought as he departed, with 11 shadowing him closely. Internally, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. 11, you could afford me a modicum of personal space. Rest assured, given my current circumstances, I shall not betray the young master. Before this, what I despised most was having someone constantly around me. While you do ensure my safety, I still, 11 interjected softly. The young master's orders are absolute and must not be defied. He feared that young Master Yuan might act out of desperation. Although certain actions would not directly harm the young master, excessive behavior would inevitably attract attention. The young master needed to maintain a low profile. Though he did not fully grasp the reasons behind it, 11 had committed to believing every word spoken by the young master, ingraining his sense of servitude deep within his being. He was unwilling to endure that suffering again. Young Master Yuan shared a similar sentiment, feeling a mix of helplessness and a sense of worth. As long as he remained valuable, he would not become a discarded pawn. Upon returning, he found himself back at the hotel, where he encountered Wanying once more. Her face radiated with anticipation. Young Master Yuan, have you completed your tasks? Feigning nonchalance, Yuan nodded. His demeanor towards Wanying had shifted. The previous impulsiveness and greed had dissipated entirely. Chapter 89, even to the point of avoidance. As for engagement, he harbored no such intention, for this matter was solely his unilateral assertion, lacking any endorsement from the family. He was merely stringing along Wanying. Moreover, she was unworthy of becoming the matriarch of their lineage. At present, he could only muster a forced, unsightly smile. Let us make our way to the Showdown residence. We shall resolve your matters forthwith. To this day, he remained oblivious to Chu Tian's true sentiments towards Wanying. Logically, given her actions, Chu Tian should be seething with anger, perhaps even willing to retaliate without restraint. Yet, the reality was otherwise. Perhaps remnants of past affections restrained him from going too far, even entertaining the notion of offering some semblance of benefit to Wanying. Should old flames rekindle between Chu Tian and Wanying, he might yet gain from the situation. Chu Tian was currently his master, and he dared not defy him. Indeed, he treated Chu Tian with the reverence one might afford an ancestor. During their journey back, 11 instilled certain thoughts in him. While he internally sought a graceful exit, he had now recognized his place and dared not overstep his bounds. Showdown was taken aback by the unexpected visit from young Master Yuan. Although he did not regard the visitor highly, nor did he hold the illustrious families of the capital in esteem, he had a formidable martial emperor standing behind him. The memory of that encounter, where the displayed prowess left him somewhat apprehensive, lingered in his mind. Moreover, he was a man who held gratitude in high regard, regardless of Chu Tian's current predicaments. He would unhesitatingly extend his assistance, even at the cost of his own life, as a means of repaying the debt of life-saving grace. Young Master Yuan, to what do I owe the pleasure of your nocturnal visit? If there is anything I can assist with, I will certainly not refuse. He smiled. Yet his demeanor remained unchanged, even neglecting to offer a cup of tea. His meaning clear, some words ought to be spoken, while others should remain unvoiced. After saying that, he expected him to take his leave promptly. Young Master Yuan felt a twinge of awkwardness, oblivious to the connection between Showdown and Chu Tian. After some contemplation, a distinct smile emerged on his face. Head of the Shao family, I have come primarily to solicit your assistance in procuring that special jade artifact. I am prepared to meet any conditions you may propose. Surprised by young Master Yuan's demeanor, Showdown had already grasped the general situation. Young Master Yuan did not view Wanying as a future bride, but rather as a stepping stone. Was he truly willing to pay any price? His eyes narrowed slightly as he recalled certain matters Chu Tian had previously shared. Young Master Yuan, I do indeed require a particular item. One of great significance to us, the tricolor flower. I have heard that your family possesses a specimen. Should you manage to procure this item, I would be more than willing to offer further assistance. Chapter 90. Upon hearing the proposal, young Master Yuan could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief. He never anticipated that the other party was coveting the treasured tricolor flower from their family. The primary purpose of the tricolor flower lies in the concoction of a special elixir, which offers immense benefits for the restoration of one's strength. In fact, consuming the tricolor flower directly could yield boundless advantages, let alone the effects produced when refined into an elixir. At that moment, a surge of anger welled up within him. Had it been in the past, he would have undoubtedly slammed his hand on the table and raged at the audacity of the proposal. Who does Shao think he is? Though formidable, he is merely a local tyrant. Did he truly believe that their prestigious family was easy prey? To dare to directly mention the tricolor flower was utterly audacious. Previously, other prominent families in the capital had offered half of their fortunes in exchange for the flower. Yet his grandfather had turned them down. That amount was equivalent to multiple times the entire assets of the Shao family. Shao family head. Do you not think your request is rather excessive? Are you aware of the tricolor flower's significance? If I am not mistaken, your cultivation has at least reached the transcendence realm. Should you acquire the flower, you could swiftly ascend to an even greater level of power. Unfortunately, such materials are beyond my purview, and even if I were to plead, my ancestors would likely refuse unless you can present treasures of equal worth. In the realm of the capital's elite, it was unlikely that anyone could procure such rarities. Shao Ding chuckled softly, shaking his head. Do you know what kind of special jade we are discussing? Yuan Shao also shook his head, while Song Wanying was filled with curiosity. Having heard Shao Ding's conditions, she pondered why the head of the Shao family would make such an outrageous demand. At this point, she leaned in, eager to hear the conclusion. Shao Ding spoke softly. To you, it may appear as a special jade, imbued with boundless primal energy. Do you truly believe that the Qilin divine beast can be easily subdued? Even if this object were placed within your Yuan family, it is doubtful you would be able to control it. However, that esteemed figure could. And do you know the reason why? Everyone shook their heads in confusion. At that moment, the smile faded from Shao Ding's face, and he spoke in a somber tone. The special jade is not actually jade. It is simply beyond your discernment. You perceive it as jade, hence the nomenclature. I have never claimed what it truly is. Not out of intent to deceive, but because you are incapable of comprehending it. That is the primal energy of a martial emperor, extracted from their own essence and crafted into a unique jade pendant capable of subduing the Qilin divine beast, rather than suppressing it. It serves to replenish the Qilin's expended fortune. Do you think it is that simple? As these words left his lips, astonishment enveloped the crowd. No one had anticipated that behind Shao Ding stood a martial emperor, shattering their understanding of the world. The strongest beings in existence were indeed martial emperors. Yet such individuals were as rare as phoenix feathers. It was widely believed that the number of known martial emperors did not exceed a handful. Each family established by a martial emperor shone like the sun in the world. As long as the martial emperor lived, their lineage would endure eternally. What significance did the elite families of the capital hold in such a grand tapestry? Chapter 91. The few of them trembled inwardly, unable to contain their fear. Young Master Yuan had not anticipated such an outcome. He swallowed hard, his face betraying a profound sense of trepidation. It was no wonder that Shao Ding had disregarded him. Had he been in Zhao's position, he might have been even more arrogant. Song Wanying's heart raced incessantly, yet she felt a deeper anger within. If it were not for Chu Tian's reckless words, perhaps that formidable being would not have been so disillusioned with her. At this moment, she was even more curious as to why such a powerful entity would choose to assist her. Master Shao, could you enlighten me as to why that strong individual would go to such lengths to aid me? Shao Ding shook his head, his gaze growing increasingly peculiar. It appears you truly did not heed my previous words. Very well, since you are so stubbornly ignorant, I shall consider our conversation as if it never occurred. The opportunity has long been presented to you. It is you who failed to cherish it properly. You may leave now. Young Master Yuan rose, wishing to extricate himself from this affair, fully aware of the potential trouble it could incite. He had already fallen into Chu Tian's grasp, reduced to a mere puppet. Scarcely better than a watchdog. Continuing with this charade could lead to unknown consequences. Thank you for your reminder, Master Shao. We shall not intrude any further. With that, he turned to depart. He parted his lips slightly, but ultimately clenched his teeth and left. Once outside, young Master Yuan had formed a rough conjecture, albeit one he was reluctant to believe. After a moment's hesitation, he managed to force a smile. Your connection to that emperor-level warrior is evident, though it seems you have angered him. There are matters I hesitate to discuss with you, as revealing them might jeopardize the fragile bond between us. However tenuous it may be, nonetheless, I believe we have shared a semblance of romance, and it is best we part amicably. Song Wanying could hardly comprehend, her pupils narrowing in disbelief. Young Master Yuan, are you truly abandoning me? Are you breaking up with me? We have already entered into an engagement. With a light laugh, young Master Yuan shook his head. To speak candidly, I have merely been deceiving you. Although we are engaged, it lacks the approval of our families. I confess I have feelings for you, but I cannot continue to delay your future. Let this be the end. Please do not seek me out again." With that, young Master Yuan turned and walked away. What a jest! Wanying not only had ties to an emperor-level warrior, but her relationship with Chu Tian was also shrouded in ambiguity. It was entirely possible that Chu Tian was backed by that very emperor. A moment's carelessness could lead to irreparable consequences. He had no desire to meet his demise. Watching young Master Yuan's retreating figure, Wanying was filled with disbelief. She pondered over Xiao Ding's prior words, a troubling thought surfacing in her mind. The auspicious beast, the Qilin, was not so easily subdued, even with the Yuan family's influence. It would be a daunting task. Otherwise, the adversary would have long since seized the Qilin, leaving her utterly defenseless. Yet, why would that strong individual choose to assist her? Her heart was awash with countless questions. Now, all she could surmise was that young Master Yuan feared offending that emperor-level warrior, which compelled him to speak the truth. Indeed, everything unfolded just as Chu Tian had predicted. Chapter 92. Upon receiving the news, Chu Tian displayed a contemplative expression, directing his gaze towards Xiao Ding. The matter had been handled commendably, serving as a source of intimidation for them. Xiao Ding smiled, expressing, "Young master, it is my honor to serve you. However, what should we do next? Should we continue acquiring those medicinal herbs?" Chu Tian smiled gently, shaking his head as he calmly replied, "Your family occasionally gathers some medicinal herbs. As there are members who study alchemy, accumulating too many might draw the attention of the divine elixir pavilion. You need not concern yourself with the remaining matters. These 2 elixirs will assist you in directly breaking through to the transcendence realm. Should any issues arise in the future, I shall seek you out." Taking the elixirs from Chu Tian, Xiao Ding felt his heart race and, after a respectful bow, he departed. Having previously witnessed Chu Tian's prowess, he remained oblivious to the current circumstances, dutifully following whatever instructions Chu Tian provided. Approaching 50, he had never anticipated further enhancement of his abilities, which signified an extension of his lifespan. The villa where Chu Tian resided was provided by Xiao Ding's family, thus he was well aware of Chu Tian's whereabouts. In contrast, Wanying was oblivious. Attempting to reach out to Chu Tian yielded no response, leaving her with a resigned sigh as she pondered her next steps. After much contemplation, she found no feasible solution, concluding that her only recourse might lie with Chu Tian. After several deliberations, Wanying resolved to seek assistance. The following morning, Chu Tian received a message, leading him to the Crystal Sea restaurant in Luyun City. "I had no means of contacting you until now. It was through Wanying that I managed to learn of your whereabouts. At last, I have the pleasure of meeting you." The speaker, a young man in his 20s with a somewhat rotund physique, beamed with palpable excitement upon seeing Chu Tian. His small eyes nearly squinted shut as he rushed to embrace Chu Tian. Unable to suppress a laugh, Chu Tian pushed the exuberant fellow away, exclaiming, "You're being a bit excessive. Must you always put on such a show? Did you think I would fall for it?" Their camaraderie was that of close friends. Having last met 4 years prior, he was aware that this jovial character was establishing a business, specifically a restaurant. "Liao Xiaobang, tell me, did you come to see me because of Wanying?" Chu Tian inquired, settling into the private room. Liao Xiaobang remained by his side, ordering the restaurant's signature dishes and several bottles of fine wine. His round face radiated a shrewd smile. "Indeed, nothing escapes your notice. I came today because I received a message from Wanying. She provided me with your contact information and expressed her desire to reconcile with you." Chapter 93. It is said that you two have already married, yet after such a long time, why do you not have children? He mentioned that there were conflicts between you. I must say, what relationship is devoid of discord, especially after marriage? Marriage is often described as the grave of love. I had warned you about this long ago, yet you chose to marry despite my counsel, rendering your beautiful visage a wasted treasure. The conversation between the two was quite casual, and Liao Xiaopang regarded Chu Tian as a close confidant. Lowering his voice, he remarked, "In my opinion, you are quite foolish. Wanying is not only stunningly beautiful, but her family is currently thriving, all thanks to her leadership. Marrying her essentially means marrying into the entire Song family. Do not concern yourself with the opinions of outsiders, nor should you let their words of you living off her overshadow your thoughts. The most dangerous whispers are those of outsiders. They simply envy what they cannot possess. If I had your looks, I would have pursued beautiful ladies long ago." As he spoke, he raised his glass to clink with Chu Tian's. Chu Tian recognized this as an attempt at persuasion. However, it was clear that Liao Xiaopang was unaware of the true nature of their conflict or the events that had transpired between him and Wanying. He smiled and inquired, "Is Wanying coming as well?" Liao Xiaopang nodded. "We are good friends. Although we have not seen each other in 4 years, there are matters I must address." Song Wanying has taken the initiative to apologize and insists she has done nothing wrong to you. If that is truly the case, I must advise you to consider reconciling. A good friend encourages harmony rather than separation. However, if she has wronged you, I shall undoubtedly support you, even if it means you leave with nothing. A brother will always ensure you have a place at the table. Chu Tian raised an eyebrow. So, I will not be left without a bowl to wash. Is that it? Liao Xiaopeng laughed heartily. How did you know? You can cook while I wash the dishes. In fact, I plan to open a restaurant. And you would be the manager. We can split the profits evenly, and if we incur losses, I shall bear the cost. He aimed to lend a hand to his good brother. A smile deepened on Chu Tian's face. Are you not worried I will cause you losses? You should know my temperament is ill-suited for business. Otherwise, I would have amassed wealth long ago. Liao Xiaopeng shook his head with a chuckle. What if we do incur losses? Failure is merely a stepping stone to success. No one is born a businessman. United, we brothers can achieve great things. He believed his good friend was not the ungrateful type. Thus he only partially believed what Song Wanying had said to him. Now, tell me, what exactly transpired? If you can endure, then endure it. After all, Song Wanying is the head of the Song family. She once mentioned that you had to endure some grievances for the sake of the family's growth. Share with me where the injustices lie. Liao Xiaopeng raised his glass. Chu Tian smiled and shook his head. The matter is in the past. There is no possibility for us anymore. Some grievances can be borne, while others cannot. Liao Xiaopeng pondered for a moment before stating, I have 7 shops in Luyun City, and the market is saturated. I am planning to expand into another city. Why not take my place there? I would not trust anyone else, for you are my closest confidant. Chu Tian understood the implication of this offer. It was essentially a means for him to leave Luyun City. After all, competing with Song Wanying in this city was a daunting task. Yet Liao Xiaopeng remained oblivious to Chu Tian's current standing. However, this friend from his school days had genuinely touched him, always considering his well-being and articulating his thoughts with such finesse. He even suggested that should they incur losses, it would be on him. And any profits would be shared, similar to giving him money without any strings attached. Chapter 94. Chu Tian smiled and shook his head. I understand your meaning. You wish for me to keep my distance from Song Wanying. Liao Xiaopeng recognized that Chu Tian had directly addressed the issue, which aligned perfectly with his character. He decided to drop his pretense, revealing a bitter smile. Old Chu, we are good brothers, and naturally, I am on your side. However, some matters are not as simple as you may think, especially concerning Song Wanying at present. Her thoughts run deep, and her intentions are inscrutable. While I do not know why she seeks you out or wishes to mend your relationship, I sense that it is not a favorable situation. If your feelings for each other still linger, I earnestly hope for your happiness, but if your bond has entirely faded, she may very well be seeking to exploit you. The waters in Luyun City are quite treacherous, and many events have unfolded recently. At this moment, he felt compelled to continue advising Chu Tian. Yet, Chu Tian merely smiled and shook his head. Rest assured, I shall be fine. Since Song Wanying has sent you to act as an intermediary, she must have arrived as well. Liao Xiaopeng nodded. Indeed, she is in another private room. She wishes for me to communicate with you first, urging you not to remain obstinate. Upon reaching this point, he sighed with resignation. His classmate, at times, could be exceedingly stubborn, and he feared that his attempts at persuasion might prove futile. Furthermore, he did not want Chu Tian to linger, as it would yield no benefit and could potentially entrap him in a quagmire. Chu Tian chuckled as he patted Liao Xiaopeng on the shoulder. Very well. I shall speak with her privately. If anything arises, do not hesitate to call me. Should you encounter an insurmountable obstacle, remember to seek me out. He left his contact information before proceeding to the adjacent room. Upon seeing Chu Tian's arrival, a glimmer of joy flickered in Song Wanying's eyes. Now that you have entered this room, it is evident that you and Liao Xiaopeng have come to an understanding regarding the desire to restore our relationship, correct? We could continue as husband and wife, and Chu Tian promptly interrupted her, his expression calm and his gaze exceedingly tranquil, as if he were conversing with a stranger. You may be overthinking this. My purpose in coming here is not to rekindle our relationship. Rather, I wish to convey a single message. Do not attempt to persuade me any further. After several years of acquaintance, you still do not truly understand me, and your comprehension pales in comparison to Liao Xiaopeng's. You may not grasp the essence of my character. Having chosen to part ways, there is no need for reconciliation, and a formal divorce decree has been issued. Do you comprehend the pain such a decree entails? Though Chu Tian maintained his composure, a simmering anger brewed within him, as memories of past events vividly replayed in his mind. He had been willing to sacrifice everything for Song Wanying, yet upon finally escaping his metaphorical prison, he was met with her betrayal and the prospect of a divorce that sought to sever him from his role as her husband. Such a circumstance would be intolerable for anyone. He refrained from direct confrontation. having already exercised the utmost patience, but his expression gradually hardened. With a voice as cold as steel, he warned, "I advise you to cease these futile endeavors. Today, I shall make my position unmistakably clear. Although I do not understand your motives for wishing to reconcile, I am resolute in my desire to sever all ties with you. Do you comprehend my words?" Chapter 95. In Song Wanying's eyes flickered a glimmer of disbelief. She could hardly fathom that Chu Tian could be so heartless. Initially, her decision to give him the divorce decree was entirely motivated by the advancement of her family. Had it been a peaceful separation, young Master Yuan would undoubtedly have pursued Chu Tian relentlessly. Thus, she resorted to this almost humiliating method to ensure Chu Tian's departure, believing that only then would young Master Yuan disregard his existence. Yet, this man utterly misinterpreted her intentions. At that moment, Song Wanying's heart brimmed with indignation. She abruptly rose to her feet, tears glimmering in her eyes. "Chu Tian, do you truly not comprehend my sincere intentions? I sought to utilize the Yuan family for the sake of our family's growth. I am willing to sacrifice everything, including myself. I have expressed this to you more than once. Why can you not grasp my plight? Even a modicum of understanding from you would bring me immense solace." Chu Tian, however, could not suppress a laugh. "Bring you solace? Have you ever considered my feelings? You are prepared to sacrifice yourself for your family. And being with a woman like you is genuinely perilous. In the presence of such danger, how could I allow myself to be vulnerable? Thus, I shall sever all ties with you. This is the greatest concession I can offer." His face was etched with cold derision. Yet it felt as though a knife had pierced his heart, as if he had irrevocably lost something invaluable. This sensation haunted him in the stillness of the night, replaying in his mind countless times, and it was indeed agonizing. At times, he pondered whether he had made the right choices. Regret would occasionally wash over him. But that feeling was fleeting, soon cast aside as he sought solace in companionship. Now, he had propelled his family to unprecedented heights. Yet Chu Tian remained oblivious to her sacrifices. To this day, he failed to understand her heart. "Chu Tian, do you truly not see? Had I not issued that divorce decree, do you comprehend the fate that would have befallen you? Young Master Yuan is narrow-minded. He would have sought you immediately, ensuring your complete disappearance from this world, perhaps even resorting to lethal measures. At that point, not even I could save you. Which is why I resorted to this method to facilitate your departure. Yet, you misconstrue my intentions. You harbor resentment for that decree, but had I not presented it, you might very well be dead by now. You are utterly blind to the darkness that exists in this world. The Yuan family is powerful, surrounded by skilled individuals. Eliminating you would be as simple as crushing an ant." Chu Tian listened in silence, uncertain if Song Wanying's words were heartfelt or a deliberate fade. Had she articulated this sentiment at the moment she presented the divorce decree, he might have believed her, perhaps even preserving some semblance of affection between them. However, now all he felt was suspicion. Seeing Chu Tian remain unmoved, Song Wanying revealed a bittersweet smile. "You once loved me so deeply, trusting my words implicitly. Why can you not believe me now?" Chapter 96. A mocking smile crept across Chu Tian's face as he remarked, "Trust you? You would readily forsake your own self for the sake of your family's advancement, even without hesitation in inflicting harm upon me. I cherished you as a treasure within my palm, allowing you the freedom to act as you please before me. Yet, if I were to regard you as a stranger, what value would you hold?" Song Wanying could scarcely believe her ears, her countenance a portrait of disbelief, rendering her momentarily speechless. Chu Tian continued calmly. "Some truths may be unpleasant to hear, yet I must be forthright. If you persist in this manner, not only will you fail to find someone who truly loves you, but even your subordinates may choose to betray you. After all, who would follow a master willing to abandon them at a moment's notice? Perhaps you believe this is necessary for your family's growth, but such distorted progress is destined to collapse. You will witness the grandeur of a feast, the rise of towering edifices, only to see them crumble into ruin." A smile played on Chu Tian's lips, the sarcasm in his words unmistakable. Song Wanying's complexion darkened further, fury igniting in her eyes. Through gritted teeth, she retorted, "How dare you address me in such a manner? I acted solely for your benefit, not wishing for you to sacrifice yourself for our family any longer, which is why I sought to extricate you. Can you not comprehend my intentions? I have already told you, you are the sole luminary in my heart. Is it not enough that someone else can take your place?" Chu Tian scoffed. "So this is your charity towards me?" Song Wanying paused, realizing the truth in his words. Yet, she had genuinely regarded Chu Tian as her guiding star, wishing to shield him from further entanglements. Chu Tian coldly replied, "Enough of this futile chatter. Tell me directly why you wish to mend our relationship. I am eager to hear your motives. Do not dare to speak of guilt. I will not be swayed by your words. I have seen through your character and do not wish to engage in further superfluous dialogue. State your purpose." Gritting her teeth, Song Wanying's eyes glimmered with a flicker of hope, yearning for Chu Tian to restore their bond, primarily to demonstrate to that significant figure that she was not an ungrateful person. Chu Tian, my intentions are quite simple. I do not wish to be perceived as the ungrateful woman, and I have come to realize that familial advancement is secondary. I cannot remain perpetually alone. As you so rightly point out, I currently find myself devoid of any trustworthy companions. I have sensed from young Master Yuan that his affections for me are insincere, and our relationship was merely a union of convenience. Now, I am willing to relinquish those benefits, wishing only to remain by your side. Chu Tian held no belief in her words, though his expression remained unyielding. He then uttered a few words with a detached calmness, since you have articulated it so clearly. I shall state my demands outright. If you wish for reconciliation, you must abandon your family and allow them to develop independently, ceding your position to others within your clan. I am confident that your family would welcome this change wholeheartedly. I could even assist in suppressing the Qilin auspicious beast for you. You must forsake everything you currently possess. That is the true essence of being together. But can you truly accomplish this? Chapter 97. Wanying slightly parted her crimson lips, utterly at a loss for words. It was simply inconceivable for him to abandon everything he currently possessed. The decline of her family's fortunes would inevitably lead to its ruin. It would not be long before the family faced total annihilation. She understood the nature of those within her family better than anyone else. If entrusted to their hands, it would take mere days for them to plunge the entire lineage into chaos, rendering years of her toil and dedication utterly futile. Chu Tian, your demands are excessively unreasonable. I genuinely wish to share my life with you, but love alone cannot sustain us. I could relinquish certain things, only yearning for your return. Chu Tian could not suppress a laugh. I believe I now grasp your intent. It appears someone has recognized your ungratefulness and witnessed your letter of divorce. Consequently, he became enraged and ceased to assist you in suppressing the Qilin beast. Thus, you find yourself in a predicament. Seeking to reconcile with me merely to put on a show for others? Wanying, her intentions laid bare, felt no embarrassment. Instead, her gaze burned with intensity as she looked at Chu Tian. Consider it a final plea for assistance. Let us restore our relationship directly. Rest assured, I will treat you well from now on. A sardonic smile danced on Chu Tian's lips as he replied. What you've just said seems somewhat contradictory to your earlier claims. Did you not urge me to withdraw from this tumultuous whirlpool? You spoke of me as your cherished moonlight, wishing for my freedom from sacrifice for your family. Yet your current actions reveal a different, more shameless side of you. Wanying's expression shifted, her lips pressed tightly together, tears glistening in her eyes. Chu Tian, how can you say such things? Upon hearing her words, Chu Tian's smile deepened. Since you have articulated your position so clearly, I must inquire. If we were to mend our relationship, and yet the influential figure ceased to support you, what then? Another letter of divorce? Wanying bit her lip. Her gaze resolute. That scenario is utterly impossible. I swear before the heavens, if we restore our bond, I will never abandon you again, nor betray you in any way. From this moment forward, I shall be your sole wife, and you shall remain my only moonlight, the one I can rely upon most. At that moment, hope blossomed within Wanying. She persevered, striving to persuade Chu Tian. Very well, he replied, a hint of mockery in his tone. Let us restore our relationship. Since you have sworn an oath, you must hold true to your promise. Is that true? Joy sparkled in Wanying's eyes. She sensed that Chu Tian still harbored feelings for her. Otherwise, he would not have uttered such words. Perhaps her past wounds had cut too deep, leaving him cold and distant. That letter of divorce may have been an indelible scar in Chu Tian's heart. Yet his willingness to forgive her suggested that the moonlight in her heart would continue to love him. Chu Tian merely nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Yet he remained silent, inwardly scoffing. He was curious to see just how shameless Wanying could become. Chapter 98. In his heart, Chu Tian merely wished to validate one matter. If Wanying's decree of separation was solely intended to extricate herself from the whirlpool of turmoil, perhaps a flicker of affection might remain between them. However, if it was merely a ruse to deceive him, he would not hesitate to be unyielding. After all, it was Wanying who had approached him. At that juncture, he might enact deeds that would haunt her for a lifetime. A look of surprise illuminated Wanying's face as she reached out to grasp Chu Tian's hand, her eyes seemingly brimming with boundless tenderness. Though I am engaged to young Master Yuan, do not misconstrue our bond. We have yet to even hold hands. I have never permitted any man to touch me, save for you. As she uttered these words, a faint blush crept across her cheeks, her gaze tinged with shyness, reminiscent of the moment they first solidified their relationship. Recalling past events, Chu Tian's expression softened somewhat. He replied calmly, since we have mended our relationship, there is likely nothing more to discuss, is there? If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave, as I have pressing obligations. Should you require anything, feel free to message me. With that, he prepared to depart, only for his hand to be firmly grasped by Song Wanying. A hint of reluctance flickered in her eyes as she gradually leaned against Chu Tian's shoulder. The long-forgotten sense of security surged within her, as if all the world's troubles would dissipate whenever she rested there. In that moment, she felt that the person beside her was her greatest support. That sensation had returned once more. Thank you. Upon hearing those words, Chu Tian's demeanor shifted slightly, though it was but a fleeting moment. Looking down at Song Wanying, who resembled her former self, he experienced a momentary illusion. Had she not been so reliant on him back then, he might not have risked his life to help her. Yet, what was the ultimate outcome? Everything felt like a dream, akin to a mirage. Song Wanying's concern, love, and dependence on him seemed but a temporary refuge. I have matters to attend to, he gently reminded her. Upon hearing his words, Song Wanying lifted her gaze, her eyes imbued with a hint of sorrow, and softly said, "Do you truly wish to avoid my company? You have changed so profoundly, and I know that I was the one who wounded your heart. I implore you not to distance yourself from me. It was my fault, and I acknowledge my mistakes." Chu Tian offered a faint smile. "I genuinely have pressing matters to attend to." With a slight pout of her red lips, Song Wanying eventually relinquished her grasp on his hand. "Return home early tonight. I shall prepare your favorite meal." Chu Tian simply nodded and then exited the private room. He had surmised Song Wanying's intentions in a faint, cold smile graced his lips. There was no need to concern himself with her actions. He had already envisioned the outcomes that awaited. However, after he left the room, Song Wanying's expression shifted several times before ultimately turning cold. "Chu Tian, your transformation is so drastic that I can scarcely recognize you. Are you still the person you once were? If you are, then you remain the moonlight of my heart." Her voice was barely a whisper, audible only to herself. Chapter 99. After casting a glance at the wine glass on the table, he rose and departed. Rather than returning directly to his family, he headed to the Shiao residence. Upon learning that Song Wanying had come to seek him out once more, Showdown could not help but furrow his brow, his eyes brimming with confusion and displeasure. At that moment, he had no desire to engage with this woman. In fact, he harbored a strong wish to have her expelled from the premises. However, he was uncertain of Chu Tian's disposition towards Song Wanying. He had heard whispers about Chu Tian, not through deliberate investigation, but rather through indirect channels. The kind of love that was selfless and relentless earned his utmost admiration. Yet, ultimately, Song Wanying's actions were disheartening. Had he been in Chu Tian's position, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. After a brief moment of hesitation, he ultimately resolved to meet with Song Wanying once more. "Let her in," he instructed. A servant ushered Song Wanying into the estate. "Shiao family head," she began, "I have come merely to inform you that Chu Tian and I have reconciled." What? Showdown could scarcely believe his ears. The two had repaired their relationship? When had this occurred, and why was he unaware? If such were the case, the young master would certainly have notified him to continue suppressing the divine beast, the Qilin. The crucial point was that he no longer possessed the special jade artifacts. They had long been exhausted, and the young master had yet to provide him with more. However, it soon seemed as if a realization dawned upon him, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. "Miss Song, are you jesting at my expense? Moreover, what transpires between you and Chu Tian bears no relevance to me." Song Wanying offered a faint smile. "Shiao family head, you are all mistaken, particularly that significant figure behind the scenes. He may believe me to be a heartless and ungrateful woman, yet I am not such a person. After all, I initially issued a divorce decree to Chu Tian solely to extricate him from a quagmire. You should be aware of young Master Yuan's disposition. He persistently pursued me, and had I not acquiesced, he would have likely taken action against our family. To safeguard my family, I had no choice but to feign compliance. Chu Tian, having been humiliated by my departure, was ultimately to preserve his life. Should young Master Yuan wish to deal with him, he need not lift a finger. A mere word would seal Chu Tian's fate. Thus, to protect his life, I resorted to this means, but it led to a misunderstanding with that influential figure. Now, the situation is laid bare before us. I no longer wish to concern myself with the rise or fall of our family, and I even contemplate releasing the auspicious beast, the Qilin, as we no longer possess the means to subdue it. I have come today solely to clarify the circumstances." As she spoke, Song Wanying's heart was filled with the hope that if that significant figure were to learn of her misunderstanding, he might offer recompense. He had aided her selflessly for 3 years. While she was uncertain of his ultimate motives, she was willing to sacrifice everything for the prosperity of her family. Showdown squinted slightly, a smile gracing his face. He was unsure of the veracity of Song Wanying's claims, but what if they were true? If the young master believed her words and reconciled with her, he would find himself in an awkward position. He could not influence the young master's thoughts, after all. For the sake of love, The young master had once acted recklessly. Perhaps his feelings for Song Wanying ran deeper than anyone could fathom. Even after being so profoundly hurt, he was still willing to forgive her, prompting a sigh of resignation from Xiaoding. Miss Song, I shall elucidate this matter with that significant figure. Chapter 100. Xiaoding felt a subtle stir in his heart and smiled. If that esteemed individual were to learn of the true circumstances, he might offer you some form of recompense. However, he may also choose to disregard the matter entirely. You must understand that such powerful figures hardly concern themselves with the opinions of those who are weak. He may not extend any further assistance to you, nor offer even a single compensation. After all, his previous altruistic gestures were but mere words from him. In your eyes, Chu Tian may appear lacking in strength, but to that esteemed individual, we are as insignificant as ants. Song Wanying's pupils constricted suddenly, unable to grasp the meaning behind Xiaoding's words. Had her strategy of retreating to advance gone awry? With a smile, Xiaoding continued, Miss Song, I have articulated my thoughts quite plainly. To speak candidly, that esteemed individual merely uttered a few casual words. He harbors no ulterior motives towards you. Assisting you is merely a matter of uplifting a junior. Even if you were to change drastically, he would not spare you a second glance. Consider it from his perspective. Would you truly concern yourself with the plight of an ant? Song Wanying found it hard to believe, her voice quivering slightly. Master Xiao, is there truly no room for negotiation? Could you perhaps facilitate an introduction to a great figure? Xiaoding was now entirely convinced that Song Wanying was indeed retreating to advance, oblivious to the fact that the one behind her was Chu Tian. Even at this moment, she continued to feign innocence before him. Perhaps the young master had been deceived by her. But Xiaoding was well aware of the lengths to which this woman would go for her family, her inherently cold nature. He now hesitated, contemplating whether to help the young master see through her true character. The young master should have some understanding, yet he ultimately chose to forgive Song Wanying. Was it truly so humble to love someone? She was not worthy of such devotion from the young master. His thoughts remained concealed beneath a facade of politeness. And he shook his head with a smile. I am sorry, but I cannot assist in an introduction. I believe Miss Song has comprehended my earlier remarks. In the eyes of that esteemed individual, we are both but ants. I will not jeopardize my own standing for your sake. Do you grasp my meaning? Song Wanying's expression turned exceedingly grim, forcing a smile as she replied, Master Xiao, thank you for your candor. Xiaoding nodded in return, by the way. Did you not mention wanting to release the auspicious beast, the Qilin? You may send that beast to me. I could perhaps present it to that esteemed individual. And who knows, it might yield a glimmer of hope. Of course, if you prefer not to, that is perfectly fine. Consider it as though I never mentioned it. Song Wanying's pupils narrowed slightly, her countenance growing even more distressed. She was loath to relinquish the Qilin unless absolutely necessary. Now, Xiaoding had set his sights on their family's auspicious beast. Did he intend to seize it outright? Master Xiao, please allow me some time to consider, she implored. After all, you are aware that the family decisions are not solely mine to make. I cannot speak for the others. Their views are rather conservative. Yet I will endeavor to persuade them. Xiaoding merely nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, instead lowering his head to attend to his own matters. Song Wanying understood this as a clear dismissal. Chapter 101. Upon departing from the residence of Xiaoding, her heart was tumultuous with conflicting emotions. If events unfolded as she anticipated, Xiaoding would not only cease to assist in appealing to that esteemed figure, but would instead conceal information. How could she navigate this predicament? Perhaps she could accompany Chu Tian to various gatherings, ensuring that all of Luyun City became aware of the restoration of their relationship. If the news reached that prominent individual, Xiaoding would find it impossible to keep it under wraps. At that moment, Song Wanying had resolved her course of action. Xiaoding, filled with uncertainty, sought out Chu Tian. He was unsure whether Song Wanying was deliberately deceiving him or if she had genuinely reconciled with the young master. Anticipating Xiaoding's visit, Chu Tian was not engaged in alchemical pursuits, but rather in the restoration of his cultivation. Come in, he beckoned. With utmost respect, Xiaoding entered the hall and bowed to Chu Tian. Young master, I seek clarity on a matter. Chu Tian smiled and nodded. Are you inquiring about Song Wanying? A sense of foreboding gripped Xiaoding. Had his suspicions been accurate? Surely not. His expression fluctuated. Observing Xiaoding's demeanor, Chu Tian could not suppress a chuckle. Surely. You do not believe that my relationship with Song Wanying is fully mended? I am merely indulging her in a charade. I know her character far better than you do. I wish to see just how shameless she can be. Rest assured, you shall not be entangled in this. Nor shall you face any difficulties. Maintain your previous stance. Neither assist nor refuse. Xiaoding's eyes sparkled with surprise at the young master's transformation. He was elated that the young master would no longer sacrifice everything for that woman. Young master. Song Wanying approached me earlier, and after a brief probing, it became clear that she merely wishes for your assistance in continuing to suppress the mythical beast, Qilin. She even desires my help in introducing her to that esteemed figure, unaware that the individual behind it is you. A smile graced Chu Tian's lips. If my memory serves me right, you adopted an orphan with remarkable talent, who has now reached the transcendent realm. Xiaoding's face lit up with pride when speaking of his foster son. Young master remembers him. It is indeed his honor. He has reached the pinnacle of the transcendent realm, just a step away from a breakthrough. Furthermore, I am grateful for the elixir you provided. I gifted him one. Xiaoding was exceedingly generous to his foster son, bestowing upon him all good fortune, including an elixir from Chu Tian, which was crucial for Xiaoding's own advancement. Chu Tian, rather than feeling displeased, smiled. Indeed, he possesses talent. Upon your return, instruct your foster son to feign being that esteemed figure. I wish to avoid wasting time with Song Wanying, merely observing her subsequent actions. I trust you comprehend my intentions. You are free to act as you see fit. I shall remain oblivious and await Song Wanying's developments. Upon hearing this, Xiaoding's eyes gleamed with excitement as he eagerly nodded. Few were aware of his foster son's identity, and those who did were primarily high-ranking individuals. A smile spread across his face. Very well, I shall make arrangements immediately. Chapter 102. After consuming a pill, Chu Tian felt an abundant surge of spiritual energy within him. He concentrated all his cultivation into a single point, and then directed it into the Bai Wei acupoint. In just a quarter of an hour, he had broken through to the realm of spiritual integration. His breakthrough was devoid of any bottlenecks. Despite having fallen from the martial emperor level during previous ascensions from mortal cultivation, the insights he had gained remained intact. Now, he was merely in the process of restoring his former prowess. Meanwhile, Song Wanying received news once again. Xiaoding wished to meet her and had arranged for a significant figure behind the scenes to join the meeting, indicating that there were matters to discuss. Upon hearing this news, Song Wanying was filled with excitement. Initially, she had suspected that Shaolin might have taken an interest in her family's auspicious beast, the Qilin. However, she soon realized that she had overthought the situation. To her surprise, Xiaoding was not that kind of person, indicating that she had misjudged him. She promptly instructed her subordinates, stating that the previous arrangements were no longer necessary, and ordered the complete withdrawal of all prior plans. She had initially decided to bring Chu Tian to an event that evening, organized by a transcendent master. However, she deemed it more important to meet the influential figure behind the scenes, especially since she had learned that the power suppressing the auspicious beast, the Qilin, was derived from the martial emperor's primal energy, an unparalleled peak master, of whom there were no more than 5 in the world. With her heart racing with anticipation, Song Wanying hurried to the agreed location. Upon arrival, she was taken aback to find that Xiaoding was not present. Only a young man awaited her. His features were not conventionally handsome but bore a remarkably resolute expression, with strong facial lines and piercing eyes. Despite being in his 20s, he emanated the aura of a peak transcendent, his cultivation level seemingly unmatched. Song Wanying could hardly believe that someone younger than herself had reached such a lofty realm. "May I ask who you are?" "You can simply call me Lao Lu," he replied. "I rank 6th in my family, and that is how my relatives and friends address me." Lao Lu was, in fact, Xiaoding's adopted son. Xiaoding had one biological daughter, with the rest being his adopted children. He was known for his benevolence, having rescued many orphans in abundance in this world, especially during conflicts among masters, where the innocent often suffer collateral damage. There was no semblance of a sound legal system here. When a master was enraged, the consequences could be dire. Song Wanying felt an odd sensation that the young man regarded her with a hint of disdain, though his sharp gaze did not betray such feelings. It was merely an instinctive impression. "Mr. Lu, were you the one assisting me all along?" she ventured cautiously. Upon hearing this tentative inquiry, Lao Lu nodded. "It was merely a trifling matter," he replied calmly. "The primal power suppressing the auspicious beast Qilin is akin to the spiritual energy we cultivate, coalescing into jade. It can be accomplished with ease, so there's no need for you to be overly polite. I heard you wanted to see me, so I came," he continued. "And since I have no pressing matters at hand, I am curious if you know the purpose of my assistance." At this revelation, Song Wanying's heart raced. She had not anticipated that the one aiding her from the shadows was so young and possessed such unfathomable strength, one that she could barely sense. Perhaps having already transcended the realm she knew. Chapter 103. Upon contemplating the situation, a smile of uncontrollable delight graced Song Wanying's face. "Mr. Lu, I am truly grateful for your selfless assistance. If you have any requests, rest assured that I will fulfill them without hesitation. With but a word from you, my entire family would be at your service." Mr. Lu harbored profound disdain in his heart, having already gathered a general understanding of the circumstances before his arrival. The woman before him was an extraordinary actress. Were it not for his awareness of the true situation, one might easily be deceived. His greatest weakness lay in his tendency to trust others too readily, and this woman, adept at performance, provided an opportunity for self-reflection. With this thought, Mr. Lu revealed a faint smile. I merely find you beautiful. Though you were once married, I perceive you as still flawless. My strength is considerable, and you would be wise to submit to me. Do you harbor such thoughts? He continued with an air of nonchalance. Fear not. I shall not impose nor engage in any excessive actions. Someone of my lineage would never stoop to the frivolities of a debauched youth. Should our elders discover such behavior, they would not hesitate to punish me severely. He reassured her, you need not feel burdened by my assistance. For me, it is but a trivial act, akin to a casual donation to a beggar. Mr. Lu spoke with utmost directness, his demeanor calm and collected. Song Wanying's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression reflecting her incredulity. Though she had suspected as much, hearing it articulated left her at a loss for how to respond. If she were to accept outright, would it not paint her as superficial? Moreover, she had only just reconciled with Chu Tian. To cast him aside for Mr. Lu would surely complicate matters further. How would Mr. Lu perceive her then? Her mind was a tumult of conflicting thoughts. Mr. Lu smiled and remarked, I have heard that you and Chu Tian have repaired your relationship. However, I believe that once a bond has suffered a fracture, no matter how one attempts to mend it, it remains a shattered mirror. I shall refrain from further comment for now. I merely wish to offer you this piece of advice. Whether you heed it is entirely up to you. My intentions are simple. Should you choose not to submit to me, I can still extend my assistance. At this moment, Song Wanying felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Had she known this would unfold, she would never have attempted to reconcile with Chu Tian. She had made a grave misstep. Now, she found herself in an impossible position. Mr. Lu, may I have some time to consider? Mr. Lu nodded with a smile. Certainly. I have other matters to attend to, and will be staying in Luyun City for a while. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me out. With that, he turned and departed without hesitation, moving swiftly, not affording Song Wanying the opportunity for a farewell. He feared that lingering too long would betray his intentions. Though this woman was undeniably beautiful, he held her in contempt. Considering her far more dangerous than mere flirtation, her presence would undoubtedly invite endless troubles. He found himself puzzled as to why his father had tasked him with the charade. As Song Wanying walked back, she felt as though she had been subjected to a trial. Mr. Lu was an unparalleled genius, one whose equal might scarcely be found in Luyun City or even in the capital. Only the most powerful and secretive families could nurture such talent. And he was merely the sixth in his lineage. The extent of his family's power was likely terrifying. Even this glimpse was merely the tip of the iceberg. What was she to do? Chapter 104. Within the heart of Song Wanying, a profound turmoil brewed, not over how to confront Chu Tian, but rather how to ensure others perceived her actions as anything but a betrayal of him. This dilemma necessitated a focus on Chu Tian himself. With this thought, Song Wanying's gaze grew increasingly resolute. If she could not take on the role of the villain, then it must fall to Chu Tian to embody the false gentleman who betrays trust. Many believed that Chu Tian had once risked everything for her, fiercely capturing the elusive beast, the Qilin. Ultimately, it was she who abandoned him. The first abandonment might have been excusable, as he could easily cast young Master Yuan as the scapegoat, but now it was the second time. Song Wanying even found herself questioning whether the so-called Mr. Lu was deliberately testing her. Yet, she could not afford to err in judgment, for she lacked the luxury of such a misstep, as doubts lingered in her heart. A message from Shao reached her, instructing her to visit the Shiao residence, where Mr. Lu had left a jade artifact to subdue the Qilin. When Shao encountered Song Wanying, his face radiated warmth. Miss Song, that esteemed individual has just bestowed upon me a specially crafted jade artifact. He had pressing matters and could not elaborate. He entrusted me to deliver this to you, hoping you might consider his proposal. I am unaware of the particulars of your discussion, but I have done what I can. If a chance arises in the future, I hope to speak favorably of you before that esteemed individual. At this moment, Shao Ding's demeanor was markedly courteous, in stark contrast to his previous attitude. Song Wanying's suspicions were entirely allayed. If this were merely a performance, such courtesy would be unwarranted. Moreover, Mr. Lu's talents surpassed any genius she had previously encountered. He was not only extraordinarily powerful, but he also lacked the characteristics of a frivolous young master, having bestowed upon her the choice. Such an opportunity lay before her, and should she fail to appreciate it, it would indeed reflect poorly on her intellect. Thank you for the reminder, Master Shiao. I shall consider it carefully. If the opportunity arises, I will certainly not forget your kindness, she replied. Shao Ding simply nodded, refraining from inquiring about her next course of action. As he watched Song Wanying depart, his smile gradually faded. He could even predict her subsequent actions. Their current endeavors were mere trials. Should Song Wanying choose to decline, it might result in mutual satisfaction, yet it would simultaneously alter her image in his eyes. But what would be the outcome? Upon returning to her secluded villa, devoid of outsiders or even servants, which had once been her and Chu Tian's abode, she promptly arranged a sumptuous feast, awaiting his arrival. As dusk settled, the delectable dishes grew cold, and at last she heard the sound of the door opening. Instantly, Wanying rose, her gaze fixed in anticipation, filled with a fleeting sense of guilt. Yet, in an instant, she repressed those feelings, and as their eyes met, determination surged within her. A rare opportunity lay before her. To squander it would surely disappoint the heavens themselves. Chapter 105. As Chu Tian gazed upon the array of dishes on the table, his brow arched slightly, and a gentle smile graced his face. When his eyes turned to Wanying, they seemed imbued with profound emotion. After several years, you still remember my favorite dishes. Did you prepare all of this yourself? Wanying subtly shook her head, a flicker of remorse vanishing from her eyes as her expression turned icy. Chu Tian feigned ignorance, taking a seat at the dining table. He picked up his chopsticks and sampled the food, a smile illuminating his countenance as he savored the flavors. The taste pales in comparison to what you make. It must be from the hotel as chef, right? Nonetheless, it suffices, for it indicates that you still hold a place for me in your heart. Even if you were deceiving me, I would rather be ensnared in your ruse for eternity. At that moment, Chu Tian appeared utterly infatuated. However, when he looked up, he noticed the seriousness etched on Wanying's face. What troubles you? Did you not say our relationship was completely mended? You personally prepared this meal for my return. I understand you have been busy and may not have had the time to cook, yet I believe there remains a space for me in your heart. I trusted your earlier words, so let us dine first. After all, nothing is more paramount than a good meal. As he spoke, Chu Tian reached out to take her hand, but Wanying immediately withdrew, taking several deep breaths as her gaze grew even cooler. Chu Tian, the words I spoke before were indeed fabrications. I know you harbored deep feelings for me. Otherwise, you would not have returned after I pleaded. Yet, some matters are beyond our control. My intent to mend our relationship was primarily to demonstrate sincerity to that influential figure who has assisted me from behind the scenes. Now that he has witnessed my genuine feelings, he has put forth a demand. His request is for me to submit to him, even if it means becoming merely a concubine in his eyes. I believe this sacrifice is worthwhile, as he can offer immense support to my family. I once told you that for the sake of my family, I would sacrifice everything, including myself. I am sorry for you. You may propose a condition, and if it lies within my capacity, I will not refuse and will even double the benefits I provide. However, I need your assistance in return. The smile on Chu Tian's face gradually faded, his gaze fixed on Wanying, mirroring the shattering of his heart. Their eyes locked, and Wanying felt an increasing weight of guilt, unable to meet his gaze any longer, instead turning her attention to the distance. Her voice lowered significantly. Chu Tian, you must understand that the most worthless thing in this world is cheap sentiment. All emotions must be founded on material substance. From our initial encounter to love, we have indeed traversed much together. Yet, in my heart, there remains an unwavering thought to develop our family and ensure its enduring prosperity. I know this betrays you, but I have no choice. Who could have anticipated that the influential figure would covet my beauty? I could only make this choice. Chu Tian remained silent, quietly awaiting her words while harboring a cold laugh within. Chapter 106. Wanying feigned an expression of profound grievance, her voice trembling ever so slightly. Do you know? I have truly regarded you as the most beautiful moonlight in my heart. Beyond you, I find it exceedingly challenging to experience what genuine love truly feels like. Your selfless devotion towards me has always been without complaint. I only ask for your help this final time. Once you assist me now, I shall impose no further demands upon you, and I am prepared to offer you a compensation that will surely please you. As she concluded, Wanying's gaze turned icy. Within her heart, a faint sigh escaped her lips. She lamented the misalignment of fate between herself and Chu Tian. From a young age, her family's teachings instilled in her that one must sacrifice everything for the family. Each member is but a vital part of the whole. If one does not strive for the family's advancement, they are unworthy of being called a member. This very philosophy had continuously bolstered her, convincing her that her actions bore no fault. A self-deprecating smile appeared on Chu Tian's face as he inquired, "Since you have laid your cards on the table, I wish to ask you one thing. What more do you need me to do?" He refrained from addressing the myriad flaws in Wanying's earlier statements. When they first met, she had mentioned mending their relationship, likening it to a final proposal, yet here she was again with yet another last chance. His resolve grew firmer. He regarded her previous words as mere deception, and now the truth revealed itself. At that moment, Wanying felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, she had only just persuaded Chu Tian to reconcile, taking the initiative to do so, and now this turmoil had ensued. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke, Chu Tian. I too was caught off guard. I never anticipated that the influential figure behind the scenes had taken an interest in me. I pondered what could possibly merit such generous, unreserved gifts. Now I understand that it is my beauty that has attracted that esteemed individual's gaze. I admit I possess a certain allure within our city of Luyun. I am dubbed the first beauty. If you seek a woman in the future, you must avoid those who are merely beautiful, for the more enchanting a woman is, the more deceptive she may be. Chu Tian listened in silence, refraining from interruption, as he had already surmised what Wanying aimed to convey. After a quiet interval of several seconds, she could no longer contain herself. Do you not wish to inquire about the reason? She pressed. Was my previous statement not sufficiently clear? That influential figure has taken note of me, and my relationship with you has been restored. From the beginning until now, our engagement remains intact. I merely feared for your safety against young Master Yuan, which is why I once issued you a letter of divorce. But now, circumstances have changed. We have just rekindled our bond. Are you not filled with rage? If you have any anger, feel free to unleash it upon me. As long as your actions do not exceed certain bounds, I will be able to tolerate it. Chapter 107. Chu Tian chuckled and shook his head. Have you ever considered the possibility that I have long anticipated your intentions, merely participating in a performance with you? Your act now strikes me as ludicrous. It has barely been a day, and after not even overcoming 12 levels, you have abruptly changed your mind and subsequently spoken with such earnestness. Had that esteemed individual not personally met you, upon your return to seek my assistance this evening, you would undoubtedly have prepared a sumptuous feast, crafted by your own hands. Yet now, your efforts are so half-hearted that it elicits nothing but ridicule. All my previous aspirations now seem like mere fantasies. Rising to his feet, Chu Tian raised his glass, a smile illuminating his face. Let us part on amicable terms. There is no need for further entreaties from you. I am disinclined to assist you, especially after you have exploited me twice. Your family has already reaped considerable benefits. There is no necessity to continue breaking my heart. Having spoken thus, one would expect that if Wanying possessed even a modicum of conscience, she might reconsider. Yet, she was not that sort of person. Biting her crimson lip, her voice quivered as she said, I am truly sorry. Every fault lies with me. I never anticipated that events would unfold so unexpectedly. In my mind, the powerful figure supporting me was perhaps already aged and merely sought to uplift the younger generation. However, I now comprehend that there is no such thing as a free lunch. He has chosen me, in pursuit of my family's development. I find myself compelled to sacrifice my own desires for the greater good of the clan. You must grasp the meaning of my words. I have never contemplated abandoning my family, nor have I ever intended to forsake everything for my unattainable ideal. An ideal is merely a love that cannot be realized. A vision that naturally enshrouds you with a filter, overlooking all your flaws while cherishing your virtues. If we were to be together, would you truly find happiness? The rift that has developed between us is irreparable. After all, a broken mirror cannot be made whole again. Chu Tian chuckled lightly and shook his head. Just tell me directly what you wish for me to do. I am willing to assist you, marking a definitive boundary between us. From this point forward, you shall walk your own path while I traverse mine, free from entanglements. Wanying felt as though a needle had pierced her heart. Some sentiments were simply too difficult to voice. The truth remained. He would do anything for his family, and there was no pretense in that. The family was the very foundation of his aspirations, and as for Chu Tian, all she could offer was an apology. As he had articulated, her ideal should exist solely within her memories, overlooking his shortcomings while cherishing the remnants of his virtues. At that moment, Wanying took several deep breaths, her gaze growing increasingly resolute. Chu Tian, my sole intention is to prompt you to declare that we are no longer suited for one another. The past fissures linger like thorns embedded in your heart, preventing you from confronting me. You suspect I might betray you again, and thus you deliberately toy with my emotions, feigning reconciliation while treating me as a lingering regret. Chu Tian understood her sentiment, smiling as he replied, I suddenly perceive our relationship as the greatest irony of my life. Chapter 108. Wanying has now revealed her true intentions before Chu Tian. Her objective is quite simple, to compel Chu Tian to withdraw voluntarily, while also tarnishing his reputation. All in the name of fulfilling her desires, ultimately severing their ties completely. At this moment, his gaze grew increasingly frigid, his voice resonating as if it emerged from the depths of the underworld. Wanying, remember this day. You have stated your final request. From now on, we shall have no further entanglements. As for your compensation, I neither require nor covet it. This is my last act of assistance to you. Are you certain this is your demand? If you wish to reconsider, the opportunity still remains. With her lips pressed tightly together, Wanying's voice was unwavering. I have made my decision. You may disseminate the news that I am unworthy of being your beloved moonlight. and that you chose to depart upon recognizing the sincerity of our feelings, unwilling to cause me harm. However, the rift in our relationship is an undeniable truth. Once, I sacrificed my own dignity to ensure your safety, presenting you with a letter of divorce that painted me as a heartless woman, all to protect you. Now, the situation is clear before us, and I only hope for your assistance one last time. After you help me, regardless of the conditions you may propose in the future, I shall not refuse, as long as it is within my means. Chu Tian chuckled, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips, his voice calm as still water. Enough of your superfluous words that serve only to mock yourself. In my eyes, you have never embodied the cherished moonlight I once envisioned. Rather, I am fortunate to have seen your true nature. Had our relationship continued, I would undoubtedly find myself ensnared. Moreover, in my times of distress, you would offer no aid, and might even betray me. Discovering your true character in advance has proven more beneficial than detrimental. Rest assured, the words you spoke will indeed reach the ears of that influential figure you mentioned. With that, he prepared to depart. The final flicker of hope in his heart extinguished, doused by a deluge of cold reality. Just as he had suspected, Wanying had never contemplated a genuine reconciliation. It had all been a mere farce. He had no desire to endure such a joke again, and only one thought remained. If Wanying were to irrevocably sever their ties, ceasing all entanglements, he could grant her clemency, and they would never meet again. However, should she persist in her relentless pursuit, he would not hesitate to resort to more extreme measures. Unbeknownst to Wanying, Chu Tian's thoughts were far from her comprehension. She believed he was swayed by their lingering emotions, and a look of remorse crossed her face. Her voice trembled softly. I'm sorry. Those 3 words struck Chu Tian as profoundly cheap. In the future, refrain from uttering those words before me, for they, much like your character, are utterly devoid of value. With that, he turned and walked away. Chapter 109. The voice of Wanying echoed from behind. Chu Tian, do not forget the promise you made to me. This matter must be made public. The rift in our relationship stems from our feelings for each other, not from any wrongdoing on my part. Consider this your final act of assistance. I shall not trouble you again. Should you ever find yourself in need of my aid, I will unhesitatingly offer my support, even granting you a lifetime of prosperity. I believe that esteemed individual is certainly not as cruel and narrow-minded as young Master Yuan. Without turning his head, Chu Tian merely waved his hand dismissively, as if to convey to Wanying that such actions were unnecessary. Deep within, Wanying was still pursuing the path of swordsmanship, feeling that Chu Tian had yet to grasp the reality of their situation. They were all adults now, and it had been 3 years. Chu Tian's failure to mature left her feeling profoundly disappointed. Yet, concurrently, she felt a pang of guilt for the pain she had caused him. It was this guilt that led her to resolve that should Chu Tian ever seek her help in the future, she would offer it without a hint of mockery, dedicating herself wholeheartedly to his cause. Not long after Chu Tian departed, Wanying received a message from Shao. Though it was late at night, she hurried over with utmost urgency, for Shao had yet to rest, awaiting her response. Everything was prepared, they merely awaited the right moment. Master Shao, your urgency in summoning me and mentioning that esteemed individual compelled me to come immediately. Shao felt a wave of revulsion internally. Yet he maintained a facade of cheerful composure. He spoke softly, I have received news regarding Chu Tian and have spoken with Mr. Liu. He informed me that you have performed admirably. However, he is currently occupied with more pressing matters and cannot divulge what he is engaged in. All you need to do is wait patiently. When he returns, he will certainly take you home and inform his family that you are his vassal. Miss Song, I must remind you that being a vassal and being a wife are 2 distinct concepts. Upon hearing this, Wanying felt a sense of unwillingness, yet ultimately could only bite her lip and present a faint, sorrowful smile. Master Shao, I have made my decision. For a family to prosper, it requires the efforts of several generations. I consider myself the first generation to elevate our family. I can certainly endure personal sacrifice, especially since I have just been deceived. I once naively believed that Chu Tian was the light of my life, but now I realize that was merely a misguided attempt to compensate for my lost affections. An automatic beautification of his status in my heart. As she spoke these words, she let out a deep sigh, her eyes filled with desolation and anger. Shao was genuinely taken aback. He had not anticipated such theatricality from Wanying. His sympathy for Chu Tian increased, realizing why their young master had been so easily ensnared by this woman. Had he been in his 20s, he might have fared even worse. The seamless shift in her demeanor was remarkable, deftly placing all blame on others, something he knew he could not achieve himself. Are you certain? Shao inquired, awaiting a definitive answer from Wanying. Chapter 110. Wanying's expression was devoid of any remorse. Instead, it was marked by a resolute nod. Her voice resonated with fury. Master Shao, I comprehend your intentions. You wish for me to reflect further. Yet what angers me more is the behavior of Chu Tian. For him, I once sacrificed my reputation, willing to sever ties with my own dignity. Everyone perceives me as a woman devoid of gratitude, believing I would forsake everything for the sake of power. They fail to see the truth within. If I truly sought to ascend the social ladder, why would I tarnish my own name? Shao felt as though his worldview had been radically altered. How shameless could one possibly be to utter such words? Wanying continued. Chu Tian utterly misinterprets my sincere intentions. He seeks to be ungrateful. Yet in the end, he chose to be forthright. For he recognized the genuine emotions we shared, abandoning any further intentions. Otherwise, I might have been deceived. Shao Ding chuckled, nodding in apparent agreement with Wanying's words. Indeed, it warrants careful consideration. Since all your concerns have dissipated, you ought to conduct yourself properly moving forward, devoid of any unnecessary thoughts. I must say, I find you quite commendable. I have witnessed your actions, and I foresee a promising future for you. You are, without a doubt, the most astonishing individual I have encountered. Very well, you may take your leave. There is little more for us to discuss. Wanying felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, believing that Shao Ding had validated her statements. Yet an unsettling feeling lingered, as if Shao Ding could see through her thoughts. This intuition stemmed from her femininity. She feared he might intervene, though he ought to find no faults. Recalling every word she had spoken, she was reassured by the recording she had left behind to prevent any potential manipulation by Shao Ding. She had always been meticulous in her endeavors. All circumstances had aligned before her. Now, everything was in place, save for the wind from the east. This proverbial wind was to come from Mr. Liu. The developments unfolded exactly as Chu Tian had anticipated. When Wanying returned in the dead of night, she placed the special jade artifact beside the auspicious beast, the Qilin. However, she soon sensed something amiss. The Qilin exhibited no signs of purity. Rather, it grew increasingly agitated. The family had to report the situation immediately, but ultimately, several were injured. The Qilin nearly escaped. Although it was eventually subdued, the cost was steep. Several elite members of the Song family suffered severe injuries while barely managing to contain the Qilin, but they could not hold out for long. Uncertain of the jade artifact's inherent issue, Wanying resolved to visit the Shao residence the following day, yet she found herself unable to meet with Shao Ding. Doubt filled her heart, and she even speculated whether this was a deliberate performance orchestrated against her. Meanwhile, within the Shao estate, Chu Tian stood at the highest point, gazing through the floor-to-ceiling window at the departing Wanying. He turned his gaze back toward Shao Ding. Chapter 111. Shao Ding immediately bowed and said, "Young master, as you predicted, Wanying does not truly care for you. She is unworthy of your affections." His words were deliberate and contemplative. He could even foresee Wanying's arrival and wished to shield the young master from such a scheming individual. It would be more accurate to label her not merely as a green tea bitch, but as a complete scourge. Such a woman, driven by familial obligations, would readily betray anyone, having just chosen to reconcile only to leave once more, all while attempting to cast the young master in a negative light. Never had he encountered someone so brazenly shameless. A faint smile graced Chu Tian's face as he spoke with a calmness akin to still waters. "I have now uncovered the entire truth. Regardless of Wanying's previous intentions, she has irrevocably changed. There can be no future between us." He then continued, "I will not let Shao Lu's assistance go unrewarded. He has reached the pinnacle of the Transcendence Realm, just a step away from a breakthrough. This is a gift of elixirs for him, including one for you. Do not hesitate to consume it, for it will greatly benefit you. Only with greater strength can you assist me more effectively." Shao Ding's eyes sparkled with excitement, his gaze shining like the radiant sun. "Thank you, young master. This is indeed my duty. Whenever you command, I shall execute without hesitation or procrastination." Turning back, Chu Tian maintained his smile, his voice devoid of fluctuation. "But do you understand that my strength has regressed? I am now far inferior to you, having only just attained the merging spirit realm. Your power could easily obliterate me. Let alone Shao Lu. Are you certain you wish to steadfastly follow me? It may take an indeterminate time for me to regain my prowess at the martial emperor level. Currently, your presence at my side brings no advantage and may even invite grave calamities. Perhaps one day, your entire family could be implicated. Contemplate your answer carefully. For choosing to be my ally may lead you to an irreversible fate, and I too might encounter peril." His tone was tranquil. Yet the weight of his words caused Shao Ding's pupils to constrict sharply. He could scarcely believe what he had just heard. But piecing together his previous encounters with Chu Tian and their current situation, a realization dawned upon him. Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt before Chu Tian, his voice resolute and filled with sincerity. "Young master, regardless of your current strength, you have bestowed upon me the gift of rebirth. Without you, I would have perished long ago. I would not be the person I am today. My life was already forfeit. It was you who drew me from the abyss. Should our future lead our entire family into an endless chasm, it may simply be our fate, and I shall harbor no grievances. Moreover, the elixirs you have gifted me are the greatest affirmation and support. His eyes brimmed with gratitude, devoid of any ulterior motives, only sincerity. Chu Tian was pleased with this response, a smile gracing his features as he calmly replied, "Since you have made your choice, let me make my terms clear. Should there come a day when you wish to extricate yourself, you may inform me directly. As long as you do not commit any acts of betrayal, I will allow you to depart. Remember this, I permit your departure, but betrayal is intolerable." Chapter 112. Showdown had long since resolved that, regardless of what transpired in the future, he would unwaveringly stand by Chu Tian's side, even if it meant shattering into a million pieces. Without the young master, he would not be the person he was today. He had been destined to perish years ago, and his family would have faced utter annihilation at that time. It was the young master who had single-handedly pulled them back from the brink. Even if he ultimately faced a fate of being reduced to nothingness, he would accept it as his destiny. This was his mindset. Chu Tian patted Showdown's shoulder and said, "Xiao Lu is an exceptional talent, and I hold him in high regard. This set of techniques is bestowed upon him, as it suits his cultivation perfectly. As for you, it is not conducive for your practice, so do not worry about your own cultivation. With me by your side, you will undoubtedly ascend to greater heights." Showdown felt as though he had entered the inner circle of the young master, and his heart swelled with excitement as he expressed his gratitude profusely. Meanwhile, Wanying was beset by an unsettling feeling, as if ominous events loomed on the horizon. The suppression of the auspicious beast, the Qilin, had not proceeded smoothly and seemed to have backfired instead. The special jade artifact appeared unchanged on the surface, yet as Wanying held it, she sensed a dissimilarity compared to the jade artifact she had previously acquired, though she could not discern where the issue lay. What could be the cause? Was Mr. Lu's identity genuine or not? The two questions gnawed at her, causing her brow to knit tightly. As she pondered these matters, a subordinate from her family hurried in. Bowing respectfully, "We have uncovered information about the person in the portrait. Hand it over." Wanying commanded immediately. The subordinate hastily presented a note. Upon reading its contents, her form swayed slightly, and her complexion turned extremely pale. "Showdown, how dare you deceive me?" she exclaimed, her fury boiling over. The news conveyed by her subordinate revealed that Mr. Lu was indeed the sixth in rank within the family, but he was Showdown's sixth adopted son. Given the clarity of his identity, the special expectations provided were undoubtedly false. That prominent figure was not the sixth at all, but rather another individual had ensnared her in a cunning ploy, leaving her ensnared in a web of deceit. The consequences of this revelation ignited a profound rage within Wanying. Just then, the elders of the family arrived. "Wanying, what is happening? Why is the auspicious beast, the Qilin, in such a tumultuous state? If we do not devise a plan to suppress it within 3 days, even if it cannot escape, it will surely self-destruct. Its pride as a divine beast prevents it from submitting to our control, and it could very well go on a complete rampage. Moreover, I can sense that the Qilin harbors a desire. It seeks out the one who struck it." As the elder spoke, an unusual glint flickered in his eyes. The Qilin had no such thoughts. It was not merely its desire but a determination to eliminate certain individuals, specifically Chu Tian. The elder believed that Wanying's refusal to unite with young Master Yuan was entirely due to Chu Tian. Chapter 113. If Chu Tian were to vanish, it would mean that Wanying would no longer have any lingering concerns. Deep within her, a tempest of anger brewed, and upon hearing the elder's words, she could not help but grasp their implication. Her expression grew increasingly frigid. "Elder, this matter I shall resolve on my own. As for the thoughts of the auspicious beast Qilin, there is no need for you to feign ignorance before me. If the Qilin truly possessed its own will, it would have undoubtedly gone berserk long ago during its slumber. The consequences of 3 years of suppression are evident for you to see. Its rise or fall rests squarely upon it. If we are unable to continue the suppression, it may be wiser to allow the auspicious beast Qilin to depart. Perhaps this will safeguard our family. We have but 3 days remaining. Should we fail to find a resolution within this time frame, this may indeed be our best course of action." The elder could scarcely believe his ears. Every member of their family shared a consensus. Although Wanying currently held the reins of leadership, it was for the sake of the family's development and honor. Now, the notion that she might voluntarily relinquish the auspicious beast Qilin suggested that she had truly reached a dead end. His countenance darkened considerably, and the thoughts that had swirled in his mind began to dissipate, leaving only a weighty solemnity. Was the Yuan family unwilling to assist? The only explanation that came to mind was that young Master Yuan was disinclined to extend his hand. Wanying shook her head. It is not that he is unwilling. Rather, he never considered offering aid. He merely intends to use our family as a stepping stone, seeking to control us entirely and leverage our influence to bolster the Yuan family's power. If young Master Yuan were to establish a foothold in Luoyuan City, we would no longer hold any value to him. How would one deal with a worthless pawn? The elder's expression grew even graver, as he had not anticipated such a disheartening conclusion. His eyes brimmed with fury, and his teeth ground together audibly. All his ulterior motives faded into oblivion, leaving behind a singular thought: to preserve the family and render it even more robust. Ideally, they would directly suppress the auspicious beast Qilin. If that proved impossible, they would have no choice but to let it go. Yet, the more he pondered, the more discontented he became. He recalled how they had urged Wanying to sever ties with Chu Tian, for he had lost all worth and had seen his cultivation plummet, descending into the realm of the ordinary. Such a person was unworthy of Wanying. It was precisely their instigation that had led her to make a resolute decision. Miss, is there truly no room for maneuver? Wanying shook her head. In the short term, it seems not. Allowing the auspicious beast Qilin to leave is a last resort. And I have made a grievous error, having been toyed with by Showdown. He has played me with such impunity. Where does that leave me? I shall repay him in kind, ensuring he understands the consequences of his mockery. You must immediately spread the word to those so-called geniuses in Luoyuan City. They are no more than mediocrities, at best. In the face of the sixth son of the Shiao family, they are less than mediocre. The elder found this hard to fathom and instinctively questioned, Miss, what manner of retribution is this? Wanying's eyes glimmered with icy determination. In Luoyuan City, the great powers are engaged in both overt and covert struggles. They will never idly watch as a formidable genius rises. A living genius is a true genius, while a fallen one is merely a fleeting meteor, leaving behind a momentary legend. Many will seek his demise, especially once they recognize his talent. No force will permit him to flourish. The sixth son of the Shiao family possesses extraordinary gifts and has already reached the pinnacle of the transcendent realm at merely 20 years of age. Given time, how far might he ascend? Chapter 114. In Wanying's eyes, a murderous intent surged. She had indeed been played by Showdown and had suffered a complete defeat. If that powerful figure were to learn of her actions, the consequences would be dire, and he certainly would not lend her assistance. Showdown had his sights set on their family's auspicious Qilin beast. Moreover, that sixth brother had gone too far, presenting her with a counterfeit jade artifact, which not only failed to subdue the Qilin but rendered it even more irritable. They all deserved to perish. Old steward, transmit the message immediately. The sixth son of the Shiao family possesses exceptional talent and is on the verge of breaking through to the transcendent realm. If this is not curtailed, the future of Luoyuan City will undoubtedly belong to the Shiao family. Yes, the old steward complied, preparing to convey the message. Just then, a subordinate rushed in with news. The Shiao family had just announced that the family head had broken through to the transcendent realm, and his son had also achieved a breakthrough, not to the transcendent realm, but to the immortal realm. They were sending out invitations, summoning the major forces in Luoyuan City to celebrate. Upon hearing this, Wanying's pupils constricted sharply. She suspected that Showdown had already discerned her intentions and had preemptively released the news, simultaneously declaring the emergence of the first immortal in Luoyuan City. Those forces that had previously gathered formidable experts of the transcendent realm might have succeeded in an assassination. Now, faced with an immortal, transcendent beings would find only death. Now they were sending out invitations, yet had not included her. What could this possibly signify? Furthermore, the head of the Shiao family proclaimed that the powerful figure who had always supported them would appear at the banquet tomorrow, asserting that their current glory was entirely due to this individual. As these words echoed in her mind, Wanying's thoughts raced. The old steward, equally stunned, instinctively glanced at Wanying, seeking guidance on their next course of action. Their family was indeed in a precarious state. If they could not break the deadlock, it would truly be the end. The Qilin beast was not so easily subdued. What should they do next? After much contemplation, Wanying realized there was but one course of action left. She reached out to Chu Tian once more. When Chu Tian received her message, a subtle smile played upon his lips. He had anticipated that Wanying would not easily acquiesce, despite his previous clear warnings. However, he was curious to see what she would attempt next. Their meeting took place at the Jindingxian Tavern. When they saw each other, their moods were vastly different from their last encounter. Chu Tian maintained his gentle smile, but to Wanying, it felt like mockery, darkening her expression considerably. Chu Tian, I acknowledge my wrongs in this matter, but I implore you to assist me once more. Whatever you ask of me, I shall comply, even if it means offering myself. I am willing. At this moment, Wanying had resolved to go all in. She understood that the key to breaking the impasse lay with Chu Tian, and she must attend the banquet tomorrow. If she failed to meet that powerful figure, her fate would be sealed. Only by confronting that individual and clarifying the situation could she reveal that Xiaoding was the one obstructing her. With this thought, her gaze grew increasingly resolute. Chapter 115. A subtle smile played at the corner of Chu Tian's lips as he spoke softly. Do you still recall the words you once uttered? It was you who proclaimed that from this moment forth, there would be no ties between us, that we would be entirely disentangled. I even declared to the outside world that I was the one who willingly abandoned you, presenting you with a formal letter of divorce. Is that not sufficient? Others gossip, believing I have wronged you, unaware of your true circumstances, and they only seek to complicate your plight. Did you not disseminate these rumors yourself? His voice remained calm, yet his words stirred a sense of discomfort within Wanying. The situation had escalated to this point. She decided to lay her cards on the table. Her expression growing increasingly resolute, her gaze ignited with fierce determination. This predicament arose because of you. Had you not sought out Xiaoding? How could he have targeted me deliberately? He possesses a unique jade artifact capable of suppressing the auspicious beast, the Qilin. Now, he seeks to seize the Qilin for himself. Once it falls into their hands, they can entirely suppress the Qilin's fortune for their own gain. Do not forget, the Qilin is one you captured with your own hands. Even if it were to be gifted, it would rightfully return to you. Chu Tian's smile held a mocking quality as he replied, would you truly part with it? He had long anticipated Wanying's intentions, and his expression dripped with derision. It was at this moment that he truly recognized her shamelessness. Indeed, she was no longer the Wanying he once knew. In their earlier acquaintance, she had been gentle and devoid of ambition, but over time, she had undergone an inexplicable transformation. It was precisely due to her change that they now found themselves in this predicament. Wanying, do you not yet comprehend? The only person you genuinely cherish is yourself. I know not what has wrought this version of you, but I must express my sentiments. The current you feels increasingly alien to me, and I perceive a profound lack of shame within you. Time and again, you beseech me for assistance, each time insisting it would be the last. Yet how many last times have there been? I need not render you aid any longer, for we are no longer bound by any relationship. Furthermore, I must clarify, whatever you choose to pursue in the future is of no concern to me. Do not approach me again, for you have squandered the last remnants of our connection. Wanying was acutely aware of the dire state of her circumstances, and her expression grew increasingly grim. Through gritted teeth, she declared, Chu Tian, I once invested my emotions in you, regarding you as my guiding light. Were it not for my family, I would have willingly spent my life by your side. Very well, I accept your words. Chu Tian's smile turned wicked, his tone chilling as he responded, once your family has utterly fallen, then we may discuss your so-called lifelong companionship. But should you become a tarnished soul, do not dare seek me out again, for I fear contamination. His words were merciless, their meaning unmistakable. Wanying felt a surge of indignation. The flames of fury blazed in her eyes. Chu Tian, what do you mean by that? I remain chaste to this day. Your words are an affront to my dignity. Chapter 116. Chu Tian could not help but burst into laughter, his smile laced with mockery. Isn't this a self-inflicted humiliation? This remark left Wanying speechless. Indeed, he had come to plead with Chu Tian multiple times, and this was already the third. As the saying goes, once or twice may be excusable, but thrice is intolerable. Were the roles reversed, had Chu Tian been wronged even once, he would undoubtedly have retaliated immediately. Yet now, apart from Chu Tian, he could scarcely think of anyone else who might assist him. Xiaoding had surely spoken ill of him in front of that significant figure, consistently tarnishing his reputation. The rumors he had spread would likely deter that important person from considering him. Just as Xiaoding had once stated, before that influential individual, they were akin to ants. Who would care for the lives of ants? A mere gesture of assistance from the other party could propel their family to great heights. Yet that distinguished figure looked down upon him while holding Xiaoding in high regard. He needed to unveil Xiaoding's true, despicable nature to that important person. Chu Tian, this matter will benefit you as well. My plan is quite simple. Attend the Xiao family banquet tomorrow and bring you along. All I need is for you to speak a few words on my behalf. Xiaoding has been deceiving me with his despicable tactics. If you help me, I assure you, I will not let you suffer. That esteemed individual will surely appreciate my revelation of Xiaoding's true colors, and a little assistance from him will be enough to elevate our family. At that time, you will be the greatest benefactor. I would not even hesitate to comply with your requests now. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian realized that Wanying was merely painting an extravagant picture for him. And this was not the first time. He had once believed her words, rooted in their past affections. However, her subsequent cold and unfeeling demeanor had illuminated her true nature, and her repeated shameless pleas had left his heart utterly frozen. He no longer wished to engage with her. Wanying, let this be the end. Chu Tian rose. Unwilling to continue the discussion, he had finally relinquished his feelings. To truly disregard someone is to adopt a frigid mindset, unaffected by their joys or sorrows. No matter what the other party did, it would not incite his excessive concern. They were merely a stranger to him. This was the extent of his tolerance. Yet, Wanying stood resolutely before him, her eyes ablaze with fury. Chu Tian, do not force my hand. You only need to provide a simple testimony, which would greatly benefit me. If you are unwilling to assist with even this, do not blame me for my lack of civility. You might find my actions laughable, but you have not stood in my shoes, nor viewed the landscape from my vantage point. For the sake of my family, I am capable of any action, even sacrificing myself, let alone engaging in such shameless acts. If you refuse to help, I may turn my focus to those around you, including Liao Pengzi, your closest friend and brother. Do you wish to stand by and watch him face bankruptcy, burdened with insurmountable debt? As she spoke, her gaze grew increasingly frigid, akin to that of a venomous serpent. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, a half-smile playing on his lips. Am I forcing you? Indeed. You are compelling me to trample upon my last line of defense. I genuinely do not wish to act against you. I once even sought to protect you. Yet you failed to grasp my intentions. Wanying spoke with utmost seriousness, but her words elicited a suppressed mirth from Chu Tian. Chapter 117. Chu Tian mockingly remarked, Flies do not alight on seamless eggs. I must have been blind to have ever found you appealing. How can you speak such shameless words with such audacity? Never mind. Conversing with you is akin to playing music to a cow. You likely wouldn't comprehend. As for your claim that I am coercing you, consider it as such if you wish. I advise you to maintain some semblance of dignity. Otherwise, your family will only hasten its demise. With that, he exited the private room. Wanying glared furiously at Chu Tian's retreating figure, her eyes ablaze with indignation. Even when deceived by Showdown, she had never felt such rage. Chu Tian's rejection was akin to a brutal trampling of her final bastion. The man who once obeyed her every word and showered her with care now stood before her, humiliating her so thoroughly. Chu Tian, if I cannot deal with Showdown, do you think I cannot handle you? I shall make you regret this. Upon returning to her family, Wanying immediately set her plans in motion. Meanwhile, Chu Tian had grown wary and sent a message to Liao Xiaopeng, requesting a meeting. The venue was Liao Xiaopeng's tavern. He waited there, but his companion did not arrive. Frowning, he attempted to contact Liao Xiaopeng again, only to receive no response. A foreboding feeling began to creep into his heart. At that moment, in Liao Xiaopeng's home, Wanying reclined in his living room, a cold smile gracing her lips. Do not blame me, blame Chu Tian. This is also to show you the meaning of power. Your girlfriend dares to don a green hat right before your eyes for the sake of wealth and status. Are you not furious? In the hall, alongside Wanying, were several formidable members of her family. They subdued Liao Xiaopeng, pinning him to the ground. He was utterly powerless to resist. The disparity in their strength left him without any means of escape. His eyes burned with unbridled fury, his teeth biting into his own flesh. Wanying, I never imagined you could be so shameless. No wonder old Chu ended things with you. He made the right choice. A woman like you deserves to be kept at a distance. If it were me, I would certainly expose your deeds to the world, allowing everyone to witness the despicable person you truly are. The fury in Wanying's eyes flared as she coldly uttered two words, slap him. With a series of resounding slaps, blood trickled from the corner of Liao Xiaopeng's mouth. His gaze remained fiercely defiant, hatred intensifying within him. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face twisted into a mask of rage. Wanying, to suddenly trouble me in this manner and employ such tactics, I can only imagine how much humiliation you have endured at Chu Tian's hands. Old Chu has executed a masterstroke, forcing you into a corner. It brings me great satisfaction. I must also thank you. Had it not been for you revealing that wretched woman's true character, I might have suffered greatly in the future. Just a hat, and I relish it. Chapter 118. At this moment, Liao Xiaopeng's heart was consumed by an overwhelming rage, to the point where he disregarded his own life. He was typically a rather shrewd individual. Yet the current circumstances had driven him to the brink of losing his sanity. The dignity of a man had been thoroughly trampled upon, and he found himself powerless to reclaim it. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Even if his adversary were to take his life, he would be utterly helpless. The only reason he had not yet met his demise was that Wanying sought to exploit him as a warning to others. Wanying's expression darkened further, astonished that Liao Xiaopeng still dared to be defiant. Beat him. First, break a few of his bones and knock out all his teeth. Let us see who dares to oppose. A chilling voice emerged from outside the door as Chu Tian stepped into the room. Upon assessing the situation, his gaze grew colder. He had anticipated that Wanying would take action, but he was unprepared for her to do so swiftly and without regard for his words. Liao Xiaopeng's face was swollen, his eyes blazing with fury. However, upon seeing Chu Tian's arrival, he immediately panicked, exclaiming, "Run! They have transcendent experts." Chu Tian merely smiled. "It matters not. Even transcendent beings shall meet their demise today." Liao Xiaopeng grew increasingly anxious. "Old Chu, that wretched woman has completely lost her mind. You must flee. As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Staying here is tantamount to seeking death." He sensed that the rift between Song Wanying and Chu Tian had irreparably widened. She likely could not locate Chu Tian or was incapable of dealing with him, which was why she had turned to him for trouble. He could betray anyone, but not his good brother. Moreover, Song Wanying's actions were utterly despicable, and he had lost all composure, becoming indifferent to life and death. As Chu Tian approached, the expert restraining Liao Xiaopeng was also a being of the fusion realm, wearing a mocking smile as he raised his hand to strike Chu Tian. Until his mistress voiced her objections, he was free to act, unless she intervened. His attack was swift, leaving Chu Tian little time to react. However, just as his hand was mere centimeters from Chu Tian, he suddenly sensed a life-threatening danger. His pupils constricted in alarm, and he attempted to retreat, but it was too late. He had previously underestimated Chu Tian, believing him to be newly ascended to the fusion realm and thus weaker. His stealthy strike was meant to catch Chu Tian off guard. Yet he had not anticipated Chu Tian's even swifter response. Although he was the one to initiate the ambush, Chu Tian's reflexes were astonishingly quick, delivering a decisive kick to his dantian. As he was sent flying, blood spurted from his mouth before he even hit the ground, his eyes filled with an unprecedented terror. His dantian was injured, causing his internal energy to dissipate uncontrollably. He needed to heal immediately, otherwise his dantian would be irreparably damaged, reducing him to a mere mortal. Chu Tian slowly advanced, delivering a powerful kick to the fallen man. With a mocking smile, he taunted, "Did you intend to slap me just now?" "And no, I only meant to frighten you. I truly had no intention of striking. After all, you were once our family's son-in-law." Before he could finish, Chu Tian's foot connected with his neck. Crack. Chapter 119. The sound of shattering bones echoed. The man widened his eyes, filled with disbelief, as if he never anticipated that Chu Tian would directly end his life. Life was slowly slipping away from him. His cervical vertebrae had been shattered, rendering his body immobile. The spiritual energy in his dantian was dissipating rapidly. Trembling, he managed to utter a few words. "Help! Save me!" His gaze turned towards Song Wanying. She too was curious about the extent of Chu Tian's current cultivation, and thus, when the family patriarch made his move, she did not intervene. However, she did not expect Chu Tian's actions to be so decisive and devoid of hesitation, incapacitating the man in an instant. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. What shocked Song Wanying the most was Chu Tian's cultivation. She recalled that when Chu Tian had just escaped, he had clearly lost all his powers, reduced to an ordinary mortal. How could he have reached the divine integration realm in such a short span of time? Even the sixth son of the Shiao family, a hidden super genius, took over a decade to attain the divine integration realm. How had Chu Tian accomplished it? This astonishment lingered in Song Wanying's heart, her gaze fixed intently on Chu Tian. You were completely incapacitated. How do you still possess cultivation? And you have entered the divine integration realm in such a brief period. A cold killing intent flashed across Chu Tian's face. You are unaware of the complexities of this situation, and I owe you no explanations. There is also a transcendent realm expert inside, isn't there? Bring him out. At that moment, Liao Xiaopeng had regained his freedom and was equally astonished by Chu Tian's strength, which had evidently reached the divine integration realm. His expression shifted to one of excitement, but soon turned tense as a realization struck him. "Old Chu, you must leave quickly. They dare not harm me. If they truly do, you can return for revenge later. Your talent is formidable, few can compare to you. Given the chance, you will surely soar to great heights." Song Wanying was astute and would never act foolishly. At most, they would treat him as a hostage. Rest assured, they wouldn't dare to kill me. If you remain, that would be the true peril. Song Wanying might very well consider eliminating the threat completely. Liao Xiaopeng spoke rapidly, deliberately lowering his voice. Song Wanying's expression grew increasingly cold, a hint of madness glimmering in her eyes. "Chu Tian, you must have acquired unparalleled opportunities within the Cangyue Forest. Otherwise, how could you possibly restore your strength to the divine integration realm in such a short time? If you can hand over that opportunity, I will spare your life today." Song Wanying felt no fear. Bridging such a significant gap in realms was no trivial matter. Even a super genius could fight beyond their level, but might still falter against a transcendent realm expert. Furthermore, Chu Tian had only just broken through to the divine integration realm. Some things did not require excessive explanation. Just as her voice fell, a middle-aged man emerged from the room, Song Wanying's uncle, Song Qingyun. Chu Tian had crossed paths with him multiple times in the past few years. At that moment, Song Qingyun's eyes were filled with avarice, his face contorted into a sinister expression. Chu Tian, I should have killed you the moment you left the Cangyue Forest. However, it's not too late. Before you grow stronger, you must be eliminated. Chapter 120. Chu Tian possessed a profound understanding of Song Qingyun's character. When the latter uttered his words, a murderous intent flickered within him, and the avarice emanating from his eyes was nearly overwhelming. Chu Tian calmly replied, You are correct. I have indeed acquired an unparalleled opportunity. This chance has the potential to elevate one directly to the realm of the martial emperor. Upon hearing this, both Song Wanying and Song Qingyun seemed to radiate with excitement, for having a martial emperor master within their family would enable them to dominate the entire Qilin realm. Song Qingyun could not contain his laughter, exclaiming, My dear niece, I previously warned you that individuals like Chu Tian must not be allowed to remain. Not only will he bring you misfortune, but he will also lead you to disaster. Am I not correct? This fellow has not assisted you, rather. He has taken advantage of your plight. He possesses the means to attain the martial emperor realm, but chooses not to share it with you. You still claim he loves you? I perceive nothing but selfishness in his actions. Liao Xiaoping could no longer tolerate the conversation and spat in disdain, rebuking. Are all members of the Song family this shameless? You speak of coercion and plunder as if it were justified. Why should old Chu relinquish his resources to you? Does Song Wanying deserve it? Is she even worthy? Upon hearing his words, Song Wanying cast a frosty glare in his direction. Song Qingyun, however, wore a somewhat lecherous grin, retorting, Spare me your futile rhetoric. What I know now is that your wife is quite enticing. He performed admirably just now. I wonder if he exhibits such qualities in your presence. But considering your rather portly physique, I doubt you can truly satisfy her. Just moments ago, your wife expressed her fondness for me, even proclaiming she would serve me for a lifetime. Yet, such women are merely for amusement. I would never take her home, for she is unworthy. He deliberately provoked Liao Xiaoping with these words. The latter gritted his teeth, barely containing the fury that threatened to erupt, wishing to charge at him. Yet he recognized his own limitations and strength and chose to endure. Chu Tian spoke softly, Xiaoping, do you wish to kill him? Liao Xiaoping nodded vehemently, indeed. I long to see him suffer 1,000 deaths, to have his bones ground to dust. At that moment, he felt no need for hesitation, aware that he might not survive the day. The crucial factor was that his good brother had come to his aid, inadvertently entangling himself in this predicament. Old Chu, I urged you to flee earlier, but you did not heed my warning. Now, even if you desire to escape, it is too late. They will not allow you to go, and will pursue you relentlessly. Their family likely boasts more than one transcendent master, and Song Qingyun is far too unscrupulous to refrain from any act. Song Wanying is no different. If you find an opportunity to escape, do not return until you have attained the undying realm, and only then seek vengeance on my behalf. At this moment, he was fully prepared, his spiritual energy circulating steadily. He was ready to self-destruct, sacrificing himself to buy time for Chu Tian's escape. Chu Tian placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Enough, I have sensed your intentions. You are my dear brother, my only brother. If anything were to befall you, I would carry the guilt for a lifetime. You must not put me in such a position. Chapter 121. Liao Xiaoping was about to say something, but he caught sight of Chu Tian's confident smile. Chu Tian remarked casually, Since I dare to speak of my own fortune, it signifies that I can safeguard it. You need not worry, it is merely a transcendence realm, one that I do not regard highly. Eliminating him would be as effortless as a flick of the wrist. For his transcendence was merely a realm constructed from potions and rare treasures, rendering his combat prowess rather feeble. Song Qingyun could not help but chuckle. He perceived Chu Tian's words as a jest. I never imagined you would be so audacious. You have only just entered the melding spirit realm, yet you dare to dismiss my transcendence as inconsequential? What grants you such audacity? As he spoke, he began to approach Chu Tian, his resolve firm. He must incapacitate Chu Tian at all costs. He could not allow this fellow to escape. By extracting secrets from him, he might even ascend to the martial emperor realm. At that point, he would truly be the head of the Song family, and the position of patriarch would undoubtedly be his. He was aware of his own shortcomings and recognized that he could not outmaneuver others with intellect or cunning. Yet he possessed an unparalleled advantage, his cultivation talent, which was among the finest in the family. With such a boon, it would surely be bestowed upon him first. Suddenly, Song Wanying interjected, Uncle, there is no need for haste. Chu Tian should already be aware of his predicament, and I will speak with him now. If he willingly relinquishes his fortune, he will become our family's son-in-law. I shall still regard him as my husband, for he is the white moonlight in my heart. Chu Tian, I have articulated my intentions clearly. I do not wish to see you perish. When you departed from Cangyue Forest, My uncle declared that he would ensure your demise. For you are ultimately a calamity that could jeopardize our family's reputation. The outcome is as it is, largely due to your seeking out Showdown, who will bring our family considerable trouble. I now extend to you another opportunity. You must understand the importance of cherishing it. This is your moment of life and death. Should you fail to make the right choice, the consequences will be dire, and you may indeed meet a tragic end. You do not comprehend the extent of my uncle's methods. A cold, mocking smile appeared on Chu Tian's face. If that is the case, there is no need for further conversation. Your uncle is already prepared to strike. Song Qingyun did not hesitate in the slightest and launched his attack directly, seizing the opportunity. Just as Chu Tian's words fell, their gazes locked, and he aimed a stealthy assault towards Chu Tian's dantian. If struck, it could very well render his dantian incapacitated. However, at the moment of his attack, a blade as thin as a cicada's wing materialized in Chu Tian's hand, directly colliding with Song Qingyun's palm. Song Qingyun's pupils constricted as he transformed his palm into a claw, reaching for Chu Tian's wrist. A cold arc graced the corners of Chu Tian's mouth. In the blink of an eye, the delicate blade in his hand elegantly pivoted. A sound akin to a sharp blade slicing through leather echoed. In an instant, Song Qingyun's palm was diagonally severed at the fingers, half of it falling to the ground, blood spraying forth. Chapter 122. After a brief moment of dazed reflection, Song Qingyun was suddenly overwhelmed by pain, unable to suppress a heart-wrenching scream. With 10 fingers connected to the heart, the agony of losing 3 fingers and half of his palm was excruciating, transforming his gaze into one of sheer malevolence. Chu Tian, I will have you torn to shreds. Despite the torment coursing through his hand, he launched an assault on Chu Tian with his remaining hand, this time with accelerated ferocity, aiming directly at the joints of Chu Tian's skeletal structure. With a semblance of a smile, Chu Tian remarked, "It seems your other hand has no intention of remaining intact." This utterance heightened Song Qingyun's vigilance. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the blade in Chu Tian's hand, as delicate as a cicada's wing, sliced across his shoulder. A few drops of blood fell to the ground, rendering one of Song Qingyun's arms completely incapacitated. As the blade grazed his shoulder, it felt as if it had severed the very sinews of his being, leaving his entire arm devoid of sensation. His pupils constricted, fury surging to a peak. Chu Tian, what have you done to me? Why can I not feel my arm? He gazed at the minuscule wound on his shoulder, which only used a few drops of blood and left no further mark, yet he was undeniably unable to move his arm. The blade, as thin as a cicada's wing, seemed to have severed the nerves of his arm directly. Chu Tian replied nonchalantly, "The blade in my hand cuts through iron as though it were clay. Do not think that even a mere arm of yours, let alone a magical artifact, could withstand it." As he spoke, he twirled the blade with finesse before hurling it forth. Taken by surprise at this sudden ambush, Song Qingyun, with one arm injured, found himself unable to block the attack and could only attempt to evade. The blade grazed his other arm, and just as he sighed in relief, it curved back and pierced through his back, emerging from his dantian. The blade, as delicate as a cicada's wing, now hovered beside Chu Tian, seemingly suspended by an invisible force. This was Chu Tian's true prowess, his mental and spiritual manipulation. With a spurt of blood, Song Qingyun's eyes brimmed with disbelief. At this moment, his dantian had been pierced, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that disrupted his entire meridian system, leaving him utterly incapacitated. Chu Tian, with a faint smile, turned his gaze towards Liao Xiaoping. "Now, we repay hatred with hatred, grievances with grievances. Killing him poses no challenge. A creature of his ilk is as easy to slay as one would dispatch a chicken or dog. Furthermore, the Song family cannot produce a more formidable opponent than him. My ability to easily vanquish him indicates that I can similarly eliminate other powerful members of the Song family. Should anyone dare to seek vengeance against you, I shall ensure that the entire Song family accompanies him to the grave." Liao Xiaoping could not restrain a sinister laugh, his smile twisted. The betrayal of his wife, engaging with another before his very eyes, left an indelible wound upon his heart. Reflecting upon that experience felt akin to a blade piercing through his very core. Now, rage twisted within him, his eyes filled solely with an insatiable thirst for blood. Chapter 123. Song Qingyun, did you ever imagine this day would come for you? Just a moment ago, you were so arrogant, and now, I shall methodically slice away at your flesh, allowing you to truly experience what genuine suffering feels like. At this moment, Song Qingyun lay gravely injured, his powers utterly extinguished, rendering him akin to an ordinary man. Although Liao Xiaoping possessed rather mediocre cultivation talent, he himself had reached the pinnacle of body refinement, merely a step away from a breakthrough. Dealing with an ordinary person would be exceedingly simple for him. "Old Chu, I will handle this fellow. Do not let your eyes be tainted." With that, he dragged Song Qingyun into the room. Song Qingyun's voice rang out loudly. You cannot do this. I am a member of the Song family. Your actions will surely invite retribution. Do you wish to die? However, his desperate cries evoked no compassion. Instead, Liao Xiaoping laughed even more recklessly, his pent-up rage surging forth unabated. Inside the room, the piercing screams of a woman echoed, accompanied by the sharp sound of slaps. The woman's screams abruptly ceased, only to be replaced by the anguished wails of Song Qingyun, filled with rage and curses. Chu Tian turned his gaze towards Song Wanying. His expression calm, yet tinged with mockery. Your second uncle has been reduced to this state, and yet you are not prepared to utter a single word on his behalf. With just one word from you, I could have spared him. His words were deliberately audible to those within, serving a simple purpose, to let Song Qingyun understand that taking a life is, in truth, quite effortless, merely a nod of the head suffices. Words that pierce the heart are far more despairing. Song Wanying gritted her teeth, feeling a twinge of fear for the first time in her life. Yet, she believed that Chu Tian would not kill her. If he intended to, he would have acted long ago. My second uncle is utterly useless now. He holds no value for you. Why should I risk my own favor for a worthless man? These sentiments echoed the teachings of her uncle, who had once advised her that those without any utility should be discarded without hesitation. They had encouraged her to deliver a divorce decree, and now they, too, would experience the repercussions of such decisions. In truth, she felt immense regret. Had she not hastily issued that decree upon your departure from Cangyue Forest, perhaps you would be wholeheartedly assisting me now. Only now does she comprehend that it is precisely your support that has allowed the Song family to flourish so rapidly. Although 3 years have passed since your departure, it appears the Song family has merely been living off past glories. Suppressing the Qilin auspicious beast has seemingly brought us little fortune. As Song Wanying articulated these thoughts, she internally sighed. She regretted her earlier decisiveness, having once deemed Chu Tian a man unworthy of her. Despite being the object of her admiration, her idealized vision of a partner was one with extraordinary cultivation talent, who would cherish her and heed her every word. At this realization, her gaze intensified with fury. Chu Tian, you have transformed me into this wretched state. If not for your relentless indulgence, I would not have become who I am today. You led me to believe that receiving from you was my entitlement, that it was your duty to provide for me. Now you have reduced me to this condition only to abandon me. How am I to survive henceforth? Chu Tian was incredulous, a bitter laugh escaping him. He had not anticipated that Song Wanying could articulate such sentiments. He shook his head, his voice growing icy. Leave now, before I change my mind. Get out of my sight. Chapter 124. In her heart, Song Wanying was indeed quite flustered. Otherwise, she would not have uttered those words. Upon hearing Chu Tian grant her permission to leave, she felt a momentary sense of relief, but her expression soon underwent a marked change. Chu Tian, if it were not for the pressing circumstances, I would not have acted as I did. You must believe me. Leave. Chu Tian coldly uttered a single word, his gaze turning icy. Song Wanying understood that she could no longer remain. Otherwise, she would surely provoke Chu Tian's complete disdain. However, tomorrow presented her only opportunity. Should she miss it, her connection with that influential figure would be irrevocably severed, and she might never again capture his attention as a mere insignificant being. If he were Showdown, he would undoubtedly eliminate her as a threat, especially since he coveted her family's auspicious beast, the Qilin. What was she to do? Initially, she had contemplated using Liao Xiaoping to threaten Chu Tian, hoping to make him aware of the advantages of wielding supreme power. It was only now that she realized the depths of Chu Tian's hidden abilities. He possessed the secret to becoming a martial emperor. Should this knowledge leak, Chu Tian would likely find himself in perpetual unrest. Song Wanying had never considered divulging this information, not out of a sense of virtue, but rather out of a desire to acquire this secret for herself. What should she do? Her heart was a tempest of complexity, and after much contemplation, she concluded that only one person could assist her, young Master Yuan. After Song Wanying departed, Chu Tian's heart remained tranquil. He felt fortunate to have discerned Song Wanying's true nature early on. Had he continued to trust her as he once did, he might have unwittingly aided her malevolent pursuits. What had transformed that once innocent girl into her present self? At this moment, a muffled groan from within the room led Chu Tian to ponder a possibility. The broader environment had irrevocably changed Song Wanying, and that environment was the Song family. He had grown indifferent to such matters. The evolution of their family was of no concern to him. He would not deliberately target them, but should they obstruct his path, he would show no mercy. After a brief wait in the hall, Liao Xiaoping emerged. His eyes were still slightly red, the bloodshot veins lingering. Yet he managed a carefree smile. Old Chu, this time you've witnessed quite the spectacle. I never anticipated your strength to be so formidable, merely in the fusion realm. You can combat those of a higher tier, directly incapacitating one in the transcendence realm. Once you reach the Transcendence Realm, won't you be able to contend with those of the Immortal Realm? Chu Tian wore a faint smile. It also depends on the opponent. If they are of equal genius, it is not so simple to overcome a significant realm in battle. As for someone like Song Qingyuan, he merely relies on pills and rare treasures to bolster his cultivation. His innate abilities are lacking, and he is deficient in combat experience, too many shortcomings. Liao Xiaoping found the situation both amusing and exasperating. To Chu Tian, a seemingly mediocre opponent was nothing of note, yet in his eyes, they loomed like an insurmountable mountain. Chu Tian discerned his thoughts and smiled. Becoming a master in the Transcendence Realm is not a daunting task. Within half a year at most, you could surpass that realm. However, you would also face the predicament of an unstable foundation, making future advancements exceedingly difficult. Chapter 125, you can only reach the Immortal Realm upon hearing Chu Tian's words. Liao Xiaopeng's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth slightly agape as he stared blankly at Chu Tian. What you just told me was true? You're not just trying to fool me, are you? Chu Tian smiled and nodded, his voice calm as he replied, of course it's true. You are my dearest brother. How could I possibly deceive you? Moreover, I can facilitate your breakthrough right now. However, I will require some medicinal herbs to assist in concocting a pill that will elevate you to a stronger realm, ensuring your future safety as well. If you are willing to assist me, you may become my right-hand man. My trusted lieutenant must possess at least the ability to protect themselves, and only by reaching the Immortal Realm can one barely attain that level of self-defense in my presence. Liao Xiaopeng could not help but widen his eyes further, a torrent of emotion swirling within him. Initially, he thought Chu Tian was merely jesting, wanting to retort, yet he now felt the weight of a significant responsibility. Reflecting on past events, thoughts surged within him. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately made a decision. Forget it. I am not fated for greatness. Your ability to elevate my cultivation is the greatest blessing I could receive. I simply wish to be a wealthy gentleman within this modest Luyan city. As for other ambitions, I cannot grasp them, and I do not wish to become a burden to you. Chu Tian understood Liao Xiaopeng's sentiments. His serious demeanor indicated he was not jesting. Thus, he refrained from saying more and replied with a smile, do not rush. Once I return, I will immediately concoct the pill and deliver it to you. Should you have any requests, feel free to contact me. We are brothers, and regardless of our cultivation levels, we shall always remain the best of friends. Liao Xiaopeng felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely dismissed him, yet Chu Tian did not. This was the essence of true brotherhood. All right, then I shall take full advantage of this. Chu Tian glanced around the room and noticed several bloodstains on the floor. He chuckled and asked, have you come to terms with it now? Liao Xiaopeng nodded. If I hadn't tea, then I would truly be out of my mind. For such a woman, it is simply not worth it, especially since I have already avenged myself. Who would have imagined that I would reduce a transcendent master to a state worse than death, and yet that fellow still clings to life? I have no intention of killing him. Instead, I will let him languish in regret for the remainder of his days. After all, he is utterly incapacitated now, and I fear no retaliation. Anyone who dares to seek revenge against me will meet a far graver fate, especially with you backing me. Song Wanying would never lift a finger for a cripple. That is indeed cold-blooded and ruthless. Chu Tian nodded with a smile. You may proceed as you wish. If I cannot resolve the mess here, simply call me, and I will send help. Liao Xiaopeng was deeply moved by Chu Tian's loyalty and nodded emphatically. All right. My good brother, I shall not be polite. Chapter 126, after parting ways with Liao Xiaopeng. Chu Tian was just about to procure medicinal herbs for alchemy when someone hurriedly approached him. The figure appeared somewhat familiar, and upon closer inspection, his brow furrowed in concern. It was none other than Murong launching. How did this fellow know of his whereabouts? With a sense of unease, he narrowed his eyes. Is there something you need? Murong launching nodded urgently, his countenance marked by anxiety, predominantly fear. The previous incident in the ancient city had imparted upon him the true essence of suffering, and he had developed a profound dread of Chu Tian. Given another chance, he would flee as far as possible, wishing to avoid any further entanglement with him. However, the predicament he now faced was insurmountable on his own, and the only person he could think of was Chu Tian. Shui Buffon had once mentioned that if he could not resolve a matter, no one could. Yet, in a mere moment, Chu Tian had effortlessly unraveled a similar issue. Thus, he concluded that Chu Tian was his sole hope. Please, I implore you, save my daughter. Beyond you, I can think of no one else who could rescue her. Furthermore, there exists a marriage contract between you two, and my daughter harbors no objections to this union. As he spoke, his gaze brimmed with hope. If Chu Tian were to become his son-in-law, the malevolent parasites within him would surely not erupt, and Chu Tian would refrain from employing the most brutal methods against him. He would even be willing to sell his daughter, seeking merely a more tranquil existence. Chu Tian's brow knitted slightly. Pray tell, what exactly is the situation? Did your daughter not recover? She no longer bears the toxin of the parasites. I believed I had resolved the matter entirely. How could there be further complications? Although he held no affection for Murong Wanying, he did feel a measure of goodwill towards Murong Yun. He vividly recalled her gentle eyes, always considering his well-being. At this juncture, he needed to concoct remedies and could also investigate the truth behind Murong Yun's predicament. Murong Wanying's eyes flickered with trepidation. Yesterday, a man approached me, claiming he wanted me to test your current abilities. He spoke of you as an exceedingly fearsome individual. Anyone associated with you, he warned, ultimately meets a dire fate. For your methods are notoriously ruthless. Some even refer to you as the King of Hell. He asserted that you were the creator of the Underworld Hall, spouting numerous declarations. But I found it hard to believe him. It is likely he intended to use me as a pawn to incite trouble for you. Yet, he was unaware that I am now but a sycophant at your side. I will heed your every command without a hint of dissent. At this point, he could not suppress a fawning expression. In truth, he was a coward at heart, merely adept at feigning bravery while relishing in flattery. Chu Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. For some of what was said bore a ring of truth. Buffon was indeed affiliated with the Underworld Hall, and following the previous events, it was likely that he had already discerned Chu Tian's true identity. This information would undoubtedly reach the Underworld Hall. Previously, he had chosen to ignore the matter, knowing those individuals would not dare to betray him easily, as they remained unaware of his actual prowess. Yet, he had not anticipated that someone would begin to probe. Could this threat originate from the Underworld Hall? Let us proceed. We must investigate further. Chapter 127. Inquiring further, he yearned to uncover the identity of the person behind this. He required time, and within that span, if he could restore his cultivation, the entire Hall of Yama might well be razed to the ground. Murong Wanying hastily accompanied Chu Tian back to the Murong residence. Upon seeing Murong Yun lying in bed, Chu Tian's expression turned icy. He discerned that this was a unique technique, and such toxins could only be resolved by the Hall of Yama, a method he himself had once disseminated. To discover that such a tactic had been employed against him was indeed intriguing. The individual capable of obtaining the formula for this toxin was surely one of the 10 shadow commanders of the Hall of Yama. Who could they be? Chu Tian found himself unable to fathom, for the Hall of Yama encompassed numerous individuals, dispersed throughout the entire Xinling realm. Each person was responsible for their designated area, and the operational rules were straightforward. Provide payment, complete the task. As long as one issued a mission there, assassins would be dispatched in droves. However, even in the Hall of Yama, there were established protocols for issuing missions. A rule had once been set: good people should not be harmed. Merely this decree was sufficient. Furthermore, prior to taking action, they would conduct thorough investigations. As long as the target's conscience remained untainted, they would not be deemed a target, and the mission reward would be returned. Yet now, he harbored doubts as to whether this rule would still be upheld. Although Murong Wanying was not a paragon of virtue, he had not committed excessively heinous acts, thus could not be deemed wholly devoid of conscience. Moreover, their target was none other than Murong Yun. Murong Yun was benevolent, having never engaged in malevolent deeds. Chu Tian possessed a technique that allowed him to perceive the resentful energy residing within others. This technique was known as the gaze of Qi. If an individual had committed atrocious acts, they would become imbued with a certain aura, akin to a unique magnetic field. Each person constituted an independent magnetic field, with emotional fluctuations reflecting the patterns of this magnetic field. When a person was slain, their magnetic field would gradually dissipate. Yet before their demise, the emotional turbulence of hatred and resentment would cling to others. This distinct aura of hatred could be referred to as murderous intent. The absence of such energy surrounding Murong Yun confirmed that he had never taken a life. Chu Tian's intuition grew stronger. Although Murong Yun appeared cold, his heart was warm. From the moment Chu Tian had saved him, Murong Yun had consistently advised him to avoid entanglements with Murong Wanying. As this thought crossed his mind, his gaze sharpened. Was the person who sought you out the one who acted? Murong Wanying nodded, akin to a chick pecking at grain, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear as his voice trembled slightly. Indeed, it was he. That fellow informed me that if I did not comply with his directives, my daughter might come to harm, and he asserted that only you could save her. Even if Buffon were to arrive, he would merely be left lamenting. Chu Tian comprehended fully. This was indeed a test. Without further hesitation, he spoke directly. Go and gather some medicinal herbs for me. Rest assured, after this incident, I anticipate he will refrain from rash actions. He should no longer trouble you, nor will he resort to violence. Chapter 128. Murong Wanying hurriedly departed, clutching the list of medicinal herbs provided by Chu Tian. This list contained numerous precious herbs, many of which the Murong family lacked in their collection, compelling him to seek assistance from the Xiao family. The The Shiao family specialized in the trade of various medicinal materials. They not only cultivated their own, but also procured them from external sources. As he rushed away, unbeknownst to him, someone stealthily followed in his wake. Upon arriving at the Shiao family estate, Wanying sought an audience with the head of the Shiao clan. Once they met, he stated, "Shiao family head, I have come to procure some rare herbs, sent here by Chu Tian. He assured me that you would assist me in acquiring these materials. And he also relayed a message for you to remain vigilant for anyone trailing me. If such individuals are present, I would appreciate your help in detaining them. Chu Tian will personally handle the matter." Upon hearing these words, Xiaoding's expression shifted slightly as he formed a tentative conjecture in his mind. Though he dared not confirm it. "Please, present me with the list." As he examined the herbal inventory, his pupils constricted. Each herb detailed in the list conveyed a message when read vertically from the first line. This was a call to action against those lurking behind the scenes. With the intent to disseminate information, he exhaled slowly. If the adversary proved to be excessively formidable, Chu Tian had granted him permission to withdraw without risking personal harm. Recognizing this, he understood that the targets of Chu Tian's ire were undoubtedly formidable, potentially even connected to the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Once the herbs were assembled, Xiaoding handed them directly to Murong, saying, "Everything is here. You may return now. Exercise caution on your journey." Murong was aware that further plans were afoot, likely intertwined with his own affairs. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on those intricacies. Should anything befall his daughter, Chu Tian's wrath would surely be directed at him, and he could very well face dire consequences. Thus, he hastily departed. Meanwhile, Xiaoding promptly set his plans into motion. The individuals who had trailed Murong initially intended to continue their pursuit to ascertain the nature of the herbs and report back. However, after merely a few steps, they sensed something amiss. A young man appeared before them, radiating a formidable aura that left them paralyzed with fear. The overwhelming pressure felt as though their hearts were being tightly gripped. The sheer magnitude of his presence was enough to incapacitate them. At that moment, their faces paled, and they turned to flee in the opposite direction. "Do you wish to leave? Have you sought my permission?" The weight of those words rendered their movement stiff. The sixth son of the Shiao family, sword in hand, wore a mocking expression. "While I am unaware of your motives for following Murong, it seems someone requires my assistance. Please bear with me. It shall be over swiftly." Before they could fully comprehend the situation, a blade pierced through their dantian with astonishing speed, far beyond their expectations. Chapter 129. The leader had yet to finish speaking when Xiaoding's cold voice cut through the air. "You may save your words for later," he instructed. "Xiao Lu, inspect them for toxins and eliminate all traces to prevent any self-harm." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu promptly took action. The few individuals who had been stealthily following were swiftly subdued. Murong returned to his family with Yo, only to discover that his daughter had regained consciousness. Sitting at the edge of her bed, her eyes filled with a lingering confusion. "Father, what has happened to me? Why does my head feel so heavy? It seems I have been trapped in a long dream." At this moment, Murong was still enveloped in bewilderment, utterly unaware of the events that had transpired. She recalled her father conversing with a formidable individual and felt an unprecedented fear wash over her as the person merely waved a hand. It all felt like a surreal dream. Murong recounted the events that had unfolded, his gaze now filled with curiosity as he noticed that Chu Tian was absent. "My dear daughter, did you not see Chu Tian?" Murong shook her head. "No, when I awoke, the room was empty." As she spoke, a flush crept across her cheeks. The memory of awakening overwhelmed her with deep embarrassment, and she sensed a lingering ache in certain places. Her garments were completely disheveled, yet she felt intact. Could it be that Chu Tian had merely touched her? Perplexed, she resolved to confront Chu Tian upon their next meeting to inquire about his actions. The reason Chu Tian had departed early was that the herbal remedies required to dispel the toxins were secondary. He possessed the innate ability to cleanse them by applying pressure with his fingers. Otherwise, medicinal treatments would only mask the symptoms without addressing the root cause, merely suppressing the toxins within her. When he had instructed those individuals earlier, he had also prepared some contingencies, known only to him. He wished to avoid any significant misunderstandings, for he and Murong had come to a mutual understanding. He had no intention of fulfilling their engagement, and true feelings between them were unlikely to blossom. Observing the change in his daughter's expression, Murong's brows furrowed in surprise. "My precious daughter, you must speak the truth about any incidents that transpired, for this will impact our future dealings with Chu Tian." He pondered how to convey his thoughts. Chu Tian is exceedingly powerful. With his support, our Murong family could dominate this city. More importantly, his well-being is linked to my very survival. Do you recall the man who came earlier? He likely sought to test Chu Tian, which is why he targeted you. I suspect that the toxins he employed can only be neutralized by Chu Tian. indicating that he was probing into Chu Tian's identity. Chu Tian undoubtedly harbored secrets, yet I am inclined to trust in his strength. He would surely handle that individual with ease. But if our connection with Chu Tian remains superficial, he would not consistently come to our aid. Only a deeper bond could secure his loyalty to us. As Murong processed her father's words, her face flushed even deeper. Though she was uncertain of how Chu Tian had treated her, it was evident he had indeed taken action. Moreover, her two treasures had never been seen by others. And now they had been firmly grasped, leaving her with a faint, painful reminder. Chapter 130. Murong Wanying observed the subtle changes in his daughter's expression and began to formulate a conjecture. With immense anticipation, he inquired, "Did you just meet with Chu Tian? Your cheeks are flushed. Could it be that you have developed feelings for each other? If that is indeed the case, I wholeheartedly support you. Chu Tian is no ordinary individual. One day, he will soar to great heights, and our family shall rise alongside him. Such an elevation is akin to lifting even the most humble among us. Moreover, you are extraordinarily beautiful and have already forged a betrothal with Chu Tian. I firmly believe that you two will cherish one another. A husband like him is a rare find. If it were someone else, they would be dreaming of such luck. My precious daughter, you must learn to cherish this opportunity, never relinquish it, and take the initiative." Murong was genuinely taken aback by her father's words, her face growing even warmer. "Father, what are you saying? There is nothing between us, and I truly have not met with Chu Tian. I merely noticed that your attitude towards him last time was drastically different from now. Perhaps I am just recovering from my illness." And his face may have been slightly flushed as well. "Now, please, you should leave." Murong sensed that there was indeed something afoot, and it was likely a favorable development. As long as Chu Tian had an interest in his daughter, he need not worry about her safety. Her life would undoubtedly be secure. "My dear daughter, you still need to rest. I shall take my leave." He exited her room and made his way to the hall, only to discover that the medicinal herbs he had placed there had completely vanished. Could it be that Chu Tian had taken them? It must be so. If not him, who else could so effortlessly evade his gaze? However, he was unaware that the figure in question was not Chu Tian. At that moment, Chu Tian stood not far away, observing the person emerging from the Murong family estate. The figure seemed almost ethereal, obscured in the shadows, making it difficult to discern any details. "Since you have arrived, why conceal yourself?" he remarked, his voice calm yet resonant, reaching the ears of the shadowy figure. The silhouette hesitated momentarily before swiftly attempting to flee. Chu Tian continued, "It seems you have forgotten the Yen Luo curse. Would you like to re-experience that sensation?" His tranquil words and tone caused the shadow to come to an abrupt halt. Gradually, a figure emerged from the darkness. The individual appeared to be in their early 20s, clad in a sleek black outfit, and approached Chu Tian with trepidation etched on their face, a palpable anxiety evident in their demeanor. The person seemed to have just reached the realm of merging with the divine, yet their presence instilled a profound tremor within Chu Tian. As if he were facing a formidable adversary, an intense instinct of danger surged within him. "I pay my respects to Lord Yen Luo," the figure proclaimed. Kneeling on one knee, with a hint of amusement, Chu Tian replied, "What is the purpose of your calculated probing into my identity?" Chapter 131. Once I established a rule. The Yama Hall must not inquire about my whereabouts, nor seek any information regarding me. You have violated this ironclad decree. Do you accept the consequences? The young man could not help but tremble uncontrollably, his voice quivering as he replied, "I am unaware of the background of this matter. My sole responsibility is to monitor Murong Wanying. As soon as he returns with the medicinal materials, I am to seize them all immediately. The order was given to me by a steward of the Yama Hall, yet I know not the identity of this individual. However, once the command reached me, I had no choice but to execute it, or I would face a grim fate. I bear not only the Yama curse but also the Gu insect." Upon hearing this, Chu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, as a conjecture began to form in his mind, and indeed, it was as he had suspected. The one with intentions to act was not the man before him, but rather someone of far greater significance, at least one of the 10 Gradian commanders. Even if they did not partake directly in this affair, there was undoubtedly some implication involved. When he established the Yama Hall, he had left behind a contingency. The Yama curse, which served as a shackle binding the souls of men. Even the most formidable adversary would find it impossible to strike against him personally. Otherwise, the invocation of the Yama curse would bring them to their knees, wailing in agony. The torment of the soul is not something that can be easily endured by anyone. Even the strongest will find their essence gradually unraveling, leaving them a mere shell of their former selves. To spare your life is merely to allow you the opportunity to return and convey to them that I am disinclined to squander my time with their trivialities. I seek only to relish the pleasures of life, which does not imply that I can be easily manipulated, unless their strength reaches the boundary of the void. I would indeed be intrigued to return and observe. I have bestowed upon them many advantages. Should they remain unsatisfied, they need not blame me for the consequences. For I shall not hesitate to impart some valuable lessons. The Yama curse serves merely as a binding force upon their souls, while I possess myriad methods to render their existence worse than death. At these words, the young man trembled uncontrollably, his countenance awash with an inescapable dread. Never had he imagined that executing such a simple task would lead to such grave troubles, and he had already begun to suspect the identity of the person before him. Hence his utterance of Lord Yama. In that moment, his inner conjectures crystallized into a harrowing reality, leaving him engulfed in boundless fear. Chu Tian smiled coldly. When you undertook those actions, you sealed your fate. That I have not rendered your existence a living hell is the greatest mercy I can bestow upon you. Do not attempt to test my patience, for you shall soon comprehend the true might of the Yama curse. The reason your collections still bear the mark of inflammation is that someone remains steadfastly executing my orders, and that individual is undoubtedly loyal. As for those who wish to stir trouble, I currently lack the inclination to engage with them. I have my own affairs to attend to me. The Yama Hall is merely an organization I casually founded, unworthy of my earnest attention. Chu Tian understood well that the continued presence of the Yama curse among the members of the Yama Hall indicated that someone was sincerely adhering to the commands and rules he had left behind. Yet, who could it be that sought to test him? He was not prepared to pursue them relentlessly at present. His abilities were still in a phase of recovery, having only just reached the realm of divine integration. To venture into the Yama Hall now would be akin to a lamb entering the tiger's den. The human heart cannot withstand such trials, and he had no desire to prove anything with his own flesh. Moreover, it was merely an organization he had casually established. At that time, his cultivation was at the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm, and the time to return to the Cangyue Forest was drawing near. Hence he had not thoroughly examined the character of each individual. Chapter 132. With a gentle touch of his finger, Chu Tian remarked, I have bestowed upon you an opportunity. Yet you fail to cherish it. It seems you will not weep until faced with the coffin. If you wish to escape this torment, return swiftly to report the news. They shall grant you a swift end. His finger rested upon the youth, a peculiar energy penetrating him. The young man felt as though countless blades were piercing through him, coursing along his meridians to the 365 major acupoints, even surging directly into his mind. The agony rendered him unable to suppress violent tremors throughout his body. His gaze was filled with palpable dread. He was about to plead for mercy when he caught sight of an even colder stare. He understood that he was merely a tool in the hands of the overseer, destined to return and seek favor. Now, he staggered to his feet, fleeing with all haste. Chu Tian made no effort to pursue. He wished to convey an air of indifference. To chase after him could provoke those lurking in the shadows, potentially cornering them into desperation, a scenario most unfavorable for him. The Yinluo Hall was his own creation. In the past, due to time constraints, he had not thoroughly vetted the character of each core member. Now, a mere 5 years had passed. In that brief span, the organization had evolved into its current state, igniting his curiosity about who among them had chosen treachery. However, this was not the moment for deep inquiry. He turned his steps towards the Shiao family. Each step appeared leisurely, yet in the blink of an eye, he could find himself hundreds of meters away, a simplified version of spatial contraction. At present, this was the extent of his abilities. Had he been at the level of a martial emperor, a single stride would have taken him 1,000 miles away. In a dimly lit chamber, the youth hastened back, drenched in cold sweat, his hands and feet trembling uncontrollably. He fell to his knees and implored, Great Overseer, I beseech you, in my life. I can no longer bear it. I just encountered Lord Yinluo, who said. He recounted Chu Tian's earlier words without embellishment. But after finishing, he added a hushed confession. Lord Yinluo decreed, grant me death. I have violated the rules, and my superiors are indifferent to my plight, merely issuing a warning. They are preoccupied with more pressing matters and wish to keep their identities concealed. Upon hearing this, the overseer's expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated that his jurisdiction would truly reveal such a presence. Furthermore, his master had commanded him to investigate this matter thoroughly. The crux of the inquiry lay in uncovering the true extent of Chu Tian's cultivation. How could he proceed with such a task? The members of the Yinluo Hall were all bound by the Yinluo curse, a torment he had experienced firsthand. Each individual who joined the hall underwent this curse, enduring a minute of excruciating pain, an ordeal that felt worse than death itself. After such suffering, none would willingly betray their comrades. The cost was too great. They would prefer death over enduring even a second more of that agony. Chapter 133. In his current state, he was utterly flustered. You may leave. As soon as he uttered these words, the young man trembled violently, his eyes filled with despair. Chief Steward, the Lord of Hell has decreed that I should be granted a death. The Chief Steward scoffed, a mocking smile gracing his lips. You may not understand the Lord of Hell's way of doing things, but allow me to enlighten you. He likely does not regard you at all. Perhaps even finds it beneath him to take action against you. It is certain you have pleaded for mercy, claiming external forces have manipulated you. That this was not of your own volition. The Lord of Hell has chosen not to slay you. Rather, he has employed a unique method upon you, which is tantamount to instructing me to let you fend for yourself. Moreover, you are now incapable of even taking your own life, for your strength has diminished to a level scarcely above that of an ordinary mortal. If you possess any courage, you should end your own life directly. Having said this, the Chief Steward turned and departed, having witnessed the shock and disbelief etched across the young man's face. He felt an unwavering certainty that the Lord of Hell had indeed made an appearance, a figure known for his ruthless disposition, although he had never laid eyes on him. He was familiar with Chu Tian's portrait, and a profound sense of despair enveloped him, fearing that the same fate might one day befall him. The young man had undoubtedly implicated him, yet the identity of the one behind him was a secret he dared not reveal, for it was likely that death awaited him. At this moment, he found himself in a secluded chamber, his gaze rife with trepidation and anxiety. He retrieved a communication artifact, performing intricate hand gestures that caused the mirror-like device to ripple as if disturbed by unseen waves. Soon, a figure materialized within the mirror. The visage was indistinct, appearing as a blurred silhouette. However, a chilling voice rang out immediately. Have you utilized an emergency method to contact me? Is there something of great importance to report? The Chief Steward's voice quivered as he responded. It has been confirmed. That individual is indeed the Lord of Hell, and his temperament remains unchanged. The rumors of his cultivation being merely at the fusion realm are utterly unfounded. I utilized Murong as a probe, and Chu Tian effortlessly remedied his affliction, warning my envoy with an extraordinarily unique technique that eluded my comprehension. This serves as a clear admonition to refrain from disturbing him. As he contemplated the impending consequences, his expression grew increasingly anxious. If his assumptions were correct, the figure behind him would certainly silence him, ensuring that the information remained confined to him. The blurry figure within the copper mirror remained motionless, the atmosphere growing eerily silent. The Chief Steward could distinctly hear the rapid beating of his own heart, his complexion reflecting profound fear and unease. The cold voice resounded once more. Continue to observe all those surrounding Chu Tian, investigate what he intends to do. His most cherished individual should be Wanying. However, that woman has been incessantly manipulated and has undergone a complete transformation. The Lord of Hell will no longer take interest in such a woman. There is no need to further test his cultivation. If he truly had fallen from grace, he would not act so brazenly. Furthermore, I have just received news that Xuanyuan of the Song family has been rendered powerless, and it was none other than the Lord of Hell who enacted this. The process was effortless, as his cultivation is at least at the immortal realm, possibly even the martial emperor realm. This revelation caused the Chief Steward's heart to overflow with expletives directed at the unseen puppet master. If someone had ventured to test the waters, why then was he compelled to undertake such a perilous task? Chapter 134. Chu Tian arrived at the Shiao residence, where all those who had been incapacitated were confined within underground cages. Showdown accompanied Chu Tian personally. Young master, these are the individuals we previously captured. Their resolve is formidable. We have yet to extract any information from them. I suspect they may hail from the Hall of Yama, as only such individuals could maintain such a stoic silence. Moreover, their demeanor bears the unmistakable hallmark of the Hall of Yama. At this moment, their gazes have turned exceedingly ferocious. Even in their severely weakened state, they resemble ravenous wolves, fixating on Chu Tian and Showdown. With a semblance of a smile, Chu Tian regarded them, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. He spoke with a calm demeanor, since we have already ascertained their identities. There is no need to squander further time on them. A group such as this holds little value in their demise. Perhaps it would be wiser to release them. Should they return to the Hall of Yama, it will convey our stance. At the very least, we harbor no desire for enmity with them. And they would do well to refrain from provoking us, for dealing with us is not a trivial matter. The Hall of Yama is not one to act without benefit. And they do not slay innocents. That is their principle. If they adhere to this principle, we shall remain unthreatened. It is likely they were sent to investigate me, and I suppose I can be considered a good person to some extent. Upon hearing these words, Showdown felt a surge of confusion. This was not characteristic of the young master. Why had he suddenly expressed such sentiments? What was the young master's intention? The captives also displayed evident disbelief. They never anticipated being granted their freedom, which caused their hearts to race, although their powers had been stripped away, rendering them akin to ordinary mortals. The prospect of survival was preferable to death. If they could live, who would willingly choose to perish? They now looked at Chu Tian with a sense of desperation. The leader among them instinctively remarked, "Even if you release us, you are still committing a grave error. We will undoubtedly demand an explanation for this matter." Chu Tian's smile deepened. "Very well. Upon your return, relay my words verbatim to your overseer. Be sure to avoid embellishing them, otherwise it may skew your overseer's judgment regarding subsequent events. The Curse of Yama is a formidable tool. I hope you do not find it to your liking. Repeat my words precisely." The captive's pupils dilated sharply, and the leader displayed an expression of incredulity. The Curse of Yama was known only to their inner circle. Every member initiated into the Hall of Yama would first experience the curse's effects. Yet, the reason they did not dare to betray was simple. It was excruciatingly painful. After enduring that sensation, they felt a terror far greater than that of taking a life. They would rather die, enduring untold suffering, than divulge any secrets of the Hall of Yama. Chu Tian was exceedingly pleased with their reaction. "There are matters I prefer not to elaborate upon. Upon your return, communicate directly with your overseer. There are no grievances or animosities between our factions, and we consider ourselves good people. Your Hall of Yama's principle is to spare the innocent. Should you violate this principle, it would tarnish your standing in my eyes. Now, let us depart. I wish not to waste further time with you." Chapter 135. After speaking, he led Xiao Ding out of the underground chamber. The leader appeared somewhat incredulous, casting a glance at those beside him. The prison door had swung wide open. It was now a matter of whether they would step out. "Let us depart at once and report this matter truthfully upon our return." The group stumbled their way out of Xiao Ding's residence, and upon returning, they promptly sought out the chief steward. The steward, having listened to their account, grew increasingly grim. The information conveyed had clearly outlined the necessary course of action. Chu Tian was engaged in significant undertakings, and if he were to continue meddling at this juncture, it could very well incite resentment, jeopardizing his own survival. Contemplating this, his expression darkened further. The individuals before him incited his ire. They were nothing but a band of inept followers of the useless Murong launching. How could they have been discovered? What manner of incompetence was this? At that moment, he wished nothing more than to inflict unspeakable punishment upon them. The messages relayed from Chu Tian were unmistakably clear. He had little desire to engage with them further, and it was highly probable that Chu Tian was merely playing a role alongside others. The intentions of the opposing party remained ambiguous in his mind. Yet, this was the esteemed Lord Yama whom he revered. Had it been anyone else, he would have dared to undertake minor schemes, but now he felt a profound trepidation. He pondered whether to continue serving as a tool for those behind the scenes. If he pressed on, the repercussions could be dire, perhaps even leading to a most tragic demise. His subordinates were the finest testament to this. Lord Yama had given his word, and these individuals should be made to experience the torment of the Yama curse. Thus, he resolved to dispense with any semblance of courtesy. The chilling screams echoed, instilling a sense of dread in all who heard them. At that moment, Chu Tian sat before Xiao Ding, a gentle smile gracing his features. "Are you perhaps puzzled as to why I chose to release them and utter those peculiar words?" Xiao Ding hastily nodded. He was uncertain of the young master's intentions today and feared that a lack of forewarning might disrupt the young master's plans. Chu Tian's smile deepened slightly. "In truth, their release was merely a temporary measure. If I were to inform you that they hail from the Yama Hall, which was once established by none other than myself, would you believe it? However, it appears that some among them have begun to engage in underhanded schemes. Who are they precisely? I have yet to ascertain. Should I confront them directly, the outcome could be unfavorable. Some individuals are quite adept at concealing their true selves. Their willingness to act insidiously speaks to the vast ambition they harbor, often wielding both cunning and intelligence. While it may be simple for them to hide, uncovering their identities presents a considerable challenge." In that instant, Xiao Ding comprehended, yet a tempest of emotions surged within him. His expression shifted repeatedly. He could scarcely fathom that the illustrious Yama Hall had been founded by none other than the young master himself. Chapter 136. Chu Tian maintained a gentle smile, his voice serene as he spoke. "I have heard some news. You are preparing to host a celebratory banquet tomorrow and intend to invite a significant figure?" Xiao Ding could not suppress a smile, replying, "Young master, I am merely feigning a state of affairs. Wanying wishes to observe what actions he will take next. If I am not mistaken, she has surely sought you out, has she not?" Chu Tian smiled slightly. "Indeed, I have met with her, and I have discerned a few matters. You may proceed with your plans. The banquet must be held as intended. Remember to extend an invitation to Murong Launching. I shall accompany him to attend. Tomorrow, I am eager to see what splendid drama song Wanying will perform." Shouting also smiled, relieved that his young master was not infatuated. Should the young master harbor any romantic notions towards Song Wanying, it would indeed be quite alarming. Such a situation must be avoided at all costs, lest it bring upon them dire consequences, potentially leading to catastrophic disasters. Reflecting on this, he felt a sense of quiet gratitude. The young master held loyalty in high regard. As long as he refrained from acts of betrayal, the young master would not turn against him. The Yin Luo Hall served as a prime example. He had always believed that Chu Tian's powers were concealed within the boundaries of the earthly realm, merely hoping to unveil Song Wanying's true nature. Now, the young master's objective had been achieved. He did not worry excessively about the Yin Luo Hall, as it was a force established by the young master himself, ensuring a degree of control. However, he remained oblivious to the true reasons behind Chu Tian's actions. Chu Tian did not explicitly disclose his intentions. Human hearts are fragile and cannot withstand scrutiny. Should news leak about a secret realm harboring a martial emperor-level powerhouse, numerous formidable factions would inevitably swarm to it. Even if they could not procure any treasures, merely obtaining the martial emperor's techniques would incite a frenzied rush. It could even incite a bloody upheaval. Securing the martial emperor's legacy would symbolize an opportunity to ascend to the martial emperor realm, an opportunity coveted by countless individuals. Chu Tian had once been a martial emperor, and many were aware of his former prowess. If they were to discover that he had now fallen from grace, it would undoubtedly attract a horde of experts eager to confront him. Extracting information from someone is an exceedingly simple endeavor, and he had mastered numerous similar tactics himself. At that moment, he turned his gaze to Xiao Ding. You need only arrange for tomorrow's events. Remember, do not concern yourself with preserving my dignity, nor that of Song Wanying. Some truths must be spoken. The auspicious beast, the Qilin, should rightfully reside with the Xiao family. Consider it a gift from me to you. Xiao Ding was momentarily taken aback, but soon his face lit up with excitement. He was acutely aware of the Qilin's fortuitous nature. Without its influence, the Song family would likely have met their demise long ago. Their rapid development could be attributed significantly to the Qilin's presence, especially among the Song family members. Although many were inept, their cultivation potential had markedly improved, and the newly born children displayed talents that incited envy in many. They understood the source of this phenomenon and why such a situation had arisen. Chapter 137. Few dared to truly seize the auspicious beast, the Qilin, for the inability to subdue it would yield disastrous consequences. Many even speculate that behind Song Wanying lies a formidable figure providing support. Xiao Ding is well aware of the situation and understands that he should not pry into such matters. Thus he has never contemplated it. However, now that Chu Tian has explicitly mentioned it to him, it feels as though the Qilin has been bestowed upon him. Thank you, young master. Tomorrow, I shall retrieve the auspicious beast, and I may require your cooperation. I hope you will not take offense at my words during the process. We are merely performing a duet. Chu Tian recognizes that Xiao Ding possesses his own thoughts and is amiable. Most importantly, he holds sound values. A broad smile graces his face. That is why I informed you in advance. Do not feel compelled to spare my feelings, since we are merely playing a part. There is no need to concern ourselves with trivialities. Consider it as me living in this world under a different guise. Upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, the path to further advancement becomes exceedingly challenging, particularly at the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm. Attempting to break through is akin to undergoing a rebirth. I am currently seeking a shortcut, and had it not been for the brush with life and death, I would never have revealed my true cultivation level. I share this with you only to quell the doubts in your heart. You may convey these words to the sixth son. He may find them useful in the future, as he indeed possesses the potential of a martial emperor. With a smile, Chu Tian rose to leave. Hearing this, Xiao Ding's body trembled with excitement. The young master has deemed his sixth son as having the potential of a martial emperor. To receive such praise from the young master makes everything worthwhile. Meanwhile, Song Wanying has made extensive preparations, all in anticipation of tomorrow. Murong Longqing also received an invitation and, upon reading its contents, confusion filled his face. My dear daughter, why has Xiao Ding suddenly sent us an invitation? Our influence is steadily waning, and we no longer have the opportunity to vie for resources with them. The Murong clan is beginning to decline. I yearn to revitalize our family, but I am acutely aware that such an opportunity eludes me. The best course now is to collaborate with Chu Tian and cling tightly to his coattails. Murong Yun, wearing a puzzled expression, noted the stark shift in her father's attitude towards Chu Tian, which was previously quite different. Father, can you not speak honestly with me? Why the sudden change? Your tone and demeanor suggest that you seem to be overshadowed by Chu Tian. She refrained from uttering harsher words, sensing her father's overwhelming trepidation towards Chu Tian, an instinctual fear. Murong Longqing felt embarrassed. He had not anticipated that his daughter would uncover this truth. The smile on his face diminished, replaced by a more serious demeanor. He had already concocted a lie in his mind, lowering his voice. My dear daughter, Some matters are not that I do not wish to share, but rather that I cannot, as doing so would undoubtedly lead to considerable trouble. I cannot bear such burdens alone. I can only tell you that Chu Tian's origins are shrouded in mystery, and he is backed by an immensely powerful force. If he so desires, a single word from him could spell the doom of our entire clan. This is all I can disclose to you. Chapter 138. Murong Longqing constantly sought justifications within himself, fabricating a benevolent deception. He believed that if he refrained from these falsehoods, his daughter might inadvertently offend Chu Tian, potentially leading to immense troubles for himself, even risking his life. Yet, he could not confide in his daughter about the presence of a sinister insect within him, one that had been instigated by Chu Tian himself. Had he not acted recklessly, Chu Tian would have paid him no heed. He was merely a pawn in someone else's game. The fact that Chu Tian had spared his life was a monumental grace. Moreover, he had witnessed Chu Tian's formidable prowess. Realizing the profound connection between Shaolin and Chu Tian, he contemplated leveraging the Shao family's influence to safeguard his own lineage. Though the Murong clan remained powerful within the city, he sensed that many families no longer regarded them with respect. There was a genuine risk of being preyed upon. He did not wish to be a target for a pack of wolves. My dear daughter, you must remember that our family's resurgence hinges upon Chu Tian. Without his assistance, we could easily become the prey of countless adversaries, who would view our family as mere morsels on a platter. By aligning ourselves with Chu Tian, no one would dare to strike against us. Our strongest ally is indeed Chu Tian. I must be clear, even the Shao household is compelled to heed Chu Tian's commands. Upon hearing these words, Murong Yun's pupils slightly constricted. She could not confront Chu Tian directly to inquire about his enigmatic background. But there was one thing she could seek clarification on. What had he done to her? Why did he leave so hastily after her treatment? As she pondered this, a faint blush crept across her cheeks, and she gently nodded. Father, I understand. There are some matters you need not elaborate on. As a member of the Murong family, I shall bear this responsibility. Murong Longqing beamed with delight. My daughter, accompanying Chu Tian will not be a burden to you. Consider all that he has accomplished. Had it not been for that ungrateful wretch, he would undoubtedly cherish you as a treasure. If you earn his regard, he shall certainly bestow upon you an equal measure of affection. Finding a good man, especially one of great strength, is no simple task. Just look at the debauched sons of the city, and then compare them to Chu Tian. Murong Yun hesitated momentarily, but soon made a comparison, suddenly realizing that Chu Tian was indeed quite admirable. Furthermore, she perceived that his previous actions, driven by selflessness for her sake, were somewhat foolish. Was this the power of love? She had never experienced romance and was unfamiliar with its essence. Yet, whenever she thought of Chu Tian, an indescribable feeling stirred within her. He had saved her life twice. Perhaps that was fate. Unbeknownst to Chu Tian, Murong Yun's thoughts were swirling as he arrived at the Murong residence. Upon hearing of his arrival, Murong Longqing hastily emerged, his face adorned with a most flattering smile. Mr. Chu, your esteemed presence graces our humble abode. In front of Murong Yun, he dared not address Chu Tian as young master, fearing that it would unveil his true identity, which could spell disaster. Chu Tian smiled and nodded. Very well. I shall refrain from unnecessary pleasantries. Shouting should have already ensured that the invitation reached you. Chapter 139. As he was about to articulate his thoughts, an inexplicable gaze fell upon him, stirring an unusual sensation within. Following the source of that gaze, he beheld Murong Yun standing at the staircase. Their eyes met, and a hint of shyness graced Murong Yun's countenance before she shot him a glare. Chu Tian felt a twinge of awkwardness. He could not simply disclose to Murong Yun that his intentions were to treat the toxins afflicting her. If left untreated by his unique methods, these toxins could very well linger perpetually within her marrow, compromising her foundation and future cultivation, potentially leading to a resurgence of the poison years later. At that point, even he would be powerless to assist. After all, he could merely alleviate the toxins, not perform miraculous resurrections. This predicament stemmed from his actions, and he had no desire to entangle Murong Yun in its consequences. Yet, he was acutely aware that Murong Yun had undoubtedly misconstrued the situation, rather than retreat. Murong Yun descended, her gaze fixed on Chu Tian, curiosity radiating from her eyes. An impulsive desire welled within her, compelling her to uncover the truth of Chu Tian's background and the essence of his character. Murong Longqing observed the two. Typically, he would have urged Murong Yun to return post-haste. However, he found himself reconsidering, sensing that Chu Tian's demeanor towards his daughter was marked by a gentleness absent in his interactions with himself. This was promising. Excitement coursed through him as he exclaimed, Mr. Chu, tomorrow my daughter will attend the banquet at the Shao residence in my stead. Any matters can be discussed with her. I have pressing affairs to attend to, so please enjoy your conversation. With that, he appeared genuinely preoccupied and hastily departed. Chu Tian sensed a shift in the atmosphere, his lips twitching slightly. Was this not placing him in an awkward position, leaving him alone with Murong? Who could predict the inquiries she might pose? His premonition proved accurate. Murong directly inquired, Mr. Chu, I must confess I underestimated you previously. Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation regarding your actions? Could I state that it was to save your life? Chu Tian found himself at a loss for words. After all, the situation had arisen due to his own actions. And he had indeed examined her thoroughly and even engaged in physical therapy, undoubtedly gaining an undue advantage. However, what astonished him was Murong herself. Though she typically concealed her true self, when he glimpsed her inner essence, he discerned a landscape of unparalleled beauty. Why would this woman choose to hide such splendor? His gaze was irresistibly drawn to her. Murong seemed to sense his scrutiny and let out a delicate huff. We are bound by a betrothal. And you have saved my life twice. This is destined fate. When you came to annul our engagement, my father's demeanor toward you was less than favorable. But he has since revised his views and expressed a desire to hold you close. I have long detested my father's actions, yet I find myself compelled to acquiesce. After all, my virtue has been compromised. You must take responsibility. Chapter 140. The expression on Chu Tian's face was somewhat awkward. His previous intent to cancel the engagement stemmed from a desire to distance himself from women, and he truly harbored no romantic inclinations at present. If he were inclined, countless women would eagerly respond to his call. Yet now, having engaged in those actions, Murong stood before him, insisting that he take responsibility. A direct refusal could potentially shatter her heart. He could discern that Murong was suppressing her embarrassment while uttering these words. With gritted teeth, Murong pressed on. Do you not wish to take responsibility? Is it because I am not beautiful enough, or do you doubt my sincerity towards you? I have laid bare my intentions. I genuinely desire your assistance for the Murong family, as you have witnessed your father's attitude toward you. Furthermore, should we have children in the future, the entire Murong family would belong to them. I refuse to allow anyone else to inherit our family's legacy. It must be our child. I do not care if you have other women outside. I simply wish for our lineage to endure. The current situation should be clear to you. The Murong family is like a prized morsel in the eyes of others, likely already targeted by those seeking to leverage your connections to stabilize our family's position. The benefit is that the family would be inherited by your son, thus belonging to you as well. By marrying you, I would bring the entire Murong family as my dowry, and the fact remains that you have tarnished my purity. Regardless of your motives, whether to save my life or otherwise, you must accept the misfortune of encountering me. I intend to hold on to you. Is this candid enough for you? A faint smile crept across Chu Tian's lips. He had not anticipated Murong's forthrightness. Sincerity could indeed be a potent weapon, particularly after experiencing betrayal. Her words struck a chord within him. After a moment of contemplation, he replied with a smile, given that we are still strangers and this is merely our third encounter. If you do not find me objectionable, I will protect the Murong family. However, you must consider one thing. While your family appears to be under threat, those who have set their sights on you are merely other families within the city. Do you comprehend the strength of those who have targeted me? With a mere word, they could effortlessly obliterate your family. Aligning the Murong family with me could lead to irreparable ruin, potentially dragging me down with you. Murong was taken aback by Chu Tian's statement. He neither refused nor opposed her. He merely indicated the peril involved. Should she proceed? In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Murong made her decision, her voice resolute. I harbor no aversion towards you. We can explore this connection, and I can tolerate whatever you may wish to do. If our family were to perish alongside you, we would simply have to accept our misfortune. If you agree, I shall be your fiancée, and a legitimate one at that. Chu Tian smiled and nodded. Very well. Since you are now my fiancée, allow me to speak candidly. I feel like a man in distress. Moreover, at tomorrow's banquet at the Shiao residence, I may be coerced into relinquishing an item of no significance to me, merely a matter of preserving face. At that moment, I can seize the opportunity to propose a comprehensive collaboration between the Murong family and the Shiao residence. Chapter 141. The Murong family also engages in the business of elixirs, yet their alchemists have increasingly become less competent, particularly in recent times. The failure rate among your alchemists is alarmingly high, rendering your efforts almost futile. However, your family's scale is too vast to abandon this enterprise, as it serves as your pillar industry. Your greatest aspiration is to cultivate a proficient alchemist. I can assist you. Murong was momentarily taken aback. Her gaze fixed upon Chu Tian, her expression slightly peculiar. Are you certain you wish to assist me? Tomorrow, during the banquet, I can publicly announce that you are my betrothed, and the entire Murong family will serve as my dowry. Henceforth, I shall marry no one but you. Essentially, the entire Murong family will transform into your enterprise. My father harbors considerable trepidation towards you, and as for me, I am not adept at managing the family affairs, nor do I possess knowledge in that regard. I only understand the value of sincerity. However, sincerity can often lead one to suffer devastating losses. As Murong spoke, her gaze lowered slightly, a flicker of anger passing through her eyes. It was her excessive sincerity and gullibility that had become the pivotal point in her family's decline. Chu Tian had conducted a thorough investigation into the Murong family. After all, the engagement was established, and it was only prudent to gain a comprehensive understanding of his future fiancée, especially since he intended to withdraw from the engagement. Through his research, he discerned what the Murong family lacked and gained a clear insight into their confidence, realizing that Murong was indeed a commendable young woman. Since our agreement is settled, let us meet tomorrow. Murong bit her red lips slightly. You should stay here tonight. You likely have nowhere else to go. So remain with the Murong family. Our residence is spacious, and there is ample room for you. Moreover, even my father would not dare to provoke you, let alone anyone else. Of course, you must not overstep, as we are not yet married. With that, Murong, her cheeks flushed, hurried upstairs. Chu Tian hesitated briefly, then, just as Murong was about to enter her room, he gently tossed something towards her. What is this? Murong inquired, her eyes filled with confusion. Chu Tian smiled. It's a gift for you, a small token, considering you are my fiancée. Your cultivation level is somewhat lacking, but tomorrow, you shall astonish everyone. The elixir was one he had concocted for himself, a flawless pill devoid of impurities, adorned with distinct alchemical patterns. It was designed to restore vitality and would yield remarkable effects. Moreover, he could easily refine more as long as he had the necessary materials. Indeed, Murong's cultivation was somewhat low, having just reached the cleansing marrow stage. After consuming the elixir, she should be able to attain the pinnacle of the spirit integration stage. Such is the power of a pristine elixir, free of any side effects. Murong gazed at the small porcelain vial, hesitating slightly, yet she eventually nodded gently, her admiration for Chu Tian growing deeper. Upon returning to her room, she promptly opened the vial, inhaling the refreshing fragrance of the elixir. Unable to identify the nature of the pill, her pupils constricted as she poured its contents out. Chapter 142. Murong had never anticipated that the small gift from Chu Tian would turn out to be an immaculate elixir, a type of pill she had never encountered before. This gift bore an immense weight. Even if the entire Murong family were to be sold, they could not afford such a potion. An unblemished elixir, regardless of its variety, was worth its weight in gold. Moreover, this particular potion was evidently meant for enhancing one's cultivation, and its purity signified the absence of any impurities, thereby ensuring it would not inflict any poison upon the body. Should she consume it? At that moment, Chu Tian's voice resonated from outside. I have more elixirs like this. Since you are my fiancée, I shall certainly provide you with the finest resources to nurture you. I admire your sincerity. Here, sincerity is my ultimate weapon. Upon hearing these words, Murong delicately pressed her lips together, feeling increasingly indebted to Chu Tian, a debt she feared she could never repay. Thank you. I shall not be polite then. She placed the elixir in her mouth. The rich and potent energy of the elixir surged forth. Murong hastily sat cross-legged, her innate talent formidable. However, after enduring the pain of broken bones, her foundation had been compromised, causing her cultivation to regress. Now, although she possessed the essence cleansing elixir, with the aid of a good potion, it would not be long before she could regain her former stature. At her age, her talent was nearly comparable to that of the sixth son of the Shiao family, yet due to a lack of resources, she had not been able to elevate her cultivation. The upheaval within Murong's heart was akin to a tempest. She could clearly sense that the damage to her foundation was arduous to mend. Yet, after consuming the elixir, in merely a breath's time, her injuries had completely healed, and the rich energy was exceptionally gentle, spreading throughout her entire being. Her cultivation continued to ascend. At this crucial juncture, Murong understood the necessity of maintaining composure. She suppressed the astonishment within her, calming her mind and commencing her training. As the sun's rays illuminated the room the following day, Murong opened her eyes, radiating a formidable aura. Had she reached the pinnacle of the spirit fusion realm? She had attained this level over a year ago, but her injuries had caused her strength to wane, leading her to believe she would likely become a cripple in this lifetime. Yet, unexpectedly, with a single elixir from Chu Tian, not only had she restored her cultivation and repaired her foundation, but she had also ascended to her former peak. She was merely a step away from a breakthrough. What kind of elixir was this? Murong's heart brimmed with curiosity and a thirst for knowledge. Just as she contemplated inquiring about it from Chu Tian, she became aware of a peculiar scent emanating from her body. Looking down, her face flushed crimson. She had not anticipated that so many impurities lingered within her. This elixir evidently possessed the ability to cleanse her being. Could it be the legendary essence cleansing pill? Murong Yun's heart raced. If it truly were the essence cleansing pill, the entire Murong family, if sold together, could not afford even half. Yet it was merely a small gift in Chu Tian's eyes. Chapter 143. Who is he, really? After finishing his breakfast, Chu Tian briefed Murong Wanying on certain matters, urging him to prepare the arrangements in advance. Supporting the Murong family was not a difficult task for him. In fact, it was quite effortless. However, there were certain elements he could not reveal at this stage, relying instead on more conventional methods to avoid drawing undue attention. The people from the Yama Palace had already set their sights on him, and he intended to create an impression that he was merely concealing his identity while associating with the Murong family. In the past, his actions had led many to view him as a fool, a lovesick individual. Now that he had developed an interest in another woman, such behavior was deemed perfectly normal in the eyes of others. Murong Wanying was now smiling broadly, contemplating how Chu Tian would do anything for love. Although he had not disclosed his true origins, merely stating that he would eventually become Chu Tian's father-in-law was sufficient for the moment. His daughter was indeed impressive. When Murong Yun emerged, she noticed that Chu Tian had just finished his breakfast, their eyes meeting briefly. Unable to help herself, she lowered her head and hurried over without making eye contact, her words laced with a hint of shyness and playful reproach. Is the essence cleansing pill merely a small surprise to you? Moreover, this pill is flawless. If it were to be auctioned in the capital, it could fetch an exorbitant price. Should others discover that our Murong family possesses such a treasure, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy, with countless individuals vying to seize it. Chu Tian smiled, responding, to me, it is indeed just a modest gift. This pill can restore your foundation, allowing you to return to your former pinnacle, with just a step away from a breakthrough. It can also enhance your innate qualities. After a while, I will tailor some medicines for you, enabling your cultivation to reach the immortal realm within 6 months. Murong Yun's head shot up, her eyes filled with disbelief and astonishment. If their family possessed a master of the immortal realm, they would wield immense power in the entire Luyan city. The current prominence of the Shiao family was due to their possession of over 10 transcendent realm experts, with the 6th son of the Shiao family having recently achieved the immortal realm, commanding respect from all the top families in the city. Chu Tian remarked, the immortal realm is merely your starting point. With my assistance, your cultivation will accelerate further. However, as your realm strengthens, the depth of understanding required will also increase. What you currently lack is a stable mindset. With great power, if your mentality does not keep pace, you may easily fall into chaos. First, let us have some breakfast. We will attend a banquet at the Shiao family around noon. Murong Yun observed Chu Tian's nonchalant demeanor, her heart racing with curiosity about him. Yet, she restrained her inquisitiveness, sensing that their relationship resembled a partnership rather than that of true betrothed individuals. However, the thought of having been engaged to Chu Tian lingered in her mind. Murong Yun bit her lips slightly. Were you this way when you were with Wanying? Chu Tian raised an eyebrow, puzzled. What do you mean? You seem so emotionless. I am already your fiancée. Should I really have to instruct you on how to behave? After speaking, Murong Yun shyly turned and retreated to her room. Chu Tian began to comprehend her perspective. He initially thought she was merely jealous. Now, he realized she was subtly reminding him that as a fiancé, he should exhibit some semblance of a relationship, not merely a cooperative dynamic. However, he struggled to embody that role, as they hardly knew each other. A bitter smile crossed his face, and he regretted enlisting the Murong family's assistance in the charade. Murong Yun's sincerity was evident in her pure gaze, devoid of any impurities. She genuinely wished to connect with him, yet he questioned whether he could fully trust anyone again after having experienced betrayal. Only those who have endured treachery can truly fathom the depth of that pain. Chapter 144. Chu Tian acted with decisiveness, never lingering in indecision, having already given his word. And with Murong Yun's clear statement that she bore no fear of her family accompanying her to the grave, the entire Murong family now belonged to her as a dowry. Perhaps it was worth attempting to build a relationship, yet he feared he could never again invest himself entirely as he once had. He had always felt that Murong Yun seemed familiar, evoking memories of his past self, who had once been as sincere as she was, wielding his honesty as a weapon. Yet, the outcome had been that Wanying had left him utterly devastated. Murong Yun might, in the future, give of herself as selflessly as he once did, but he would ensure that she would never have cause to regret it. With this thought, a gentle smile graced Chu Tian's face. He picked up the breakfast he had prepared and approached Murong Yun's door, instinctively pushing it open. Upon entering, he found himself momentarily stunned, his gaze instinctively fixating on Murong Yun, who stood there in a state of surprise, holding a garment she was about to change into. After all, she needed to don formal attire for the banquet later that afternoon, and she had grown accustomed to being alone at home, as her father seldom returned. He rarely entered her room, and even when he did, he would always knock first. Thus, it was natural for her to let down her guard, and she found it hard to believe that she had not been cautious, even with a strange man present in her home. Despite the fact that this man was now her fiancé, and she had made her decision in her heart. After all, they were not yet well acquainted. Chu Tian turned around and closed the door, his heart racing. He was no saint, and the beauty before him inevitably stirred feelings within him. Though he maintained the respect that was due. My apologies, I did not realize you were changing clothes. I thought you had tea at breakfast and was unsure of your preferences, so I brought a few things up, he said. Murong did not scream. Yet her face flushed a bright red, akin to a small apple, as her heart raced as if it might leap from her throat. Hearing Chu Tian's words only added to her vexation, leading her to seriously suspect that he had done this on purpose. Just eat it yourself, she retorted. Chu Tian, receiving her response, could not help but feel a mix of shyness and a hint of grievance. To alleviate the awkwardness, he placed the breakfast on the table and exited the villa, where people arranged by Murong launching awaited his instructions. Please fetch some medicinal herbs for me. Here's the list. The attendant promptly took the list and went to the family's pharmacy to gather the herbs. Even without taking any active measures, Chu Tian's cultivation gradually recovered, his innate abilities operating automatically as if engraved within him. Cultivation was the slowest means of regaining strength. He intended to concoct some elixirs to present to the Murong family, employing the most basic formulas to produce high-quality pills. The quality of elixirs is categorized into 4 grades: inferior, medium, superior, and the exceedingly rare supreme grade. The higher the quality, the fewer impurities present. As for the legendary flawless grade, within the classification of types, a perfect elixir approached the Tao, bearing distinct pill patterns that even those unfamiliar with elixirs could easily recognize at a glance. Chapter 145, he was unprepared to concoct a pill of such caliber, which could easily arouse the suspicions of the divine pill pavilion. The Yama Hall was already a significant nuisance, and he had no desire to provoke the divine pill pavilion further. While he awaited the arrival of the medicinal materials, he suddenly furrowed his brow, directing his gaze to a figure clad in black, masked, positioned not far away. Chu Tian's expression instantly turned frigid, an aura of murderous intent enveloping him, and his voice became as frigid as ice. It seemed the Yama Hall had become redundant. My words have been treated as mere whispers in the wind. The cloaked figure hastily approached, kneeling on one knee before Chu Tian, eyes filled with fervent reverence. Young master, I merely wish to see you. Upon hearing news of your exploits, I rushed here without delay. I only desired a distant glimpse, understanding that you are undoubtedly preoccupied and do not wish to be disturbed. However, you have saved my life and bestowed upon me the grace of recognition, allowing my strength to ascend rapidly. Your kindness is akin to rebirth. Recognizing the voice and the sincerity in those eyes, Chu Tian's murderous intent diminished slightly. He spoke coolly. Hey Wuchang, why are you not in your own territory? What compels you to come here? Have you come to witness my decline in strength? He Wuchang shook his head vigorously. News has spread within the Yama Hall. Many assert that Lord Yama has sustained grave injuries, leading to a regression. Yet, I refuse to believe it. In my eyes, young master, you are the mightiest deity. Feeling the fervent admiration radiating from He Wuchang, Chu Tian understood that he was not the type to scheme from the shadows. Though somewhat obstinate, he was incapable of such treachery. Chu Tian, well acquainted with He Wuchang, remarked tersely, now that you have seen, you may return. Removing his mask, He Wuchang revealed a simple yet sincere countenance. Young master, perhaps you should pass my position to another. I merely wish to remain by your side. Chu Tian shot him a glare. You ought to comprehend my situation. I am currently testing my fiancée. I fear a repeat of the Song Wanying incident. Is that clear enough? If you linger by my side daily, what does that signify? A formidable being from the Xuanyuan Realm as my protector would undoubtedly draw attention to my true identity. To everyone else, I am merely a lovesick fool, grievously wounded. Do you understand? With no further ado, he commanded, leave swiftly. When I require your assistance, I shall convey the message. Stay within your own domain and refrain from causing me trouble. Though reluctant, He Wuchang departed. However, before he left, he gritted his teeth and vowed to uncover the source of the rumors. A smile crept upon Chu Tian's lips, among the 10 shadowy leaders of the Yama Hall. The weakest were at the early stages of the Tongdian realm, and He Wuchang ranked among the top 3, now at the pinnacle of the Tongdian realm. Just a step away from the martial god realm. Those who sought to conspire against him were likely to meet misfortune. Though He Wuchang was somewhat single-minded, he possessed the commendable trait of exceptional execution. Any task assigned by Chu Tian would be completed without hesitation. In seeking the source of the rumors, Anyone exhibiting suspicion would likely find themselves in dire straits. Ideally, he would uncover the puppeteer behind it all, though He Wuchang might struggle with that, as his straightforward nature made him susceptible to manipulation. As long as he could relay the information back, that would suffice, maintaining the faade he had long upheld. Unwavering in his belief, He Wuchang might still harbor doubts about the true mastermind, yet he would not act rashly. What he needed most was time to restore his former cultivation level. Once he regained his strength, he would personally unearth the culprit and compel them to repent within the Yama incantation. Chapter 146. After obtaining the medicinal materials, Chu Tian proceeded directly to the alchemy chamber of the Shiao residence. Murong hesitated for quite some time, and as the moments slipped away, she finally emerged from her room, only to discover the hall completely devoid of people. Her first thought was that Chu Tian might have gone to the Shiao residence alone, as the awkwardness from 2 months prior made a meeting rather uncomfortable. She inquired of a servant, "When did Chu Tian visit the Shiao residence?" The servant respectfully replied, "Mr. Chu did not go to the Shiao residence. He is in the alchemy chamber." "The alchemy chamber?" Murong exclaimed, somewhat astonished. What could he possibly be doing there? Upon uttering the question, she felt it was somewhat redundant. Naturally, he must have gone to concoct elixirs. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to visit him herself, driven by her curiosity to discern Chu Tian's alchemical skills. The alchemy chamber was fortified with formations designed to muffle sound and prevent disturbances, yet it lacked any barrier to obstruct vision. At the entrance stood guards appointed by Murong Longcheng. If anyone were to enter the room, they would immediately become aware. And the elixirs being concocted by Chu Tian were merely of the finest quality, not particularly precious items. Sensing someone approaching, Chu Tian's consciousness swept over, instantly recognizing the visitor. Yet his hands continued their meticulous work. He simultaneously tossed several ingredients into the alchemy furnace, channeling his internal spiritual energy. The temperature within the furnace steadily rose, and the essence of the medicinal materials was gradually extracted. His movements appeared simple and casual, yet they seemed to embody a certain rhythm. Murong stood at the doorway, watching intently. As she witnessed Chu Tian's actions, she was initially taken aback, soon followed by a quiet chuckle. She realized she had overthought the matter. After all, Chu Tian was not much older than herself, and it was likely that he had devoted most of his time to cultivation, leaving little room for the study of alchemy. Mastering the art of alchemy required persistent, long-term dedication, demanding an excessive investment of time. Thus, proficient alchemists typically had moderate cultivation levels. She had heard whispers of Chu Tian's previous talents, knowing that Wanying chose to be with him due to his cultivation prowess, seeing him as a potential ally. However, upon learning of his subsequent setbacks, she abandoned him without a second thought. Clearly, she had misjudged. If Chu Tian truly possessed skills comparable to a master alchemist at his age, it would have long been revealed, even if his cultivation had regressed entirely. Wanying would never have let him go. It was akin to a chaotic melee, tossing all the herbs into the refining furnace simultaneously, which would yield nothing but a heap of dregs. The varying properties of the materials could clash, and even if a potion were to be concocted, it would surely be of the lowest grade, possibly even a failed elixir. Murong shook her head with a wry smile, realizing her thoughts had been overly optimistic. It was high time to rouse Chu Tian. They needed to head to the banquet. Just as she prepared to activate the formation, her eyes widened in disbelief. A look of incredulity crossed her face. Although the formation muted sound, it did not mask the aroma. She had just caught a whiff of an extraordinary fragrance. Being knowledgeable in the realm of alchemy herself, she had never encountered such a rich medicinal scent during her own concoction processes. Could it be that he had succeeded? Murong hand froze mid-air as she witnessed Chu Tian lifting the lid of the alchemy furnace. The elixir he was crafting, which she had consumed on more than one occasion, was the spirit-condensing pill, designed to accelerate the refinement of one's spiritual energy, classifying it as a consumable elixir. Chapter 147. How is this possible? Murong witnessed the alchemy furnace glowing red from the rising temperature and saw Chu Tian lift the lid of the furnace, releasing an aroma that was simply intoxicating. Merely inhaling the fragrance made her feel her internal spiritual energy solidify and accelerate. The elixir was a brilliant azure, devoid of any impurities, and shimmered like jade. It was an exquisite condensing chi pill. At this moment, Murong was utterly astounded. As a novice alchemist herself, she understood the immense difficulty of concocting pills. Yet, she had just watched Chu Tian casually toss the herbs into the furnace and effortlessly produce a batch of supreme condensing chi pills. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. Just a moment longer, and the final batch of pills would be ready. Intended as a gift for the Shiao family, as they were to attend their banquet and needed to prepare some offerings. 10 exquisite Pei Yuan pills would serve as an appropriate present. The thought of those Pei Yuan pills sent Murong Yun's heart racing. Pei Yuan pills belong to the 6th tier of elixirs, frequently utilized by powerful beings of the immortal realm. A single low-grade Pei Yuan pill was worth at least 10 low-grade spirit stones. With each tier increase, the price multiplied tenfold. An exquisite Pei Yuan pill held a value of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Presenting 10 of them equated to a donation of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. For the prominent families of Liyun City, this might not seem exorbitant, yet exquisite pills were priceless and often unattainable despite having spirit stones. Moreover, such extraordinary elixirs were frequently sold at a premium, some even doubling in price. While Pei Yuan pills were commonly used, they were not among the most precious categories. Even so, Murong Yun was taken aback by Chu Tian's lavishness. Unperturbed, Chu Tian continued to toss various herbs into the alchemy furnace and rapidly infused spiritual energy within. The fire attribute transformation array engraved upon the furnace caused the temperature to soar. For Chu Tian, crafting 6th-tier elixirs was trivial and did not require rare, precious materials, allowing him to produce them with ease. Yet, to Murong Yun, it appeared surreal. It felt as though she could do it too. The process flowed seamlessly, devoid of any superfluous actions, akin to the simplicity of cooking. However, as a novice alchemist, Murong Yun was acutely aware that it was not as straightforward as Chu Tian portrayed. To this day, she had yet to successfully concoct even a 2nd-tier condensing chi pill. Yet, Chu Tian had managed to produce a batch of 6 pills in mere minutes, and the previous 2nd-tier condensing chi pill was concocted with remarkable speed, taking less than a minute. What level of alchemical mastery had he attained? It was nothing short of extraordinary. Chu Tian stored the 10 exquisite Pei Yuan pills in a porcelain vial and casually handed them to Murong Yun. When the time comes, present the Pei Yuan pills as a family treasure, and if anyone desires 6th-tier elixirs, they may come to your family to procure them. Murong Yun instinctively accepted the pills, only to realize the overwhelming shock within her, her heart tumultuous like raging waves. She had never imagined that alchemy could be so effortless. Was this the chasm between genius and mediocrity? Compared to Chu Tian, she felt as though she was merely a footnote among humanity. Chapter 148. Chu Tian felt it would be prudent to greet Murong Yun regarding certain matters. He smiled and said, "You need only know that I share a good rapport with Showdown, and we have something important to discuss today, which will ultimately benefit your family." Upon hearing this, Murong Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. She then glanced down at the porcelain vase in her hands, realizing that being in Chu Tian's company indeed bestowed upon her significant advantages. No wonder her father claimed that Chu Tian could uplift their family. The benefits they had already received were innumerable. Furthermore, Chu Tian had promised that in the future, if anyone wished to purchase elixirs, they could approach their family directly, which would yield tremendous gains for them. She contemplated refusing, feeling that she had already received too much, yet found herself unable to utter those words. Their family was at a critical juncture of survival, and in such dire circumstances, there was no room for niceties. The assistance that Chu Tian offered was a great blessing. To reject it would likely lead their family to a state of perpetual decline. Once one departs from a certain industry, returning is often an insurmountable challenge. The opportunities within each sector are finite, and once others seize their share, re-entering necessitates ousting the existing players. "Thank you," Chu Tian remarked with a smile. "I thought you might politely refuse me, only for me to feign insistence." Murong Yun paused, then broke into a smile. "I won't be courteous with you. The more debts one has, the less it troubles them, after all. I owe you enough to last a lifetime. Worst case, I shall owe you in the next life. Moreover, once our family flourishes, it will also belong to you. When you have time tomorrow, I will arrange for a transfer of our family assets, granting you a 51% stake. This way, I can accept your generosity with a clear conscience, for otherwise, I would feel uneasy about receiving such gifts, as if they might burn my hands. Even though we are betrothed, our relationship is mutual. After all, marriage is a shared endeavor. It's settled then, and you must not refuse." Upon hearing her words, Chu Tian smiled as well. "All right." He readily agreed, without pretense. He had no particular interest in those assets. If he wished, he could reclaim all his former possessions at any time, but they were currently in the care of others. Once his strength increased, the extent of his holdings would astonish Murong Yun. Unfortunately, there were matters he could not divulge to her, for that would not be candid, but rather perilous. Human curiosity can lead to significant troubles, and an inadvertent slip of the tongue could bring about dire consequences, even endangering one's life. The two of them proceeded to the Shiao residence. Upon arrival, they found a considerable crowd gathered before the entrance. The presence of Chu Tian and Murong Yun immediately drew attention, particularly due to Murong Yun's remarkable beauty, which captivated onlookers, especially among the esteemed families present. Their gazes converged upon her, Accustomed to such scrutiny, she calmly intertwined her arm with Chu Tian's, presenting themselves as affectionate companions. This display left the gathered crowd astonished, for they all recognized Murong, especially considering the declining fortunes of the Murong family, which could be at risk of being overtaken at any moment. Many coveted Murong, for winning her over would effectively mean inheriting the Murong family as assets. Chapter 149. Who is the man beside Murong? Have you seen him before? I have not seen him. This is his first public appearance. Moreover, it seems that Murong has not simply found a boyfriend. Rather, he appears to be a deliberately chosen shield. I share this sentiment, for that young man does not seem particularly impressive. Although there are subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding him, they are so concealed that one cannot discern his cultivation level. He might merely be a pretty face. Some individuals spoke with a hint of envy. Conversely, others focused their piercing gaze directly on Chu Tian, their expressions morphing into something quite ferocious. It felt as though Chu Tian had seized their prey. When Chu Tian and Murong arrived at the entrance of the Shiao residence, Murong produced a porcelain vial from her person and placed it on the table designated for recording congratulatory gifts. The servant opened the vial and was immediately enveloped by an invigorating medicinal fragrance, causing a dramatic change in his expression. He was unable to identify the grade of this elixir. It was undoubtedly beyond the level of 4 vials. The most he typically encountered were 4th-grade pills. Although the Shiao family engaged in the herbal trade and offered some elixirs, they were mostly of ordinary quality. Alchemists who produced pills exceeding the 4th grade were held in the highest regard, each a notable figure in their own right. A 4th-grade alchemist's status was akin to that of a formidable being in the immortal realm. What is the nature of this elixir? The servant responsible for recording the gifts was an appraisal master, one nurtured by the Shiao family. Being an appraiser indicated he possessed keen eyesight and extensive knowledge. Yet, in this moment, he hesitated to assess the elixir. Murong voice rang clear and melodious, akin to pearls cascading onto a platter. 6 vials of elixirs, the Peyuan pill. Rated as top tier. 10 top-tier Peyuan pills are presented to the Shiao family in celebration of young Master 6's ascension to the immortal realm. Upon hearing this declaration, the entire assembly was taken aback. No one anticipated that the Murong family would display such extravagance. These spectators, mostly busybodies congregated at the entrance, had not yet entered. Eager to witness the nature of the gifts being presented, especially since the banquet was still over 20 minutes away, and they only needed to present their invitations to gain entry without any rush. Moreover, the main guests had yet to arrive. However, they had not expected that Murong would bring forth such explosive news. 10 top-tier Peyuan pills, valued at no less than 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. What a grand gesture. The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence, yet Murong maintained her composure, though a sense of reluctance lingered within her. This is our invitation. May we enter now? The appraisal master, now trembling slightly, hurriedly extracted a single pill, noting its lustrous azure hue, resembling a gemstone, affirming it as a top-tier elixir. However, he could not ascertain whether it was indeed a Peyuan pill. After all, the Peyuan pill was a 6th-grade elixir, not something just anyone could produce. Especially one of such exquisite quality. Such a significant gift, he dared not declare lightly. Miss Murong, please hold on a moment. I will summon our family head right away. Chapter 150. Murong smiled gently and nodded, exhibiting no urgency. The appraiser promptly arranged for someone to summon the head of the Shiao family, while he himself wore a respectful smile. Within the hearts of all present, a tumultuous wave of astonishment surged forth. It was widely believed that the Murong family was in decline, fading like a setting sun. However, the gifts they casually presented were nothing short of supreme Peyuan pills. The profound heritage of the Murong family left everyone utterly astounded. At that moment, a single thought echoed in their minds. A dying camel is larger than a horse. In the distance, a figure bore witness to this spectacle. Wanying. Drawn by the exclamations, her gaze was first captured by Chu Tian, and to her disbelief, he was accompanied by Murong. How could they be together? Furthermore, Murong had her arm entwined with Chu Tian's, as if to declare to the world their intimate bond. This sight pierced her heart like a dagger. The resentment she harbored for Chu Tian began to take root. How could he be enamored with another woman? Was he not meant to be wholly devoted to her? After all, they had shared a romance for such an extended period. Why would he still be attracted to someone else? Chu Tian should have remained steadfastly by her side, particularly upon witnessing Murong present 10 supreme Peyuan pills as gifts. Jealousy consumed Wanying. What was Murong's intention behind such a grand gesture? Was it merely to capture attention? Their families were essentially rivals, especially in the realm of elixirs, where competition was fierce. The decline of the Murong family was significantly influenced by the Song family, though such matters remained unknown to outsiders. My sincere apologies, Miss Murong, for the lack of proper reception. Xiaoding hastily stepped forward. While others might question the authenticity of the elixirs, he held no doubts. Although the Murong family was not destitute, they were experiencing considerable financial strain and could hardly afford such precious gifts. Thus, there was only one plausible explanation: the elixirs were provided by Chu Tian. With him backing them, Xiaoding would not doubt the authenticity, even if they produced 9 great elixirs. For ordinary cultivators, 6 great elixirs were rare treasures. However, their young master was a true pinnacle of the martial emperor realm, possessing a wealth of extraordinary treasures. The supreme Peiyuan pills were perfectly suited for their 6th son, sufficient to solidify his immortal realm cultivation, and perhaps even propel him further. Murong Yun was equally taken aback. She had not anticipated that Xiaoding would personally come to greet her, and his demeanor was exceedingly courteous. Instantly, she recalled Chu Tian's earlier words. Head of the Xiao family, your hospitality is appreciated. I have a personal matter to discuss, which I wish to announce at the Xiao family celebration. Upon hearing this, Xiaoding was momentarily stunned, instinctively glancing at Chu Tian. His gaze seemed to inquire, what should I say next? What news is to be announced? Such thoughts he dared not voice aloud, yet he awaited Chu Tian's signal. Chu Tian subtly nodded, providing a silent cue. Chapter 151. Xiaoding instantly understood, a bright smile illuminating his face. Miss Murong, I am acquainted with your father, so please feel free to express your thoughts. Many are watching, drawn here by your exquisite Peiyuan Dan, and they may wish to make a purchase. Murong Yun wore a gentle smile as she replied, head of the Xiao family. I wish to clarify to everyone that my refusal of any suitors is not due to arrogance or disdain for anyone. Long ago, I became betrothed, and my fiancé is Chu Tian. Here is the proof of our engagement. With that, she produced the marriage contract, unfolding it for all to see. The crowd was taken aback. Even Xiaoding appeared momentarily bewildered. He was aware of the connection between Chu Tian and Wanying. Yet Murong Yun's presentation of the marriage certificate was undeniably authentic. Thus, how could their esteemed young master, who was engaged to such a captivating fiancée, possibly be interested in a woman like Wanying? After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in disbelief. Miss Murong, are you simply fabricating a marriage contract to deceive us? We have never heard of your engagement before, and Chu Tian is notoriously known for his infatuation, albeit a frog aspiring to court a swan. Laughter followed his remarks. Xiaoding's expression shifted noticeably. Had it not been for the fear of exposing his young master's identity, he might have forcefully ejected these individuals from the gathering. Particularly, the man who had spoken, presumably Zhou Renjie, the eldest son of the Zhou family, was known to have pursued Murong Yun, yet his reputation was far from favorable. His emergence to stir trouble now was merely a manifestation of jealousy. Such individuals deserve to be taught a lesson. To realize that relying on familial influence to behave arrogantly was folly. However, the performance must continue, and the young master preferred to remain incognito. With a frosty demeanor, Murong Yun declared, it matters not to speak of it. My fiancé simply wishes to seek his true love before our marriage. Should he find it, our engagement will be nullified. If he does not, I shall wait until he has relinquished his hopes. He has now come to see the wickedness of women outside and has recognized my worth. You say he is infatuated, and perhaps you are correct. As I am similarly devoted. He was once blinded, but now he has changed. I owe my gratitude to a certain woman. Without her, my fiancé might still be foolishly deceived. No one expected the typically icy Murong Yun to utter such words before a crowd. The sentiment conveyed was singular, to defend Chu Tian, even at the cost of her own dignity, unwilling to let him lose face. Zhou Renjie's countenance darkened considerably. After pursuing her for years, Murong Yun's attitude had only grown colder, bordering on contempt. Why would she be drawn to someone like Chu Tian? What was he, after all? Did Murong Yun possess some peculiar penchant for competing with other women for men? Malicious thoughts filled his mind, and his expression grew increasingly grim as he sensed the mocking gazes of the onlookers upon him. Some, reveling in the chaos, dared to voice their amusement. Chapter 152. Murong Yun, are the words you just uttered truly genuine? What regard do you hold for Zhou Renjie? It is undeniable that Zhou Renjie's pursuit of you stirred quite the commotion, with all of Luyun City being aware of it. Why did you not mention that you already had a fiancé at that time? Listening to the jeers around her, Murong Yun replied with indifference. How do you know I did not clarify my stance? Zhou Renjie persistently pursued me, and I have repeatedly informed him of my affections for another, yet he remained obstinate. Furthermore, if he truly harbored feelings for me, how could he have instigated such a tragic incident during his courtship, one that became well known throughout Luyun City? If it were your sister or daughter in this situation, would you truly wish to see your kin wed to such a person? At that moment, Zhou Renjie felt an overwhelming fury rising within him. Murong Yun's words only served to rekindle the past. Indeed, His actions had been excessive, and he had not regarded those individuals at all. Yet he had never anticipated that those contemptible commoners would dare to report him. As he reflected on those past events, it felt as though countless volcanoes were converging within him, ready to erupt at any moment. His breath quickened. Zhou, we have already reached this point in our discussion. Are you not going to offer an explanation? Yes, the entire upper echelon of Luyun City is present. It is an opportune moment for you to salvage your reputation. Why not clarify your feelings here? Do you truly favor Murong Yun, or is it the Murong family that you desire? Silence. Zhou bellowed. His gaze fixated on Chu Tian as if he wished to consume him whole. He was not a fool. He understood that any further disruption would only serve to undermine him, reducing him to a mere spectacle. Though he was cunning and malevolent, it did not imply he lacked intelligence. With a voice as frigid as ice, he declared, Miss Murong's affections are of no concern to me. All of this is merely rumor. I indeed hold Miss Murong in high esteem, but upon learning of her engagement, I ceased all pursuit. Whom Miss Murong chooses is her prerogative, and your attempts to provoke are nothing more than a desire for entertainment. This gathering is hosted by the Shiao family. Do you not think you have gone too far? Zhou yearned to quell the situation swiftly. Otherwise, old grievances would resurface. The previous incident had only just been suppressed, and should it come to light again, it would hold no benefit for him. The youths of noble families are astute. Nurtured in an environment that imparts wisdom in social interactions, their emotional intelligence is not to be underestimated. Unless he lost his composure, he would never utter anything excessively outrageous. For such a result would only invite scorn. Yet, deep within, he harbored a profound hatred for Chu Tian. Why should this fellow be able to win Murong Yun's heart while he faced her relentless rejection? Regardless of whether there was any truth to the supposed engagement between Murong Yun and Chu Tian was as good as doomed, he vowed. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, a calm and serene smile adorning his face. He had already caught sight of Wanying. The resentment radiating from her gaze prompted him to glance in her direction. He had long disowned her purpose for being present. Moreover, he was about to disclose another matter. With a smile, he proclaimed, Yun'er and I have already reached an agreement. Henceforth, the Murong family shall serve as my dowry, and I shall claim 51% of the Murong family's assets as my own. The crowd erupted in astonishment, their mouths agape as they turned to Murong Yun, seemingly awaiting an answer. Chapter 153. Murong Yun lightly nodded. Indeed, the entire fortune of the Murong family is my dowry. Allocating 51% to Chu Tian signifies my stance, making it clear to all that the future head of the Murong family will be none other than Chu Tian. Even if we were to annul the engagement, the assets bestowed by the Murong family shall not be reclaimed, for he is the one I hold dear in my heart. As their gazes met, Chu Tian and Murong Yun exchanged smiles, an unspoken understanding passing between them. It was not a mere act, but rather a genuine connection. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment, questioning whether their perceptions had faltered. What was this world coming to? The notion of a daughter of the Murong family being married off with the entirety of the family's wealth was already astonishing. But to begin bestowing assets before the wedding was unfathomable. Was Murong Longqing's mind not sound? Each individual present felt as though they were caught in a tempest of emotions. Particularly Zhou, whose teeth nearly ground to dust in frustration. He had toiled endlessly for something unattainable, while Chu Tian, who had done nothing, was yet pursuing another woman, earning the derisive title of a hopeless romantic. In this realm, such a label was akin to mockery. Yet, Murong Yun had audaciously offered both her fortune and herself. Zhou could not help but suspect that Chu Tian hailed from some hidden lineage, one capable of propelling the Murong family to greatness. Otherwise, why would Murong Yun be so forward? He had never been a believer in love, viewing it merely as a fabricated fairy tale, an illusion that did not even warrant a connection. Others shared similar sentiments, some even speculating on conspiracies, believing Chu Tian had somehow manipulated Murong Yun. Amidst this chaos, only Song Wanqing remained clear-headed and perceptive. She couldn't help but think of Chu Tian's extraordinary talents, recognizing that the Murong family likely understood his secret. She recalled his own words. Chu Tian held the key to becoming a martial emperor. A twisted expression crossed her face as regret washed over her. If only she had endured a little longer and resisted her family's persuasion, she would be the one at Chu Tian's side now. Why had she been so short-sighted? I disagree, Song Wanqing exclaimed, unable to contain herself. All eyes turned toward her in astonishment. Had a man expressed such defiance, it might have seemed fitting. But the speaker was a woman. As they beheld Song Wanqing's countenance, their expressions morphed into something peculiar. The ridicule surrounding Chu Tian as a hopeless romantic had originated from young Master Yuan. After all, for Song Wanqing had exploited Chu Tian only to cast him aside mercilessly. Anyone who encountered such a woman would feel repulsion, possibly even harboring a deep-seated enmity. Now, the spectacle had drawn interest. Murong had not anticipated Song Wanying's appearance. But realization dawned upon her, and she glanced at Chu Tian with a hint of concern, silently praying that he would not be ensnared by the folly of infatuation. Chapter 154. After Song Wanying uttered those words, she realized her recklessness. Speaking in Mandarin was inappropriate, and it was ill-timed for her to step forward, as her plans had yet to reach their crucial moment. However, having drawn everyone's attention, she could not simply back down. She boldly declared, "Miss Murong, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your reasons for choosing to fulfill your engagement with Chu Tian. I am more acutely aware of his secrets than you, having been in love with him for so long and even married. At that time, I had already come to understand everything about Chu Tian and the extent of his potential." As she spoke, her gaze shifted directly to Chu Tian, her eyes laced with a hint of threat. Chu Tian could easily discern her intent. She was subtly warning him that should he speak out of turn, the possibility of his own extraordinary destiny being revealed could be imminent. A faint, sardonic smile graced his face, and he chose to remain silent, quietly observing what commotion this woman would incite. Xiao Ding's expression soured significantly as he coldly retorted, "You disagree? What right do you have to disagree? You are already divorced from Chu Tian. Moreover, I have heard it was you who sent him the divorce papers. The entire Luyun city is aware of your circumstances. Do you still wish to cast blame here?" At this, many in attendance could not suppress their laughter, fully understanding the situation's intricacies. They did not harbor excessive disdain for Song Wanying. After all, were they in her position, they might have made similar choices, with no remaining value to exploit. What purpose would it serve to keep her around? Song Wanying's voice turned icy as she addressed the head of the Xiao family. "Do you not have a sense of your own actions? The reason I sent the divorce papers to Chu Tian was to ensure his safety. He had lost all his cultivation, and I believed he had become an ordinary mortal. To protect his life, I had no choice but to send those papers to prevent him from being targeted for revenge. You must know who was pursuing me at that time. If they learned of Chu Tian's existence, they would undoubtedly strike without hesitation. To safeguard him, I made that heart-wrenching decision. Furthermore, Chu Tian chose to forgive me. And just a few days ago, we announced our reconciliation. We are even planning to remarry." Her declaration drew the attention of everyone present toward Chu Tian, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Had they been in her place, they would have instantly cast her aside, questioning whether she took them for fools. Song Wanying's gaze fixed on Chu Tian, her eyes pleading, hoping he would vindicate her in front of the assembled crowd. Yet Chu Tian merely scoffed, responding coolly, "Do you wish for me to recount the entire sequence of events? If that is your desire, I can readily disclose everything before everyone. Of course, if you're unashamed. Then I have no objections. After all, you have already humiliated me with those divorce papers. However, let me clarify one thing in front of all. It was not you who divorced me, but rather I who divorced you." Chapter 155. Nowadays, I am the son-in-law of the Murong family, and I have been betrothed to Miss Murong since childhood. I have now earned the moniker of a lovesick fool. My affection may be profound, yet it does not equate to foolishness. Time and again, I have been stabbed in the heart. Do I still need to concern myself with your feelings? Song Wanying ground her teeth in anger, her gaze brimming with resentment. Today, he had no desire to continue the quarrel with Chu Tian, and he was already aware that he had squandered his best opportunity. His purpose for being here was to meet that influential figure and to inform them that Xiao Ding is a despicable and shameless person. The intent behind this was self-preservation. Once Xiao Ding encountered that figure, he would undoubtedly target him, especially since his son had now attained the realm of immortality, making it exceedingly easy for him to be extinguished. His current situation was far from favorable, and one might even say it was dire. Xiao Ding would certainly not spare him. Had it not been for fear that the influential figure might misunderstand, he would have likely already taken action against him. He held the secret of Xiao Ding's deception over that figure and knew that he could not remain safe for long. "Master Xiao, in your quest to seize the auspicious beast of the Song family, you have manipulated me mercilessly. Yet I shall never concede that I am a heartless individual. Everything I have done has been for Chu Tian. My decision to reconcile with him stemmed from the fact that the young master who pursued me has now relinquished his intentions. After a prolonged period of pursuit, I remained unmoved, and he, realizing this, chose to let go. I yearn for a peaceful life with Chu Tian, but Master Xiao ensnares me in injustice, wielding the power of the Xiao family to force my separation from him. When such matters reach the ears of outsiders, I am branded as unfeeling and disloyal. Left with no choice, I must compromise for Chu Tian's safety. Thus, I have come here to unveil your true nature at your banquet." Upon reaching this point, Song Wanying seemed to bear a heavy grievance, crying out in anguish, "Xiao Ding, I have come today to confront you. Only the two of us know the specifics." Xiao Ding could not help but chuckle, his laughter dripping with disdain. Indeed, They had set a trap, ensnaring Wanying. A trap necessitates thorough preparation. Therefore, he had already laid out contingencies. With the situation now laid bare, there was no need for courtesy. Yet his expression bore a smirk, as he said, Wanying, you are merely throwing mud at me. But what consequences will follow? Your entire Song family will pay the price. Moreover, there are certain matters I prefer not to elaborate on, as you are a woman and should possess some semblance of dignity. A foreboding sensation washed over Wanying. Her intent in coming here was to expose Xiao Ding's true colors while extricating herself from the predicament. Although her previous statements lacked evidence, in this world, some matters do not require proof, mere rumors suffice. Chapter 156. Wanying wreaked havoc at the Xiao family banquet, leaving all present utterly astonished. No one anticipated that her arrival would provoke such audacious remarks, nor did they foresee her direct confrontation with Xiao Ding. Indeed, her audacity was remarkable. Many attendees began to speculate among themselves. Had Wanying lost her sanity? It was plausible that she had been abandoned by the Xiao family, after all. The two families had collaborated for many years, and the abrupt severance of ties must have stemmed from some transgression against Xiao Ding. Following the dissolution of their partnership, Wanying seemed intent on causing trouble. Such a woman was to be avoided at all costs. Some even entertained the notion that there might be an unspeakable connection between the head of the Xiao family and Wanying. Otherwise, why would she be exhibiting such behavior now? The gossip flowed freely. At that moment, however, Wanying's expression darkened considerably, her eyes brimming with fury. Xiao family head, I demand an explanation from you. Even if you refuse, it matters not. I know I have reached a dead end, and thus I am prepared to take the plunge today. You accuse me of slandering you. How can you prove that what I have said is false? At this juncture, she was deliberately sowing discord. Although some of her claims contained an element of truth, as the Xiao family head had indeed set a trap for her, she possessed no evidence. Nevertheless, she could drag him down with her. After all, neither of them would emerge unscathed, should that influential figure discover the Xiao family's underhanded dealings. The consequences would not be favorable. Perhaps they would even be grateful to her for exposing the truth. Xiao Ding could not suppress a laugh. His gaze laced with derision. Wanying, since you have gone so far in your remarks, I see no need to spare you any dignity. Today, I shall reveal the recordings from the surveillance stone, allowing everyone present to witness the true nature of your character and the despicable deeds you have committed. With that, he summoned the surveillance stone. The recordings played scenes from past conversations between Wanying and Xiao Ding. In a calm voice, Xiao Ding addressed the assembly. You may not be fully aware of the origins of our conflict. The reason Wanying's family has flourished so remarkably, rising to prominence in Luyin City within just a few years, is due to the support of a mysterious benefactor. This benefactor initially took note of her ambitious spirit and granted her a chance for collaboration with our family. However, upon witnessing Wanying's true character, I chose to sever our ties. The reasoning is simple. She was willing to abandon her devoted husband for the sake of her family's advancement. Such a cold-hearted woman will inevitably betray her allies for personal gain. Everyone understood the nature of the Xiao family's dealings, and they comprehended the character of its members. The abrupt termination of their partnership could be traced back to a specific moment, the time when Chu Tian received the misguided title of Infatuated One. At that time, Wanying had just delivered a divorce decree to Chu Tian. After 3 years of disappearance, Chu Tian emerged from the Cangyue Forest, his cultivation completely obliterated. Chapter 157. After being stripped of his cultivation, he naturally became an object of abandonment. The outcome was all too evident. The head of the Xiao family, having observed Wanying's character, was disinclined to continue their collaboration. At this moment, it was Wanying who grew anxious, leading to the conflict of the day. The scenes captured in the recording stone now played out before them, revealing an unexpected truth. Wanying was indeed heartless and cold-blooded, repeatedly exploiting her emotions to deceive Chu Tian. Even a stone would eventually warm up, yet what of Wanying? Chu Tian had risked his life and disregarded everything for her, only to be met with such a dire betrayal by Wanying. Though the Murong family was unaware of the reasons behind their decision to have Chu Tian inherit and to have Miss Murong marry him, I firmly believe there must be commendable qualities within Chu Tian. After all, he was once a renowned prodigy, unrivaled by any. Had he not gone missing for 3 years and suffered a regression in his cultivation, he might have achieved the immortal realm. Much like the sixth heir of the Xiao family, Wanying's initial attraction to Chu Tian likely stemmed from his prodigious reputation and the promise of his future. However, she should not have compelled Chu Tian to risk everything for their family, particularly during the battle to capture the auspicious beast, the Qilin. Although he managed to release the Qilin, he found himself trapped in the Cangyue Forest. To encounter such a woman is both pitiable and tragic. Various remarks reached Song Wanying's ears as all eyes turned towards Chu Tian, then to Song Wanying, and finally rested on the head of the Shao family. With a smile, the head of the Shao family addressed the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you have all witnessed the events unfold. Song Wanying, in pursuit of her family's advancement, sought Chu Tian's assistance a second time. Out of lingering affection, he consented to help her, hoping to clear her reputation for being unfeeling. Yet, upon a mere probing, Song Wanying's true nature was laid bare. In the face of such a cold-hearted woman, what more can be said? One can only maintain a respectful distance. Our reluctance to act against her stems from the virtue of our Shao family. However, now that she has caused a ruckus at the Shao estate, we shall not hesitate to respond. Henceforth, we may turn our attention towards Song Wanying's family. If anyone wishes to avoid trouble, it would be wise to keep their distance. Otherwise, should they face repercussions, they need not blame us. His voice grew increasingly icy towards the end. Song Wanying's countenance darkened considerably upon witnessing the recording stone. Her foreboding feelings erupted, and she finally grasped why the head of the Shao family remained unafraid of her retaliation. It appeared that from the outset, they had anticipated this very outcome. A significant miscalculation on her part. The more she pondered, the more her anger surged, and a sense of crisis enveloped her. What should she do next? Should she reveal Chu Tian's secret, thereby redirecting the scrutiny towards him? With this thought, Song Wanying clenched her teeth in frustration. If possible, she wished to keep the secret entirely to herself, sharing it with no one. After all, Chu Tian's secret was intrinsically linked to his potential to become a martial emperor. Once disclosed, he would undoubtedly be engulfed in a tempest of bloodshed, with powerful factions employing ruthless methods to extract his secrets and opportunities. Chapter 158. Xiao Ding's expression was as cold as ice as he addressed Song Wanying. The situation has reached this point. There is no need for you to waste any more time. You are unwelcome here. Please leave at once. Unwilling to yield, Song Wanying gritted her teeth and boldly stated, Master Xiao, I possess a secret that I can share with you, a secret that would be of immense benefit to you, particularly concerning your sixth son. Having attained the state of immortality, it is exceedingly difficult for him to progress further, yet I have a method that could elevate him to new heights. In a short time, he might even become one of the most formidable young masters of his generation, perhaps even ascend to the Renbang. The Tian, D, and Ren rankings are three distinct lists. The Renbang records the 10 mightiest experts under the age of 30. The Dibang encompasses those below 100 years old, while the Tianbang lists the most powerful experts of the human race. Collectively, these three rankings hold 30 slots. Achieving a position on any of these lists, even for a mere few days, would undeniably mark one as a prodigious talent, garnering favor from various influential factions. Few would dare to offend such exceptional individuals, as doing so could invite calamity upon their future families. As Song Wanying spoke, her gaze flickered toward Chu Tian, revealing her intentions. Chu Tian seemed to comprehend her unspoken words, a faint smile gracing his lips as he interjected, Allow me to interject. It is well known that I captured the auspicious beast, the Qilin. Given your family's prolonged possession of it, shouldn't it be returned to me? After all, we no longer share any ties, and reclaiming my own belongings does not seem unreasonable. As for the other benefits your family has derived from me, I choose not to dwell on those matters. Let us not speak of our past as spouses, if you truly consider us as such. Should I not have taken half of your family's assets upon our separation? I am disinclined to haggle over those issues. I simply wish to take the Qilin and offer it back to the Shao family. While it holds no value for me, it would indeed benefit the Shao family, especially as I intend to discuss a collaboration with the head of the Shao clan. My motives lie with the Murong family, and I have come to truly recognize who genuinely cares for me. I was weary in the past, but now I sense the simplicity of being cared for. His words, though calm, took on a different tone in the ears of those present. As they observed Chu Tian and then glanced at Song Wanying, their faces broke into perfect smiles. It became evident that this man was neither a fool nor simply infatuated. Rather, he was a quintessential giver, driven by selfless devotion. No wonder the Murong family chose to unite Chu Tian with Miss Murong. The real issue lay here. He could assist their family in rising to prominence, and the Shao family, known for their deep affections, stood at the pinnacle of their power. This was an opportune moment, yet it seemed Chu Tian might suffer once more. Murong Longsheng was not a character to be trifled with, and his disposition was far from amicable. They believed Chu Tian to be a man of misfortune, entangled with two extraordinarily beautiful yet perilous women. Did he not realize the danger? He had just escaped one peril, only to plunge into another. Chu Tian paid little heed to the thoughts of those around him, his gaze remaining steady as he regarded Song Wanying. Chapter 159. Song Wanying could hardly fathom that Chu Tian would utter such words, especially since he had surmised from the very beginning that Xiao Ding desired their family's auspicious beast, the Qilin. However, she never anticipated that he would proclaim it so brazenly at the banquet, and that it would be Chu Tian himself who spoke. Refusal was not an option. After all, the oppression they faced was a well-known fact, and now that she had thoroughly severed ties with Chu Tian, she had deeply wounded him. Everyone was aware that it was she who had wronged him, leaving her in a position of considerable debt towards him. Now that Chu Tian sought to reclaim what was rightfully his, if she were to stubbornly refuse, her family would undoubtedly be perceived as despicable, akin to foreign interlopers. Their reputation was utterly tarnished, and it was likely that many would now scrutinize their every move. Any sign of weakness would invite a ravenous pack of wolves to tear them apart. She had engaged in such treachery before. The collapse of a family often occurs in the blink of an eye, and a sense of panic had begun to envelop her. Patriarch Shiao, I wish to share a significant secret with you, one that will undoubtedly pique your interest and greatly benefit your family. I seek no reward, merely your family's protection for my own. The terms are quite simple, she implored. Now cornered, she realized she had shot herself in the foot, and countless eyes awaited the opportunity to strike while she was down. Preserving her family's integrity and biding her time for a future opportunity was the best outcome she could hope for. Shao chuckled and shook his head. Are you suggesting that Chu Tian possesses the secret to attaining the martial emperor realm? Upon hearing this, Wanying was visibly taken aback, her pupils dilating in disbelief as a look of incredulity spread across her face. She could not fathom that the patriarch would dare to voice such a statement publicly. Had their family perhaps uncovered the secret and deemed Chu Tian expendable? In that fleeting moment, a myriad of thoughts raced through her mind, and the others were equally astonished. Shao laughed heartily. Wanying, do you still not comprehend the situation? I previously mentioned my intention to test your character, yet it required the cooperation of another, namely Chu Tian. As fellow men, we understand each other's sentiments. Being brutally stabbed in the heart by a woman is a painful experience. You intend to approach him, hoping to coax him into reconciliation. Do you truly believe Chu Tian would readily acquiesce? Anyone with a modicum of sense would naturally keep their distance from you. I had already instructed Chu Tian on how to navigate your inquiries, including how to address any dangers that may arise. This involved him revealing his opportunity to become a martial emperor. As long as he remains silent, he is safe, and I can provide timely assistance. As for your observation regarding Chu Tian's rapid ascension and cultivation, do exercise some intellect. After all, he was once the foremost prodigy of Luyun City. Who does not know his name? His apparent loss of power is merely superficial. The truth lies in the fact that he suffered grave injuries, leading to a depletion of spiritual energy. With just a single medicinal pill, he could fully recover. Do you understand now? Chapter 160. Wanying's gaze was filled with resentment. She never anticipated that this was all part of Shao Ding's scheme. She had thought that Chu Tian still harbored feelings for her. The sensation of being toyed with was overwhelmingly distressing. Chu Tian smiled faintly and addressed Xiao. I must thank you for completely erasing the last remnants of my feelings. Were it not for your intervention, I might have been deceived yet again. However, I have now found the woman I cherish most and shall not divert my attention to others. The auspicious beast, the Qilin, has been bestowed upon the Shiao family, and I lack the means to reclaim it, so I must ask the head of the Shiao family to take action himself. Shao Ding laughed heartily. Rest assured, I shall handle this matter. Thank you for your generous gift. At that moment, everyone else began to grasp the situation. Shao Ding turned his gaze towards Wanying, his eyes brimming with contempt. I truly cannot fathom your thoughts. If I were in your position, regardless of Chu Tian's standing, he fought valiantly for his family, risking everything, and thus deserves kindness. Moreover, Chu Tian has sacrificed so much for you. Even a stone would eventually warm up. Yet, you have unhesitatingly betrayed him time and again. You should realize that had I not intervened on his behalf, he would have been ruthlessly subdued and subjected to the most brutal treatment, truly ensnared in a treacherous trap. Collaborating with someone like you makes me fear betrayal, which is why I have declined your contract. I apologize for the spectacle today. Please forgive me. The crowd hurriedly clasped their hands in greeting, their expressions revealing deep contemplation. It became clear that Chu Tian harbored no secrets. It was merely a ruse orchestrated with the head of the Shiao family to ensnare Wanying. Now, she had truly become a pariah. Yet, this was entirely deserved. Wanying's face turned ashen, her eyes shimmering with disbelief, particularly when she looked at Chu Tian, her expression akin to that of someone who had suffered a grave injustice. At that moment, she dared not utter another word, biting her lip in resentment as she shot a glare at Chu Tian before turning to leave. The festivities resumed, and the guests continued to revel in merriment. After Wanying's departure, the flames of fury ignited within her, her heart swirling with indescribable rage. It felt as though she had been stabbed in the back by someone she cherished deeply, a pain that eclipsed all the humiliations of the day. It dawned on her that all of this was a performance staged by Chu Tian and the head of the Shiao family. leaving her trampled beneath the feet of the families of Luoyuan City. In that moment, her pent-up resentment erupted. Since you have shown no mercy, do not blame me for being unkind. Chu Tian, I once held great affection for you, but I have come to understand the immense benefits that power can bestow. Did you truly believe I had no allies? I did not wish to seek their assistance unless absolutely necessary, but you have forced my hand. As she reached this conclusion, Song Wanying's heart burned with the fury of her former indignation, and she resolved to act without hesitation. A moment's delay could bring her great harm. Chapter 161. It could even lead to the downfall of their entire family. After contemplating this, he proceeded directly to a clandestine location, where he encountered an individual shrouded in a black cloak, obscuring his visage. You are eager to see me today because you wish to preserve your life. The cloaked figure proclaimed. I have made several attempts to recruit you for my endeavors, yet you have persistently rebuffed me, causing me considerable displeasure. Thus, you must now pay a greater price. This price may bind you to me for life. Do you consent? Upon hearing these words, Song Wanying felt a sharp pang in her heart. Should she acquiesce, it would signify her complete subjugation to this individual. Moreover, the origins of the forces behind him remained a mystery. However, one thing was certain, the person before her was certainly no benevolent soul. And the murderous aura he exuded sent chills down her spine. Collaborating with such a person was akin to courting disaster. Now, she found herself cornered at the precipice of despair. One more step forward would lead to a multitude of adversaries and likely a grave fate. To retreat meant descending into an abyss. Those families, while outwardly professing righteousness, were in reality rife with vice, capable of committing heinous acts. She had no desire to become a pawn in their schemes, nor did she wish for a particularly gruesome demise. The only recourse was to ally with the individual before her, who was equally driven by ulterior motives. May I inquire about the forces you represent? She ventured cautiously. The cloaked figure scoffed. Enough with your probing. Let me make this unequivocally clear. Your attempts at inquiry are futile, and I shall not disclose the powers that stand behind me. You need only understand that I harbor no interest in you personally. Rather, I am intrigued by certain individuals in your vicinity. As for who that might be, it suffices to say that the influential figure who once supported you is my adversary, and you hold some significance to him. Today, the humiliation you endure is trivial. What truly matters is whether your family can continue to thrive. For the sake of your kin, you must accept your role as a pawn in my game. The opportunity lay before her. Should she refuse, a tragic fate awaited her. One so dire that she could scarcely envision it. One that would render her oblivious to her own predicament. His voice was calm, disturbingly so, evoking a sense of dread deep within her. At that moment, it felt as if he had penetrated the very depths of her thoughts. In an instant, a fleeting regret washed over her, only to be swiftly suppressed. I am willing to become your ally, but on the condition that you do not force my family into the flames. The cloaked figure could not contain his laughter, which dripped with disdain and mockery. In my eyes, your family is akin to ants. With merely a word, I could elevate your lineage to the pinnacle of this city. I could dispatch a single individual to subdue your family's mythical beasts and issue a warning to the Shiao family, deterring them from any ambitions. Song Wanying's eyes widened with sudden illumination. Is this true? Chapter 162. Within Song Wanying's heart stirred an overwhelming excitement. Her family now found itself in an exceedingly perilous predicament. Should they fail to secure formidable external assistance, the ensuing consequences would undoubtedly be dire, potentially leading to the complete disintegration of their lineage. Devoid of familial protection, given her current circumstances, she would likely soon become a mere plaything for others. Having witnessed too much darkness, Song Wanying, in every endeavor, instinctively envisioned the most sinister possibilities. She even contemplated whether Chu Tian might apprehend her and subject her to the most brutal treatment. Deep within her heart, her sentiments towards Chu Tian were not solely marked by guilt but also laced with fear. The once unrivaled prodigy had returned, his vision markedly restored, capable of surpassing the limits of the ordinary, while Chu Tian remained merely at the level of the merging spirit realm. If granted ample time, no one could fathom the heights to which Chu Tian could ascend. As this thought crossed her mind, an unexpected surge of resentment welled up within Song Wanying. Gritting her teeth, she resolved that the most pressing matter at hand was to utterly incapacitate Chu Tian. Should he become the son-in-law of the Murong family and gain control over their assets, he would undoubtedly target her without hesitation, employing even more despicable and ruthless methods. She understood Chu Tian's character well. He would show no mercy. At that moment, the black-cloaked figure's calm demeanor finally betrayed a flicker of disturbance. Though his face was obscured by a dark veil, rendering his expression unreadable, a tumult stirred within him. He had not anticipated that the woman before him possessed such ferocity. Yet, this was precisely the outcome he desired. To take action against Chu Tian was one matter. Regardless of his growth, he could never rival them. There were certain matters he preferred not to elaborate on. No matter the magnitude of her influence, she must not recklessly target Chu Tian, otherwise, the consequences would be exceedingly tragic. This was not a negotiation, but rather an edict. Chu Tian held immense significance. Song Wanying's pupils constricted sharply, her face betraying disbelief. She had never conceived that Chu Tian wielded such crucial importance, and the individual before her harbored such trepidation towards him. She could not help but recall a phrase Chu Tian had once uttered to her, her voice trembling slightly as she recalled it. Could it be that the one who had silently aided her from the shadows was indeed Chu Tian? Song Wanying understood well that the black-cloaked figure was fully aware of all that transpired. The black-cloaked figure's expression remained inscrutable, his demeanor unwavering as he spoke calmly. There are certain truths you have yet to earn the right to know. Now that you have consented to join and become a mere tool in my hands, it is time to place a shackle upon you. Otherwise, given your nature, you might very well stab me in the back when least expected. You need not attempt to justify yourself. I have already witnessed your true character. Gritting her teeth, Song Wanying recognized that she had no recourse left. She could only comply. What kind of shackle do you intend to impose upon me? The black-cloaked figure smiled faintly. This object shall be affixed to you. As Song Wanying accepted the dark, shell-like object, she was uncertain of its nature. It resembled a shell, and upon grasping it, she suddenly felt a slight sting. Chapter 163. Instinctively, he cast the object to the ground and gazed at his finger. A minute red dot had appeared at its tip, followed by a sensation as if something were burrowing into him. His countenance shifted abruptly. What is this? The figure in the black robe spoke in a measured tone. You will soon feel it. Do not fret. For this little creature will remain dormant within you for quite some time. I shall periodically administer medicine to lull it into slumber. Without my intervention, you may meet a most tragic fate, as this creature will incessantly merge into your very marrow, rendering you incapable of escape, no matter how elevated your abilities become. Since you have already consented to become my instrument, bound to my command for eternity, cast aside any thoughts of betrayal. Rest assured, there are matters I shall not compel you to undertake, yet certain actions are imperative. To gain, one must sacrifice. You have proclaimed that for the sake of your family, you would relinquish everything, even your own self. Having concluded his words, the black-robed figure rose and prepared to depart. At that moment, Song Wanying was gripped by genuine fear. She had never imagined that she would be subjected to such control, especially with that creature poised to invade her mind. The prospect of such terror rendered her pallid as parchment. Her voice trembled violently. Please, do not use the creature to manipulate me. I am willing to do anything else. Even surrender myself to you. I beseech you, spare me this torment. I am truly frightened. The black-robed figure laughed derisively. Fear not, for when that creature enters your marrow, it will inflict a modicum of pain, yet it will soon succumb to slumber. Do not worry, for now, it shall not trouble you, as long as you remain obedient. The creature will remain forever still within your mind. Should you defy me, it will wreak havoc within your essence, tormenting you relentlessly until your demise. Song Wanying was enveloped in despair. She had not anticipated the cruelty of her captor's methods. It meant she would have no opportunity for redemption. A conclusion she had not wished for. Why had circumstances devolved into this? At that moment, she felt something invade her consciousness, culminating in excruciating pain, as if her very soul were being ground to dust and then reassembled. Though the agony lasted but seconds, she felt paralyzed, unable to control her suffering, wishing only to end her existence in a single blow. This torment was beyond description. You must be experiencing this pain now, as that creature churns within your mind. You will lose mastery over your body, unable even to seek death. For one as selfish and heartless as yourself, this is the ultimate means of control. The earlier warning was merely to prevent any foolish thoughts of betrayal. Remember, never disclose my existence to anyone. I shall arrange for the protection of your family's interests, safeguarding the auspicious beast, the Qilin. Simultaneously, I will ensure that the vile creature is subdued. Chapter 164. When Song Wanying returned, she was in a dazed and disheveled state. Her hair tousled and her clothing in disarray. Strangely, no one in her family seemed to notice her distress, sitting in her room in a stupor. Her thoughts inevitably drifted to Chu Tian, and in that moment, an overwhelming torrent of hatred surged within her like a deluge. The animosity in her eyes erupted fully at that instant. Chu Tian had become a figure of great renown throughout Luoyuan City. No one dared to mock him as a lovesick fool anymore. Instead, they were filled with envy and jealousy. It was common knowledge that the Murong family had forged a partnership with Showdown, marking the beginning of a comprehensive collaboration that would usher them into a period of rapid development. Once a declining family, the Murong clan was now soaring to new heights, and many spoke of Chu Tian as the true embodiment of fortune. Among the most irked was Zhou Renjia, whose face was flushed with anger, his teeth grinding audibly. He had even stationed men in hiding, ready to ambush Chu Tian the moment he appeared. Yet, at this moment, he suddenly halted, narrowing his eyes as he watched Chu Tian emerge. Hold off on the attack. Let us see what they intend to do. Chu Tian had sensed the presence of others nearby. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he turned to Murong, saying, "You should return home. I have some matters to attend to." "All right, I will wait for you at home." Murong had fully embraced her role as his fiancée, never once contemplating betrayal. She believed, as Chu Tian had once treated her with utmost sincerity, that he would not resort to the despicable tactics employed by Wanying. At that moment, it felt as if their family was engaged in a high-stakes gamble, with the entire Murong lineage resting upon Chu Tian's shoulders. "Come out. There is no need to hide any longer." Chu Tian deliberately walked to a secluded spot, his expression now turned frigid. He glanced back, where he discerned two groups of people, their presence unmistakably felt. The first to step forward was Wanying, her hair disheveled and clothing in chaos. As she fixed her gaze upon Chu Tian, resentment radiated from her eyes. Having reached the level of the spirit fusion realm, she could have easily sensed the presence of Zhou Renjia's men had she been inclined to do so. But at that moment, her heart was consumed entirely by hatred. "Chu Tian, why have you done this?" she cried, her voice tinged with unprecedented bitterness. 500 glances exchanged only for a fleeting moment in this life. And countless years of cultivation have culminated in our shared bed. Though we may not have taken the final step, we have done everything else. Why must you deliberately harm me? As she finished, her voice was filled with an unparalleled resentment. Chu Tian merely smiled faintly, his gaze glinting with a chilling coldness. "Do you truly not understand your own heart?" Chapter 165. I can no longer indulge in unnecessary words with you. From this moment on, there shall be no relationship between us. In fact, I had already conveyed my feelings clearly before, yet you failed to comprehend the essence of my words. I had previously mentioned that I have a fiancée, but you reassured me that our mutual affection was sufficient, regardless of others. I also informed you of my intention to annul that engagement, and I have indeed followed through with it. However, I did not expect your reaction to be this way. Wanying coldly remarked, "You once promised me countless oaths. Do you now intend to betray those vows? Do not forget your own words. Should you break your promise, you shall never again experience what we once shared. That will remain your eternal torment, for those were your unconditioned promises to me." Chu Tian smiled and shook his head. "What a breaking vows! Even if I were to descend into the depths of hell, I would harbor no pity for you. The promises I once made were numerous. And indeed, I was blind to the truth. I no longer wish to invest anything in you. The fact that I have not sought revenge is already a testament to my mercy. Yet, you persistently seek me out time and again. The consequences you now face are of your own making, and I merely acted in accordance with the circumstances. Do you still intend to place all blame upon me? Had you come to my aid in my time of need, everything you currently possess would far exceed your wildest dreams. I could have propelled you to greatness, and your entire family would have become the true rulers of this mystical realm." Wanying could not suppress a laugh, though it was tinged with sorrow. Her expression evoked a sense of pity, yet her eyes brimmed with deepening resentment. "Chu Tian, do you not see? Those within my family have been coercing me. They forced me to issue you a letter of divorce. I truly believed you had lost your abilities and, consequently, your worth, destined to live as an ordinary mortal. I once claimed that by granting you a red book, you would reap significant benefits. Once you achieved your goals, you would remain free from what? Why did you reject my offer? Was it merely your pitiful pride? Do you not realize that your actions have led to this predicament? You have no comprehension of the formidable forces and individuals I contend with. Should they wish to harm you, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant. It is because of you that I have become ensnared, completely under their control. If I do not obey their commands, I will face dire consequences, and I am uncertain of what lies ahead. My family has become mere instruments in the hands of others. Do you understand that it is all because of you?" Her voice crescendoed into a roar by the end. Wanying's current mindset teetered on the brink of collapse. The emotions she had previously suppressed erupted forth without reservation in the presence of Chu Tian, and her words caused his brow to furrow in contemplation. He studied her intently, and a faint smile finally graced his lips. "What connection does your current state of despair have with me? Reflecting on our initial acquaintance, your pure heart moved me profoundly, and that admiration remains vivid in my memory. I have assisted you more than once or twice, yet what have you returned in kind? Each time, you have struck at my heart, and even a stone would feel the piercing chill of your actions." Chapter 166. Wanying was now consumed by a tempest of indignation, her gaze brimming with profound resentment. She sought an outlet for her fury, and he fit that role perfectly. At this moment, she felt as if she were on the verge of an explosive eruption, her inner turmoil boiling over. "Chu Tian," she seethed, "all of this is your fault. If you had not provoked me in the first place, we would not be in this predicament. Everything stems from you. Had you not pursued me so relentlessly, I would not have been ensnared, nor would my entire family have descended into despair. Even if our family thrived, I remain a mere pawn in someone else's game. Do you comprehend the depth of my desolation? Chu Tian's expression remained unperturbed as he replied coolly, whatever trials you have faced bear no relation to me. You are unjustly projecting your grievances onto me. Have you ever considered where you might have erred? I risked everything for your family, even daring to capture the auspicious beast. The Qilin. Do you understand the cost of such an endeavor? You know nothing of my sacrifices. You merely assume that everything I did was obligatory. It's akin to me giving you a candy each day, and when one day I do not, you blame me. Have you not realized that my generosity was never a requirement? Withholding it is merely my right. Yet, you persist in attributing all faults to me, never pausing to reflect on your own missteps. His voice remained calm, though deep down, he still harbored a flicker of hope for Song Wanying's transformation. He recalled her pure, radiant smile from their first encounter and was struck by the stark contrast to her current state. An indescribable feeling welled up within him. The suspicions he had long harbored had now crystallized into reality. Song Wanying's transformation was not merely the result of events 3 years prior, but rather the consequence of someone subtly manipulating her. As he pondered this, his eyes narrowed slightly. It was highly likely that this individual had targeted him intentionally. Song Wanying's expression was laced with sarcasm and sorrow. Chu Tian, regardless of the reasons, everything began with you. If I had any means of escape, I would never turn to those demons. They offer everything I desire, but the price I must pay is my eternal freedom. Now, I am but a puppet in their eyes, a marionette, and you have witnessed my current plight. I am utterly tormented by them. Does this not stir even a fraction of pain within you? Did you ever truly care for me? If you possessed even a modicum of the valor a man should have, you would not remain so silent and withdrawn. Regardless of the past, I was once yours. You did not take my innocence, yet you should not allow others to possess me. Do you not feel a twinge of possessiveness? Chu Tian smiled faintly. His tone as cold as ice. I truly do not. I regard you now as a stranger. Chapter 167. A woman like you has no chance of stirring any emotions within my heart. In fact, I can honestly say that all I feel upon seeing you is disdain. My feelings for you have evaporated entirely, leaving only contempt. You should comprehend the essence of my words. I have articulated my sentiments quite delicately. Must I resort to more direct measures? I have now discovered the person I was meant to cherish, someone I should have devoted my heart to, yet I have caused them profound hurt. I presume you cannot fathom such feelings, but rest assured, one day you will come to understand the nature of this pain. Now, in your regret and madness, you seek to trouble me. Have you ever considered where your own faults lie? At the moment those words reached her, Song Wanying experienced a fleeting moment of realization. However, this epiphany was swiftly cast aside as his voice grew increasingly deranged. I do not believe your affections for Miss Murong are genuine. You merely wish to provoke me. I am fully aware of your intentions. You seek to capture my attention once more. Everything has concluded. Do you have any idea of the formidable forces that stand behind me? You remain oblivious to their terror, and they have instructed me to refrain from taking action against you. I am left wondering what your true identity is, and why you did not disclose your circumstances to me from the beginning. All prior exchanges have merely led to this singular statement. At this moment, Song Wanying yearned for an answer, harboring a sliver of hope that Chu Tian might, for the sake of their past affection, persuade those behind him to release their hold over him. Yet the dread of a lingering parasite in her mind continued to spread. With a sardonic smile, Chu Tian replied, You have persistently suggested what I should and should not do, attempting to mold me into a mere instrument for your purposes. Now, everything has been laid bare before you. Do you remain unaware? I am not a tool to be wielded at your whim, nor will I torment myself for the sake of a woman. I have long since awakened. This shall be our final discourse. I refuse to squander any more time on you. My life now belongs to me, and I have found the woman I am meant to protect. You may not believe in karma, but it undeniably exists. We are all cultivators. Let us dispense with foolish talk, for none among us are naive. Your every action has merely been a test. I seek to understand why those who target you wish to exploit you, without ever contemplating your own worth. Those individuals likely remain oblivious to the fact that I harbor no feelings for you whatsoever. Their use of you as a mere instrument is a disastrous investment. If I am not mistaken, they will soon assist you in subduing the auspicious beast, the Qilin, only to hinder Showdown from reclaiming it. But their efforts are destined to be in vain. Should I wish to support the Murong family, I must demonstrate my resolve to all, including those who conspire in the shadows. Chapter 168. Chu Tian spoke with a voice as frigid as ice. Reality is not a game. There are no countless resets available to you. I have granted you opportunities time and again, yet you fail to cherish them. Even if you had persistently presented me with letters of separation, As long as you sincerely regretted your actions, your family could have soared to great heights. In this city, no one could have obstructed your family's progress. Alas, you have plunged a dagger into my heart. At this juncture, Chu Tian's voice grew even colder. I have extended my hand to you, yet you remain ineffectual. There is no further need for me to spare you any semblance of courtesy. Today, I have evaded everyone and deliberately ventured into this secluded place. Is my purpose not clear enough? The last 2 chances I have afforded you are yours to grasp. Next time, such opportunities will be no more. At that moment, Chu Tian was acutely aware that Wanying was undoubtedly under someone else's control. That someone being from the underworld. As for who it was, he felt no need to investigate further. What he required most now was time to restore his own strength. Once his vision was fully regained, he would undoubtedly uncover the truth behind the events. The alteration in Wanying's character was also a deliberate manipulation. To intentionally change a person's character requires merely subtle guidance and psychological suggestion, something he himself had accomplished before. However, his intentions were solely to encourage goodness, not to transform someone into an utterly reprehensible being devoid of moral boundaries. He was not a saint, yet when necessary, he would not shy away from taking action. He would intervene when he witnessed injustice, employing his own means. At this moment, he cast a sidelong glance at Wanying, who stood not far behind, and said with a smirk, "Use whatever means you wish. I am weary of wasting time with you. The words you speak now are nothing but a jest to me. I have long made my stance abundantly clear. Yet, you remain oblivious to my true nature. After all these years of our acquaintance, you still perceive me as the fool who once cradled you in my hands. I may indulge in foolishness for a day, but I shall not remain a fool indefinitely. When I regarded you as someone dear to me, I could overlook your flaws. However, when I feel you pose a threat to my well-being, what are you then? If you desire to set a trap for me or strike against me, then do as you please." At this moment, Wanying gazed deeply at Chu Tian, her emotions gradually calming. After her earlier outburst of anger, her mindset returned to normal. She realized that she was now at her wit's end and should not approach Chu Tian with tantrums. Instead, she ought to touch his heart with sincerity, at least to show him that he still held a place in her heart. Perhaps, recalling their past affections, he might come to her aid once more, rather than resorting to coercion as she had done now. With this thought in mind, Wanying refrained from uttering more words, her eyes filled with sorrow. "Chu Tian, my earlier emotional turmoil was my own doing. All of this is my fault. I acknowledge my mistakes, which are indeed egregious. I hope that when we meet again, you will not harbor such anger. I find myself on the brink of despair, reduced to a mere puppet under someone else's control. Yet, I'm still a person of integrity." Chapter 169. I fear the day I become tainted. All along, I have yearned to surrender myself to you. Upon hearing these words, a sardonic smile crept across Chu Tian's face. "Enough. There is no need for you to utter such sentiments. They only serve to repulse me. I have extended you the courtesy of respect, yet you trample upon it with disdain. Should you choose to demean yourself, that is your prerogative. But do not involve me in your demise. Allow me to impart this. From this moment forth, our paths shall diverge. Should you dare to inflict any harm upon my interests again, do not expect my leniency." Wanying refrained from further words, her heart seething with indignation. However, she recognized that her true need lay in beseeching Chu Tian. This evening, he was undoubtedly consumed by rage, and persisting in her demands would yield no favorable outcome. It would be prudent to withdraw for now. "I shall seek you again another time." With that, Wanying turned on her heel and swiftly vanished into the dense forest. Chu Tian, however, remained still, quietly awaiting the inevitable. After a considerable interval, he spoke calmly. "Are you not prepared to reveal yourselves? Wanying has instructed you to lie in wait here, merely to plot against me. I have gained a clear understanding of her character. She will not retreat easily, for her objectives remain unfulfilled, and you are merely pawns in her scheme." At his words, someone finally stepped forth. Yet, the leader was not Zhou Renjie. Concealed in the shadows, Zhou Renjie was astounded by the conversation he had overheard, unable to fathom the depths of Wanying's shamelessness. Yet, upon witnessing her seemingly vulnerable demeanor, a flicker of greed ignited within him. After this affair, he could certainly engage in a more intimate discussion with Wanying. Perhaps he might even win her affections. The notion of control, as she had mentioned, was of no consequence to him. In this city, there indeed existed many formidable individuals. However, they would not act recklessly at this juncture. For Wanying's family was not to be trifled with. He sensed he had grasped some underlying truths. Thus, he refrained from direct confrontation, intending instead to pin the blame squarely upon Wanying. His subordinates emerged, among them a transcendent expert, with the remainder being a dozen or so at the divine integration level. The leader scoffed, addressing Chu Tian. "Since you are already aware that we are sent by Wanying, it would be wise for you to surrender. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." You have witnessed my strength. Achieving transcendence makes your demise as effortless as slaughtering livestock. I offer you this opportunity. Cherish it. As he spoke, he advanced menacingly toward Chu Tian, his expression laced with mockery, while inwardly he could not suppress a smile. Chu Tian had always been a mere plaything in the hands of women. Even now, the Murong family sought merely to engage with him for their own ends. How could they truly assist him? He was naive, unaccustomed to the harsh lessons of this world's intricate dynamics. Chapter 170. As Chu Tian beheld these individuals, the smile on his face became increasingly pronounced. With a subtle grin, he spoke in a tone as calm as still water. There are some matters I find it tedious to elaborate upon. For you, and I share no true connection. Since Wanying has dispatched you to confront me, you must be prepared. Although I am perplexed by her foolishness in sending you to trouble me, I can surmise one thing. At this point, his smile deepened, and in an instant, he seemed to dissolve into a specter, vanishing before their very eyes. The transcendent master could not help but widen his gaze, disbelief flooding his expression. He quickly regained his composure. Where do you think you're going? Yet, as he contemplated pursuit, a delicate blade, as thin as a cicada's wing, was suddenly pressed against his throat. In his ear, a voice, reminiscent of a demon's whisper, echoed. Who told you I intended to flee? Tread slowly on the road to the underworld. Your companions will soon join you. The transcendent master remained unaware of the impending doom, but soon felt a chilling sensation at his neck, as though something was being relentlessly drawn from his body. He instinctively clutched his throat, feeling only the warmth of his own blood. He attempted to utter a word, but all that escaped his lips was a torrent of crimson. He had never fathomed that a being of the divine integration realm, a level beneath his own, could so effortlessly bring about his demise. An unprecedented terror filled his heart. He had contemplated the possibility of death, yet never imagined it would come so suffocatingly, and without a sound. Gradually, he collapsed to the ground, his pupils dilating. Mouth agape, yet unable to produce any sound. At that moment, silence enveloped the scene. All eyes were fixed upon the fallen master, their pupils shrinking in horror and disbelief. Had that strike been directed at them, who among them could have evaded it? With mastery at the transcendent level, yet still falling prey to Chu Tian's lethal strike. One could only dread the fate awaiting the remaining individuals. The blade in his hand bore no trace of blood, and he maintained a serene smile, though his voice emanated an unsettling chill. Since you wish to take my life, then the slayer shall invariably be slain. Have you prepared your final words? In that instant, fear gripped the hearts of those present, compelling them to turn and flee. Alas, their speed was insufficient. Before they could make any significant distance, sharp blades swiftly pierced their vital points. One by one, they crumpled to the ground. Chu Tian flicked the blade, which resembled gossamer, as blood dripped down. His gaze then shifted toward the nearby thicket, his natural smile becoming even more pronounced. Come out, now only you remain. We can have a proper conversation. I am quite curious to see what you will say when presented before Wanying. Chapter 171. The calm words caused Zhou Renjie to tremble uncontrollably. Although he could not see the face of the individual before him, he felt an unmistakably familiar aura emanating from them. They had undoubtedly met before and exchanged greetings. It was precisely for this reason that he had decided to keep this person for last. With a cool demeanor, he remarked, "Your cultivation is rather poor. Barely reaching the cleansing marrow stage. I could easily take your life with a mere gesture. Yet, I find myself exceedingly curious about which ineffectual descendant of the Wanying family you are." As he spoke the truth, he began to advance slowly, his expression growing colder. Eager to see the reaction of the man before him, Zhou Renjie was now gripped by an overwhelming fear, terrified that Chu Tian might eliminate him to silence him. He contemplated whether he should flee, but his legs felt as heavy as lead. The regret within him was beyond words. If given another chance, he would run as far away as possible, never daring to provoke Chu Tian again. The man before him seemed like a demon, mercilessly reaping the lives of those he had brought along. Fear was spreading, and his voice trembled. When Chu Tian approached, Zhou Renjie felt on the verge of collapse. Collapsing to the ground. Chu Tian, you cannot harm me. If you do, my family will not let you off easily. This plot was orchestrated by Wanying, and I am merely a pawn in our game. Spare me now, and we could be friends. I assure you. I will not disturb you again, nor will I pursue the Murong family. Please, grant me this reprieve. I promise there will be no future transgressions. As he uttered these words, he struggled to rise. He wished to appear defiant before Chu Tian, but his body felt weak and unsteady. The dread of death loomed before him, and his spirit could not bear it. At that moment, he felt as if he had reached the pinnacle of fear, trembling uncontrollably. Chu Tian was taken aback to discover it was Zhou Renjie. At the previous banquet at the Zhou family, the words spoken by this man had indeed irked him, as he had never regarded Zhou's family with any seriousness. However, this individual could provide him with some minor assistance, for some matters were far more intricate than they appeared. Killing was merely a matter of bowing one's head, and there were countless ways to torment a person. He had already formed a plan in his mind. His smile becoming more pronounced. I can indeed offer you a chance. Upon hearing this, Zhou Renjie could hardly contain his excitement, his eyes alight with hope. You truly intend to spare me? Rest assured, I will never speak of today as events and will not seek revenge. We can completely turn our enmity into friendship. Once I witnessed your power, I understood you were not to be trifled with, and the Murong family truly holds you in high regard. I must congratulate you on your relationship with Miss Murong. However, before he could finish, Chu Tian delivered a swift kick to his face. With a smile that was both mocking and disdainful, he said, "There is no need to put on a facade before me. I am disinclined to engage in your trivialities. Your life is conditional. This condition will teach you what true suffering is, and you will come to understand the grave consequences of crossing me. Let us begin immediately." Chapter 172. Zhou Renjie's pupils constricted sharply. He was oblivious to the conditions proposed by Chu Tian. Yet he firmly believed that Chu Tian would not let him off easily. In that moment, the fear within him erupted completely. His voice trembled more violently as he stammered. What do you intend to do?" With a smile that danced on the edge of mockery, Chu Tian replied, "What do you think I wish to accomplish? Surely you have some inkling. We had no grievances between us initially, but during our first encounter, your jealousy prompted you to speak rudely to me, which deeply displeased me. At that time, I chose not to engage with your provocations. However, afterward, you even attempted to take my life and pin the blame on Wanying. I have no desire to continue wasting words on you. The only reason I spare you is to avoid unnecessary complications, especially since I am currently focused on elevating the Murong family. Supporting a faction is far more intricate than merely aiding an individual. When the time comes for your family to play a role, you shall be the one to speak. This will also serve to enlighten you on the consequences of offending me. I have never considered myself a benevolent person. I have been dubbed King Yinluo by some, a title I find less than satisfactory. The King of Hell brings forth troublesome spirits. I prefer another moniker, the Devil." As he uttered these words, he forcefully knocked Zhou Renjie to the ground and placed a foot upon his neck. Zhou Renjie struggled violently, yet it yielded no results. Chu Tian, uninterested in further dialogue, produced a small vial from his possession and made a shallow cut across Zhou Renjie's shoulder. He then gently shook the vial, releasing a powder that settled upon the wound. Initially, Zhou Renjie felt no peculiar sensation. However, as he gazed at the green powder on his injury, an ominous premonition crept into his mind. Trembling, he exclaimed, "What have you done to me?" Chu Tian remained silent, retracting his foot. Zhou Renjie hurriedly attempted to brush away the powder, yet soon realized it was futile. The powder dissolved into the wound, infiltrating his body through his bloodstream. At that moment, he truly grasped the essence of terror. It felt as if countless tiny insects were burrowing into his wound, causing an agony that made him shiver uncontrollably. The fear of the unknown gripped him entirely, distorting his expression into one of grotesque horror. "Chu Tian, what have you done to me?" he cried out again, his voice on the verge of breaking. With a smirk that masked his intent, Chu Tian replied, "You hail from a prominent family. Surely you understand certain methods? The technique I employed on you involves a peculiar breed of insect, formed from innumerable larvae. Without an antidote, you are destined to endure a lengthy period of suffering. These larvae will gradually hatch within your organs, devouring them from the inside out. The process will not be excessively painful, at most. You will endure a few months of discomfort before being consumed by agony. Should you find the courage to take your own life, your suffering would cease immediately." His tone was casual as he spoke, yet Zhou Renjie felt a chilling dread enveloping him. He trembled uncontrollably, acutely aware of those minute creatures adhering to his insides, as if countless tiny claws were grasping at his very organs. Chapter 173. He could not help but let out a heart-wrenching scream. However, the remote location spared him from attracting any attention. At this moment, he was filled with remorse, realizing that he had never anticipated the ruthlessness of Chu Tian's methods. Previously, he had always perceived Chu Tian as a weak and easily bullied individual, especially after being deeply wounded by Wanying, who ultimately did not retaliate. Such a person typically exudes profound weakness. Thus, he had no reservations. His intention for being here today was to eliminate Chu Tian and frame another for the deed. The appearance of Wanying provided him with an excellent scapegoat, simultaneously alleviating his own burdens. Once Chu Tian was dead, he could directly approach the Murong family. He was all too aware of Murong Lonqing's character. That old man had already agreed to consider a marriage alliance with his family. Although they understood that collaborating with his family equated to courting danger, they were cornered and had no choice but to resort to such desperate measures. Now, with Chu Tian's unexpected emergence, all his meticulously laid plans were thrown into disarray. How could he not harbor hatred? Yet, The insignificant character he had once dismissed could now effortlessly dictate his fate, even rendering his existence a living hell. His eyes brimmed with unending terror. Chu Tian, I beg you, spare me. I truly cannot endure this any longer. As he uttered these words, he found himself kneeling before Chu Tian, fervently knocking his head on the ground, leaving red welts on his forehead. Chu Tian, with a smile that bordered on mockery, replied, Do you really think I would believe your words? For someone like you, devoid of any moral boundaries or principles, the best course of action is to teach you what true suffering entails, what it means to live in a hellish existence. Rest assured, those little creatures are now intertwined with your very organs. They will not strike immediately, after all. They require time to develop and will initially feast on the nutrients within your body to sustain themselves. As the heir of a prominent family, your nutritional supply will undoubtedly be ample. Everything that has transpired is entirely your own doing. His smile resembled that of a devil. Zhou Renjie finally comprehended why some referred to Chu Tian as a demon. To treat him with such cruelty while smiling so naturally was a testament to Chu Tian's chilling demeanor. His heart was not merely filled with fear, he was trembling uncontrollably. His voice was imbued with a newfound subservience, akin to that of a sycophant. Master, from now on, whatever you command, I will obey without hesitation. I implore you to spare me. Do not subject me to this torment any longer. I feel as though my very organs are ablaze with pain. He was already experiencing agony, his facial expression contorted as if he had just emerged from the depths of hell. Yet, Chu Tian's smile grew more pronounced. This is merely the beginning, and you are already unable to bear it? Do not rush, we will take our time. I have all the time in the world. Chapter 174. Zhou Renjie was so frightened that he burst into tears, kneeling on the ground and repeatedly bowing his head. He felt that it was not merely an attempt to control him, but a desire to torment him to death. He did not wish to perish in such a humiliating manner, nor did he want to succumb to suffering. Having grown up with a golden key in his mouth, he had yet to fully experience the splendor of the world. As long as it ensured his survival, he would unhesitatingly do anything. Life belonged to him, and any grievance could be borne by others. I implore you, spare me. Whatever you ask of me, I will comply without hesitation. I would even become your loyal hound, ready to bite at your command. As he uttered these words, he continued to bow fervently, his forehead already bloodied from the impact. Yet, the pain in his head paled in comparison to the torment within his mind, which felt as though countless insects were relentlessly gnawing at him, accompanied by the agony of his innards, making him truly comprehend the meaning of a fate worse than death. A smile, ambiguous yet mocking, appeared on Chu Tian's face. Do not be hasty. In no more than 5 minutes, those insects will integrate with your own organs and brain. If they do not merge, you can remove them at any time, a feat achievable with current technology. However, once they fuse, you will not be able to rid yourself of them unless you have your own organs extracted, for they will become part of your body. I trust you grasp my meaning. Rest assured, you shall not perish, for I still require your assistance. Since you willingly offer to be my dog, I shall gladly accept you as my loyal subordinate. Chu Tian's smile remained evident. Meanwhile, Zhou Renjie writhed in agony, his face paling dramatically. In this moment, he truly understood what it meant to encounter a devil. Regret consumed him. If given another chance, he would flee as far away as possible, never daring to appear before Chu Tian again. He was indeed a veritable fiend. The searing pain stretched through his very soul, each second feeling like an eternity. 5 minutes, merely the length of a cigarette break, felt as though he had endured centuries. Chu Tian tossed a pill before him. Zhou Renjie hurriedly picked it up and swallowed it whole, drenched in sweat as if he had just emerged from the depths of water, the pain having stripped him of reason. After consuming the pill, his breathing gradually steadied, and the expression of grotesque torment faded from his face. The pain receded like a tide. At that moment, he felt that simply being alive was the greatest enjoyment of life. Although the agony was slowly subsiding, the fear intensified. Especially when his gaze met Chu Tian's, he could not help but shudder, his entire body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. Master, from now on, you are my master. I shall be the most obedient dog in your hands. No matter whom you command me to bite, I shall do so without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 175. As he spoke, he mimicked the sound of a dog barking twice. Chu Tian was exceedingly pleased with his performance. At times when he found certain tasks inconvenient to undertake, he could rely on such individuals to execute them flawlessly. He was akin to an excellent scapegoat. He inquired casually, Does your father also approve of your pursuit of Murong Yun? Zhou Renjie hesitated not a moment and nodded vigorously. This endeavor was originally my father's idea. From the very beginning, he has been instilling this thought in me. He told me that if I were to win over Miss Murong, the Murong family would soon be within our grasp. Securing the Murong family would serve as a springboard for significant advancements in the pill industry. And we have even engaged a third-tier alchemist. Although we are not yet directly operating in the pill market, we are fully prepared. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly and remarked, if you were to abandon your pursuit of Murong Yun now, how would you address the situation? Can you resolve these matters? Zhou Renjie clenched his teeth and nodded resolutely. Yes, I can certainly resolve this issue. I could even persuade my father to abandon his plans against the Murong family. However, convincing him to relinquish his ambitions in the pill industry would be impossible. He has been planning for a long time, waiting for the right opportunity. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian understood the implications, yet a smile crept upon his lips. Upon your return, you may directly inform your father that there are formidable individuals aiding the Murong family from the shadows. Their strength is akin to that of the immortal realm, and they are currently collaborating with the Shiao family. With two such powerful beings, do you think your father can withstand it? Go back, and do not disclose the events that transpired here to anyone. Simply say that you sought trouble with me, and were subsequently warned by the powerful individual behind the Murong family. Your current state is sufficiently disheveled and credible. Upon hearing this, Zhou Renjie nodded hastily, eager to escape the lingering pain. Although it had subsided, he dreaded the possibility of Chu Tian causing him further distress. He could not bear to endure even a moment longer. Just as he prepared to leave, a thought struck him, and he hurriedly asked, when will the insects within me awaken? His heart raced with trepidation at the potential answer. Chu Tian smiled lightly. You will need to visit me each month to receive a pill that will induce a deep slumber in those insects. If you take the medicine consistently for 10 years, they will eventually perish. These insects can remain dormant for up to a decade, and should you continue to take the medicine after that, it will lead to their complete demise. However, should they awaken at any point, they will continuously siphon your vitality, prolonging their existence. Upon hearing this, Zhou Renjie's eyes sparkled with hope. Merely 10 years was a duration he could endure, as long as Chu Tian did not lead him to his demise. This represented a glimmer of life, a hope for future freedom. I will certainly be obedient from now on. Chu Tian nodded in satisfaction, signaling for him to leave. Upon returning, Zhou Renjie laid bare his disheveled state before his father. Upon seeing his son's condition, the head of the Zhou family was taken aback, rising abruptly. What happened? Who dares to lay a hand on you? Chapter 176. When Zhou Renjie beheld his father, an overwhelming sense of grievance erupted within him, and he could not help but burst into tears. Dad, he managed to utter a single word, as all his emotions transformed into anguished sobs. Reflecting on the prior torment and the sinister insects infesting his body, he succumbed to a profound despair, weeping from the depths of his soul, which left the head of the Zhou family in a state of alarm. He had but one son, and now the boy appeared as though he had suffered an immense injustice. Typically, his son exhibited a proud demeanor, yet here he was, weeping pitifully before him. What could have inflicted such harm? Tell me, Dad, who has hurt you? What have they done to you? The head of the Zhou family was no fool. Witnessing his son's current state, he could surmise, without much thought, that his son had undoubtedly endured a grave psychological injury. A tempest of anguish surged within him, uncontrollable and fierce. If he were to discover who had harmed his son, he would ensure that the perpetrator faced unimaginable retribution. His son had attended a banquet at the Shiao family and returned, though he had not spoken of any events. He had left again with others, presumably to seek confrontation. Who could it be? Zhou Renjie clenched his teeth tightly, and after venting his grievances, he stammered, Dad, it's someone behind the Murong family. Their strength has reached the immortal realm. I almost believed I would never see you again. He is truly a devil. His methods exceedingly brutal. He claimed to have several friends who were also at the immortal level. He sent a message for you, saying that if our family wishes to remain safe, we must not stir up trouble. He will not interfere with normal business competition, but if we engage in underhanded tactics, he will ensure our family meets a swift demise. He stated that in the Xuanyuan Realm, strength reigns supreme. If he were to slaughter our entire family, no one would seek justice for us. As he spoke, his tears flowed even more profusely. Reflecting on his plight, he felt utterly stripped of freedom. Although he was the sole heir of the family, and his father doted upon him, Chu Tian was not his biological father. He would not indulge him. He was destined to lose his freedom completely, compelled to obey Chu Tian at all times. Contemplating this, tears cascaded uncontrollably down his cheeks. Regret gnawed at him fiercely. He lamented his greed for the Murong family's assets and the misguided methods he had employed against them. The expression on the head of the Zhou family shifted dramatically. He could hardly fathom that the Murong family, despite their weakened state, still possessed an immortal-level powerhouse. Were they one of the Murong clan, or had they summoned outside aid? This was the question that now consumed him. Zhou Renjie paused momentarily, but quickly grasped the implication of his father's inquiry. If they had indeed employed external assistance, then their family too could seek allies. A sufficient price could sway even an immortal-level expert. Only their kin would fight to the bitter end without hesitation. He dared not let his father pursue further trouble with Chu Tian and hastily responded, "It is an elder hidden within the Murong family, and he bears the surname Murong." Chapter 177. This evening, my intention was solely to confront Chu Tian, without any thought of engaging with the Murong family. However, he swiftly subdued me and claimed that Chu Tian was a benefactor to their clan, capable of ushering in a new dawn for them. I remained perplexed as to the extent of Chu Tian's influence. Yet, we can no longer provoke them. The head of the Zhou family furrowed his brow in deep contemplation, nearly twisting it into a knot. Considering Murong Longqing's character, if the opposing family truly possessed formidable experts, it would be implausible for such news to remain concealed, especially as their family is now in decline. Could it be that even Murong Longqing is unaware of this hidden master? Lost in these thoughts, his mind wandered aimlessly. He resolved to observe the situation for the time being. What transformations might unfold within the Murong family? Should they remain as they were? We would directly enter the elixir market. However, if there were sudden changes, it might indicate that their esteemed ancestor had just returned. At that point, entering the ammunition market could prove detrimental, potentially leading to significant losses, or worse, being at the mercy of the opposing party. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wenjie felt a sense of relief. He decided to promptly convey this information to Chu Tian. If Chu Tian received this news, he would surely be more pleased with him. His sole desire was to serve Chu Tian wholeheartedly, having fully embraced the role of a sycophant. He wished to avoid the torment of ancient insects, which would only reveal the most excruciating pain one could endure. Meanwhile, at the Murong family residence, upon Chu Tian's return, he found Murong Yun awaiting him. Their eyes met, and Murong Yun's cheeks flushed slightly as she gestured towards the study, saying, "My father is waiting for you there." Chu Tian smiled and nodded before making his way to the study, where he found Murong Longqing engrossed in writing. Upon hearing the noise, Murong Longqing looked up and was immediately struck by a fawning expression. "Young master, you have arrived. Please, take a seat." Chu Tian wore a discernible smile. "Speak. What brings you here today?" Murong Longqing's face was filled with gratitude as he bowed respectfully. "Thank you, young master, for your guidance, which has prevented our Murong family from descending into obscurity. Our current predicament is dire. The elixir market has been incurring losses, and that is our pillar industry. If we choose to withdraw from the elixir sector now, re-entering would be more challenging than scaling a mountain. Thus, we prefer to endure losses rather than relinquish our market share, as external pressures continue to encroach upon our viability. I wish to inquire, young master, how should we proceed? With the assistance of the Xiao family head, we could establish ourselves in any industry, albeit with certain losses. Moreover, transitioning industries is akin to traversing uncharted territory, as our family lacks expertise in other sectors. Chu Tian replied calmly, "Did your daughter not inform you?" "Inform me of what?" Murong Longqing inquired, his eyes clouded with confusion. Upon her return, his daughter had not shared any details regarding Chu Tian. She merely acknowledged their relationship, blushingly admitting that they had become a couple destined for marriage. Beyond that, she had not disclosed any further information. Chapter 178. Upon observing Murong Longqing's expression, Chu Tian discerned that Murong Yun had not confided in him. A subtle smile graced his lips as he spoke. "Since you remain uninformed, allow me to reiterate. The elixir market may continue its operations without the need for withdrawal. As for the matter of losses, you need not concern yourself. I shall assist in the refinement of certain elixirs and swiftly seek out an alchemist. I can facilitate the recruitment of such a person, though it will require a share of the profits, for formidable alchemists are indeed rare to find. Additionally, I can help bring another individual into our fold." At this revelation, Murong Longqing nodded vigorously, his excitement palpable. "No problem. As long as we can preserve this industry, we can gradually develop it, proceeding at a measured pace." After expressing this sentiment, his eyes gleamed with anticipation. "Young master, I have penned a transfer contract. Henceforth, the Murong family shall belong entirely to you." He extended the document towards Chu Tian. Chu Tian merely glanced at it, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Your attitude suffices. You may take this back. I do not regard the Murong family's assets with much concern." He continued, "There are many matters of which you remain blissfully unaware. I must clarify that while you may grow rapidly with my assistance, it may also invite complications that could plunge the entire Murong family into an abyss. The strength of my adversaries may far exceed your imagination. Should misfortune befall me, it is highly probable that your entire family will follow suit into despair. Prepare yourself for this reality." Murong Longqing appeared momentarily taken aback by these words. Yet he quickly regained his composure, his expression resolute. "Young master, regardless of the circumstances, I shall remain your most loyal subordinate. Whatever you command, I shall execute without hesitation." Internally, he grappled with a profound bitterness. Given the choice, he would prefer the gradual decline of the Murong family over entanglement in such strife. It was a colossal whirlpool, where survival hinged entirely upon Chu Tian. This sentiment was disheartening, yet inevitable. From the moment he sought to oppose Chu Tian, his fate was sealed. And now he had no choice but to comply. He dared not reveal his inner turmoil, suppressing his frustration. Chu Tian offered a gentle smile. Some matters are preordained. From the instant you sought to challenge me, you were destined to sail on the same vessel as I. My decision to spare you stemmed from a desire to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Yet, it appears a bond exists between us. Now, if there are no further matters, you may take your leave. Murong launching nodded eagerly, the contract in his hand, uncertain whether to accept it. Chu Tian placed it directly into his grasp. Take it. I possess little interest in such affairs. Should I ever have a child with your daughter, this document can be gifted to them. With that, he turned and exited the study. At this moment, Murong launching exhaled in relief. In truth, he was reluctant to relinquish everything entirely, yet he had no recourse. His daughter had already made it clear at the banquet that their family's assets would be transferred with a 51% stake to Chu Tian. He understood the implications all too well. It was a declaration to all that Chu Tian was not merely a parasite, but rather the one who wielded control over the entire Murong family. Chapter 179. He held no objections to these words, and thus, upon receiving the news, he hurried back at once, drafting the contract not merely for a 51% stake, but for the entirety of the estate. After all, his fate was already in Chu Tian's hands. Should Chu Tian desire their assets, it would merely take a single word. It was better to express his own position openly. His attitude, which pleased Chu Tian greatly, resulted in the latter not accepting any of the properties. Stepping out of the study, he noticed his daughter's cheeks slightly flushed, which filled him with immense satisfaction. If his daughter were to unite with Chu Tian, it would indeed be a stroke of fortune for their family. He was uncertain of the full extent of Chu Tian's power, yet he was certain that anyone capable of opposing him was not to be trifled with. If Chu Tian were to emerge victorious in the future, he could truly elevate the Murong family to soaring heights. After all, many aspects of life are a wager on the future. He had made a miscalculation before, leading to the decline of the Murong clan. However, he felt confident this time. Even if he were to err, there would be no room for correction, only an irreversible outcome. To have an opportunity was already an extraordinary grace from the heavens. Youth, do not be petulant. You must get along well with Xiao Tian. In my eyes, you two are a match made in heaven. Since marriage is destined, why not let me embrace my grandchild soon? Do your best. With that, he took his leave. Murong Yun's face turned even redder, and she felt too shy to be alone with Chu Tian, hastily retreating to her room. I'll rest now. Don't rush off. I still have matters to discuss with you. Chu Tian called out to her with a smile. Murong Yun paused, biting her lip nervously, her heart racing with thoughts of what Chu Tian might intend to do. Should she resist? That fellow had done so much for her family, and she had already revealed her true self to him. Since he had seen all, what difference would it make if he were to see more? Moreover, he had once taken liberties with her. Yet, if it came to the final step, should she consent? After all, they were not yet wed. Unbeknownst to Chu Tian, Murong Yun was consumed with such thoughts. He smiled and said, "You were not this shy at the Shiao residence banquet. Do you think I intend something untoward? I previously assured you that I would not go against your will. I have serious matters to discuss." Murong Yun slowly approached and took a seat opposite Chu Tian. Unable to meet his gaze, her heart raced like a startled deer, pounding incessantly. Chu Tian continued, "I allowed you to leave early today because someone has been following me, Zhou Renjie." Upon hearing the name Zhou Renjie, Murong Yun's head snapped up, concern evident in her eyes. Didn't he do anything to you, did he? Instinctively, she blurted out this foolish question, realizing the folly of her inquiry. Zhou Renjie was notoriously cunning and narrow-minded. If he was indeed pursuing Chu Tian, it was likely with nefarious intent. The mere fact that Chu Tian returned unscathed implied he had not been harmed. Was his strength perhaps greater than before? Murong Yun's heart brimmed with uncertainty. Chapter 180. Chu Tian smiled and said, "You need not worry any longer about Zhou Renjie pursuing you. He would never dare to do so again, and the Zhou family's stance has shifted as well. The elixir market has always seen attempts to undermine your Murong family, and henceforth, it will be the Zhou family orchestrating such schemes. In the near term, they will maintain an official demeanor, and during this period, it is imperative for the Murong family to adapt its strategies. You may publicly announce that if a certain expenditure is met at your establishment, one can purchase superior elixirs. Elixirs of grade 6 and below will be available, but the amount of expenditure is for you to decide. For instance, if someone wishes to acquire a grade 6 superior elixir, what expenditure would you suggest? The specifics are entirely up to you, as I am not particularly versed in the elixir market." Upon hearing this, Murong Yun's heart raced. Superior elixirs are often available at exorbitant prices, making them difficult to procure. Announcing such news publicly would effectively inform everyone that a formidable alchemist capable of producing grade 6 superior elixirs resides within their family. Once this information is disseminated, countless individuals would undoubtedly seek to uncover the mystery, potentially attracting significant attention. Is this truly beneficial for you? Did you not mention that certain matters require discretion? If we proceed as you suggest, it would be akin to placing us in the spotlight, making us vulnerable to those who wish to undermine you. A subtle smile graced Chu Tian's face as he replied, at times, it is essential to appropriately showcase one's abilities. To refine grade 6 superior elixirs necessitates at least a celestial level of mastery, a widely acknowledged fact. This revelation would signal to all that your family is bolstered by a powerful celestial master. Should they seek to uncover secrets, they would hardly suspect me. For in the eyes of others, I am merely at the divine integration stage. Should they fail to uncover any mysteries, they will harbor reservations. Furthermore, Zhou Renjie will serve as an insider. He is currently a pawn under my control, unbeknownst to his father, and he consistently relays information to me. If the Zhou family wishes to carve out a share of the elixir market, they must first eliminate another faction. While competition can be fair, it should not involve underhanded tactics. If we display sufficient strength, they will certainly hesitate to provoke you further, redirecting their efforts towards other elixir merchants. Can you guess who they might target? Murong instinctively blurted out, Wanying. Chu Tian nodded in agreement, his expression calm and undisturbed. Indeed, they will likely go after her. The Song family currently resembles a cornered beast, having nearly exhausted their options. Especially as Showdown is about to take away the auspicious beast, the Qilin. The Song family has drawn enough fortune, but that fortune was merely a temporary loan. Not truly theirs. Once the Qilin is taken, all they once gained will gradually dissipate, along with their family's vitality. This is the inherent flaw of the auspicious beast, which they fail to comprehend. However, Wanying certainly understands this, and she will do everything in her power to avert it. Showdown will not relent easily, and Zhou Renjie will inevitably act as well. At this moment, Murong felt an indescribable sensation, her gaze fixed on Chu Tian, her expression subtly shifting. Do you truly harbor no feelings for her? I can see that when you mention Wanying, it is as if you are speaking of a stranger. I believe there is nothing wrong with your actions, yet you need not deliberately target her for my sake. Chu Tian raised an eyebrow, quickly grasping Murong's underlying sentiment. Chapter 181. This is a misunderstanding. However, he did not offer an explanation but instead smiled and said, since you are my fiancée, and I have already promised. As long as you do not abandon me, you are essentially mine. I shall ensure that you suffer no grievances, regardless of the time or place. I will always take the lead, and you shall never need to stand in front. Murong bit her crimson lip, rising to her feet and walking before Chu Tian, then gently kissing his cheek, her voice tinged with shyness. Thank you. From now on, I shall steadfastly stand by you, come what may. Whether in triumph or defeat, I shall forever follow in your footsteps. Wherever you tread, I will be right behind you. Even if you falter or face misfortune one day, I shall be there. This I vow, and it shall never change. Chu Tian raised his hand and embraced Murong, gazing into her beautiful eyes that reflected evident anxiety. At that moment, a teasing smile flickered across his face. Since you have taken such initiative, would it not imply a lack of charm on your part if I do not respond? Yet, should I act, you would likely become anxious, as our relationship has yet to reach that stage. I hope that one day our bond will evolve naturally, rather than with you burdened by hesitation. Nevertheless, engaging in other matters, you have surely granted your tacit approval. As he spoke, he leaned down to kiss her. Murong felt as though the entire world was spinning. The sensation was extraordinarily pleasurable. Time seemed to elapse unnoticed before they finally parted, and at that moment, her cheeks flushed like a ripened apple. She could no longer meet Chu Tian's gaze, shyly extricating herself from his embrace and hurriedly retreating to her room. Once in her room, she glanced down at her attire. Her clothes were somewhat disheveled, marked by a few creases, yet devoid of any imprints. Her heart raced like a wild deer, thumping incessantly. That peculiar feeling lingered in her mind. Just moments ago, had Chu Tian truly wished to take the final step, she might not have been so resistant. Was she truly the kind of person devoid of shame? As this thought crossed her mind, Murong quickly shook her head. She was certainly not that sort of person. Rather, it was Chu Tian who was irresistibly captivating. Unbeknownst to her, she had unwittingly surrendered her heart to him. Meanwhile, Chu Tian remained oblivious to Murong's inner turmoil, instead savoring the sensations of their recent encounter. Indeed, quite delightful. He had long since developed an instinct for certain matters, having engaged in countless encounters with Lu Ruyan. Chapter 182. The sorrows and joys of humanity are not interconnected at this moment. Within the Song family mansion, the atmosphere was illuminated and transparent. Song Wanying sat alone in the grand hall, having dismissed all other family members, instructing them to remain absent for the time being as she awaited the arrival of Xiao Ding. Xiao Ding came alone. This matter did not require the involvement of others from the family, for he could handle it single-handedly. He had not divulged to anyone that he had indeed transcended to the immortal realm. His sixth son had ventured elsewhere to pursue more profound techniques, preparing for future breakthroughs. Remaining in Luyun City would only expose him to peril. At this moment, his demeanor was remarkably tranquil. The young master had previously informed him that acquiring the auspicious beast, the Qilin, would not be an easy feat, and Song Wanying would undoubtedly refuse. She was acutely aware of the drawbacks associated with the auspicious beast. Now, as he beheld Song Wanying seated in the hall, their gazes locked, he discerned resentment and fury in her eyes. Song Wanying, the auspicious beast has been suppressed by your family for far too long. It is time for it to return to its rightful owner. Do you intend to forcibly prevent this? Song Wanying, with an air of composure and grace, pushed a cup of tea toward Xiao Ding, her expression devoid of any concern. Her voice dripped with sarcasm. Master of the Xiao family, what remarkable tactics you possess. I am truly impressed. But have you considered that I have support behind me, and their strength far exceeds your imagination? Even formidable experts of the heavenly realm would find it impossible to take the Qilin today. Here's a piece of advice. Leave while you still can, or the consequences will be dire. Although you may not perish, you will undoubtedly be rendered utterly incapacitated. It is a pity your son is not here. Otherwise, today would mark the end for both of you. As she spoke, Song Wanying's tone remained calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. Xiao Ding's pupils constricted slightly. He had not anticipated such confidence from her. The assertion that even the mightiest of heavenly realm experts could not seize the Qilin intrigued him, especially since he had not heard its roar since his arrival. Rumors had circulated that the Qilin had been restless in recent days, its thunderous roars echoing near the Song family mansion. Yet, here, he detected none of that sound. With a furrowed brow, he sensed the surrounding energies, but apart from the two of them, there was no other presence. This left him with two possibilities. Either the opponent's power vastly surpassed his own, rendering them undetectable, or Song Wanying was merely putting on a facade. Unsure, he merely smiled coldly. I have proclaimed that the Qilin shall return to its rightful owner, and the words you uttered hold no weight in my mind. You may arrange for powerful experts to eliminate me, but you too shall incur a grievous cost. Do you truly believe my ascension to the immortal realm was solely due to my own efforts? There are those who aid me from the shadows, individuals whose strength is beyond your wildest dreams. For that great figure, eliminating a heavenly realm expert is akin to squashing an ant. As he spoke, pride gleamed in his eyes. Chapter 183. As their gazes met, although there was an air of equality, an underlying tone of disdain permeated the atmosphere. Song Wanying had long recognized the formidable strength of the influential figure, who was undoubtedly many times stronger than Xiao Ding. However, she had not anticipated such overwhelming prowess. Even the masters of the celestial mirror seemed insignificant in his eyes. Had this great personage truly ascended to the rank of a martial deity? Is your patron a martial deity? Xiao Ding regarded Song Wanying with a semblance of amusement, yet he offered no response. In his heart, he silently mused that even a martial deity would pale in comparison to Chu Tian. The martial emperor is the pinnacle of strength in this world. And to transcend, that is to shatter the void and ascend to the realm of immortals. Yet, throughout history, those who have attained such a feat are few and far between, countable on the fingers of one hand. The martial emperor stands as the unrivaled champion of this realm. His confidence stemmed from the belief that Chu Tian had instilled in him. Song Wanying furrowed her brow tightly, her gaze filled with perplexity. Who exactly is this influential figure? To achieve the status of a martial deity, one must surely possess renown, yet I have never heard of any martial deity having ties with you. However, I can inform you that I am backed by the Hall of Yama. Even a single expert from the Hall of Yama would be more than enough to give you a run for your money. And your supporter may not be able to shield you from harm. Are you certain you wish to oppose me? Let me clarify. I am one of the 10 Dark Marshals of the Hall of Yama. This is a piece of information I share to urge you to reconsider and avoid becoming a pawn for others. The person he referred to was none other than Chu Tian. Unable to seize the auspicious beast Qilin for himself, he intended to gift it to the Xiao family, exploiting Xiao Ding to deal with their clan. It was evident that Chu Tian harbored resentment towards him, which prompted such actions. At this moment, he yearned to capture Chu Tian and subject him to unspeakable torment, yet there were constraints he dared not cross. That influential figure forbade him from touching Chu Tian, and he simply could not fathom why Chu Tian was of such significance. If he were indeed that vital, why not confront him directly? Given a choice, he would certainly prefer not to align himself with the Hall of Yama, nor to become a mere puppet in someone else's game. Yet, the situation had escalated to this point. it was too late for regrets. Once ensnared in that vortex, there would be no escape. Xiao Ding's brow knitted in concern. What of the Hall of Yama? In the presence of the influential figure behind me, they are utterly inconsequential. You do not possess the right to know the identity of that eminent personage, and I dare not disclose it. Uttering even a single word could lead to my demise. I have stated my intent to retrieve the auspicious beast Qilin, and I shall not waver. Even if I perish here, that great individual will avenge me, ensuring that you face a far more tragic fate, one that renders your existence a living hell. By the way, let me offer a word of caution. Even if your backing is the Hall of Yama, before that influential figure, you will have no choice but to obey. The 10 Dark Marshals? They are merely the pets of their master. At this moment, he felt an immense sense of pride, for he understood much of the situation. He was now the right-hand man of the young master. The Hall of Yama was created by the young master. And while he was uncertain why the young master had not targeted those individuals, he could imagine that upon learning the true identity of their young master, the 10 Dark Marshals might tremble in fear. Song Wanying's pupils dilated sharply. She could scarcely believe that Xiao Ding would dare to be so audacious. After all, this was the Hall of Yama, an organization that instilled terror in the hearts of countless individuals. Chapter 184. Song Wanying's pupils constricted violently. As the words of Xiao Ding stirred a tempest within her heart, there was absolutely no need for Xiao Ding to fabricate lies, for such an endeavor was utterly superfluous, and any deception would not withstand scrutiny. At that moment, he spoke with a chilling tone, regardless of your intentions or the forces that may stand behind you. I have come to claim the divine beast Qilin. Should anyone dare to obstruct me, they shall face utter annihilation. Behind me stands an unparalleled, invincible martial emperor. If you doubt this, feel free to challenge it. Though I am unaware of your current leverage, know that from this moment forth, it will be rendered futile. Does the Yama Hall truly presume to contend with my master? He scoffed disdainfully, rising to his feet as he continued. Song Wanying, you should dutifully surrender the divine beast Qilin. Since your backing is so formidable, you might as well leverage their power for your family's ascension, rather than confronting me directly. The outcome will only lead you to ruin. Even your allies dare not act recklessly. Feel free to test this if you wish. His voice remained calm. Yet each word struck a deep chord within Song Wanying's heart. At this juncture, she hesitated. She had become a puppet controlled by others. And seeking to leverage those forces for her family's advancement seemed remarkably straightforward. However, the question lingered. Would the Yama Hall permit her to utilize their strength? Previously, her demands were quite simple: preserve the divine beast Qilin and enable her family to soar to great heights. Such a request would pose no challenge for the Yama Hall. Who could rival them within the confines of Luyan City? Yet, the mere appearance of Xiao Ding had left her feeling utterly shattered. What an opportunity she had let slip through her fingers. It was the invincible martial emperor. A rising tide of anxiety began to surface within her, especially upon witnessing Xiao Ding's demeanor, which intensified her trepidation. Xiao Patriarch, why do you covet our divine beast Qilin so fiercely? With a peerless powerhouse at your back, must you resort to such tactics to seize my Qilin? Xiao Ding let out a cold laugh, stating first, allow me to clarify. The divine beast Qilin does not belong to you. It belongs to Chu Tian. Chu Tian has already bestowed this Qilin upon me. I am merely reclaiming what is rightfully mine. Is there anything wrong with that? Furthermore, the true purpose of the Qilin is not merely to bestow fortune, but to suppress the fate of its clan. What you are doing is entirely misguided. Upon hearing this, Song Wanying's expression darkened. It became painfully clear that all her actions had been profoundly misguided, and to a ridiculous extent. The true purpose of the divine beast Qilin was to recognize its master and subsequently stabilize the fate of its clan. No wonder Xiao Ding was so intent on acquiring it. Now it made sense. With the revelation of this truth, her gaze sharpened, and her voice became resolute. Xiao Patriarch, I appreciate your enlightening me on the proper use of the divine beast Qilin. It is precisely for this reason that I cannot allow you to take it away. You may leave now, and consider this my final piece of advice. Xiao Ding could not help but chuckle, his eyes glinting with a frigid menace. They have already revealed their trump card. Thus, I have nothing to fear. Chapter 185. You may directly inquire of those in the underworld palace whether they fear the Yama curse. If they do not, let them come forth. Surely, there is a formidable expert among them. My demise bears no consequence, for our master shall undoubtedly avenge me. Moreover, with my son now in our family, prosperity and prominence await us as we ascend to become one of the dominators of this mystical spirit realm. What does sacrifice mean to me? I shall remain steadfast in my loyalty, ensuring our master holds our family in greater esteem. In fact, I would welcome an assault from your hidden benefactors, for then I could sacrifice myself for the family. At this moment, he laughed with reckless abandon, though a sense of vigilance stirred within him. None among them were foolish. They shared a collective awareness. testing one another's boundaries through their words, and he had articulated his stance with utmost clarity. It was not his intention to reveal any vulnerabilities regarding Chu Tian, as he had already surmised that Wanying might have further backing. If it were the Underworld Palace, he would voice his thoughts. If it were another faction, he would draw the Underworld Palace into the fray. Although he remained unaware of the young master's motives, the objective had been achieved. He even believed that Chu Tian sought to find a true confidant. In truth, he could empathize with Chu Tian's plight. In a calm voice, he addressed Wanying. You do not comprehend the magnitude of what you have lost. Once, you could have possessed everything. Your family could have become the true sovereigns of this mystical spirit realm, without exception. Yet, you squandered the finest opportunity. His words were inspired by his own reflections. He recalled his late wife and how, after her passing, he had never remarried nor indulged in any romantic entanglements. He never considered himself a deeply sentimental individual, viewing relationships devoid of emotion as mere outlets for release. Having attained his current level of power, such release was no longer necessary. Wanying, however, failed to grasp this truth. She had been misled and transformed into her current state. He sensed the young master's profound solitude, yearning for a companion with whom to anchor his soul. What man does not desire a sanctuary of tenderness? His thoughts inevitably drifted to his own beloved, the woman who had wept countless times in his dreams, a warmth he could not forget even after a century. Only those who have experienced profound love can truly empathize. Wanying did not understand the import of Xiaoding's words. Yet, he continued bluntly, you do not comprehend, and you shall never understand. When one loves another with utmost depth and fervor, one realizes the extent to which they would go for that person. That esteemed individual felt similarly. The one you claim to disregard reflects a glimpse of your former self. Hence, you should understand. At that moment, Wanying finally grasped the situation. A fleeting look of bewilderment crossed her face, swiftly followed by profound regret. Had she not relinquished Chu Tian when he departed from Cangyue Forest? Had she not committed those deeply wounding acts, that esteemed individual would undoubtedly have never forsaken her. Yet, in this world, there is no remedy for regret. Her body trembled slightly as she contemplated her current plight, feeling an overwhelming sense of remorse. Chapter 186, however. Wanying remained oblivious to the fact that Xiaoding was deliberately misleading her. Xiaoding let out a cold laugh. A broken mirror cannot be restored. The deeper the love, the more one wishes for their feelings to harbor no flaws. You should comprehend my meaning. I can only express the reason in such simple terms. Now that you have learned the true sequence of events, there is no need for further elaboration. Even if you perform admirably, you cannot mend the deep scars you have left behind. The wounds of the heart are hard to heal. At that moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, his gaze icy as it bore into Wanying. I offer you one final chance. Will you surrender the auspicious beast, the Qilin, willingly? Or do you wish for me to take action? Should I be compelled to act, the consequences will be dire. Even if the denizens of the underworld arrive, I will fight to the death, even resorting to self-destruction, ensuring they understand the essence of true regret. He spoke without a hint of trepidation, rather. His eyes glimmered with anticipation, while the figure lurking in the shadows twitched at the corners of his mouth. Had this been before, he would have acted without hesitation to intervene, but now he lacked both the courage and the will to do so. He was acutely aware of many matters. Yet he found himself in a position of caution, rendered hesitant by the results of his probing. Wanying clenched her teeth, the sound sharp and grating. Her eyes ablaze with unprecedented fury. Xiaoding, all that you do is merely an attempt to covet the Qilin. Do not cloak your words in such grandiloquence. I absolutely refuse to relinquish the Qilin to you. Her voice resonated with unwavering determination. Yet, as soon as her words fell, a nearly imperceptible sound reached her ears. A voice that was unmistakably clear. Give it to him. The simplicity of those 3 words caused a notable shift in Wanying's expression. In disbelief, she struggled to comprehend. Was everything Xiaoding had said true? Was the master behind him, the underworld, truly beyond reproach? No wonder that individual had warned her never to provoke Chu Tian, for the repercussions would be unimaginable. It became evident that all of this stemmed from Chu Tian's profound devotion. A willingness to sacrifice everything that had caught the eye of that formidable figure. A martial emperor, should he choose to support someone, could become one of the overlords of this mystical realm. Yet now, she watched helplessly as it slipped away from her grasp, her heart swelling with bitterness. Teetering on the brink of madness, a piercing cry escaped Wanying's lips. Xiaoding, you are well aware of that great figure's intentions. Why will you not reveal them to me? You are all deceiving me. This cannot possibly be true. Why would that great figure take notice of Chu Tian? Is it merely due to his past devotion? What significance does that hold? It's nothing but a farce. Her eyes grew increasingly wild. while Xiaoding observed with a detached demeanor. Song Wanying, consumed by rage, shouted, "I have already expressed my regret." Yet Chu Tian no longer regards me with that tender gaze. He has not uttered a word of continued affection. He merely offers me empty platitudes. I have stated that we could return to the way things were, even if it means giving myself to him. Chapter 187. But do you know how he responded to me? At this moment, Song Wanying's fury was laid bare, her breaths growing increasingly labored, her gaze akin to that of an enraged lion. Chu Tian actually had the audacity to tell me that he did not harbor feelings for me, and that he found me repugnant. Do you comprehend the extent of the anguish those words inflicted upon me? Once, he cherished me as if I were a fragile treasure, fearing I might shatter. Yet when I sought to reconcile with him, he uttered such humiliating remarks. Why should I continue to assist him? His ability to be with me was the greatest boon for him, yet he treated my affection as if it were refuse. On what grounds do I owe him a pleasant demeanor? The fact that I have not unleashed my full wrath upon him is already a testament to my mercy. Should I wish to destroy him, it would be a simple endeavor. My every consideration for him stemmed from having once regarded him as my true and cherished light. By the end, Song Wanying's voice was nearly a howl. Xiaoding observed her, a flicker of pity in his eyes, which swiftly morphed into derision. He said nothing. Yet it felt as though he had articulated everything. At that moment, those concealed in the shadows could no longer contain themselves if Song Wanying continued her tirade. Who knew what further insults might ensue? It could very well bring about their ruin. They were merely probing, not seeking their demise. From the shadows, one stepped forth. "Master Shiao, we are, in fact, here to safeguard Song Wanying. Our sole intention is to ensure her protection. Since you are backed by that esteemed figure, we shall remain silent, regardless of what that figure's thoughts may be. However, we have been instructed to protect this woman at all costs." He continued, "I shall not impede your actions. I hope you can speak a few kind words on our behalf in front of that individual." Xiaoding's heart quaked. He was already aware of his young master's prowess and had anticipated this scene. Yet, he was taken aback by how amicably those from the underworld spoke. A smile graced his lips. "Naturally, if your purpose is to protect this woman, I shall refrain from further comment. However, one thing must be impressed upon you. Do not allow this woman to act recklessly. She is not to be underestimated." He declared that he would take the auspicious beast. The Qilin, with him, as his young master had bestowed upon him a treasure that would allow them to claim the Qilin as their family's guardian beast. With that, he strode towards the backyard. At this point, he could already sense the Qilin's presence and understood that these individuals were merely testing the waters, having concealed the Qilin's essence beforehand. While he was uncertain of the methods employed to suppress the Qilin, he was well prepared. The young master had gifted him the Qilin, and he was determined to bring it home. At that moment, his heart swelled with gratitude. Without the young master's intervention, he would never have realized the true purpose of the Qilin. Upon reaching the backyard, he descended into the basement, following the aura until he stood before the Qilin. In his hand, he held a jade pendant, which, upon contact with the Qilin, transformed into a stream of radiant light. The Qilin appeared exceedingly frail, as if it were on the brink of extinction. Chapter 188. Xiaoding finally comprehended the means by which those individuals exerted pressure. It was the most brutal method imaginable. A tinge of compassion flickered within him, and his gaze underwent a transformation. "Come with me. From this day forth, I shall ensure you do not lose your freedom. As long as I draw breath, we shall stand side by side as comrades in battle." The auspicious beast, the Qilin, summoned the remnants of its strength and let out a roar. It then absorbed the flowing light from the jade pendant, regaining a modicum of vitality, while a drop of golden blood appeared on its horn, falling onto Xiaoding's forehead. A bond had been forged between them, their hearts now in unison. Xiaoding severed the special dark iron that bound the auspicious beast, a smile gracing his features. "From this moment on, you are my inseparable battle companion. I shall not regard you as a mere pet, but as my closest ally." As he spoke, he embraced the Qilin, then strode forth. Flames of crimson ignited upon the Qilin's form as it reared its head and let out a roar that resonated for miles. It followed closely behind Xiaoding as they emerged from the basement. At that moment, Song Wanying stood outside, appearing utterly disheveled, her hair a wild tangle, and her eyes filled with an unprecedented resentment. She watched helplessly as Xiaoding and the Qilin departed, yet made no effort to intervene. For the emissary from the underworld had already conveyed the situation to her in no uncertain terms. She now recalled his words vividly. "Xiaoding, all of this is your fault. Had you divulged everything to me from the beginning, I would have never made such choices. This is all because of you." Though Xiaoding did not hear her words, he could surmise her emotional state, as her face radiated fury. Once he had completely left the vicinity, Song Wanying turned her gaze toward a nearby figure clad in black, gritting her teeth as she declared, Your master promised to safeguard my family's Qilin. Yet now, you have failed to fulfill that promise, instead exacerbating the situation and aiding in tyranny. The final authority has instilled fear in you. And yet you have not achieved my aims. Why do you treat me as a mere puppet to control? Let him come to me and release me from this burden. I refuse to be his marionette. The figure in black scoffed coldly. This is entirely of your own making. You have no one to blame but yourself. Wanying erupted in a fit of rage, her voice laced with a hysterical scream. Nonsense. How can you claim this is my doing? What have I done? Was it not you who led me astray from the beginning? Now I see clearly that you have merely used me as a tool for your experiments, continuously warping my character. I once devoted myself entirely to Chu Tian, yearning for a tranquil life with him, believing my family had lost all hope. Yet, I was incessantly told of the benefits that immense power could bring. Somewhere along the line, things began to shift. Had I not heeded your provocations, I would now be Chu Tian's woman, our bond unwavering. As she spoke, Wanying laughed, though her laughter was tinged with bitterness and an unmistakable struggle against anguish. Ultimately, it is all my fault. Had I possessed steadfast conviction, how could I have ended up in this predicament? Alas, no matter what I do, I cannot return to the past. I was not like this once. Chapter 189. Wanying lay supine on the grass, gazing up at the heavens. Her heart racked with remorse as if it were being mercilessly shredded by a knife. Why had she sacrificed so much for her family? What had the family ever truly given her since her childhood? Was it merely a barrage of indoctrinating nonsense? She had been incessantly urged to sacrifice everything for the sake of the family, yet what benefits had they ever conferred upon her? As she pondered, she found herself unable to discern any genuine advantages that her family had provided. Those so-called benefits were nothing more than hollow promises. In the past, she had not contemplated such matters, as she had never found herself in this predicament. Now, all circumstances lay bare before her. An insistent thought emerged in Wanying's mind. What had her family truly given her? Just because she was born into this family, did she have to forfeit her entire existence? It felt fundamentally wrong. Why should she sacrifice her own life? But now, even if she regretted it, it served no purpose. She was merely a puppet in someone else's hands. Tears of regret streamed down her cheeks. If given a chance to start anew, Wanying would undoubtedly choose a different path. Yet, the most challenging aspects of life are the past and the hypothetical. There exists no remedy for regret. Thus, she could only tread a path shrouded in darkness. Since Chu Tian had gained the favor of a prominent figure, she resolved to seek his assistance. The family had lost the protection of the Qilin auspicious beast. The fortunes they had once borrowed would have to be repaid with interest. What benefits would her family still possess? As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Wanying's gaze grew increasingly resolute. It seemed she had finally grasped her true desire, not to ensure the family's prosperity, but to elevate herself to a genuine vantage point. Only by standing at the pinnacle could she issue commands without hesitation. At this moment, her emotions spiraled into a frenzy, her eyes reflecting a profound transformation. Observing from the shadows, the cloaked figure shook his head gently, his eyes filled with pity for this woman who had been thoroughly led astray. Countless thoughts swirled in his mind, ultimately culminating in a weary sigh. There were things he wished to change, yet he felt utterly powerless. Moreover, his master had made it abundantly clear, failure to accomplish the tasks at hand would result in irreversible consequences. The information had already been reported. However, he remained uncertain of his master's impending decisions. A test had nearly resulted in total annihilation, leaving him in a state of turmoil, longing to extricate himself from this vortex. Yet he found himself unable to escape. As these thoughts consumed him, a faint voice suddenly broke the silence behind him. Who is it behind you? The unexpected inquiry rendered the cloaked figure's body rigid with shock. In a swift motion, he drew his blade, intent on striking down his unseen assailant. However, upon turning to face the individual before him, his weapon halted mid-air, and his body grew stiff. His teeth chattered uncontrollably. Chapter 190. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chu Tian gazed at the formidable master before him, a being of the transcendent realm. The moment his opponent made a move, a surge of tension welled up within him, accompanied by an acute sense of imminent danger. Yet, he chose not to evade. Indeed, there was no longer a need for retreat. A conspicuous smile adorned his face as he spoke in a voice as tranquil as a placid lake. I suggest you answer my questions candidly. Otherwise, the Yama curse will impart upon you the true meaning of suffering beyond death. His calm and composed words made the cloaked figure tremble involuntarily. The man was acutely aware of the precarious situation he found himself in. He recognized that the individual before him was none other than the founder of the Yama Hall, the esteemed Lord Yin Long. Though he was uncertain why this figure had vanished for several years, could distinctly sense the level of mastery emanating from him, now at the realm of divine integration. Nevertheless, he dared not exhibit any insolence. Stiffening, he knelt rigidly on the ground, his voice quaking. Lord Yinlong, I previously swore an oath to never divulge these matters. If I do, the marrow-sucking parasite in my brain will subject me to a torment far worse than the Yama curse. I beseech you for a chance. Please do not let me die in such agony. All I can say is that I was compelled to act upon orders from above. Upon hearing this, a cryptic smile flickered across Chu Tian's face. Very well. Regardless of who is behind you, inform them to pursue their whims freely. When the time comes for me to settle accounts with them, I hope they can meet my gaze with a smile. The Yama curse was merely a rudimentary technique. I possess myriad methods to demonstrate what true suffering entails. Since you mentioned the marrow-sucking parasite in your mind, I have already surmised who may be orchestrating this. Considering the limited number of parasites I provided them, do not provoke me. At present, my sole desire is to find a woman who truly compliments me. You best refrain from causing any disturbances. Having uttered these words, Chu Tian gently patted the shoulder of the cloaked man before striding towards the staircase. The black-clad figure remained utterly rigid, kneeling on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. He understood better than anyone the gravity of the situation he had just encountered. Had Lord Yinlong wished to ambush him, it would have been a trivial matter, leaving him with no chance for resistance. The fact that he had survived and received forgiveness felt like a journey from an endless abyss to paradise. Wanying, how do you feel? A soft voice emerged from Chu Tian. Upon hearing that familiar tone, Wanying abruptly opened her eyes. Her gaze shifting to Chu Tian as she rose from the grass. Their eyes met, yet the emotions that once flowed between them had dissipated, replaced by divergent thoughts. Chu Tian's heart remained unperturbed. He could blend his presence seamlessly into the fabric of the world, ensuring no one could detect his movements. Standing there now, he sought to issue a warning to those who served Yama. If his previous admonitions were insufficient, and they dared to continue their mischief, they would have only themselves to blame for the consequences. A smile lingered on his lips, yet within him surged an overwhelming tide of murderous intent. Chapter 191. According to his past character, having chosen betrayal, there was no need for any mercy. Immediate execution was warranted. However, he found himself unable to act thus, fearing that desperation might drive his adversary to reckless measures. With a master of the celestial realm capable of dispatching him in an instant, his strength had yet to be restored, compelling him to endure in silence, albeit for a limited time. He would ensure that those who betrayed him would come to know the true essence of suffering. Betrayal exacts a monumental toll. Yet, Wanying remained oblivious to Chu Tian's inner turmoil. Her expression had contorted into a grotesque mask, entirely devoid of her former exquisite beauty. Quickly dimming into a pallor of despair, the depths of her eyes mirrored the most profound agony one could encounter in this world. Have you come to revel in my misfortune? You must have witnessed it already and now mock me incessantly, do you not? I concede that I erred grievously, misjudged circumstances, and should never have forsaken you, nor believe the slanderous tongues of others. Yet, a mistake remains a mistake, with no chance for redemption. As Showdown articulated, a shattered mirror cannot be restored. Even should I desire to mend the past, none would grant me that opportunity. I am unaware of where I faltered. Yet I comprehend that I should not have engaged in such actions, yet I found myself powerless. My entire family incited me, proclaiming that I had become an utter wastrel, advocating for your swift demise, ensuring your total obliteration from this realm, along with erasing all remnants of your existence. Yet, I could not bring myself to do so, for you are the luminous moonlight in my heart. Within me lingered a glimmer of hope. Many a night, I dreamt of us unencumbered, living the life of ordinary souls. Nevertheless, I could not pursue that path, for my family loomed behind me. Now, I struggle to fathom what benefits my family has provided, compelling me to disregard everything for their sake, even to the detriment of the one who has been most dear to me. From the moment I lost you, I truly grasped what I had forfeited, my soul adrift like a solitary sail upon an endless sea, unable to find harbor, enveloped in desolation and chill. The only companions I have are the dark, fearsome depths of the frigid waters, and I yearn for a shoulder to lean upon. Even a mundane existence would suffice. Chu Tian spoke softly. I offer you this chance. Abandon your family, sever all ties henceforth, relinquish everything, and transform into a true ordinary person. Will you accept? Wanying fell into a momentary silence, only to succumb to a bitter smile. What good would my willingness do? You cannot fathom the repercussions I now endure. I indeed erred, and egregiously so. I can unmistakably tell you that I am now but a puppet in the hands of others. Should they desire my demise, I would unhesitatingly plunge into the flames. I possess no means of resistance. Their methods are excruciatingly tormenting, a suffering you cannot comprehend, capable of shattering one's very soul. As she spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Chu Tian sighed softly, his visage reflecting a sympathetic sorrow, feigning helplessness as he said, I can provide you with a chance. one that will surely liberate you from their grasp. That esteemed individual has already imparted to me the means to assist you. Chapter 192 in his heart. Chu Tian harbored but a singular thought, to offer Xuanyuan one final chance. Should she seize this opportunity, he could still aspire to lead a normal life, free from the burdens of his family's downfall and the scorn of others. Even if adversaries sought to target Xuanyuan, he would possess the means to exact retribution upon them. His intention was to craft an identity, a faade that would reveal him as a man of deep affection and loyalty, one who, despite betrayal, could extend an olive branch, by affording those around him a chance for redemption. They would be compelled to reflect on their past misdeeds and contemplate whether seeking forgiveness from Chu Tian could grant them a new beginning. Conversely, denying them any opportunity would lead them down a path of desperation, driven solely by the instinct for survival, often referred to as a cornered dog leaping over the wall. At that moment, a tranquil smile graced his face. Xuanyuan trembled slightly, astonished that Chu Tian would express such sentiments, or that he could dismantle the manipulative forces controlling her. Her heart raced, and her expression shifted noticeably as she pondered. Can you truly help me break free from this control? Will I no longer be a puppet in someone else's hands? Chu Tian nodded with a smile. This is the final bond of affection I offer you. As you mentioned, I am the moonlight in your heart, but you too are the moonlight in mine. You have hurt me deeply, and our relationship is like a shattered mirror, difficult to mend. I now seek my own happiness, desiring only to find another woman to accompany me in the future, rather than engaging in futile discussions with you. You need only tell me your choice. If your back is against the wall, matters can be resolved easily. They shall no longer impose demands upon you or manipulate you, and they will completely distance themselves from you. However, without anyone's assistance and deprived of the auspicious fortune of the Qilin, your new family will gradually descend into decline. Yet, I can at least guarantee your survival. You will lose everything you currently possess, stripped of power, left alone. Are you willing to accept this? This is your final opportunity. Xuanyuan's mind was a tempest of thoughts as she faced this arduous decision, momentarily hesitating. To truly relinquish her power would mean she could never again seize control. Losing everything would reduce her to an ordinary existence, merely one among the multitude. Forever ensnared in a cage of fate, she yearned to be extraordinary, not a mere marionette, and certainly not to fade into obscurity. However, her words diverged from her thoughts. I hope you can release me from these shackles of control. If you assist me, I pledge to sever all ties with the underworld. I shall distance myself from them. And as for my family, I will no longer aid anyone. I simply wish to lead a life of ordinariness. Chu Tian smiled and nodded. I cannot discern the truth in your words, yet this remains your final opportunity. Should you squander it, you will plunge into an abyss from which there is no return. With that, he gently pressed his fingertip to the center of her brow. A surge of spiritual energy erupted, weaving into countless threads that entwined around his finger, gradually extricating the malevolent influences from her mind. This technique was one he had inherited, and he knew precisely how to wield it efficiently. Within mere minutes, Xuanyuan felt as if a weight had been lifted from her mind, her entire being suddenly imbued with a sense of lightness. Chapter 193. In the small vial held by Chu Tian, there rested a dozen tiny insects, undisturbed and at ease. He offered a faint smile, uttering, "Remember the words you spoke today. From this moment forth, sever all ties with your family. After all, there are those among them whom I refuse to grant any opportunity. They have continuously incited you, molding you into the person you are now. It is their actions that have irreparably fractured the bond between us. They were the ones who plunged a knife deep into my heart. That scar shall remain forever unhealed. My restraint towards you does not signify mercy towards them. The opportunity has long been laid before you. It remains to be seen whether you will cherish it." A subtle smile graced his face, yet his eyes brimmed with a chilling intent. As he turned to depart, his voice echoed, "Xuanyuan. You must always remember this. To wish for others to remain unaware, one must first refrain from wrongdoing. This is my final counsel to you. Do not claim I did not forewarn you." With that, he turned and left. In that moment, Xuanyuan felt an overwhelming sense of lightness wash over her. She gazed skyward, a smile gradually blossoming on her face. "So you have always cared for me," she mused. "I know you wish to be rid of me entirely, but it shall not be so easily achieved. If others are aware that a place for me still resides in your heart, I shall ensure you become my devoted admirer once more." He spoke these words in solitude, unheard by any other. At that instant, a figure cloaked in black emerged, their expression inscrutable. After a fleeting glance at Xuanyuan, they vanished into the night. Upon the departure of the cloaked figure, they entered a chamber and retrieved a mystical artifact. Within the gleaming copper mirror, a hazy silhouette materialized, accompanied by an icy voice. "Have your inquiries yielded results?" The cloaked figure gritted their teeth, replying, "You nearly led me to my demise. You informed me that the King of Hell has regressed in power. Yet he appeared silently at my back, capable of ending my life at any moment. Such a feat even a martial god might struggle to achieve, let alone a celestial being. You are speaking nonsense. Were it not for your deliberate provocation, I would never have acted in such a manner. The King of Hell has spared my life and did not force me to reveal the identity of those behind this. That in itself is a great boon. Furthermore, he has a message for you. If you wish for death, then continue on your path, but do not expect me to accompany you in your demise. Our strengths are closely matched, unless you resort to despicable means to control me. Do you truly believe I fear death? Do not push me. At this moment, he was venting the tumultuous emotions that churned within him. Chapter 194. At this moment, Wanying's emotions were exceedingly complex as she slumped in her seat. Regret and resentment intertwining incessantly. She yearned for a chance to start anew, wishing she could have firmly grasped her circumstances, believing that had she done so, Chu Tian would not have encountered such tribulations. Their family might have soared to unprecedented heights, with Chu Tian receiving the favor of a significant figure, ensuring that whatever endeavors he pursued would meet no resistance. And what of her now? She found herself nearly stripped of everything. Although Chu Tian had liberated her from her constraints, would those responsible truly relent? She pondered meticulously on how she had arrived at this juncture, why she had gradually distanced herself from Chu Tian, even going so far as to deliver a letter of divorce, thus humiliatingly severing their bond. While familial instigation played a role, there were others who persistently led her astray. Who were these individuals? As her thoughts spiraled deeper into discontent, numerous faces invaded her mind, each having engaged in seemingly trivial acts that exacerbated her increasingly radical thoughts. Her relatives directly informed her that the higher one ascends, the more secure their future becomes. Everything else was an illusion. Only the strength in her grasp was real. In her quest for familial loyalty, she had resorted to unscrupulous means, committing many heartless acts over the years. Where had she gone wrong? They had coerced her, deliberately misguiding her. She had never truly wished to abandon him. Even the divorce letter was a misguided attempt to safeguard his life. Why could he not comprehend her struggles? Wanying murmured to herself, her expression shifting like the tides. As she beheld Chu Tian's retreating figure, she dashed forward, grasping his arm. Please, grant me another chance. I genuinely realize my errors, and I promise never to repeat those actions. All I seek is for you to give me this opportunity. I truly cannot bear to be apart from you. At this juncture, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably, her eyes brimming with sorrowful despair. What had she done over the years? The more she contemplated, the deeper her regret festered, yet a simmering resentment arose within her. Chu Tian had once loved her so deeply. Why had that love seemingly evaporated? Chu Tian wrenched his arm free, his expression turning frigid. I have granted you your final chance. It lies before you. How will you choose? Your affairs are your own, and our paths have diverged. The shattered mirror cannot be restored. It would be better to forget entirely, to refrain from any mention of the past. From this moment forth, it would be best if we never crossed paths again, lest I be compelled to act in a manner that could be deemed extreme. His words dripped with a menacing undertone, and within him, no stirrings of emotion arose for Wanying. Even witnessing her tears failed to elicit any reaction. She had become a true stranger to him. Once more, Wanying clutched his sleeve tightly, her eyes shimmering with a pleading glimmer. Chu Tian, I truly understand my faults. Can you not even spare me this one chance? You have already aided me so much. What harm is there in helping me once more? Chapter 195. I sincerely wish to relinquish everything. I have already promised you that I shall no longer involve myself in family affairs. My sole desire is to be with you. Without you, I truly cannot fathom what my future might hold. However, one thing is certain. I would inevitably dwell in endless regret each day, loathing myself for succumbing to the slander of others and for my own actions. If you agree to take me back, I would be willing to comply with any request you might have. I would not even mind that you have a fiancée, as long as there is a place for me in your heart. A mocking smile appeared on Chu Tian's face as he retorted. There are some things you need not utter before me. I have seen through your character quite clearly. The nature of a person is notoriously difficult to change. Sometimes, it is not enough to merely express a desire for transformation. I have made my intentions clear. This is your final opportunity. Should you engage in dealings with those individuals again, you will find yourself entangled in a perilous situation, one from which you may emerge utterly devoured, with naught but bones remaining. Take my final advice to heart. This is my utmost forbearance towards you, far more than any action I might take against you. As he spoke, his gaze flickered towards Wanying's hand. Instinctively, she released her grip on Chu Tian's sleeve, her expression morphing into one of increased grievance, her heart heavy with resentment. How could Chu Tian regard her with such a frigid stare? How could he treat her this way? He professed to love her deeply, yet he chose to treat her as a stranger. Was he tormenting her, or was he punishing himself? Chu Tian, I have truly abandoned everything. I no longer wish to assist my family in any matters. I simply long to quietly remain by your side, even if it means becoming your shadow. I would be content. This is the true opportunity you offer me, to be reunited with you. Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible smile graced Chu Tian's lips, his countenance brimming with derision. Is that so? Wanying nodded fervently, convinced that Chu Tian had changed his mind. I will undoubtedly remain by your side as your shadow, and whatever you ask of me, I shall agree without hesitation. I genuinely do not wish to lose you. Without you, my future is akin to a soulless shell, an empty vessel. Chu Tian's smile became increasingly evident, and he replied in a calm tone, since you have expressed yourself so, I shall grant you another opportunity. You may become mine. However, I must admit that I am now wary of your betrayal. Thus, I must employ certain measures. For instance, I would reintroduce the poison that binds you to me, rendering you a puppet under my control. Since you have proclaimed your willingness to do anything for me, does it not follow that becoming my puppet is a reasonable request? Wanying could hardly believe her ears, her gaze fixed on Chu Tian in disbelief, her heart sinking. You can utter such cold-hearted words? Chu Tian could not help but laugh, his amusement tinged with irritation. Do you not perceive the contradiction in your own words? You previously insisted you would do anything for me, yet now, when I merely wish to ensure your loyalty by making you my puppet, you accuse me of being cold and unfeeling. You have said all that needs to be said. Do I still need to waste time with you? Chapter 196. In her heart, Wanying was acutely aware that she was being cornered. Chu Tian demanded that she forsake her entire family, a feat she could not possibly accomplish. Without her family, she would be akin to a solitary cultivator, and the fate that awaited such individuals was all too predictable. She had previously observed the solitary cultivators with a sense of bewilderment, unable to comprehend why they would choose to brave the treacherous depths of the mountains rather than serve within a family. Even now, she found herself perplexed. However, one aspect was abundantly clear. Without the protection of her family, her beauty and allure would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of many. Old adversaries might resurface, employing the most heinous methods to torment her. The very thought of such a fate was intolerable. Thus, she could not abandon her family. With a sardonic smile, Chu Tian remarked, "Do not claim that I have not provided you with an opportunity. The choice has been laid before you, and it is you who declines to embrace it. To become my puppet, are you fearful of what I might compel you to do? You still do not grasp my true nature. Alas, the finest opportunity has slipped through your fingers. Even now, should you wish to become my puppet, it is futile, for you have become a stranger in my eyes, and your cultivation is woefully inadequate. As for your family, I do not regard them as a threat. With a mere word, I could bring about their annihilation. Depart, and do not seek me again. Your presence only stirs a sense of revulsion within me. I shall treat you as a stranger, but do not force my hand to regard you as refuse." With that, Chu Tian turned and walked away. At that moment, Wanying could not suppress her tremors. She realized the irreparable rift between herself and Chu Tian. He would no longer offer her assistance. His recent cold gaze pierced her heart like a needle, inflicting an unbearable pain. When she had first received the divorce papers, she had felt a similar anguish, perhaps even more profound. It was all my fault, entirely my fault. Why could you not grant me a chance for redemption? I truly do not wish to lose you. Wanying sank to the ground, tears cascading down her cheeks as she watched Chu Tian's silhouette gradually fade away. There was no trace of longing in his retreat. His steps were resolute, unwavering, even in the face of her suffering. Chu Tian, wait for me. One day, I shall make you regret this. I refuse to believe that without you, my family will fall into utter disarray. A stubborn defiance ignited within her, and her gaze brimmed with resentment, nearly tangible in its intensity. In that moment, the person she despised most was Chu Tian. She blamed him for no longer harboring feelings for her and for ceasing to offer his support. Meanwhile, not far away, Chu Tian observed Wanying's true emotions with a sardonic expression, a faint, derisive snort escaping his lips. Whatever you choose to do is of no concern to me. Should you wish to manipulate this woman, I shall not interfere. From this moment forth, I have severed all ties with her. Even if you resort to the most barbaric methods against her, it is no longer my affair. I understand your intentions. You merely wish to exploit this woman to test me. Feel free to employ your tactics and see whether I respond. Chapter 197. It seemed as though he was conversing with the air. After speaking, he turned and departed. In truth, he was merely probing. Others were still following him. And although his cultivation had regressed, his intuition and keen senses remained intact. He felt an unsettling awareness that everything in his possession was being scrutinized. Yet he could not pinpoint the observer's location. Upon encountering the figure cloaked in black earlier, an instinctive wariness had surged within him. After he had left, another figure, completely shrouded in a black robe, emerged once more. This was not the same black-clad individual from before. He raised his head, revealing a gaunt, icy visage that bore traces of fear. Indeed, you nearly deceived everyone. I have now ascended to the martial god realm, yet I cannot evade your perception. It seems your strength has not diminished. You are merely feigning weakness. Alas, it appears I shall never escape your grasp. But will you truly relinquish all hope for that woman? Doubt filled his heart, and had Chu Tian been present, he would have recognized the figure before him, known as the Ghost King, one of the 10 Shadow Commanders. The Ghost King strode into the Song family's villa. He observed as Song Wanying rose from the ground and slowly approached her. Sensing something amiss, Song Wanying abruptly turned to see the Ghost King advancing towards her. They had crossed paths before, albeit briefly. The aura emanating from him was so oppressive that it rendered her breathless. At that moment, fear flooded Song Wanying's eyes as she instinctively retreated. Her voice trembled violently. What do you want? A cold smile graced the Ghost King's lips. His calm gaze akin to the scythe of death, intensifying her tremors. He spoke in a detached tone. Previously, I had someone use a minor trick on you, effectively placing a shackle upon you. You now face a choice, the total annihilation of the Song family, while you survive. This would mean you have acquiesced to the terms of another. Upon hearing this, Song Wanying felt a profound dread engulf her. It was as though she was being told that for her to live, her entire family would perish. With a quivering voice, she inquired, what is the other option? The Ghost King had long anticipated her response. With a sardonic smile, he replied, I will not press you for the alternative choice. You may continue to serve as my puppet. I have indeed broken my promise to you. I did not foresee the formidable strength of that prominent figure, who has already reached the martial emperor realm. I cannot contend with him, nor dare I act recklessly, for Chu Tian is the person he values most. You should comprehend my meaning, yes? He refrained from disclosing the full truth. Otherwise, Song Wanying's tenacious nature would lead her to cling to Chu Tian. And should he discover that she had divulged his identity, the consequences would be dire. He vividly recalled the words Chu Tian had spoken upon his departure. Unsure of Chu Tian's current realm, he nonetheless sensed an impending crisis. His gaze fixed upon Song Wanying, his tone growing colder. You have 1 minute to deliberate. After 1 minute, should you fail to reach a decision, I shall act without hesitation. Chapter 198. The inner turmoil of Song Wanying became increasingly evident. Yet she found herself at a loss regarding her choices. For many, time swiftly passes. However, for him, each second felt like an eternity. He was unwilling to become a puppet in the hands of others, nor did he wish to be controlled. The choice lay before him. Yet regardless of the path he took, none led to the outcome he desired. He did not wish to lose his family, nor did he want to be manipulated. Yet the individual before him seemed disinclined to offer any further opportunities and dared not provoke Chu Tian lightly. The person he loathed most was indeed Chu Tian. As this thought crossed his mind, he gritted his teeth and declared, if I were to choose to become your puppet now, what could you possibly offer me? Would you be able to eliminate Chu Tian? He is the one I despise most, having forsaken me. Had he given me a chance to become his ally, I would have followed him without hesitation, even willing to be his shadow in the future. Yet he rejected me. He had the chance to keep me close, but chose to abandon me. I have been cast aside, and now my deepest resentment is directed at him. If you can assist me in dealing with Chu Tian, I would not hesitate to agree to become your weapon, allowing you to manipulate me as you wish without resistance. Upon hearing these words, the Ghost King could not suppress a laugh. It was the first time in 5 years, as one of the 10 grading commanders, that he had encountered such a humorous notion. Song Wanying, oblivious to Chu Tian's true identity, still dared to suggest she confront him after he had clarified the situation. What left him speechless was the fact that Chu Tian had aided Song Wanying immensely, even risking his life for her family. In return, she harbored animosity toward him, even wishing for his demise. How tragic. Chu Tian, a remarkable talent, had never anticipated being ensnared by a woman, ultimately becoming the object of her deepest hatred after giving so much. Had he known this, it would surely have pained him greatly. With all the assistance he had provided, how could she so callously wish for his death? In a fit of rage, Song Wanying screamed, her beauty twisted into a mask of fury. Do not extol Chu Tian's virtues before me. He is not worthy. If he truly cared for me, if he was willing to sacrifice everything for my sake, then why would he not grant me even the smallest opportunity? Had he offered me a chance, you would not be here, nor would you force me to make a choice. It is all his fault. It is all Chu Tian's fault. In that moment, she appeared nearly deranged. The Ghost King, half smiling, remarked, seeing you in such a state, one might think that Chu Tian abandoned you. He has done so much for you, only to receive this in return. To accept you as a puppet would mean shackling you. You are an exceedingly terrifying woman, far more venomous than a wasp's sting or the bite of a bamboo viper. Yet, I find your kind of toxicity appealing, Few among my subordinates are sane. They are all rather unhinged. Chapter 199. The more mad you are, the more I adore you. I can unequivocally assure you that I shall not confront Chu Tian. I have articulated this matter with utmost clarity and have no intention of reiterating my words. You need only to comprehend that I will not confront Chu Tian, nor do I dare to do so. I am but a mere warrior at the martial god level. Asking me to challenge someone at the martial emperor level is tantamount to inviting my own demise. At this moment, Wanying was taken aback. If it were merely Xiao Ding claiming that his master was a martial emperor, she might harbor doubts. However, the acknowledgement now came from one hailing from the Hall of Yama, one of the 10 most formidable shadowy generals. She could not fathom why such a person would take an interest in her, and with the circumstances laid bare, her only recourse would be to yield. Failure to do so would only lead to devastating consequences. At that instant, Wanying's composure shattered entirely, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. I cannot relinquish my family's lives. If they perish, what meaning would my existence hold in this world? It is all of you who are forcing my hand. Had you not pressured me, I would never have chosen to become your puppet. The Ghost King smirked coldly, having witnessed the depths of this woman's shamelessness. It was no wonder that Chu Tian had forsaken her. If this woman possessed even a modicum of conscience, perhaps Chu Tian would not have turned a blind eye to her. At that moment, he was struck by a whimsical notion. He spoke softly. In light of your profound care for your family, I am willing to relax my terms. If you choose to leave your family behind and distance yourself from this city, seeking refuge in an unfamiliar place to live independently, I shall spare you. Wanying's pupils constricted sharply, taken aback by the sudden shift in the stranger's words. She realized that this was merely an excuse. He had directly eased the conditions, allowing her family to live while freeing her from the shackles of being a puppet, provided she severed ties with her family. This was the path she most dreaded to take. Without her family's protection, her beauty would become a double-edged sword, inviting countless misfortunes. In any place, lacking a formidable backing, her striking appearance would not serve as an asset, but rather as a source of calamity. The Ghost King had already surmised Wanying's inner turmoil, and he wore a mocking smile. Well, I have already softened my terms. Did you not claim to despise the notion of becoming my puppet? The opportunity lies before you. Simply depart from your family, and I can escort you to an unfamiliar locale. In that place, everything will depend on your own endeavors. Yet I can assure you that your life will not be threatened, albeit some grievances may arise. After all, with your lack of power and such beauty, few men would remain uncharmed. I must admit, I find myself slightly intrigued, though I prefer to avoid entanglements with a woman of your ilk. Beautiful exteriors abound, yet your soul is tainted. At this moment, Wanying truly felt powerless before him. Her eyes brimmed with resentment, her teeth clenched tightly. I choose to become your puppet. I refuse to abandon my current status, nor do I wish to forfeit the opportunity to elevate my family to greatness. However, I have one condition. You must assist my family in becoming the sovereign of Luoyuan City. I intend to ascend step by step to the pinnacle. Chapter 200. Indeed, the heart of a woman can be the most venomous. I have presented you with an opportunity. It was your choice to relinquish it. The Ghost King's eyes were filled with profound derision. He had no interest in the true nature of Wanying, nor did he concern himself with whether this woman would betray him. After all, his amusement had waned, and her value had diminished significantly. Assisting her family in becoming the hegemon of Luoyuan City was a trivial task. With a faint smile upon his lips, he said, I accept your terms. However, your family cannot become the true ruler. At best, you may become one of the many overlords. The waters in this city run deep. Even I cannot lay claim to the foremost position, which is unassailable. My strength has yet to reach the realm of the martial emperor, and I cannot always stand guard over your household. Nevertheless, I can arrange for a master of the celestial realm to aid your family. Turning to Lao Dao, he declared, this matter is now entrusted to you. With that, the Ghost King turned and departed. Lao Dao, the black-clad figure from before, wore a grim expression. He had not anticipated the Ghost King's presence in Luoyuan City. After their communication through the artifact, it took less than 10 minutes for the Ghost King to appear before him, his formidable power overwhelming Lao Dao. Though he bore internal injuries, he concealed them well. His gaze fell upon Wanying, laced with disdain, yet he remained silent, simply observing her. Wanying was taken aback to discover that Lao Dao had attained the celestial realm. With a respectful demeanor, she remarked, Senior Dao, our family must establish a foothold in the medicinal market. Our first step is to seize the market share. The Murong family's influence has waned, and as long as we compete through legitimate means, Chu Tian will not resort to underhanded tactics against us. I know Chu Tian well. He can be quite obstinate at times. Trust me, nothing will go awry. Lao Dao replied coldly, I am solely responsible for ensuring your safety. Should any insurmountable issues arise, I may assist you. In this world, power reigns supreme. If your strength is sufficient, even if your assertions are flawed, others will still applaud you. You would do well to elevate your conduct. Your current behavior is too lowly and prone to trouble. With that, he turned and ascended the stairs to his designated quarters, which had been prepared for him. He had once sought to extricate himself from this turmoil. Yet the Ghost King's harsh lesson made him acutely aware of the disparity in power between them. His earlier words had arisen from genuine reflection. Wanying felt a slight tremor in her heart. She had not expected such a cold attitude from Lao Dao, a stark contrast to their previous encounter. Yet, she could not fathom the reasons behind this change. However, having such a formidable master in her family sufficed, and she could now immediately disseminate news to deter any unwelcome troublemakers. Moreover, she sensed that Lao Dao would not act lightly. The news spread swiftly thereafter. Chapter 201. Chu Tian returned to the Murong residence, feeling comfortable in his surroundings and eager to see Murong. At that moment, Murong was waiting for him. Upon his arrival, she immediately stood up, her cheeks slightly flushed, and hurriedly explained, "I just couldn't sleep. So you were waiting for my return?" Chu Tian's lips curled into a smile as he took a few steps forward, gently lifting her delicate chin to gaze upon her exquisite features. Murong dared not meet his eyes, her lashes fluttering as she lowered her gaze. Releasing her chin, Chu Tian was merely teasing her, a smile gracing his face. The medicinal pill market of the Murong family must not falter. The news that needs to be announced should be released tomorrow morning. Some matters are best addressed without delay. He had already surmised Song Wanying's likely choice. She would probably seek out those from the Yama Hall. The Song family was at a dead end. And if they wished to continue thriving, they could only rely on the Yama Hall. With its formidable strength and numerous experts, many would tremble at the mere thought of being targeted by them. Murong gently bit her red lip, feeling an inexplicable twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, she quickly composed herself and shyly inquired, "Shall I go to the medicinal pill market tomorrow? Would you like to accompany me?" Chu Tian shook his head. "I have other matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you. I can spare some time each day to assist you. But do not accept too many orders for 6th grade medicinal pills. 1 order per day is sufficient." Murong nodded eagerly, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Even she could not discern whether her feelings for Chu Tian stemmed from gratitude or something deeper. Yet their engagement remained intact. She was still his betrothed. She had clearly seen the fervor in his eyes moments ago. Why had he not pursued the next step? Lost in her thoughts, the sudden sound of hurried footsteps outside interrupted her reverie. "Miss, something has happened." At this, Murong eyes widened in astonishment, but she immediately commanded, "Come in." The old steward rushed in, first bowing respectfully to Chu Tian before speaking urgently. "There has been a disturbance in the medicinal pill market. The Song family has taken aggressive action. They have issued a statement claiming to have a transcendent expert stationed at home, warning that anyone who dares to provoke them will face annihilation. They sent someone to us, expressing interest in purchasing several of our shops. After I declined, they insisted I reconsider, asking for your opinion." Mississippi instinctively, Murong turned her gaze toward Chu Tian, having been unaware of this news. Chu Tian furrowed his brow and replied with a calm smile, "It is possible that there is indeed a transcendent expert within their family. But there is no need for excessive concern. That expert is not one of their own. At most, they can only provide some assistance. It is one thing if they resort to underhanded means, but should they dare to act recklessly, I will ensure their complete eradication. As for normal business competition, with my presence, you need not worry." Though Murong felt some apprehension, Chu Tian's words inexplicably reassured her. While she was unaware of the powerful forces backing him, his audacity to speak so boldly indicated he had considerable support. "Steward, directly refused the Song family's overtures and publicly announced that we will commence ordering 6th grade medicinal pills starting tomorrow, limiting ourselves to 1 order per day." Chapter 202. News swiftly spread that the Murong family had commenced accepting orders for 6th grade elixirs. However, there was a prerequisite. One had to spend a considerable amount within the Murong family's enterprises to qualify for such orders. Prominent families possessed their own channels for procuring elixirs, as cultivation was inextricably linked to these potions. Their personal purchases came at significantly reduced prices, particularly due to the volume they acquired. Yet, the allure of the 6th grade elixirs, especially the elusive breakthrough elixir, which could enhance the success rate of transcending to the immortal realm by 60%, was undeniable. The transition from the Transcendence realm to the Immortal realm had stalled countless individuals. Within Luoyuan City, there were at least 30 experts in the Transcendence realm, while only the 6th member of the Xiao family and the concealed expert Xiao Ding were known to have reached the Immortal realm. Others did not openly exhibit such prowess. Thus, This elixir became the coveted prize for many, and whenever an opportunity arose, they would undoubtedly scramble to obtain it without hesitation. They dared not covet the Murong family's offerings, for they were backed by a 6th-grade alchemist. Alchemists were never short on connections. A 6th-grade alchemist was among the elite, even in the capital, and their families could not afford to offend them. A single word from such an alchemist could spell disaster for them, potentially leading to their annihilation. It was precisely for this reason that the Murong family felt no apprehension about being targeted. No one would dare to engage in underhanded tactics against them, knowing that to do so would render any future attempts to acquire the breakthrough elixir as nothing more than a delusion. Have you heard? Tomorrow, the Murong family will begin accepting orders, but one must spend at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones to qualify. The conditions for ordering were even simpler. One merely needed to provide 10 sets of materials for the breakthrough elixir S formulation along with 10,000 low-grade spirit stones to obtain a single elixir. If I could procure a breakthrough elixir, it might just allow me to attempt a breakthrough to the immortal realm. An expert in the immortal realm enjoys a lifespan of at least 500 years, granting the family several additional centuries of continuation. Alas, I lack sufficient spirit stones. They were all engaged in fervent discussions regarding this matter. Upon arriving at the elixir market, Murong could distinctly hear the chatter around her. Among the crowd, some individuals were already restless, gathering at the Murong family's elixir pavilion, despite the pavilion not yet being open. The patrons formed an orderly queue, most of whom were merely there for the spectacle, eager to discern whether the Murong family would adhere to their established protocols. The first individuals in line were undoubtedly the foremost powers of Luyun City, all the more eager to acquire the breakthrough elixir. After all, these elite factions typically boasted 3 or more experts in the Transcendence realm and were not lacking in the requisite 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. As Murong arrived, even with her face partially concealed, some recognized her. "It has been a while, Miss Murong. I hope you are well," greeted one enthusiastically. Murong smiled and nodded, exchanging a few pleasantries before instructing her attendants to open the doors of the elixir pavilion. The genuine patrons waiting in line did not enter first. Rather, a group of about 10 individuals who had been observing from the side stepped inside the pavilion, representing various factions. Only then did others gradually begin to enter. The majority were merely spectators, while those genuinely wishing to purchase elixirs were few in number. The Murong family's elixirs were not particularly exceptional. Their quality was merely average, and their prices were comparable to those of other elixir vendors, which contributed to their gradual decline. Chapter 203. In the present day, the Murong family has witnessed the emergence of a 6th-grade alchemist, and the alchemy pavilion has become the center of attention. A dozen eager gazes were fixed upon Murong, all belonging to prominent figures from various factions. "Miss Murong, within this storage bag lie 111,000 low-grade spirit stones, along with 10 sets of materials for crafting the barrier-breaking elixir. I only require a few elixirs worth 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. My primary interest lies in placing an order for the barrier-breaking elixirs." The first speaker was none other than the gentleman who had previously greeted Murong. He hailed from the Chui family and was their legitimate heir. "Young Master Chui, we have accepted your order. If anyone else desires to order barrier-breaking elixirs, please return tomorrow." The others were taken aback by young Master Chui's swiftness. Without any pleasantries, he had simply laid down the hefty sum of 111,000 low-grade spirit stones. Their purpose for being here was singularly focused on the barrier-breaking elixir, and they truly did not regard the conditions set forth by the Murong family with much weight. For them, 111,000 low-grade spirit stones were a trivial expense, especially when the potential for securing an immortal-level expert for their family was at stake. They were willing to invest even 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones if it meant establishing a foundation for their family's legacy. Yet, a flicker of doubt momentarily crossed their minds. Fearing that the Murong family might be exaggerating their claims, lacking a genuine 6th-grade alchemist, and merely seeking to draw attention. However, young Master Chui showed no hesitation and promptly took action. With a smile, Murong addressed him. "Young Master Chui, you may return tomorrow to collect your barrier-breaking elixirs. As the first customer to order 6th-grade elixirs, you shall receive 2 additional ordering opportunities as a bonus. Furthermore, you may place your order today and collect the elixirs tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the eyes of everyone present widened in astonishment, including young Master Chui, who felt as though fortune had unexpectedly smiled upon him. The prospect of successfully ordering a single barrier-breaking elixir was already a delightful surprise, and now he was being offered 3 ordering chances. Without hesitation, he declared, "I will choose 3 barrier-breaking elixirs. Please wait a moment as I shall immediately fetch the necessary materials and spirit stones." He had not come prepared with sufficient materials or spirit stones. Murong smiled and replied, "Young Master Chui, you may bring them along tomorrow." The crowd listened intently, their eyes gleaming with greed. One individual could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Miss Murong, since we are all here, why not form a queue for orders?" I was the second to speak. Could I secure a spot for tomorrow's orders? His gaze was filled with anticipation. Others quickly chimed in, each eager to express their intent. Human nature often leans toward blind conformity. With the first two individuals having spoken up, more followed suit. The atmosphere transformed into a chaotic marketplace, devoid of the previous decorum. As voices raised in contention over their places in line. With a smile, Murong remarked, "Thank you all for your enthusiasm. We have established a protocol, and we must adhere to it. Please arrive early tomorrow." After nodding gracefully at young Master Cui, she turned and descended to the upper levels of the alchemy pavilion, her heart racing with excitement. Chapter 204. As Murong stepped outside, Chu Tian had previously cautioned her that those individuals were likely seeking to order barrier-breaking pills. Hence he had provided him with 10 in advance. The additional opportunities for ordering were also insights imparted by Chu Tian. The first to take the plunge must be rewarded generously, sowing seeds in the hearts of the populace, informing them that unwavering support for the Murong family would yield benefits. The manager of the Pill Pavilion bowed respectfully, stating, "Miss, our business at the Pill Pavilion is flourishing. In merely one morning, we have sold over 900 first-grade pills and more than 100 second-grade pills. Currently, we lack third-grade alchemists, and thus do not possess third-grade pills. Otherwise, our sales would undoubtedly be even greater. Although the quality of lower-grade pills is average, their consumption is the highest, particularly for those that strengthen the physique. Miss, our pill prices are comparable to our competitors, and in some cases, even lower. Must we truly reduce our prices further? The profit margins for lower-grade pills are already slim. Should we decrease them again, our earnings from each pill sold would barely reach 20%. Murong nodded. After deducting all costs, a profit margin of 20% suffices. We must also recruit more first-grade alchemists. Ideally, we should entice second-grade alchemists. The higher the grade, the rarer they are. However, should the opportunity arise, we must seize it immediately and establish long-term cooperation agreements. We can offer substantial incentives, even sharing 10% of our profits from their pill sales." The manager was taken aback. "Miss, is such an approach?" Murong smiled gently, her eyes reflecting determination, given the current circumstances. Failing to seize this opportunity would be the true folly. Not all alchemists are privy to profit-sharing. At the very least, second-grade alchemists can start anew, receiving half of the profits from their pill sales, enabling us to renegotiate contracts. If they are willing, we should secure agreements lasting at least 50 years. Third-grade alchemists could receive 10% of the profits, while fourth-grade alchemists might garner 15%. I, as an ungraded shop, will retain at least 20% profit. For pills below second grade, we shall adhere to my pricing strategy. They need not be exorbitant due to their high consumption rate, as a substantial volume can generate more income. However, for third-grade pills, the type must be considered. Should over half of the cultivators choose to purchase their pills from us, the daily profits will exceed your expectations. Follow my directives without hesitation. As for high-grade pills, we shall entice alchemists. I refuse to believe they will remain indifferent. Once contracts are established with these alchemists, all our earnings will be transparent. Should any feel dissatisfied with the profit-sharing structure, they are free to seek opportunities elsewhere. We are not lacking in first-grade alchemists. To achieve greater income, one must diligently enhance their alchemical skills. This serves as motivation for them. I have already initiated changes. Let us make them thorough, as my ultimate ambition is to rival the Divine Pill Pavilion. Upon hearing this, the manager's pupils dilated in astonishment. He had not anticipated that his young mistress harbored such grand aspirations. The Divine Pill Pavilion was renowned throughout the Xuanyuan Realm, boasting 4 to 5 7th-grade alchemists and even 2 8th-grade alchemists within its ranks. Chapter 205. However, it is now rare for anyone to summon them to action. Moreover, one of the 8th-tier alchemists has mysteriously vanished, reportedly the esteemed ancestor of the Liu family in the capital. The shopkeeper acted in accordance with Murong's instructions. The internal changes need not be disclosed to outsiders, yet the lowered prices have undoubtedly attracted countless onlookers. In the afternoon, Murong had initially intended to return directly. There were not many matters at the alchemy pavilion that required her personal attention. The family members were capable of handling the affairs, and she merely needed to make overarching decisions. At that moment, however, one of her subordinates unexpectedly reported that someone wished to see her. Murong felt a twinge of curiosity, but still welcomed the visitor. Conducting business requires amiability. She would not adopt an aloof demeanor. Upon the visitor's entrance, Murong's pupils constricted slightly. From this individual emanated a chilling aura, not directed at her, but exuding naturally. Such an essence could only be possessed by one who has shed copious amounts of blood. Esteemed guest, what brings you to seek my presence? Lady Murong, I have come with a singular purpose, to uncover the identity of the alchemist behind your family, the one capable of producing exquisite sixth-tier elixirs. Such a talent would certainly not go unnoticed. You may refuse to answer my inquiry, but be forewarned, you might encounter genuine trouble as a consequence. I do not hesitate to disclose that I hail from the Black Xin sect, and I am the newly appointed leader, Xuanyuan. My presence here is to investigate a matter that bears no relation to your Murong family. The true peril originates from another individual, and thus far, I have unearthed no clues regarding him. Our former leader and several elders perished in Luoyuan City, and I must ascertain who the true mastermind is. Based on the clues gathered, this individual is also an alchemist, not particularly formidable, yet possesses exceptional alchemical skills. I wish to ascertain the identity of the one behind you. Should you divulge this information, we might coexist peacefully, and I would refrain from troubling you, potentially even offering assistance. I can easily arrange for 10th, 3rd, or 4th tier alchemists to aid you, and the possibility of even 5th tier practitioners is not out of the question. Xuanyuan spoke with remarkable straightforwardness, his gaze fixed on Murong Yun, calm yet brimming with an undercurrent of menace. Murong Yun's expression remained unchanged, yet her pupils subtly contracted. Everything the visitor stated aligned with the characteristics of Chu Tian, modest personal strength coupled with exceptional skills. What kind of force is the Black Xin sect? It sounds somewhat familiar. As she pondered with a furrowed brow, Xuanyuan smiled and inquired, Lady Murong, is the alchemist behind you a woman? Furthermore, is she of similar age to yourself? She appeared here, first auctioning the formula for the concentration pill, and then directly confronting our Black Xin sect. Although I am unaware of whose strength she may have borrowed, she has harmed our people, and we shall not let her go, no matter where she may flee. He has already concluded that the one aiding the Murong family is likely Lu Ziyue, the eldest daughter of the Lu family. Chapter 206, Xuanyuan had just perceptibly observed the subtle changes in Murong Yun's expression. Although minuscule, they were not lost on his keen eye. Having spent years interacting with nefarious characters, he had developed an astute perception. Otherwise, he might have long since fallen victim to deception. Now, he stood as the newly appointed leader of the Black Xin sect, and whether he could bear the weight of this responsibility depended solely on his own capabilities. If he could successfully maintain control over all aspects, it would attest to his competence, ensuring a continuous stream of benefits, especially with the backing of the Divine Dan Pavilion. Previously, his investigations had reached an impasse, and all leads had vanished, leaving the true events shrouded in mystery. However, the current situation presented him with a near-certain answer. The sudden transformation of the Murong family's pill pavilion, along with their brazen announcement to outsiders regarding their ability to produce 6th-grade pills, could not be divorced from the matter at hand. Upon hearing Xuanyuan's words, Murong Yun furrowed her brow even more tightly. The remarks made by her interlocutor did not appear to be a deliberate attempt to mislead her. Rather, they aligned well with their criteria. Yet, the individual in question was not a woman. Hesitant to make a hasty decision, she managed a faint smile and replied, I regret to inform you that I cannot acquiesce to your request. The alchemist we are associated with values seclusion and despises interruptions. Should I divulge his identity to outsiders? Our collaboration would come to an irrevocable end. Presently, our pill pavilion's greatest asset lies in the 6th-grade pills. You must grasp my intent. If you wish to investigate or target us, do so at your leisure. I assure you, I will not retreat in the slightest. Though I strongly advise against any reckless actions. This is Luoyuan City, and our foundation is beyond your imagination. Even masters of the Xuanyuan Realm must adhere to established protocols. Xuanyuan was taken aback by Murong Yun's resolute stance, and her words left a profound impact on his psyche. If even the Xuanyuan masters dared not act recklessly, what formidable force lay behind her? Murong Yun replied coolly, the individual we are associated with is not the person you seek, as he is a man, not a woman. The information I can provide is limited. Whether you choose to believe it is entirely up to you. As for whom you are searching for, I am disinclined to concern myself with it, as it bears no relation to us. If you cannot locate your target, do not come here to cause disruption. Now, you may take your leave. Xuanyuan's brow was tightly knit, and a sense of unease crept into his heart. Although he was the new sect leader, his own strength had only just reached the transcendent realm. His purpose for being here was to uncover the truth and relay the information back to the Divine Dan Pavilion. Now, faced with an obstacle at the first hint of a lead, should he report back empty-handed, he might not face immediate danger, but he would undoubtedly become a laughingstock. Furthermore, the Divine Dan Pavilion could easily replace him with someone more capable. His expression turned colder as he spoke. Miss Murong, do you truly wish to oppose us? I shall be frank. Behind us stands the Divine Dan Pavilion. If you cooperate earnestly, Even if we offend our formidable ally, we would surely act to placate them. The ability to easily concoct 6th-grade pills cannot belong to an inconsequential individual. There must be some connection between him and our esteemed pavilion. Who in the world does not recognize that the Divine Dan Pavilion has connections with all renowned high-grade alchemists? At this moment, confidence radiated from his visage. Murong Yun was equally astonished to learn that her counterpart was indeed affiliated with the illustrious Divine Dan Pavilion, a name that resonated throughout the land. Chapter 207. Who does not know the Divine Pill Pavilion in the alchemy business? After a momentary hesitation, Murong Yun shook her head. I am sorry, but I cannot disclose that information. However, I can assure you that the alchemist behind us is not a woman. I reiterate, the only information I can provide you is this. He needed to return and consult with Chu Tian. Had any conflicts arisen with these individuals? If so, it was imperative for him to ensure Chu Tian's concealment. Even if their business were to plummet, they must avoid any peril. After all, they were engaged to be married. Even if Chu Tian's adversary turned out to be the Divine Pill Pavilion, he would not forsake Chu Tian. Instead, they would confront the challenges together, even if it meant relinquishing all their business and wandering the world. As for his father, he would certainly find a solution. The Murong clan could simply disband if necessary. Xuehai's brow furrowed deeply, his gaze fixed intently on Murong Yun. Murong Yun met his stare without flinching, speaking only the truth. Since the other party sought a woman, it could not possibly be Chu Tian, but he feared there might genuinely be a conflict between them. Chu Tian's current cultivation was not particularly high, yet his alchemical skills were astonishingly advanced, raising some suspicions in Murong Yun's mind. Nevertheless, Murong Yun displayed no change in demeanor, calmly observing Xuehai. After several seconds of intense eye contact, Xuehai stood up and coldly stated, since Miss Murong is unwilling to cooperate, I shan't say more. I may be agreeable, but the individuals from the Divine Pill Pavilion may not be as accommodating. If we uncover no leads, we will ultimately return to seek you out. With that, he turned and left. At that moment, Murong Yun felt a sense of relief. After waiting for about half an hour, she departed from the Pill Pavilion and returned home directly. Even without speculation, she could surmise that someone would undoubtedly follow her. Moreover, once she returned home, it sufficed to see Chu Tian. The entire Luoyuan city was aware of their engagement. Their union was only natural. If the others were indeed searching for Chu Tian, they would have likely uncovered clues by now. The absence of any leads suggested that what they claimed was most likely true. Upon arriving home, Murong Yun immediately summoned Chu Tian to the study. Do you have any connection with the Divine Pill Pavilion? Chu Tian's brow twitched, a distinct smile gracing his face. What is the matter? Have those people come looking for you? That seems unlikely, as I have had no prior dealings with them. Or perhaps it is the Blackshian sect. Murong Yun's expression turned conflicted as she helplessly shook her head. Indeed, my suspicions were confirmed. There is a conflict between you and them. Today, a representative from the Blackshian sect appeared, apparently the new sect leader named Xuehai. He mentioned that a previous leader perished in Luoyuan City, and he is here to uncover the true culprit behind it. Additionally, he is also searching for a woman. Chu Tian discerned Murong Yun's concerns and smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. Even if they arrived earlier, it is of no consequence. Are they not eager to meet the alchemist behind the scenes? Chapter 208. Indeed, they are determined to uncover the alchemist behind it all. This is the only lead they have at present. Murong Yun replied with utmost clarity, leaving no room for concealment. Chu Tian chuckled and said, You could simply bring him to me directly. Should you refuse, he may very well bring considerable trouble upon himself. Even after meeting me, he would not be overly surprised. There are numerous alchemists in the Xuanyuan Realm, and it is impossible for them all to be under the control of the Divine Dan Pavilion. Let him come. I shall employ a disguise to ensure my true identity remains concealed. Furthermore, it poses no danger to me. If you turn him away, he will persistently follow you, like a venomous serpent coiling around you. Murong Yun furrowed her delicate brows. Will it truly not bring you any trouble? How do you know who the woman they seek is? At that moment, she couldn't help but ponder the relationship between Chu Tian and that woman, questioning why he seemed so well versed in this matter. Chu Tian, unable to discern her thoughts, wore a broader smile. Rest assured, this matter shall not implicate me. The individual they seek is the young lady of the Lu family in the capital. As for the reasons, I am not entirely certain. Our encounter was merely coincidental, and I share some connection with her great-grandfather, which led me to rescue her once. Those people I killed, yet they possess no evidence against me. Moreover, my cultivation level is only at the fusion spirit realm, which he can easily perceive. Murong Yun nodded in agreement. Very well, if he seeks me again, I shall permit him to meet you. You are certain it will not endanger you? Chu Tian responded with a smile, intending to say something further, when suddenly his eyes narrowed slightly. Although his cultivation had regressed, his spiritual awareness remained intact, though it was largely stored deep within his sea of consciousness due to his physical limitations. Once his strength was restored, his spiritual presence would naturally flourish. He had already sensed footsteps approaching, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of malice. There is no need to summon him. He has already arrived on his own. I shall go to meet him. Chu Tian stepped out, but was halted by Murong. Stay in the room. I will handle this matter. That fellow seems to have a short memory. If he fails to cooperate, let him meet the old sect master. His words were nonchalant. Yet Murong could sense the confidence and composure emanating from Chu Tian. As he descended the stairs, he spotted Xuanyuan approaching. You are Xuanyuan? Upon hearing Chu Tian utter his name, Xuanyuan showed no surprise. After all, Murong had just returned and summoned Chu Tian to the study, likely discussing prior matters. At this moment, he found he could no longer afford to wait. His patience had been pushed to its limits without taking action in the pill market. He was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. The changes within the Murong family were undoubtedly linked to that woman. The sudden emergence of a sixth-grade alchemist in this small city, did they truly believe he was Navi enough not to recognize the underlying intricacies? Indeed. I suspect Murong has already briefed you on previous matters. Chapter 209 Today, I have come solely to seek an answer. I wish to uncover the identity of the alchemist behind the scenes and whether there exists any connection to that woman. Chu Tian scrutinized the individual before him, Xuanyuan, who unexpectedly bore a smile in his slumber. What is your relationship to Xuanyuan? Xuanyuan paused momentarily, yet he harbored no secrets regarding this aspect of his identity. Many were already aware, though few comprehended the true lineage of his uncle. He replied nonchalantly, It seems you ought to be acquainted with my uncle. Considering our resemblance and the shared surname of Xue, your deductions are inconsequential. If you maintain a good rapport with my uncle, you should persuade Murong. We harbor no grievances between us. Do not let a moment of confusion jeopardize the entire Murong family. You must understand the formidable power of our divine alchemy pavilion. You may regard me as a tiger in its lair or a strong dragon suppressing local forces. Today, I must obtain an answer. He spoke with unwavering determination. His gaze directed at Chu Tian, exuding an air of superiority. He had heard of the events transpiring in this vicinity, particularly those concerning Chu Tian and the Murong family. The individual before him held a deep-seated disdain for others, having been ensnared by a woman, only to return to seek his fiancée upon awakening to reality. Were she Murong, she would undoubtedly expel Chu Tian without hesitation. Chu Tian paid no heed to Xuanyuan's thoughts, calmly stating, Come with me. Xuanyuan was taken aback by Chu Tian's straightforwardness, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he presumed Chu Tian intended to introduce him to the alchemist. A smile gradually adorned his face. You are quite astute. No wonder you have won Miss Murong's favor. Chu Tian refrained from responding to his remark, leading him to the alchemical chamber, where he took his place before the alchemical furnace and commenced the refinement of medicinal concoctions. His movements were remarkably adept, devoid of any superfluous gestures. Xuanyuan initially wished to interject, yet as Chu Tian accelerated the pace of his alchemical processes, a tempest of astonishment surged within him, igniting a thought. Could it be that those sixth-grade elixirs were refined by Chu Tian? The realization startled him. If indeed all those elixirs were products of Chu Tian's craftsmanship, it would imply that at merely 20-something years of age, he had attained the stature of a sixth-grade alchemist. Given a few more years of growth, he might very well ascend to the ranks of an eighth-grade alchemist, potentially becoming a legend in the world of alchemy. His eyes widened in disbelief as he meticulously observed every action of Chu Tian, unwilling to miss a single detail. He discerned that the elixirs were merely the most ordinary sixth-grade potions, specifically designed to replenish the spiritual energy of those at the immortal realm. Before long, the furnace opened, and Chu Tian inspected the elixirs within, feigning disappointment as he shook his head. This batch of materials has not achieved the quality of a superior elixir. What a pity. Xuanyuan's lips twitched in disbelief, inwardly exclaiming, Is this even humanly possible? A sixth-grade alchemist, how many would covet such a title, yet find it unattainable? Chu Tian, however, remained unsatisfied, and at his tender age, it became evident why the Murong family treated him as a treasure. It was not mere flattery, but genuine prowess that commanded respect. In that moment, all his doubts dissipated, and a smile re-emerged upon his face. His demeanor transformed from one of disrespect to one of profound reverence. This was indeed a sixth-grade alchemist. Nevertheless, he recalled that Chu Tian was once a renowned prodigy from Luyan City, and thus, he felt a sense of relief. Chapter 210 Xuanyuan was unaware that what he perceived was merely the tip of the iceberg revealed by Chu Tian. Yet, even this glimpse was sufficient to stir tumultuous waves within him, instilling a sense of trepidation towards offending Chu Tian. A mere 20-something sixth-grade alchemist, who defied conventions by concocting 6th-grade elixirs with the prowess of a spirit-melding realm cultivator. Surely, apart from the legendary 8th-grade alchemists, no one else could achieve such a feat. He even harbored doubts regarding the possibility that Chu Tian's alchemical skills might surpass those of the masters. However, witnessing the complete consumption of spirit stones during a single alchemical session suggested that Chu Tian would need to enhance his own strength to progress further. Master Chu, I apologize for my earlier indiscretion. The individual we are pursuing goes by the name Lu Ziyue, and the pursuit order was issued by the Divine Alchemy Pavilion. As for the details, I cannot disclose them, as they are confidential to the pavilion. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, I wonder if Master Chu would consider joining the Divine Alchemy Pavilion? The pavilion imposes no restrictions on your freedom by joining. You become one of us and are entitled to the exclusive benefits granted to 6th-grade alchemists each year. Should you encounter troubles beyond your resolution, we can offer assistance. In return, all we ask is that you occasionally aid the pavilion in concocting elixirs and, as you grow, contribute to our endeavors in a manner suited to your capabilities. Listening to these words, a smile danced upon Chu Tian's lips. His initial intention in founding the Divine Alchemy Pavilion was to unite all alchemists, fostering a space for the exchange of alchemical insights without stringent demands, aiming to create a platform for enhanced communication and collaboration. Yet, as time passed, the essence had shifted. After all, the desire for knowledge and the acquisition of more medicinal materials necessitated a foundational economic strength. What could one do without funds? The only recourse was to concoct elixirs for sale. Alchemists were never in short supply of elixirs, merely lacking in the necessary materials, thus giving rise to the power of the Divine Alchemy Pavilion, which now seemed to have lost its original spirit, no longer a sanctuary for alchemical exchange. It appeared to have become a faction unto itself, leading Chu Tian to doubt Xuanyuan's claims. With a semblance of a smile, he remarked, I have long been a member of the Divine Alchemy Pavilion. The alchemical techniques I have mastered were taught to me by fellow members, though I cannot reveal their identity at this moment, as they requested my silence. Once my alchemical skills reach the 7th grade, I shall naturally visit the pavilion to pay my respects to that esteemed elder. It is as simple as that, and I trust you will keep this matter confidential. Since you hail from the subordinate forces of the pavilion, we may consider this a reconciliation of sorts. A clear smile adorned his face. Xuanyuan promptly nodded, realizing that such accomplishments at this age must stem from the guidance of a remarkable mentor. Clearly, Chu Tian wished to conceal the truth for now, aiming for a truly astonishing revelation in the future. He feared that he might become unapproachable himself. With a respectful demeanor, he replied, Rest assured, I will not divulge any information regarding you. Since we have cleared the air, I shall take my leave now, and I promise to present a grand gift as an apology in the future. Chu Tian smiled and nodded. You are merely fulfilling your duties. I shall not concern myself with this batch of elixirs. Consider it a token for your efforts in making this trip. At the same time, he emphasized the necessity for confidentiality. Though it was merely an ordinary 6th-grade elixir, it held considerable value. Once exchanged in the elixir market, it could yield at least a 10-to-1 ratio for the 5th-grade elixirs he sought. Thank you, Master Chu. Should you require anything of me, feel free to send someone to this address. I assure you, I will spare no effort in fulfilling any request within my capabilities. Chapter 211 Chu Tian received the address information he was handed and subsequently sent the person away. As he watched Xuanyuan depart, the smile on his face gradually faded, and he could not help but think of Lu Ziyue. It seemed that Lu Ziyue had not returned home. Or perhaps, even if she did, it would be of no consequence. The Lu family must have undergone significant upheaval. Otherwise, their young lady would not be brazenly pursued, especially not with a decree issued by the Divine Pill Pavilion. The outcome was all too predictable. Lu Tiandao's situation was likely more complicated than mere disappearance. He had once struck up a rapport with old Lu, and they had engaged in stimulating discussions, each sharing their unique insights into alchemy. At that time, Lu Tiandao was already an 8th-grade alchemist, and Chu Tian was not far behind. However, upon reaching the martial emperor realm, Chu Tian had grasped numerous laws of power, breaking through to the legendary 9th-grade alchemist, thus truly understanding the essence of pure and untainted elixirs. Yet, such elixirs could not be revealed, for doing so would undoubtedly incite a stir among all alchemists. Xuanyuan was not an alchemist and was unaware of the techniques involved in the elixirs Chu Tian had just concocted. It was imperative that alchemists were not disturbed while refining their potions. Allowing Xuanyuan to be present was merely to establish his own innocence. He had no desire to invite trouble upon himself, even contemplating venturing elsewhere for training, but ultimately dismissed that notion. Now, he simply wished to discern who among his subordinates was truly loyal. He pondered Lu Tiandao's whereabouts. The other party had already attained the martial god realm. It would be unlikely for him to provoke hidden martial emperor experts, as he could almost move about freely. Moreover, Lu Tiandao had extensive connections, even in his absence. He would dare to act against the Lu family. Yet now, the Divine Pill Pavilion had issued a pursuit order, leaving Chu Tian with countless questions. After his expression fluctuated, a thought began to form. He has left? Murong hurriedly approached and inquired. Chu Tian responded with a faint smile. Indeed, he has departed. And he will certainly not seek trouble in the near future. I have requested his assistance in maintaining confidentiality. With just a few words, he could ensure protection. Shuai, in truth, possessed a rather simple mind, devoid of complexity. Upon first encountering him, Chu Tian had already discerned his character. If Shuai had any suspicions, he might continue to watch, but he would never easily divulge Chu Tian's information. Having demonstrated his abilities as a sixth-grade alchemist before Shuai, who claimed to be a member of the Divine Pill Pavilion, associated with the subordinate force of the Black Mystic sect, Shuai would not dare to act recklessly. If he were to offend Chu Tian, the consequences would be dire. Murong, upon hearing this, could not suppress a smile. If there is no danger, then that is even better. But what of Lu Ziyue? Do you know her? Chu Tian smiled and nodded. We were once acquainted. She is the great-granddaughter of a dear old friend of mine. I lent her a helping hand when she found herself in trouble. Murong was taken aback. Are you referring to Lu Tiandao? Chapter 212. Chu Tian smiled and nodded. Indeed, it is Lu Tiandao. We have mutually explored the art of alchemy and felt an immediate connection. Murong's heart trembled, as he initially believed he had overestimated Chu Tian's background. However, it now seemed he had underestimated it. To be close friends with Master Lu Tiandao and to engage in discussions on alchemy implies that your skills in this craft have indeed reached the 8th rank. Does it not? Chu Tian merely smiled in silence, which appeared to confirm the sentiment. Murong was even more shaken, as if tumultuous waves surged within him. An 8th rank alchemist is renowned throughout the Xuanyuan Realm, and even the Divine Alchemy Pavilion boasts only 2 such masters, one of whom is Lu Tiandao. The other cannot possibly be Chu Tian. But wait, if you are an 8th rank alchemist, why has your power diminished to the Fusion Divine Realm? Chu Tian did not reveal the truth but simply smiled. There are certain matters I cannot disclose to you at this time. It is not a matter of trust. But rather, sharing this information would bring you only harm, not benefit. You need only to know that my strength will soon return to its former peak. Although I am currently in the Fusion Divine Realm, I have attained the glazed golden body. Your body has suffered hidden injuries, making it impossible for you to reach this state, which is why I did not mention it to you. When your strength reaches the martial god realm, you will realize that spiritual consciousness and physical strength must complement each other. If one merely possesses formidable spiritual power, one will never be able to transcend the martial emperor level. You may also understand this as my journey of recultivation, retracing the path of the martial emperor. There were certain things he could appropriately share with Murong. The shock in Murong's heart was akin to a tempest, and he did not perceive Chu Tian as deceiving him. The abilities Chu Tian displayed had far exceeded his imagination, rendering deceit unnecessary. Given that Chu Tian was of a similar age, the notion of retracing the path of cultivation at such an age suggested he had once reached the pinnacle. Chu Tian smiled and nodded. You are correct. I indeed once attained the martial emperor realm. This was later followed by a re-examination of my cultivation journey due to certain circumstances. You need only to keep this to yourself. Do not disclose it to anyone, for it may bring you perilous consequences. Murong nodded swiftly, fully aware of the implications. To retrace the path of cultivation signifies a period of weakness. Should those in the martial god realm become aware, they would undoubtedly rush forth to confront Chu Tian, demanding to know how he had broken through to the martial emperor realm. That would represent the true pinnacle of combat power in the Qilin realm. In no more than a year, I shall return to my peak state, perhaps even advance further. I have encountered an individual whose prowess has reached heights beyond my imagination. Perhaps one day, you may also meet him. A slight smile graced Chu Tian's lips as he reminisced about the moments spent with Lu Ruoyan, feeling a genuine longing for her. When that day arrives, and his strength reaches a certain level, they are destined to meet again. And within the alchemical market. Chapter 213. Wanying's countenance shifted to one of noticeable distress, particularly upon hearing of the changes within the Murong family. The Pill Pavilion had begun to recruit talents indiscriminately, and the conditions they offered were undeniably alluring, enticing countless alchemists. Even those few newly hired alchemists had promptly switched allegiances, opting to pledge their loyalty to the Murong clan. The rewards proposed by the Murong family were exceedingly generous. Alchemists, being human, are plentiful in the lower ranks, and when presented with opportunities for greater remuneration, they would naturally not hesitate to advance their prospects. With a voice as frigid as ice, Wanying declared, from this moment forth, We shall clearly communicate to all alchemists that we are prepared to offer equivalent terms. However, it must be stipulated in the contract that they are to produce elixirs for us for a minimum of 50 years, and that any breach of contract is strictly prohibited. Should they wish to remain, they may do so. If they choose to depart, we shall not impede their decision." Upon hearing her words, the steward's expression turned anxious. "If we proceed in this manner, our profits will suffer considerable losses. Our family is not akin to the Murong family. The Murong family is entirely under Murong Yun's command, while Murong Launching manages such affairs minimally. He is, after all, a feeble character, more adept at flattery than governance. Presently, he has entrusted all familial matters to his daughter. Though he may be ineffectual, he possesses a measure of self-awareness. In contrast, our family members tend to meddle. If their profits diminish, one cannot predict the chaos they might instigate." The steward had watched Wanying grow and was genuinely concerned for her well-being. He had previously advised her on numerous occasions to remain steadfast against the misguided influences of others, yet his counsel had yielded little effect. His loyalty was unwavering. Wanying, fully aware of the steward's fidelity, bore a weary expression, letting out a resigned sigh. The Murong family has set a benchmark for the industry. Should we fail to keep pace with the evolving landscape, we will be left behind. After much effort to establish our foothold in the elixir market, if we do not embrace transformation, we shall be discarded, mere dust in the torrent of change. If we must adapt, let us do so in a manner indistinguishable from them. In moments of uncertainty, learning from their strategies will surely be prudent." The steward sighed again. "What of the family?" Wanying's gaze turned icy. "Should anyone wish to stir trouble, let them seek me out. Fortuitously, there exists a formidable enforcer within the family. To leave such a valuable asset idle would be a waste. It is time to address certain individuals within our ranks. If they possess the wisdom to recognize their place, I could grant them a lifetime of prosperity and even provide additional resources for their cultivation. However, should they dare to incite discord, they shall learn the bitter taste of regret." Her voice trailed off, her eyes filled with unquenchable resentment. The steward felt a deep sense of helplessness. It was all too late. He had previously implored the young mistress to heed caution, yet his efforts had borne no fruit. As a mere servant, he held no authority. "Let us proceed as I have dictated. I shall personally visit the Murong family. Should I encounter that esteemed alchemist, I will spare no effort in persuading him to join us. If fate does not favor such an encounter, at least I shall gather intelligence on their situation." The Murong family is destined to become the preeminent force in the elixir industry of Luoyuan City. Chapter 214. Murong Yun soon received the news, and a look of astonishment spread across her face. "What did you say? Wanying is actually attempting to replicate our model?" The informant nodded eagerly. "The manager has already dispatched someone to investigate. Although we are uncertain of Wanying's true intentions, the manager insisted that I relay this information to you as swiftly as possible. Does the young lady have any instructions?" After a moment of contemplation, Murong Yun gently shook her head. "You must understand that no matter how they attempt to replicate our model, they will invariably lack one crucial element, a sixth-tier alchemist. If they truly possess such a remarkable alchemist, they would undoubtedly have a share in the entire medicinal market of Luoyuan City. Even if they aimed for low prices and high sales, they would still need a sufficient number of alchemists. While we may not have powerful high-tier alchemists, we have recruited numerous low-tier ones. We can supply ample medicinal pills, and our prices are continuously declining. Should they attempt to undercut us, their profits will diminish significantly. However, our earnings do not stem from low-tier pills. There is no need for the manager to take any action. Let them be. I am curious to see how far they can progress." Murong Yun felt no need for alarm, especially with Chu Tian backing her. Furthermore, she had become aware of certain information regarding Chu Tian, which had profoundly shaken her, allowing her to truly comprehend his extraordinary talents. Once the foremost genius of Luoyuan City, he was indeed a prodigy. As she thought of Chu Tian, her gaze instinctively shifted towards the upper floors where he was currently cultivating. She had witnessed his method of pill refinement firsthand and had been informed about it, but regrettably, her own talent in alchemy was limited. If only she possessed greater aptitude, she would not require Chu Tian to concern himself with every detail. She felt a twinge of unworthiness in relation to him, causing her to unconsciously bite her crimson lips. Just as Murong Yun was lost in her thoughts, someone entered to report, "Young lady, Miss Song wishes to see you." "Wanying?" Murong Yun exclaimed in surprise. "Let her in." Moments later, Wanying entered, carrying a gift and wearing a radiant smile. "Miss Murong, it has been quite some time. The last time we met was at that gathering, during which you were interrupted by others, and I persuaded you to withdraw. Do you recall that incident?" Wanying initiated the conversation by recalling their previous encounter. Murong Yun smiled and nodded. "Of course, I remember. I have yet to properly thank you, Miss Song." I wonder what brings you here today? Despite the smiles exchanged between them, both women remained acutely vigilant of one another, particularly Murong, who felt a deep-seated disdain upon seeing Song Wanying. Chapter 215. Once, he regarded Song Wanying favorably, for she had assisted him, and he had reciprocated her kindness. Yet, it was precisely due to that act of reciprocity that he encountered considerable troubles. It was as though he was repaying a past favor. Now, however, they found themselves in a competitive relationship. As the saying goes, rivals in the same trade are foes. When two adversaries converge, it is certain that no good will come of it. Song Wanying, however, possessed a remarkable audacity, her face adorned with a smile. Miss Murong, I have come today to clarify some misunderstandings. For instance, regarding the competition in the medicinal pill market, we have not employed any underhanded tactics against you. Nor have we sought to undermine the Murong family. The ones who have acted against you have always been from the Zhou family. Now that those individuals have retreated, they must be plotting something. I believe we should unite to tackle the Zhou family's market share. The pie is limited, and I wish to share it with you rather than contest it with the Zhou clan. Those individuals are not of good character, and besides, the young master of the Zhou family has been keeping a close eye on you. We harbor no grievances against one another. Why not collaborate? As she made this proposition, her gaze wandered, failing to perceive the subtle disappointment within Chu Tian, nor did she know the circumstances surrounding him in the Murong family. It was uncertain whether he would be met with disdain from the other members of the Murong clan, much like his own family had experienced. After all, Chu Tian's cultivation had significantly declined. Although he was rapidly recovering, it remained uncertain whether he could transcend the immortal realm. Rumors spoke of formidable experts backing the Murong family, yet it was unclear why they had chosen to support Chu Tian, whose value seemed to have diminished. Pondering this, he wished to gauge the situation but feared provoking Murong. After all, he indeed desired to establish a cooperative relationship with her, as he required 6th-grade medicinal pills. He smiled and said, Miss Murong, if we join forces, I can entirely eliminate the opposing share. The Zhou family has yet to solidify their position in the market, and if we collaborate to seize it, this market will belong to the two of us. We can gradually divide our share, first removing the outsiders. Murong smiled faintly. This matter is not solely within my authority, as the Murong family is currently under Chu Tian's leadership. I shall discuss your proposals with him, and as for the outcome, I will dispatch someone to inform you. If you wish to consider a partnership with us, it is certainly a possibility, though I have yet to finalize the adjustments for our collaboration. Miss Song was acutely aware of her current predicament, and they had no need to ally with anyone else. If they sought to dominate the entire medicinal pill market, they could achieve it independently. It was merely a matter of time. If there is nothing further, I must kindly ask you to take your leave, he declared, effectively issuing a dismissal. Song Wanying felt a slight flutter in her heart. She could not fathom where Murong derived her audacity to speak thus. Yet, considering the formidable 6th-grade alchemist, whose cultivation was at least at the immortal realm, or perhaps even at the celestial level, she recalled a fearsome figure within her family, a dark-faced demon whose mere presence could compel others to retreat. It was only upon truly witnessing the strength of such a realm that she comprehended her own ignorance. The might of a family did not lie in the breadth of its influence, but rather in the depth of its power. The stronger the prowess, the greater the future benefits. With a powerful expert at the helm, an entire family could soar to new heights. Now, she could not help but regret not having brought Chu Tian into her fold when she had the chance. Chapter 216. Song Wanying rose to her feet, her visage adorned with a gentle smile. Miss Murong, I sincerely hope you will consider our proposal. After all, a partnership between us would yield numerous advantages. Furthermore, we are not to be trifled with. I can assure you that we have the backing of the Hell of Yama, a fact of which I trust you are well aware. We have never resorted to unscrupulous tactics. Our competition is purely commercial in nature. However, I urge you to ponder this. A starving camel is larger than a horse. Currently, our share of the elixir market occupies 40%. After delivering her words, she merely smiled and turned to leave. Murong furrowed his brow, fully aware of the implications behind Song Wanying's statements. It was impossible for him to monopolize the entire elixir market. He must leave others with a morsel. Should he act too ruthlessly, it could provoke widespread resentment. While he would gladly collaborate with anyone else, he found himself unable to do so with Song Wanying. This reluctance stemmed solely from his connection to Chu Tian, who had previously suffered at her hands. As Chu Tian was to become his husband, the thought of partnering with someone who had wronged him was insufferable. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to seek out the Zhou family for a discussion. Since Chu Tian had assured him that there would be no further troubles from the Zhou family, he decided to approach Zhou Renjie. Zhou Renjie was taken aback by Murong visit, feeling a mix of surprise and trepidation. He was uncertain whether Chu Tian had a task for him, prompting him to meet hurriedly. The two arranged to meet at a tavern. Upon their encounter, Murong greeted him with a faint smile. It has been a while. Young Master Zhou, I invited you here to discuss matters concerning the elixir market. Upon hearing this, Zhou Renjie forced a smile that was more painful than sorrowful. His father remained in a state of observation, initially intent on acquiring the Murong family's assets, only to discover the formidable force behind them. How could they possibly retaliate? He even contemplated persuading his father to withdraw from the elixir industry, fearing that any displeasure from the opposition could result in dire consequences. Miss Murong, he began. The previous misunderstandings are just that, misunderstandings. I have indeed held affection for you, but since we are now discussing business, let us confine ourselves to that realm. If you desire our share of the elixir market, I am willing to hand it over, but a fair price must be established. After all, our planning has taken considerable time and effort, and my father is not easily swayed. He remains watchful, and it is undeniable that he does not engage in unprofitable ventures. His strategy has long been aimed at the entirety of the elixir market. If this were merely a matter of normal commercial competition, Miss Murong, you might not stand as a rival. Moreover, your father has previously sought discussions with us. At this juncture, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind, compelling him to voice his curiosity. When your father approached my father, he exhibited a notably cautious demeanor. I can only describe Murong launching with these two words: exceedingly humble. Murong, too, felt a twinge of intrigue at this revelation. Chapter 217. He truly remained oblivious to the fact that his father had sought the head of the Zhou family. Previously, he had not taken over the family affairs. But now, his father had entrusted all responsibilities to him. In contrast, his father seemed to indulge in a carefree life outside, avoiding any negotiations with others. Murong understood that his father faced considerable challenges. Although he occasionally lacked foresight and sometimes sought favor, these actions were driven by necessity. The Murong family was on a downward trajectory, and had it not been for Chu Tian's emergence, they would likely have been directly engulfed in no time, leaving him with a dismal fate. What did my father discuss with the head of the Zhou family? Murong Renjie shook his head. It is not about what was said, but rather a change in attitude. Initially, there was a degree of caution, but upon meeting my father again, your father's demeanor was exceptionally assertive, which angered my father. Yet, he did not act impulsively. He merely inquired where the Murong family derived its confidence. He was essentially probing. Although he is now firmly under Chu Tian's control and must comply, he believes that Chu Tian cannot stir up such considerable turmoil. To compel Murong Launching, who had a penchant for flattery, to obey was not a simple matter of control. There surely existed someone even more formidable supporting him from behind. Murong furrowed his brow, instinctively grasping the implications of Renjie's words and discerning the Zhou family's intentions, which remained in a state of observation. They could strike at any moment. The Zhou family was not interested in unprofitable ventures. However, they could just as easily withdraw from the elixir market, depending on whether they could derive benefits from it. No one would engage in an endeavor devoid of profit, especially considering the Zhou family's insidious and cunning nature. Renjie was no paragon of virtue either, having fully inherited his father's duplicitous character. The crux of the matter lay in their understanding of forbearance. Impulsive young masters posed little fear. The true concern was their capacity for restraint. A sixth-grade alchemist, Murong uttered, essentially revealing to Renjie the source of their confidence. Renjie inhaled deeply a few times, the brightness in his eyes intensifying. Miss Murong, what is the relationship between this sixth-grade alchemist and your family? My inquiry is not intended to probe into your family secrets, but rather to serve as a point of reference. You are aware that we are currently maintaining an official stance. Should we desire to enter the elixir market, we could instigate significant actions at any moment. To pursue the unachievable is neither wise nor prudent. My father is wary of this matter and wishes to ascertain the connection of that sixth-grade alchemist to the Murong family. Renjie aimed to provide his father with a graceful exit and justification. His father was reluctant to relinquish the elixir market, as its profits were exceedingly tempting to anyone. Moreover, the Zhou family had always harbored grand ambitions. Contemplating this further filled his heart with resignation. Had he not been under Chu Tian's control, he would not foolishly attempt to penetrate the elixir market, especially considering the formidable sixth-grade alchemist backing the Murong family, suggesting a significant relationship. However, that connection was not impervious. Chapter 218. A faint smile graced Murong face as he comprehended the implications of Zhou Renjie's words. Young Master Zhou, I am aware that you seek information regarding the sixth-tier alchemist. Let me be candid with you. Wanying has sought me out. Individuals from the Black Xian sect have also approached me, and you may be unaware of their background. They are backed by the Divine Elixir Pavilion, and those who departed from the Black Xian sect did so with utmost respect. The sixth-tier alchemist I am acquainted with is not singular. That is all I shall reveal." Upon hearing this, Zhou Renjia's pupils dilated in shock. He had not anticipated that Murong Yun would divulge such explosive information. Not only was there a sixth-tier alchemist, but there were indeed multiple ones involved. The connection to the Divine Elixir Pavilion indicated that even their subordinates commanded a significant level of respect. It was evident that this individual must also belong to the Divine Elixir Pavilion, holding a status of considerable esteem. With the situation laid bare before him, Zhou Renjie questioned whether his father remained indecisive, pondering if his father's intellect was lacking. At this moment, a conspicuous eagerness surfaced on Zhou Renjie's face. "Miss Murong, it seems we have harbored some misunderstandings between us. Now that these misconceptions have been dispelled, we of the Zhou family would be willing to transfer our market share entirely to the Murong family. We could even collaborate, as our family also engages in the herbal trade, and I am certain you require a substantial amount of herbs for your alchemy. You may rest assured that, although my father is known for his ruthless business acumen, he has always upheld integrity in trade. I trust you are familiar with the reputation of the Zhou family. Why not forge a partnership? You would dominate the elixir market while we focus our efforts entirely on the herb market, creating a mutually beneficial arrangement." Murong Yun had initially aimed to win over the Zhou family, and now he would not only acquire their market share, but also secure a direct source of herbs. Truly a double boon. Yet, he was somewhat taken aback by how readily Zhou Renjie accepted his words, a sense of doubt lingering in his heart. The preceding statement had been rife with deception, merely echoing the words of the Black Xian sect that Chu Tian had mentioned earlier, and yet Zhou Renjie had responded without hesitation. Something felt amiss. Nevertheless, the situation was progressing favorably. Murong Yun smiled and nodded. "Very well, it is settled. We can draft a cooperation contract, ensuring we uphold our commitments. It is the more prudent course." "Of course," Zhou Renjie replied without a hint of hesitation. He continued, "I shall discuss the details with my father upon my return. The agreement will need to be more comprehensive. Please allow Miss Murong some time, but rest assured, now that we are partners, I wish to speak candidly." At this moment, he expressed his admiration for Chu Tian. "I must admit, I hold great respect for him. If only I possessed half of his resolve, perhaps my past pursuits would have yielded different outcomes. However, this does not diminish my admiration. Miss Murong, please convey to Chu Tian that if time permits, I would be eager to share insights with him. Should I encounter a lady whom I fancy in the future, I would undoubtedly spare no effort in my pursuit." After exchanging pleasantries, he parted ways with Murong Yun and hurried back to the group with great haste. Chapter 219. The head of the Zhou family was attending to various matters when he heard the hurried arrival of his son, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. What was the matter? Why such a flurry? He was generally pleased with his son, who had fully inherited his intellect. If it weren't for some significant issue, he surely wouldn't be so agitated. "Father, I have just ascertained the background of the Murong family. Although I have not personally encountered the sixth-grade alchemist behind them, I have heard a remarkable piece of information." "What information?" The Zhou family had set aside the documents in his hands. His curiosity piqued. His son had seemingly remained at home these past few days, and even his arranged informants had failed to gather any news. Yet, here was his son, uncovering valuable information. Zhou Renjie took a deep breath and spoke earnestly. "The sixth-grade alchemist backing the Zhou family is closely connected to the Murong family, and there is more than one sixth-grade alchemist involved. The Black Xian sect personally sought them out and departed with utmost respect, demonstrating an unusually courteous demeanor. The Black Xian sect is backed by the Divine Alchemy Pavilion. This indicates that the sixth-grade alchemist behind them undoubtedly holds a significant status within the Divine Alchemy Pavilion. We, in Luoyuan City, are merely a small entity, unable to contend with the true superpowers. Moreover, I have learned that Wanying is, in fact, affiliated with the Underworld Palace. It is inconceivable how that woman ingratiated herself with them. However, it is certain that the Underworld Palace cannot confront the Murong family, as their people have visited the Murong family and returned unscathed. This illustrates just how profound the waters are behind the Murong family." The Zhou family head's expression grew exceedingly grim. He had never anticipated that the news would arrive so swiftly, and it was certainly bad news. After laying plans for so long, he was now being told that the situation was far too deep to navigate without risking drowning. Yet, he felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. The pent-up frustration within him was spreading, and he even contemplated whether to test the waters. If it were indeed as dire as suggested, they would have no choice but to concede defeat. Zhou Renjie understood his father's temperament well and hurriedly interjected, "Father, there is still some room for maneuver in this matter. Today, Murong Yun came to see me personally, with a straightforward objective, to negotiate for our share. This information was indeed relayed to me by Murong Yun, and I have verified its authenticity. although I have remained at home these past 2 days. I have been actively attempting to win over a servant from the Murong family. This servant has accompanied Murong Yun for a long time and has witnessed his growth. Many secrets would not be concealed from him. Once I confirmed the information, I rushed over to report it to you. The Zhou family head let out a slight sigh of relief. Since Murong Yun sought you out, did you seize the opportunity to propose conditions? Certain matters. Even if I do not initiate, you should be able to anticipate. If there are no benefits to be gained, we would never easily relinquish our share. Especially since there is no substantial enmity between us and Murong Yun. I believe the Murong family would not seek trouble with us without reason. Business conflicts are generally resolved amicably, and only when resolution is impossible do other means come into play. As he spoke, he inadvertently revealed his own thoughts, acknowledging that he was indeed feeling somewhat intimidated. Chapter 220 Zhou Renjie discerned the underlying meaning in his father's words and seized the moment to assert, "Father, I propose that we establish a cooperative relationship with Murong Yun. Furthermore, we can leverage Murong Yun to elevate our medicinal herb business. If we supply Murong Yun with all the medicinal materials and they sell the elixirs, we would become their upstream supplier. The larger Murong Yun's market share in the elixir market, the greater our sales of medicinal herbs will be. Ideally, we should secure the entirety of their medicinal supply. This matter requires your negotiation with Murong Yun, as Murong Longcheng is currently incapable of making decisions at home. Moreover, that old fellow is frequently out enjoying himself, leaving all responsibilities to his daughter. I even suspect that this situation may be influenced by Chu Tian. Additionally, the Murong family is currently in deep collaboration with the Shiao family, which poses a significant obstacle. Showdown is known for his unwavering word. Since he has vowed to protect the Murong clan, few dare to act recklessly, us included. As he spoke, Zhou Renjie felt a profound envy towards Murong Yun. The Murong family is not in decline, but rather ascendant like the rising sun. In the entirety of Luyun City, no one dares to underestimate the Murong family or covet their interests. With the backing of a 6th-grade alchemist and the cooperation of the Shiao family, Showdown personally engaging in negotiations, anyone who dares to challenge Murong Yun will face repercussions. The head of the Zhou family furrowed his brow tightly and replied, "Murong Yun is not a fool. He would not entrust us with the entirety of his medicinal supply, for that would leave him vulnerable in critical moments. The maximum share we might secure will not exceed 60%. This is our bottom line. You may negotiate with him, and we can fully support him in making a significant impact in the elixir market, but we must ensure that our supply remains above 60%. Negotiate as much as you can. I will entrust this matter to you. Go find Murong Yun immediately. I believe he is awaiting your response." Zhou Renjie was taken aback, not expecting his father to entrust him with such a significant responsibility, one that had been in the family's plans for years. Although the current approach seemed somewhat half-hearted. If they aimed to penetrate the elixir market, no one could hinder them. "Father, is it wise to hand this matter to me? I fear it may be a bit too hasty. I am concerned I might not perform adequately." His trepidation stemmed not from a lack of confidence in his abilities, but rather from the unsettling presence of Chu Tian. The mere thought of Chu Tian sent shivers down his spine, leaving him devoid of any authority in his presence. A single word from Chu Tian would leave him trembling in fear. The agony of those past encounters remained vivid in his memory, and many nights he awoke from dreams, startled by the haunting sensation of despair that he wished never to encounter again. The head of the Zhou family patted Zhou Renjie on the shoulder, his face breaking into a satisfied smile. "Indeed, you have learned the virtue of humility. Had I asked you to take charge of this matter before, you would have been elated. However, now you understand the importance of considering an exit strategy. Yet we have no choice. Murong Yun will inevitably dominate the elixir market in Luyun City, supported by a 6th-grade alchemist. No one can rival him. The remaining few competitors are hardly a concern." Upon hearing this, Zhou Renjie comprehended the implication. His father was prepared to relinquish the elixir market, placing upon him a rigid requirement, not to fall below 60% in medicinal supply. This task, he mused, should not prove too arduous. Resolving with determination, he nodded vigorously. "I shall set out at once." Chapter 221. Go. This serves as a trial for you. I will take full responsibility for this matter with the family, and even if someone attempts to obstruct it, I shall not grant them any opportunity. The head of the Zhou family exerts absolute control over his clan. His desire to support his son as the next family head necessitates the consent of the elders. Otherwise, given his son's current cultivation, it would be challenging to command the respect of those individuals. It is imperative that they recognize his son's capability to lead the entire family to greatness. After Zhou Renjie departed, he hurriedly made his way to the Murong household. Engaging in discussions with Murong Yun might not yield significant results, and he was hesitant to defy Chu Tian's intentions. Most importantly, he feared misunderstandings from Chu Tian. Having just concluded his meditation, Chu Tian reveled in the sensation of his own recovery, a smile gracing his lips. By diligently practicing and frequently refining flawless, perfect-grade elixirs for his own use, free from any toxic residue, he could enhance his strength without encountering any bottlenecks. In less than a year, he would reclaim his peak, and he had already mastered the Lioli Golden Body. The moment he returned to his pinnacle would coincide with his breakthrough into the martial emperor realm. Young master, there is someone at the door. It was Zhou Renjie, the eldest son of the Zhou family. Chu Tian raised an eyebrow, wondering why this fellow had suddenly come to seek him. Based on his understanding of the man, he would prefer to keep his distance, only approaching when absolutely necessary, especially after being frightened by him. Let him in. Is your young lady not at home? The servant promptly replied, Miss has gone to the elixir pavilion. It seems she has some matters to attend to. Chu Tian chose not to inquire further and proceeded to the hall, where he found Zhou Renjie waiting. Upon seeing Chu Tian, Zhou Renjie instinctively stood up straight, his expression rigid and his eyes filled with trepidation. Chu Tian offered a slight smile. Let us go to the study to discuss. You must have some significant matters to discuss, so please speak directly. I do not appreciate beating around the bush. Once they entered the study, Chu Tian spoke in a calm manner. Zhou Renjie respectfully replied, Young master, today Miss Murong sought me out, intending to discuss the elixir market. It seems that Wanying and Miss Murong have had some conversations, though I am unclear on the specifics. Miss Murong likely wishes to win us over. But I proposed a condition, which is also my father's desire. That is, our family must supply the medicinal materials, and we require at least 60% of the supply to come from the Murong family, otherwise we would struggle to justify it. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian smiled and replied, That is acceptable. I shall grant you 80% of the medicinal supply share. After all, I do not wish to make things too difficult for you, as you are destined to inherit the position of head of the Zhou family. Chapter 222. Chu Tian was indeed bestowing favors upon Zhou Renjie. He could intuitively grasp the essence of many matters without requiring Zhou to articulate every detail. He understood the other's intentions. Zhou Renjie momentarily lost his train of thought and then, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt before Chu Tian. Thank you, young master. He reiterated his father's words, the fear in his eyes diminishing, replaced by a greater sense of gratitude. Chu Tian could have easily commanded him to undertake those tasks. Yet he chose instead to engage in a collaborative dialogue. This approach conveyed that he did not regard Zhou merely as a subordinate but rather granted him a measure of freedom. It seemed likely that Chu Tian would wholeheartedly support Zhou's ascension to the position of family head, an ambition Zhou had not dared to entertain. Considering that many of his actions would still require Chu Tian's guidance, this could potentially cause some harm to his family. For the members would never consent to a mindless individual inheriting the leadership. Now, however, everything appeared possible. Chu Tian remarked calmly, Many matters need not be articulated in such a convoluted manner. I can be unequivocal. As long as you remain obedient, you will be my right hand. I can elevate you, just as easily as I can bring you down. If you heed my counsel, I will shield you from folly and peril. Therefore, there is no need for fear. You can act with considerable autonomy, especially in business affairs, where you may implement your own ideas. As long as you do not betray me, you shall enjoy ample freedom. Zhou Renjie felt a profound excitement swell within him. He had not anticipated Chu Tian's enlightened perspective, and his expression revealed his inner thoughts. Young master, I shall dedicate myself fully, even to the point of sacrificing my life. Chu Tian smiled. You may indeed find your niche in business. As for assisting me, focus on generating wealth. You lack prowess in martial matters, and I do not require you to engage in such endeavors, for your talents lie elsewhere. Learn diligently from your father. Although the head of the Zhou family is cunning, he possesses his own principles, which is why he has propelled your family to new heights in such a short time. He is a person of merit, and I hold high hopes for you as you inherit his traits. Zhou Renjie felt as though he were floating. The praise of others paled in comparison to Chu Tian's endorsement. Young master, I shall exert every effort and will not disappoint you. Once their discussions concluded, Zhou Renjie took the finalized contract to seek out Murong Yun. Chu Tian also sent a message to Murong Yun using a magical artifact. Upon receiving the information, Murong Yun's face registered a look of astonishment, which swiftly transformed into a smile. Innkeeper, the pill market controlled by the Zhou family will henceforth be entrusted to us without any cost, and there is no need to agree to any transactions for medicinal materials. Furthermore, 80% of the materials we require will be supplied by them, since the previous suppliers wish to inflate their prices and exploit the situation. We shall teach them a lesson. Murong Yun hurried to the pill pavilion because there were disturbances occurring there. The suppliers had seized the opportunity to raise prices by 20%, effectively taking away 20% of their profits. She suspected that someone was orchestrating this behind the scenes. Perhaps even Song Wanying. Chapter 223. After all, Song Wanying had asserted that their collaboration would yield mutual benefits, and she could provide him with even greater advantages. Having just rebuffed her, he soon found himself embroiled in trouble. The orchestrators behind the scenes were all too obvious. Since the supplier of medicinal herbs sought to undermine their previous partnership, he was more than willing to expel them from the arena. He directly informed the medicinal herb suppliers that they were free to leave from that very day, without any need for their supplies. The individuals were swiftly ousted. Denied even a glimpse of Murong. Upon arriving at the Pill Pavilion, Zhou Renjie encountered several peers outside suppliers from the medicinal herb market. Their expressions had soured dramatically, as if they had suffered a grave affront. Young Master Zhou? What brings you here? Do you have an arrangement with them? Their eyes were wide with astonishment, their hearts laden with foreboding. It was common knowledge that the Zhou family aspired to stake a claim in the medicinal herb market. But to see them outside the Pill Pavilion was unexpected. Had an alliance been forged? How could that be? The Zhou family was a formidable force, and their entry into the market would undoubtedly cause upheaval. Currently, the medicinal herb market was tumultuous, with the largest shares held by the Murong family, followed closely by Song Wanying, and then the Zhou family. However, the Zhou family possessed an inherent advantage. They had no need to worry about the supply of medicinal herbs, as it was their very foundation, and they even had alchemists within their ranks. Zhou Renjie cast a disdainful glance at the others. Why should I feel compelled to account to you? What are you to me? His countenance radiated arrogance and derision, his eyes glinting with mockery. You all appear to have been dismissed by Miss Murong. How could you provoke someone as poised and kind-hearted as her? What on earth did you do? Though he feigned haughtiness, inwardly he speculated, suspecting that these individuals might be attempting to take advantage of the chaos. The others, gritting their teeth, were at a loss for words. Zhou Renjie was not someone to be trifled with, and they dared not overstep. The Zhou family held a paramount position in the medicinal herb market. Disinterested in further engagement with them, Zhou Renjie decided to inquire with Murong for clarity. As he stepped inside, the group of suppliers exchanged glances, and someone quietly remarked, "We must consult Miss Song. This situation has surpassed our expectations. We initially presumed the Zhou family would never supply herbs to the Murong family, especially given the recent tensions between Zhou Renjie and them. We must prepare for the worst, or risk having our share of the supply usurped by him. We should never have heeded Song Wanying's counsel. That woman is truly a viper." Hastily, they departed. Zhou Renjie ascended to the second floor of the Pill Pavilion, where he immediately beheld Murong, a radiant smile spreading across his face. "Miss Murong, I bring good news. I have the contract right here, showcasing the advantageous terms from our Zhou family." Chapter 224. Murong was taken aback when Zhou Renjie unexpectedly delivered the contract so swiftly. Recalling the words that Chu Tian had conveyed to him, a smile graced his face. "May our collaboration be fruitful from the outset." Zhou Renjie comprehended that Murong had undoubtedly received directives from Chu Tian, which explained her prompt acquiescence. It was at this moment that he genuinely believed everything was orchestrated by Chu Tian from behind the scenes. He even harbored doubts about whether Chu Tian had managed to exert control over both Murong and Murong Lancheng. Otherwise, why would the father-daughter duo be so obedient to Chu Tian's wishes? Yet, such thoughts he dared only to entertain in his mind, never to voice them. He wore a remarkably ingratiating smile. "Miss Murong, since you have no objections to this contract, let us proceed with the signing, binding us for a century. Within the next 2 years, we shall ensure there are no breaches, lest we incur the wrath of the heavens. This contract is fair and just for both parties, creating mutual obligations." He continued, "Of course, these words come from my father. I lack the standing to make such promises myself, but since my father has agreed, you can rest assured he will honor his word." Murong was thoroughly pleased. After all, they had no intentions of interfering in the medicinal herb market. The realm of elixirs was ample enough for the Murong family to flourish. Furthermore, once they secured the elixir market in Luyan City, they could expand into other cities. The vast expanse of the Xianling realm offered sufficient opportunity for their family to soar to great heights within a single industry. The discussions proceeded harmoniously. Meanwhile, in another location, Song Wanying received alarming news and encountered the herbal suppliers. Her expression darkened, disbelief evident in her eyes. "What did you say? Murong has outright rejected your proposal and expelled you all, even before you encountered Zhou Renjie?" Song Wanying could scarcely fathom the words she had just heard. How could Murong possibly collaborate with Zhou Renjie? Their relationship had been fraught with tension, with Zhou Renjie openly threatening Murong, even seeking out Chu Tian directly. Although the reasons for Chu Tian's continued safety were unclear, she was certain that Zhou Renjie would not easily relent in his pursuit of Murong. Yet the outcome lay starkly before her. One of the herbal suppliers grew increasingly anxious. Miss Song, you must provide us with an explanation. It was you who incited us to stir up trouble and urged us to elevate the value of our herbal supplies. Now it is evident that Murong Yun intends to withdraw. We shall turn to collaborate with the Zhou family instead. You must compensate us for the loss in our supply share, or we will disclose the truth and approach Miss Murong to clarify the situation. It was likely that the two families had already commenced their alliance. If they both turned against the Song family, acquiring our herbal supplies, it would undoubtedly complicate matters for you. If I recall correctly, the herbal supplies you received previously were sourced from the Song family. The meager quantity you produce would not suffice to sustain your elixir sales, unless you intend to withdraw from the elixir market altogether. Chapter 225. Upon hearing the cacophony of voices from the herbal suppliers, Song Wanying's expression darkened considerably. She had never anticipated that such underhanded tactics would be employed against her. In a bid to seize market share, Murong Yun had chosen to collaborate with Zhou Renjie. Did he not realize that partnering with Zhou Renjie was akin to courting disaster? Risking being devoured without a trace by that man. His countenance shifted through various shades of emotion before he ultimately resigned himself to compromise. Rest assured, esteemed suppliers, we shall entrust all our herbal provisions to you. I can assure you, however, that the Dan Medicine Pavilion will not thrive for long. Although there are those assisting them in refining 6th-grade pills, it is unlikely to be sustainable. Let them revel in their arrogance for a time. When the heavens wish for their downfall, they will inevitably act recklessly. His words were nothing more than a placating gesture, for deep within, he felt an overwhelming sense of discontent. Without the auspicious presence of the Qilin beast to suppress the Song family's fortunes, they had indeed begun to falter. Facing an array of misfortunes, this led him to think of Chu Tian. Chu Tian was ruthlessly undermining them, and he was convinced that this was an act of revenge. The more he pondered, the more an uncontrollable fury and resentment brewed within him, compelling him to confront Chu Tian and demand an explanation. Yet, he was acutely aware of the circumstances. Chu Tian harbored genuine animosity towards him now, and any attempt to meet would only exacerbate the situation. He contemplated how he might mend their fractured relationship, yearning for Chu Tian to once again be steadfast and devoted to him, cherishing him as if he were precious. Unbeknownst to Murong Yun, such thoughts were profoundly absurd. He vividly recalled how Chu Tian had once heeded his every word, and in his heart, he regarded Chu Tian with disdain. The reasoning was simple. He had been surrounded by those who incited such feelings within him. A man ought to stand tall and face the world, rather than revolve around women. While there was merit to this notion, it should not be the sole focus. Rather, a man ought to strive to conquer the world. Moreover, a man's conquest should suffice, while a woman need only conquer her man. Initially, Murong Yun had found some truth in these assertions, but he later realized the reality was far from that. Others had also advised him that keeping someone as inept as Chu Tian close would adversely affect future prospects, suggesting instead to seek someone capable and fond of him. Now, Song Wanying felt an immense regret. Alas, there is no remedy for remorse in this world. She genuinely envied Murong Yun, even feeling a pang of jealousy. Please return for now. I will gradually address the various troubles we face. Our herbal provisions can be prepared in advance and delivered directly to the Song family. Your monthly supply quotas will remain as they were before, so do not attempt to deceive me. Otherwise, I shall return all your herbal supplies. The herbal suppliers exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they felt discontent, yet found themselves powerless. They had already lost the Murong family supply. Provoking Song Wanying further would be unwise, with consequences that could be dire. They risked being completely ousted from the herbal supply market in the city. In the realm of herbal provisions, the Zhou family was the prominent force, and dealing with them was a mere trifle. They had been foolishly swayed, allowing themselves to be led by Song Wanying's words. Chapter 226. Song Wanying now harbored an odd sensation, akin to the feeling of having shot oneself in the foot. Her initial intent was to impede Murong Yun in the realm of medicinal herb supplies. However, she did not foresee that her actions would inadvertently foster a partnership between Murong Yun and Zhou Renjie. If her intuition served her correctly, the two had likely already established a cooperative relationship, and perhaps discussions regarding future herb supplies were already underway. The more she pondered, the more disquieted she felt, prompting her to rise and walk outside. She was unaware of Chu Tian's current whereabouts but made her way directly to the Cangyue Pavilion. Murong Yun had just finalized the contract and seen Zhou Renjie off. After securing the contract, she contemplated how to express her gratitude to Chu Tian. Without him, she would never have considered collaborating with Zhou Renjie, which would have led to a battle of wits with those herb suppliers. Those suppliers were far from benevolent. They would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to extort substantial profits, and a mere 20% offering was utterly out of the question. Prices would inevitably rise, and increased costs would signify a loss of competitive edge for their elixirs. At that moment, she heard the steward's report. Miss Song Wanying has arrived and wishes to see you. Shall I escort her away? The steward held Song Wanying in great contempt. Her deeds had become the talk of the town, and everyone recognized her as a woman with a heart as cold as ice. Faced with such a figure, it was only natural to maintain a respectful distance. Moreover, this woman had previously caused their family as son-in-law considerable distress, leaving a bitter taste in everyone's mouth whenever he was mentioned. It was only after their encounter with Chu Tian that they realized his commendable character, affable and approachable. He had never displayed arrogance and treated everyone kindly. Even now, in the entirety of the Murong family, he commanded authority without meddling in the operations of their enterprises. In fact, he had yet to visit the Danyu Pavilion, entrusting its management to their eldest daughter, which had dispelled their previous concerns. Initially, they had expected that with a new master in charge, there would be a show of force to establish dominance. To their surprise, they found Chu Tian to be exceptionally agreeable. Murong smiled faintly. Every visitor is a guest. Come in. I am rather curious about what this woman intends to do. Although her face bore a smile, her heart was filled with displeasure. She had made her feelings abundantly clear, yet Song Wanying persistently sought her out. Soon, Song Wanying arrived on the second floor. Murong had not even offered her a cup of tea, making it unmistakably clear that she was not welcome. Song Wanying was acutely aware of her unpopularity in this place, given that they were rivals. However, she paid little heed to the atmosphere, for her mind was already set on a certain asset. With a smile, she addressed Murong. Miss Murong, I have come primarily to discuss something with you. If the group leader learns of your collaboration with Zhou Renjie, do you think he might have any suspicions? Chapter 227. While I may not be well acquainted with others, I possess an intimate understanding of Chu Tian's character. This individual harbors considerable suspicion if he were to discover yet another collaboration between you and others. He might very well speculate about an unspeakable relationship between you and Zhou Renjie. At that juncture, it is inevitable that he would create some trouble for you. My intentions to collaborate with you are sincere and unwavering. I assure you that I would never engage in any disloyal actions against you. We could even formalize our partnership with a pact of utmost gravity. The consequences of breaching such an agreement would be dire, particularly given that the formidable Yanluo Hall stands behind us. An alliance of our strengths would yield the most favorable outcome. However, it is inevitable that in the end, two tigers contending will result in one being wounded, and at that moment, opportunists will undoubtedly seize the chance to exploit the situation, perhaps even Zhou Renjie himself. As she spoke, Song Wanying's face illuminated with an air of confidence, for she believed that Murong would comprehend the precarious nature of collaborating with the Zhou family. Such sentiments need not be vocalized. I trust Murong understands implicitly. Yet, her confident smile soon froze upon her visage. Murong demeanor remained composed, yet her voice was frigid. There is no need for you to concern yourself with our collaboration. As for whether Chu Tian might misconstrue this matter, you need not fret. That is a concern between husband and wife. You claim to know him well, yet it appears you do not understand him sufficiently. While my time spent with him may not rival yours, I have earnestly sought to comprehend his character, and I am confident he will grasp my intentions. Even if he does not understand, he will certainly recognize my objectives. I would never betray him nor speak harshly to him. If you truly understood Chu Tian, you would realize the preciousness of what you have lost. I suspect you now feel a profound sense of regret. Do you not? As she uttered these words, Murong felt an inexplicable sense of relief, for she sensed the keen intuition of a woman. Song Wanying's expression hardened, her gaze briefly igniting with anger, only to be swiftly concealed. She forced another smile. I feel no regret, nor do I see the need to. To me, he is merely a useless burden. Although I cannot fathom why the Murong family chose to bring this burden back, one thing is abundantly clear. You intend to extract something from him. Miss Murong, let us speak candidly. I know you suspect I harbor ulterior motives. We are both in the same line of work, and colleagues are often adversaries. It is entirely understandable that you do not trust my words, yet I have already proposed signing a pact of gravity. Should anyone dare to breach it, they will face the backlash of the contract's power. Is this not sufficient to demonstrate my sincerity? Murong found herself unable to contain her emotions any longer, her eyes turning icy. Song Wanying, do not attempt to project your own thoughts onto me. We are not of the same ilk. I have made it clear that Chu Tian is my fiancé from this day forth. Our connection can only end in bereavement, never separation. Even in death, I would ensure that no harm comes to Chu Tian. He is the one I cherish deeply. As for you, even if you wish to sow discord, I fear you shall find no opportunity to do so. What do you mean? Song Wanying instinctively inquired. Chapter 228. With a mocking smile on her face, Murong addressed Song Wanying. You are truly foolish. I merely sought to test you with a casual remark. yet you fell for it so easily. When I accused you of sowing discord, your immediate reaction revealed your true intentions. It seems you indeed harbor such thoughts. While I cannot fathom why you would wish to disrupt the engagement between Chu Tian and myself, I am resolute in my conviction. Whatever you wish to avoid, I shall pursue. You are correct in saying that rivals are enemies, and between us, we are more than mere adversaries. We are foes. Your audacity to harm my husband guarantees that I will not rest until we reach a definitive conclusion. The actions I will undertake henceforth are straightforward. I shall deliberately target the medicinal business of your Song family, and I will collaborate with the Zhou family to undermine the herbal trade you manage. Now, please excuse me. Murong had no desire to squander any more time with Song Wanying. Every word uttered by Song was aimed solely at disrupting her relationship with Chu Tian. Murong chose to place his trust in Chu Tian, unwilling to entertain doubts. Although their time together had been short, he genuinely believed in Chu Tian's integrity. If Chu Tian intended to betray their family, he would not have waited until now. Her father was utterly obedient to Chu Tian, and she had received countless favors from him. Without Chu Tian, the Murong family might have crumbled. Presently, everything they had was sustained by Chu Tian's backing. Even if he were to engage with other women, Murong would turn a blind eye. Their relationship could even be described as a partnership. Up until this moment, Murong had not fulfilled the responsibilities expected of a fiancée. Upon arriving at this realization, she bit her red lips slightly, her gaze sharpening with determination. Song Wanying, despite your prolonged association with Chu Tian, he has yet to lay a finger on you. I am different, having chosen to become Chu Tian's wife. I shall embrace my role as his partner. He is now my husband, and we are destined to share our lives together. I have faith in Chu Tian's character. He was unwaveringly devoted to you, and such genuine affection is something I truly admire. Fortuitously, fate has aligned, bringing Chu Tian and me together. You will only find yourself filled with regret, and alas, there is no remedy for regret. Song Wanying was genuinely infuriated, unable to comprehend why her emotions spiraled out of control at the mere mention of Chu Tian. Perhaps Murong had struck a nerve. Yet, the more she pondered, the more discontent brewed within her, deepening her resentment towards Chu Tian. Why had he chosen another woman when she believed herself to be the ideal choice? Although she had committed certain transgressions against him, he had pursued her first, and she had agreed to be his partner. Now, she had merely made a minor mistake. Did those small errors truly warrant such unforgivable consequences? She had not betrayed him. She remained untainted. Why then did Chu Tian no longer harbor feelings for her? Such obsessions had fortified an impenetrable barrier within Murong-Yun's heart. She had done nothing wrong. The fault lay with Chu Tian. Chapter 229. If others were to discover the thoughts occupying Song Wanying's mind, they would undoubtedly burst into laughter, perhaps even mock her. Murong coldly remarked, "There is no point in prolonging this conversation. Song Wanying, you ought to be prudent." The innkeeper entered, wearing a gentle smile, yet his eyes were filled with disdain. Taking several deep breaths, Song Wanying rose, her smile morphing into one of increasing sarcasm. "While I may not comprehend your true feelings, I am certain that you do not genuinely harbor affection for Chu Tian. I have never believed in the notion of love at first sight. It is merely a matter of mutual exploitation, especially for your Murong family, which, having fallen into decline, has suddenly experienced a resurgence. Undoubtedly aided by the substantial backing of a prominent figure behind Chu Tian. I am aware that there are others supporting him, and that individual is the true benefactor of your family. There is little need for further discourse. We are already well acquainted. Now, let us see whose business acumen prevails." With that, Song Wanying turned on her heel and departed. Murong furrowed his brow, realizing that her words indicated she possessed considerable knowledge. Had it not been for the information Chu Tian had previously shared with him, he might have been less informed than she was. This realization stirred feelings of irritation within Murong. How many more secrets was Chu Tian concealing from him, given that they were destined to become husband and wife? He felt a slight flush of embarrassment, resolving to convey his sincerity to Chu Tian upon his return, emphasizing that his intentions were genuine rather than transactional. After leaving, Song Wanying headed directly to the Zhou family. The head of the Zhou family was taken aback by her visit, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he displayed a palpable air of mockery. It seemed this woman sought to forge an alliance with him. But she had arrived too late. Had she come sooner, perhaps a genuine partnership could have been established. Hearing his father's words, Zhou Renjie felt a jolt of unease and quickly interjected, "Father, I have only just managed to secure a partnership with the Murong family. They have agreed that 80% of the medicinal materials consumed each year will be supplied by our family. A heavenly contract has been signed between us, and any breach could result in significant losses, potentially dragging our family into turmoil, jeopardizing our very existence. Though the concept of the heavenly law may seem elusive, it is undeniably real, Violations of such contracts invite inevitable repercussions. The head of the Zhou family shot his son a scathing glare, retorting, "Are you still pining for that girl from the Murong family? I assure you, there is no room for negotiation. If our collaboration is indeed founded on sincerity, let us refrain from any underhanded schemes. While we may be cunning, we must not be petty. One must possess vision. Only by broadening our perspective can we attract more allies. It is acceptable to be ruthless, but one must never cross the line." Listening to his father's counsel, Zhou Renjie felt a deep sense of admiration. His father's success in business over the years stemmed from his unwavering principles. He showed no mercy to adversaries, yet allowed a measure of leniency towards his own kin. Chapter 230. The head of the Zhou family spoke softly. Wanying serves as the quintessential example. If one possesses their own principles, even if the family were to face decline, there would still be opportunities for resurgence. Those who have collaborated with him are well aware of his boundaries, and engaging in partnership with him means never having to fear betrayal from behind. Yet, what has he done? At this juncture, a smile broadened on the Zhou family head's face. Do not emulate Wanying. I would prefer you to embody the unwavering loyalty of Chu Tian rather than transform into someone like her. Such women have no future. The individuals collaborating with her are merely driven by self-interest. Conversely, observe those who work with us. Should we encounter difficulties, they will undoubtedly offer sincere assistance. If Wanying finds herself in trouble, those around her will only seek to exacerbate her plight. Zhou Renjie nodded earnestly. Having previously learned his father's ruthlessness but lacking the breadth of his vision, it was only now that he truly comprehended the extent of his father's perspective. If Wanying seeks me out, I cannot keep her waiting. Let us go and discern her intentions. The two made their way to the study, where they encountered the awaiting Wanying. She promptly rose, her face adorned with a captivating smile. Head of the Zhou family, it has been a while. The Zhou family had chuckled heartily. Indeed, it has been some time. Miss Song, you remain as beautiful as ever, though I hear that your recent days have been rather trying. I have been informed that someone is deliberately targeting you. While we are in the same industry, you may not surpass the Zhou family in the medicinal materials business, yet you stand as the second in the field. You must realize that I cannot extend my assistance. Furthermore, there are no collaborative opportunities between us. I have already abandoned the pill market in favor of a comprehensive partnership with the Murong family. They will also support me in the medicinal materials market. The better they fare, the more my materials can be sold. You should also be aware of my character. Those who have previously collaborated with me know that I am their strongest ally, and even if they face troubles, I will not easily sever ties. Not only are you my competitor, but you are also a rival to Miss Murong. The head of the Zhou family dispensed with any insincere pleasantries, laying his words bare. The implication was clear. Let us engage in a candid discussion, devoid of superficialities. Wanying understood the subtext. Her smile remained intact, yet her heart plummeted. She had never anticipated the Zhou family head's forthrightness. Regret began to stir within her. Had she sought collaboration with him earlier? Perhaps they could have forged an unbreakable alliance. Head of the Zhou family, I can offer you more. If you lend your full support to our pill business, you could even relinquish the medicinal materials trade, and we would devote ourselves entirely to assisting you in that field. Our collaboration would be far more advantageous. The head of the Zhou family was taken aback by such a proposition. A momentary look of astonishment crossed his face, but he quickly broke into a smile, gently shaking his head. Miss Song, you may not fully grasp my nature. I have already made it abundantly clear. Those who partner with me form an unbreakable alliance. Chapter 231. If I choose to prioritize my interests and betray my principles, how am I any different from you? Wanying was perplexed, questioning why she found herself targeted once more. However, she soon comprehended her current predicament. Her reputation had deteriorated, largely due to the Chu Tian incident, drawing censure from all quarters. Yet, the situation had escalated to such an extent that even if she wished to express regret, it was too late. Her strategy was to leverage benefits to win over everyone, gathering them closely around her, and thereby grow more powerful and prosperous. With sufficient strength and wealth, none would dare to mention the past in her presence. Thus, her singular ambition was to elevate the Song family into an unparalleled behemoth. At this juncture, she still held one final trump card. The smile on her face became more pronounced. Master Zhou, you may not yet be aware, but behind me stands the underworld. Should our collaboration fail to materialize, it would inevitably bring unforeseen troubles your way. The underworld operates without regard for reason. They merely consider whether their target has committed heinous acts. I have heard whispers that young Master Zhou has engaged in quite a few such deeds. If a bounty were suddenly issued, do you suppose that the underworld would not seize the opportunity for vengeance? Should we establish a partnership, Zhou Chao would undoubtedly remain unscathed. Even if he has committed similar misdeeds, the underworld is notably lenient towards its own. Her words were laced with an unmistakable threat. Master Zhou's pupils constricted sharply. He had been ruthless in his dealings and had indeed committed actions that weighed heavily on his conscience. Yet these were all for the advancement of his family. The underworld was not known for meddling in others' affairs, and even the dynasty had not deliberately targeted him. He possessed his own boundaries, which applied solely to his allies. Against enemies, he had no such limitations and would employ every means necessary. As long as he could achieve his objectives, he showed no mercy to adversaries. His expression shifted, revealing his inner turmoil. Zhou Renjie, however, stood up abruptly, his face a mask of derision. Song Wanying, do you truly believe yourself formidable? Do you think we owe you a favor? If the underworld were genuinely under your command, why would you be so desperate for our cooperation? You could simply command them to deal with the Murong family directly. Alas, you lack such capability, and does the underworld dare to confront the Murong clan? You seem oblivious to the true strength behind the Murong family. Even the underworld would circumvent them. You may be foolish, but do not be truly dim-witted. Song Wanying's brow furrowed tightly, her gaze seething with anger. Through clenched teeth, she retorted, Young Master Zhou, I may not know the true power behind the Murong family, but I am certain they would not extend a favor for your sake. My allies cannot continuously support you, nor would they assist merely due to a minor debt of gratitude. I have received concrete information. The individuals backing the Murong family are not of their lineage, merely those who owe them a small favor from long ago. Yet, how many times can one call upon a favor? Chapter 232. A mocking smile adorned Song Wanying's face as her gaze swept over the faces of the Zhou family patriarch and Zhou Renjie. With a smirk that was both playful and disdainful, she remarked, Do not blame me for not forewarning you. I have already laid bare the harsh truths before you. It is your own ignorance that has led to this predicament. The Murong family will never squander their favors to assist you. Once their debts of gratitude are exhausted, their alchemical business will plummet, and I shall rise from the ashes, for this temporary setback is merely fleeting. The opportunity lies before you. Should you fail to discern your choices, you will inevitably share the same fate as the Murong family. Her words were delivered with unwavering conviction, leaving even the Zhou patriarch contemplating deeply, his brow furrowed in thought. Seizing the moment, Song Wanying beamed with an air of unshakable confidence. Did you think my actions were solely for the benefit of my family? Allow me to be candid. All our family's assets now belong to the Underworld Palace, of which I am a member. Can you fathom how long the Murong family could withstand such pressure? Zhou Patriarch, one must navigate life's complexities with finesse. I am well aware of your character, but your opportunity to preserve the Murong family has slipped away. Especially since your collaboration has only just begun. There is still time to reconsider. Zhou Renjie, fearing his father's spiraling thoughts, interjected hastily. This matter cannot be altered. We must ascertain the truth of Song Wanying's claims. If she truly has ties to the Underworld Palace, we must deliberate cautiously. Yet, one must wonder whether she possesses the qualifications to be among their ranks. The Underworld Palace is one of the most formidable forces in the entire Xuanyuan Realm. If she indeed wields such formidable power, why would she utterly forsake Chu Tian? And why would she allow herself to be led astray, ultimately succumbing to humiliation? The Zhou Patriarch pondered these questions, realizing that even if Song Wanying was not an official member of the Underworld Palace, she undoubtedly had intricate connections. For how else could she dare to invoke the name of such a formidable entity? He was acutely aware of the Underworld Palace's ruthless methods. Song Wanying was no fool. She would not engage in such folly. Contemplating deeply, his expression grew increasingly grave, just as he prepared to speak. However, Song Wanying anticipated his words, interjecting, Zhou Patriarch, I understand that you may find it difficult to place your trust in my words. Today, I have brought a formidable expert to meet you, with a singular purpose, to engage in a friendly contest. It is said that your prowess has reached a transcendent realm. Yet I wonder if you can withstand a single strike from a master of the celestial realm. As she uttered these words, she clapped her hands. From behind emerged a masked man, his aura akin to a surging sea of blood. The Zhou Patriarch scarcely had time to prepare before he felt an invisible weight bearing down on his back, as if an immense stone were bending him. His pupils constricted sharply, and a flicker of fear crossed his countenance. The individual before him was undoubtedly a master of the celestial realm, and the overwhelming aura of murderous intent was not directed at him personally. It emanated naturally from the figure. Only someone from the Underworld Palace could exude such an intense aura of death. With a sardonic smile, Song Wanying addressed the Zhou Patriarch. The opportunity to ponder your choices lies before you. I wonder how you shall decide. Chapter 233. Today, I merely brought someone to engage in a friendly spar with you. If you cannot withstand even a single strike, do not blame us for being ruthless. After all, blades and swords are blind. The implications of this statement are clear. Should the conversation continue, it would undoubtedly lead to bloodshed. The patriarch of the Zhou family felt his pupils constrict sharply, his expression shifting from intense anger to helplessness. What his family lacked most was a top-tier expert. If they had a transcendent being within their ranks, he would have no reason to fear Song Wanying. Miss Song, my collaboration with the Murong family cannot possibly be severed, for we have entered into a Dao-level contract. Allow me to present the contract for your perusal. If we were to violate this celestial agreement, the consequences would be dire. Our entire clan would face utter annihilation. Even if I perish, it matters not. For should you employ such tactics against the Murong family, the 6th-grade alchemist supporting them may intervene. He would likely not wait for you to strike, with a mere word. Powerful allies would come to their aid. The network of connections an alchemist possesses is beyond your imagination. At this moment, he could only borrow the tiger's skin to display his strength. The signed contract was immutable. And who could have foreseen that the seemingly insignificant Luoyuan city was home to such formidable masters? Previously, the strongest in Luoyuan city was merely at the transcendence level. Now, not only had the Xiao family produced an immortal-level powerhouse, but there was also an extraordinary expert at the transcendent level within Song Wanying's family. Has Luoyuan city truly become this profound? Song Wanying furrowed her brow as she examined the signed Dao-level contract, scrutinizing all the stipulations within. By the end, her countenance darkened further. Patriarch Shou, have you lost your senses? Why would you willingly engage in a Dao-level contract with them? This effectively binds your two families together irrevocably. Zhou Renjie clenched his teeth tightly. He feared death, but he feared even more the possibility of being slain by the cloaked figure, forcing him to speak. To defy Chu Tian's wishes would be infinitely more agonizing than death itself. Trembling, he confessed, it was I who signed the contract. Our alliance with the Murong family is mutually beneficial, and their terms are indeed quite favorable. Business is merely a gamble. We wager that the Murong family will undoubtedly rise to prominence. Moreover, the elixir market is perilous. After much deliberation, our previous endeavors ended in failure, prompting us to withdraw from the elixir market entirely and focus on the medicinal herbs industry. This is our new direction and strategy. We cannot sever our partnership. If you wish to kill, then by all means, proceed. Zhou Renjie resolutely closed his eyes, preferring to perish at another's hands than to endure the suffering that Chu Tian would inflict. Such torment was beyond human endurance. Rage boiled within Song Wanying as she realized that the Zhou family had directly entered into a Dao-level contract with the Murong family. Had they not signed before? And if he had come with a transcendent expert to threaten them, the patriarch of the Zhou family would surely have chosen to cooperate with them. After all, one must not employ despicable means against the Murong family, although he had never stated that such tactics could not be used against others. Just as Song Wanying contemplated whether to incapacitate the Zhou patriarch, an unforeseen event transpired. Chapter 234. Is this how the Underworld Palace operates? Have you all disregarded the rules left by Lord Yanluo? A sudden voice questioned, drawing the attention of several individuals. A figure emerged from the doorway. It was Xuehai. His expression a blend of amusement and seriousness as he remarked, "Do not regard me with such gazes. I am here solely to investigate a matter. I have no significant ties with your Underworld Palace, yet I am well acquainted with it, for my father is also a member, Shui Bufan." Upon hearing his declaration, the competitors present experienced a sharp contraction of their pupils. They were astonished that this unexpected visitor was none other than the son of Shui Bufan, and his own strength had already reached the immortal realm. What was most alarming were the words he had spoken. A masked figure from the Underworld Palace approached, eyes wary. "Xuehai? Indeed, that is I. Do you recognize me?" Xuehai responded with a grin, explaining that his visit was coincidental, as he had come to gather information and had stumbled upon this intriguing scene. Particularly when they mentioned Chu Tian, an idea took root in his mind. If he could resolve this situation, he would have an opportunity to showcase his merits when he next encountered Chu Tian. He harbored no reservations about assisting Chu Tian directly, even contemplating the prospect of forging a profound friendship, as Chu Tian could potentially become a significant ally in the future. In times of trouble, having someone to rely on was invaluable. When Chu Tian was in dire need, providing timely assistance would represent a tremendous opportunity. Xuehai had already begun to regard Chu Tian as an unparalleled alchemist nurtured by the Divine Alchemy Pavilion. At barely over 20, he could concoct 6th-tier elixirs. And as his prowess increased, crafting 8th-tier elixirs would surely be within reach, inevitably becoming an 8th-tier alchemist. It was even conceivable that he might ascend to the legendary status of a 9th-tier alchemist, a position once deemed unattainable. Xuehai felt immense gratitude towards the Divine Alchemy Pavilion for allowing him to investigate past events. It was akin to receiving a windfall from the heavens. The masked expert coldly interjected, "Since your father is a member of the Underworld Palace, are you aware of the severe consequences of disrupting our plans?" I cannot predict the gravity of the repercussions, yet I do recognize one truth. Should you persist in your endeavors, you will undoubtedly encounter formidable resistance, potentially leading to your utter demise. His words were not mere alarmist rhetoric, but rather a sincere warning. He sought not to protect the Zhou family, but to caution them. As his father was also a member of the Underworld Palace, I shall refrain from elaborating further. Consider this a warning, should you choose to act against it. Disregard my words, but know that it is you who will ultimately suffer. With that, he spread his arms wide, adopting a demeanor of indifference. The group exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by Shui Hai's audacity in speaking to them in such a manner. Nonetheless, they were acutely aware of Shui Bufan's significant standing within the Underworld Palace. The masked figure snorted disdainfully. I extend you a courtesy, a gesture towards your father. However, you would do well not to deceive me regarding certain matters, for the consequences would be dire. Chapter 235. Even your father cannot save you. Shui Hai merely smiled, his expression devoid of excessive emotion. He believed his father must have some understanding of Chu Tian's identity, even if it were merely the tip of the iceberg, given his father's status within the pharmaceutical industry. It was only natural for him to be acquainted with Chu Tian to some extent. Moreover, he had already devised a plan to discuss the matter with his father once it was resolved, anticipating any potential troubles that might arise. His intention was to curry favor with Chu Tian, and he was determined to assist in the endeavors that Chu Tian wished to pursue. If he could successfully navigate this situation, what worries would he have for the future? While personal effort is undoubtedly important, the choices one makes often outweigh mere diligence. This was his current mindset. The masked expert, observing Shui Hai's resolute demeanor, felt a sense of unease in his heart. Suspecting that the other party's motivations extended beyond merely safeguarding the Zhou family, there might be deeper intentions at play. With this thought in mind, he coldly uttered, "Let us depart." Upon finishing his sentence, he turned and walked towards the exit. Wanying, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of panic. Her meticulously crafted plan had faltered at the gates of the underworld. This left her feeling profoundly discontented, and she even contemplated directly questioning the King of Hell. One of the 10 illustrious figures of the underworld, about his apparent timidity and the hesitance of those he sent forth. While she was unaware of who Shui Hai truly was, she did know that his father was affiliated with the underworld. If they could not manage their own, how could they assist him in becoming a dominant force in the city? At that moment, Wanying could say no more. She simply cast a smile at the head of the Zhou family before turning to leave, her eyes conveying a multitude of meanings. The head of the Zhou family exhaled a long sigh of relief, hastily rising to bow to Shui Hai. "Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" "Esteemed sir, nevertheless, I must express my gratitude for your life-saving intervention. Without your timely words, my son and I may have faced dire consequences today." He had come to grasp the operational style of these individuals, particularly that of Wanying, a woman known for her ruthless determination and willingness to employ any means necessary to achieve her goals. "Thank you for your efforts. In the future, should you require our assistance, I shall offer my utmost support." Shui Hai returned the gesture with a smile. "There is no need for such formalities. Head of the Zhou family, I wholeheartedly endorse your collaboration with the Murong family. I can only tell you that the forces behind the Murong family are beyond your wildest imagination. Sometimes, choices bear more weight than effort. Your son has made an excellent choice, demonstrating remarkable valor in critical moments while exhibiting the necessary sense of responsibility. I hold him in high regard. Should you encounter any insurmountable troubles, feel free to send someone my way. I will certainly lend my support." "Thank you, sir." The head of the Zhou family was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Murong family would be backed by such formidable forces, leading him to reconsider all previous assumptions. Within him, a storm of thoughts surged as he pondered how to establish a more advantageous partnership with the Murong family. Chapter 236. After Wanying departed with the skilled master, her expression grew increasingly troubled. Why? Merely because the son of a member from the Yama Hall had issued a few idle threats. Did they genuinely believe him? I had already received credible information that the Murong family indeed had a 6th-tier alchemist backing them. They were merely repaying a favor owed to their family. Wanying was indifferent to the actual influences supporting the Murong family. Her sole focus was on deceiving her adversary. She even contemplated inciting a deadly conflict between the Yama Hall and her opponent, hoping that two powerful forces would clash, resulting in inevitable casualties. Perhaps she could seize this opportunity to connect with even more formidable figures. Once she made contact with such individuals, Wanying was confident in her ability to win them over to her side. However, the skilled master merely cast her a cold glance, his voice turning even chillier. "I know what you are thinking. There's no need to play such tricks in my presence. I can assure you, Shui Hai's identity surpasses your imagination. You, who engage in the business of medicinal herbs and elixirs, Have you never heard of the renowned Shui Bufan? The divine physician, Shui Bufan. Song Wanying's pupils constricted sharply. Moments ago, she had only felt anger, without carefully considering that name, merely regarding him as part of the higher echelons of the Yamahal. Yet no one in those ranks could possibly surpass one of the 10 infamous shadow commanders. Initially believing this master to be timid, she suddenly recalled that name. Are you speaking of the legendary divine physician, Shui Bufan? Who else is referred to as a divine physician? After speaking, the master scoffed coldly. I understand you summoned me tonight merely to lend you support, and your previous words were indeed heartfelt. However, I also recognize that those words were insincere. My assistance is motivated solely by a desire to exert myself further for Lord Ghost King. Since Lord Ghost King has promised to make you one of the sovereigns of Luyun City, I shall certainly offer my unwavering support. Yet you must not betray the Yamahal. Shui Hai is the beloved son of Shui Bufan, and their father-son bond is exceptionally strong. Shui Bufan is a truly astute individual, and his son is no fool. Given the grave warning we've received, should you choose to press forward recklessly, it would place our Yamahal in peril. I do not wish to engage in further pointless discussions with you. I can assist you, but my support will not be without limits. After all, what can you truly offer the Yamahal? That final rhetorical question left Song Wanying somewhat at a loss. Deep down, she too harbored doubts about what she could truly bring to the Yamahal. The Ghost King had said nothing initially, leaving her heart filled with unease. This anxiety drove her to fervently desire the strengthening of her entire family. Only when her family grew stronger and its experts emerged could their position become more secure. However, it now appeared that everything had strayed from her intended path, leaving her heart laden with deep helplessness. At that moment, the skilled master proposed. You could seek out Chu Tian. Behind him stands a genuinely powerful expert. If you can persuade Chu Tian to join the Yamahal or reveal the true identity of that formidable master, you would achieve your objective. Chapter 237 by that time. As long as Chu Tian harbored you in his heart, a mere utterance from him could elevate you to the status of the true sovereign of this city, unparalleled by any other. With that said, whether you can achieve this entirely rests upon yourself. I must caution you, do not overestimate your own worth. Nor should you presume that Chu Tian harbors any significant affection for you. Everything you have previously expressed would be deemed an affront by any man. Upon finishing his discourse, the adept vanished into the night. When he heard these words, he was left in a stupor, unable to fathom how an anonymous master could hold Chu Tian in such high regard. Even one of the 10 most formidable figures of the underworld would not dare to easily provoke him. What manner of identity does Chu Tian possess? A tempest of tumultuous thoughts surged within Song Wanying, who found herself pondering her next course of action. Yet the more she contemplated, the more elusive clarity became. Approaching Chu Tian now would undoubtedly yield unfavorable consequences. He might very well cast her aside without a second thought, for she had irrevocably wounded his heart. Should she resort to her final gambit? At this thought, the determination in Song Wanying's gaze intensified, while Liang Shan's expression underwent a noticeable transformation. Chu Tian, I must have you, and you shall come to know that my feelings for you are genuine and unwavering. It was as if she were incessantly hypnotizing herself within her own mind. After a moment of reflection, she resolved to take action. At that moment, Liao Xiaopeng was in his shop, contemplating whether to open another establishment. He had completely liberated himself, particularly after experiencing the betrayal of his wife, which had obliterated any trust he once held in women. His good friend's encounter with Song Wanying left him feeling an unsettling dissonance. He could indulge in frivolity and vent without restraint, yet he vowed never to engage in genuine emotions again, lest he find himself wounded once more. Having been bitten by a snake once, he now feared even the rope tied to a well for a decade. Nevertheless, he possessed his own resources. While he might be insignificant in the eyes of the powerful, to the common folk, he was indeed considered affluent. He had arranged to meet a beautiful woman and was ready to step out and enjoy himself. Just as he prepared to leave with the shop door closed, he was confronted by an imposing figure. Upon seeing the master whose prowess transcended ordinary limits, his heart raced uncontrollably. He managed to force a smile that resembled more of a grimace than anything else. Brother, it seems we are strangers. Why do you suddenly block my path? I can give you all the money I have. Whatever you desire, I can provide. Yet before he could finish his sentence, the master seized him by the scruff of his neck and hurled him into the nearby shadows. Having learned from a previous lesson, Liao Xiaopeng was filled with trepidation. Yet he feigned a conciliatory demeanor. Unsure of where he had offended these individuals, he quickly offered, if I have caused any offense, please let me know what compensation is required, and I will produce it immediately. He was merely playing the coward. He dared not confront them directly, for he lacked the strength to do so. Chapter 238 Liao Xiaopeng, do you still remember me? A familiar voice echoed. Upon hearing this voice, Liao Xiaoping widened his eyes in disbelief, staring vacantly at the approaching figure. Song Wanying? What brings you here? What do you want? At this moment, the demeanor of pleading he once exhibited had vanished, replaced by a growing fury. He knew that this woman's intentions could not bode well. She was likely here to ensnare his brother. In that moment, he regretted his earlier decision to decline the opportunity to strengthen himself when Chu Tian had urged him. Chu Tian had made it clear that his reluctance to engage in such turmoil stemmed not from fear of death, but from an awareness of his own limitations. He was acutely aware that he could be a liability to Chu Tian. Yet, he never expected Song Wanying to be so forgetful after their previous encounter. She still dared to seek trouble. Did she not fear that her good brother might retaliate? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Song Wanying, do you perceive me as a soft target to be easily manipulated? I warn you, you are well aware of who my good brother is. It would not be difficult for him to deal with your family. The transcendent expert you've brought is indeed formidable. Yet he would not stand a chance against my brother. Moreover, my brother's strength continues to grow. It would soon be a trivial matter for him to handle you. At this moment, he was leveraging his brother's reputation, yet he felt compelled to do so. If he did not articulate the reality of the situation, Song Wanying might resort to any number of underhanded tactics against him. After the last incident, he even felt a strange sense of gratitude towards her. Had it not been for her, how could he have discovered the true nature of his wife? Song Wanying replied coldly, Liao Xiaoping, I have not come to trouble you. Rather, I seek your assistance. Pa. Liao Xiaopeng's confidence surged, his expression morphing into one of indignation. Song Wanying, you wish to enlist my help. Yet this is how you choose to approach me? That man practically abducted me here. I almost believed I was being robbed. You employ such tactics to summon me and then expect my assistance? Do you think me foolish? As he finished speaking, the transcendent expert moved to take action, only to be halted by Song Wanying. She continued coldly, Liao Xiaoping, in Chu Tian's eyes, you hold little significance. Consider the advantages the Murong family has gained and reflect on your own situation. You are willing to sacrifice everything for Chu Tian, but what has he done for you? Has he not merely asked you for a favor, while also warning you of the potential dangers that may ensue? You fear death, so you declined. And now Chu Tian has abandoned you. If I desired to end your life, he would be powerless to save you. Have you ever contemplated whether Chu Tian truly regards you as a brother? Chapter 239. Moreover, I can unequivocally inform you that I am backed by a formidable force hailing from the Underworld Hall. I trust you have heard of the illustrious reputation of the Underworld Hall, although my strength pales in comparison to Chu Tian, and our family's power is also inferior to his, I possess a strong ally behind me. As these words left his lips, Song Wanying could not help but let out a cold chuckle within her heart. She could not fathom that Liao Xiaoping, this cowardly individual, would dare to refuse her entreaties. However, she gravely underestimated Liao Xiaoping's true character. Liao Xiaoping sneered, Song Wanying, spare me your pretense. If you genuinely had the capability to enlist my brother's assistance, why would you waste your time before me? What manner of person are you? I fear I know you better than you realize, for we are not merely classmates. I have a clear understanding of your past with my brother. Frankly, the sight of a woman like you pricks my heart like a needle. The phrase the mouth of the green bamboo snake and the stinger of the wasp. Both are not venomous, yet the most poisonous is a woman's heart aptly describes you. I can assure you, I will never aid you in harming my brother. Though I harbor no grand ambitions and lack considerable ability, I possess one admirable trait. I will never betray my friends. You may test me. Employ the most malicious methods to torment me, and if I so much as furrow my brow, I shall take your surname henceforth. At that moment, his face bore an expression of unwavering resolve. Internally, however, he was restless, knowing well that Song Wanying would not dare to act recklessly. He understood her character intimately, and he was even more acquainted with his good brother. Previously, Chu Tian had mentioned sending him some medicinal pills, and Brick had directly delivered over a dozen bottles to him. Each bottle contained no less than a dozen pills. Upon seeing those exquisite elixirs, he felt an overwhelming urge to rush over and return them to Chu Tian, although he was unaware of his brother's current undertakings or the extent of his influence. He was acutely aware that the mere delivery of these pills could elevate his cultivation to the realm of divine integration, should he consume them all. Yet, he was not cut out for the rigors of cultivation. After a slight enhancement in his abilities due to the pills, he became disinclined to pursue further advancement. The reason was simple. He found the path of cultivation too arduous, even with such advantageous conditions. He was a mere 3 days of practice followed by 2 days of idleness, for after experiencing life and death, he sought only a carefree existence. Yet, he never expected to be entangled once more by Song Wanying, which ignited a fury within him. She even attempted to sow discord between him and his good brother. entirely oblivious to the multitude of benefits she had garnered from his brother. Unable to contain his disdain, he coldly huffed, Wanying, relinquish that futile hope. I cannot be bothered to waste time with you. Speak plainly, I will never assist you. However, I am indeed curious as to where you derive such audacity. After employing such tactics against me last time, how can you shamelessly return today seeking my help? Wanying's ire intensified. She wished nothing more than to eliminate Liao Xiaopeng. Yet, she lacked the courage to act, for Chu Tian was the greatest protector behind Liao Xiaopeng. And at this moment, Chu Tian was at the pinnacle of his power. Chapter 240. Liao Xiaopeng wore a peculiar expression that was almost a smile, but not quite. Having been in business for several years, he had become adept at reading people as emotions. Upon observing the shift in Wanying's demeanor, he realized he had accurately discerned her intentions. This woman would never dare to harm him. Her primary objective was merely to request a brief conversation with his good friend. The words you uttered to me are as inconsequential as mere wind. If you have something to convey, feel free to express it. If your sole purpose is to meet my brother, I can simply communicate with him right now. As he spoke, he produced a transmission talisman from his person, establishing direct contact with Chu Tian. Wanying, lacking any clear purpose, had initially intended to reach Chu Tian through Liao Xiaopeng. The transmission talisman functioned similarly to a mobile phone, albeit with limited capabilities, and could not connect over great distances. For long-range communication, one would require a more potent talisman. However, within the same city, such a simple device sufficed. By imbuing the talisman with a trace of a friend's essence, one could transmit messages by channeling their spiritual energy into it. Moreover, it allowed for a video call-like function, though it consumed a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Without transcending the ordinary realm, prolonged conversations were impractical. The message was swiftly met with a reply. Liao Xiaopeng chuckled, Wanying. While I am unaware of your reasons for seeking my brother, I have already established communication. He will arrive shortly. He merely asked me to convey a message. You have inadvertently provoked his ire. Should he become truly angry, the repercussions will be severe. Given your acquaintance of several years, do you not grasp his temperament? He is quite stubborn. Angering him will lead to dire consequences. Wanying gritted her teeth, her gaze sharp as daggers. She finally recognized the venomous nature of Liao Xiaopeng's tongue. He spoke without fear of the skilled individuals present, adopting an obstinate demeanor. Liao Xiaopeng, however, paid no heed to such concerns. His singular thought was that Chu Tian was his close friend, and he could assist in any scheme Wanying might harbor. Here, he felt a semblance of control. With these thoughts racing through his mind, he was indifferent to the potential peril his words might invoke. After all, he currently possessed no strength to resist. He prioritized the satisfaction of his tongue over caution. Wanying, let me be frank, you have already committed that shameless act. And yet you still have the audacity to seek out my brother. Were I in your position, consider the consequences. Your so-called uncle has been rendered utterly powerless. I imagine he spends his days cursing my name. As for my wife, truthfully, I would never wish her harm. After all, she has shared many years of life with me. However, the betrayal has left me exceedingly displeased, and when I am displeased, I tend to create chaos, leaving her in a desperate situation. Observing the woman's current plight brings me a certain satisfaction, yet I am also somewhat discontented. After all, she was once the woman I shared my bed with for years, and witnessing her degradation evokes a complex array of emotions. It is akin to you delivering a divorce decree to my brother, only to now desperately seek reconciliation. Chapter 241. I truly cannot comprehend your thoughts. Had I known, I would have acted differently. Wanying could no longer contain her fury. With clenched teeth, she exclaimed, Liao Fatty, do not presume that I lack the courage to act against you. If I so desired, no one could impede me. I am confident that Chu Tian would never resort to killing me over this matter. Do not forget what I previously conveyed to you. Her words served as a stern warning. However, Liao Xiaopeng remained unfazed. He plopped down onto the ground, a mocking expression adorning his face. Wanying, do retract that venomous demeanor of yours. Do you truly believe my brother would allow you to manipulate him? Ridiculous, given your current disposition. If my brother were to witness your actions, he would be inclined to slap you across the face. However, he is a gentleman who cherishes the delicate. Yet you fail to appreciate that, repeatedly causing him trouble. Were I in your position, I would rather seek my demise by crashing into a tofu block. Enraged, Wanying raised her hand, poised to strike Liao Fatty. It was imperative that she impart a lesson to this scoundrel. Otherwise, his poisonous tongue would drive her to madness. Just as her palm was about to connect, her wrist was seized. Assuming it was one of her accompanying kin, she turned, only to be met with the icy gaze of Chu Tian. A shiver coursed through her body. How could he arrive so swiftly? It had barely been 3 minutes. Was he lurking nearby? Chu Tian regarded Liao Xiaopeng as his dearest brother. Upon receiving word of the situation, he could not allow Liao Xiaopeng to face danger alone. He rushed over with remarkable speed, causing quite a stir along the way. After all, his pace surpassed even that of the Transcendence Mirror. With the glazed golden body at his disposal, he relied solely on his innate strength rather than spiritual energy to overpower the Transcendence Mirror. It seems the words I previously shared with you fell on deaf ears. Some matters, once communicated, are to be adhered to. You must abide by my rules. I have no desire to engage in futile discourse with you. Liao Xiaopeng is my closest companion and a line that must not be crossed. He stood by me during my direst moments, offering unwavering support while urging me to retreat from danger. When I was at my weakest, he cast aside my humiliation with a decree of divorce. Can you fathom whether I would obliterate you entirely for the sake of my brother? As for the so-called Yama Palace behind you, inquire if they dare utter another word in my presence. Chu Tian's fury simmered beneath the surface as he directed his gaze toward the shadows ahead. His voice turned frigid. Show yourself. A figure adorned with a Rakshasa mask emerged from the shadows, kneeling resolutely before Chu Tian without hesitation. Chapter 242. Chu Tian cast a cold gaze upon the master donning the Luo Sha mask. He raised his hand and executed a spell, directly establishing a soundproof barrier that isolated Song Wanying from the scene. Song Wanying was utterly bewildered. In her eyes, the master was a formidable being of the celestial realm. Yet he knelt before Chu Tian without uttering a single word. Did you mistake my previous leniency for an invitation to overstep your bounds? Do you truly believe I would hesitate to harm you? Or do you consider yourself courageous? The Luo Sha dared not reveal Chu Tian's name. Nor did he even dare to utter a single word, bowing his head in submission. He was acutely aware that once Song Wanying discovered Chu Tian's identity, he might face a grim fate. He had experienced the agony of the Yin Luo curse firsthand, and knew it was a torment that rendered one's existence worse than death. Chu Tian released Song Wanying's wrist and directed his gaze toward the Luo Sha, gradually approaching him before delivering a swift kick to his face. The Luo Sha, having attained the celestial realm, dared not employ any protective energy at the moment of impact, and he fell to the ground, his mask tumbling away to reveal his true visage. I had no intention of causing you trouble, yet you persistently seek to provoke me. Does the Ghost King court death? If he desires to perish, let him come forth. You should be aware of my current intentions, yet you continue to conspire against me, assuming my temperament is accommodating. Have the members of the Yin Luo Hall forgotten the events of the past? At the mere mention of that incident, the Luo Sha trembled uncontrollably. When the Yin Luo Hall was newly established, some individuals became increasingly arrogant, disregarding the rules set forth by Yin Luo. They began to indiscriminately accept missions, willing to undertake any task for the right price. During that period, the Yin Luo Hall divided into two factions. One faction, stronger in power, advocated that nothing was beyond reach if sufficient cultivation resources were provided, deeming Lord Yin Luo excessively antiquated. However, their arrogance lasted less than half a year. In total, there were about 3,700 members, with the weakest having reached the Transcendence Realm. Yet, within just 3 days, all their heads adorned the city walls. And this was in the capital. The capital turned a blind eye to Chu Tian's actions, instead offering their admiration. They praised him for decisively eliminating those fierce rogues, restoring order to the dynasty. Consequently, the Yin Luo Hall was thoroughly purged of unrest, with all the unruly members eradicated. 6 out of the 10 Yin generals meeting their demise. The resistance against the other faction was led by He Wuchang, while Bai Wuchang suffered severe injuries due to these events, nearly losing his foundation. However, upon Lord Yin Luo's return, a single pill restored Bai Wuchang's strength. It is a well-known fact that He and Bai Wuchang are devoted followers of Lord Yin Luo. Yet, they seldom concern themselves with the affairs of the Yin Luo Hall. They remain focused on their own domains, faithfully upholding the rules previously established by Lord Yin Luo. Chapter 243. Had it not been for the sudden departure of the enigmatic He Wuchang from his own territory to this floating cloud city, he would have never recognized the identity of Chu Tian. Chu Tian's expression grew increasingly frigid as he formed a mystical gesture with his hand, striking directly at the body of the Rakshasa. Positioned with his back to Song Wanying, she remained oblivious to his action. However, the Rakshasa could not help but tremble violently, his countenance transforming into one of profound dread and anxiety, the excruciating pain contorting his features. It was at this moment that he genuinely comprehended the terror of Chu Tian. Despite sensing no fluctuations of spiritual energy, he felt the Yama curse within him being invoked. Was this the might of a martial emperor? He collapsed to his knees before Chu Tian, his voice quaking as he uttered, "I am but a pawn." This was all he could say. Presently, none could fathom Chu Tian's intentions, nor did they know whether he still harbored feelings for Song Wanying. Chu Tian spoke coolly. 10 minutes serve as your lesson. I hope you will remember this. He continued, I have no time to deal with him. Those trivial matters seem inconsequential to me. Should I truly desire to eliminate him, it would be simpler than crushing an ant. Deliver this message to him. Should he wish to court death, let him come forth. Do not assume I am unaware of his deeds. During my absence, he deliberately arranged for others to manipulate the character of Song Wanying. She, unable to withstand such manipulation, fell into a state akin to her parents, and I cannot be bothered with his actions. In fact, I must thank him. For if not for his role in shaping this woman's character, she might have posed an even greater hassle for me in the future. However, remember this. If anyone dares to lay a hand on the Murong family, I shall not hesitate to eradicate them, even to the extent of annihilating their entire lineage. If the events of years past have not taught you enough, I will not hesitate to repeat them. With that, he kicked the Rakshasa aside and shifted his gaze to the nearby Liao Xiaopeng. Liao Xiaopeng stood stunned, his body trembling slightly. He understood that his good friend's status was extraordinary, yet he had never imagined that his brother would dare to kick a master from the Yamahal. Brother Tian, we grew up together. Why are you secretly leveling up? We agreed to be idle together, yet you have stealthily turned the tables, soaring like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Now, I am at a loss regarding how to treat you. Should I kneel and call you foster father? Upon hearing this, Chu Tian could not suppress a chuckle. Come, let me hear you call me foster father. Foster father, grant me 2 beautiful maidens. Liao Xiaopeng immediately embraced Chu Tian. Their bond forged since childhood. Their relationship required no elaboration. Chu Tian understood Liao Xiaopeng's character well. The pills he provided would undoubtedly enhance this fellow's strength, ensuring he had a firm place within this city. Moreover, it was because of himself that he had dragged Liao Xiaopeng into this predicament. Otherwise, in a few years, Liao Xiaopeng might very well have had a son by now. Yet, Liao Xiaopeng did not ponder such things, his face alight with a radiant smile. Had I known you possessed such an impressive background, I would have worried for nothing. From now on, you shall be my golden thigh, and I shall revel in my arrogance. Can I take my revenge on those who once bullied me? Chapter 244. Chu Tian smiled and nodded. That is imperative. However, I still wish to resolve matters concerning Song Wanying. This woman has thoroughly vexed me. Chu Tian's gaze shifted towards Song Wanying. He had previously established a soundproof barrier, so she was entirely unaware of their conversation, only able to perceive fleeting glimpses of their exchanges. At this moment, Chu Tian's fury was rising. The words he had uttered were clearly taken by Song Wanying as mere whispers in the wind. Did she truly believe he would refrain from taking action? A sense of foreboding enveloped Song Wanying, especially upon seeing Chu Tian's expression, her voice trembling slightly. Chu Tian. My intention in seeking Liao Xiaopeng was not to incite violence against him. I merely wished to see you, as I have been unable to contact you directly. Hence my reliance on Liao Xiaopeng for assistance. I swear by the heavens, I harbor no such intentions. I implore you to believe me. At this moment, genuine fear gripped Song Wanying. Although she was unaware of why Chu Tian commanded such reverence from the formidable Luosha, she had begun to form a conjecture. If Chu Tian chose to act against her, she would possess no means of defense, and her actions had indeed crossed his threshold of tolerance. During her pursuit of Liao Xiaopeng, a flicker of hope had lingered in her heart, for the might of Luosha was formidable. As long as Luosha was willing to protect her, she would remain unscathed. Yet now, Luosha had faltered. Should she fail to utter conciliatory words, she would truly be a fool. Regret flooded Song Wanying's mind. Why had she not heeded Chu Tian's advice to abandon the Song family? The very place she occupied was, in truth, the Song family. Yet, it was too late for such reflections. If she could not evade this impending calamity, her entire lineage would vanish into oblivion. Chu Tian had stepped out of the soundproof barrier, a cold smile gracing his lips. Have you forgotten the words I spoke to you previously? Have you also overlooked the choices I offered you? You chose to remain with the Yamahal, thus you must learn to behave and keep your tail tucked. I granted you an opportunity, but I never promised to indulge you indefinitely. Your actions today have encroached upon my limits. You are well aware of my temperament, and I have allowed you the chance to prove your innocence. I am curious to see how far this woman can go. A flicker of relief washed over Song Wanying. At least her life seemed preserved, her thoughts racing rapidly. Chu Tian. The reason I sought you was to inform you that Murong Yun does not possess genuine sincerity towards you. She merely seeks to leverage your influence. You may be willing to devote yourself entirely for her sake, but that woman may not reciprocate with equal fervor. If you harbor doubts, you could test her. I believe Murong Yun is not as you envision. Chu Tian let out a cold chuckle. Are you implying that Murong Yun and Zhou Renjie have forged a collaborative relationship, engaging in unspeakable dealings? Song Wanying's pupils constricted slightly. She understood Chu Tian's character well. His words, spoken in her presence, indicated that he would unequivocally not doubt Murong Yun. She hastily replied, I have indeed conducted an investigation into this matter, but uncovered no leads. All I know is that the Zhou family and the Murong family have suddenly established a partnership, a profound collaboration aimed at seizing the entire medicinal market. You have stated that as long as our competition remains fair, you would not act against me. And my visit to Liao Xiaoping today is to seek to enhance his benefits. Chapter 245. You may find it hard to believe my words, but I have come bearing something of significance. With that, he swiftly produced a contract from his person and extended it towards Chu Tian. Upon glancing at the document, Chu Tian discerned that it was a property deed, specifically for a shop located in the bustling district of Luyan City. This establishment spanned approximately 300 square meters, and its current value was no less than 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. A thoughtful expression crossed his face. It seems you have made extensive preparations. If you can win Xiao Pao's forgiveness, then all will be well. If not, he refrained from continuing, but his gaze had turned notably frigid. Liao Xiaopao, observing Chu Tian's demeanor and listening to his words, felt a surge of emotion welling within him. He stepped forward, took the contract, and inscribed his name upon it. His face alight with a radiant smile. I accept this apology. Should you wish to seek me out again in the future and intend to present me with benefits, feel free to do so. I am not one to shun you. Just refrain from employing such methods. With that, he winked at Chu Tian. Understanding his intent to avoid placing him in a difficult position, Chu Tian could not help but wear an expression of exasperated amusement. Liao Xiaopao likely remained oblivious to the intricacies of their past interactions, which prompted such a decision. Since you have chosen to forgive him, this matter is now yours. Coincidentally, your tavern requires further development. Pursue your ambitions freely, and should any troubles arise, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Furthermore, I doubt anyone will dare to trouble you in the future, for you are my brother. If anyone dares to act, simply send me a message, and I assure you, I will make their existence unbearable. As he spoke, his gaze swept over Luocha. The latter could not suppress a tremor that coursed through him. The previous words were clearly a warning to him and those behind him. Should they dare to harm those close to Chu Tian, they would likely face dire consequences. At that moment, Luocha harbored a suspicion that Chu Tian might harbor some lingering affections for Song Wanying, for otherwise, he would not have shown such restraint. Liao Xiaopao waved the contract in his hand, his smile growing ever more radiant. I will take my leave now. You two enjoy your conversation. Chu Tian nodded with a smile. I shall visit you for a drink sometime. After exchanging farewells, Liao Xiaopao exited. Now, Chu Tian turned his attention to Song Wanying. Your explanations earlier were insufficient. Although Xiao Pao has forgiven you, your actions have left me quite displeased. Song Wanying's heart sank. She had thought she had navigated through this ordeal. Yet, unexpectedly, Chu Tian was now intent on confronting her. How should she explain herself? Being a clever individual, she realized that some excuses were not only inappropriate, but also too risky to utter. Chu Tian regarded Song Wanying with a half-smile, patiently awaiting her response. Eager to see what further fabrications this woman might conjure, and how much more shameless she could become. Chapter 246. A hint of grievance flickered across Song Wanying's face, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. Chu Tian, I genuinely wish to seek you out and convey the truth. I want to warn you to be cautious of Murong Yun. That woman, despite her seemingly gentle demeanor, possesses a far more ruthless heart. We previously discussed a potential collaboration, yet it was met with rejection. However, before Song Wanying could finish her words, she was abruptly interrupted by Chu Tian. In a cold tone, he remarked, It was I who declined your proposal, not Murong Yun. Let me remind you, the collaboration between Zhou Jia and myself was facilitated by my suggestion to Zhou Renjia to approach Miss Murong. I believe my point is clear. If you intend to continue discussing this matter, you may as well remain silent. If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory response, I would not hesitate to let you experience the taste of the Yen Luo curse. I am certain that the Azura by your side would relish witnessing such a scene. After all, had it not been for you, he would not have endured this humiliation. His gaze swept over to the Azura, who remained kneeling on the ground, too fearful to rise. Despite being a formidable master in the celestial realm, he was consumed by dread in the presence of Lord Yen Luo. Song Wanying observed this scene, and while she could not fathom why the Azura was so terrified of Chu Tian, she recognized the perilous situation she was in. Chu Tian, you speak the truth. You may threaten me as you wish. I know you harbor a profound disdain for me, considering all that has transpired between us. I once held deep affection for you, regarding you as the light of my heart. However, I have strayed down a misguided path, though I cannot bear the blame entirely. There are those who have continually incited me, leading me astray. I have been ensnared by their machinations. As for who these individuals are, I trust you can surmise their identities. Their intentions are solely directed at me, and I still cannot comprehend why they would act in such a manner. Is it merely for the pleasure of witnessing my plight? Even now, I am baffled as to what they see in me. The Azura, aware of Song Wanying's growing suspicion, lowered his voice and said, "The Lord of Ghosts has taken notice of your merciless nature. You would betray anything for your own gain. This aligns perfectly with the ethos of our Yen Luo Hall. In fact, our Lord of Ghosts favors individuals like you, and I share a similar disposition, which is why I have been assigned to safeguard your well-being. When the time comes, my priority will be to protect this esteemed individual." A protege of a powerful martial emperor. Should I dare act recklessly, I would likely meet my demise by dawn. His words served to enlighten Song Wanying while simultaneously concealing Chu Tian's identity. He was acutely aware that Chu Tian wished to keep his identity hidden, which is why he had spared the Azura's life. Otherwise, he would have perished moments ago. Lord Yen Luo has never shown mercy. His iron-fisted approach has instilled fear throughout the entire Yen Luo Hall. Another faction within the hall, once rampant and unchecked, was annihilated by Lord Yen Luo in mere days. Even now, their blood has yet to dry, and the Ghost King seems to be in a precarious position. A satisfied glimmer appeared in Chu Tian's eyes as he calmly stated, "The esteemed martial emperor once said that the founding purpose of the Yen Luo Hall was solely to protect one individual. The tasks we undertake merely serve to maintain the hall's functionality. I am uncertain of the identity of this individual, but I know they are of immense importance to Lord Yen Luo." Chapter 247. It is rumored that Lord Yama is also a formidable martial emperor. Perhaps he has some connection with the powerful figure behind me. This is precisely why the Rakshasa treats me with such reverence. As for the Ghost King behind you, I truly do not regard him highly, for he is unworthy. Aren't you curious why the Murong family treats me with such generosity? I can tell you unequivocally that it is due to your own blindness. Although I lost a lifetime of cultivation, I have merely embarked upon the path of cultivation anew. Chu Tian resolved to divulge certain information to Song Wanying, inciting her insatiable greed. This woman had humiliated him with a divorce letter. From that moment on, their relationship had irrevocably ceased. If she had the sense to recognize the situation, she would refrain from seeking him out. Thus, they would never cross paths again. Yet, this woman persisted in her attempts to trouble him, and her heart was already filled with resentment. Therefore, he felt no obligation to continue to show her kindness. He smiled coldly and said, "It is because my alchemy skills have reached the 6th rank. The alchemist behind the Murong family is none other than me." Upon hearing this, Song Wanying's eyes widened in disbelief, her pupils constricting violently. "Impossible. How can you possibly be a 6th-rank alchemist?" Chu Tian, with a smirk that danced on the edge of mockery, replied, "I was trapped in the Cangyue Forest for several years. Do you think I simply idled away my time? I could have emerged long ago, but I chose to remain there to master the art of alchemy. The forest holds superior legacies, but it depends on whether you possess the courage to enter." His words were intended to ensnare those individuals, especially the fellows of the Yama Hall. By disseminating this information, he was deliberately communicating with them. Once one enters the Cangyue Forest, escaping is an arduous endeavor. Without assistance, one would be doomed to wander within for eternity. As for whether that individual would seek companions, Chu Tian did not need to ponder. He had already aided that person in achieving the final stages of their cultivation. Even if others ventured inside, they would likely find themselves forever trapped, with each entrance leading to a fatal outcome. It all hinged on whether they could curb their avarice. Chu Tian scoffed, "It is not that I cannot see you. Rather, you lack the courage to enter. After all, escaping once inside is no simple feat. One must attain the level of a 6th-rank alchemist to complete the legacy. Furthermore, I have a friend who is an 8th-rank alchemist, a cherished companion and confidant. This is why the Murong family dares to offer 6th-rank pills for custom orders. If I cannot manage it, my dear friend can certainly assist." Upon hearing this, Song Wanying was utterly bewildered. It was at this moment that she truly comprehended what she had lost. Reflecting on the time when Chu Tian emerged from the Cangyue Forest, she realized that had she not presented that divorce letter, everything now would rightfully belong to her. Chapter 248. Chu Tian aimed to stoke the flames of regret within Song Wanying, desiring to ensnare her in an eternal cycle of remorse and anguish. With a sardonic smile, he inquired, "Do you now lament your choices? Had you possessed even a modicum of conscience back then, refraining from hastily presenting that divorce decree, perhaps the treasures you currently behold would pale in comparison to the grandeur that awaited you. I would have elevated you to an undisputed sovereign in this city, unmatched by any rival. Your family could have soared to unimaginable heights, securing a place even in the capital and perchance become one of the dominant forces in the Xuanyuan Realm. Regrettably, you squandered such a splendid opportunity, and now I shall transform the Murong family into such a formidable entity." Song Wanying's heart was now steeped in regret, her innards twisted in remorse as she cursed those who once incited her actions. After a moment of hesitation, she knelt before Chu Tian, uttering, "I am truly sorry. It is all my fault. I should never have listened to them. My regret is profound, and I now comprehend my errors. Can you find it within yourself to forgive me? I do not seek your acceptance, merely a chance to pursue you once more." Chu Tian chuckled, his laughter laced with derision. "Wanying, do you genuinely believe you still possess a chance? Reflect upon your past deeds. Had you harbored even a hint of gratitude, you would not find yourself in this predicament. With a mere word from me, Yin Luo would not only assist you, but would also obliterate the constraints shackling you. Alas, I will offer you no further aid. The fact that I have refrained from acting against you is already a testament to my generosity. My heart, forged from stone, has been scarred beyond repair by your actions. There are unspoken truths that you must grasp. After all, you are a truly astute individual. If the roles were reversed, you would undoubtedly wish for nothing less than the most severe retribution." With a contemptuous sneer, he concluded, "Take heed. As I have stated before, should you wish to compete, do so openly. If you resort to such despicable tactics, I will not hesitate to ensure your complete obliteration, along with the demise of your entire family." He turned to leave, uttering no further threats against Wanying. However, he cast a meaningful glance at Luocha, who immediately understood the implications. Many could cast the Yin Luo curse, yet few knew how to lift it. A cold expression manifested on his face. Wanying had ensnared him in a dire predicament. Initially, he sought merely to locate Liao Xiaoping and incite Chu Tian through prior events. Yet he found himself ensnared in this dire outcome. The agony wrought by the Yin Luo curse surged within his mind, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. He understood how to manipulate the curse, but was equally aware of its application, and his expression grew increasingly malevolent. Upon witnessing this transformation, Wanying quaked in fear, her eyes reflecting an unprecedented terror. What are you planning to do? Have you forgotten Chu Tian's words? He has already shown restraint. Do you truly wish to act against me now, despite harboring any lingering feelings?" As she spoke, she instinctively retreated, her visage betraying her escalating dread. Chapter 249. The cold smile of the Rakshasa. "I have heard every word you uttered clearly," the Rakshasa remarked with a chilling smile. "You, self-righteous woman, should not presume that the support of the Lord of Ghosts renders you invulnerable. Today, I shall teach you the humility you so sorely lack. Rest assured, I shall not bring about your demise. Rather, I will allow you to experience the consequences of being a member of the Yama Hall when one errs. You are indeed a member of the Yama Hall, yet you lack an essential component, the Yama curse." As he spoke, he formed a seal with both hands and commenced his incantation. Wanying realized with dread that this was no trivial matter. She turned to flee, but her strength paled in comparison to that of the celestial realm. After merely 2 steps, she found the Rakshasa materializing before her, his hand striking her forehead with the seal. She was utterly unprepared to resist. It felt as though a needle had plunged deep into her soul, eliciting a scream of agony from her lips. Following this, her body convulsed violently, collapsing to the ground, her once graceful visage contorted into a grotesque mask of pain. A piercing, tragic wail reverberated through the night. At that moment, Wanying was drenched in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. "Please, spare me. I truly recognize my mistakes and vow never to repeat them. I will never again target Chu Tian. I beg for a chance. Do not subject me to such torment. I cannot bear it." She knelt before the Rakshasa, crawling toward him in desperation. The Rakshasa sighed inwardly. He understood better than anyone that the look in Chu Tian's eyes as he departed was a silent command for him to discipline Wanying. Had he not intervened directly, he would have merely executed Chu Tian as well. Did Chu Tian's heart still harbor remnants of affection for Wanying? Perhaps so, given the depth of their past love. After all, he had once selflessly devoted everything for her sake. Such profound emotions could hardly be forgotten at will. It was Wanying's own continual missteps that had led to the loss of this sincere bond. Chu Tian, at this juncture, might still possess a flicker of sentiment for her. Contemplating this, the Rakshasa refrained from continuing his incantation and coldly remarked, "Wanying, you must recognize your position. Within the Yama Hall, you are merely an ordinary member, nothing more. In my presence, you remain insignificant. Do not presume that the Lord of Ghosts has sent me to safeguard you. I am merely your subordinate." At this moment, the torment within Wanying's soul dissipated, and she truly comprehended the terror of the Yama curse. Her body trembled uncontrollably, for she had never anticipated such excruciating punishment existed in this world. If given another chance, she vowed never to act so thoughtlessly again. It had been a grave oversight on her part. Henceforth, she would tread more carefully. The Rakshasa spoke coldly. "If you wish to win back Chu Tian, do so with genuine sincerity, not through facades. I trust you grasp my meaning." The Lord of Ghosts recognizes your ruthlessness and supports you solely to ensure you contribute more significantly to the Yama Hall, not to indulge your reckless whims. Chapter 250, The Ruthless Strike of the Rakshasa. Without a trace of mercy, the Rakshasa unleashed the Yama curse and then turned to depart, vanishing into the night sky. Only Song Wanying remained, sitting on the ground in utter disarray, her heart engulfed in a tumult of regret. She recalled the moment when Chu Tian had just emerged from the Cangyue Forest, his eyes brimming with affection for her, a longing etched deeply into her soul. To this day, she could never erase the memory of the gaze he cast upon her. Alas, it remained an eternal reminiscence. If only she had acted differently back then. Even if she had exhibited some impatience or disdain, he would have undoubtedly continued to assist her without hesitation. Yet, those individuals had led her astray. Overwhelmed by despair, Song Wanying broke into tears, her mental state utterly shattered. The torment inflicted by the Rakshas's Yama curse had revealed to her the most profound suffering imaginable. The intertwining emotions of agony and remorse converged, culminating in a complete breakdown of her psyche. This scene had not gone unnoticed by many, particularly the members of the Zhou family. Concealed in the shadows, the head of the Zhou family felt his pupils constrict slightly. It was the first time he had perceived the chilling coldness of Chu Tian. It became evident that the true force behind the Murong family was none other than Chu Tian. To his astonishment, Chu Tian had become betrothed to the Murong family, which had unhesitatingly relinquished control of its affairs, even surrendering 51% of its assets to him. This was tantamount to a surrender. Now, he comprehended the synergy that allowed Chu Tian and Song Wanying to unite. It was a powerful alliance. Fortunately, he had established a profound collaborative relationship with Song Wanying, believing that as long as they maintained a harmonious coexistence, his own family would likewise thrive. They had entered into a celestial-level contract. Initially, he thought he had suffered a loss, but now he realized he had gained immensely. Steward, did you notice the look in Chu Tian's eyes as he departed? He clearly cast a glance our way. Our concealment did not escape his perception. Not only him, but even the Rakshasa beside Song Wanying must have seen us. We were merely spared from action, due to Chu Tian's gaze. Yet, I cannot fathom why such a formidable master from the Yama Hall would consistently protect Song Wanying and show deference to Chu Tian. The depths of this situation are unfathomable. His murmured words acknowledged the stark reality. The steward beside him also felt his pupils sharply constrict, his face reflecting profound shock. Once, he had considered Chu Tian a mere pretty face, a pawn discarded by Song Wanying, forced to serve as a shield for the Murong family. Many believed that Chu Tian's marriage into the Murong family was merely a guise for exploitation. Countless individuals had been fixated on the Murong family, hoping to wed Murong Yun and thereby inherit the entirety of the family's fortunes, all under legitimate pretense. Now, they realized that it was Chu Tian who had been in control all along. Song Wanying's breakdown lasted only a brief span of minutes. Gradually, her tears subsided, her expression growing increasingly frigid, her eyes radiating an overwhelming murderous intent. With a slightly dejected demeanor, she departed. The head of the Zhou family stepped out of the shadows, his gaze directed toward the old steward beside him. Chapter 251. He wore a faint smile. What do you suppose Song Wanying will do next? The old steward pondered briefly before articulating his thoughts. Perhaps he will temporarily become compliant. After all, this time Song Wanying has suffered a significant blow. Anyone in his position would likely find it unbearable. If I were in his shoes, such a situation would not arise. I have always been taught to repay kindness with gratitude. Our Zhou family would never engage in such ungrateful behavior. However, Song Wanying is different. He remains unyielding and might have already harbored a deep-seated hatred for Chu Tian, viewing him as a true enemy, akin to a father's murderer. The head of the Zhou family nodded with a smile. You are correct. This woman will certainly not relent. Have you forgotten that within this city of flowing clouds, there exists another who can assist her? Who? The old steward inquired, puzzled. Who among their family could possibly aid Song Wanying? The head of the Zhou family merely smiled and departed with the old steward. Outside a hotel, Song Wanying approached with a resolute expression. She made her way to the top floor and knocked on the door. A man's voice resonated from within. Who is it? The door opened to reveal young Master Yuan, clad only in a towel, with a stunning beauty behind him, her allure striking enough to score at least a 90. Upon seeing a woman at the door seeking young Master Yuan, she immediately adopted a wary demeanor. Young Master Yuan was equally taken aback by Song Wanying's unexpected visit, momentarily stunned before breaking into a laugh. Ah, it is the young lady of the Song family. I wonder what brings you here. After all, we do share a bit of history. His voice lingered deliberately, then his expression turned cold. I must decline your request. Our relationship has long since faded. Do not trouble me. As you can see, I have found someone I truly care for, and there will be no union between us. Besides, you are not worthy. Our Yuan family is one of the 4 great families in the capital. Have you considered your own standing? How dare you presume to seek a union with us? At that moment, having indulged in drink, young Master Yuan spoke with reckless abandon. Deep down, he harbored a profound loathing for Song Wanying. Had it not been for her, he would not have found himself at odds with Chu Tian. He could not be controlled by Chu Tian. Although thus far, Chu Tian had not compelled him to commit any egregious acts, he believed that one day, Chu Tian would require his services. A moment that would likely unravel with catastrophic consequences. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, and he had no intention of offering Song Wanying any semblance of kindness. Song Wanying was taken aback by young Master Yuan's blatant disrespect, his refusal to even feign politeness. Her heart sank, yet she resolved to instigate discord. Aiming to pit young Master Yuan against Chu Tian, to at least create some trouble for him, and ensure that the Murong family faced difficulties as well. However, she never anticipated that young Master Yuan would hurl insults at her. Gritting her teeth in frustration, she decided to reveal a shocking piece of news. Chapter 252 Song Wanying gritted her teeth and spoke directly. Young Master Yuan, I have come to a realization regarding our disparity. I know I am unworthy of you. Hence I harbor no ulterior motives. My purpose in seeking you out this time is merely to request your assistance. The price for this favor is quite steep. But I am confident it will satisfy you immensely, for it will reveal the identity of the 6th grade alchemist, whom you will also have the means to control. Young Master Yuan was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Song Wanying would utter such words. His heart stirred with intrigue. He immediately contemplated whether controlling this 6th grade alchemist could serve to benefit Chu Tian, potentially offering him a valuable asset. Since you have expressed such intentions, I am indeed interested in hearing more. Please, come in, and let us converse at length. Rest assured, I no longer harbor any interest in you. To me, you are merely a frigid entity devoid of any utilitarian value. Previously, I sought to leverage your family as a stepping stone to establish my own enterprise in this city. But I have since found a more promising prospect. This enchanting lady beside me, while not belonging to a prestigious lineage, ranks among the top 20 families in the city. She will soon be my concubine, adept at pleasing me, unlike you, who has merely strung me along without offering any benefits. All while I have undertaken numerous tasks for you. This is the reason for my disdain towards you. Young Master Yuan articulated his reasons candidly. Though they were not entirely truthful, he merely crafted an excuse to rationalize his earlier irritation towards Song Wanying. He remained eager to glean information about the 6th grade alchemist. With access to his family's resources, he had not contemplated contributing to their welfare, focusing instead on doing more for Chu Tian, in hopes of ensuring his own security. Only those of utilitarian value deserve to exist. If one possesses no value, their existence holds no significance. Being of use to others signifies one's inherent worth. Song Wanying, however, did not take young Master Yuan's words to heart. A smile graced her lips as she replied, I understand that my previous actions were excessive. Hence your harsh words towards me. I harbor no anger. In fact, I wish to apologize to you. As she spoke, she genuinely bowed to him. Young Master Yuan found himself admiring this woman. She was adaptable and truly ruthless. To achieve her goals, she was willing to do whatever it took. Collaborating with such a woman left one wondering who would ultimately exploit whom. Speak plainly, I have no time to waste with you, as you can see. I have pressing matters to attend to. Tell me about this 6th grade alchemist, and be clear about what assistance you require from me. His words were straightforward. Song Wanying made no attempt to conceal the truth, whispering, the true identity of the 6th grade alchemist is Chu Tian. Who? Young Master Yuan nearly leapt from his seat. His expression one of incredulous shock. He could hardly believe his ears. Chapter 253 Upon witnessing Song Wanying's unwavering gaze and her subtle nod, it became evident to him that he had not misheard. It was not a mere figment of his imagination. His hands trembled slightly, and internally, he was cursing vehemently. Once was already a burden, now she intended to ensnare him a second time. Tasking him with creating trouble for Chu Tian, while simultaneously managing him, was tantamount to courting disaster. He was already under Chu Tian's control. Otherwise, why would he be idly passing time here with a beautiful woman, neglecting the affairs of his family? No matter how well he performed, in the end, it would only serve to benefit Chu Tian. It would be wiser to contribute to Chu Tian's endeavors, as at least that would ensure his own survival. Failing in this enterprise would merely result in a reprimand. After all, he had relinquished any ambition for the family position, having become a puppet under someone else's strings. Ultimately, that position would merely serve to benefit Chu Tian. He was unwilling to drag his family into the mire as well. He understood all too well the bitterness of betrayal, and the prospect of Song Wanying attempting to deceive him once more ignited a fire of fury within him. Song Wanying, are you jesting with me? He thought. His teeth clenched tightly, the sound of grinding evident. Believing that Master Yuan had misunderstood her, Wanying hurriedly insisted, "I am not jesting. This is the stark reality." The Murong family's deference to Chu Tian stems from his status as a 6th-tier alchemist, coupled with a close friend who has attained the 8th tier. At the 8th tier, he is likely associated with the Divine Alchemy Pavilion. There are myriad means to control an individual, be it through parasitic insects or various sorceries. I am confident that Master Yuan can easily acquire such methods, and once you take action, Chu Tian will undoubtedly fall within your grasp. This 6th-tier alchemist would be at your service. Moreover, his alchemical prowess will likely ascend further. At that time, your family shall truly soar to unprecedented heights, perhaps even nurturing an 8th-tier alchemist. Master Yuan was utterly incensed, delivering a resounding slap across Wanying's face, erupting in a furious tirade. "I shall cultivate your grandmother. Do you think I am a fool to be trifled with by such nonsense? Is your intention to manipulate me against Chu Tian? I have tolerated you for far too long. With this slap, I feel a sense of relief, yet you dare to attempt to deceive me again. Get out this instant, or I shall end you." His eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson. Should Chu Tian learn of his meeting with Wanying and the words she had uttered, his life would be in grave jeopardy. Wanying had not anticipated such a vehement reaction from Master Yuan. It was as though she had stepped on a cat's tail. The sting of the slap was searing. She had never before been struck in such a manner. This was a first for her. The resentment simmering within her intensified. All her grievances were directed at Chu Tian. For merely mentioning his name in front of Master Yuan had resulted in this slap. If this continued, it could spiral into an even greater misunderstanding. "Master Yuan, I shall remember this slap. And let me make it clear, I hail from the underworld. Should you dare to harm me, I assure you that your entire Yuan family in the capital shall face utter annihilation." As she spoke, her teeth clenched tightly, her eyes ablaze with hatred and fury. Chapter 254. Young Master Yuan was momentarily taken aback before bursting into a raucous laughter, his mirth growing increasingly unrestrained. "Wanying, do you truly suppose me a fool? Would the underworld palace target our Yuan family merely for your sake, considering us a soft persimmon to be easily manipulated? Among the 4 prominent families of the capital, each is safeguarded by formidable martial deities. What significance do you hold? Yes, the most powerful expert of the underworld palace is indeed a martial deity. Yet he is also the lord of the underworld, and it is said he has not made an appearance in many years. No one knows whether he is alive or dead, not even his own subordinates." As he spoke, a deep mockery etched itself onto young Master Yuan's features, his grin growing ever more feral. "Wanying, do you genuinely believe that you can stand before me and utter such threats without consequence? Do you think I am a mere pushover? Allow me to clarify. If I wish to end your life, it would be simpler than crushing an ant. The only reason I have refrained from taking action against you is that I am not yet prepared to provoke certain individuals. Otherwise, you would have long since met your demise." With that, he seized Wanying's throat, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. Although he was unaware of the nature of the relationship between Chu Tian and Wanying, nor the complexities of their affections and grievances, one thing was undeniable: Chu Tian had no intention of backtracking. To become entangled with such a woman again would be a manifestation of true folly. If he were in the same position, he would avoid her at all costs. Even without causing harm, he would ensure that she could not exploit him in any way. Contemplating this, a cold smile crossed his lips. "It is not that I look down upon you, Wanying. In my eyes, you are nothing more than a jester. Do you understand why I have suddenly chosen to sever our ties? Perhaps you are unclear. But now is the time for you to reflect on why I have distanced myself from you. I pursued you for so long and assisted you in numerous endeavors. Yet I gained nothing in return, and I have casually let you go. Does that align with the character of a raucous young master?" Upon hearing these words, Wanying's pupils constricted sharply. She yearned to speak, yet her voice failed her, her throat firmly grasped. She possessed no strength to resist. In that moment, she comprehended the true extent of young Master Yuan's terrifying prowess, far surpassing her own, at least at the realm of divine integration. Such strength would undoubtedly be deemed that of a true genius within their city, yet he was branded as a prodigal son. While he might not be particularly notable in the grand scheme of the capital, he was a direct descendant of the Yuan family. Should any trouble arise, it would inevitably implicate her as well. There was a genuine possibility that he could act against her, for those surrounding him were exceedingly domineering. Regardless of the nature of their kinship, if anything were to befall young Master Yuan, anyone who had crossed paths with him would likely face annihilation. Though the underworld palace boasted formidable experts, as young Master Yuan articulated, they would not truly oppose one of the 4 prominent families of the capital for her sake. Moreover, the 4 families were interconnected by blood. If one family encountered strife or danger, the others would promptly extend their support. This solidarity is precisely why the four great families have stood resilient against the tides of time. Chapter 255. Within every family, there exists a master of the martial god realm, and historically, the four prominent families have issued proclamations that should any expert from their lineage ascend to the martial god level, they would be inclined to accept the individual as the fifth family. These illustrious families possess no formidable enterprises. They are willing to cede some of their holdings for mutual benefit. This arrangement effectively intertwines the high-level interests of all parties involved, with shared profit serving as the most potent bond. United in purpose and fate, even dynasties find themselves at a loss for effective countermeasures. At this moment, Wanying truly comprehended the nature of her missteps, her gaze brimming with an unprecedented sense of trepidation as she looked towards young Master Yuan. However, young Master Yuan had no intention of truly harming Wanying. He merely scoffed and unceremoniously cast her aside, his countenance revealing an icy malevolence. I have no desire to engage with you. It would be wise not to provoke me, lest the consequences be dire, much like the ill-conceived plan you proposed today. I would relish the thought of your demise, yet for the sake of certain individuals, I cannot afford to do so. Who knows if that person might come seeking retribution? My own strength is insufficient. Had I been more powerful, you would likely be dead by now. His words rang with truth. Had he not been under Chu Tian's control, he would not have so easily let Wanying off the hook. Yet, bound by Chu Tian's influence, he remained uncertain of Chu Tian's disposition towards her. Should she meet her end, it would undoubtedly incite Chu Tian's wrath against him. Thus, he could only suppress the fury within. Casting a fierce glare in Wanying's direction, you would do well to vanish from my sight. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to subject you to a fate worse than death. Do not provoke me, for I have no interest in engaging with you. With that, he waved her away dismissively. Wanying clenched her teeth in frustration, acutely aware that young Master Yuan's status rendered him capable of extinguishing her life with ease. Nonetheless, despite the overwhelming odds, her desire for vengeance remained unyielding. Her mind was consumed by a singular thought. Both Chu Tian and the shadowy figure behind him must perish. Were it not for their interference, she would not have found herself in such dire straits. Although the Song family had once faced decline and stagnation, they had at least retained their freedom. Now, however, that freedom had been irrevocably stripped away, especially for her, as she had become a member of the Underworld Hall. Her identity a matter of significant concern for many. Yet, she alone understood the truth. She was merely a pawn, a tool in the hands of others. The notion of being associated with the Underworld Hall filled her with dread, the terrifying curse of the underworld making her acutely aware of the depths of her own despair. Chapter 256. The words spoken by young Master Yuan before closing the door profoundly stirred Wanying's heart. Let us continue playing, disregarding that pitiful creature. Moreover, those words were utterly devoid of sense. He was ruthless yet oblivious to what he had truly lost. Women like her merely served as a torment for him. Upon hearing this, Wanying grasped the underlying meaning. It was highly likely that young Master Yuan had already caught wind of the situation, considering he hailed from one of the four prominent families of the capital. If he were to remain entirely uninformed, that would indeed indicate a serious issue. However, she did not anticipate the swiftness of the intelligence gathering on the other side. Had he already been aware of the news young Master Yuan received, he would undoubtedly refrain from inciting conflict. Even during her arrival, Wanying had mentally prepared herself. Should young Master Yuan be willing to assist her or stand against Chu Tian, she would not hesitate to offer him tangible benefits. Yet, such benefits could never truly extricate her from her predicament. She had long since tested numerous strategies against Chu Tian, such as dangling hope before an individual, making them yearn for something unattainable. That kind of hope often proves to be the most excruciating. Nevertheless, Wanying had never viewed it this way. Her current thought was that since Chu Tian was willing to invest in her, it indicated his genuine desire. If he was indeed sincere, was there any need to revisit the past? He had committed no wrong in his pursuit of his family's interests. As long as her family thrived and produced more talents, they could gradually ascend to the upper echelons of society. Presently, it was merely a time of enduring humiliation and carrying burdens. Others had endured hardships, and she herself had only borne minor grievances. Continuously, Wanying consoled herself, even as a sinister expression crept across her face. After receiving 2 slaps and enduring a wave of humiliation, she found herself unable to retaliate. Although the Yama Hall appeared immensely powerful, her encounters with formidable individuals gradually revealed that it might not be as invincible as it seemed. The current state of affairs lay starkly before her. There were actions she could indeed undertake, yet others she must absolutely avoid. Failure to do so would lead to irreparable consequences. Wanying resolved to bide her time. Choosing not to instigate any turmoil for the moment, Chu Tian had not contemplated genuinely targeting her, and young Master Yuan had no intention of moving against her. For now, remaining under the radar and developing slowly would allow her to deliver a decisive blow when the opportune moment arose. Relying on the Yama Hall at present was futile. Those who professed support were scarce, especially the Ghost King. The mere thought of him ignited a flicker of fury within her. Had she initially agreed to Chu Tian, perhaps that final opportunity to sever ties with the Song family would have garnered some sympathy from him, resulting in assistance. Even a modicum of Chu Tian's charity might have empowered her further. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, regret washed over her like a late autumn wind, piercing her heart like a blade. With each pang of pain, her resentment towards Chu Tian deepened. The deeper the love, the sharper the hate, she mused. Yet she had never contemplated the extent of harm she had inflicted upon Chu Tian. Ultimately, he had still refrained from taking action against her. Chapter 257. Even after repeated acts of assistance, Song Wanying had entirely forgotten the help bestowed upon her by others. It was only herself that remained in her thoughts. At this moment, Chu Tian had returned to the villa, where he encountered Murong. Their eyes met, and Murong's face flushed slightly. Today, she was clad in a set of pajamas, distinct from her usual attire, having specially purchased them from the mall with the help of her closest friend. Her friend had assured her that no man could resist the allure she now possessed. Yet, upon witnessing Chu Tian's gaze, her heart raced even faster. She realized that his eyes, though momentarily ablaze with desire, soon regained their clarity, returning to their previous state as if untouched by her charm. Murong couldn't help but reflect on her friend's words. If Chu Tian felt no attraction, perhaps it was not due to a lack of interest or some personal issue, but rather a psychological trauma he had endured, possibly inflicted by Song Wanying. From their earlier conversations, she had gleaned that the relationship between Chu Tian and Song Wanying was indeed tumultuous. Chu Tian's innocent heart deeply moved her. Had she met him first, they might have truly fallen in love. However, it was not too late. Perhaps fate was compensating her in this instance. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Murong gently bit her rosy lip and approached him slowly. Her delicate hand rested on Chu Tian's shoulder. Her eyes shy and her cheeks flushed, her voice soft as a whisper. You've worked hard. You have helped our family immensely these past few days. I am at a loss for how to repay you. I consulted my friend on how to convey my gratitude. She told me that what men truly appreciate is. At this point, Murong faltered, unsure how to continue. She could not possibly relay all the bashful suggestions her friend had shared without losing her composure in front of Chu Tian. Unable to contain his laughter, Chu Tian reached out to pinch her cheek, feeling the youthful vitality of her skin. With a smile, he reassured her, "You need not feel this way. I understand that you are not yet ready. Otherwise, you wouldn't hesitate as you do now. I have ample time to wait patiently. Besides, we are engaged. As your fiancé, it is my duty to protect your interests. Anyone who wishes to harm you must first step over my dead body, for as a man, it is my responsibility to shield my woman from harm." Yet, Murong perceived a different undertone in his words, lifting her gaze to meet his. Her beautiful eyes glimmered with a hint of sorrow. Instinctively, she questioned, "You truly have not been moved by me at all. This is merely a transaction and collaboration." I assent to it. Chapter 258. As Murong uttered these words, a sense of grievance welled up within her. Having reached this juncture, if Chu Tian truly held affection for her, he could not possibly remain unresponsive to her overtures. Yet, scarcely had her words left her lips when Chu Tian's arm encircled her slender waist, a smile of undeniable delight illuminating his face. "I am aware of your thoughts. But some matters are not as you perceive. Not all men are inclined towards such pursuits. I must confess, your beauty is striking, at times evoking a profound yearning within me. Were I to surrender to this impulse, it would undoubtedly inflict deep emotional pain upon you. A fate I wish to spare you, for you are destined to be my future wife. Although our bond may not yet be deeply rooted, I firmly believe that through enduring companionship, we shall cultivate an everlasting affection. Understanding your character is not beyond me, for I once mirrored your essence." At this juncture, Chu Tian gently closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, an indescribable fervor glimmered within. He swept Murong into his arms, cradling her in a princess hold, and ascended the staircase. Murong heart raced, akin to a startled fawn. Her mind raced with thoughts of whether Chu Tian might act upon his desires. If he were to breach the final threshold, would she truly have been deceived? Her best friend had led her astray. A mischievous smile danced upon Chu Tian's lips. "Do you see? Your heart is already in turmoil, and your eyes have betrayed your thoughts. Your gaze is filled with reverence. I wish to shield that innocence from the corruption of the world. You may confide in me about anything, should anyone dare to harm you. I shall ensure they suffer the direst consequences, rendering their existence unbearable. I do not wish for you to bear the scars of a heart as wounded as mine. Yet, even with a heart riddled with anguish, I will safeguard your dreams. The moment I laid eyes upon you, my impression of you was remarkably favorable, and I sensed an indelible connection between us. Since fate has intertwined our paths, I shall grasp it with both hands." As he spoke these words, they had already arrived at the bedroom. Chu Tian seated himself on the edge of the bed, inviting Murong to rest in his embrace. His smile radiated warmth. Admiring her flawless features, particularly the way her delicate ears blushed with crimson. "Are you feeling particularly bashful now, as you are not entirely prepared? When you are truly ready, I anticipate you will be even more forthcoming than I." Upon hearing Chu Tian's words, Murong felt a surge of defiance. Her heart was indeed prepared. Even if he desired to take action, she would offer no resistance, perhaps even subtly acquiescing. Yet, this man seemed to believe she was merely humoring him. Frustration bubbled within her, and unable to contain herself, she entwined her arms around his neck, gripping him tightly. "You, with your obliviousness, have no inkling of the tempest within my heart. I can scarcely differentiate between gratitude and affection towards you. But I now understand. Upon seeing you, my heart raced with a fervent desire for an unbreakable bond that would endure through time and eternity." Chapter 259, however, the words you uttered truly shattered the atmosphere. "I could hardly suppress the urge to strangle you." Upon saying this, Murong nestled her face against Chu Tian's chest, unable to meet his gaze. Murong felt an overwhelming sense of regret. She never anticipated such a reaction from herself. Yet, he could not help but laugh, his amusement evident, even escaping his lips. Murong's small fists gently pounded against him, accompanied by a voice tinged with indignation. "How dare you mock me? I'm genuinely angry now. I promise I will ignore you from now on, and I will certainly never take the initiative. When you decide to seek me out, then perhaps I'll entertain you. But until then, I shall remain indifferent." Despite her words, Murong felt a thrill of joy in her heart as she sensed Chu Tian's heartbeat quickening. It dawned on her that he did not despise her, nor did he harbor indifference. He merely exercised great restraint. With this realization, Murong tightened her embrace around Chu Tian, her voice softening. "I have long prepared myself for this, and I sensed it earlier. My feelings for you are genuine and certainly not mere gratitude. I am uncertain if your misunderstanding of me caused this, but whenever I think of you, my heart is filled solely with compassion. I will mend your wounded heart, which has suffered so much." When Wanying approached me for collaboration, I recognized that the two of us could form an exceptional partnership, achieving heights others could scarcely dream of. Yet, I declined. That woman had once caused you pain, and seeing her ignited a firestorm of anger within me, its origins unknown. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian felt deeply moved. He finally grasped Murong's intentions and realized that he had indeed misunderstood her. He lifted her delicate chin with his fingers, raising her charming face to meet his gaze. With a mischievous smile playing at his lips, he leaned down, silencing her soft, rosy mouth before she could utter a word. After more than 2 minutes, Murong finally pushed Chu Tian away, her face flushed to the point of almost bleeding. She held him tightly, her eyes averted, her heart racing like a startled deer. In that moment, she truly felt the bond between them, even declaring that everything that had just transpired was a first in her life. So this is what it feels like to be in love. The more she thought about it, the more her face burned with embarrassment, realizing that perhaps she had been too forward. Eventually, she hesitantly lifted her head, instinctively wishing to speak. Her finger rested on his agitated, crimson lips. She had already surmised what he wanted to say. His voice was gentle, his gaze filled with warmth. "In my heart, you are pure and flawless, devoid of any blemish. Never underestimate your worth. To me, you are the most precious person. Meeting you may have come late, but I believe this is heaven's compensation for me." Chapter 260. Upon hearing Chu Tian's words, Murong's heart raced uncontrollably, and her mind couldn't help but contemplate the precarious situation they were currently facing. If this continued, would it lead to? Murong dared not dwell on the thought. Her face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a boiled shrimp. In contrast, Chu Tian held the soft, bashful figure in his arms, yet he felt an unexpected tranquility within. It was reminiscent of the first time he encountered Wanying. When he thought of that woman, a flicker of coldness crossed Chu Tian's gaze, but he quickly smiled, believing that everyone possesses a unique character. And he was confident that Murong would never transform into someone like her. Should she ever change, it would be a reflection of his failure to protect her. He had already faced such a loss once, and it had been unavoidable. At that moment, he had been restrained, with no means of escape. The transformation of a woman, he mused, is akin to the age-old adage, a leopard cannot change its spots. Perhaps her true nature lay dormant, suppressed until someone ignited it, revealing her most authentic self. A gentle smile graced his lips as he pondered. If one day someone were to incite you, whispering slander about me, and in that moment I became powerless, would you still cherish me as you do now? Murong lifted her gaze, words unspoken, yet her beautiful eyes conveyed a hint of reproach. As if blaming Chu Tian for broaching such a topic. He understood the implications of his own words. They were merely a reflection of his innermost feelings. As this sensation dissipated, his smile blossomed further. Rest assured, my beloved Murong, he spoke in a low, steady voice, no matter the circumstances. You will forever remain the most cherished person in my heart. Since I have vowed to have you as my fiancée, there shall be no deviation from this promise. Should anyone seek to harm you or approach you with ulterior motives, I shall ensure their utter ruin. Your future husband is destined to transcend even the martial emperor's realm. You must have faith in me. My intentions have never been tainted by trivial thoughts. My greatest aspiration is to wander the world with you in blissful freedom. However, there are certain matters I must attend to, for neglecting them may bring peril upon us both. Without hesitation, Murong replied, regardless of the troubles we may encounter. I hope you will confide in me. After all, I am your fiancée, and we must face everything together. I do not wish to remain oblivious when danger looms. Spouses are like birds of a feather. They should not fly apart in times of adversity. My heart harbors a steadfast belief in love, one that is not swayed by material gain. If you desire, we could forsake all family assets and lead a life of our own choosing. I am confident in your ability to provide for us, and I shall not impose any constraints, for I am your woman, and it is only right that you support me. In turn, I shall devote myself to being a good wife and mother, wholly yours, entirely your own. As she concluded, Murong's eyes glimmered with determination rather than shyness, as she instinctively drew closer to Chu Tian, her closed eyelids fluttering gently. Chapter 261. If Chu Tian still fails to comprehend the implications, he would indeed be a true fool. Lowering his head, he pressed his lips against her delicate, rosy ones. And in that moment, their hearts seemed to draw closer together. It was then that he truly grasped the distinction between Murong and Wanying. From the very first moment they were together, Wanying had donned a facade. In contrast, Murong exuded genuine fervor and deep affection. Although she appeared cold on the surface, when she finally opened her heart, her profound emotions would blossom without reservation. It was reminiscent of his former self. In Murong, he saw a reflection of his past, and it was this familiar sensation that encouraged him to attempt a relationship with her. As he had suspected, it was indeed the case. He could no longer utter those words in front of Murong, for in his heart, he had seemingly found a direction to anchor himself. In the Song family mansion, there were both joyous and sorrowful faces. Wanying was confronted by the family elder, whose expression had soured considerably. Gritting his teeth, he inquired, have you been meeting with Chu Tian again? I have heard rumors suggesting a rekindling between you two, and many are claiming that our family has lost all sense of shame, as the past has become common knowledge throughout the city. Do you realize the predicament we are currently facing? I visited the elixir market, and it yielded no benefits for us. What is going on? Do you not regard our entire family? Never forget that everything you have is due to the family. Without it, you would not be who you are today. Feeling increasingly agitated, Wanying was further incensed by the elder's words. Her teeth ground audibly, and a glimmer of malice flickered in her eyes. If it weren't for the elder's incessant instigation, how could she have lost her chance with Chu Tian? The last time they spoke, her eyes were aflame with indignation. Old man, is this how you choose to speak to me? Do not think that just because you are my elder, you can address me with such contempt. If it weren't for me, this family would have perished long ago. The malice in her gaze intensified as she stepped forward menacingly, declaring, do not blame me for not giving you a chance. Vanish from my sight immediately, or I shall not hesitate to teach you a lesson. You are utterly oblivious to what you have missed. The very person you so despised and sought to force me to divorce now possesses the power to influence the city's development. You have no idea of his immense capabilities or the influential allies he has secured. Should he choose, it would be as easy for him to eliminate you as one would dispatch a mere chicken. All of this is due to your meddling, which has cost our family a genuine opportunity for ascendance, and yet you still have the audacity to confront me. Do you truly believe I would refrain from taking action against you? As she spoke, Wanying felt a burning desire to rid herself of the elder standing before her, all because of him. Chapter 262. The Grand Elder could hardly fathom that Wanying would dare to address him in such a manner. His complexion shifted to one of indignation, and he instinctively raised his hand, yearning to deliver a stinging slap across her face. Yet, at that moment, Wanying defiantly lifted her chin and stepped forward. Her voice was laced with a chilling undertone. Do you wish to strike me? Go ahead, make your move. I assure you, I will make you truly understand the essence of suffering, and you will grasp the harrowing experience of wishing for death. As the Grand Elder met her piercing gaze, an uncontrollable flutter of trepidation surged within him. It was at this instant that he comprehended the depths of Wanying's madness. He sensed that should he persist in his aggression, she might very well exact a gruesome revenge upon him. Previously, he had incessantly instilled in her the belief that all she possessed was owed to the family. The family had nurtured him and molded him into who he was. Thus he must repay this debt dutifully. They had elevated Wanying to the position of head of the family precisely because she could bring forth greater benefits to them. As members of the family, they were taught from birth to live not for themselves, but for the clan. Only when the family thrived would its members be free to live without restraint and truly seize control of their destinies. Those words echoed vividly in his mind. With repeated assertions, even if Wanying had been reluctant to accept them, a seed had gradually taken root within her consciousness. This seed burgeoned and blossomed, leading her to unconsciously align her actions with their ideology whenever certain matters arose. It was akin to brainwashing. Now, Wanying had come to a profound realization of the extent of the manipulation she had endured. Yet, even if she wished to lament her choices, it was far too late. Her loathing for the Grand Elder ran deep, second only to her disdain for Chu Tian. "Old fool," she declared, "from this moment forth, I hereby strip you of your position as Grand Elder. There is no need for you to feign propriety before me. Do you truly believe I am oblivious to your true character? I have simply chosen not to expose you." She recalled a phrase once imparted to her. "When he condescends to engage with you, you best refrain from making a scene before me. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to make you regret your very existence." With that, Wanying turned and strode out of the room. The Grand Elder, feeling his dignity shattered, seethed. "Do you wish to defy authority? Do not forget, I am of the same generation as your grandfather. The family thrives through the collective efforts of all its members, not merely yours." Suddenly, Wanying halted, slowly turning her head back. Her eyes radiated an unending chill, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering within their depths. Then, she gradually smiled, a smile that sent a shiver down the spine. Chapter 263. The Grand Elder could not help but tremble slightly. Uncertain of the origin of the oppressive atmosphere enveloping him, he struggled to believe that Wanying truly feared him. Gritting his teeth, he demanded, "Wanying, what do you intend to do?" Wanying chuckled, a chilling sound that sent shivers down one's spine. "Luo Sha, you dare not lay a hand on Chu Tian, nor on the distant bride, and you certainly wouldn't dare to strike against the Murong family. Yet, you should at least be capable of dealing with this old fool before you. I do not wish for you to employ the Yen Luo curse for any trivial reason. Allow this old man to feel the weight of my current plight. I want him to suffer excruciatingly, to atone for all that he has said in the past. Had it not been for his incessant provocation, I would not have become the cold-hearted person I am today. I would still be the carefree, innocent individual I once was. But because of them, I issued a divorce decree to Chu Tian, falling prey to their slander, convinced that Chu Tian had become a complete wastrel, unworthy of my attention. They all wished for Chu Tian's demise, yet I never desired his death. Perhaps I was mistaken at the time. However, upon reflection, it seems I was not wrong. If this old fool had truly sought Chu Tian's life, then Chu Tian's esteemed position as an 8th-grade alchemist could have obliterated the entire Song family, reducing it to ashes and dust. An 8th-grade alchemist holds a position of utmost respect. Chu Tian is not only his friend, but also a 6th-grade alchemist. Either of these identities is sufficient to astonish the world. When the Grand Elder heard these words, disbelief washed over him, his eyes reddening in shock. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. You must be fabricating excuses. How could Chu Tian possibly possess such formidable power? On what grounds could he befriend an 8th-grade alchemist? You merely seek a pretext to strike at me, an old man. While I may not be your grandfather, I am certainly your grandfather's elder brother. To lay a hand upon me is an act of treason." As Luo Sha listened to these words, he approached slowly. A profound mockery etched upon his face. "Old fool, you should be acquainted with me, no?" The Grand Elder's pupils constricted in terror at the sight of this unexpected figure. Fully aware of the company Wanying kept, when the Yen Luo Hall made its appearance, he had received prior notice. Even the King of Ghosts had personally approached them. Had it not been for that ghostly monarch inciting them to manipulate Wanying, they would not have led her astray. Now, with Luo Sha's words and that mocking expression, a deep sense of dread gripped his heart. Was this a reckoning for his past actions? Yet, he believed it was not his fault. Just as he opened his mouth to protest, Luo Sha seized him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. Luo Sha's voice, though soft, pierced through clearly to his ears. "Old man, you serve no purpose any longer, yet your final utility remains, to plunge Wanying into the depths of darkness. Since she wishes for you to experience the utmost suffering in this world, I shall oblige. The Yen Luo curse is a technique employed by the Yen Luo Hall to punish traitors. Today, you shall experience it firsthand, a privilege not afforded to everyone, after all." As his words fell, he invoked the Yin Luo curse. The moment this technique was imposed upon the Grand Elder, he truly understood the meaning of a fate worse than death. Regret flooded through him. His frantic struggles bore no fruit. His strength paled in comparison to Luo Sha's. In Luo Sha's grip, he felt akin to an insect, helplessly enduring the soul-crushing agony, as if his very essence were ensnared in an endless torment. Chapter 264 Song Wanying bore witness to the excruciating torment endured by the Grand Elder. In that moment, not only was he unmoved, but his gaze was as cold as steel. Her voice, though soft, commanded authority. Summon all the elders of the clan. Let them witness the fate that has befallen the Grand Elder. Inform them that what they once sowed has now borne fruit. Did they not desire for me to become a being devoid of emotion? I have transformed into such a person. And all my efforts are for the sake of the family. I can unequivocally declare to the entire clan that I am the sole authority. Any defiance of my commands will lead to certain death, for all I do is for the family. Luo Sha, standing nearby, felt a slight tremor in his heart. This woman, once granted power, would undoubtedly eliminate everyone around her without hesitation. He chose to remain silent, waiting patiently. Soon, the elders of the clan rushed in. Upon witnessing the Grand Elder's plight, their faces turned ashen with terror. One could not contain their shock and exclaimed, Song Wanying, how could you do this? He is your grandfather. He is your bloodkin. Why have you treated him so ruthlessly? Do you not fear the wrath of your ancestors? Song Wanying's voice was as sharp as a blade. You were the one speaking just now, weren't you? Third Elder, I offer you a chance. Have the courage to repeat those words. If you possess that fortitude, I will not hesitate to send you to your demise. If you lack such bravery, then kneel and slap yourself until I am satisfied. Should I be displeased, you will share in the Grand Elder's suffering. I am sure he would find solace in your company, for his solitary agony is indeed a desolate affair. You once told me that the interests of the family must come first. This old fool has sought trouble with me due to his own selfish desires. Not for the sake of the family. Shouldn't such a person be eradicated? The family needs not parasites, but loyal servants. Her voice remained calm, eerily so, sending chills through those present. The murmur ceased, and a singular thought emerged in their minds. Song Wanying has truly gone mad. How else could one explain such actions? As they pondered, she spoke once more. I care not for your thoughts. I hereby decree that all matters concerning the family shall be decided by me alone. You are to remain loyal to the clan. Should any of you act against the family, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I shall employ the most severe methods to make you aware of the price of betrayal. You have often reminded me that the family is the foundation of our existence. Now, I use that same reasoning to declare that the family shall rise because of me. I am a member of the underworld. Should you wish to defy my commands, it is tantamount to opposing the will of the entire clan. I shall deliver punishment. Song Wanying's voice remained as tranquil as water. Yet within her surged a tempest of murderous intent, a desire to solidify her authority. She harbored resentment towards the elders, believing that had they not pressured her, she would not have become the person she was now. They were to blame for her transformation. Chapter 265 Some wished to oppose, yet others restrained them. They were no match for those surrounding Song Wanying, and rushing forward would only lead to inevitable demise. They attempted to bind Song Wanying with familial ties. Yet she now held little regard for such sentiments. Her only concern lay with her family. This so-called family was solely Song Wanying's own, while the others were unworthy of being called family members, relegated instead to mere tools. As Song Wanying surveyed the expressions on each face, a satisfied smile graced her lips. Her voice, calm yet undeniably authoritative, echoed through the room. You should have heard my words. I will only say this once. From now on, you shall do as I command, for the good of the family. Do not let me discover any clandestine maneuvers on your part, or you shall witness the consequences. You are dismissed. As she uttered these words, her gaze fell upon the third elder, who hesitated. Yet, Song Wanying offered him no further time, her tone turning frigid. Rasha, since the third elder has made his choice, there is no need to squander more time. Execute the Yanluo curse immediately. Let him accompany the Grand Elder to the underworld. Their bond was strong, and in the journey to the afterlife, they shall have each other as company. Upon hearing this, Rasha acted without hesitation, indifferent to the feelings of others. The Yanluo curse was simple to invoke, yet its torment persisted relentlessly, penetrating the soul until one succumbed to the agony. With the moment of death coinciding with the shattering of the spirit, a heart-wrenching wail erupted, sending chills down the spines of all present. Fear consumed their hearts, and they dared not linger, hastily departing. Observing the pitiful retreat of these familial parasites, Song Wanying could not suppress her laughter, which grew increasingly boisterous. These vermin of the family deserved their fate. Were it not for their hindrances, how could she have fallen to such depths? Had she remained her former self? How could Chu Tian have betrayed her? Everything possessed by Murong should rightfully belong to her. At that moment, Rosh's mind was consumed by a singular thought. Song Wanying was descending further into madness. Once a woman with a heart as venomous as a viper, she had now become utterly unhinged, leaving one to wonder what unspeakable act she might commit. He silently mourned for Chu Tian, who had encountered such misfortune in his association with her. It was unfortunate that Chu Tian had once risked his life for this woman. Such emotions were not easily cast aside. Surely, misfortune awaited him. While Rasha contemplated these matters, Song Wanying remained oblivious. Her sole intention was to unify her family into a single formidable force. Whether they would genuinely heed her commands was secondary. She would issue her orders. And should they fail to comply, the most merciless of punishments would befall them. Chapter 266. Song Wanying's vengeance is both direct and ruthless. This news quickly spread, and Chu Tian received the details, a faint smile of bemusement gracing his lips. Some individuals bring misfortune upon themselves. That was his only remark. At this moment, Murong Launching sat across from Chu Tian, his demeanor slightly awkward and his expression tinged with embarrassment. Son-in-law, how do you think we should handle this matter? The current market for elixirs is nearly under our control, with the remaining territories falling under Song Wanying's influence. I no longer wish to manage these affairs. I feel that I am of an age where I should enjoy life. I have labored for the family for so long. And my daughter is far more astute than I, well aware of what actions are prudent and which are not. She possesses a remarkable self-awareness. And I understand that my position may cause discomfort to many. Thus I intend to pass the role of family head to my daughter. Initially, I wanted to bestow it upon you, but since you declined, I shall entrust it to her. Chu Tian smiled gently. That is acceptable. I will naturally support your aspirations. However, I must caution you about one point. It would be wise to refrain from venturing outside too frequently in the near future, as it may invite considerable trouble, perhaps even jeopardizing your life. After all, Song Wanying is currently in a precarious state, bordering on madness. I would not be surprised if she were to enact a reckless act. She has already targeted my closest friend. What more could you expect from her? Now this woman not only harbors animosity towards me, but also towards you. She believes that everything should belong to her, not to the Murong family. Murong Launching was momentarily taken aback, yet a question lingered in his mind. After a brief hesitation, he resolved to voice it. In his perception, Chu Tian was a genuinely good person, one who valued reason, and even under his control, he had never treated him harshly. Son-in-law, I wish to inquire about your true sentiments regarding Song Wanying. What he truly sought to understand was whether Song Wanying still had a chance to gain favor in Chu Tian's eyes. Chu Tian, fully aware of the underlying inquiry, allowed a subtle smile to grace his features, his voice remarkably calm. Some matters are self-evident. If I still harbored feelings for Song Wanying, I would not have consented to an alliance with your daughter. At present, our relationship is one of alliance, as I require your family to conceal certain matters. However, it is imperative that you keep these matters to yourself. Divulging them could lead to dire consequences. Those who would seek to harm you are not of my ilk. Their methods far surpass mine, and they will teach you the true meaning of suffering, akin to the elder of Song Wanying. Upon hearing this, Murong Launching shook his head vigorously, as if in disbelief. What a jest! I have no desire for an early demise. I have witnessed Chu Tian's strength firsthand. Even those at the transcendent level are no match for him, and he currently resides in the divine integration realm. Should he take another step forward, even the immortal realm would pose no challenge, and his ascent is rapid. It is likely only a matter of time before he becomes the true preeminent power. I often contemplate that if Chu Tian were to reach the martial emperor realm, our family would undoubtedly ascend to become one of the world's dominators. I, Murong Launching, merely hope to witness the rise of our family in my lifetime, thus honoring our ancestors. If given the opportunity, how could I ever bow before others? Chapter 267. Everything he had done in the past was for the development of his family. He did not wish to become a laughingstock, yet he found himself helpless, compelled to seek cooperation. Memories of the past flickered before his eyes, and gradually, a smile graced his face. I trust you, for you have no need for my necessity. Moving forward, his only desire was for his daughter to remain unscathed. These words came from the depths of his heart. Previously, he may have feared death, yearning to cling to Chu Tian for support, but now, his true hope lay in his daughter's bright future. Should they ever suffer because of Chu Tian, leading to the downfall of their family, it would simply be their fate. Without Chu Tian's intervention, their family might have long since disintegrated, perhaps even been completely devoured by others. In such a case, what fate awaited his daughter? The first to perish would be the father and daughter duo. As long as they lived, the Murong family symbolized future hope. Their demise would signify the total annihilation of the Murong lineage. With a gentle smile, Chu Tian reassured. Of course, I will cherish my woman. I will not allow her to suffer. While this conversation unfolded, the members of the Song family gathered, their expressions laden with gravity. Let us discuss our next course of action. The elder and the third elder have already fallen victim. If Wanying intends to target us, we, too, shall not escape unscathed. Presently, Wanying was accompanied by a formidable expert, one whom they could not contend with. If she sought their demise, they would be utterly defenseless. In the past, familial ties could coerce Wanying into compliance, yet now, it was evident that she cared little for such sentiments. Consumed by her own selfish interests, the mere mention of her name elicited gritted teeth from all present. However, they failed to consider that the consequences of all this were wrought by their own actions. United in their enmity, they shared expressions of indignation. The second elder, through clenched teeth, declared, Wanying may be under some form of provocation. We cannot allow this to continue, or she will surely eradicate us one by one. She no longer cares for the family, only for her own gain. The others nodded in agreement, yet what recourse did they have? Silence enveloped the assembly. The second elder's countenance darkened, his gaze radiating a chilling intensity. If it comes to that, we shall have no choice but to take action. We must make Wanying aware that we are not to be trifled with. Upon hearing this, several individuals present felt their pupils constrict in disbelief. One could not help but voice their concern. Second elder, if we proceed in this manner, will the people of the Yama Palace show us mercy? Your reasoning is flawed. The Yama Palace does not prioritize Wanying, nor do they hold any regard for our Song family. Without us, what is Wanying but a mere nobody? Chapter 268. The second elder's gaze was resolute, his teeth clenched as he declared, Wanying has disregarded us entirely, and she even seeks to take action against us. It is likely that she fears the Yama Hall might seek out others among us to assume leadership of the Song family. After all, she is merely a woman. Women ultimately struggle to achieve greatness. The Yama Hall cares little for her life or death, only for whether the Song family will assist them in accomplishing certain objectives. Upon hearing these words, the other's eyes gleamed with sudden understanding. No wonder Wanying could directly connect with the Yama Hall. It was because of our family. There must be secrets we are unaware of, yet it matters not. We only need to eliminate Wanying. In due time, the Yama Hall will surely select a new family head from among us, leading our clan to prosperity. After deliberation, they resolved to act immediately. Wanying was already aware of their gathering and paid little heed to these individuals. No matter how much they stirred, they could not create a tempest. She was accompanied by a formidable master of the celestial realm. With such a powerful ally, even if they attempted to incite turmoil, they would only return in defeat. The Grand Elder and the Third Elder were still howling in agony, having endured pain for over 2 days. Their breaths were labored, and their cries sounded as though their throats had been torn apart. Strangely, the dissonance of their voices brought a sense of pleasure to Wanying. Standing before them, her voice was as calm as still water, yet laced with resentment. If it were not for your incessant taunts, I would not have become what I am today, nor would I have become an enemy of Chu Tian. Yet now, you treat me as an adversary, and Chu Tian has truly forsaken me. Do you comprehend what I have lost? I would rather have not received the family's nurturing than to be gradually led astray by you. It is you who have pushed me step by step into the abyss. This is my retribution against you, and against the other family members. My presence is synonymous with the family. Without me, what are you? You remain oblivious to the fact that it was Chu Tian who aided me from the very beginning, while you mistakenly believe it to be someone else. Young Master Yuan dares not provoke Chu Tian. Even when I approached him and mentioned Chu Tian, young Master Yuan would strike me without hesitation. Do you know what that signifies? As Wanying spoke, her eyes grew more ferocious. Everything Chu Tian has done has touched a significant figure, one who has already attained the martial emperor realm. This has been confirmed by one of the 10 ghosts of Yama Hall. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Grand Elder and the Third Elder changed to disbelief. The Rakshasas ceased their incantations of the Yama curse. The Grand Elder and the Third Elder finally gasped for breath, their faces contorting into grimaces. Wanying. Regardless of the reasons, we share blood ties. Do you truly fear nothing as you employ such cruel methods against us? Do you not fear the wrath of our ancestors? Wanying could not suppress a mocking smile. Even if our ancestors were to descend upon this world, they would surely take action against you. You ungrateful descendants have committed acts of treachery and destroyed the opportunity for this family to soar. Spare me your empty words. I have no faith in anything you say. I only wish for you to experience true remorse. And there is one more thing you do not know. Chapter 269. Chu Tian, a 6th-tier alchemist, is the cornerstone of the Murong family's rise. Now, you comprehend the magnitude of what you have overlooked, do you not? Upon hearing these words, the Grand Elder's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice quivering violently as tumultuous waves of astonishment surged within him. How could this be possible? Chu Tian is merely in his 20s, possessing unparalleled talent and cultivation. How could he also possess the gift of alchemy? A 6th-tier alchemist, no less. This is utterly inconceivable. His voice nearly erupted in a howl. Regret consumed him. Had he known, they should never have taken action against Chu Tian, and crucially, they had remained inactive. The third elder ground his teeth and declared, Wanying, it is you who has brought ruin upon this family. Had you heeded our counsel and eliminated Chu Tian at the outset, we would not be facing these troubles now. The Murong family would have been a cake for us to divide at will. Their current reliance on Chu Tian's rise stems solely from your indecisiveness. Chu Tian is the root of our family's calamity. Listening to this, Wanying could not help but laugh, her smile laced with scorn. Do you think Chu Tian would allow himself to be slaughtered? He merely retraced his path of cultivation. That does not imply he lacks the means to resist. Are you aware of the identity of Chu Tian's closest friend? An 8th-tier alchemist. Do you not grasp the magnitude of power an 8th-tier alchemist wields? With but a word. Even the Yama Palace would not dare protect our family. Should you wish to lay hands on Chu Tian, you would lead our entire clan to annihilation. As she spoke, Wanying's gaze brimmed with an inexorable murderous intent. Coldly, she continued, on the road to the underworld, you must contemplate clearly. In the next life, you shall have no chance of reincarnation. When you meet our ancestors, convey this message. I shall ensure that every member of the Song family goes to apologize to our forebears. As long as I draw breath, I represent the entire Song family. My existence signifies the family's survival, and in the future, I shall undoubtedly elevate our clan to unprecedented heights, establishing it as one of the great powers. After uttering these words, Wanying unsheathed a knife, its blade glistening as it sliced across the Grand Elder's throat. Grasping his neck, he attempted to speak, yet blood choked his throat, rendering him mute. He had never imagined that Wanying would one day become so merciless, tormenting them for over 2 days, only to have his lifeline severed by her own hand. The terror of facing death overwhelmed him, sending him into a state of utter despair, his expression contorted in anguish. He did not wish to perish, he yearned for survival. It was in this moment that he truly grasped the paralyzing fear of death, piercing his very soul. The third elder, witnessing the scene, stood frozen in shock. Do not kill me. I beg you, spare me. From now on, I shall heed your every command. I will strike myself until you are satisfied. Chapter 270. Wanying could not contain her mocking laughter. Third elder, you are the one who dances the most gleefully in ordinary times, regardless of my actions. You always prefer to impose guilt or gain personal advantage. If I fail to provide you with sufficient benefits, you resort to invoking so-called familial ties to restrain me. You incessantly claim I am your junior and must show you due respect. Is that truly respect? Or is it merely a guise for the benefit of the entire clan? Since you have proclaimed that everything must be sacrificed for the family, it is now your turn to offer your lives. Let your deaths bear some value. I shall place the blame squarely on others. With that, she plunged her blade directly into the third elder's chest. He raised a trembling hand to point at Wanying, clearly intending to curse her, but before he could utter a word, she thrust the knife into his mouth. Blood splattered on Wanying's face. She delicately wiped it away, her voice as frigid as ice. This is the fate you deserve. All those lessons you imparted to me have now been learned. I know precisely how to apply them. Since you have declared that family comes first, then please, proceed on your journey. Walk slowly along the path to the underworld. And remember to relay my words to the ancestors of the Song family. Luocha, witnessing this scene, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Wanying had truly lost her mind. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in with news. The second elder requests an audience. Wanying's brow furrowed momentarily. Then she revealed a radiant smile. It seems they have come to a consensus. I wonder what choices they will make. However, with their foolish minds, I doubt they will choose wisely. Let him in. The second elder soon entered the hall. Upon seeing the 2 corpses lying on the ground, his pupils dilated in shock. His hands began to tremble involuntarily, and his expression betrayed his inability to maintain composure. They have all been killed? Wanying replied with a mocking smile. Are you here to seek justice for them? Upon hearing this, the second elder shook his head vigorously like a bobblehead, his gaze darting toward Luocha not far away. He quickly forced a smile that was more pitiful than a cry. I have come today merely to express my stance. From now on, our entire family will unite as one, relying on you to revitalize our clan. Deep down, we all understand that you are the true core of the family, while we are merely auxiliary. Therefore, we shall obediently comply with your every command, executing whatever tasks you assign without hesitation. This is the scepter of our family. As he spoke, he handed over the scepter, a symbol of the head of the family, which also represented the legacy of the Song lineage. Having been passed down through generations, Wanying was now the 16th bearer of this heritage. Upon seeing the scepter, Wanying did not reach out to take it. Instead, she regarded the second elder with a bemused expression. Your sudden offer of the scepter to me cannot be as simple as it seems. Speak plainly. What further demands do you have? Present them all at once. If there are no other requests, you may take your leave, and the scepter should accompany you back, for I have no need for such a trinket." At her words, the second elder's pupils contracted sharply. Chapter 271. His gaze was filled with incredulity. Every member of the Song family was acutely aware that this scepter signified the rightful authority of the head of the family. Without it, one would be deemed unworthy of their position. Family members would undoubtedly devise strategies to seize the familial seat, particularly those who managed to obtain the scepter, who would not hesitate to attack the current patriarch and endeavor to usurp their authority. His primary objective was to orchestrate the demise of Song Wanying. Once she was eliminated, the agents of the underworld would be left with no choice but to select one among them as the new head of the family. As these thoughts raced through his mind, his heart pounded fiercely. He extended the scepter forward once more. "From this day forth, you shall be our matriarch. It is both logical and just that this scepter be entrusted to you, rather than remaining in my possession. I even fear that one day I may meet an untimely end, for the continuity of our lineage is paramount." Song Wanying refrained from taking it, her heart surmising a troubling possibility. The smile upon her face grew increasingly sardonic. "Second elder, this scepter must surely be smeared with a peculiar toxin. The moment I grasp it, the poison will inevitably take effect, one that is beyond remedy. You have held this scepter in your hands, yet dare not touch a certain spot, the very spot that is most fitting for a grip. The moment I accept the scepter, I shall be poisoned." At these words, the second elder abruptly lifted his head, his mind racing with the thought that someone must have betrayed him. Otherwise, how could Song Wanying possess such knowledge? "No," he began, but was swiftly interrupted by Song Wanying. "I command you to examine the scepter thoroughly. This is an order. Should you disregard my command, you shall endure the same torment as those two individuals. And when your spirit is on the brink of collapse, I will swiftly end your life. Alternatively, I could let you suffer in agony until death claims you. Choose, will you act, or shall I?" The second elder's complexion drained of color. He had never anticipated that Song Wanying would perceive the scepter of familial lineage as devoid of value. Had he been in her position, he would have eagerly seized the scepter at the first opportunity. Now, his plans had been unraveled. Who had betrayed him? With gritted teeth, he inquired, his heart swelling with unprecedented rage. They should have united against Song Wanying, not betrayed her. Song Wanying scoffed, "With your feeble mind, what clever schemes could you possibly conceive? Even if I were to think with my toes, I would still be able to infer your actions. There is no need for you to feign innocence before me. Now that I have discerned your plot, I shall ensure that all of you are brought under my control. Just moments ago, I was contemplating what pretext to use to send you all to the underworld, to confront our ancestors and confess your transgressions before them. You have conveniently provided me with the perfect justification, and for that, I am quite pleased." Upon uttering these words, a smile crept upon her face, a smile that sent chills down the spine of the second elder, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of dread. The fear of death began to envelop him. His voice trembled violently as he declared, "This was not my idea. I was merely compelled to execute it. Had it been my design, I would never have personally delivered the scepter into your hands." Chapter 272. The mockery on Song Wanying's face became increasingly pronounced as she coolly remarked, "It seems my words were not clear enough, leading to some misunderstanding on your part. All those involved in this matter must perish. I had previously offered you a chance, yet you squandered it. Now, as you confront death, regret begins to seep in. However, I can still grant you an opportunity to survive, provided you comprehend the importance of cherishing it." Upon hearing her words, the second elder nodded fervently, like a chick pecking at grain. "I will cherish it. If you give me the chance to live, I will do whatever it takes without hesitation." Fear gripped him. He realized that should Song Wanying issue a command, the formidable expert by her side would act without a moment's pause. His plans had failed, and it was only natural for Song Wanying to wish for his demise. Yet, deeper within, his animosity was directed towards the betrayer who had leaked information. A singular thought plagued him. Someone must have divulged his plans. For how else would Song Wanying have discovered them? That individual was the most despicable. With a smile that was both mocking and enigmatic, Song Wanying instructed, "Eliminate every participant in this affair, leaving no survivors. Once this is accomplished, deal with Chu Tian. Ensure he meets a fate worse than death. After completing these tasks, I shall permit your departure from the family and bestow upon you a fortune, allowing you to live without worry henceforth. Should you fail, I will act against you immediately. Rascal gang, apply a Yinluo curse upon him. If he fails to fulfill his tasks within the stipulated time, I shall not hold back, and he will suffer excruciating pain until death." Just as the second elder attempted to speak, he found himself before her, whereupon he executed a hand seal. and the Yanluo curse struck his mind. Meanwhile, after refining some elixirs, Chu Tian resolved to commence his cultivation. His strength had already returned to the pinnacle of the fusion realm, just a step away from transcending into the transcendence realm. This realm was a threshold. Crossing it would signify a complete departure from the mortal level. He had prepared extensively for this breakthrough and now sat cross-legged in a secluded chamber, immersing himself fully in his cultivation. As days passed, he reached a critical stage in his breakthrough. There were no bottlenecks in his cultivation, for he was merely retracing his steps. His previous experiences remained intact. Moreover, his consciousness was at the martial emperor level. Yet his personal cultivation had not reached the necessary heights to harness that consciousness. Thus, it was all concentrated deep within his sea of consciousness. He was like a fragile paper cup, while his consciousness resembled molten lava, far too powerful for the cup to withstand. As long as he continued to break through and elevate his cultivation, one day his consciousness would merge with his being. At that moment, he would directly ascend beyond the martial emperor level. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Murong had just exited the alchemy pavilion, preparing to return home when he was intercepted. The one who blocked his path was none other than the second elder of the Song family. Having met this elder before, Murong inquired, "What brings you to seek me?" The second elder wore a manic smile as he replied, "Murong, I have been waiting for you here for quite some time." Chapter 273, Seeking You, merely to find Chu Tian. Recently, I am at a loss as to what Chu Tian is engaged in, as it has been several days without a whisper of news from within your family. He remains confined within your abode, not stepping beyond the threshold. I even entertain the notion that he may be under your house arrest, compelled to concoct elixirs for your benefit. Upon hearing these words, Murong furrowed her brow tightly, a flicker of anxiety dancing in her eyes. She coldly inquired, "You wish to locate Chu Tian? I can assist you in contacting him." However, the second elder chuckled, his laughter laced with derision. "Murong, you are utterly unaware of my current predicament. I might as well declare myself completely unhinged. If I do not seize Chu Tian, I am left with no escape but death. Targeting you presents the finest opportunity, regardless of whether Chu Tian is indeed imprisoned by you. If I were to capture you, Murong would certainly devise a way to inform Chu Tian, compelling him to meet me in person. This is the optimal plan for me, and I need not resort to convoluted schemes. Merely encountering Chu Tian is my singular aim." At this revelation, Murong's pupils dilated, her face betraying disbelief. "You intend to lay hands on me?" "Indeed, I am resolved to do so. Capturing you would incite great urgency in Murong, for you are presently the matriarch of their clan. This news has already spread throughout Liyuan City, and I am astonished that Murong possesses such audacity. A man who typically grovels and panders to those in power has dared to relinquish his grasp on authority. Truly, I find this unexpected. I need not concern myself with the potential repercussions for your family. My sole objective remains capturing Chu Tian and eliminating him." At this moment, he teetered on the brink of madness, the time limit imposed by Wanying drawing perilously near, and yet he had failed to locate Chu Tian. He had dispatched numerous individuals to stake out the area and ultimately discovered that Chu Tian had been concealed within the Murong residence all along, never once stepping beyond its gates. 6 days had elapsed since he had dealt with his own family members, and now he was frantic. For Wanying had granted him merely 10 days. Should he fail to capture Chu Tian within this time frame, the manifestation of the Yama curse would surely lead to his excruciating demise. Having even slain his own kin, he stood on the precipice of utter insanity. Murong had not anticipated the second elder of the Song family would be so deranged. She turned to flee immediately. Yet, the second elder had attained a transcendent state. She was no match for him. Word of this swiftly reached Murong's ears. His countenance was one of incredulity as he exclaimed, "What did you say? The second elder of the Song family has captured my daughter?" This was indeed an irrefutable truth. He had disseminated the news with the aim of drawing Chu Tian to him, leaving behind no clues. This situation was likely orchestrated by Wanying. Murong's teeth ground together in fury. Should any harm befall his daughter, he would undoubtedly wage war against the Song family. In that moment, he suddenly thought of Chu Tian and directly inquired, "Where is Chu Tian?" His subordinate, bearing a helpless expression, replied, "The son-in-law is in seclusion. It has been 9 days already, confined within his chamber, and he has forbidden any disturbances. He is likely on the verge of a breakthrough, and we dare not intrude." Chapter 274 Murong's countenance had grown exceedingly grim. He never anticipated that the second elder of the Song family would choose such a critical moment, striking against his daughter while Chu Tian was in seclusion. He even began to suspect the presence of a traitor within his own ranks. Otherwise, why would they select this particular time? Where is he now? I must see him at once. At this moment, his foremost concern was for his daughter. Should anything befall her, it was likely that all of Chu Tian's wrath would be unleashed upon him. He was now a father, reliant on his daughter's well-being. His subordinates hastily reported, "We have found no trace of him. He seems to have vanished without a trace." It is highly probable that there are others backing this plot. One individual alone could not orchestrate such an event. Murong Wanying gritted his teeth and declared, "Then we shall head directly to the Song residence." With that, he strode out, his fury reaching a boiling point, wishing nothing more than to exact 1,000 tortures upon Song Wanying. Although the Murong family had fallen from grace, they still stood superior to the Song clan, who were climbing upward yet could never reach their heights. To dare lay hands upon his daughter was utterly unforgivable. At that moment, his rage erupted completely. Before long, he arrived at the manor where Song Wanying resided. Upon seeing Murong Wanying, a smile could not be contained on her lips, though her visage feigned astonishment. "Murong family head, what brings you here? Are you perhaps wishing to discuss matters of collaboration? If you seek to negotiate, it is not impossible, yet we are rather busy at present. Let us pause the discussions until I have addressed my current affairs. You are aware of the recent tribulations within my family, with over a dozen kin lost, each a core member of our clan, all my blood relations. My heart aches terribly. The one responsible for this atrocity is my second uncle, and I harbor an overwhelming desire for vengeance, wishing nothing more than to make him suffer." Song Wanying's words were clear. She sought to absolve herself of any involvement. Moreover, she spoke the truth, for indeed her second elder had slain numerous core family members, all tied by blood. Now, he seemed to be in a frenzy, publicly declaring that he was out of his mind. There was nothing inherently flawed in her statement. However, Murong Wanying would not be swayed by her words. Having navigated the societal labyrinth with caution for so long, he was adept at discerning the undertones of conversation. There was no way he could miss the implications in her words. It was evident she was attempting to deceive him. His anger surged within him. "Song Wanying, do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. You merely seek to exploit the deaths of your kin to further your ambitions. Your family has devolved into a dictatorship under your command, and now, there is no one to thwart your desires as you ruthlessly eliminate your own blood relatives, emboldened by the support of powerful allies." Chapter 275. No one knows what you truly intend. You are the real Madden now. I strongly advise you to release my daughter immediately, for the consequences you will face are beyond your comprehension. I would not hesitate to send the entire Song family to the guillotine if necessary. At this juncture, his fury seemed to overwhelm his rationality, and his aura surged with intensity. He was genuinely inclined towards violence. Just as Chu Tian had entered seclusion, calamity had befallen him. If he could not provide an explanation, who could say whether Chu Tian would turn against him? Moreover, that was his own flesh and blood, his only child. No one could be more concerned than he was. Song Wanying shook her head, her expression growing icy. "Murong family, if that is your stance, you are merely provoking my ire. Your daughter has been abducted by the second elder. This is clearly a ploy to incite you against me. He seeks to seize the position of family head. Now that his bid for power has failed, he resorts to brutal measures against those who support me. Otherwise, why would he resort to slaughtering his own kin? The truth of this matter remains obscured to all but a few." Murong Wanying also lacked understanding. Unless absolutely necessary, he would avoid any interaction with this woman, preferring to keep his distance. She was sufficiently ruthless, as evidenced by Chu Tian's unfortunate fate, and she had the backing of the underworld's forces. Engaging with her was akin to being ensnared by an inescapable trap. Now, Song Wanying had audaciously sought him out, having taken his daughter captive. How could he quell the fury within him? Through gritted teeth, he declared, "I care not what schemes you are concocting. If a single hair is harmed on my daughter's head, I will not hesitate to eradicate your entire family. This is my vow. I shall dedicate my life to opposing you. Should you doubt me, feel free to test my resolve." Song Wanying narrowed her eyes slightly, a glint of icy malice flashing within. Yet, she feigned an air of helplessness and grievance, saying, "Murong family head, am I not being sufficiently clear? This matter has nothing to do with us. Whoever abducted your daughter, seek them out directly. Do not come to me, for I am not the perpetrator. Just because a traitor has emerged from our family and targeted yours does not mean you can direct your ire towards me. I have already stated that I would relish the opportunity to see him punished." Upon hearing this, Murong Wanying realized he would not obtain a favorable outcome. His gaze turned increasingly fierce, and a murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he spoke through clenched teeth. "I care not the reasons behind this. You must provide me with an explanation. I am indifferent to whatever tricks you may be employing. If there are conditions, state them now. All I desire is my daughter's safety." Within Song Wanying's heart lingered a hope that the second elder would eliminate Murong Yun. Should he perish, perhaps she might find a sliver of hope, and it could lead Chu Tian to return to her side. She suspected that the current rift between herself and Chu Tian might have been orchestrated by Murong Yun. That woman must be eliminated. Yet, she could not be the one to carry out the deed. Otherwise, Chu Tian would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon her, potentially resulting in dire consequences. She had no desire for this incident to implicate her. Chapter 276. Wanying feigned helplessness as she shook her head. Master Murong, I have articulated my stance quite clearly. This matter does not pertain to me. Should you harbor doubts, you may consult the members of my family. They have now all come to comprehend the truth of the situation. The second elder seeks to usurp the position of the family head and perceives me as a threat. He aims to eliminate me, even resorting to poisoning our family's heirloom to silence me permanently. This is common knowledge among many. Furthermore, the formidable expert accompanying me is well aware of the situation. Surely you would trust the words of such a master. Luo Sha emerged slowly from behind, nodding gently. Master Murong, I can attest to this matter. My presence here is not to engage in discourse with you. If I intended to strike against your family, I alone would suffice. You have come seeking an explanation today, but violence is not an option. My sole mission is to ensure the safety of Wanying. Other matters do not concern me. I addressed these words to Chu Tian. If he seeks trouble, let him confront the second elder, not Wanying, who is also among the victims. Luo Sha's remarks were influenced by the Ghost King's counsel. He had consulted the Ghost King the previous day regarding Wanying's reckless behavior and what their course of action should be. Should they forewarn Chu Tian? In the event of his wrath, they would certainly be doomed. The Ghost King, however, advised him to turn the tables. They should act as if nothing were amiss and allow Wanying to continue her reckless path. Should she meet her demise, it would be her own fault. This woman had seemingly lost her mind, and keeping her around bore no advantage. It was better to utilize her for whatever final value she had. Luo Sha felt a profound unease within. Should Chu Tian lay blame upon him, he too would be ensnared, possibly incurring the wrath of the illustrious King of Hell. If he left a negative impression in Chu Tian's eyes, he could very well suffer the consequences of his anger. At this juncture, he could only sigh in resignation. After all, he was firmly under the Ghost King's control. Failing to comply with his directives could lead to a grim fate. He had no desire to endure a torturous demise. As the saying goes, a local official is preferable to a distant magistrate. Chu Tian would not offer him salvation. His only recourse lay in self-preservation. Perhaps after this ordeal, he might find a way to escape. And the Ghost King had already promised him an opportunity to vanish without a trace once he departed. He would never again be seen by Chu Tian. And even in the event of the Ghost King's demise, he would not betray him. This was his sole hope, that the Ghost King would uphold his promise. He had no choice but to gamble on the fulfillment of that commitment. He could not afford to resist, for he had no opportunities left. At that moment, Murong Longqing's pupils constricted sharply, and numerous thoughts raced through his mind. His expression shifted several times before he finally gritted his teeth and declared, I care not what your intentions are. My daughter is now in your grasp. I advise you to return her to me promptly. What if you are a master of the celestial realm? Can you truly cover the heavens with your hands? Chapter 277. I believe you are well aware of many matters, and it would be prudent for you to refrain from involving yourself in this affair. Attaining the celestial realm is no simple feat. Upon hearing these words, the pupils of the Rakshasa constricted sharply. He had already surmised a certain possibility and was acutely aware that Chu Tian would never tolerate unwarranted interference. His heart raced, yet he ultimately shook his head. I have stated that my sole objective is to ensure the safety of Wanying. Other matters are of no concern to me. I need not divulge this to you, but I felt compelled to issue a warning. Behind us, there are formidable experts, and it is evident that this situation is being manipulated by those with ulterior motives. You should obediently return and inform Chu Tian that the second elder is likely being incited by others, potentially from the Divine Pill Pavilion. There must be some misunderstanding between Chu Tian and the Divine Pill Pavilion. This is also what Lord Ghost King urged me to convey, though the reasons remain unclear to me. Murong Longqing's pupils contracted even further. He had not anticipated that the Divine Pill Pavilion would be entangled in this matter. Could it be that the recent release of 6th grade pills has raised suspicions? Or perhaps the other party has already set their sights on them. The Divine Pill Pavilion's elixirs are renowned across the realm, and they constitute a significant portion of their business. If anyone were to threaten their enterprise, they would undoubtedly act without hesitation. Their influence is among the most formidable in the Xinling realm, and few dare to provoke them. Not to mention their extensive connections that far exceed common imagination. At this moment, Murong Longqing found himself believing these words, as he could not discern a motive for Wanying to take action. Although she was ruthless and possessed a heart as venomous as a serpent, she was not a fool. How could she possibly harm her own daughter without cause? After all, her daughter is under the protection of Chu Tian, who had already warned her that anyone who dared to lay a hand on his daughter would meet with a fate worse than death. Under such circumstances, It was perplexing that Wanying still allowed the second elder to act. There were numerous hidden intricacies at play. His expression shifted continuously. However, Wanying spoke directly. Murong Patriarch, if I were you, my utmost priority would be to summon Chu Tian and have him personally investigate the situation. Should he manage to locate the second elder, please convey a message to him. If I find him, I shall ensure his utter demise. If you can assist in bringing back the second elder, I will be immensely grateful and shall personally exact 1,000 cuts upon him in your presence. I am a woman of my word. Upon hearing this, Murong Longqing's doubts dissipated. He had previously speculated that this situation might be the result of external instigation. Now, his conviction in this notion deepened. His anger subsided significantly, yet suspicion lingered in his heart. Who could it be? Could it truly be individuals from the Divine Pill Pavilion taking action? They had only just begun to introduce 6th-grade pills, which posed no threat to the standing of the Divine Pill Pavilion. Why would they target them? Chapter 278. Murong Longqing currently finds himself utterly unable to ascertain the whereabouts of the second elder, who has long since disseminated information, knowing that the master has willingly ensnared himself. Furthermore, he has granted Chu Tian merely 1 day. Should he fail to exit the Murong family within this time frame, he shall be deemed a coward in the truest sense. This pronouncement has sparked considerable speculation among many. The true intentions of the second elder remain unclear. Yet a unified thought lingers in their minds. It is highly plausible that Wanying orchestrates this from behind the scenes. Without her influence, how could such an audacious act transpire? Particularly among those familiar with the second elder of the Song family, the conviction in this theory is strengthened. At this moment, Murong Longqing's countenance has grown exceedingly pale. His teeth gritted as he declares, Wanying, I expect you to provide a clear account once the truth of this matter is uncovered. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With that, he departs, realizing that continuing to stir trouble within the Song family yields no fruitful outcome. After all, the powerful masters at the Xuanyuan Realm stand resolutely in their way. They cannot hope to prevail in a confrontation, and Wanying possesses an array of excuses to thwart them. Contemplating this, he has reached a decision. He must return to seek Chu Tian's assistance. If Chu Tian does not intervene, all may be lost. He can no longer afford to ponder whether he might disturb Chu Tian's breakthrough. His daughter has but 1 day. And if he cannot locate her and devise a means for her rescue within that time frame, the repercussions may be unbearable. His daughter is his sole child, the very apple of his eye. Should any harm befall her, he would feel as though his world had crumbled. With these thoughts racing through his mind, he hastens home, his gaze brimming with unprecedented anxiety and concern. He is uncertain of what outcome awaits him, yet a singular thought persists from this moment forth. He must find a way to enlist formidable allies to safeguard his daughter, preventing such calamities from recurring. The more he reflects, the more imperative this course of action appears. Upon returning to his family, he immediately spots Chu Tian emerging from the hall. Their eyes meet, and an expression of unparalleled joy flares in his gaze, swiftly replaced by worry. Son-in-law, you have finally emerged. Chu Tian senses something amiss, his brow furrowing slightly, a look of confusion adorning his face. You seem troubled. It appears something significant has transpired. Do not rush. Take your time to explain. Murong Longqing recounts the events that have unfolded, placing particular emphasis on Wanying's stance. A chilling glint of murderous intent flickers in Chu Tian's eyes. Before entering seclusion, he had personally assured Murong Yun that she would never suffer indignities again, and he had promised Murong Longqing the same. Anyone who dares to harm his woman shall pay a heavy price. Yet, after only a few days of seclusion, he emerges to discover that someone has targeted her, abducting her as if driven by madness. Faced with such a situation, his heart brims with wrath. I am already aware of this matter. There is no need for concern. Remain at home and await my return. I shall personally handle it. Furthermore, I understand that you are the one most anxious about this situation. You need not worry about me taking action against you, regardless of the outcome. I must ensure they suffer dire consequences, be it the second elder of the Song family or Wanying herself. We are inexorably linked to this affair, and I shall not place any trust in the venomous words of that woman. I would not even accept her statements punctuated. Await my news. Chapter 279. After speaking, he departed abruptly, yet his figure moved with an ethereal swiftness, and in a single stride, he appeared several hundred meters away. Witnessing this spectacle, Murong Longqing's pupils constricted sharply, and a singular phrase involuntarily surfaced in his mind, shrinking the earth to an inch. It is said that those possessing this extraordinary ability are exceedingly rare, and it can only be wielded after reaching a particular level of mastery, necessitating an immensely powerful spiritual will, at least that of a martial deity. A thought burgeoned within him, only to be forcefully cast aside. Impossible. Chu Tian could not possibly be a master of the martial deity realm. Chu Tian stood at the entrance of the Murong family estate, casting a discerning gaze around before swiftly honing in on a particular aura that emerged nearby. With this aura locked in his focus, he vanished in an instant, reappearing behind the individual in question. There lay a woman, appearing to be in her 30s, cautiously observing the entrance of the Murong family. Upon catching sight of Chu Tian, a look of astonishment graced her features. Just as she prepared to report, she was struck with disbelief. Chu Tian had seemingly vanished before her very eyes. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. Her heart brimmed with an overwhelming sense of shock. Anyone capable of such a feat must possess strength commensurate with that of a martial deity, a widely acknowledged truth. Could it be that Chu Tian had indeed attained the martial deity realm? The mere thought sent a wave of terror coursing through her. If he were truly of the martial deity caliber, they would be no match for him. A mere sneeze from him could obliterate them. She had just begun to rise and intended to relay this information to the second master when she felt an unsettling sensation her aura had been locked onto. And the foe's strength was undeniably formidable. An icy chill of murderous intent enveloped her, evoking a primal fear akin to being preyed upon by a beast. She dared not turn her head, fearing that a mere glance could seal her fate. Chu Tian's voice was cold and resolute. I do not wish to squander time with you. I shall grant you 10 seconds to ponder. Relinquish the location of the second elder of the Song family. She might be reluctant to divulge information, but he was aware that it was highly likely that Song Wanying was behind this, and he could extract the truth from her as well. To conspire against me, especially with lethal intent, would surely lead to your utter obliteration. As he spoke, his tone was as frigid as ice, instilling terror in the woman before him, causing her to tremble uncontrollably, her hair standing on end. She felt as though the scythe of death was poised at her throat. A single misstep in her response could lead to her demise, or even the annihilation of her very soul. Yet her trepidation bore no fruit. While she quaked in fear, she gradually turned her head, and indeed, as anticipated, the figure behind her was none other than Chu Tian. A daring hypothesis took root in her mind. Could it be that Chu Tian truly was of the martial deity realm? How could this be possible? Chapter 280. Chu Tian's voice was as cold as ice. You have 3 seconds left. Speak. The woman dared not show any defiance and hastily shouted out. At that moment, her heart was teetering on the brink of collapse. She could hardly fathom the terrifying power that Chu Tian wielded, capable of extinguishing their lives with the same ease as one would slay a chicken or a dog. Until now, the eldest daughter of the Murong family had remained unscathed, perhaps still with a chance of salvation. Her voice trembled even more violently as she confessed, this matter was orchestrated by our second master. Who is the second elder of our clan? The reasons behind it remain unclear to us, as we are merely his loyal subordinates. Now that the second master has commanded us, we have no choice but to obey. In fact, he has ruthlessly eliminated over a dozen core members of our family. If we do not comply, we face certain death. The second master appears to be almost mad at this point. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Her eyes filled with an unprecedented terror. Her voice quaked with fear. The second master is currently in the abandoned manor of the Murong family. This dilapidated estate, steeped in history, lay on the outskirts of the city, shrouded in darkness. Rumor had it that many were searching for him, yet none had gleaned any information. No one had anticipated he would hide there. Chu Tian had previously interacted with the second elder of the Song family and understood his impulsive nature, prone to indulging in absurdities. Such a person, despite his tyrannical behavior within the Song family, would hardly dare to harm his woman outside. He was not foolish. There must be more to this situation than met the eye. It was imperative to uncover the truth and deliver a shocking revelation to all. While confronting powerful adversaries was still manageable, dealing with a mere transcendent being posed no challenge. He was confident that the people of the Yinluo Hall would not dare to strike against him. He had already instilled sufficient fear in them. His voice was as cold as steel. Take me there. If you utter a single falsehood, you will regret it. I will ensure your soul is utterly obliterated, leaving you no chance of reincarnation. His voice was frostbitten. The woman quaked in fear, her legs trembling to the point of collapse. Chu Tian seized her and, like a flash of lightning, swiftly vanished from the entrance of the Murong family estate. When they reappeared, they stood before the once glorious but now dilapidated old residence of the Murong family, a symbol of their former splendor, now in ruins. This place had been ravaged by ferocious beasts, and there had been foul play behind it. A unique, beast-attracting incense had drawn out the vicious creatures from the mountains, leading to a battle that precipitated the downfall of the Murong family. To this day, the identity of the culprit remained undiscovered. They could not afford to reside on the outskirts and had to relocate to the city, while the ruins remained largely untouched, with wild grass towering over a person's height. Upon arriving, Chu Tian sensed the presence of many within. Chapter 281. The presence of those individuals was neither formidable nor cohesive. Rather, It appeared rather chaotic. The most powerful among them had merely attained a transcendent realm. It is possible that a more formidable master was concealing their strength. Yet such a ruse could not escape his keen perception. At this moment, he meticulously sensed his surroundings, traversing the area, and a vague conjecture began to form in his mind. Perhaps this was merely a scheme orchestrated against the second elder of the Song family. This thought emerged almost instantaneously. Otherwise, even Song Wanying would have been aware that a master of the transcendent realm was inconsequential before him. Yet, his adversaries had set an ambush of 7 or 8 transcendent masters right before him. Did they not consider this approach excessively reckless? Or was it simply a means to test his capabilities? As this notion crossed his mind, his eyes narrowed slightly as he cast the woman directly into the fray. The woman shattered the grand entrance, landing in the dilapidated hall. The sudden scene left all present utterly astonished. The second elder of the Song family sprang to his feet, fury igniting in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Chu Tian slowly walking in. His gaze faltered momentarily, but he soon erupted into hearty laughter. Chu Tian, you coward, you finally dared to show yourself. I thought you would hide within the Murong family for the rest of your life. Since you have come here today, do not even think about leaving. Dare to lay a hand on our Song family, and I shall see to it that you are subjected to 1,000 cuts and reduced to ashes. And do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your true nature. You are merely a formidable alchemist. Those prominent figures are drawn to you for your potential, but should you perish, no one will mourn the loss of a dead man. Upon hearing these words, Chu Tian's mind began to churn with contemplation. He replied coolly, Song Wanying has completely lost her mind, and you still heed her words, leading to the slaughter of numerous core members of your clan. Your kin will harbor an unquenchable hatred for you, elevating Song Wanying to a position of power. You are truly the epitome of foolishness. Song Wanying will certainly not allow you to live, and she is deliberately provoking me. For this would provide you with a legitimate pretext to meet your demise. Yet, you, in your ignorance, still wish to harm my woman. I am at a loss as to who has granted you such audacity. As he spoke, he advanced slowly, his pace measured as he surveyed the scene. However, he did not discover his woman amidst the chaos, which only intensified the murderous intent bubbling within him. His voice turned frigid as steel. Tell me, where is Murong? I do not wish to hear any nonsense. Upon hearing this, the second elder of the Song family could not help but burst into laughter, his gaze rife with derision. Chu Tian, oh Chu Tian, you truly have learned nothing. First it was Song Wanying, now it is Murong. You are willing to risk everything for these 2 women. If that is the case, I shall grant your request. To speak plainly, that woman is no more, and she met a truly brutal fate. At these words, Chu Tian's eyes grew even colder, his killing intent accumulating steadily. The atmosphere shifted as if a gust of wind had suddenly arisen, stirring a wave of fear within the hearts of all present. They trembled uncontrollably, akin to being caught in a tempest. Chapter 282. The second elder of the Song family shuddered involuntarily, engulfed by an inexplicable dread. A surge of inexplicable fear coursed through him, causing him to tremble. He could not fathom the origin of this terror, yet he was resolute in his disbelief that it stemmed from Chu Tian's influence. At that moment, he cast a wary glance around, his eyes sharpening with vigilance as he gritted his teeth and questioned, Have you brought skilled fighters with you? Chu Tian remained silent, stepping forward with a single stride that brought him face to face with the second elder of the Song family, grasping his throat tightly. The elder's pupils dilated sharply, his gaze filled with disbelief and shock. The phrase "shrink the earth to an inch" echoed in his mind, pushing him to the brink of collapse. He could never have imagined that Chu Tian possessed such prowess, a feat achievable only by those who had reached the realm of the martial deity. He struggled to comprehend the sheer magnitude of strength displayed before him, his expression transforming into one of sheer terror. In a frigid tone, Chu Tian spoke. I will ask you but once, where is Murong? The second elder was released and unceremoniously thrown to the ground. He instinctively began to crawl backward, his face etched with an unprecedented fear. In that moment, he truly understood the essence of the fear of death. He felt as though death loomed perilously close, and he could scarcely believe in Chu Tian's capabilities. You cannot be a martial deity. I refuse to accept that you are Chu Tian. Chu Tian responded with a swift kick, sending the second elder hurtling across the room, crashing into the wall, which shattered upon impact. The onlookers finally realized the gravity of the situation, their expressions morphing into sheer terror as they screamed and fled, ignoring the chaos around him. Chu Tian stepped forward once more, positioning his foot upon the elder's face. I have granted you but a single opportunity. I desire no further nonsense. Should your next words fail to provide me an answer, I shall ensure you experience a suffering far worse than death. And mark my words, none of those who fled will survive. Upon uttering this declaration, his gaze suddenly shifted toward a specific location, Ghost King, eliminate them. His calm command sent a tremor through the figure lurking in the shadows. Almost instantly, the individual appeared before Chu Tian. Employing the same technique of shrinking the earth to an inch, albeit with less finesse, revealing a lack of mastery over the skill. With a respectful gesture, he addressed Chu Tian, Lord King Yanluo, I shall obey your command. After bowing, he swiftly advanced toward the fleeing individuals, unleashing lethal strikes. None could evade his onslaught. Meanwhile, he discreetly executed another spell, having long since ensnared the second elder in his grasp, just as Chu Tian had surmised. This was merely a test, unbeknownst to him. The current circumstances were far beyond his comprehension. However, upon witnessing Chu Tian's display of skill, he realized that all his previous assumptions were erroneous. Chu Tian was indeed probing the Murong family's woman. Fortuitously, he had arrived in time to prevent any harm from befalling her, for had he not, he would surely have met a fate worse than death at Chu Tian's hands. In this moment of realization, he felt a fleeting sense of relief, solidifying his resolve to behave submissively in the future, for any further reckless thoughts could lead to his untimely demise. Yet, just as he cast his spell, Chapter 283, Chu Tian has already sensed a connection. Although his current strength has merely returned to the Transcendence Realm, his spiritual consciousness is exceptionally formidable. The physical prowess of the Transcendence Realm enables his spiritual will to exert a fraction of its full power. Yet, this is already more than sufficient. With a mere wave of his hand, he effortlessly dispersed the power unleashed by the spell. Engaging in petty tricks? He uttered those words with a hint of disdain. The Ghost King felt an icy chill enveloping his heart, his expression transforming into one of sheer terror. He never anticipated that his covert actions would be uncovered by Chu Tian, let alone be thwarted in such a timely manner. Chu Tian paid no heed to his expression or the turmoil within his mind. With a delicate flick of his fingers, a wave of spiritual energy struck the mind of the second elder of the Song family. The elder's hands began to weave incantations, and he quietly uttered a single word, soul-searching technique. Upon hearing this phrase, the Ghost King could not help but tremble all over. His gaze filled with an unprecedented fear. He could not fathom that Chu Tian was capable of wielding such a spell, especially one that was forbidden. Yet, Chu Tian wielded it without hesitation, reminiscent of the domineering aura he had displayed when he originally subdued the Ghost King. Now, it could only be said that Chu Tian had grown increasingly restrained. His aura was so subdued that it was impossible to discern his true realm. The Ghost King dared not investigate further. However, he arrived at an undeniable conclusion. Chu Tian was still the same Chu Tian. He was merely masquerading. In fact, the Yama Palace seemed inconsequential in his eyes. As this realization dawned upon him, his heart brimmed with regret, giving rise to a singular thought: to flee. The farther, the better. After all, the invocation of the Yama curse required distance. If he could escape, and Chu Tian could not find him, he might seize a sliver of hope. This thought had scarcely formed when he heard Chu Tian's cold, piercing voice. Cast aside your petty schemes. In light of your timely intervention that thwarted the second elder of the Song family, I might grant you a chance at survival. Upon hearing these words, the Ghost King trembled uncontrollably, realizing that all his actions had been laid bare before Chu Tian. He hastily approached and knelt on one knee, his voice quivering as he pleaded, Lord Yama, I acknowledge my mistakes. Meanwhile, the second elder of the Song family, lying on the ground, widened his eyes in horror, his fear reaching its zenith. He could not fathom that Chu Tian was indeed the Yama of the Yama Palace, a figure known for his ruthless nature and domineering actions. One of the most formidable forces in the Xianling realm. How could he possibly possess such immense power? A thought surged within him, prompting him to shout in disbelief. You are not Chu Tian. He must have perished long ago, and you are merely assuming his identity. I finally comprehend why he emerged from Xuanyuan Forest with such a drastic change in character, transforming from a sycophant into a heartless and ruthless individual. So, Chu Tian's identity has been usurped. I finally understand. At this moment, he recognized his impending doom and could not help but erupt into manic laughter, feeling a sense of clarity amidst the madness surrounding him. Chapter 284. Chu Tian's gaze remained unwavering as he looked at the second elder, his expression devoid of any emotion, as if he were gazing upon a corpse. The old man had come to realize Chu Tian's true identity, and thus, his chances of survival had evaporated. At that moment, the Ghost King trembled slightly, acutely aware of the lethal aura emanating from Chu Tian, plunging him into a state of profound terror. He even contemplated that if Chu Tian wished to end his life, he would rather confront him head-on, hoping against hope that he might find a way to escape. However, the second elder of the Song family could not contain his manic laughter, his eyes gleaming with madness. He fixated on the two with a fierce intensity, gritting his teeth as he declared, Though I am unaware of your true intentions, you will undoubtedly upheave this city. My demise now is but a fitting end. To grasp the secret that lies between you before I depart this world is not a fruitless endeavor. I shall not become a vengeful spirit. Should I manage to divulge this information, I would certainly inform everyone. Your scheme to manipulate the entirety of Liyun City is grander than I imagined. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian could not help but chuckle in exasperation. Do you think I care about this city and all its affairs? To me, the Yanluo Hall is merely a subordinate force. He continued, my true power resides at the martial emperor level, and I am currently undergoing the trials of the mortal world. You may not comprehend the significance of this trial, but soon enough, you shall be a corpse. As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward the Ghost King, his voice growing colder. I understand your meaning. You have likely stagnated for years and lost all patience. You yearn to uncover the path to ascension as a martial emperor. Yet, your state of mind is insufficient. I stand at the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm, though I have chosen to seal my cultivation. I could unbind it at any moment, but I do not desire to do so, especially considering the trials of the mortal world, which you should grasp the meaning of. The Ghost King could not help but raise his head, his heart brimming with confusion, for he truly did not understand what the trials of the mortal world entailed. Chu Tian smiled and remarked, when you reach the peak of the 5 emperors, you will realize that what truly matters is not your actions, but the depth of your understanding. My state of mind is but a step away from the trials of the mortal world. My path of cultivation has been exceedingly smooth, and my innate gifts are extraordinarily exceptional, leading to my final breakthrough becoming ensnared in a bottleneck. To transcend this barrier, I must traverse the path of the mortal world once more, which explains my sudden infatuation with 2 women. I chose the first woman incorrectly, for I was solely focused on my cultivation, never suspecting that she bore a heart so ruthless. I must also thank you. Had you not constantly incited that woman, she might never have revealed her true nature before me. Chu Tian's lips curled into a peculiar smile, his voice as cold as ice. My gratitude toward you is singular. It is the realization that you know the path to ascension yet remain unable to tread it. You stand but a step away from the martial emperor realm, yet you cannot enter the domain. Your mindset is woefully inadequate, and you have a long journey ahead. It is quite likely that before your lifespan expires, you will never set foot into that invincible realm. In your eyes, my strength has reached an invincible threshold. Yet you remain oblivious to the fact that I also possess the potential of transcending into the realm of immortals. Chapter 285. Before you have witnessed the grandeur of higher peaks, you might assume I stand atop the highest summit. Yet, you remain oblivious to the vastness of the world's vistas. The King of Ghosts could not suppress the tremors coursing through his body. At this moment, he comprehended the true reason for his inability to transcend. It lay within his state of mind. However, Chu Tian had already attained such a level of cultivation. Yet he chose to traverse the mundane world once more. What could possibly motivate such a decision? He could not fathom the essence of this so-called state of mind. His heart was solely fixated on breaking through, ensnared in a fixation. Aware that Chu Tian's prowess surpassed his own, capable even of effortlessly crushing him, he repeatedly dared to provoke Chu Tian's limits. His primary objective was to reach that pivotal point. Now, having been informed by Chu Tian of the reasons behind it, he found himself in disbelief, or rather, unwilling to accept it. What, indeed, is this elusive state of mind in cultivation? Chu Tian merely pointed him in a misguided direction, while he understood that the King of Ghosts had yet to break through because he had strayed from the path. In simpler terms, he had succumbed to obsession, entangled in a mental quagmire. Should he truly step beyond that threshold, it would pose a genuine peril to himself. Attaining the realm of martial emperor, with such ambition, this individual would undoubtedly dare to turn against him. At that moment, a faint smile graced his face. The essence of this state of mind is to perceive all things before you while maintaining a heart as still as water. Akin to the time Wanying presented me with a divorce decree. You should recall the reactions I offered in that instance. Did I ever exhibit anger or fury? The King of Ghosts displayed an expression of utter astonishment. He had once thought Chu Tian incapable of resistance, which was precisely why he sought to extract the path to becoming a martial emperor from him. Had Chu Tian truly lost all his cultivation, he would ensure that his opponent found no solace in life or death. The crux of the matter lay in discovering how to break the Yama curse. The Yama curse shackled him like a relentless chain, utterly inescapable. He dared not confront Chu Tian directly, for the Yama curse played a crucial role. Should Chu Tian invoke it, he would find himself in a living hell. At that moment, Chu Tian, with a smirk, remarked, I sincerely wish for you to overcome that state. By the time you reach that point, I shall have ascended to the realm of immortality. Whether a path exists for martial practitioners to transcend the void is uncertain. But I can assure you that my current level can only be regarded as the threshold of the cultivation path. I speak of the way, not merely the realm of cultivation. Once you attain this level, you will grasp the true meaning of my words. I have now illuminated the path ahead for you and pointed you in the right direction. It would be wise not to disturb my journey through the mortal realm. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to obliterate you completely. Knowing my disposition, I have little inclination for jest. My visit to you this time was prompted by the fact that you unwittingly aided me, sparing me from the burdensome chains of that woman, Wanying. Chapter 286. Chu Tian yearned to vanquish the Ghost King outright. However, his current cultivation had yet to be restored. Should he unleash his full strength, the Ghost King would undoubtedly retaliate, perhaps even to the point of risking his own life for a final strike. In such a scenario, it would be Chu Tian who bore the injuries. Thus, he resolved to grant this being a glimmer of hope, allowing him to comprehend the reason behind his mercy. The Ghost King believed Chu Tian's words, for there was no necessity for deceit. Moreover, Chu Tian had recently exhibited a fragment of his cultivation. The mere ability to traverse space was far beyond that of an ordinary practitioner. This technique, which the Ghost King had once learned, was imparted to him by Chu Tian himself. Now witnessing Chu Tian's display anew, he understood that Chu Tian had merely sealed his power, rather than lost it entirely. Should he choose to act against him, it would only require the unsealing of that power. Yet, Chu Tian was reluctant to take such measures, likely due to the nature of the mortal path he sought. It was unclear what his true intentions were, but having already forgiven himself for past transgressions, there was no need for further self-destruction. As long as he was not driven to the precipice, madness would not ensue. At this moment, he lowered his head slowly, his voice imbued with profound sincerity. I am deeply grateful for Lord Yanlong's forgiveness. I once strayed from the path and became ensnared in my own obstinacy. I assure you, I shall never repeat such folly again. Your guidance towards my future cultivation is akin to that of a reborn parent. Chu Tian waved his hand dismissively. Go. Attend to your own affairs, and do not burden me further. I have no time to squander on your matters. I yearn to traverse the mortal realm once more, to truly experience the essence of human emotions and desires. Life is not meant to be devoid of sentiment. Otherwise, what purpose does it serve? Should one become a mere automaton? You have emerged from your previous path. Learn to embrace the empathetic way, rather than descend into the path of detachment. In the past, I too walked the path of indifference, which led to my ruthless actions. Now, I comprehend that it is a dead end, a blind alley devoid of benefit. My current journey of cultivation aims to attain a more complete state of mind. Moreover, I must remind you, the paramount focus remains on oneself. Do not allow yourself to be ensnared in the path of indifference. Upon hearing these words, the Ghost King nodded solemnly, his heart brimming with gratitude. He had nearly betrayed the very being he sought to destroy, yet now, Lord Yanlong not only refrained from anger, but also illuminated his future path. This was likely the essence of their newfound camaraderie, perhaps the culmination of the mortal journey. Uncertain of Chu Tian's true thoughts, he nonetheless recognized the immense benefits he had gained. Previously, he had attempted myriad methods without success. Now, he had discovered the way, guided by Chu Tian's wisdom. If Chu Tian wished to eliminate him, it would be a trivial matter, negating the need for such intricate games. He bowed deeply before Chu Tian. Lord Yanlong, I vow unwavering loyalty to you henceforth and shall refrain from such actions again. I will return to seclusion, to reawaken my understanding and cultivate the path of empathy anew. A satisfied smile graced Chu Tian's face as he gently nodded. Go forth. Chapter 287. I await your return to break through once more, to become my right-hand man. The Ghost King took his leave, brimming with confidence at that moment. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that Chu Tian had sealed his fate irretrievably. He practiced the path of ruthlessness, remaining steadfastly loyal to his own heart, devoid of any extraneous emotions, with every action serving his own interests. Should he embark upon the path of sentimentality, it would be a betrayal of his former mindset. At that juncture, he might either succumb to madness or, at worst, meet a swift demise. As Chu Tian contemplated this, a faint smile graced his lips as he turned his gaze toward the second elder. A cryptic expression adorned his face. I shall not harm you. After all, to injure you would be the mildest of punishments, while to kill you would merely grant you relief. I will ensure you comprehend the true meaning of a fate worse than death. Fear not. I shall not grant you such a swift end. I intend to deliver you directly to Wanying. And the noble king has already stated that Murong will be returned to the Murong family. There is no need for haste. I can afford to take my time with you. You are indeed quite reckless, and I am well aware that Wanying is the mastermind behind this scheme. Failing to confront that woman would only embolden her to repeat such madness. At this moment, I not only seek to teach you a lesson, but also wish to impart a profound lesson to her. Devoid of the support of the underworld palace, I am curious to see how that woman will fare. The second elder trembled uncontrollably, unsure of the methods Chu Tian would employ against him. Yet he had begun to fathom that Chu Tian would undoubtedly make him wish for death. Please, do not torment me in such a manner. Grant me a swift end. As he uttered these words, he had crawled to his knees before Chu Tian, having witnessed Chu Tian's clemency toward the Ghost King. Surely, he would extend the same mercy to himself. Chu Tian let out a cold laugh, producing a silver needle that he plunged directly into the second elder's body. The smile on his face vanished, replaced by an icy malevolence. In a calm tone, he declared, "I can spare the Ghost King because he will prove invaluable to me in the future. Should he transcend the invincible realm, he shall become my right arm. What purpose do you serve? Your death would merely grant you a moment of pain. Living, however, would entail a daily torment, languishing in bed, suffering excruciating agony. What kind of life do you envision that to be? Given your current state, living an additional 100 or 80 years should pose no difficulty. And each day you would be tormented by suffering." Upon hearing these words, the second elder was utterly undone, his eyes filled with unprecedented terror, his voice trembling more violently. "Please, spare me. I truly recognize my errors. This was never my idea. It was that wretched Wanying who forced my hand. Had it not been for her, I would never have engaged in such madness. I am under her spell. If I do not comply with her demands, I will indeed face a fate worse than death." At this point, he could no longer contain his sobs, having been thoroughly frightened into submission. Chapter 288. As Chu Tian observed the second elder's demeanor, a sardonic smile emerged at the corners of his mouth, his voice growing increasingly frigid. "Your pleas for mercy hold no sway with me. I shall render your existence a torment far worse than death. My earlier words were merely to illuminate the bleak path that lies ahead for you. You may now languish in anticipation of your impending suffering." Upon hearing this, the second elder's eyes widened in disbelief, brimming with animosity. He shouted vehemently, "You would do well to end my life. Otherwise, I shall unveil your true identity, revealing you as the formidable king of hell to all. Every word exchanged with the Ghost King has been etched in my memory, and I shall disseminate every detail. If you wish to keep your identity concealed, it is imperative that you kill me. As long as I draw breath, the risk of exposure looms, and slaying me would indeed be your wisest choice. Allowing me to endure this agony will only lead to the unmasking of your true self. I shall proclaim to the world that you are not Chu Tian. You merely usurp his identity." At this moment, a resolute determination filled him, his mind fixated on a singular thought, the desire for death. Chu Tian regarded him with a bemused expression. "Do you truly believe I had not anticipated this? I possess myriad methods to ensure your suffering surpasses death, silencing you forever, rendering you incapable of uttering a single word. For instance, right now." With that, he plunged a silver needle into the second elder, severing his vocal cords and rendering him mute. A second needle followed suit. The second elder felt his entire body succumb to an unnerving paralysis, entirely beyond his control. His eyes widened in horror, yet his fingers remained immobile, akin to a living potted plant, an apt metaphor for his state. Though his mind remained lucid, he was trapped in silence, unable to move or speak, while his senses remained acutely aware. A cold smirk graced Chu Tian's face as he spoke softly. "You must now grasp the reality of your predicament. You are voiceless and motionless, condemned to endure perpetual agony, much like a living vegetable. This shall be my utmost punishment for you. I will deliver you directly to Wanying, informing her that you have divulged all her secrets and revealing your current fate. I am certain she will care for you until the day of your natural demise. A century and a half of torment will surely lead you to regret your choices." With that, he seized the second elder and vanished into the night. The second elder was engulfed by an abyss of regret. If granted a second chance at life, he would flee as far as possible, never daring to provoke Chu Tian again, perhaps even severing all ties with his family. He now viewed Chu Tian as an extraordinary master who had assumed a false identity. The so-called worldly journey was merely a reiteration of life's trials, a reflection on the myriad facets of existence. This was the essence of his earlier words to Chu Tian. Yet, now he was voiceless and immobile, paralyzed by an overwhelming fear of the unknown, the greatest terror of all. An unprecedented sense of dread and anxiety consumed him. Meanwhile, Wanying awaited news at home. Her anticipation palpable, yet thus far, no definitive word had reached her. Chapter 289. He had begun to grow somewhat impatient. Had they not yet located those individuals? Had the second elder already taken action? His subordinate, with head bowed, reported, "We only know that Chu Tian has departed from the Murong family, and we are unaware of the means by which he vanished in the blink of an eye. The person we had stationed to monitor him is now dead. Following this, we have been unable to receive any further intelligence. We have attempted to communicate with them, but not a single soul has responded, unless we immediately dispatch someone to inquire." Just as Wanying was about to make a decision, a voice suddenly resonated from outside. "No need to search. I have come of my own accord. I have presented myself at your door. Do you intend to strike directly?" At these words, Wanying's heart raced, an ominous premonition gnawing at her. The Azura, who had been lurking by his side, had now vanished without a trace. He had fled. After receiving the news from the Ghost King, he had hastily escaped the Song family. Only he was privy to certain truths, and although he did not understand why the Ghost King had rescinded his previous orders, urging him to flee as far as he could, he had scarcely departed when someone obstructed his path, a figure holding another person. Indeed, it was the second elder. Chu Tian spoke calmly. Do you wish to escape? The Azura, taken aback, had never anticipated that the one standing before him would be Chu Tian. With a single step, he had crossed the distance effortlessly. This was a technique reserved for those of the martial god realm. He had witnessed the Ghost King employ it. Yet the execution by the King of Hell was even more fluid, devoid of any hesitation. This realization struck him deeply. The King of Hell was likely truly enraged. No wonder the Ghost King had urged him to flee. At this moment, he lacked even the courage to run. Chu Tian recognized that this Azura was somewhat dim-witted, vastly inferior to the Ghost King, and lacked significant ambition, rendering him easier to control. Moreover, he was devoid of capable subordinates. Suddenly, a smile graced his face. The Ghost King has now resumed his path of cultivation, and I find myself in need of someone to assist me. You shall serve as my aide. I will assign tasks to you, as your abilities are at least adequate enough to handle minor matters. Furthermore, I issue you a definitive command. Without my express orders, you must remain by Murong's side at all times, ensuring he suffers no harm. Should any similar incidents arise, you need not return to see me. You may end your own life instead. Upon hearing this, the Azura could not help but narrow his pupils, finally grasping why Chu Tian had spared him. It was to protect the Murong family. At this moment, he quickly nodded and respectfully knelt before him. Lord King of Hell, your command is a task I must fulfill. Chu Tian, not wishing to witness his display of fealty, waved his hand dismissively. I have granted you this opportunity. You must understand how to cherish it. Do not disappoint me, or your fate will be exceedingly grim. Go. The Azura hastened towards the Murong family with utmost speed. Chapter 290. Chu Tian regarded Luocha as a valuable asset and had already given him orders. Although Luocha's intellect was somewhat lacking, he was by no means a fool. The opponent, presumably in his 40s, had already reached the celestial realm. Given some time, he would undoubtedly attain the martial god realm. Such a person was precisely what Chu Tian required as his right-hand man, and he needed even greater strength to assist him. When the time came, he would not hesitate to employ certain strategies to ensure Luocha comprehended that there were far more terrifying methods than the Yinluo curse. In fact, he would also lift the Yinluo curse from him to prevent further manipulation by the Ghost King. Now, it was essential for him to cultivate his own power. Those under his command needed not only loyalty but also to be kept in check. He had become utterly disillusioned with human nature. His means of controlling Luocha would be executed upon his return, but for now, the most pressing matter was to see Song Wanying and ascertain her current demeanor. At that moment, he had arrived at the hall. Upon hearing Chu Tian's voice, Song Wanying's pupils constricted slightly. Her immediate instinct was to seek Luocha's assistance. She needed a chance at survival. Yet, to her surprise, Luocha had vanished. Her expression turned exceedingly grim. Chu Tian, what brings you here? She demanded. I have already made it abundantly clear to Murong Longqing that this matter has nothing to do with me. I have no idea why the second elder went mad. Chu Tian tossed the second elder at Song Wanying's feet, a mocking smile spreading across his face. Although you claim ignorance, I have extracted the truth from the second elder himself. He has divulged all the facts to me, yet now he finds himself rendered mute and immobile, silently enduring unprecedented agony and torment. Without employing any special methods, I have stripped him of his ability to speak, reducing him to a mere shell of a person, akin to a potted plant. His mind, however, remains remarkably clear. After all, he has reached the transcendence realm. Based on his current level of power, he is destined to endure this suffering for at least another 100 to 180 years. Listening to these words, Song Wanying's expression darkened significantly. She struggled to find the words to respond. Given that Chu Tian had finished speaking, it was evident he was fully aware of her actions. In this moment, she could only gamble on his mercy. Chu Tian sneered, I assure you, I will not harm you, for we do share a history. However, I must convey to you an even more distressing piece of news. From this point forward, the Hall of Yinluo will no longer extend any support to you. They will harbor nothing but disdain for you. Run as far as you can. No matter the cost, they will remain unmoved. They may even take direct action against you. But fret not, they certainly won't forewarn you, for the curse you bear originates from me. As he spoke, Chu Tian took a slow step forward, his expression growing increasingly frigid. If I were to employ the same tactics against you, what fate would await you? Chapter 291. Consider the plight of the second elder. If it were to befall you, how would you endure such torment? To languish in bed, awaiting the festering of sores upon your body, while enduring frequent agony. Imagine. I have placed an ancient insect within him, one that consumes his very essence yet spares him from death. At most, it gnaws at his innards, leaving him with the sensation of being devoured from within. Of course, I will provide him with ample sustenance to replenish his strength. Contemplating such a worthless being, I intend solely to let him experience pain, to grasp the grave consequences of incurring my wrath. Upon hearing these words, Wanying was visibly shaken, truly grasping a fear hitherto unknown to her. The true identity of Chu Tian was beyond her comprehension, yet she believed it was not merely due to his newfound prominence. If a significant figure had genuinely acknowledged him, it was certain that Chu Tian would have made contact. The rejection from the underworld palace could very well be a result of that eminent individual's warning. Such a fiend would not flee so swiftly otherwise. With the disappearance of the other party, it was tantamount to the underworld palace having utterly forsaken him. Without the underworld palace, he was bereft of any backing, rendering him vulnerable should others seek to harm him. Wanying's complexion had turned exceedingly pale. Chu Tian, why must you proceed in this manner? I never intended to target you. Time and again, I have expressed my desire to return to the way things were. I would treat you as the cherished moonlight in my heart. I swear to the heavens, if I ever cause you pain again, may I suffer eternal damnation. Chu Tian shook his head with a smile. You are already teetering on the brink of perdition, and deep down, you know that you cannot cultivate to that realm of self-reliance. Thus, there is no need to worry about retribution from the heavens. You treat your vows as casually as one consumes sustenance. I do not even believe the punctuation in your words. You have utterly disappointed me. Yet I shall not take your life. Instead, I will allow you to witness, with your own eyes, everything you possess gradually slipping from your grasp. Is it not the power you cherish most? Is it not wealth that you hold dear? I shall make you intimately aware of the agony that accompanies the gradual deprivation of those very things. As he spoke, his voice remained eerily calm, as though his emotions were untouched by the turbulence of the moment. In stark contrast, the young woman trembled in fear. Overcome with despair, she knelt before Chu Tian. I truly recognize my errors. I implore you for another chance. Whatever you require of me, I shall comply. Until this moment, I have remained untouched and unblemished. I can wholly belong to you. You may treat me as you wish. I beseech you, do not strip away everything. Wanying's heart raced with trepidation. She understood that Chu Tian had transformed completely, no longer embodying his former self, and it was impossible for him to feel any compassion for her. Her only recourse was to demonstrate her utmost sincerity, and her greatest sincerity was her very being. Chu Tian regarded her with a cold, mocking smile. His voice sharp as a blade. Do you believe yourself more beautiful than Miss Murong? Or what qualities do you possess that might still captivate me? Chapter 292. Chu Tian chuckled softly and shook his head. At this moment, you appear to me as a venomous serpent. Do you truly believe that your beauty captivates me? Initially, it was merely your innocent spirit that drew me in, and I have always regarded you as a woman of purity. I am reluctant to ponder the reasons behind your transformation into this current state, nor do I wish to contemplate what transgressions you may have committed. All I feel is an escalating disdain within my heart. If you were to exhibit a semblance of fortitude now, perhaps I might still consider granting you clemency. But the demeanor you display evokes nothing but pity in me. As the saying goes, those who are pitiable often possess qualities that are detestable. Are you truly oblivious to this? Upon hearing his words, Wanying trembled, both in body and spirit, her gaze filled with sorrow and indignation. She could no longer restrain herself and shouted, Have I become this way not because of you? Are you truly unaware of why those from the underworld are targeting me? They merely sought to use me as a means to test you. Now that they have gleaned their results and fled in fear, why have you chosen to abandon me? Where have I gone wrong? I too have been misled by them. You once claimed to admire my innocent heart. I can return to that state. After all, as the adage states, a river may change its course, but one's nature is hard to alter. I firmly believe my true essence is not that of a malicious soul. I have been coerced into this predicament. I implore you for another chance, and I assure you I shall never disappoint you again. Chu Tian shook his head once more. Enough. I have lost all patience with you and have no desire to squander time in this exchange. My intention was merely to instill a sense of fear within you. Yet I did not anticipate your overwhelming display of trepidation. I am utterly disillusioned with you. Any semblance of a relationship between us is now irrevocably severed. I can unequivocally declare that should you continue to stir trouble, I would not hesitate to reduce you to the state of the second elder. I brought him here solely to ensure you attend to this wretched creature. If you harbor hatred, direct it towards him instead. Had he not betrayed you, I might have remained unaware of your role as the true instigator behind these events. In my eyes, you still possessed a flicker of kindness. But the second elder's final words have irrevocably clarified my perception of you. With that, Chu Tian turned and departed, leaving no room for hesitation. He refrained from taking direct action against Wanying, for he understood that this woman would never acquiesce quietly. He desired to witness her gradual descent into despair. Watching her possessions slip away would serve as the greatest torment for him. At this moment, the second elder was consumed by a desire for death. Caught in a limbo of survival and demise, he understood all too well that Wanying would likely never forgive him, and could resort to the most brutal methods of torture. The fear within him reached a zenith. Wanying, observing Chu Tian's retreating figure, crumpled to the ground, her expression morphing into one of increasing anxiety. She was uncertain of the measures that might be employed against her next. Chu Tian's words echoed in her mind, firmly etched in her memory. Since he had proclaimed the gradual dissolution of all she held dear, she was certain he would fulfill that promise. Her current status in the entire Luyuan city was indeed commendable. Although her foundation was lacking, her prowess was far from ordinary. Yet, all the elite warriors of her clan had been taken away by the second elder, their purpose solely to execute this task. Now, with those masters all but extinguished, the core strength of her family had been obliterated. She had believed she still possessed a final trump card. Chapter 293, The Hall of Yama. However, now the Hall of Yama has abandoned him, echoing Chu Tian's words, causing everything in his grasp to gradually fade away. With sufficient strength, the future becomes akin to being perceived as a soft persimmon, easily squeezed by anyone. The more he contemplated, the more anxious and restless Wanying felt. He turned his gaze toward the second elder, his eyes filled with an ultimate resentment. You once fervently proclaimed that for the sake of the family, you would sacrifice everything. That you would rather die than betray any family interests. Do you understand the true purpose behind all my actions? I endeavored to assist the Hall of Yama. Yet once they had used me, they cast me aside without hesitation. Now our family stands precariously on the brink of collapse, vulnerable to being devoured by others. In such a scenario, both I and the entire family could be annihilated. Yet at this critical juncture of our family's transformation, you chose to betray us. How am I to regard you? Why should I adhere to rules that you yourself fail to uphold? At this moment, Wanying's words erupted into desperate cries, his heart consumed by regret. If given a second chance, he would never compromise. He might even genuinely choose to follow Chu Tian from that point onward. Alas, Chu Tian would never grant him that opportunity. The second elder found himself speechless, paralyzed, engulfed in endless remorse. The emotions reflected in his eyes were unmistakable to Wanying. With a hollow laugh filled with sorrow, Wanying exclaimed, "Do you also feel regret? What we ought to lament is how we once incited you to abandon Chu Tian, to humiliate him by presenting him with a letter of divorce, knowing full well his temperament. When I handed him that letter, he could have easily flown into a rage. Yet, he refrained, leaving you without a justification to harm him, which has allowed Chu Tian to survive until now. If I had chosen to cherish our past, and kept Chu Tian by my side, even without showing him kindness, I believe he would still have offered us assistance. It is all because of you. What means should I employ to slowly torment you? Only through your suffering can my heart find solace." As he spoke, Wanying appeared almost deranged. The weight of his regret and his current predicament had driven him to the brink of madness, teetering on the edge of collapse. His frenzied demeanor sending chills down the spine of anyone who witnessed it. In truth, this was precisely the effect Chu Tian desired. He could have easily ended Wanying's life, but he saw no need to do so. Killing was merely a fleeting act, and it would also serve as a form of liberation for Wanying. Chapter 294. At this moment, Wanying had completely descended into madness. His gaze filled with an unprecedented insanity. He had no intention of killing the second elder, as Chu Tian had stated. He preferred to see the old man languishing in bed, reduced to a mere plant, unable to move or speak. This, he believed, would be the greatest torment for him. Meanwhile, his mind was racing, contemplating how to break the impasse. As he pondered these matters, a sudden knock echoed through the door. Who could it be? Suspicion filled Wanying's eyes, accompanied by a hint of indecision. He was alone in his family residence, the others having been temporarily dismissed, and all the guards had been ruthlessly slain. A figure entered. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wanying visibly froze, for it was Xue Bufan. A broad smile adorned Xue Bufan's face as he fixed his gaze on Wanying, speaking in a calm tone. "I have come solely to inquire about Lu Ziyue." Lu Ziyue? Confusion clouded Wanying's eyes, the name striking him as vaguely familiar. It quickly dawned on him that he had indeed heard it before. The first instance being at an auction where the individual had reportedly acquired a pill formula, which had stirred quite the uproar, culminating in some unfortunate incident. "Master Xue," he replied, "you seek me merely to ask about Lu Ziyue? Yet, I have no connection with her. We have only met once." Xue Bufan's brow furrowed slightly. "Whether you have met her or not is unclear to me, but one thing I do know is that one of the formulas in your possession originates from that auction. Though it bears a different name, I am well aware of its efficacy. I am currently searching for that woman, under direct orders to locate her. Though the reasons elude me, My son must secure her, otherwise his life hangs by a thread. You must comprehend my resolve. At this moment, Shui Bufon's expression darkened. He had not contemplated how to deal with Lu Ziyue. He merely sought information. If he could acquire a lead to pass on to his son, the journey would not have been in vain. He had considered seeking out Chu Tian but ultimately dismissed the idea. For Chu Tian's true identity had been revealed as the formidable king of hell from Yanluo Palace. He had been fortunate enough to encounter him once. While ordinary people revered him as a divine physician, Shui Bufon understood that his role in Yanluo Palace was extraordinary, yet it paled in comparison to Chu Tian. Thus, he had no desire to court death. Coincidentally, he had learned that among the pharmaceuticals being sold here, one formula bore a striking resemblance to the one Lu Ziyue had previously acquired. This connection to Song Wanying compelled him to pay a visit. Upon arrival, he was met with the grim sight of numerous guards lying lifeless in pools of blood. Chapter 295. He decided to disregard the multitude of concerns. After all, he hailed from the Hall of Yama. As long as he did not provoke other factions, they would likely afford him a modicum of respect. Song Wanying immediately shook her head, expressing her ignorance regarding the matter at hand. As for the similar prescription, it was possible that our alchemists had some dealings with the other party. However, many of our alchemists have now pledged their allegiance to the Murong family. Even if you wish to pursue this, you must approach them. I am of no further assistance. I swear to the heavens that every word I utter is the truth. At that moment, Song Wanying appeared exceedingly disheveled, her gaze brimming with resentment, particularly when the Murong family was mentioned. She felt as though they had usurped everything that rightfully belonged to her. Even Chu Tian should have been hers, but she had been deceived. Regret washed over her. Yet no one would grant her the opportunity to amend her mistakes. Shui Bufon's brow furrowed deeper, his patience waning. I do not wish to hear any superfluous drivel. Merely inform me of the origin of this prescription and hand it over to me. Otherwise, even with the recognition of the King of Ghosts from the Hall of Yama, I assure you, I will have no qualms about taking action against you, and the king will not intervene excessively. He spoke with palpable confidence. Having established cordial relationships with the other 9 shadow generals, who often sought his counsel, his voice turned icier. The Hall of Yama cannot protect you, and presently, its members may not even extend their protection. You, woman, are utterly oblivious to the folly of your actions. Some matters may elude others, but not me. The liaison personnel are not fools, and they will uncover the truth. Moreover, the individual you have offended is beyond salvation, even by divine intervention. At this juncture, a mocking smile crept upon Shui Bufon's face. He found it incomprehensible that this woman, in her folly, would forsake the king of Yama to pursue an engagement with the young master of the Yuan family. Yet, such was the consequence of her own actions. Other matters were of little concern to him. His sole objective was to locate Lu Ziyue. His son was affiliated with the Divine Alchemy Pavilion, and his decision to have his son join was to facilitate multifaceted development as the pavilion held opportunities for him. Moreover, he was a master of the healing arts. Many formidable alchemists within the pavilion were his acquaintances, some even close friends. He had endeavored to secure a promising position for his son, only to be met with unforeseen difficulties. Now, his countenance had darkened considerably. I strongly advise you to cooperate fully, otherwise, the repercussions will be dire, far beyond your capacity to endure. I have granted you an opportunity. You must learn to cherish it. Shui Bufon stepped forward. Though his strength was not extraordinary, having only attained the transcendent realm, his aura was formidable. He harbored no concerns over Song Wanying's potential reactions. She had been thoroughly incapacitated, and he had already discerned her state. He sighed inwardly, recognizing her self-inflicted plight. Song Wanying's expression soured. Her teeth clenched as she retorted, Dr. Shui, I assure you, this matter is entirely unrelated to me. I do not know the individual you seek. As for how the prescription came to be here, I am equally in the dark. I even suspect it is a deliberate act of framing. Shui Bufon scoffed. Such coincidences do not exist in this world. Frame you? You think you are worthy? Chapter 296. When Song Wanying heard these words, her expression turned exceedingly grim. She could not fathom that Shui Bufon would so brazenly undermine her dignity by posing such a question openly. Dr. Shui, are you not being somewhat overbearing? Regardless of the circumstances, I am still the head of the Song family. Shui Bufon scoffed. In my eyes, your family is utterly insignificant. If I wished to eliminate your kin, with merely a word, I could have them uprooted without leaving a single feather behind. Even the worms your family cultivates would be unearthed and cleaved in twain. I typically disdain wasting words, and I certainly do not wish to squander time here. Hand over the person, and I shall spare your life. Your other family members shall not suffer repercussions. Furthermore, I am the one seeking you this time. Next time, it will be my son. The realms of Yanluo Hall and Shindin Pavilion will never clash. As you belong to Yanluo Hall, I will personally come to your door. When my son arrives, it will signify that the entire salt route establishment has entirely forsaken you. At that juncture, will you still have a path to survival? He currently sought to avoid harming Song Wanying, for this woman had once shared a bond with Chu Tian. Who could say whether Chu Tian still held any affection for her? If he did, it would be an unwise move to provoke such a powerful adversary, as it could lead to dire consequences for him. He had no desire to become a casualty in a feud with Chu Tian, for such a demise would be in vain. Song Wanying was oblivious to the turmoil within Xue Bufan's mind, her own countenance reflecting her distress. A thought flickered through her mind, and she grappled with whether to voice it. However, upon meeting Xue Bufan's gaze, she resolved, Dr. Xue, I assure you I am not deceiving you. If you doubt my words, I can provide proof. When he once presented the formula to me, he claimed it was his own research. At the time, I did not take it seriously and awarded him a sum. You may investigate this matter. It is a moment of great joy for our Song family. Many are aware of this event. Shortly after receiving the reward, he defected to the Murong family and is now a second-tier alchemist there. Should you wish, I can escort you to him. I even know his place of residence. He has truly betrayed me, igniting a fury within me to eliminate him outright. As Xue Bufan absorbed her words, his expression shifted multiple times. He was reluctant to engage with Chu Tian unless absolutely necessary, for to provoke him could lead to unforeseen peril. Yet, the commands from Shindan Pavilion loomed over his son. And if he, as a father, failed to assist, his son's position as the leader of the Black Xian sect could be jeopardized, or worse. He might be expelled from Shindan Pavilion altogether. He understood the severity of the situation, which compelled him to offer assistance. Upon witnessing the changes in Xue Bufan's demeanor, Song Wanying sensed a glimmer of hope and hastily continued. Chu Tian himself is a sixth-tier alchemist. It is highly likely that he specifically provided that formula to that traitor. The individual has deliberately attempted to deceive me. The Yanluo Hall now seems indifferent to my fate, and though Dr. Xue belongs to Yanluo Hall, you must comprehend the gravity of my current plight. If you are willing to assist me, I would not hesitate to confront the Murong family. Chapter 297. In the meantime, I can retrieve that prescription and locate the person you are searching for. Please allow me some time to accomplish this. While I may not excel in other areas, I am confident in my ability to find someone in this city. Xue Bufan observed his demeanor and let out a cold snort. Let us not waste time. I have no desire to collaborate with a woman of your treacherous nature. Simply inform me of the individual's identity, and I shall seek them out immediately. Upon hearing this, Song Wanying felt a twinge of frustration. Why was everyone so timid? Xue Bufan was a renowned divine doctor, and even sixth-grade alchemists treated him with utmost caution. Yet, now they seemed hesitant to confront the Murong family. What could possibly be the reason? Was it due to Chu Tian? He desperately attempted to tarnish Chu Tian's reputation, but his efforts were met with indifference. Song Wanying remained oblivious to Chu Tian's true identity, and if she were to discover it one day, she would undoubtedly regret it deeply. To others, everything he stated appeared as mere folly. Xue Bufan cast a cold glance in her direction. There is no need to put on a facade before me. I will not be swayed by your words. Reveal to me who that person is, and I will take my leave at once. With no other choice, Song Wanying reluctantly disclosed the name. She had intentionally devised a scheme. The name she provided belonged to a core member of the Murong family, a former son-in-law of the previous generation, who typically maintained a low profile. I am curious to see what mischief you all will conjure. If you wish to make things difficult for me, then you shall not find peace among yourselves either. I refuse to believe that I cannot deal with you. At this moment, Song Wanying was on the brink of madness, her heart brimming with profound resentment. After departing, Xue Bufan made his way to the Murong family estate. Upon arrival, he felt a sense of trepidation and ultimately decided against entering. If Chu Tian happened to confront him inside, he might find himself in a precarious situation. Moreover, his current circumstances were rather unique. He maintained a favorable relationship with the Divine Alchemy Pavilion and was affiliated with the underworld. It was unlikely that the Lord of Hell would greet him warmly. Feeling uneasy, he turned away and did not enter the Murong family estate, but headed directly to the Alchemy Pavilion, an entity under the Murong family's influence. Upon arrival, he sought out the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, though we have not yet met, you must have heard of my name. I am Xue Bufan. Who? The shopkeeper nearly doubted his own hearing. However, upon observing Xue Bufan's serious demeanor, a thrill of excitement coursed through him. Xue Bufan was a legendary divine doctor. Although they had never met, the shopkeeper's young lady had. Please hold on. I shall fetch our young lady at once. Chapter 298. The innkeeper was just about to leave when he was called back by Xue Bufan. There's no need for such formality. I have merely come in search of an individual. I possess a prescription that has been leaked, and it has now fallen into the hands of your associates. I am here solely to confront him. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper's demeanor shifted drastically. Xue Bufan was a renowned divine physician, his reputation surpassing that of a sixth-grade alchemist. If one of their alchemists had indeed pilfered the divine physician's prescription, the implications would be dire. Even with the backing of a sixth-grade alchemist, it would be exceedingly difficult to navigate the wrath of such a distinguished figure, and the consequences could be catastrophic. May I inquire who this alchemist is? The innkeeper stammered, his voice betraying his anxiety. The potential repercussions were unimaginable. Xue Bufan coldly uttered a name, Mu Qingyun. How could it possibly be him? The innkeeper exclaimed in shock. While others might be oblivious to the identity of the individual in question, he was acutely aware. Mu Qingyun was the son-in-law of their family's previous generation. His expression darkened considerably. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Divine Physician Xue, there must be some misunderstanding. Mu Qingyun is our relative, a peer of our former patriarch, and has consistently devoted himself to assisting our family. He is indeed an enthusiastic alchemist, deeply absorbed in the craft, and has never engaged in any misconduct. Xue Bufan replied icily, I have received unequivocal information. I hope you can summon him so we may meet. If he has not stolen my prescription, I will not impose any difficulties upon you. I am not unreasonable. I am here simply to confront him directly. Should you fail to present him, do not blame me for escalating the matter. I seek resolution, not trouble, and I trust you comprehend my intent. At this moment, the innkeeper felt as though he might weep. The gravity of the situation was overwhelming. The man before him was likely indeed Xue Bufan. There was no need to question the authenticity of his identity. Should he be a fraud impersonating the divine physician, their family would ensure he met a grim fate. They might not even have to intervene themselves. Anyone daring to impersonate a divine physician would surely be dealt with harshly by the multitude. Taking a few deep breaths, he declared, I shall summon him immediately. With that, he departed and quickly contacted Murong. Upon receiving this alarming news, Murong could hardly believe her ears. What did you say? Divine Physician Xue has come to our alchemy pavilion seeking to confront my uncle? The innkeeper, with a bitter expression, responded, It is highly likely to be the true divine physician Xue. His demeanor is extraordinary, and his strength surpasses mine by at least one major realm. I cannot gauge his full prowess. Miss, you should hasten to the pavilion without delay. We must not neglect the divine physician. I will fetch my uncle. I am confident he is not the sort to engage in such actions. At this moment, Murong furrowed her brow in deep thought. After arranging matters through her communication artifact, she made her way to the alchemy pavilion with utmost speed. Meanwhile, Chu Tian had also overheard the commotion, a faint smile gracing his lips as he pondered the potential developments ahead. Chapter 299, Xue Bufan was the first person to see him, and also the first to recognize him. Soon, news of this encounter spread to the shops along the way, followed by the mischief instigated by the Ghost King. Strictly speaking, it was this individual who leaked his whereabouts, leading to subsequent troubles. He chose not to confront this person, but unexpectedly, the individual came to him instead. However, he understood that Xue Bufan was not the type to resort to petty treachery. Perhaps a warning would suffice as a means of atonement. There are numerous ways to seek atonement, and one particular method particularly appealed to him. At that moment, he intercepted Murong with a smile, saying, I am acquainted with Xue Bufan. When I treated you, he was unable to address your condition. Yet he sought my medical expertise and mentioned that he owed me a favor. I shall handle this matter, so you need not concern yourself. If it were not for someone impersonating him, it was likely that a misunderstanding had occurred. The best remedy for a misunderstanding is to find someone familiar to mediate. Given his considerable reputation, perhaps he could leverage this situation to garner support for the Murong family. Upon hearing these words, Murong eyes brightened suddenly. Very well. I shall rely on your assistance for the forthcoming matters. Chu Tian merely nodded with a smile before departing from the Murong residence. Meanwhile, at the Pill Pavilion, Mu Qingyun had already been summoned. A look of confusion adorned his face, and he questioned, I have not developed any new formulas recently. Why would divine physician Xue seek me out? The shopkeeper's eyes were filled with deep resignation. It is highly likely that someone is meddling in this matter. You must exercise caution. Divine physician Xue holds a significant status. Many owe him favors, and his network is extraordinarily formidable. Mu Qingyun nodded. Though I may be simple-minded, I am not foolish. I understand that this is a person one should not provoke. As the two ascended to the second floor, Xue Bufan had already been waiting for quite some time. At that moment, his eyes reflected dissatisfaction as he regarded Mu Qingyun, who struck him as an honest individual. This was his initial impression. His brow furrowed. Did you create that formula? Grabbing him, he produced a pill and placed it on the table. Upon seeing the pill, Mu Qingyun hurried over, picked it up, and inhaled its scent. A look of astonishment crossed his face. This was a new medicine introduced by the Song family, known for its ability to rapidly restore spiritual energy. The Murong family had no access to such a remedy, and moreover, he had never formulated anything akin to it. Divine Physician Xue, could there be a misunderstanding? Xue Bufan replied coldly, are you Mu Qingyun, a second-tier alchemist? Indeed, that is me. Mu Qingyun responded promptly, his face devoid of any signs of nervousness or evasion. He believed that one could not unjustly accuse him of actions he had not committed, especially since he seldom interacted with outsiders, focusing instead on his alchemical studies. He spoke without hesitation. Divine Physician Xue, this revitalizing elixir only emerged in the pill market within the past 2 months. For the past 6 months, I have been researching a different formula. As he spoke, he presented the formula to Xue Bufan. Divine Physician Xue, you should be able to discern that this formula originates from ancient times. A few medicinal ingredients are missing, which I have been attempting to complete. Chapter 300. A look of astonishment appeared on Xue Bufan's face. Are you speaking the truth? He had initially suspected that the Murong family was involved in some sort of conspiracy and speculated that Lu Ziyue might have been hidden away by them. However, it now seemed that he had been mistaken from the very beginning. It appeared he had been deceived by Song Wanying. After a moment's contemplation, he directly inquired, are you the son-in-law of the previous generation of the Murong family? Mu Qingyun nodded. Murong Longcheng is my brother-in-law. My wife passed away early, but he left behind a dying wish for me to assist the Murong family as much as possible. Besides, I had nowhere else to go, so I chose to remain. I have no particular hobbies, except for my fondness for alchemy. At this point, his gaze grew resolute. I adhere to my principles and would never dream of stealing someone else's formula. I swear by the heavens that I have never done so. Upon hearing this, Xue Bufan realized he had indeed been misled. Song Wanying had shown remarkable audacity. A surge of anger coursed through him, making his teeth grind audibly. However, to Mu Qingyun and the innkeeper, his expression appeared as if he were directing his disbelief toward them. Just as the innkeeper was about to explain, a voice came from outside. Dr. Xue, we meet again. At the sound of this voice, Xue Bufan felt a chill run through him. He involuntarily shuddered, and the flames of his anger were doused as if doused by a bucket of cold water. He turned, his face stiffening. Just as he was about to speak, Chu Tian's gaze shifted toward the innkeeper. Innkeeper, you and Mu Qingyun should leave for now. I will handle the matter here. Dr. Xue may have simply mistaken the person. Or perhaps he too has been deceived. I share a good rapport with him, and we can discuss this matter calmly. Together, we will unravel the misunderstandings at play. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper's eyes brightened, harboring no doubts about Chu Tian's words, for he was indeed the rightful head of the Murong family. Once the two had departed, Chu Tian's gaze turned back to Xue Bufan, a bemused expression in his eyes. Old Xue, you possess quite the audacity. I never imagined you would directly reveal my identity to the 10 great shadows. Many among them wished to come here, and I sent them all away in anger. He Wuchang, being rather single-minded, made his way here and found me. Should my identity be exposed, it would lead to significant trouble and disrupt my plans, which would greatly displease me. Do you think I might act in an overzealous manner in response? Upon hearing this, Xue Bufan's legs went weak, and he fell to his knees before Chu Tian, his expression turning one of sheer terror. Lord Yanluo, I truly had no knowledge of your identity. I only harbored some suspicion, never imagining you were indeed. Chapter 301. At this juncture, his face was overtaken by an expression of sheer terror. For a sudden realization dawned upon him. Chu Tian remarked nonchalantly that ignorance is no excuse, and he had previously neglected to forewarn him about certain matters. However, he could now solemnly declare that his identity must remain strictly confidential, and the trouble that had come to him was likely instigated by others. Do tell me directly. Is it Song Wanying or the Ghost King? Xue Bufan shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. It is not due to external provocation. Rather, I am genuinely searching for Lu Ziyue. Lu Ziyue is someone my son must capture. Should my son fail to subdue him, it could lead to immense troubles. The location of the Black Xian sect matters little, but he would undoubtedly be expelled from the Divine Pill Pavilion. The Divine Pill Pavilion maintains an exceedingly stringent grasp over its subordinates. There, one encounters only death, not withdrawal. Upon reaching this point, his eyes were filled with a pleading intensity. Chu Tian calmly inquired, if you seek Lu Ziyue, how did you find your way here? Xue Bufan, unable to harbor any secrets, hastily recounted the entire tale. Let this matter rest here. Go directly to the Divine Pill Pavilion and inform them that Lu Ziyue is under the protection of the Yin Luo Temple. Should anyone wish to challenge this, let them test the sharpness of Yin Luo Temple's blade. Furthermore, convey this message. The principles laid down by the Pavilion Master were never intended to facilitate their sordid dealings. Have they forgotten the 3 ironclad rules left by their leader? If they seek further excuses or wish to target you, you may inform them directly that the King of Yin Luo and their Pavilion Master are close allies. Upon hearing these words, Xue Bufan's pupils dilated sharply. The pavilion master of the Divine Pill Pavilion and the king of Yen Luo shared a common trait. Their identities were shrouded in extreme secrecy. And after establishing their respective realms, they showed little interest in intervening, seemingly indifferent to the developments within the city. It was even jested that these two formidable powers might be the creation of a single individual. Such notions were met with skepticism. Both the Yen Luo Temple and the Divine Pill Pavilion rank among the most powerful forces in the Xianling realm, always elusive, embodying the characteristics of formidable masters without other apparent similarities. Now, Chu Tian's words served to suggest to Xue Bufan that the former jest might indeed hold a kernel of truth. Contemplating this, his countenance betrayed unmistakable signs of distress. Chu Tian, perceiving his thoughts, merely smiled. There is no need for wild conjecture. You need only to act as I instruct. Should I learn that you continue to spread rumors outside, consider the consequences for yourself. Additionally, you have caused me some minor inconveniences, so you shall atone for your actions. You are aware of my temperament and have heard tales of my ruthlessness. I shall grant you a fleeting opportunity to redeem yourself should you choose to accept it. Xue Bufan felt an involuntary jolt of dread within him. He knew that encountering Chu Tian would spell trouble. With a woeful expression and a voice trembling with trepidation, he beseeched, "My lord Yen Luo, please give your command." A slight smile graced Chu Tian's lips. "You will publicly declare that you have ties to the Murong family and pledge your utmost assistance to them. You possess a wealth of pharmaceutical knowledge, and you are yourself a fifth-grade alchemist. Remain to aid the Murong family in their development. I shall not impose upon you for an extended period, merely 2 years. What say you?" Xue Bufan could only bitterly smile within himself. Did he dare refuse? Chapter 302. In truth, Xue Bufan's heart brimmed with profound gratitude, even feeling that the rumors circulating in the outside world were exceedingly terrifying. The esteemed king of hell did not embody the cold-bloodedness often attributed to him. He respectfully replied, "I will remain with the Murong family for the next decade, and during this time, I shall fully assist them." Chu Tian revealed a satisfied smile. "Excellent. I bestow upon you this prescription as a token of reward. By the way, remember to repay enmity with enmity and grievances with grievances. Do not show any mercy towards Wanying. As long as the person remains alive, that is sufficient." After uttering this, he departed. Xue Bufan was momentarily taken aback. Eventually grasping the implications, he had indeed been exploited. It was the vile Wanying who had manipulated him, and as he contemplated this betrayal, his anger intensified, almost causing him to choke on the blood that surged in his throat. As Chu Tian exited the second floor, Mu Qingyun and the old shopkeeper immediately approached, their expressions laden with concern. Though they said little, their eyes conveyed a clear message. Chu Tian, however, remained unfazed, merely smiling as he stated, "Dr. Xue and I have become fast friends. I have shared a prescription with him, and he has willingly agreed to assist the Murong family for the next decade." Upon hearing this, both Mu Qingyun and the old shopkeeper were utterly stunned, their eyes reflecting disbelief and shock. Xue Bufan was a renowned top-tier physician in the Xianling realm and a fifth-grade alchemist, though he rarely concocted elixirs, preferring instead to study various medicinal herbs. He could even be said to possess the ability to resurrect the dead. Yet, the fact that he was now willing to devote himself to the Murong family for an entire decade felt akin to an extraordinary fortune falling into their laps. Without granting them time to inquire further, Chu Tian left with his hands behind his back. By the time they regained their composure, they saw Xue Bufan descending the stairs. They hesitated to ask questions, fearing that Chu Tian might be deliberately misleading them, which could lead to an awkward situation or even provoke Xue Bufan's ire. However, Xue Bufan smiled and said, "From now on, we shall be colleagues. I hold you in high regard. Although you are merely a second-grade alchemist, I see a tenacity within you. Your age may be advanced, yet under my guidance for the next decade, you could very well become a fourth or fifth-grade alchemist. If you are willing to learn, I shall impart my knowledge to you, treating it as compensation for the misunderstanding." Mu Qingyun felt as if he had been struck by a great fortune, but he quickly regained his senses and knelt in gratitude. "Thank you, Dr. Xue." The old shopkeeper interjected, "You should address him as master." Xue Bufan did not object, leaving both men in a state of awe and immense relief. Chu Tian had indelibly etched an impression upon their minds. "I accept you as my disciple. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow, I shall introduce you to the Alchemy Pavilion where you will take up residence. Today, I have matters to attend to. Having been deceived and led astray, I must reclaim my dignity." As Xue Bufan spoke, a fire ignited in his eyes, and after nodding to the two, he exited the Alchemy Pavilion. The shopkeeper hastily transmitted all information to Murong. Upon receiving the news, Murong was equally bewildered. He planned to wait for Chu Tian's return to inquire further, feeling increasingly that the man's identity was becoming ever more enigmatic. Chapter 303, Xue Bufan had already made his way to the Song residence. At this moment, his countenance was exceptionally frigid. Upon his arrival, he found that the premises had been thoroughly cleaned and a new batch of guards had been appointed. He instructed them to inform Song Wanying that Xue Bufan had come to demand an explanation. The guards, initially intent on reprimanding him, were momentarily taken aback upon hearing the name Xue Bufan, their eyes widening in astonishment. Stammering, one of them inquired, "Are you the revered physician Xue?" Xue Bufan offered no response, choosing instead to await in silence. The gatekeeper, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily rushed inside. Song Wanying personally emerged to greet him, her face adorned with a charming smile. Yet, a closer inspection revealed a glint in her eyes that hinted at a scheming delight. "Physician Xue, did you not set out to confront the person who pilfered your prescription? What brings you back?" Xue Bufan replied icily. "Mu Qingyun met his demise at my hands, only for me to realize that I had mistakenly slain the wrong individual. Now, I have irreparably severed ties with the Murong family. Is this not the outcome you desired? With my relationship with the Murong family utterly destroyed, the only person left who can assist me is you. Alternatively, I could leave this city. But departing will not be so facile. Even if I cannot achieve my ambitions, I must at least preserve my dignity." Upon hearing this, Song Wanying's eyes sparkled with surprise. She had not anticipated that Xue Bufan would act with such decisiveness. The unexpected turn of events filled her with exhilaration. "Physician Xue, you have misunderstood my intentions. I genuinely wish to assist you in locating the individual who stole your prescription. I harbor no ulterior motives." Xue Bufan was no naive fool, and he recognized the ploy behind her words. He coldly retorted, "I have no interest in your futile prattle. I have already made my intentions abundantly clear. I am here to save my son. Do you intend to force my hand against you as well? Reveal to me the identity of the true thief of the prescription. Where is this person now?" In truth, he had no necessity to prolong the conversation. Yet he harbored doubts about whether the woman had escaped from Luyun City. He even considered the possibility of facilitating his son's departure from the Shinan Pavilion. If his son could align himself with Chu Tian, it would be the greatest boon for him, potentially opening doors to unparalleled opportunities. At that moment, Song Wanying could not suppress her laughter. "Physician Xue, have I not already told you? His name is Mu Qingyun. I suspect you gleaned little useful information from him. But I have procured the previous transaction records. All dealings between Mu Qingyun and us are documented here." Xue Bufan did not bother to examine the accounts. Such documents could easily be fabricated. Recognizing that Song Wanying had prepared for his visit after deceiving him, he felt his expression grow increasingly severe. "Song Wanying, you truly embody a treacherous vixen, merciless to others, yet even more so to yourself. Do you comprehend the consequences of deceiving me?" Song Wanying quickly shook her head. "Physician Xue, you are mistaken." She had intended to argue her case, but at that moment, Xue Bufan erupted into laughter, his mirth laced with icy mockery. "Song Wanying, do you take me for a fool? Did you genuinely believe I would kill Mu Qingyun? I was merely toying with you." Chapter 304. Song Wanying was momentarily taken aback, her face revealing an expression of astonishment, but she quickly regained her composure. Her countenance was filled with disbelief. "What did you just say? Are you intentionally mocking me?" Xue Bufan replied coldly, "Indeed, I am deliberately toying with you. You deceived me earlier, sending me to confront the Murong family. What was your true intention? I am now fully aware that you merely sought to lead me astray. You have no idea the magnitude of the trouble you have invited upon yourself. I shall report this matter to the Shinan Pavilion. Consequently, every single alchemist from your family must leave. Mark my words, you can test this if you wish." With that, he turned to leave. Song Wanying was utterly dumbfounded. She truly did not anticipate that Xue Bufan would resort to such ruthless measures. It was said that Xue Bufan possessed a remarkably kind disposition, never oppressing the weak. Furthermore, he always prioritized treating the patients he encountered, regardless of their status. Why then? Had he transformed so drastically in her presence? This was precisely why she dared to employ schemes against him initially. She believed that, even upon discovering the truth, he would not retaliate severely. Yet she never envisioned that he would orchestrate such a strategy, directing his ire not at her, but towards the Shinan Pavilion. If the Shinan Pavilion were to intervene directly, those alchemists would undoubtedly flee at the mere whisper of their name, recognizing the futility of opposing such a powerful entity. Song Wanying was now thoroughly alarmed. Others might not grasp this, but she understood completely that the Shinan Pavilion's status far surpassed that of their modest family. Should they choose to do so, they could effortlessly eradicate her family from the medicinal market. The Shinan Pavilion held no interest in their small town, as their branches were established in provincial capitals at the very least. Faced with such a formidable predicament, she was utterly at a loss on how to respond. After all, her family's primary source of income stemmed from the medicinal market, and she had devoted all her energy to it. A severe blow at this moment could spell the end for their family. In a state of desperation, Song Wanying obstructed Xue Bufan's path. Her voice trembled with urgency. Dr. Xue, I am deeply sorry. I was blinded by my own folly. I now acknowledge my mistakes and implore you for another chance. I vow that such an incident will never occur again. Furthermore, I swear on my honor that it was Mu Qingyun who took the prescription from me. The relationship between that alchemist and Mu Qingyun is profound. I indeed aim to undermine the Murong family, but there must be collusion between Mu Qingyun and that alchemist. She sought to explain further. However, Xue Bufan could only smirk coldly, his disdain evident. This woman was utterly misguided, failing to recognize the gravity of her previous actions. He replied icily, I have already articulated my stance with utmost clarity, yet you chose to disregard my words. I have stated that this matter pertains to my son's life and death. You may plot against me, but you have forgotten the weight of my declarations. Chapter 305. At this juncture, Xue Bufan let out a cold snort, preparing to circumvent the situation entirely. In his heart, he was acutely aware that Song Wanying would never allow him to depart so easily. This would provide him with a valid pretext for taking action, after all. To torment this woman without cause might not leave a favorable impression on Chu Tian. However, if he were compelled to act out of necessity, it would paint a different picture altogether. As he had anticipated, Song Wanying once again obstructed his path, her eyes brimming with desperation. Dr. Xue, I truly understand my mistakes. I implore you, spare me this once. I cannot afford to lose our family's market for elixirs. Otherwise, our lineage would face utter ruin. Xue Bufan replied with a sarcastic smile, what does your family's downfall have to do with me? My reprisal is merely a trivial act. If I truly wished to dismantle your family, it would require far less effort. I would only need to declare that anyone who could annihilate your clan would have my eternal gratitude. Can you fathom how many would rise against you then? Song Wanying's countenance fell. If such a proclamation were to circulate, their family would inevitably disintegrate, and the few remaining members would hastily flee, too terrified to remain. Dr. Xue was a figure of great renown in the Xuanyuan Realm. Should such words be uttered, the calamity awaiting them would be unimaginable. Xue Bufan mocked. Do you dare to stand in my way still? Are you hoping for your family's experts to intervene and strike me down? There are myriad methods to control a person in this world. Have you not considered employing other means to restrain me? His gaze was laced with amusement, eager to see if this woman would resort to foolishness. He was quite curious. Should she dare to take such a step, the repercussions would be far graver. He had made his stance abundantly clear before, but she had shown no concern, despite the implications for his son's future. The thought ignited a furious blaze within him, and he felt an overwhelming urge to slap this woman to the ground. Yet, that would merely be the lightest form of punishment. Song Wanying, too, found herself momentarily consumed by such thoughts, only to cast them aside almost immediately. Xue Bufan was no ordinary individual. He was a rankless alchemist, and the true extent of his prowess was shrouded in mystery. Furthermore, all the transcendent experts of the Song family had been vanquished. Even if she wished to thwart him, the opportunity was simply non-existent. With this realization, Song Wanying bit her crimson lip and knelt before Xue Bufan. Her voice trembled with fear. Dr. Xue, I beseech you, do not. If you would only protect our family, I would acquiesce to any demands you might have. I would comply with anything you ask, without hesitation. At this point, Song Wanying displayed a pitiful demeanor. Xue Bufan was taken aback. He understood the implication of her words. This woman, though not forcing anyone to act against him, sought to employ such tactics. Was she not pushing herself into the flames? Chapter 306. Xue Bufan dared not allow this shameless woman to continue her tirade. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, Song Wanying, I genuinely did not anticipate your utter lack of shame. Where do you think you have placed me? Is my dignity to be cast aside so easily? Your blatant humiliation leaves me no choice but to retaliate. Initially, I merely intended to ruin your family's business as a warning, yet I never imagined you would audaciously insult me in such a manner. Do not expect me to be courteous in return. Your punishment is merely a lesson for you to remember. At this juncture, he produced a silver needle from his person and deftly flicked it. The needle pierced Song Wanying's skin. She was utterly bewildered by the source of Xue Bufan's ire, mistakenly believing that he was angry over her deceit. Her mind was already racing with thoughts of how to make amends, interpreting her earlier remarks merely as an expression of attitude. However, she was taken aback by his abrupt aggression and the intensity of his reaction. Even as she pondered what could have triggered such a response, how could she possibly have insulted him? Many sought her favor, and their intentions were hardly more than a desire for her physical form. Did Xue Bufan truly remain unaffected? Regardless of age, he was still a man of considerable power, and the notion of him being past his prime was utterly unfounded. Xue Bufan was consumed by rage. The fact that this woman believed he would be captivated by her beauty was an affront to his intelligence, as if he were an ignorant youth. Moreover, he cherished his reputation dearly. The audacity of this woman to provoke him with such words was intolerable. Should this incident become public, how would others perceive him? He ground his teeth and declared, "This needle is imbued with a toxin that will permeate your entire being through the acupuncture point it penetrates. Soon, you will experience a profound transformation in your condition. You shall soon see what becomes of the beauty you so pridefully flaunt. This fate is of your own making." Shui Bufan had discerned that the woman before him valued her beauty above all, considering it her greatest asset. He bore no qualms about rendering her into a grotesque figure. Though the transformation would be temporary, the duration would suffice for his purposes. A cold smirk graced his lips. "Savor the sensation," he remarked before turning to depart. Song Wanying attempted to struggle, but found herself utterly immobilized, a peculiar energy coursing through her veins, rendering her own strength ineffective. The strange energy felt akin to a toxin infiltrating her bloodstream. "Xueshini, I truly realize my error. I beseech you, spare me. Do not leave." Yet her voice was too feeble to garner his attention. Meanwhile, those stationed outside remained eerily silent. Shui Bufan coldly instructed, "Let the woman inside remain undisturbed. Provide her no aid. Should the toxin I have administered fail to achieve the desired effect, I shall remember each of your faces. I trust you comprehend the implications of my words." The guards all nodded fervently. What a jest! They were not loyalists of this family, merely mercenaries in exchange for coin. And they were not inclined to risk their lives when it truly mattered. Chapter 307 Dr. Shui, rest assured, we shall depart immediately and will not linger any longer. From this moment forth, we shall have no further connection with their family, even if they owe me wages. Several individuals promptly discarded their guard uniforms and turned to flee. When Shui Bufan witnessed this scene, a satisfied smile graced his face. His intention was to ensure that Song Wanying would fully perceive the transformation within herself. The affliction she experienced was merely a temporary alteration. Given Song Wanying's constitution, it would not be long before she returned to her former self. However, this interval was sufficient to prevent her from causing further mischief, serving as a fitting punishment. Unbeknownst to Song Wanying, Shui Bufan's thoughts were far from her mind. At that moment, she felt a peculiar tingling sensation on her face, akin to some substance having been splashed upon her skin. The nature of this substance was evidently harmful, and the burning sensation was unmistakably intense, flooding her with dread. Should her visage be marred further, what leverage would remain for her? The more she contemplated, the more profound her fear became, compelling her to tremble uncontrollably, her gaze reflecting unprecedented terror. Yet, there was no recourse. Even if she called out, no one would respond. She had clearly heard Shui Bufan's earlier declarations, and the guards outside were likely indifferent, if not entirely absent. As these thoughts consumed her, she trembled violently. Her eyes filled with an unprecedented sense of panic. "Help! Is there anyone who can save me?" At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside. Filled with hope, Song Wanying thought it fortuitous that someone had arrived. If she could just reach the medical clinic, she would surely be cured of the poison. Otherwise, Shui Bufan would not have instructed those outside to refrain from interference. "Save me!" Possibly hearing her cries, the footsteps quickened. Upon entering, they discovered Song Wanying lying on the ground, and the newcomer was none other than young Master Yuan. Upon seeing her, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he instinctively exclaimed, "You are Song Wanying?" His words were laden with uncertainty. Song Wanying sensed the implications in his voice. It was likely that her appearance had indeed altered. In a desperate plea, she called out, "Young Master Yuan, please save me. I have been poisoned and cannot move. Has my appearance changed? He previously vowed to strip me of my beauty. I cannot bear to become a hideous creature. Otherwise, that esteemed figure will undoubtedly be displeased. And he truly has taken a fancy to me. Yet, there are those who wish to sever the bond between us. Their malice knows no bounds. If you can save me, I promise to offer generous rewards and express my gratitude personally." Upon hearing her words, young Master Yuan's eyes were filled with skepticism. Chapter 308 Young Master Yuan coldly remarked, "Song Wanying, do you truly believe me to be a fool? I have come here today solely to inquire how you have offended Dr. Shui. That esteemed doctor has explicitly stated that anyone who assists the Song family will be considered his enemy. Furthermore, he has publicly declared his support for the Murong family and intends to remain with them for a decade." Upon hearing this, Song Wanying could not help but feel her pupils constrict violently. She had not anticipated such a turn of events. She had intended to manipulate Shui Bufan to confront the Murong family, hoping to ensnare him in his own trap, as he had previously threatened her. Yet, why had the tables turned so dramatically? Was this not a form of retaliation from him? Young Master Yuan, observing the shift in Song Wanying's gaze, could not suppress a mocking laugh. "You just admitted that you have been poisoned. which has transformed you into this pitiful state. Only a master could have inflicted such a potent toxin upon you. Dr. Xue has grown weary of you. I suspect it is he who has cast this affliction upon you. If you expect me to rescue you, would that not be provoking the doctor further? He chuckled derisively. You are utterly oblivious to my true intentions. I initially sought to seize the elixir market and collaborate with the Murong family, but given your current state, it seems you have no interest in negotiations, and your market share has now become worthless. Who does not recognize that the Murong family is flourishing? While you are merely a jester, akin to a grasshopper in autumn, destined to leap for only a few more days. As he spoke, his scorn was unrelenting. Treating Song Wanying as nothing more than a genuine fool, unworthy of sympathy. Song Wanying trembled violently, her expression becoming increasingly frantic. Young Master Yuan, if you can save me. I promise to transfer my entire share of the elixir market to you. Just grant me a modicum of assistance, enabling me to remain hidden. I will not concern myself with the future. I simply wish to live. I do not wish to die, nor do I want to become a complete monstrosity. I beg of you, please help me. Whatever conditions you impose, I shall comply. The most prudent course of action was to save herself first. Once she regained her former self, she would deny her previous statements. Young Master Yuan was no fool. He would not acquiesce outright. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings and, upon noticing a mirror, approached it and brought it over, placing it before Song Wanying, his smile deepening. Dearest, take a good look at your current appearance. Do not present yourself before me in that repulsive manner. Had you still possessed your beauty, your pitiful pleas might have evoked some sympathy from me. But look at you now. Upon gazing into the mirror, Song Wanying was momentarily rendered speechless. Her facial expression shifted dramatically, mirroring that of the reflection before her. She questioned if her soul had been swapped with that of a brutish man. Her visage now resembled that of a coarse, rugged figure, though she retained her femininity. Her skin had become rough, sallow, and darkened. Chapter 309. At this moment, Song Wanying was utterly dumbfounded, frozen in place, her mind struggling to comprehend the situation. Is this truly me? Young Master Yuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Are you stunned? Surely you never imagined you would transform into this. Frankly, I am quite curious about the poison that Dr. Xue used on you. Those women who prefer to act like men would likely go to great lengths to obtain such a toxin if they knew it existed. You are blissfully unaware of your fortune, and given your character, your current appearance is more fitting than ever. As venomous and ruthless as a snake. Just look at that face. Excess flesh, treacherous slits for eyes. One glance at your countenance reveals that you are no good person. His mockery was unrestrained. At that moment, a piercing scream escaped from Song Wanying's lips. The voice, still her original tone, was in stark contrast to her present form. Young Master Yuan was uncertain whether this transformation would be permanent, yet he found the situation exceedingly amusing. Previously, he had refrained from confronting this woman, fearing retribution from Chu Tian. While he could mock her superficially, he dared not take serious action. This woman had received her just deserts, and the more he pondered it, the more satisfaction he felt. Had it not been for Song Wanying's betrayal, he would not have become a puppet for Chu Tian. Although he had not received any commands or been tasked with anything, he still felt as though a sharp blade hung over his head, ready to descend and obliterate any chance of survival. At this moment, his heart reveled in the sight of Song Wanying's downfall, and his smile grew increasingly sinister. You wretched woman, do you know? It was you who brought me to ruin. Now, witnessing your current plight brings me great delight. Moreover, I have recorded your appearance on a crystal stone and sent it directly to the task square via a communication talisman. The task I have set forth is simple, to locate you in this form, notifying everyone that the illustrious Miss Song of the Song family has now become this. I hope they can assist in finding you. If found, I shall reward them with 10 mid-grade spirit stones, though the reward may seem modest. Wandering cultivators will undoubtedly be tempted, for mid-grade spirit stones are quite lucrative for them. If they come, they will surely see you as you are now. I wonder how you will confront them. Will you acknowledge your present identity? With that, he laughed heartily and departed. Song Wanying, engulfed in a fog of disbelief, finally began to process the reality of her situation. She cried out desperately, Young Master Yuan, please don't. Yet, her pleas went unanswered as he quickened his pace. Song Wanying felt as if the very heavens had collapsed upon her. Struggling to rise, her body barely responsive, she hurriedly made her way to the medical clinic at the fastest speed she could muster. Chapter 310. Song Wanying has also grown to despise young Master Yuan. He, who could have rendered assistance, instead chose to delay, leading to the current state of affairs. Upon arriving at the medical clinic, Song Wanying explained her predicament to the elderly physician. She refrained from disclosing her identity, merely stating that she was a young woman of exceptional beauty, who had fallen victim to a nefarious scheme that transformed her into her present condition, likely due to a unique toxin. The old physician, after hearing her words, exhibited a look of utter astonishment. Ultimately, he chuckled and shook his head. While I cannot ascertain the veracity of your claims, I have never encountered such a toxin. Perhaps my skills are insufficient. You should seek assistance elsewhere. Feeling a sense of unease, Wanying noticed a distinct shift in the physician's expression upon her revelation. It seemed he had discerned the nature of the toxin, but was unwilling to provide aid. She knelt before him, pleading, I implore you to save me. A healer should possess the heart of a parent. If I cannot restore my original appearance, I would rather meet my demise. The physician displayed no mercy. His voice icy as he replied, I am unable to assist you, and even if I could, I would not. The one who harmed you must be Physician Xue. No one else possesses such methods. This is his unique skill, and the toxin will continue to spread. Prepare yourself. Physician Xue is highly regarded and would not easily resort to punishment. It must be that your character is flawed. Furthermore, the use of such a toxin reveals one's inner self. Your current visage speaks volumes about your true nature. Depart now. It is likely that no physician in the world will aid you. The esteemed position of Xue Bufan is a testament to the respect he commands among practitioners in the Xuanyuan Realm. While those physicians may lack formidable romantic techniques, their understanding of healing wounds and medicinal materials far exceeds that of ordinary alchemists. There was once a case when Xue Bufan employed such a method to punish an individual, and it stirred quite a commotion. Many physicians comprehend that when Xue Bufan resorts to such measures, it signifies that the person is beyond redemption. Now, a woman stands before me, claiming to be afflicted by this peculiar toxin. One need only use their imagination to deduce that it is likely the work of that esteemed physician. After a moment's hesitation, Wanying resolved to reveal her true identity. Physician, I am actually Wanying of the Song family. There has been some misunderstanding between me and Physician Xue. I am truly not a heinous person. She had anticipated that disclosing her identity might elicit compassion from the old physician. However, she found his expression growing even more peculiar. The physician seemed to have an epiphany. So you are the infamous femme fatale of legend. No wonder the esteemed physician would impose punishment upon you. Your story has long circulated throughout Luoyuan City. Chu Tian provided you with immense support, even risking his life for your family on multiple occasions. And what was the result? He found himself ensnared in crisis, stripped of his cultivation, while you turned your back, delivering a letter of divorce to him. What a profound humiliation for a man. I cannot fathom the existence of a woman such as yourself. Even a stone would warm to the touch, yet your heart remains cold. Chapter 311. Come quickly, everyone. This is Wanying. Wanying hurriedly rushed outside, her heart laden with resentment. Why did the entire world seem to conspire against her? The news surrounding her plight had spread like wildfire, and she now dared not step outside. She consulted several physicians. Yet all delivered the same disheartening response. There was nothing they could do. Despite her willingness to pay handsomely, no one paid her any heed. The sole physician who visited her conveyed that the poison was beyond remedy unless the esteemed Physician Xue intervened. After much contemplation, Wanying was left with no better course of action than to seek out Murong. She had previously interacted with Murong and understood her character. Although Physician Xue appeared amiable, she perceived a deep-seated cruelty beneath his fade. Conversely, Murong struck her as a woman of pure heart, reminiscent of the former Chu Tian. If she presented herself as sufficiently pitiable, Murong might indeed be inclined to advocate on her behalf to Physician Xue. At that moment, Chu Tian had also received word of the unfolding situation. A slight smile graced his lips. Old Xue had some clever tactics, albeit temporary. It was fitting to teach that woman a lesson. If not firmly reprimanded, she would likely grow ever bolder, her future actions becoming unpredictable. He informed old Xue that the woman would inevitably seek out Murong, presenting an opportunity for a favor. The old shopkeeper merely relayed Xue Bufan's request to Chu Tian. Curious to observe his reaction, he pondered why Xue Bufan seemed so invested in Chu Tian's stance. Reflecting on their close friendship, he felt reassured, especially considering Chu Tian's prior infatuation with Wanying. Such emotions were intricate, and it was uncertain whether Chu Tian might one day feel compassion for her. Perhaps this was indeed a matter of concern. Chu Tian's response, however, greatly satisfied the old shopkeeper. As the future son-in-law, it was essential that he remain steadfast in his intentions toward the young lady. Shouldn't Wanying bear some consequences? He inquired. Chu Tian nodded with a smile. Murong is kind-hearted and easily swayed, prone to compassion. Thus, you must caution her in advance, ensuring she is not deceived. It is acceptable for Xue Bufan to negotiate, for although old Xue is benevolent, he has encountered many deceitful souls. He can see through Wanying's intentions. Securing the entire elixir market promptly is the wisest course. Once we establish our foothold in this city, our family must continue to thrive. The old shopkeeper's eyes sparkled with excitement. His son-in-law had indeed changed his mind. Yes, I shall report this to Physician Shui at once. Upon receiving the news, Shui Bufan also breathed a sigh of relief. His methods were, indeed, temporary, yet Song Wanying remained oblivious to this fact. Were it feasible, he would dare to implement a permanent solution. Meanwhile, Chu Tian had instructed him to proceed with greater resolve. Chapter 312. Though Shui Bufan had reached an advanced age, he was far from being a stubborn old man. At this moment, he approached Murong, his face adorned with an exceedingly gentle smile. Miss Murong, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. Upon learning the background of the situation, a look of disbelief crossed Murong countenance. She had initially intended to inquire about Chu Tian's true identity and his connection to Shui Bufan, but it seemed that Shui Bufan had sought her out first. After a brief moment of silence, curiosity flickered in her eyes. Dr. Shui, is it truly the case that you and Chu Tian are merely old friends? Shui Bufan dared not disclose Chu Tian's true identity, nodding with a smile. Indeed, we are simply friends across generations. I encountered Chu Tian during your treatment, and although our exchange was limited, we felt an immediate camaraderie. When I realized it was Chu Tian advocating for you, my anger diminished significantly. Had it not been for his intervention in clarifying our misunderstanding, we might have faced serious repercussions. He continued, moreover, I received a precious prescription from Chu Tian, which has been immensely beneficial. Accepting a gift from a friend without reciprocation would leave me with a sense of unease. Upon hearing this, Murong finally grasped the situation. It was Chu Tian who had presented a rare prescription, which explained why Dr. Shui had suddenly agreed to assist her family. The thought of this silent contribution stirred deep emotions within her. Rest assured, Dr. Shui, I shall not be swayed by Song Wanying. In the case of anyone else, I might have felt pity, but with regards to Murong, such sentiments do not arise. That woman has harmed Chu Tian, igniting my utmost fury. However, if I have the chance, simply refraining from adding to his misfortunes is already a significant act of grace on my part. In truth, I may very well retaliate. Anyone who dares to harm Chu Tian shall not escape my wrath. Shui Bufan discerned the sincerity in her words, and an involuntary smile graced his face. Miss Murong, to find such a suitable match, may lovers ultimately unite. Murong's cheeks flushed slightly at this compliment. After their prior conversation, Shui Bufan proceeded to the branch of the Divine Elixir Pavilion. There were still matters to address, and his purpose for coming here was to clarify the situation. Although the distance was considerable, the teleportation array allowed for swift travel. Upon his arrival and identification, the branch manager swiftly approached him, brimming with respect. After all, Shui Bufan was a figure whose expertise in pharmacology rivaled that of several elders within the Divine Elixir Pavilion, making him a coveted ally. Dr. Shui, we regret not greeting you sooner. The manager's smile was radiant, his gaze fervent. Shui Bufan's unexpected visit surely bore some request. Perhaps this would be an opportunity for them to form an alliance. The Divine Elixir Pavilion would not mind this additional layer of identity for Shui Bufan, if possible. They could even forge a cooperative relationship with the Underworld Palace. The union of such formidable powers would indeed be a remarkable tale. Shui Bufan, however, simply stated, I have come today primarily to convey a singular message. My son is the master of the black mysterious sect under the Divine Elixir Pavilion. I am here to request his resignation from this position. Chapter 313 primarily deals with the fact that he has been ineffective in his duties and has failed to locate the individual you seek. A matter that also involves the Underworld Palace. I am most suited to act as the negotiator in this situation. The esteemed king of the Underworld himself has made the request. If you are unable to engage with me directly, you may appoint another representative from your headquarters. The king of the Underworld has stated that he is a close confidant of the leader of your Divine Elixir Pavilion. Upon hearing this, the person in charge could not help but experience a sharp contraction of his pupils. He was acutely aware that he could not bear the weight of such a significant matter. The assassin's complexion shifted drastically as he hurriedly exclaimed, Esteemed physician, please hold on a moment. I will retrieve the mystic mirror at once. This mystic mirror can connect us with the Grand Elder of our Divine Elixir Pavilion. Were it not for an urgent matter, the Grand Elder would certainly not entertain us mere mortals. What you have mentioned is far too monumental. I am utterly incapable of making such decisions. Shui Bufan had anticipated this scenario long before. He was unfazed, merely nodding slightly. At this moment, his expression remained tranquil. Yet internally, he was anything but calm, as thoughts of the words previously spoken by Chu Tian flooded his mind, words that had confirmed Chu Tian's identity. The more he contemplated, the more trepidation he felt. If Chu Tian were indeed the architect behind these two formidable factions, one could only imagine the consequences if he were to fully reveal his identity. Both factions would likely rush to align themselves with him. Those who sought to instigate turmoil amidst their power would be swiftly quelled. The deeds committed in the past had instilled fear in countless hearts. Particularly, the upheaval within the underworld palace had shown that some, emboldened by their strength, disregarded the king of the underworld and openly defied his orders, only to meet a fate of utter annihilation, with even their very roots being uprooted and severed. The rivers of bloodshed in those days made them acutely aware of just how ruthless the king of the underworld could be. The person in charge quickly returned with the mystic mirror, a unique communication artifact that allowed them to see each other's likenesses within its reflective surface. Upon channeling spiritual energy into the mirror, ripples danced across its surface, and soon, the visage of a man appeared. It was the Grand Elder of the Divine Elixir Pavilion, who had encountered Shui Bufan on several occasions. Upon seeing Shui Bufan, the Grand Elder momentarily faltered, then could not suppress a smile. Brother Shui, it has been quite some time. Our last meeting felt like a reunion of old friends. Have you considered joining our Divine Elixir Pavilion? The Underworld Palace is a place of conflict, while we at the Divine Elixir Pavilion offer a different path. Although we primarily provide cultivation elixirs, we also supply medicinal potions for healing. In essence, our fundamental philosophies are aligned. He initiated their conversation with an overture of alliance. However, Shui Bufan could only offer a wry smile and shake his head, feigning helplessness as he replied, Grand Elder, I appreciate your kind intentions. The king of the underworld once extended his grace towards me and even saved my life. Thus, I shall remain with the Underworld Palace for life, aiding him in his grand endeavors. Moreover, this situation arose due to my son's actions. The king of the underworld wishes to protect Lu Ziyue. The specific reasons elude me, yet he mentioned that he is a close friend of your pavilion's leader. They have only recently met, and I believe he can secure Lu Ziyue's safety. If you have any reservations, he can personally speak with your pavilion leader. He would never impose difficulties upon the esteemed elders. The Grand Elder's smile faltered, and a sudden jolt of apprehension surged within him. Chapter 314. The heart of the Grand Elder raced tumultuously, and a palpable shift in his expression became evident. He found himself questioning whether the words spoken by Shui Bufan were merely a ruse. The master of the Divine Pill Pavilion had seemingly vanished without a trace. The Divine Pill Pavilion had long since strayed from its original purpose, now entirely under the dominion of a few elders, who were embroiled in internal strife. Their sole aim was to seize control of the entire pavilion for their own benefit. This organization was among the most formidable forces in the Xuanyuan Realm. Possessing it would elevate one to the status of a sovereign. All the elders shared this ambition, particularly the Grand Elder, a grade 8 alchemist with the greatest aspirations and surrounded by the most alchemists. The sudden revelation regarding the master of the Divine Pill Pavilion startled him. Xuanyuan, are you certain that Lord Yinluo stated he is a close friend of our master? Of course, how could I deceive you? This is a direct statement from Lord Yinluo himself, and he assured me he would take care of this matter for reasons unknown to me. I am merely relaying his words. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's mind raced, acutely aware of the significance of that woman. He was one of the 2 grade 8 alchemists within the Divine Pill Pavilion. The other, Lu Tian, was presently unaccounted for. To gain the support of their family, the most effective strategy was to favor a member of the Lu clan, and he had identified one individual, albeit a distant relative. This individual had now garnered the backing of key family members and was his closest ally. Naturally, he intended to assist, especially with the impending pursuit of Lu Ziyue. He had already resolved that upon Lu Tiandao's return, he would shift the blame for the incident onto the descendants of the Lu family, distancing himself from any repercussions. He would merely assert that he had offered support and protection to their kin, preventing their complete annihilation. In that eventuality, Lu Tiandao would owe him a favor. However, he had not anticipated the interference from the Hall of Yinluo, with Lord Yinluo himself involved. Doubts about the veracity of this matter began to creep into his mind. Xuanyuan, I recognize you as a principal member of the Hall of Yinluo, indeed its true core, yet I remain skeptical regarding this issue. After all, your Lord Yinluo has also been missing for several years without a trace. His meaning was unmistakable. Shui Bufan furrowed his brow tightly. Taken aback by the other's apparent intent to oppose the Hall of Yinluo, his demeanor darkened. If you harbor doubts, you may inquire with the Ghost King and seek counsel from He Wuchang, 2 among the 10 Yama Kings, who have recently encountered Lord Yinluo. However, I advise you to keep that identity confidential, lest you face dire consequences. You may hold the position of Grand Elder. Yet I am well aware of the circumstances surrounding your Divine Pill Pavilion. He refrained from elaborating further and shifted the conversation with an air of indifference. I have conveyed the message. Whether you choose to heed it is of no concern to me. I can affirm that Lord Yinluo is indeed a close friend of your master. Additionally, let me remind you that the master was seen in Luyan City, roughly 3 to 4 years ago, assisting an individual named Chu Tian. He wishes to avoid complicating matters for Chu Tian. as it is clear that Chu Tian is engaged in significant undertakings that must not be disturbed. Chapter 3:15. If one is disturbed, it will inevitably result in failure. At this moment, Shui Bufan's words struck the Grand Elder like a thunderbolt. He was filled with an overwhelming sense of disbelief and shock, his expression a mixture of astonishment. However, he quickly regained his composure, only to realize that Shui Bufan had already departed. Go and inquire about a person named Chu Tian in Luoyang City. Remember, be discreet in your inquiries. Do not act recklessly, for the consequences could be dire, beyond your capacity to bear. Report back to me with all the information as soon as you gather it. With that, he severed the connection. The person in charge, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, had not overheard the conversation between the two, yet he promptly set about executing the order. He was uncertain of the Grand Elder's intentions, but he understood the necessity of obedience. Shui Bufan soon returned to the pill pavilion, where he also assisted in refining pills and occasionally treated patients. The reputation of the Murong family soared to great heights. Currently, the Murong family basked in the zenith of their influence in the entire Luoyang City, with many asserting that they had aligned themselves with a significant figure, positioning them as potential future dominators. Numerous individuals sought to forge connections, some hoping to acquire a 6th-grade pill. The lines at the pill pavilion grew longer each day, filled with eager buyers, many of whom hailed from distant lands. Aside from the divine pill pavilion, only the Murong family could provide 6th-grade pills. At this moment, Wanying stood outside the pill pavilion, her eyes brimming with jealousy and resentment. It all should have belonged to her. Everything was rightfully hers. Yet now it had transformed into the property of the Murong family, leaving her with a profound sense of bitterness. She found herself at a dead end, and Shui Bufan's words felt like the final straw that would crush them. Desperation consumed her. All the merchants who had once collaborated with them had withdrawn their support. Their family, once proud and untouchable, had plummeted to disgrace. Many sought to take advantage of their misfortunes, and if she could not resolve this predicament, she would become the true scapegoat of her family, losing everything she had once cherished. The mere thought of such a fate made her tremble with fear. She had to seek Shui Bufan's forgiveness. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, she suddenly spotted Chu Tian. Their eyes met, and his brow furrowed in concern. "What are you doing here?" Tears welled in Wanying's eyes as she rushed to Chu Tian, grasping his arm tightly, her expression one of anguished pleading. "Chu Tian, I beg you to help me. I believe that with just one word from you, Shui Bufan will surely assist me. He has publicly declared our enmity. Just look at my face. It's all his doing. He has turned me into a true monster." Chapter 3:16. Chu Tian furrowed his brow, his expression growing increasingly frigid. "Let go," he uttered, the simplicity of his words belied by the intensity of the moment. However, Wanying felt as though a knife was poised against her throat, the icy sensation causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Yet, she could not bring herself to release her grip, for she understood all too well the nature of Chu Tian. To relinquish her hold now would signify a complete surrender of her opportunity. She could not bear the thought of becoming a true monstrosity. She must implore Chu Tian for assistance, lest her life be irrevocably ruined. In that moment, her embrace tightened further. Chu Tian's heart swelled with disdain, particularly as he beheld Wanying's current demeanor. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. "I granted you an opportunity, yet you failed to cherish it. Release me immediately, and I might allow you a chance to meet Shui Bufan. Should you refuse to let go, do not blame me for taking action. Should I resort to force, you may find yourself lying on the ground." As he spoke, his eyes grew colder still. Wanying was genuinely frightened. She recognized Chu Tian's temperament and understood that refusing to release her grip could lead to dire consequences. All she could do was gaze at him, ultimately loosening her hold. "Please, help me," she pleaded. "For the sake of our past connection, I know you are not devoid of compassion. I severed ties with you for my future and subjected you to humiliation. I now deeply regret my actions and have come to a profound realization. Yet, I cannot bear the thought of becoming an abomination. If I were to become a grotesque figure, my life would be utterly ruined." Chu Tian replied coolly. "Your appearance reflects your heart. The methods employed by Shui Bufan have shaped you into this form, a manifestation of your inner character. Look in the mirror and behold your current ugliness. It is a reflection of your soul. If you wish to alter your appearance, Shui Bufan may assist you. And he could do so with ease. But are you certain he will help? I can arrange for you to meet him. But the price you may have to pay could be insurmountable, and you might very well refuse." Upon hearing this, Wanying shook her head vigorously, fully aware that Shui Bufan would deliver a harsh lesson. Yet, she dreaded the prospect of that lesson transforming her into a grotesque figure. She would rather suffer immense losses, even sacrificing all her family's interests, than endure the humiliation of her current self. While others might not grasp the implications, Wanying understood all too well. If she lost her appearance, her struggles would be in vain. Her family's assets would surely be lost, as there were countless eyes fixed upon them. Should her family fall, many would feast upon their downfall. She could even seek refuge with a powerful entity and betray herself, as long as it presented an opportunity she could not afford to dismiss. Simultaneously, her heart harbored dreams of transforming her future completely. She was resolute in her desire not to become a mere puppet, subject to the whims of others. Chu Tian sensed the machinations within Song Wanying's heart. Such a woman possessed no conscience. No matter how well she treated him, she would ultimately betray him, perhaps even plunging a knife into his back, as past events had already demonstrated. Chapter 317. In that moment, he merely offered a cold smile before striding into the alchemy pavilion. Inside, there was a considerable queue of individuals, none of whom paid him any mind upon his arrival, as they were all intent on acquiring a 6th-grade elixir. However, only a single elixir of that grade was sold each day. Their purpose was unwavering. They awaited the dawn of tomorrow. After all, the pavilion remained open around the clock, and they were determined to stay, believing it worthwhile to endure the wait, even if it meant residing there. Unperturbed by the throng, Chu Tian ascended to the 2nd floor, with Song Wanying closely trailing him. Upon spotting Chu Tian, Xuebu Fan rose to greet him, but upon noticing Song Wanying, his understanding shifted instantly. A subtle smile graced his lips as he nodded at Chu Tian. Dr. Shui, Chu Tian remarked, Song Wanying has been insistent on meeting you, and I have obliged her request by bringing her here. She has also asked me to intercede on her behalf. I believe it only fitting to grant her this courtesy, particularly as she has taken the initiative to present herself before us, as if offering her neck to the blade. His words were strikingly candid, and upon hearing them, Song Wanying's pupils constricted in alarm. Had Chu Tian abandoned all pretense? Was he truly insinuating a desire to plunge the knife deep? What had she done to incite such fury within him? A wave of despair washed over her as she contemplated this. No wonder he had suddenly agreed to assist her. The true motive was to deliver a devastating blow. Her heart sank further. Xuebu Fan chuckled and turned his gaze towards Song Wanying, his expression a blend of amusement and mockery, which only heightened her anxiety. Dr. Shui, I genuinely recognize my faults. I implore you for another chance. I assure you I shall never repeat my mistakes, and I will unreservedly adhere to your commands, even if it means relinquishing my family's assets without hesitation. Upon uttering these words, he anticipated a courteous response from Xuebu Fan, for the doctor was not one to disregard his dignity. Yet, he was gravely mistaken. Xuebu Fan laughed heartily. Since you are so generous, it would be remiss of me not to indulge your request, lest I appear heartless. Thus, I shall grant your plea. Song Wanying was momentarily taken aback. Granted? Xuebu Fan nodded with a grin. What? Are you unwilling? Should you wish to decline, you may leave at once, and I would not press you. As for your earlier declarations about surrendering your family's enterprise, I shall reluctantly accept, allowing you a chance at redemption. If you choose to forego this opportunity, you are free to depart immediately. Rest assured, I have merely altered your appearance. No harm has befallen you. At worst, you may become somewhat unattractive, a veritable eyesore. But you seem indifferent to personal sentiments. Whether you have a suitor in the future is of little consequence. A seed of resentment began to take root within Song Wanying's heart. Chapter 318. Song Wanying instinctively directed her gaze towards Chu Tian and Xuebu Fan, realizing that they were indeed after their entire estate. Did Chu Tian truly consent to this? It was important to remember that a significant portion of their family's wealth had been established with Chu Tian's assistance. Now, with others attempting to seize their assets, it felt akin to robbing Chu Tian of his hard-earned efforts. With a smile that was more enigmatic than jovial, Chu Tian remarked, Why do you look at me that way? Was my previous statement not sufficiently clear? Dr. Shui has granted you an opportunity that you ought to cherish. Had it been someone else, he might not have been as lenient, leaving you to remain a grotesque figure. The door opens in that direction. You may leave at any moment. Song Wanying's heart plummeted, her complexion turning ashen. Did she still possess the chance to refuse? As she retreated a few steps, she speculated that Xuebu Fan might be acting to assist the Murong family. Dr. Shui, I agree, and I shall surrender all my family's assets for you to manage, without any complaints. Xuebu Fan, with a bemused expression, responded, I do not concern myself with your inner thoughts. Since you have acquiesced, there is no need to prolong this. Return home promptly to organize those assets and hand them over to me. We shall execute a transfer of ownership. I intend to bestow these assets upon the Murong family. As to me, wealth is but a transient affair, and I shall not claim any of it for myself. In my eyes, it holds no significance. This is merely to impart a small lesson, to make you aware that misdeeds come with consequences. If the repercussions are trivial, you may indeed repeat your errors. Upon hearing this, Song Wanying felt a profound chill within her heart. She understood that this situation had solidified into an irrevocable conclusion. No amount of resistance would grant her an opportunity. After taking several deep breaths, she replied, Very well. I shall return immediately to prepare. At that moment, Song Wanying appeared remarkably composed, though internally, her thoughts were tumultuous, her emotions surprisingly subdued. She felt an icy sensation within, inevitably recalling the time she had presented Chu Tian with a divorce decree. Perhaps at that moment, his heart had endured more anguish than hers did now. Was this retribution? With this thought, she abruptly turned to Chu Tian, her gaze becoming increasingly intricate. I'm sorry. After uttering those 3 words, Song Wanying turned and departed. Chu Tian was taken aback. He had anticipated that Song Wanying might react with desperation or hysteria, but he never imagined she would express an apology to him. This was indeed perplexing. Could it be that her heart had shifted? As this notion flickered briefly in his mind, he dismissed it. It was implausible that such a woman would genuinely change her heart. Perhaps she was merely putting on a facade before him. Occasionally, Song Wanying might experience a fleeting pang of conscience, but that would amount to nothing more than a transient realization, incapable of instigating true change. At this juncture, he had thoroughly discerned the essence of this woman. Xue Bufan hesitated, uncertain whether to speak. Chu Tian, with a smile, encouraged, Old Xue. Feel free to voice whatever is on your mind. We are not strangers here. Chapter 319. Xue Bufan lowered his voice, saying, My lord, I have previously observed Song Wanying. This woman is indeed unchangeable by nature and utterly malevolent. It is best to avoid any further contact with such a person, lest she may one day deliver a devastating blow. I have encountered similar individuals before. They are not worthy of sympathy. We have all heard the tale of the farmer and the snake. She is akin to that serpent. Chu Tian understood Xue Bufan's implication, a distinct smile emerging on his face. Old Xue, your assertion is entirely misplaced. I could never harbor any sympathy for her. She must comprehend the repercussions of her misdeeds. Otherwise, she will remain oblivious to her faults. Perhaps one day she may awaken to reality, but by then, it will be too late. Wrongdoing is wrongdoing. Adults must bear the consequences of their errors. Only then did Xue Bufan genuinely feel at ease, for he feared that Chu Tian might be muddled in judgment. Their relationship was not particularly close. He was merely someone whom Chu Tian had once assisted, and he owed him a life debt. Now, Chu Tian had further aided his son and had even acquired a priceless prescription here, one that was worth its weight in gold. Having received so many benefits from Chu Tian, he could not idly watch as similar issues arose again. Often, he pondered the extraordinary talent Chu Tian possessed, whether in cultivation or alchemy, which rendered others envious. Perhaps each individual possesses unique gifts, but when it comes to matters of the heart, some may lack the requisite acumen, rendering them oblivious to the schemes of deceitful women. Now that Chu Tian had returned to his senses, Xue Bufan felt a profound sense of relief. Someone like Song Wanying must face severe punishment. Meanwhile, Song Wanying had returned home, where many family members awaited her arrival, their eyes filled with trepidation. They had heard the news regarding the family's dire straits, and the true cause lay with Song Wanying. Anger surged among the family as they confronted her upon her return. How could you lead this family? All our transcendent masters have been taken by you, and not a single one has returned. There are foes we cannot contend with. We could have chosen to retreat and remain low-key. Why did you provoke them? Charging towards an unbeatable foe is not bravery, it is sheer folly. You must provide us with an explanation today, otherwise, we will never allow you to leave. The family members bombarded Song Wanying with furious inquiries. She surveyed the crowd, a smile gradually spreading across her face. Witnessing her smile left everyone bewildered. They could not fathom how she could still smile at such a moment. Had the family turned a corner? As this thought crossed their minds, silence fell upon them as they awaited her words. Pointing at those present, Song Wanying began to name them one by one, then erupted into laughter, her mirth tinged with melancholy. This is what you call a family. When you incited me before, you did not voice such sentiments. It is precisely because of your short-sightedness that the family has descended into this state, and yet you have the audacity to question me? Chapter 320. At this moment, the members of the family were utterly enraged. They could not believe that Song Wanying, in such dire circumstances, still dared to speak to them with such audacity. An elder stepped forward, his gaze ablaze with fury. Song Wanying, you are merely a junior, yet you have the audacity to treat your elders in this manner. Do you wish to provoke chaos? I warn you to apologize immediately and surrender all your assets. You are no longer fit to be the head of this family. Should you continue to manage our clan, you will surely bring about its ruin. Song Wanying's laughter was laced with derision. When I was beneficial to you, I was akin to your ancestor. Now that you perceive me as worthless, you seek to cast me aside, hurling accusations upon me. Do you truly think me a fool? The reason I kept the family wealth firmly in my grasp was that I saw through the vile nature of you despicable individuals. It is you who have wronged me. My life has been shattered by your hands. I believe you are already aware of many matters, and I shall not shy from stating that my current state is intolerable. He even insisted that to restore me to my former self, I must relinquish all assets. I have acquiesced, for I am my own priority. As for you short-sighted fools, I shall no longer concern myself with you. The so-called family is merely a congregation of base individuals intent on brainwashing me. It is laughable that I once placed my trust in you. I have now awakened to a profound truth. Having a father and mother pales in comparison to self-sufficiency. This wisdom is not without merit. It has manifested in my life. Had I not received any assistance, I might have truly been bullied by you today. But I have support behind me. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. They had initially believed that Wanying had lost her most formidable ally. However, it appeared that was not the case. The elder furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who stands behind you now? Who will assist you?" The Yama Palace has distanced itself from you, and they have declared their severance from any connection with you. You are no longer a member of the Yama Palace. They have spared your life, which is the greatest mercy they could offer you. Who among those associated with the Yama Palace would dare to aid you? Wanying regarded the elder with a cold smile, her voice calm as water. Who dares to assist me is my concern, not yours. If you believe that no one will come to my aid, then by all means, put that to the test. In truth, Wanying was merely brandishing a tiger's skin as a banner. She had no one behind her, and her own abilities were insufficient to contend with the family members before her. The only recourse was to intimidate them for the moment, as she needed to relinquish all family assets. Her current predicament was known only to her. If she could not resolve this in a timely manner, she would be condemned to this grotesque appearance. She could not accept this visage and must change. Surrendering the family assets was of little consequence. Observing the faces of her family members, their true natures had irrevocably wounded her heart. There was no need to linger any longer. Thus, she turned to head towards the study, only to find her path obstructed. Chapter 321. The members of the family wore grim expressions, their eyes glaring menacingly at Wanying. With a smile that bordered on mockery, Wanying remarked, "A bunch of mindless fools. If you wish to take action, why do you conceal your intentions? If you lack the courage to strike, then be gone." Having severed ties with the family, he held on to his final trump card. Furthermore, one must consider, if I had no backing, how could I have struck a deal with Shui Bufan? Shui Bufan harbored deep animosity towards me, and my audacity to toy with him stemmed from my ample confidence. Indeed, he proved formidable and exceeded my expectations. I must now pay for my missteps. Yet, even with such grave errors, he cannot extinguish my life. This alone is sufficient to illustrate my point, yet you still fail to comprehend. Attempting to obstruct me, as if you seek your own demise? Has the death of the second elder not enlightened you? The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. They were well aware of the second elder's actions and felt fortunate to have narrowly escaped disaster, yet they were astonished that Wanying dared to broach the subject. At this moment, the individual in charge was the sixth elder, whose countenance darkened as he seethed. Wanying, if you were to relinquish all of the family's assets, it would be tantamount to driving us to our doom. Without the family's resources, how are we to cultivate? Are you intent on leading us all to ruin? In response, Wanying could not suppress a laugh. Family assets? Have you forgotten the myriad benefits you have reaped over the years? I have often chosen to ignore you, yet you still possess the audacity to mention the family's holdings before me. Is what you have received not sufficient? Do not forget, when I first assumed control of the family, it was in disarray. Without my intervention, it would have long since disbanded. Now, I face some challenges, yet wherever I stand, that is the family, and you, a mere hindrance in my path. As he spoke, a look of pride emerged on his face, though it struck others as somewhat ludicrous. The individuals present exchanged glances, uncertain whether Wanying's assertions bore truth. A singular thought coursed through their minds. Wanying likely had a powerful ally, but who would dare assist her? They found themselves perplexed by the identity of this mysterious benefactor. The sixth elder's expression grew grave as he stated, Wanying, it is imperative that you clarify matters for us. Otherwise, we shall not permit you to depart today. Who can ascertain the veracity of your claims? Should you deceive us and, upon your departure, transfer all assets to another, our family would be irrevocably shattered. Upon hearing this, Wanying responded with a chilling smile. You are not worthy to know. Just as the sixth elder readied himself to explode in anger, a voice suddenly echoed from outside. Wanying, I have matters to discuss with you. The speaker entered with remarkable swiftness, appearing by Wanying's side in an instant, as though a specter. Chapter 322. The pupils of everyone present contracted sharply. The speed of the newcomer exceeded their wildest imaginations, leaving them no time to react. It was evident that the individual's cultivation had likely surpassed the realm of immortality. Who could this person possibly be? When Wanying beheld the newcomer, his pupils narrowed slightly. He did not recognize this individual, having never encountered him before. However, there was no trace of courtesy in the other's gaze. This presented an opportunity for him to leverage this person to resolve matters concerning his family. After all, the newcomer must have had ulterior motives for seeking him out. Any pertinent discussions could be held in the study, and he would appreciate it if these irrelevant individuals could be swiftly removed. The figure was clad in white, appearing to be in his 20s, emanating an aura as frigid as a drawn blade. A palpable pressure radiated from him, and his gaze shifted directly towards the other family members. His voice was as cold as steel. You have 3 breaths to leave, should you choose to remain. I shall unceremoniously send you on a journey to the underworld. As the words left his lips, a surge of murderous intent erupted from him. The onlookers trembled involuntarily, fully aware that this individual was not jesting. Could he be the formidable ally behind Wanying? At that moment, they dared not pose further inquiries. The stranger's demeanor spoke volumes. Wanying made his way toward the study, glancing back at the retreating family members, unable to suppress a mocking laugh. A bunch of fools. Upon entering the study, he turned his gaze towards the man in white, donning a habitual seductive smile. The man's brow furrowed, and he coldly remarked, "Wipe that repugnant expression off your face. Do not forget how unsightly you appear at present. You are capable of affecting my mood. And should my mood sour, the consequences could be dire." Realizing the gravity of his words, Wanying's expression shifted to one of embarrassment. He understood just how unappealing he appeared, an absolute grotesque. The fact that such a visage bore a seductive expression was indeed off-putting. Disgusted with himself, he hastily retracted his previous demeanor and adopted a serious countenance. "Thank you for your assistance earlier, my lord. May I inquire as to your purpose in seeking me?" He inquired earnestly. "I assure you, I will not refuse any request within my capabilities." The man in white responded coldly, "I require comprehensive knowledge regarding Chu Tian, every detail, yet devoid of embellishments. Should you utter even a single falsehood, I shall carve a mark upon your flesh, particularly your visage. It would be more aesthetically pleasing if marred." As he spoke, his gaze glinted with eagerness, clearly ready to take action. He added, "Moreover, I have conducted extensive investigations into Chu Tian. Should your account diverge from my findings, I will be able to discern the truth from deception." The consequences of lying were severe. He was wary of Wanying's propensity for deceit. Who could predict what fabrication she might conjure? This woman had a history. She had even dared to deceive Shwebufan, let alone an unfamiliar face like his. Despite his formidable strength, if Wanying did indeed become erratic and misled him, the repercussions of reporting false information could be catastrophic. Wanying had not anticipated that the visitor's intention was to investigate Chu Tian. The mere mention of Chu Tian stirred an inexplicable resentment within him, causing his expression to darken increasingly. Chapter 323. Why are all of you investigating him? Is he not merely favored by the powerful? And so what if he is? He is nothing but a useless person now. His teeth ground together with a grating sound, and the resentment and fury within him were unconsciously reflected on his face. The man in white, with a gaze as cold as ice, fixated on Wanying without uttering a word. Yet, an overwhelming aura of menace emanated from him. "I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you. It would be wise for you to answer my questions honestly. I have come to inquire, not to enlighten you. Furthermore, you are not worthy of my guidance. This is my final warning. Be aware of your position, or I shall not hesitate to silence you." At that moment, his heart was filled with disdain. Although this person had been dealt with by Shwebufan, her appearance was undeniably repulsive, and her demeanor only intensified his contempt. Wanying's pupils constricted slightly, but she quickly lowered her head. "I am aware that my face disgusts you. However, I will share everything honestly, starting from the moment I met Chu Tian." This time, Wanying dared not conceal anything and recounted in detail everything that had transpired since she met Chu Tian. In reality, the information the man in white had gathered was quite limited. Others only knew the general circumstances and were oblivious to the intricate details. Ultimately, he discovered that all matters were deeply intertwined with Wanying. Thus, he sought her out, for she was akin to a battered drum, vulnerable to anyone's bullying. However, after hearing everything, the man in white found himself bewildered. What on earth was this woman thinking? Had her mind been struck by a mule? Unable to contain himself, he inquired, "Do you believe everything others say? You claim they have led you astray, yet I see your true nature is already this way. In all my years, this is the first time I have encountered a woman as venomous as you. Even the most ruthless skeleton woman in the Xuanyuan Realm pales in comparison to you. You are undeniably malicious and cunning, inflicting harm upon yourself as well." He genuinely admired this woman before him, astonished that she still had the audacity to live. Were he in her position, he would have likely sought an end by throwing himself against a wall. Wanying had not anticipated such words from him. It felt like a profound humiliation. Her eyes burned with hatred, and she ground her teeth in fury, wishing she could tear him apart. Yet, lacking the strength to do so, she could only suppress her anger. The man in white cast a cold glance at Wanying and stood up to leave. Take care of yourself. If time permits, I shall return to see what fate befalls you. Wanying was taken aback by his abrupt departure. She hastily called out, Are you here to deal with Chu Tian? If you truly wish to confront him, I could serve as your vanguard, perhaps even become your. However, before she could finish her sentence, the man had already walked away, his voice echoing back, Do you think you are worthy? Chapter 324. The disturbance of Wanying's mindset in a fit of frustration. Wanying seized objects from her study and hurled them about. Never before had she felt so powerless, on the brink of losing everything she possessed. All to the one person she envied most deeply. Everything that was rightfully hers was slipping away. In this moment, her heart swelled with bitterness towards everyone around her, lamenting the injustices of the world. Why must the heavens treat me thus? What have I done to deserve this? Her voice was laced with resentment. Yet she never paused to reflect on her own missteps, choosing instead to attribute all her grievances and faults to others. Meanwhile, within the Murong family, a look of astonishment graced Chu Tian's face upon receiving the news. However, he quickly regained his composure, understanding that this matter could indeed implicate him. Yet, he remained unfazed. He had already articulated his concerns. He recognized the true nature of the Grand Elder of the Divine Alchemy Pavilion. The man's desire for the pavilion was evident. But Chu Tian knew that within a year, he would ensure the old man faced significant repercussions. What was an 8th grade alchemist to him? He surmised that the disappearance of Lu Tiandao was likely linked to the Grand Elder, yet without any concrete evidence, no one could ascertain Lu Tiandao's whereabouts. Nevertheless, he summoned the alchemist who had come from the Song family. Upon seeing the individual, a smile crept upon his lips. Lu Ziyue, it is indeed you. I did not expect you to engage in such subterfuge, directly approaching Wanying. Yet, I am perplexed as to why you chose to come to the Murong family. Are you not afraid of being discovered? Lu Ziyue, now devoid of any disguise, appeared as a middle-aged man in his 40s. However, once the mask and pretense were stripped away, his true visage emerged, adorned with an exquisite smile. What choice did I have? I am merely striving to survive. Hearing of the Murong family's ties to the Divine Alchemy Pavilion, I had no recourse but to come here, for the people of the underworld truly cannot be relied upon. Wanying sacrificed much for them, ultimately becoming a discarded pawn. Now, my only protection lies with the Murong family. The Murong family boasts a 6th grade alchemist, and it is rumored they have connections to an 8th grade alchemist. Aside from my grandfather, the only other 8th grade alchemist is the Grand Elder of the Divine Alchemy Pavilion, who is the true architect of our family's woes. There are things I cannot share with you, for revealing them would be futile. You cannot assist me, even with the best of intentions. Today, you may have seen through my disguise, but they too can locate me. I fear I may no longer be able to conceal myself within the Murong family, though their association with the 8th grade alchemist should not pose too great a threat to you. Today, I owe you a debt of gratitude, which I shall repay double in the future. At this moment, Lu Ziyue's expression turned earnest. He had not concealed anything from Chu Tian, sharing the entirety of his current predicament. After all, he was truly at his wit's end. Leaving the Murong family would be the greatest peril. He could vanish entirely, with little regard for anything else. Chu Tian smiled and shook his head. You need not leave, and you may embrace your true self fully. Chapter 325. For the time being, the Divine Pill Pavilion will not take action against you. They lack the audacity to do so. Should they dare to strike, it would signify that the Murong family can no longer protect you, and you may even drag them into calamity, leading to the annihilation of their entire lineage. You are utterly oblivious to the magnitude of their ambitions. The Grand Elder seeks to seize complete control of the Divine Pill Pavilion, thus necessitating the support of your family, which has shown reluctance to involve itself in the affairs of the pavilion, remaining steadfastly loyal to the traditions that were once established. Unfortunately, some individuals fail to comprehend this. At this juncture, Chu Tian effectively revealed to Lu Ziyue that he possessed an intimate understanding of her family's affairs. Lu Ziyue's pupils dilated in shock. She had initially presumed that Chu Tian was unaware of the intricacies involved. However, she was taken aback when he disclosed such information first. Her expression shifted from astonishment and anxiety to a sense of relief. I had no idea you were privy to these matters. Are you truly suggesting that I confront them in my true identity? It stands to reason, considering the Murong family's close ties with that 8th grade alchemist. Since you've already uncovered my identity, it seems inevitable that I will be handed over to the Grand Elder. You once saved my life, and I remain eternally grateful. Even if you were to surrender me to him, I would harbor no resentment. I must also thank you once more for your past rescue. Upon concluding her words, she bowed deeply to Chu Tian, her gaze devoid of any animosity. A smile grazed Chu Tian's lips as he replied, "Who said I intend to hand you over to them? I assured you that while you remain here, no one will pursue you. However, should anyone wish to trouble you, they must first contend with me. Rest assured, the 8th grade alchemist affiliated with the Murong family is not the Grand Elder of the Divine Pill Pavilion." Upon hearing this, Lu Ziyue appeared momentarily stunned, only to be overtaken by an uncontrollable excitement, her eyes ablaze with fervor. Not the Grand Elder? Then who could it be? The remainder of her question faltered, her voice trembling with intensity. If it were indeed her grandfather, many mysteries would seamlessly unravel. Chu Tian had previously indicated that his assistance was linked to her grandfather, leading him to risk his life for her. It dawned on her that her grandfather had been concealing his identity, perhaps to oppose the Divine Pill Pavilion. In that instant, Lu Ziyue's mind surged with countless questions. Yet it was equally filled with boundless joy. Her expression radiated hope. Chu Tian, however, shook his head, clarifying, "It is not as you envision. My connection with your grandfather is one of camaraderie, a bond formed through shared experiences despite our age difference. Now that his descendants are in peril, I cannot simply stand by. Fear not. The Grand Elder of the Divine Pill Pavilion will show deference to certain individuals. As for who that individual is, it is of no concern to you. I have already relayed the message to them. You are safe for now. Should they ever decide to act, you must flee promptly, preferably seeking refuge within the Murong family, and avoid venturing beyond their reach. I assure you that within a year at most, I will guarantee your freedom, and you will no longer be pursued, with the possibility of even locating your grandfather." Upon hearing these words, Lu Ziyue felt a deep sense of certainty within her heart and could not suppress a smile. "Did my grandfather send you to assist me? You need not deceive me. Aside from my grandfather, I cannot fathom who else could possibly aid me." Chapter 326. Chu Tian was acutely aware that Lu Ziyue was under a misconception. However, at this moment, he chose not to clarify, reasoning that providing Lu Ziyue with a glimmer of hope was beneficial, preventing her from potentially engaging in reckless behavior. He had discerned that Lu Ziyue possessed a genuine nature. With such a disposition, if she truly wished to avoid implicating the Murong family, she would undoubtedly seek ways to extricate herself. When that time came, locating her would not be a simple endeavor, for she was adept at disguise, particularly in the art of altering her appearance. If it weren't for his formidable spiritual awareness, he might have failed to notice her at all. Perhaps she could not deceive him, but deceiving others would be effortless. Rest assured, you may remain here. Until my demise, no one shall lay a finger on you. Moreover, I have vowed to safeguard you. Thus, I will ensure that you encounter no peril. Should anything befall you, I shall uproot the offenders, even unearthing their families' worms and cleaving them in twain." Upon hearing this, Lu Ziyue could not suppress a laugh, winking playfully at Chu Tian. "I have surmised that my grandfather is undoubtedly orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Fear not. This matter is known only to us. You need not deny it. Who else, besides my grandfather, would be so devoted to aiding me? After our family's downfall, who knows what chaos may ensue? The century-old reputation of our lineage could be obliterated in an instant. Frankly, my heart aches deeply, yet there is little I can do. The arm cannot outmatch the thigh. Since my departure, the family has already encountered difficulties. Regrettably, even though we are aware of the issues, we feel powerless, for the family cannot be dictated by me alone. In my opinion, my grandfather was too lenient, fully aware that those individuals were no good yet still granting them an opportunity. He sighed deeply, filled with profound helplessness. Given the chance, he would undoubtedly desire to reclaim the family and restore its former glory. Alas, his grandfather likely could not contend with the Divine Elixir Pavilion, forced instead to live in obscurity, barely preserving his own existence. Chu Tian smiled gently. 1 year is all that is needed. After a year, I shall resolve all the troubles plaguing your family. Should anyone dare to defy, I will send them straight to the underworld to converse with your ancestors. Whether they return will depend on their capabilities." His smile was unmistakable. Lu Ziyue noted that Chu Tian possessed a rather humorous disposition, as his words bore significant undertones, particularly the mention of 1 year's time, akin to a reassuring balm. "Very well, I shall await the passing of a year. Should you encounter insurmountable troubles, do not place yourself in danger. Remember, you are my savior, and I have yet to repay you." Chu Tian's smile grew brighter. "I find you remarkably similar to your grandfather. When I first met him, he too was taciturn and overly straightforward. This is unwise. It is prone to lead to disadvantage." Lu Ziyue rolled her eyes at Chu Tian. "Do you expect me to emulate women like Wanying to deceive you? You boys claim to despise green tea girls, yet deep down, you seem to favor them the most." Chapter 327. For those who are adept at flattery, they will surely attempt to charm you with sweet words, if given another chance. Devoid of the memories I currently possess, I suspect you would still fall prey to Wanying's deceit. How I wish I could have encountered you earlier. Perhaps then I could have pulled you from the abyss. My greatest delight lies in tearing apart those deceitful women. At this moment, Lu Ziyue's smile was laced with mockery. It had been a long time since she felt so untroubled, especially after discovering that her grandfather was still alive and secretly orchestrating everything. An indescribable joy surged within her. Chu Tian was taken aback that this girl would jest with him in such a manner. He gently shook his head, acknowledging, as you say, if I were to experience it all again without my current memories, it is indeed possible I might once more fall into the same trap. In truth, we are quite similar. Often, our greatest misfortune lies in our silence. Yet, we possess sincerity, and a genuine heart suffices. From now on, you shall reside in the Murong family, he declared. I shall inform Murong Yun of this matter. They will undoubtedly appoint your guards as soldiers, ensuring you suffer no injustice. Lu Ziyue nodded in agreement. Then I shall take advantage of your kindness. However, since you share a deep bond with my grandfather, and though I am uncertain of the nature of your relationship, I can surmise that my grandfather holds you in high regard. Perhaps in the future, you might even become his disciple, at which point your status would surpass mine. It is only natural for elders to care for their juniors. As for me, the foremost desire I harbor is to dine. There are so many delectable dishes awaiting me, yet a little glutton has constrained me for far too long. I must make up for lost time. Chu Tian felt a pang of sympathy for this innocent girl, driven to desperation. Were Lu Tian out to learn of the current circumstances, he would likely chastise those ungrateful descendants mercilessly. Yet, he refrained from revealing the truth. Lu Ziyue now harbored a glimmer of hope, which significantly uplifted her spirits. As for a year from now, he would undoubtedly seek Lu Tiandao. If he could find him, that would be a fortuitous outcome. If not, he could only sigh in resignation. After all, the Xuanyuan Realm is vast, and one can never know what ancient fiends might lurk within. He did not believe himself to be invincible. Reflecting upon the Cangyue Forest, an overwhelming sense of helplessness enveloped him. If one day he could effortlessly break the seals there, it would signify true dominion over the realm. For now, caution was paramount. Who could predict when those ancient fiends might suddenly emerge? He had the Murong family send a plethora of delicacies, which were arranged within the villa. Lu Ziyue's presence attracted considerable attention, particularly from the Shinan Pavilion. Upon receiving the news, the Grand Elder was promptly informed. His brow furrowed deeply. The Murong family's audacity in openly sheltering Lu Ziyue suggested they had a formidable ally backing them. Could it be the King of Hell from the Yinluo Hall? The more he pondered, the more he sensed something was amiss, yet he could not pinpoint the source of the problem. After a brief hesitation, he resolved to contact He Wuchang and the Ghost King. He was aware that these two had witnessed the King of Hell firsthand, and he recognized the Ghost King's treacherous nature. They were, in fact, of a kind, having crossed paths on several occasions. Chapter 328. The Demon King was in a state of meditation when the transmission artifact suddenly illuminated. He furrowed his brow, and upon seeing the silhouette that materialized within, a look of evident astonishment crossed his face. The Grand Elder of the Divine Alchemy Pavilion? What business do you have with me? Both factions were among the most esteemed powers in the Xuanyuan Realm, with no inherent conflict, as one focused on alchemy while the other was the realm's preeminent assassination organization. Moreover, both held prominent positions within their respective hierarchies. The Grand Elder smiled and said, I have just received a piece of news that Lord Yinluo has appeared in Luoyuan City. Moreover, it is said that Lord Yinluo is a close friend of our pavilion master. This information has been verified, and I believe you are intent on consolidating the entire Yinluo Hall. I fear you may be in some trouble now. The Demon King did not believe that this old man would contact him merely to convey such news. A sardonic smile graced his lips as he replied, Grand Elder, you should be more concerned about your own affairs. I have already gained the recognition of Lord Yinluo, who has illuminated my path forward. My subordinates are well aware that I have declared my seclusion in order to break through the final bottleneck. I have always adhered to Lord Yinluo's commands and have never acted out of line. Most of the outrageous deeds thus far have been the result of my subordinates' folly, for which I have administered ample punishment. As he spoke, his expression remained impassive, yet he felt a twinge of shock within. The Grand Elder had claimed that Lord Yinluo was a close friend of the opposing pavilion master. He felt an immense sense of relief that he had not acted recklessly, for the consequences would have been dire. It was rumored that the pavilion master's strength was unfathomable, at least at the martial emperor level. Upon hearing those words, the Grand Elder's heart chilled. He had not anticipated that Lord Yinluo would truly appear, and in Luoyuan City no less. The fact that Lord Yinluo could forgive the words of the Demon King was due to the latter's cold-blooded and ruthless nature. The Demon King shared this disposition. Furthermore, He understood that the Demon King's true aspiration was not to dominate the Yanluo Hall, but to seek a path of ascension and enhance his own strength. The Demon King was utterly devoted to cultivation, willing to do anything to augment his power. Lord Yanluo required such loyal subordinates and capable aides. Yet the circumstances were different for him. The pavilion master of the Divine Alchemy Pavilion had stated from the outset that the purpose of its establishment was to provide a sanctuary for all alchemists, shielding them from undue oppression. However, in recent years, they had gradually strayed from this original intent, especially after he had come to control half of the pavilion's power. The situation had become increasingly murky, as he engaged in duplicity that muddied the entire organization. He alone knew the extent of his actions, which must remain concealed, for exposure would spell his doom. Though the pavilion master had yet to make an appearance, Lord Yanluo had manifested, being a close friend of their leader and intent on protecting Lu Ziyue. Should he dare to act recklessly, the Yanluo Hall would undoubtedly target him. They were a band of lunatics, relentless in their pursuit, and he had yet to attain an invincible state. He was merely at the martial god level. As far as he knew, there were at least 3 martial gods within the Yanluo Hall, with the Demon King being one of them. And the admiration and fervor in their eyes when speaking of Lord Yanluo were unmistakable. Chapter 329. There was no need for the King of Hell to take action personally. Sending the Ghost King would suffice, sealing the fate of his adversary without question. Those individuals possessed an extraordinary talent for assassination, leaving his mind in complete disarray. The Ghost King, with a smile, inquired, "Elder, you reached out to me personally. Do you have a task you wish us to undertake? Just remember the rules of the Hall of Hell. If this task involves any innocent parties, or if the target is not a truly heinous individual, there is no need for further discussion. We will certainly not proceed, as the King of Hell has expressly forbidden it." Unbeknownst to him, the true intention behind the elder's contact remained concealed. The elder feigned a resigned sigh, stating, "I have indeed encountered some troubles, and the individual in question is not one of despicable character. I had thought you might accept such a task, but it appears you lack the courage. In that case, I shall seek assistance elsewhere immediately, and I shall not disclose the target. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate." He severed the communication device without delay. After a moment's hesitation, he refrained from relaying the information to Chu Tian, trusting in the King of Hell's abilities to manage any situation that arose without his unnecessary worry. The elder then contacted He Wuchang. Known for his straightforward nature, it wasn't long before he divulged the necessary information. Confirming that 2 of the 10 Yin generals had personally witnessed the King of Hell, the matter needed no further elaboration. Since the other party was intent on protecting Lu Ziyue, they would surely exercise caution, all while considering how to maintain their relationship. This was a formidable warrior at the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm, potentially surpassing their own leader. Securing the goodwill of such an ally could prove advantageous, perhaps even leading to favorable words upon the leader's return. With this thought in mind, he resolved to act. Summon someone immediately to contact the Murong family. Our Divine Dan Pavilion can provide them with several alchemists. These alchemists will directly join the Murong family. 2 6th grade alchemists, 8 5th grade, and 34th grade. Once the message was dispatched, it swiftly reached Luyan City. The entire city erupted in astonishment. No one had anticipated that the Murong family would receive such robust support from the Divine Dan Pavilion. With 2 6th grade alchemists leading a group that included 8 5th grade alchemists, the Dan Pavilion quickly became the premier choice for cultivators throughout Luyan City, attracting many from other regions seeking to procure 6th grade elixirs. Upon receiving the news, Wanying's face reflected disbelief and shock. Initially, she had anticipated that Chu Tian would encounter difficulties, especially with the Divine Dan Pavilion personally investigating matters concerning him. However, the unexpected turn of events revealed that the pavilion intended to bestow benefits upon them instead. The outcome surpassed everyone's expectations. The Dan Pavilion ascended to become the unequivocal leader of the elixir industry in Luyan City, its position unassailable. Chapter 330. Wanying initially contemplated prolonging the situation, pondering if there might be a way to preserve their current enterprises. However, upon receiving this sudden news, her heart was filled solely with helplessness and indignation. Jealousy surged within her, igniting a relentless fire. She realized that this matter was likely connected to Chu Tian, whose powerful ally undoubtedly hailed from the Divine Pill Pavilion, a fact that had become almost indisputable. The more she reflected, the more she felt a sense of injustice. Why had she ever heeded the words of those in her family? She meticulously organized all her assets and, with the transfer agreements in hand, made her way directly to the Pill Pavilion. The Pill Pavilion was bustling with activity. Upon encountering Xue Bufan, Wanying knelt before him, her face awash with regret. "Dr. Xue, I have bundled all the assets of my family, and I have signed all the transfer agreements with my own name and pressed my seal upon them. Once the recipient signs, the contracts will be valid. I implore you, Dr. Shui, grant me mercy this one time. After glancing at the documents, Shui Bufan displayed a faint smile. You've finally learned to be clever. I thought you would continue to delay. If you had prolonged it any further, I might not have accepted your offering at all. You should be aware of the current situation at the Pill Pavilion, and I have no desire to waste words on you. In fact, revealing the truth to you is of little consequence. At this point, Shui Bufan couldn't suppress a chuckle, a hint of mockery in his smile. You may not realize it, but the poison I used will linger in your system for no more than 10 days. Once that time has elapsed, the toxin will naturally dissipate, and you won't require any antidote. After all, your own strength is not insignificant. Once the poison fades, you will instantly regain your original appearance. Upon hearing this, Song Wanying's composure nearly shattered. If she had steadfastly clung to her assets, it would mean that she could have restored her appearance without any cost. Yet now, even if she relinquished all her holdings, it seemed that Shui Bufan would not assist her in regaining her former visage. Enough, Shui Bufan said coolly. You may leave now. I have conveyed what I needed to, and I can only imagine the fury brewing within you. If you dare, take action against me. Indeed. Song Wanying felt a murderous intent rising within her, yet she lacked the courage to act. Though her thoughts were venomous, akin to a viper, she was not devoid of reason, and above all, she wished to survive. Dr. Shui, you misunderstand me. I harbor no ulterior motives. I seek only to atone for my mistakes. Upon hearing this, Shui Bufan scoffed. Enough with the pretense. I do not believe a word you say, not even the punctuation. You may leave now. Do not disturb my peace. By the way, let me offer you a piece of advice. It would be wise not to trouble the young lady of the Murong family. She is currently preoccupied with many matters and has no time for you. This is a sincere warning, should you dare to entertain further schemes. You will find that the Divine Pill Pavilion alone could render your existence a living hell, without the Murong family even needing to intervene. With no choice left, Song Wanying exited, her fists clenched tightly, her nails digging into her palms. The pain in her hands somewhat alleviated the jealousy festering within her. Why did Murong Yin possess all of this? It was rightfully hers. All of it was because of Chu Tian. Chapter 331, when he presented the divorce paper. It unmistakably revealed the formidable power he wielded behind him. Who would dare to underestimate him then? Perhaps Chu Tian's feelings for her were not pure enough, as he seemed indifferent to her. This was why he agreed to the divorce. Moreover, Chu Tian claimed it was he who wanted to divorce her. Reflecting on the painful memories, Song Wanying's composure shattered entirely, and she found herself weeping by the roadside. At that moment, someone stood before her, offering a tissue. As she lifted her gaze to meet him, Song Wanying's pupils dilated in shock. She recognized him. He had once cared for her and advised her to never forsake Chu Tian, lest she regret it for life. It's you. Did you know so much back then? Why didn't you warn me about the immense power behind Chu Tian? The man appeared to be around 30, with a fair complexion and an air of delicate masculinity. A gentle smile graced his lips, and his voice was soft, almost unfathomable for a man. Song Wanying, my warning back then was a tremendous opportunity for you. Yet you failed to seize it. How can you now blame me for your misfortune? Upon hearing this, Song Wanying realized her outburst was unwarranted, and she quickly shook her head, her face painted with a sense of grievance. Yet her current demeanor seemed rather unsightly. The man paid her no mind. He merely waved his hand lightly. Wanying felt a sudden chill on her face and instinctively touched it, discovering that her rough skin had regained its former smoothness and elasticity. In haste, she pulled out a mirror and was astounded by her transformation, disbelief flooding her eyes. The methods employed by Shui Bufan seemed childlike in comparison to this man's effortless ability to counter them. Who are you? Song Wanying felt as though a chance had emerged. Although she was unaware of this man's identity, he might assist her, and she was uncertain of what leverage she could offer. Anxiety gripped her heart, fearing this singular opportunity could slip away. The man chuckled softly. I have no ulterior motives. I merely detest a certain individual and wish to see you cause him some trouble. Fear not, he won't harm you. It's not about troubling others, but about creating chaos for Chu Tian. I believe you would dare to do this. After all, the one backing Chu Tian would find me quite bothersome, perhaps even avoiding me. With my support, you may recklessly pursue your desires without concern. By the way, I have reached the level of Martial Emperor. That should suffice to protect you, correct? Song Wanying had never anticipated that the person before her was a martial emperor. He bore no outward signs of such prowess. However, the power he displayed left her utterly convinced. She knelt before him, bowing her head in gratitude, her heart brimming with excitement. Thank you for saving my life. I shall have no means to repay you, but I am willing to serve you faithfully. Chapter 332. At this moment, Song Wanying's demeanor was exceedingly sincere. akin to a drowning soul clinging desperately to a final lifeline. "May I inquire about your esteemed name?" he asked, not out of fear of anything else, but out of dread of the individuals surrounding the sect leader turning against him. Chu Tian himself harbored significant issues, although I am unaware of the fortuitous circumstances he encountered. I can assert with certainty that he possesses profound secrets. Despite being merely at the divine integration stage, he can effortlessly annihilate those of the transcendent stage. The man smiled faintly. "You need not know my name, for I bear no jade pendant to offer you. Seek out Chu Tian, deliver this to him, and directly advise him to exercise caution. From this moment forth, you shall serve as my envoy, and I intend to create disturbances for him." Upon seeing this jade pendant, Chu Tian will undoubtedly comprehend my identity. With that, he merely chuckled, turned, and vanished from Wanying's sight. Wanying could scarcely believe it. He was not an ordinary person devoid of cultivation, yet this individual had disappeared without a trace before him, devoid of any energy fluctuations. There was no doubt that he had achieved the realm of martial emperor. At that instant, his heart surged with genuine excitement. He had become the representative of the martial emperor, no longer burdened by worry. It felt as though his heart had been reborn. Meanwhile, Chu Tian was within the Murong family estate. Having just refined a batch of pills, he was currently engaged in the production of 6th-grade elixirs. Requiring no further effort on his part, he merely needed to concoct the medicines necessary for his swift recovery. Just as he prepared to cultivate, the old steward hurriedly entered. "Young master, there is someone outside requesting an audience. It is Wanying, and he claims to bring you a gift." Chu Tian raised an eyebrow. "Let him in." He was eager to discern what scheme Wanying was concocting. His attitude towards her had shifted to one of amusement. Soon, Wanying entered the hall, and upon seeing Chu Tian, the previous timidity and pleading demeanor had vanished, replaced instead by an air of superiority. "Chu Tian, had you once been ruthless enough to eliminate me outright, perhaps we would not be facing these subsequent troubles. Alas, you did not. And now I find myself regretting having offered you a divorce decree. You could have revealed to me the formidable backing you possess, but you chose silence, seemingly wishing for me to lament my past decisions. Yet, little did you know, you have inadvertently facilitated my ascent. Enduring hardships, I now bask in the light of success." Chu Tian's expression remained serene as he gazed at Wanying, calmly uttering, "Is your mind in disarray?" Furious, Wanying clenched her teeth, and in that moment, her wrath erupted as she produced the jade pendant and threw it at Chu Tian. "Upon seeing this, you should understand to whom I am affiliated." In truth, she was oblivious to the identity of the martial emperor who supported her from the shadows. Those who achieve the rank of martial emperor are typically renowned. Yet she had never heard of a figure possessing a delicate appearance and somewhat effeminate demeanor holding such a title. Of course, she would never dare voice these thoughts aloud. Chapter 333. Upon receiving the jade pendant, Chu Tian's pupils contracted sharply, and a distinct expression of astonishment appeared on his face. "He gave this to you?" Wanying nodded proudly, stating, "That esteemed individual proclaimed that I am now his spokesperson. Whatever actions I take will represent his intentions. This allows me to employ any means necessary against you, solely to vex you. As long as you remain alive, he will permit any methods." In a fit of rage, Chu Tian crushed the jade pendant in his hand, a frigid demeanor overtaking his countenance as he turned his gaze towards Wanying, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. The overwhelming aura of death sent tremors through Wanying's frail body, making her feel as though she were facing a primordial beast. The surging malice seemed poised to engulf her entirely. What do you intend to do? Do not forget, I am backed by a martial emperor." Gradually, the murderous intent within Chu Tian receded, a smile gradually forming on his lips. "You do not comprehend the significance of this jade pendant he bestowed upon you. Once, during a perilous journey of cultivation, I was saved by the very owner of this pendant. It was originally a possession of mine, gifted to that individual, along with a promise to fulfill a condition in the future, coupled with the bestowal of a martial technique that could elevate one to the level of a martial emperor. As his strength was restored, a profound friendship blossomed between them. Yet, life often unfolds in unexpected ways. The bond that should have forged them as brothers in life and death was marred when one day, that brother revealed, 'I am not a man.'" Such a revelation left Chu Tian utterly bewildered. He had never doubted the other, nor had he probed with his mental prowess to discern any disguise. Then came the confession of affection for someone else, Wanying. The repeated rejection strained their relationship, and before departing, the individual had claimed, "No one loves you more than I do, Chu Tian. I wish only for a place in your heart, regardless of how many I love." Chu Tian's response had been simple yet resolute. "My heart is small and can only accommodate one." Even now, he vividly remembers that parting declaration. One day, someone would approach him with this jade pendant, presenting a condition he must adhere to. Chu Tian had agreed then, acknowledging the debt he owed for the life saved. Yet, he felt a sense of helplessness, aware that the other harbored resentment toward him. However, Wanying remained oblivious, merely a pawn in someone else's game. The primary objective being to incite Chu Tian. Even if he were to eliminate her, it would bear no consequence. Chu Tian, you must be utterly astonished now. Did you not anticipate that I would also have a martial emperor backing me? That esteemed individual has stated that while your protector is indeed a martial emperor, he would avoid any confrontation with my powerful ally. Chu Tian nodded. You are correct. Should he encounter that individual, he would indeed take flight. Since you have declared your intent to oppose me, there is no need for subterfuge. Go ahead and establish your own faction. However, heed this warning. While you may utilize any means against me, should you dare to harm those around me, I will not hesitate to ensure your utter obliteration. Chapter 334. Upon hearing Chu Tian's words, Wanying felt her heart race. A smile involuntarily crept across her face, reminiscent of a venomous serpent, sending shivers down the spine. Chu Tian, you have formidable allies backing you, and now I too possess such support. From this moment onward, the balance of power has shifted. Your gravest miscalculation was sparing my life. Had you eliminated me back then, perhaps these troubles could have been averted. That influential figure has declared intent to disrupt those closest to you, and since you are his most valued, it shall commence with you. As for whether he will target those around you, that is beyond my concern. I am capable of anything, for you have compelled me to this point. Had you offered me a chance to reconsider, we would not be facing this outcome. Chu Tian, everything is your doing. You are the one I loathe the most. You could have triumphed over all, yet remained silent, turning me into the greatest joke in your eyes. I shall forever remember the humiliation you inflicted upon me. The love I once held for you has morphed into equal hatred. One day, I will see you grovel before me, obedient to my whims. At this moment, Wanying exuded an air of unshakable confidence. With the support of a formidable martial emperor, what was there to fear? Moreover, even Chu Tian himself acknowledged that those who encountered his powerful ally dared not approach. Does this not imply that the strength behind him is even more formidable? Now, he was reaping the rewards of his labors, with many ambitions ready to be realized. His immediate goal was not to dominate the medicinal market. Although he claimed to have relinquished his enterprises, he could reclaim them. This was the primary reason for his visit to the Pill Pavilion. Bring Su Bufan forth. I shall personally reclaim what he has taken. Should he refuse, he must beware of the wrath of my powerful ally. Though renowned as a divine physician, he remains merely at the transcendent stage. You may view me as a madman, but let me be clear. Those who oppose me must be prepared for death. There is nothing I cannot achieve. I will stop at nothing to fulfill my aims. As he spoke, he effectively informed everyone that he now had a formidable backing. A martial emperor no less. Let it be known that those who dare to provoke him shall meet a dire fate. Who can withstand the fury of a martial emperor? Chu Tian comprehended Wanying's intentions and refrained from intervening. If everything continued to proceed smoothly, the Murong family might never ascend to true dominance. A stumbling block on the path of growth can be beneficial. After all, a stumbling block can ultimately become a whetstone. Believing Chu Tian's silence was a sign of fear, she raised her voice. Su Bufan, come out. At this moment, she recalled how Su Bufan had toyed with her, transforming her into a grotesque figure. Subject to the ridicule of all, yet powerless to retaliate. The resentment within her erupted. With powerful support behind her, there was no need for restraint. Spreading the news throughout Luoyang City would be ideal. This was merely her first step. Su Bufan emerged from the Pill Pavilion, a faint smile gracing his face. His gaze instinctively drifting toward Chu Tian. Chapter 335. The meaning behind the gaze was quite straightforward, inquiring whether Chu Tian concurred. He was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Chu Tian's mind, as this woman prattled on with such fervor, seemingly oblivious to the precariousness of her situation. Behind Wanying stood a formidable figure of the martial emperor realm, yet Chu Tian himself was a martial emperor, verging on invincibility. Nevertheless, this woman remained unaware of the folly she was committing. With a barely perceptible nod, Chu Tian signaled his acquiescence, prompting Su Bufan to toss the contracts back at her with a dismissive gesture. Here, take them. At this moment, Wanying's arrogance swelled, her face alight with a triumphant smile as she surveyed the onlookers. None dared to meet her gaze, fearful of incurring her wrath. With a cold sneer, she addressed Su Bufan. Dr. Shui, your choice is misguided. Even the powerful figures behind Chu Tian would hesitate to confront me. If you choose to align with the Song family now, I can overlook past grievances. Su Bufan, however, merely chuckled and shook his head. I conduct my affairs with integrity. I have never bowed down, since I have publicly declared my intent to assist the Murong family in rising within the next decade. I shall not go back on my word. Wanying regarded Su Bufan with a chilling glare, a glimmer of malice flickering in her eyes. Though her hubris had grown, it had not blinded her to the reality of her situation. Should she truly attack Shui Bufan, she would first find herself outmatched, particularly with Chu Tian present and the crowd of spectators around them. Shui Bufan had cultivated numerous connections. Harming him would yield nothing but detriment. With a mere whisper, he remarked, "Regret your choices." Having uttered this, he turned to leave, and the surrounding onlookers parted to grant him passage. It had been a long time since Song Wanying felt such a sensation, as if she were once again basking in the glow of past glory, watching him depart. Shui Bufan and Chu Tian returned to the alchemy pavilion. Chu Tian spoke quietly, "Old Shui, do you know why I refrained from confronting that woman directly?" Shui Bufan, puzzled, shook his head. Chu Tian smiled and continued, "Because behind Song Wanying stands another individual, one to whom I owe a life. I once promised that I would do anything for them, and they desire me, a favor I cannot grant. The reasoning is that simple, thus, you can deduce the rest. I must avoid them, and they no longer seek me out, merely wishing to vex me." Shui Bufan was taken aback and instinctively inquired, "Is the powerful figure of the martial emperor realm a woman?" Chu Tian nodded with a smile. Shui Bufan pondered this, recalling that there had never been any reports of a female martial emperor. Such a figure must be a newly ascended powerhouse, yet no whispers of her emergence had circulated. Indeed, the Xianling realm was profoundly intricate. After a moment of hesitation, a possibility struck him, and he involuntarily gasped. Chu Tian seemed to perceive his thoughts and chuckled. "Are you wondering why, with such a formidable martial emperor pursuing me, I did not acquiesce? She is not unappealing. In fact, she is quite beautiful, rivaling any woman in this world. However, matters of the heart are complex. I regard her as a sister, while she wishes to be more. It is as simple as that." Shui Bufan felt utterly bewildered. Was this the mentality of a martial emperor? Were he in the same position, even if it were a martial god, he would have eagerly accepted. Chapter 336. Shui Bufan was aware of certain details regarding Chu Tian, and there was no necessity for Chu Tian to deceive him. After all, these matters were trivial. At this moment, a smile graced his face as he spoke calmly. "Old Shui, it suffices for you to know about these matters. There is no need to disclose them. Your unwavering support has made you one of us. Should any uncertainties arise, feel free to inquire." Shui Bufan felt an overwhelming excitement within, as he had secured an important position in Chu Tian's esteem. Meanwhile, at the Zhou family's residence, the head of the Zhou clan furrowed his brow in deep concern. He had just received news regarding the events surrounding Song Wanying, all of which had reached his ears. He called for his son, as an incident had occurred that could potentially alter the very fabric of Luyun City. He relayed all the information he had gathered to his son. Upon hearing his father's words, Zhou Renjie's expression shifted dramatically, soon replaced by a look of palpable fear. "Father, this situation could very well implicate our family. Song Wanying is ruthless. She is capable of anything. When she approached us for collaboration, she was humiliated, and it is highly likely she will retaliate against us." The Zhou patriarch nodded in agreement, his eyes reflecting uncertainty. "We must contemplate our escape route. The choice before us is stark. Shall we support Song Wanying or the Murong family? If we choose the latter, we may avoid her wrath. However, if we side with the former, I fear she may feign cooperation only to find ways to devour our family. But aligning with the Murong family does not guarantee safety from Song Wanying," he continued. "Her words spoken before the Pill Pavilion have surely reached the ears of various factions, and they are aware of the formidable martial emperor backing her. What confounds me is why such a powerful martial emperor would choose to support her. Has he not discerned her true nature?" This was a moment of great frustration for him. Everything had seemed to be progressing favorably until a formidable adversary emerged, one of unparalleled strength. The sudden shift in circumstances had left them quite unprepared. Now, faced with this predicament, their choice was laden with uncertainty. Zhou Renjie gritted his teeth. He could not possibly align himself with Song Wanying. There were matters he did not dare disclose to his father. He had become a puppet in Chu Tian's hands, and choosing Song Wanying would lead to dire consequences. Taking several deep breaths, he finally spoke through clenched teeth. "Father, choosing Song Wanying is akin to courting disaster. She will undoubtedly leave us with no opportunities for growth or space to breathe. Their family's primary business lies within the realms of medicinal herbs and pills. Although Song Wanying has the backing of a powerful expert, she lacks the support of an alchemist. For no martial emperor would risk offending the divine pill pavilion for her sake. However, the herbal market is a different story. They may very well strike with full force." Chapter 337. Should he unify the entire medicinal herb market, the Murong family would find themselves in a precarious position, as if a noose had been tightened around their necks. Thus, Chu Tian would undoubtedly resist this development and support us. We must seek out Chu Tian to discuss strategies forthwith. He could never passively observe as Song Wanying monopolizes the herb market. Procuring herbs from distant cities poses significant risks. The journeys between cities are fraught with peril, including the lurking presence of demonic beasts and various factions, all of which could create substantial complications for them. Zhou Renjie was also apprehensive about the possibility of his father aligning with Song Wanying. While such a choice might temporarily secure the family's power, it would not guarantee his own safety. Should it become known that he had allied with her, he would undoubtedly face immediate and severe repercussions. And the nature of his suffering was unpredictable. His countenance was etched with concern. Zhou's father wore an evident smile, having just tested his son's resolve. If his son had chosen to directly ally with Song Wanying, it would have been a source of disappointment for him. After all, negotiating with a treacherous adversary is far less prudent than confronting them head-on. One approach is akin to slowly being boiled alive, while the other is a direct confrontation. He preferred the latter, unwilling to endure a gradual torment. He was not devoid of the means to resist. At that moment, he retrieved a contract from his drawer and handed it to Zhou Renjie, still smiling. "We possess countermeasures," he explained. "This contract can be presented to Chu Tian. Should our family encounter misfortune and we fall to Song Wanying's hands, this contract will activate automatically. It clearly stipulates that this is a heavenly contract. Chu Tian would be forbidden from harming our family, lest he face divine retribution. Furthermore, should we perish, our assets will automatically transfer to Chu Tian's ownership. This serves as our final measure of mutual destruction. Presenting the contract would effectively provide us with an additional layer of security in such a scenario. The last person who would wish us ill would be Song Wanying. If we were to meet our demise and our assets fell into Chu Tian's hands, it would resolve the Murong family's concerns, rendering their holdings flawless, and leaving Song Wanying to address her grievances through other means." Upon hearing this, Zhou Renjie's face lit up with surprise. "Father, you have already devised a plan." Zhou's father nodded with a smile. "Did you truly believe me foolish? I would never relinquish my family's assets to Song Wanying. Even if I did, her fate would likely not be a favorable one. The best strategy against a venomous foe is to maintain distance. If avoidance is impossible, we must engage her in a fierce struggle. Besides, Chu Tian is no fool. He will certainly choose to support us. What the final outcome maybe remains uncertain. In life, if one lacks foresight, immediate troubles will surely arise. Do not fret too much. Many issues have solutions, and a path will surely appear when we reach the mountain." He could only offer such reassurances to his son. Compromise was not an option for him. Although he lacked the backing of formidable forces, his own strength of character was sufficient. Otherwise, he could not have elevated the family's influence to such heights. However, it appeared that their position as a leader in the herb market might soon be jeopardized. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, grappling with both envy for Song Wanying and doubt regarding the intellect of that emperor-level cultivator for choosing someone of her caliber. Chapter 338. Zhou Renjie hurriedly departed with the contract, but was soon intercepted by an individual. Upon recognizing the figure, his countenance shifted dramatically, and he instinctively took several steps back, his gaze brimming with caution. "Song Rend, what do you want by blocking my path?" This Song Rend was the sixth elder of the Song family and had previously conspired against Song Wanying. However, circumstances had compelled him to become her ally. For the Song family was on the verge of losing its formidable members. He represented the last remaining transcendent-level warrior. His presence around the Zhou family was to prevent Zhou Renjie from seeking out Chu Tian. Internally, he was somewhat astonished. Realizing that Song Wanying had indeed predicted the Zhou family would approach Chu Tian to strategize, it was imperative to halt the Zhou family before their meeting. At that moment, Song Wanying was occupied with other matters and could not arrive immediately, as the situation at hand was of utmost importance. With a smile gracing his face, Song Rend addressed Zhou Renjie. "Young Master Zhou, we have known each other for quite some time. I am well aware of your character. You are cowardly and lack strength. Our family has afforded you an opportunity for survival. Should you persist in your folly, the consequences will be dire. Do not be deceived by the current standing of your family as the leader in the medicinal market. Our aim is to seize control of this market, and you possess no capacity to resist. You may inquire around and discover who dares to stand against the Song family. It is not that I underestimate your clan. Even if every member were to unite, they would still fall short against the hidden masters of our family. All our experts have mobilized for a singular purpose, to constrict the Murong family. Without medicinal materials, they will falter, allowing us to gradually dominate the entire pill market. If your family possesses any intelligence, your father is not foolish. He will undoubtedly choose to collaborate with us. We have extended an opportunity to you. Do not disappoint me." As he articulated these words, his eyes sparkled with pride. Who could have anticipated that a formidable warrior at the emperor level would emerge behind their family? A veritable stroke of fortune? Deep down, he yearned for his family's advancement. Previously, he had offended Song Wanying and even contemplated direct action against her. Yet now, he held one of the few remaining positions of influence within the family. Although the emperor-level warrior had pledged support, no experts had been dispatched. The statements he had made were merely fanciful. Yet Zhou Renjie was convinced. If Song Wanying dared to publicly claim the backing of an emperor-level warrior, it could not be mere fabrications. It was common knowledge in the Xuanyuan realm that impersonating such a figure would incur the wrath of all. He gritted his teeth. We have made our decision. There is absolutely no way we will align ourselves with Song Wanying. Are you not aware of your own moral standing? There is no need to feign humility before us. You are treacherous and ruthless. Collaborating with you is akin to courting death. I have no desire to perish at your hands or see my family obliterated. My only recourse is to keep my distance from you. Yet you will not spare the Zhou family. At this juncture, Zhou Renjie's eyes reflected a resolute determination as he produced a spherical object from his person. Chapter 339. When the sphere materialized, Song Ren was taken aback, instinctively retreating. Zhou Renjie, what do you intend to do? My name carries a singular character, which is also the reason I extended this opportunity to you. I hold great expectations for you, so please do not act foolishly. If you allow fear to dictate your actions, it could lead to calamity for both of us. Your entire lineage would suffer the consequences, and our family's hidden powers would ensure your life becomes a living hell. This could even extend to your collateral relatives. Do you wish for your entire clan to face extinction? As he uttered these veiled threats, his steps of retreat grew increasingly pronounced. Deep down, he understood that Zhou Renjie would not dare to shatter the sphere. This peculiar weapon, if ruptured, would indiscriminately harm both friend and foe. It was a desperate measure to be taken only in the direst of circumstances. He had not anticipated Zhou Renjie's fortitude, which caught him somewhat off guard. Zhou Renjie wore a sardonic smile. Old man, you may not fully grasp my disposition. Previously, you labeled me as cowardly, and while I must admit that I possess a certain aversion to death, who amongst us does not fear it? Knowing full well I have been driven to the precipice, you now suggest there is a ledge above that offers salvation. Do you truly believe I would place faith in your deceitful words? I shall reveal to you that I have no intention of collaborating with you. I wish to distance myself as far as possible from your treacherous ilk. However, I recognize that you are akin to an adhesive plaster, clinging stubbornly. From this moment forth, maintain your distance, or we shall both face annihilation. This weapon in my hand cannot be evaded, even by one of transcendent caliber. Feel free to test that assertion. With that declaration, he strode purposefully forward. Song Ren turned and fled. He was not inclined to embrace mutual destruction, especially not as the head of the family was on the verge of ascendance. He yearned to save her life and augment his own strength. Adequate resources were essential for his growth, and such a fortuitous opportunity must not be squandered. Though he ran, he did not escape far. Zhou Renjie sighed in relief and hastened towards the alchemy pavilion. His goal was straightforward, to deliver the contract. The heavenly Dao contract was extraordinary. It was the sole entity that could instill fear in Song Wanying. If she arrived with their family's formidable experts, resistance would be futile. Thus, he was determined to deliver the contract at all costs. Song Ren ground his teeth in frustration, yet he remained unperturbed. Even if Chu Tian were to arrive, he would devise a strategy to contend with them. He believed in Song Wanying's capabilities to ensure Chu Tian would suffer a significant setback. He waited, and after approximately half an hour, a figure approached him. Song Wanying, her brows knitted tightly, coldly inquired, "Your countenance betrays something amiss. What has transpired?" Chapter 340. Song Ren hurriedly recounted the events of earlier, a smile gracing his face. I merely did not anticipate that lad would dare to fight so fiercely. To be candid, it has surprised me. Initially, I deemed him a mere fool, a scion of privilege, yet he possesses a certain valor. Henceforth, we must tread carefully. This fellow is quite the actor and may very well turn the tables on us at any moment. Song Wanqing's brow furrowed even more tightly. But she soon seemed to have an epiphany. With a swift motion, she struck Song Ren across the face. Momentarily stunned, Song Ren gazed at her in bewilderment, his eyes ablaze with indignation. I am your elder, and I have already pledged my obedience to you. Whatever commands you issue, I shall execute. Why then? Must you demean me so? What transgression have I committed to warrant such a slap? If you believe I am in the wrong, I would accept your rebuke, however. If it is simply because I failed to restrain Zhou Ren, then I will not abide by it. Song Wanqing offered no reply. Instead, turning her gaze towards the Zhou family's direction, Song Ren gritted his teeth, refraining from a full-blown outburst. For he knew he would still need Song Wanqing as support in the future. Upon their arrival at the Zhou family's hall, they found the family patriarch already seated, seemingly having anticipated their visit, with tea brewed and a conspicuous smile upon his face. Miss Song, I did not expect you to act so swiftly. I thought we would have to wait a while longer. It appears you were rather impatient. Do you harbor such animosity towards Chu Tian? It seems he has done nothing to provoke you. Why then resort to such tactics against him? At this, Song Wanying's countenance darkened with fury. Her eyes ablaze with unrestrained resentment as she glared at the Zhou patriarch. Do not waste my time with your empty words. I only wish to inquire, did Zhou Ren take anything with him to Chu Tian? The Zhou patriarch smiled and nodded. Indeed, conversing with an astute individual is refreshing. You are correct. I instructed my son to deliver a heavenly contract to Chu Tian. This contract explicitly states that should any misfortune befall us, our family's assets shall automatically transfer to Chu Tian. Consequently, the Murong family will no longer have any vulnerabilities. You aim to exploit Chu Tian's foothold in the medicinal market. Believing you can undermine their position, such naivety is astonishing. However, I understand your intent to solidify your own standing in the industry. Yet, the medicinal market is our foundation. Any upheaval could signal our family's decline. Regardless of the path chosen, it leads to a deadlock. The only way to break through lies with Chu Tian. Thus, I would rather take a gamble than risk engaging with a tiger. Hearing these words, Song Wanying's expression soured further, her gaze filled with an overwhelming murderous intent. Zhou Patriarch, do you fear not death? Even if Chu Tian dominates the medicinal market, what of it? I possess ample means to reclaim it. Furthermore, as the adage goes, different fields are like different mountains. The Murong family excels in pill crafting, a height few can attain. Yet, in the realm of medicinal herbs, their position is not so secure. They have at most one Schweb Buffon assisting them. But how much can he truly contribute? He is but one man. Can he truly turn the tides? I have the means to gradually erode their market share, consuming it piece by piece, and the outcome will remain unchanged. Chapter 341. If you had willingly chosen to align with me, the outcome would have been entirely different. Instead, you opted for the most misguided path. Now, I shall not grant you even the slightest opportunity to conspire against me. In the midst of your chaos, I will seize the chance to directly usurp your market. At this moment, Song Wanying was consumed by fury, turning to cast a cold glare at Song Ren. Now do you comprehend the reason behind my slap? Song Ren's countenance darkened significantly as he gritted his teeth, fixating on the head of the Zhou family. No wonder Zhou Renjie was so desperate to confront me. It was because he possessed the heavenly Dao contract. You have long since prepared for a fight to the bitter end. I can only inform you that while the fish may perish, the net shall remain intact. I will personally ensure your capture, and you shall meet a fate most gruesome. A recompense for the wrath within my heart. At this moment, his desire for bloodshed was palpable. He felt utterly deceived and humiliated by a mere slap. This grudge, he resolved, would be exacted upon the head of the Zhou patriarch. The Zhou patriarch, recognizing his own inadequacy as a contender, managed a faint smile. You may kill or torture me as you please. My son has gone to the pill pavilion and will not return as long as he lives. Our family retains hope and cannot be shattered. If my death can ensure the continuation of my family, I deem it worthwhile. Proceed. I shall offer no resistance. As he spoke, his voice was unnaturally calm, as though he had entirely relinquished hope for survival. Song Wanying stared intently into his eyes, finding no trace of fear within them. In that moment, she truly understood the essence of familial devotion. The individuals within her family who had once incited him had only instilled a distorted perception. Taking several deep breaths, as Song Ren prepared to act, she spoke coldly. We are leaving. Song Ren could scarcely believe his ears. Instinctively, he shouted, we could eliminate him right now. His death would undoubtedly plunge their family into chaos. The members of their family would surely vie for power, especially looking down upon Zhou Renjie, that ineffectual fool. That would present our best opportunity. The time they had prepared would only lead to greater complications for us. Song Wanying's expression turned frigid. Do not disgrace yourself here. He realized that the members of his family were indeed lacking in intellect and possessed simplistic thoughts. The Zhou patriarch's unwavering conviction was akin to a signal being sent. They had long since orchestrated their plans. Should anything happen to him, the family would immediately rally behind Chu Tian. Chu Tian was their sole means of breaking the impasse. This assertion was undeniably accurate. The only one capable of contending with him was indeed Chu Tian. Aside from him, no one could assist the Zhou family. Nor would anyone dare to do so. Song Ren, met with Song Wanying's fierce glare, could only leave begrudgingly, his teeth clenched in frustration. Song Wanying felt it necessary to elucidate to him, to help him grasp what it truly meant to prioritize the family's interests. Chapter 342. Song Wanying walked outside, her voice cold as steel. You lot merely seek personal gain, oblivious to the future of our clan. The future of our family is not to be taken lightly. As the patriarch of the Zhou family, he stands resolutely in times of crisis, willing to sacrifice himself for the continuation of our lineage. The rest of our clan will unite in mutual animosity, and his adversaries will only serve to incite the ire of the Zhou family. Their anger is palpable. Yet they remain powerless, with only Chu Tian daring to oppose me. Thus, they will lend their full support, even at the expense of clan interests. For vengeance and survival are their ultimate objectives. Faced with such formidable individuals, I would rather have the Zhou patriarch continue supplying medicinal herbs to the Murong family. Some individuals, when driven to madness, become truly terrifying. Wanying had once reached that precipice, hence she comprehended the nature of such feelings. She did not wish for the Zhou family to experience the same dread. The sorrow of the fallen rabbit evokes sympathy in the fox, binding them together in unwavering solidarity. She could not afford to grant them such an opportunity, nor did she desire for Chu Tian to grow stronger unchecked. The most prudent course was to exercise temporary patience and begin addressing the matter through the supply of herbs. Consider how the Zhou family is unified, and then reflect on your own situation. Wanying scoffed. Once you have contemplated this thoroughly, seek out the herbal farmers who collaborate with the Zhou family. I refuse to believe that every member of their clan is resolute. The Zhou family also has upstream merchants with whom they collaborate. Go find them. If the Zhou family members are unyielding, do those merchants share the same unwavering spirit as Zhou Jia? Song Ren's eyes suddenly brightened. At that moment, he ceased to ponder his past actions or the validity of Song Wanying's words. He simply needed to know that this would aid the family's resurgence. With the family's revival, he could reap greater rewards, for without the clan, he would be but a wandering cultivator. However, when faced with life and death, he would never willingly sacrifice himself for the family. One must live to enjoy all that life offers. Death eradicates everything. As this realization washed over him, a smile involuntarily graced his face. Very well, I shall heed your advice and seek out those individuals at once. Meanwhile, within the pill pavilion, Zhou Renjie rushed in, his expression fraught with anxiety. Upon learning that Chu Tian was absent, his heart raced with urgency. He dared not leave, fearing the gaze of enemies. Thus he remained in a state of waiting. Chu Tian, having received a message, returned to the pill pavilion, his eyes reflecting contemplation. Upon encountering Zhou Renjie, a smile blossomed on his face. Did your father send you? Zhou Renjie stepped forward and fell to his knees before Chu Tian, his voice imbued with sincerity. I implore you, save our family. My father is likely in grave danger. He was intercepted on my way here. Yet, he dared not confront them, allowing me to escape by mere fortune. Had I encountered Song Wanying, she would have granted me no chances. As he spoke, Zhou Renjie recalled something and hurriedly produced the heavenly contract, presenting it to Chu Tian. This is what my father instructed me to deliver to you. If you are willing to deceive our family, we would be prepared to entrust you with our entire estate. Furthermore, I am now but your puppet. All that I possess is effectively yours. Chapter 343. I just want to keep my family alive. By the end of his speech, his voice trembled and tears shimmered in his eyes. The paramount concern was the survival of his family. During the journey, he had contemplated extensively, even envisioning the future he would embrace. He realized there was no escape. Chu Tian would never allow him, a mere puppet, to break free from his constraints. The most prudent course of action was to relinquish all the family's assets to Chu Tian, allowing his family members to manage them in service to him. In due time, Chu Tian would surely consider their diligence and sincerity regarding their safety. With a smile, Chu Tian responded, The assets your family possesses are hardly of interest to me. However, your father's decision is indeed the wisest choice. You need not fret over your father's safety. Song Wanying is far from foolish. On the contrary, he is quite astute and cunning. Should he take action against your father now, it would incite the wrath of your entire family, discouraging those upper-tier merchants from witnessing the demise of their kind. Given this context, it would be challenging for Song Wanying to dominate the medicinal market, prompting him to retreat temporarily. Yet, he would resort to even more insidious methods, necessitating that your family members exercise utmost caution. Particularly concerning are your upstream merchants. It is advisable not to allow anyone to seize power over them, for otherwise, your family's enterprises would face significant turmoil. Since you have entrusted this contract to me, your peril has been alleviated. Upon hearing this, Zhou Renjie felt a flicker of doubt within, yet he dared not voice it. He was acutely aware that Chu Tian's intellect far surpassed his own in his presence. He felt like a mere fool. Nevertheless, he feared for his father's safety. The crux of the matter was that their family lacked formidable talents had there been powerful allies. Their family's prospects would be vastly improved. Seeing the expression on Zhou Renjie's face, Chu Tian discerned his thoughts and smiled faintly. He then unveiled a striking revelation. Do you aspire to become a transcendent powerhouse? Zhou Renjie was momentarily taken aback, unsure why Chu Tian would suddenly pose such a question. Without hesitation, he unveiled his innermost desire. I do. Yet, I am acutely aware of my lack of talent, and I have long neglected my training. Currently, I have only just reached the marrow-cleansing realm. A bitter expression crossed his face. Even should he resume his cultivation, reaching the transcendent state seemed a distant dream. Given the time he had squandered, Chu Tian smiled gently. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Simply tell me whether you desire it or not. Since you have expressed your wish to become strong, I can extend my assistance. Consuming this elixir will cause your strength to surge remarkably. But there is a caveat. You will never be able to transcend beyond this lifetime. Are you willing? This elixir would unlock all of his potential, depleting it in advance. He had already assessed Zhou Renjie's innate talent, which was commendable, falling within the medium range. His comprehension was also respectable, yet he had failed to take cultivation seriously, resulting in his current status at merely the marrow-cleansing realm. Zhou Renjie couldn't help but widen his eyes, filled with astonishment and disbelief. Chapter 344. Zhou Renjie was taken aback by the immense favor bestowed upon him by Chu Tian. He found himself instinctively trusting Chu Tian, devoid of any suspicion. Chu Tian smiled gently, assuring him that such elixirs indeed existed, and if he were to embark on the path of cultivation once again, his future would surely transcend mere realms of existence, potentially reaching heights beyond the immortal realm, contingent upon his ability to endure the trials ahead. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Renjie clenched his teeth slightly, contemplating the prospect of enhancing his strength. Yet, he was acutely aware of his family's current plight. Although they had nurtured numerous experts within their clan, these individuals were not true members of their lineage, but rather hired mercenaries brought in for a price. While these mercenaries might align with them in critical moments, they would never fight to the death for them. Thus, his yearning for power intensified. Now faced with a pivotal decision, he hesitated. Chu Tian had spoken of future cultivation that could elevate him to the immortal realm or beyond. Yet time was not on his side. The arrow was on the string, and it had to be released. He could only hasten his growth. Resolute, he declared, "From this day forth, you shall be my master. At your behest, I shall traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire without a hint of reluctance." As he spoke, he knelt deeply, bowing twice before Chu Tian. "Rise," Chu Tian replied with a smile. "I suspect you have made your choice. This pill is for you. Consume it first. Once your strength has ascended, I shall have further tasks for you." Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Renjie swallowed the pill offered by Chu Tian. Though he had lived a life of indulgence, he was not devoid of intellect, especially after becoming Chu Tian's pawn. He reflected on his past actions and realized how foolish he had been. Had he not been manipulated or provoked Chu Tian, perhaps his family would not be facing their current predicament. However, without those past events, their family would now be at the mercy of others, with Wanying offering them no reprieve. Yet, aligning himself with Chu Tian made all the difference. Chu Tian had already granted him a boon, and despite his status as a pawn, he had yet to be tasked with any morally ambiguous deeds. Choosing the lesser of two evils, he recognized who the true sage was. Moreover, Chu Tian's mysterious identity was backed by formidable powers at the emperor level. His emotions transformed from initial turmoil to a newfound tranquility, all thanks to the support he felt from Chu Tian. Furthermore, Chu Tian had assured him that upon his strength's enhancement, there would be tasks awaiting him. He vowed silently to excel in those endeavors, and thus began his cultivation. The elixir within him radiated an inexhaustible energy, rapidly augmenting his prowess. At that moment, the surrounding spiritual energies coalesced like a tempest, relentlessly pouring into him. Chapter 345. At this moment, his strength was steadily ascending. After merely half an hour had elapsed, he sensed as though something within him had shattered. In that instant, he abruptly opened his eyes, nearly unable to suppress a roar of triumph. The rapid enhancement of his power left him feeling somewhat inflated. Yet he quickly reined in that sensation. He knelt on one knee before Chu Tian, his voice sincere. "Young master, whatever you require, please command me." Chu Tian smiled and replied, "I possess a total of 12 medicinal pills. These should be administered to those in your family who possess talent. Otherwise, if taken without a modicum of aptitude, their effects will be negligible. Your father also has potential, though he has squandered much time on family affairs. Perhaps after consuming this pill, he might ascend to the realm of immortality, for his innate gifts far surpass your own." He had met the head of the Zhou family, who indeed was a remarkable individual. While others deemed him ruthless, he had never betrayed his own, and when those who collaborated with him faced adversity, he provided unwavering support rather than taking advantage of their plight. This loyalty had drawn many to his side, making him the cornerstone of their collective strength. Should anything befall him, the foundation would surely crumble. Though many harbored doubts about Zhou Renjie, they held an unwavering trust in the head of the Zhou family. The smile on Chu Tian's face grew more pronounced. "Once your father consumes this pill and enhances his strength, he will possess greater security. Although Song Wanying is supported by a formidable martial emperor, she lacks a cadre of skilled allies. The reason is simple, that martial emperor has no real power base. You might consider him a lone cultivator, devoid of capable companions. The challenges ahead are evident. Reflecting upon that woman's temperament, he felt a twinge of frustration. Yet he was resolute in fulfilling his past promise. Upon hearing this, Zhou Renjie's eyes sparkled with realization. He had initially believed that many adept warriors surrounded Song Wanying, only to discover that she had been deliberately misleading him. This revelation opened up numerous possibilities. He recalled the time when Song Rin had attempted to obstruct him. It was clear now why only one individual had come to confront him. There were simply no more skilled fighters available. With this clarity, his gaze brightened. Young master, thank you for your generous gift. Henceforth, our family shall look to you as our guiding star. Chu Tian merely smiled and nodded, gesturing for him to depart. Zhou Renjie hastened back to his family, encountering no resistance upon his return, just as Chu Tian had foretold. They would not take drastic measures against him and his father. At most, it would be mere commercial rivalry. This was precisely what they feared least, for his father excelled in the business realm. Upon his return, he immediately sought out his father. The head of the Zhou family, seeing his son return safely, was momentarily taken aback. He had instructed his son to remain with Chu Tian if the opportunity arose, primarily to safeguard him from Song Wanying's potential desperation. Why have you returned? Chapter 346. The smile on Zhou Renjie's face was inescapable. Father, you are indeed correct. Our only means of breaking this deadlock lies in aligning ourselves with Chu Tian. I have recently acquired a significant advantage, one so substantial that you might find it hard to fathom. Advantage? The patriarch of the Zhou family furrowed his brow. Their family was currently teetering on the brink of collapse, and at such a precarious juncture, anyone would seize the opportunity to exploit them. How could anyone possibly offer them benefits? Is this not a ruse? Zhou Renjie discerned his father's skepticism and could not suppress a triumphant grin. Father, please observe my strength. As he spoke, he fully revealed his prowess. Initially, the family head was somewhat perplexed, but upon sensing the formidable power emanating from his son, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment, Transcendence Realm. At that moment, he felt utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Could it be that in just half a day's absence, his son had ascended to the Transcendence Realm? Had he encountered a deity? His mind buzzed, and his thoughts seemed to come to a standstill. Witnessing the shock and disbelief in his father's eyes, Zhou Renjie felt an indescribable sense of pride. He had never before seen such a display of emotion on his father's face. Father, do you see? This is the advantage I have gained. If given a choice, would you prefer to gradually cultivate to the immortal realm or achieve it in one swift leap? Given our family's current predicament, I cannot afford to take the slow route. As time is not a luxury we possess, it is better to ascend rapidly to the Transcendence Realm, securing at least a measure of defensive strength. With such power, we can extend our time for development. Perhaps I may never reach that pinnacle, but my son or grandson, if gifted enough, will certainly possess the ability to attain it. I can even envision the future glory of our family once we fully develop. Moreover, I am not the only one who can access this elixir, Father. You too can partake. Chu Tian has already stated that after consuming this potion, it is highly likely that your strength could break through to the immortal realm. If we truly reach that stage, our family will have a solid foundation. We will no longer need to worry about Song Wanying scheming against us, as we will possess absolute strength. As long as one's talent is not inferior to mine, consuming this potion will at least elevate them to the Transcendence Realm. His words left the patriarch of the Zhou family in a state of utter confusion. It felt as though a hammer had struck him squarely on the head. He understood each word his son spoke, yet the culmination of those words eluded him. After a moment of silence, with a trembling voice, he inquired, You just mentioned this potion? And that consuming it allows one to ascend directly? But does it not require sacrificing one's lifespan or entail other adverse effects? Chapter 347. He tends to contemplate matters by first envisioning the worst outcomes before gradually shifting towards a more optimistic perspective. Zhou Renjie chuckled and remarked, Father, I have already stated that my realm will be firmly established in the transcendent state, with no possibility of further advancement. It essentially depletes my potential and elevates my own standing, akin to hastily nurturing a seedling. In any case, I believe I have gained immensely. Father, you have invested all your thoughts into the development of our family, yet your inherent talent is even more formidable, as explicitly stated by Chu Tian. Would you consider taking this elixir? If not, I can seek out other members of our family. Several cousins of mine possess even greater talents than I. Although they have ample resources for cultivation, they are still quite young. If they are willing to consume this potion, I will procure it for them immediately. At most, it would merely exhaust the potential of our generation, but it would provide the next generation with a stable environment for growth. I find this approach feasible. This was the outcome of his deliberation, and he firmly believed that his father would make the most suitable choice. Regardless of the decision made, he would comply, as he understood his own limitations and acknowledged that his father possessed greater wisdom. The head of the Zhou family pressed his fingers to his temples, his expression becoming increasingly grave. You have indeed delivered an astonishing surprise, one so significant that it feels almost surreal. Nevertheless, I trust this matter is genuine, and that Chu Tian has incurred considerable cost to bestow upon us such divine medicines. Surely, he expects our family to reciprocate in kind? Zhou Renjie initially intended to assert that Chu Tian required no compensation, only our unwavering support. However, he recognized that he currently remained a pawn in Chu Tian's hands. After a moment's contemplation, he opted for a different approach. Father, upon meeting Chu Tian, I pledged my allegiance to him, declaring that he would henceforth be my guiding principle. However, this was merely a personal decision and did not encompass the family. Chu Tian appreciates my character, yet he mentioned that our trust is insufficient. Hence he has placed a bond upon me, a curse that will not endanger my life but will ensure my unwavering loyalty. As long as I do not betray him, I will face no repercussions. Since I have resolved to ally with Chu Tian, there is no room for hesitation, and he is the only one capable of aiding our family. Therefore, I willingly accepted the role of his pawn. Chu Tian has not compelled me to undertake any outrageous tasks, yet I may not necessarily become the head of our family. I am prepared to relinquish that position to my cousins for the sake of our family's future development. I am willing to sacrifice anything. Upon hearing these words, the head of the Zhou family felt a slight constriction in his pupils, recalling the moment when his son had beseeched Chu Tian. His heart ached as if pierced by needles. Son, it is solely my inadequacy to blame. If my strength were sufficient, you would not find yourself in such a predicament. Since the events have transpired, I shall refrain from further discourse. You shall be the head of our family, and even if I am reluctant, Chu Tian will undoubtedly not permit anyone else to assume that role. He has invested such a considerable cost. How could he possibly relinquish control so easily? Yet, as you rightly stated, we have no alternative options. Chu Tian desires our ascendance, not merely for our benefit but to enhance his own efficacy. As long as we possess sufficient value, we shall never falter. Chapter 348. Zhou Renjie exhaled deeply, finally conveying to his father in a roundabout manner that he was merely a puppet in Chu Tian's hands. He undertook this to prevent his father from making misguided decisions when altering certain strategies in the future. Sometimes, a single erroneous choice could lead to total collapse. In truth, he cared more for his family than anything else. Even though he had become a pawn of Chu Tian, he felt a sense of gratitude towards him. If Chu Tian commanded him to die, he would do so without hesitation. However, he was unwilling to involve his entire family in such matters. He could perish, but the family lineage must continue. At that moment, the head of the Zhou family gazed at his son, his eyes brimming with paternal love and concern. You've suffered. Why say such things now? In this time of peril for the family, everyone should unite. His cousins had never complained of their hardships. They all exerted themselves tirelessly for the family's advancement, while he had previously been reckless, stirring up trouble. Only now, faced with true adversity, did he comprehend that the family's rise depended not on one individual, but on the collective efforts of all. The one who suffered the most over the years was indeed his father. If possible, he wished for his father to find another partner and bear him a brother, who could then inherit the family's position. He believed that with his father's exceptional genes, his brother would undoubtedly be even more gifted. Seeing the smile fade from his son's face, the head of the Zhou family felt a deeper pang of heartache. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he reprimanded gently. Enough of your jesting. Our family must unite as one. If anyone wishes to take a piece from us, they must first consider whether they possess the teeth to do so. With that, he took a medicinal pill and consumed it. Zhou Renjie stood guard, ensuring no untoward incidents occurred. This time, his father's cultivation lasted longer, and after over an hour, Zhou Renjie felt a powerful energy radiating around them. At that moment, he sensed the might of the immortal realm. He had once thought his own transcendent state was formidable, yet before his father, he felt as insignificant as an ant. The chasm of realms was akin to a divide between heaven and earth. With a smile on his face, the head of the Zhou family remarked, I had not anticipated that Chu Tian would grant us such substantial benefits. I must visit him personally to express my gratitude. However, I shall prepare a generous gift beforehand. If we delay, Wanying may very well be seeking out our collaborators. We must go ourselves. Before that, I will select a few individuals. Their talents are formidable. As you mentioned, sacrificing the potential of one generation for the piece of cultivation for the next is wise. There are 11 pills remaining, and I shall choose those who will consume them. After a considerable time had passed, Wanying had arrived at the entrance of a shop. Upon entering, A gentle smile graced her face. Manager Lu, good to see you again. The manager, a middle-aged man, paused momentarily upon seeing Song Wanying, but quickly broke into a smile. Miss Song, I have heard about your recent developments. Congratulations on acquiring such a powerful backing. The Song family is destined to soar, unstoppable in the future. Upon hearing these words, Song Wanying recognized them as mere flattery. Chapter 349. With a semblance of a smile, he remarked, Master Lu, I shall refrain from indulging in superfluous pleasantries, for you are indeed a seasoned veteran in the herbal market. You are well aware of many matters. From this moment forth, should you choose to collaborate with me, I will bestow upon you certain advantages, benefits that will undoubtedly surpass those offered by the Zhou family. His tone was tranquil, yet imbued with an unmistakable authority that brooked no refusal. Master Lu chuckled softly and shook his head, replying, I am grateful for Miss Song's kind intentions, yet I remain more fond of my old employer. Had it not been for the support of the Zhou patriarch, I might not be here today. How could I then betray them at such a crucial moment? Furthermore, should I act against you, would you ever trust me again? His words subtly conveyed to Song Wanying that if he were to rebel, she would not regard him favorably, and he would ultimately suffer the consequences. Although his holdings paled in comparison to those of the Song and Zhou families, he still commanded approximately 1/5 of the market share in herbs. Numerous individuals sought him out, most of whom were solitary cultivators. One must never underestimate these solitary practitioners, as they consume the lion's share of resources. Families hold only a fraction, while the majority of resources are concentrated among the scattered cultivators. In truth, less than 1% of all cultivators belong to families. Yet they control 99% of the resources. The solitary cultivators, conversely, have access to a mere 1%. This stark disparity explains why solitary cultivators struggle to advance. To grow stronger and elevate their prowess, they must align themselves with a family, becoming expendable pawns in the process, facing danger first. This is a timeless truth in any realm. Resources are eternally concentrated in the hands of a select few. In the realm of Qilin, this reality is even more pronounced. As strength reigns supreme, those with formidable power can manipulate the world at will, and few dare to voice dissent. The obstinate have often met their demise. At this juncture, a mocking expression graced Song Wanying's face. Master Lu, do you truly believe I have come to negotiate with you? Since you are already aware of the formidable backing I possess, do you not fear that I may annihilate your Lu family without hesitation? Master Lu, still smiling, responded. Miss Song, I am not one to lack discernment, but I have my principles. My stance remains unchanged. I will only support the Zhou patriarch. Furthermore, I have already drafted a heavenly contract and presented it to the Zhou patriarch. We were prepared long before your arrival, and there is no need for you to seek allies elsewhere. Everyone stands united against you. They are aware that you would inevitably seek them out, as we are upstream merchants who have benefited from the Zhou family's patronage. He paused, allowing the implication to settle in. The heavenly contract effectively bound them to the Zhou family. Should any misfortune befall them, the contract would activate, thereby fortifying the Zhou family as position. A stronger Zhou family would, in turn, bolster the support for the Murong clan. Fury boiled within Song Wanying, and she gritted her teeth, demanding, is it truly worth it? Chapter 350. Manager Lu smiled and nodded. Indeed, it is worth it. Miss Song may not fully comprehend such sincerity, for it can compel a person to wholeheartedly devote themselves, even to the point of willingly facing death. While we may not be able to take responsibility with such eagerness, we can remain steadfastly loyal. You might find it hard to believe, but it is the truth. This world is not solely driven by fame and fortune. It is also imbued with brotherly bonds. Master Zhou once helped me escape peril, avenged me, and provided me with a place to call home. Everything I possess is, in fact, a gift from him. He could have easily turned against me, stripping away all that I had, yet he chose to regard me as a brother, and in return, I shall shield him from harm. I dare say Miss Song may never grasp such a sentiment. His final words held a double entendre. Song Wanying, feeling provoked, resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Although her heart burned with fury, she refrained from displaying it openly. No one understood better than him the gravity of the present situation. He felt as though he had stirred the hornet's nest by provoking Master Zhou. Every endeavor he undertook seemed to falter, and those around him were willing to forsake their entire fortunes merely to preserve their lives, refusing to entrust their assets to him. Even when he promised substantial rewards, Manager Lu remained unmoved, subtly mocking her, insinuating her lack of loyalty and compassion. How much is loyalty worth? Can it propel them to greatness? Manager Lu, you shall regret your choices, for I could easily bring about your demise. Even if it strengthens Master Zhou, it matters little. The situation could hardly worsen. I might as well muddle the waters entirely. At that point, it is uncertain who would truly suffer. Should the herbal market descend into chaos? the Murong family would find themselves in an even more precarious position. Some matters need not be elaborated upon. I trust you understand. Even should you wish to ally with me now, I would not accept you, for in my eyes, you amount to nothing but refuse. You, who fail to grasp the opportunity one afford you, shall find yourself without a grave. Your family, too, will perish, suffering a fate far more tragic than yours. Rest assured, I shall not grant you a swift end. Instead, you will witness your family endure torment before your very eyes, dying in agony. Merely to illustrate the folly of the loyalty you hold so dear, let us see if Master Zhou comes to your rescue. Even if he desires to save you, I doubt anyone would dare to assist. As for Zhou's two leaders, it is not that I look down upon them, but their meager strength pales before me. As he spoke, his audacity grew. Wanying resolved that Manager Lu must meet a most tragic end, driven by a simple purpose, to set an example. If the remaining individuals persisted in their ways, he would have to seek an alternative path. At that moment, he was consumed by rage. The taunts had struck a nerve. Deep down, Wanying was acutely aware of the excesses of his past actions, yet he never believed himself to be in the wrong. He would only concoct excuses to absolve himself, never assigning blame to his own failings. Manager Lu sighed, fully aware that this day would eventually come. Yet he would never betray his principles. Chapter 351. As he had articulated, everything he possessed was granted by the head of the Zhou family. Were it not for this benefactor, he would likely have met his demise decades prior. The assistance he received from the Zhou patriarch was immeasurable. He yearned to escape a lifetime of guilt. Thus, death appeared to be the only release. Living in perpetual remorse seemed less desirable than a swift end. With a resolute decision now clear in his mind, he felt no inclination for regret. Yet, as he gradually closed his eyes, a smile of liberation graced his features. Rather than live in fear, it would be far better to embrace a decisive conclusion. Whether by death or dismemberment, it mattered not. I shall never betray you. Upon my passing, the Zhou patriarch shall inherit all my possessions, creating a perfect closure, alleviating the Murong family from the threat of external pressures. Their elixir business would flourish, leaving you powerless. Wanying, you are indeed a venomous vixen. We dare not provoke you, yet you relentlessly pursue us, leaving us with no choice but to face death. In that moment, Wanying was truly incensed. Her voice, devoid of emotion, resonated with overwhelming wrath. Very well. If you seek death, I shall grant it. Bring forth my command. Bind his entire family. I want him to witness their demise. To hear the anguished cries of his wife and children. Since he has labeled me a venomous woman, I am capable of any atrocity. He shall regret his words and actions. Wanying was resolute in her murderous intent, prepared to act without hesitation. Those she brought along were among the few remaining experts of her family. The most formidable among them was Song Rend, who, despite being at a transcendent level, relied solely on potions for strength, rendering his foundation unstable and making him the weakest among the transcendent ranks. His preferred pastime was tormenting others. Fear not. I shall bring his family here, but first I must indulge myself. I have heard that Lu's wife is quite beautiful. Though she may be over 40, her charm remains. As he uttered these words, a cunning smile emerged on his face. Lu, the shopkeeper, remained unmoved, yet his heart brimmed with grief and indignation. He had already sent word to his family, uncertain if his wife would manage to hide in time. Should she flee the city, Wanying would be powerless, unable to pursue her to another location. In his thoughts, he could only pray, for he had lost the strength to resist. His own power was feeble. Barely reaching the cleansing realm, he was no match for Wanying, let alone the other experts she had brought along. At this moment, he could only await his fate. However, he found solace in the thought that, even in death, he would have aided the Zhou patriarch, just as Song Rend had exited Lu's shop. En route to the shopkeeper's home, he was suddenly intercepted. As he opened his mouth to curse, the sight of the person before him caused his pupils to constrict sharply, his face a mask of disbelief. Zhou Rend? How dare you stand in my way? Who has given you the audacity? Chapter 352. Song Rend could not help but burst into laughter. The momentary surprise and confusion quickly faded, and he soon realized the implications. It was as if he had traversed a treacherous path only to find what he sought effortlessly. To his astonishment, the opportunity had presented itself to him unbidden, a fortuitous turn of events. Today, he would ensure that the meaning of regret was made abundantly clear. As he intended to capture his adversary and transport him to the dungeons of the Song family, where he would relish in tormenting him. Each day, he would extract a small piece from the unfortunate soul and deliver it to his father, eager to witness whether such acts would disturb the composure of the elder. Yet, he surmised that his father would remain unfazed, for it was well known that the man was ruthless and perceptive, outmatching others in the art of manipulation. Alas, the unfortunate son would pay the price for his father's misjudgments. As he spoke, he turned towards Zhou Renjie with a swift motion. With his transcendent prowess, Zhou Renjie had no chance to unveil his concealed weapon. The hidden device was meant for mutual destruction, and previously, fear had allowed Zhou Jia to seize a moment of respite. The anger within him surged, and he no longer hesitated. His intention was to shatter Zhou Renjie's arm, rendering any attempt at retaliation futile. He did not exert his full strength, for to him, Zhou Renjie was merely a minor player of lesser ability. Especially now that he had formidable allies at his back, leaving him unconcerned about retribution from the Zhou family. However, he failed to anticipate the rapid ascension of Zhou Renjie's strength. When he sprang into action, the result was predetermined. Zhou Renjie would not hold back. He was aware that his opponent was at least a transcendent expert, one who had achieved that realm before him, thus he unleashed his full might. As the hand reached for him, Zhou Renjie showcased the pinnacle of the Zhou family's martial arts. The fierce tiger climbs the mountain. His strike was a lethal maneuver. Song Ren barely had time to react, relying solely on various munitions to bolster his power. In contrast to the elixirs consumed by Zhou Renjie, the concoction provided by Chu Tian was flawless, devoid of any drawbacks. Though it may have been akin to hastening growth, it did not significantly deplete one's innate potential. The combat efficacy remained largely intact. Even if they could not rival true prodigies, they still stood at a commendable level. In his moment of unbridled aggression, Song Ren underestimated his opponent. The fierce tiger climbs the mountain landed squarely on his jaw. The sound of cracking bones reverberated, inducing a twinge of discomfort. Song Ren could not even muster a groan. His jaw was shattered, and as he was sent flying, he crashed through the doorframe, landing inside the shop of Manager Liu. Song Wanying turned abruptly, her gaze falling upon Elder Six, who lay on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Blood flowed freely from his nostrils, and even from his ears, a clear sign that life was slipping away. Having witnessed such scenes before, Song Wanying understood that Song Ren was doomed. Unable to utter a single word, yet she was taken aback to discover that someone dared to assist the Zhou family, seemingly oblivious to the fact that they had the support of a martial emperor. Chapter 353. His expression darkened like murky waters. The only master in the family who had transcended the realm was unexpectedly slain in broad daylight. Should this incident spread, it would likely provoke a series of repercussions. If the powerful figure behind it did not intervene, it would tantamount to a complete loss of trust. There would even be suspicions regarding whether an invincible economic force was backing him. Once such doubts arose, he would face an inescapable doom. Who is it? The furious voice of Song Wanying echoed. Zhou Renjie approached slowly, a pronounced mockery evident on his face. We meet again. However, the roles of offense and defense have now shifted. As he advanced, he made no effort to conceal his presence. The fluctuations of his transcendent aura were unmistakable to Song Wanying. Her pupils constricted sharply, disbelief written all over her face. How can this be possible? Zhou Renjie erupted into laughter, clearly pleased with her reaction, and could not help but taunt. Nothing in this world is impossible. You have the support of a martial emperor behind you. Yet, there may well be someone backing me as well. I have gained tremendous advantages. And our Zhou family has undergone a remarkable transformation. But what about you? What benefits has your powerful ally bestowed upon you? Not even a single expert has been dispatched to assist you, merely allowing you to fend for yourself. It's not that I look down upon you. But with your venomous heart, who would wish to collaborate with you? No one is a fool. Do not underestimate the world. As he spoke, he stepped forward, raising his hand in a feigned attack posture. Song Wanying staggered back, acutely aware that her own strength was far from formidable. In the face of a transcendent master, she would not stand a chance. Yet, Zhou Renjie refrained from striking, instead adjusting his hair nonchalantly, the mockery on his face more pronounced than ever. Do not fear. I assure you, I shall not harm you. After all, you have the backing of a decisive force. I wish to live, so I will not deliver a lethal blow. However, do not expect to thrive. When that powerful figure realizes that you, a venomous vixen, are of no use, you will be cast aside like refuse. His words were devoid of restraint, his gaze brimming with derision. Song Wanying's pupils constricted once more, her shock unparalleled, akin to turbulent waters that could not settle. Many matters had become clear to her. Zhou Renjie was but a debauched scion. How could he possibly ascend to the transcendent realm in such a short span? It must surely be the work of Chu Tian. But what exactly had Chu Tian done? Was there truly a means in this world to enable one to ascend instantly? Zhou Renjie, prepared to let Song Wanying go so easily, advanced slowly. The so-called experts of your family are, in my eyes, nothing but a joke. To others, I may appear as a quintessential wastrel, a mere fool. If I can elevate myself to the transcendent realm, one can only imagine the formidable heights our family as other talents could reach. By the way, my father has also arrived. You will have the privilege of meeting him. You shall be quite surprised. Chapter 354. A look of profound astonishment overtook Song Wanying's face, but it swiftly darkened into an expression of disbelief. Suddenly, the head of the Shou family strode in, exuding an undeniable aura of power. The oppressive presence of an immortal realm expert bore down upon her, nearly compelling Song Wanying to kneel. Her expression was one of sheer incredulity. How could this be possible? How could he have broken through to the immortal realm in such a short span of time? As she voiced her thoughts, her voice trembled with uncertainty. If Chu Tian could effortlessly cultivate powerful warriors in bulk, what could she possibly use to contend with him? Yet, she quickly reconsidered, if Chu Tian truly possessed such capabilities, he would have already amassed a formidable army of warriors and would not remain silently in the shadows. It was likely that the formidable martial emperor behind him had intervened. A twinge of resentment welled within her, directed at her own martial emperor, who had merely granted permission for her to borrow his name without extending any real assistance. In this game of power, she risked becoming an isolated figure. Furthermore, it was uncertain whether anyone would dare to ally with her. Otherwise, they might find themselves facing dire consequences. The expressions on Song Wanying's face fluctuated wildly as she gritted her teeth and declared, "Indeed, this is quite the surprise. I am genuinely astounded by how swiftly your strength has escalated. But what of Chu Tian? Did he not fear becoming a target? If anyone sought to learn how to rapidly enhance their own power, they might very well turn against him, for such methods were exceedingly terrifying." Upon hearing this, the head of the Shou family wore an unmistakable smirk of derision. He replied coolly, "You ought not to utter such foolish remarks. It is evident that you wish to incite those ignorant fools against Chu Tian. However, have you considered why he did not employ such tactics previously, yet has only now revealed them? Shouldn't that be attributed to the formidable presence behind him? A modicum of reasoning would lead one to this conclusion. Who would believe your rhetoric when we are surrounded by countless experts, while you have but a handful willing to support you? Our backs are bolstered by martial emperor-level powers. Without their involvement, we are left to our own devices. You stand no chance of victory against us." The head of the Zhou family spoke deliberately, aiming to thwart any further reckless actions from Song Wanying and bolster the confidence of his own faction. Not everyone could support him as unhesitatingly as Manager Liu. Others might falter unexpectedly. He was keen to avoid any unforeseen complications, preferring to maintain control over the situation, given the considerable advantages bestowed upon him by Chu Tian, which allowed their family to rise swiftly. He knew that greater rewards must be offered in return. Should Chu Tian perceive a lack of reciprocity, he might very well lose his utility, potentially becoming expendable. Ultimately, it was a matter of mutual benefit, as long as he demonstrated the requisite capabilities and genuine intent. Chu Tian's character would undoubtedly favor the Zhou family. They were striving to secure a prosperous future for the next generation. By allying with martial emperor-level powers, they could rest assured against oppression. He had numerous avenues for development but refrained from action, fearing retribution from the powerful. After all, such encounters could lead to life and death. Chapter 355. Yet there is no need for concern at all. He could even unleash his full potential to undertake a grand endeavor. Zhou Renjie smiled and remarked, "Song Wanying, were you not once quite audacious? It seems your bravado has diminished. Should you dare to stir trouble here, we will not hesitate to expose your true nature before the public eye." Others may claim that the Zhou family is ruthless, but one may inquire, when has anyone who collaborated with us ever suffered? Even in times of distress, we lead in mutual assistance. Only sincerity can elicit greater goodwill. We may be deceived or exploited, yet we believe that human hearts are inherently compassionate. Of course, you, as a woman devoid of such qualities, are the exception. Everyone is aware of your affairs. No matter the sacrifices made for you, even if one were to wager their life, you would only respond with a tinge of pity. And once your value has diminished, you would cast them aside without a second thought. A heart as unfeeling and cruel as yours is akin to that of a true viper. Who would dare ally with you? Who would seek refuge under your banner? Unless they have grown weary of life and crave a thrill of danger? His words prompted a collective nod among the onlookers, all too aware of the tales surrounding Song Wanying. This matter had circulated throughout Luyun City, and now, in light of her newfound association with a formidable martial emperor, it was being revisited. The discussions that were once hushed could now be freely expressed. Indeed, individuals like Song Wanying do not merit loyalty, nor do they deserve to be human. While hearts are warm, hers is colder than stone. Chu Tian had invested so much, only to face humiliation from this woman through a mere divorce decree. One might argue that the most pitiable figure in this saga is Chu Tian for his poor judgment. Had he chosen the esteemed young lady of the Murong family, perhaps by now they would be soaring together, blessed with children. The Murong heiress is virtuous, and this belated union might have fortified their bond. Chu Tian has truly found his rightful place, yet the Murong family has not allowed him to suffer. Rather, they have bestowed upon him their enterprises. Henceforth, the Murong family is destined to ascend. This is a mutual achievement. The crowd engaged in lively discourse, ultimately shifting their focus away from Song Wanying. However, she perceived this as the greatest affront, as if she were being nailed to the pillar of shame. Her ire erupted uncontrollably, her gaze, filled with venomous resentment, fixed upon the head of the Zhou family as she gritted her teeth and declared, "Even if your strength has grown, do you truly believe I have no contingencies? Wait and see. Soon you shall grasp the true meaning of regret. You will come to understand the calamity that follows a poor choice." With that, Song Wanying turned on her heel and departed. Her expression was resolute. Remaining would only lead to further disgrace. With the death of the sixth elder here, those who once considered aligning with her would undoubtedly reconsider. For her reputation was far from favorable, especially in light of the Zhou family's transformation. Their rise in power was nothing short of terrifying. She pondered how best to respond. Chapter 356. Song Wanying hurriedly departed, prompting the crowd to burst into laughter. They felt an immense sense of relief, particularly Lu Zhonggui, who exhaled deeply. Relieved to be rid of such an irritating woman. She was utterly unreasonable, harboring nothing but insidious schemes and an array of malicious tactics, displaying no mercy towards either allies or adversaries. Aligning oneself with such a person was akin to gambling with one's life. With a stroke of fortune, one might emerge as a crippled wretch, and with ill fate, one could vanish without a trace. Thank you, Master Zhou, for your timely rescue. Old Lu, you speak as if we are strangers. We are brothers. Besides, I arrived late and allowed you to suffer humiliation at their hands. Lu Zhonggui chuckled and shook his head. I am utterly unconcerned with that. I knew you would not stand idly by. It is said that Master Zhou is ruthless, but that only applies to enemies. Who has ever heard of him persecuting his own? He spoke loudly, turning his gaze towards those around him, his eyes filled with conviction. Following Master Zhou means that even in death, one's family need not worry. He will ensure their well-being. Moreover, Master Zhou never abandons his own. In comparison to Song Wanying, this was a chasm of difference. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to say a few more words, for the real trouble lay ahead. Song Wanying would undoubtedly resort to increasingly sinister tactics, and no one could predict the nefarious schemes she might employ. The two entered the shop to discuss matters of collaboration in detail. Meanwhile, Zhou Renjia sought to recruit renowned independent cultivators, hoping to entice them to join the Zhou family with generous offers. They needed not only the strength of their own clan, but also to unite all possible forces. In the following days, the entire Luoyan city descended into an eerie silence. Yet, many understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. Beneath that tranquil surface surged a tumultuous vortex. At this moment, Song Wanying finally encountered the formidable warrior at the martial Emperor realm, who made no move but instructed all family members to return to the clan's estate. For several days, they did nothing. As anticipated, the martial emperor soon came knocking. He retained his androgynous demeanor, particularly when he smiled, eliciting a surprising sense of allure in Song Wanying. This sensation left her questioning her own perceptions. However, she quickly dismissed such thoughts, recognizing that she was in the presence of a martial emperor, likely possessing a unique character. After all, she had never heard of a woman achieving the martial emperor realm. If such a phenomenon existed, it would undoubtedly shake the entire Xianling realm. The true name of this martial emperor, known only to Chu Tian, was Gong Sunyu. At this moment, she sat in the parlor, appearing as she did when she first met Chu Tian, disguised as a man to protect herself. Her beauty was beyond imagination, particularly the undeniable allure that emanated from her very essence. Even in male attire, she attracted the attention of several men, who were completely unbothered and eager to approach her. Chapter 357. During an unforeseen incident, he once saved Chu Tian, which subsequently led to a series of events. From Lovero's hatred. Yet, this hatred did not stem from the depths of one's being. It was merely a means to assert that among all, she alone cherished Chu Tian the most. Especially upon discovering that the person Chu Tian once loved had delivered a humiliating divorce decree. Initially, he contemplated inflicting a torturous demise upon this woman, yet ultimately he relented. His intent was to vex Chu Tian. Since this fellow chose to ignore him, avoiding his presence, he would ensure that Chu Tian would forever remember him. One day, when Chu Tian tired of his persistence and felt compelled to acknowledge him, perhaps then his objective would be achieved. Gong Sunyu harbored a simmering frustration. Had she possessed the strength to confront Chu Tian, she would have long since abducted him. She had presumed that Chu Tian's powers had waned. But after a period of discreet observation, she surmised that he was likely concealing his true abilities. Not wishing to provoke genuine disdain from Chu Tian, she opted to create minor annoyances within the bounds of his tolerance. Such was the case now. Song Wanying, I offer you an opportunity, yet you prove utterly ineffectual. I have already lent you my esteemed name and garnered the endorsement of a formidable martial emperor, yet you cannot even procure a rogue cultivator. I now question your utility. If I must resolve every matter, how shall you manifest your worth? Without value, your fate may be dire. Wanying pressed her crimson lips together, her voice quivering slightly as she sensed the palpable killing intent radiating from the martial emperor. It was as tangible as steel, piercing to the heart. My lord, I beg your pardon, it is my inadequacy. Yet, I have exerted every effort. Chu Tian has the backing of the Divine Elixir Pavilion and the support of the Murong clan, with the Zhou and Xiao families as his right and left arms. He could even dominate Luyun City. I stand no chance against him. If only you could grant me some allies. I could assure you of significant losses for him in a short span of time. Xuanyuan chuckled coldly. This is your final chance. Do not disappoint me. The concoctions he possesses, I can procure as well. Yet the Zhou family has never informed you that such potions could harm one's foundation and shorten lifespan. My elixirs are far more potent. Should you consume this particular potion, you could ascend to the immortal realm. Yet your life would be reduced to a mere 3 to 5 years. Would you dare to use it? As she spoke, she cast a vial of medicine onto the table. The vial shattered, scattering dozens of pills. Wanying's pupils dilated in shock. She had not anticipated the head of the Zhou family would resort to such desperate measures. No wonder the opponent's power surged so rapidly. It was at the cost of their lifespan. He would never consume such a potion. Life was long, and there was no need to sacrifice his own vitality. A thought struck him, and he quickly replied, My lord, while I cannot take this potion, my family is numerous. We could have them consume it. Once their strength increases, we would possess the means to contend with them. In you, I perceive the most venomous of hearts. Xuanyuan laughed, her gaze dripping with mockery. I shall await your performance. There are 36 pills in total, sufficient for you to cultivate 36 experts. But remember, you must select those who are young and possess high talent. Otherwise, their power will not increase significantly. Chapter 358. After Xuanyuan rose, he cast forth a manual. This is a boon for you, but I grant you merely 3 months. Should I fail to witness your contributions in this time, you shall bear the consequences. With that proclamation, he vanished as if into thin air. Wanying could not suppress the cold sweat that beaded on her brow, her gaze now heavy with gravity. 3 months was ample time. Should she cultivate a sufficient number of skilled individuals, she possessed the capability to thwart Chu Tian, and perhaps even bring the Murong family to its knees. In her heart, a plan began to take shape. With her kin present, she summoned everyone to gather. When the family members arrived, their eyes sparkled with anticipation. They had just learned of the arrival of a stranger, a formidable presence that had evoked their trembling with but a glance. It was evident, even to the most naive, that this individual was a mysterious warrior of the Emperor's realm. The advent of such a powerful figure surely heralded immense benefits for them. Wanying surveyed all those assembled. Among the Song family, there were indeed a few prodigies. However, these individuals were not the true core of the clan, nor were they direct descendants. Yet she had a means to firmly grasp these talents within her control. The manual left by the Emperor-level warrior detailed some extraordinary techniques, akin to the Yama incantation yet distinct in nature, with functions nearly identical. She could wield these techniques as her trump card. At that moment, Wanying spoke with clarity. You are all aware of the arrival of the esteemed warrior. I shall refrain from unnecessary discourse. This formidable individual has imparted a method that I must impose upon you. He harbors distrust towards me, as well as towards all present here. We are akin, being of the same lineage, thus he requires this method to exert control over each of you. If you desire to reap rewards, to ascend swiftly, you must acquiesce to this control, surrendering your very souls into another's grasp. You now possess a choice, to strive for greatness or to languish in mediocrity for eternity. Should you wish to evade this, depart the family. Henceforth, you shall become a solitary wanderer, and I will replace your positions with other drifters. There are 36 elixirs available, from which 36 individuals may be chosen. Not everyone is deemed worthy of consuming such potions. One's innate talent must be above average, for otherwise, the effect shall be negligible. If the Zhou family dares to utilize these potions, I trust you will too. Upon her words, a fervor ignited within the assembly. They felt a surge of unrealistic hope as Wanying presented this rare opportunity. Could it truly be a directive from the powerful figure behind her? As this thought crossed their minds, anticipation gleamed in their eyes. The crowd exchanged glances, and one individual stepped forward, a young prodigy from the family. His gaze was ablaze with determination. If Zhou Renjie dared to consume such a potion and flaunt his prowess before her, then she would surely surpass him. After all, her father had perished at the hands of those from the Zhou family. Chapter 359. I seek vengeance, vowing to tear them limb from limb. As he uttered these words, he had already approached. His innate talent was even superior to that of Wanying, yet he lacked proficiency in management and business. He was indeed the son of the sixth elder. A faint smile graced Song Wanying's face. Very well, from this moment onward, you shall no longer possess your own name. You will be known solely by your codename, One. This measure is to safeguard your family from retaliation. After all, the endeavors we are about to undertake will be rather ruthless. But for the sake of our family's future, every sacrifice is warranted. I trust that you will all comply obediently. Upon hearing this, a sense of confusion lingered in their hearts, yet ultimately, they chose to embrace the allure of gain in the face of overwhelming benefits. Who among them would wish to toil away in training when they could ascend to greatness in an instant? Some harbored doubts. Could there truly exist a potion that would grant one such a rapid ascent? Would there not be repercussions? However, they could not fathom that if the Zhou family dared to consume such a concoction, what fear could they possibly hold? The Zhou family was far superior to them. And in their minds, the Zhou clan had always been ruthless and unscrupulous, willing to employ any means to achieve their ends, exhibiting extreme selfishness. Particularly Zhou Renjie, a quintessential scion of privilege, indifferent to the fate of others. The fact that the Zhou family had consumed this potion suggested it was unlikely to pose significant harm or side effects. If it could indeed offer them a chance at meteoric rise, they were naturally inclined to endure any severe consequences. Yet, Song Wanying had concealed the true repercussions from them. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. After selecting 36 individuals, Song Wanying distributed the potions into their hands. Before long, their powers began to surge dramatically. However, upon breaking through, their complexions turned pallid, and their spirits seemed exceedingly lethargic, evoking a sense of impending doom. They vaguely sensed something amiss but dismissed it, attributing it to mere exhaustion. They believed it to be a consequence of their own consumption. Unbeknownst to them, the weakest among them had already transcended to a higher realm, with 10 individuals attaining immortality. Witnessing their ashen faces and the pronounced crimson veins in their eyes, Song Wanying recognized the severe side effects. After a moment of contemplation, she smiled and said, "Although your power has significantly increased, your bodies have sustained some damage. In this world, everything adheres to a constant principle. To achieve an instantaneous ascent, a price must be paid, and that price is your own vitality. But fret not. At most, you have merely injured your foundation, and there will be opportunities to mend it gradually. I promise you, in 5 years, your foundations will be restored." In her heart, she silently added that if these individuals were still alive in 5 years, she would undoubtedly find a way to assist them. Unfortunately, these individuals would hardly survive that long. The esteemed martial emperor had made it clear, a maximum of 3 to 4 years was their limit. The concerns of the others dissipated entirely, they harbored little doubt. Though Song Wanying was indeed ruthless, she had always demonstrated unwavering loyalty to her family, and they believed she would not harm her kin. This had long been their impression of Song Wanying, for she truly spared no effort in advancing the family's interests. Chapter 360. Chu Tian was initially prepared to rest. Yet he suddenly sensed an unusual disturbance, his ears twitching slightly. He immediately rose and ventured outside. Indeed, a figure appeared beyond the living room where he had been resting. Its form shrouded in obscurity. "It's you." A melodious laugh echoed, and soon a woman emerged from the shadows, clad only in a delicate veil. Chu Tian was momentarily entranced by her unparalleled beauty, particularly by the inherent allure that seemed to captivate his very soul with every smile and frown, causing his heart to quicken involuntarily. However, he quickly steeled himself, his expression growing icy. His spiritual awareness had reached the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm, rendering him largely impervious to such enchantments. In a state of unguarded vulnerability, one might easily fall prey to temptation, yet the mere sight of this woman heightened his wariness. The visitor was none other than Gong Sunyu. Gong Sunyu had long been unable to contain her emotions. Previously, she had refrained from meeting Chu Tian out of fear he might vanish again. This man had a knack for hiding so effectively that she could not locate him, even after leaving her unique mark on him. Years had passed, and it was as if he had evaporated from the mortal realm. Even when she sensed his presence, it did not prompt her immediate arrival in the city. However, upon reaching here, she discovered Chu Tian. She had since learned of the tribulations he faced and had been observing him from the shadows, feeling a mix of compassion and resentment. Now, Gong Sunyu, despite having concealed her enchanting demeanor, gracefully approached Chu Tian, her slender fingers brushing softly against his cheek. The gentle tremor in her voice was enough to make one feel as if their very bones were melting. "You rascal, why do you endure so much? With your strength, you could effortlessly obliterate this city. Why then suffer the humiliation they impose upon you?" Upon learning that you were presented with a decree of divorce, I nearly lost control and sought to extract that woman's very soul. Yet, upon reflection, I realized such an act might drive you to loathe me, perhaps even lead to our eternal separation. You advised me against cultivating the path of ruthlessness, urging me to pursue the path of compassion. And I considered that I might eventually surpass the martial emperor realm by heeding your counsel. But then you fled. You departed, and as if that were not enough, you took my heart with you. Listening to her words, Chu Tian remained silent. His heart held only space for the one he cherished most, never contemplating connections with others. Even though this person had stood by him through countless life and death trials during his rebirth, he regarded her as a brother. Had their initial encounters revealed her feminine form? Perhaps their fates would have diverged. The mistake had already been made, and he understood Xuanyuan's nature well. Acceptance, even if granted, would only lead to a lifetime of suffering for her. He was acutely aware of her feelings, yet he found himself incapable of offering genuine affection. Even in his relationship with Murong, a lingering sense of detachment persisted. Murong sensed this as well, yet some choices were beyond her control, dictated not by him, but by the Murong family. Chapter 361. Since the other party has vowed to stand by each other through life and death, he should be granted an opportunity. Henceforth, the Murong family has thoroughly contemplated that they might relinquish their freedom. This could also be interpreted as a mutual exploitation, or, to some extent, a transaction. However, Xuanyuan is different. Her affection is remarkably pure, so pure that he cannot bear to inflict harm upon her. You ought to comprehend my disposition and recognize that in our association, I have regarded you merely as a tool, incapable of harboring genuine feelings for you. As he spoke, Chu Tian lifted his hand, gently raising Xuanyuan's chin. Their gazes locked. The tenderness in Xuanyuan's eyes seemed to weave an invisible thread. Chu Tian felt unworthy to face her. That sincerity was indeed overwhelmingly intense. Now that you have achieved the realm of the martial emperor and possess an extraordinary beauty, acquiring a genuine affection of your own should not be an arduous task. Moreover, after undergoing certain experiences, I wish to convey to you that seeking someone you admire can lead to a life filled with dread, whereas choosing someone who admires you will reveal a much easier existence. Upon hearing this, Xuanyuan's expression gradually transformed. Her slender fingers found their way to Chu Tian's neck, her fingertips exuding an aura sharp enough to pierce his flesh in an instant. Furthermore, purple flames ignited upon her hands. Xuanyuan's breathing grew heavier, her eyes ablaze with fury. At this moment, a mere thought from me could inflict severe injury upon you, potentially even harm your very soul. If your soul is wounded, you shall never ascend beyond the realm of the martial emperor. Do you truly wish to reject me? I do not care whether your feelings are sincere, nor do I concern myself with the adage that a forced fruit is not sweet. All I desire is the opportunity to see you often. Even if it means becoming your tool, I would willingly accept it, just as it was in the beginning, had it not been for me. You might have perished long ago. You did not merely steal my heart, you also. At this, a tear slipped down Xuanyuan's cheek. That man was once wildly reckless, but it was due to a poison. Nevertheless, his madness remains the most painful yet sweetest memory of her life. The pain stemmed from her physical suffering, as she had never endured such an experience before, leaving an indelible impact. Yet, the sweetness arose from finally being with the one she cherished. Such a complex emotional entanglement culminated in Chu Tian's coldness. Although she had not revealed the entire truth at the time, merely stating that she had assisted Chu Tian in finding an unrelated woman. That woman had ultimately perished after the poison was fully expunged. Chu Tian had once felt considerable guilt, even lighting an incense stick at that false tomb. Now that the truth was laid bare, she sought to gauge Chu Tian's reaction. Chu Tian's pupils constricted violently, disbelief etched across his features. Xuanyuan uttered through gritted teeth, I knew you would not comprehend these matters. Have you forgotten why I limped? It was to inform you that I too was wounded. Yet, did you not notice that ever since then, your gaze towards me has shifted? I possess an innate charm. The more powerful I become, the more pronounced its effects, leading you to doubt whether you might have developed feelings for me. And at that time, I was disguised as a male. You never questioned me, for in your eyes, I was the brother you could trust the most. I despise the term brother. Chapter 362. At this moment, Xuanyuan's gaze grew increasingly mournful, her emotions having settled into a complete calm. The pale purple flames enveloping her gradually dissipated. Yet, a flicker of that flame clung to Chu Tian, instantly searing his skin. A hole was burned into his shoulder, and before the blood could even flow, it was evaporated by the flames. The fire intensified, threatening to reduce Chu Tian to ashes. Seeing this, Xuanyuan felt a pang of urgency. She hastily invoked her technique to restrain the pale purple flames. Then, with a heart full of concern, she retrieved a potion. The medicines she possessed were remarkably potent. When the ointment was applied to Chu Tian's wounds, within mere moments, the charred flesh began to regenerate. An invigorating surge of spiritual energy coursed through his body, continuously amplifying the healing effects. What on earth do you intend to do? Are you unaware of the sheer ferocity of my innate flames? Why do you not resist? Chu Tian suddenly smiled, feeling the gentle tremors as her fingers brushed over his scars. He replied softly, I have lost the strength to resist. I have merely just transcended to a higher realm, akin to retracing the path of cultivation. Even with the glazed golden body, I cannot withstand your might. I find myself inexplicably burdened with feelings I cannot express. And perhaps I must disappoint you. I suggest you reduce me to ashes, for then you may find peace in this thought. Otherwise, you shall never transcend to the Emperor of Martial Arts. Gong Sunyu pressed her hand directly against Chu Tian's dantian, her overwhelming spiritual energy sweeping through him, even injuring his meridians. Upon discerning the intricacies of his condition, her pupils constricted sharply, a wave of murderous intent engulfing her. The estate where Chu Tian resided, aside from the building they occupied, imploded in an instant. An oppressive aura descended, akin to the end of days. Who dares to harm you? I shall flay their skin, strip their tendons, and sever their soul, subjecting them to the torment of burning flames for millennia. Her voice thundered like a clap of thunder, reverberating throughout the estate. The immense pressure caused the Rakshasa to prostrate on the ground. Sensing something amiss, he launched himself from the ruins. Just as he intended to report to Chu Tian, he found himself pinned to the ground by the overwhelming force, having lost 2 teeth in the process. He was unaware of what had transpired but recognized unmistakably that it was a woman's voice. Moreover, the strength emanating from her was terrifyingly formidable. Undoubtedly, that of a true martial emperor. But when had a female martial emperor appeared? This was a monumental secret. The only building left standing amidst the devastation was the one housing Chu Tian. His mind raced to the thought of how the king of hell had attracted such entanglements. Now pursued by an equal in power, what transgressions had been committed to warrant such a fate? Chapter 363. Chu Tian's spiritual energy surged to his throat, and his voice resonated throughout the Murong family. Enough. Just 2 words. The overwhelming pressure was instantly withdrawn, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, they realized their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. The Murong clan was numerous, and their structures had been reduced to rubble. They all appeared utterly disheveled, struggling to rise from the debris, yet miraculously unharmed. Despite being in a highly vulnerable state, Gong Sunyu instinctively refrained from harming anyone, for she understood Chu Tian's temperament. If she were to inflict any harm, he would undoubtedly be furious. At this juncture, tears streamed down Gong Sunyu's face as she pursed her crimson lips, her gaze sharp as a blade. If you remain silent, then I shall not leave. I will linger by your side every day. I intend to create a rift between you and your little lover. You have an affinity for that girl from the Murong family, do you not? I shall seize her away. Should I disguise myself as a man, few women could resist me. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Chu Tian's mouth. Very well. Go ahead. Gong Sunyu, incensed, gritted her teeth and forcefully grasped Chu Tian's neck, shaking him vigorously. You wretched scoundrel, do not forget that you are now powerless. With but a single finger, I could end you. Why can't you just yield? Chu Tian felt a jolt in his head from the shaking and hastily raised his hand. Gong Sunyu ceased her actions but leaned directly into Chu Tian's embrace, a smile gracing her lips. Today, I visited Wanying and gifted her 36 medicinal pills. These pills were concocted by me, designed to extract one's life potential, far inferior to the ones in your possession. That venomous woman intends for her family to consume them, effectively destroying their entire foundation. Yet, I shall continue to support her, for I wish to unveil the treachery of other women to you. Only I possess true feelings for you. Moreover, I will quietly remain by your side until your strength is fully restored. When that time comes, should you wish to reject me, I shall not hesitate to bite you. After speaking, Gong Sunyu cupped Chu Tian's face and planted a forceful kiss on his lips. Then she laughed. Now you cannot resist, can you? Prepare yourself. For I shall torment you whenever I find leisure, making you tremble beneath my shadow, especially since you are in a weakened state. Once you regain your strength, you may retaliate. With that, Gong Sunyu turned and vanished before Chu Tian's eyes. Chu Tian, feeling a sense of helplessness, rubbed his temples, acutely aware of the lingering fragrance in the air. Yet, his heart felt like a patchwork quilt of wounds, incapable of nurturing any tender emotions. He had traversed the path of cultivation thrice. Whether through love or indifference, neither resonated with his innermost desires. He was at a loss as to which path to pursue, yearning solely to forge a heart of a true warrior, beginning with solidifying his resolve like a rock. A heart as unyielding as stone does not imply a lack of tenderness. Yet, he found himself in a quandary, uncertain whether to embrace a new affection. After a fleeting moment of confusion, he recognized that he had been influenced by Gong Sunyu. His paramount focus must be on regaining his strength. Until he reached the realm of Martial Emperor, he could not reveal his identity. The sole consolation was that Gong Sunyu would undoubtedly remain close by. As for Wanying, she was not within his realm of consideration. That was merely a fleeting whim of Gong Sunyu. he would not dwell upon it, nor would it tarnish their brotherly bond. He could only regard it as camaraderie. He still vividly recalled Gong Sunyu fighting alongside him. As for her alluring demeanor, he dared not ponder. For he was not Na'vi. He understood that Gong Sunyu allowed him to act as he pleased while she purged the toxins from his body. Yet, he was unsure how to confront this reality and chose to feign ignorance. The most arduous debt to repay in this world is that of love. Chapter 364. At this moment, Song Wanying had arrived at the Zhou residence with her entourage. Little did she know that if she were aware of the relationship between Chu Tian and Gong Sunyu, she would likely be so terrified that sleep would evade her. At this juncture, she exuded immense confidence. Previously, in the bustling market, she had been humiliated by the Zhou father and son, but now the tables had turned. Their strength had significantly amplified. However, she did not intend to employ forceful measures, but rather aimed to inform the father and son of their impending doom. The head of the Zhou family was not at home. Only Zhou Renjie remained. Upon hearing that Song Wanying had come, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed his face. But he quickly regained his composure and stepped outside. He had also heard rumors regarding the Song family. The fact that this woman had come personally likely signified trouble. Apart from the servants, he was the only one present with transcendent abilities. If she intended to take action, it would surely spell his demise. He had already heightened his vigilance. Miss Song, what brings you here once again? I am not the person you desire, nor do I harbor any interest in you. I advise you to leave promptly. There is nothing of value for us to discuss. Our household does not welcome you. His voice was calm, yet his mind was anything but. The fact that Song Wanying had arrived alone, without any companions, astonished him. Was this woman out of her mind? Did she not fear a sudden attack? The other members of the Song family had consumed that miraculous elixir, significantly enhancing their capabilities, even surpassing the overall strength of the Zhou family. Yet, Song Wanying seemed unchanged, which bewildered him. Given her character, she would surely have selfishly kept any benefits for herself. Why had her prowess remained at its original level? Unperturbed by Zhou Renjie's demeanor, Song Wanying responded with a cold smile, her face betraying a distinct air of derision. Zhou Renjie, you may not yet comprehend the truth. The elixir you ingested was, in fact, a means of forcibly augmenting your strength at the expense of your lifespan. Although your abilities have ascended to the transcendent realm, you are left with merely 2 years to live. The same applies to your father. You have been deceived by Chu Tian. Once you perish, all your holdings will fall into his grasp. I assure you, I am not fabricating this. It is the stark reality. I suspect you are still reveling in what you believe to be a tremendous advantage, when in truth, it is merely Chu Tian's scheme. Especially since you have signed a heavenly contract. Zhou Renjie's expression turned peculiar as he instinctively queried, how do you know it will consume our lifespans? Upon uttering this question, he quickly realized his error and hastily added, could it be that the elixir you consumed has similar effects? Are the side effects equally severe? Song Wanying smiled and nodded, confident that Zhou Renjie now understood the gravity of the elixir's repercussions, hence his astonishment. It appeared that she need not worry excessively. From this point forward, the Zhou family posed little threat. In a mere 2 to 3 years, both father and son would encounter dire circumstances. Chapter 365. After the principal members of the Zhou family ingested that particular medication, their lifespan was reduced to merely 2 or 3 years. Once their family members had passed away, manipulating the medicinal market would be effortless. Currently, Zhou Cheng was still alive and well. Thus the covenant of the heavenly Tao could be dissolved. The objective was straightforward, to sow discord. By instigating conflict between Chu Tian and the Zhou family, he could seize the opportunity to reap benefits, perhaps even bending the Zhou family to his will. After all, Chu Tian had genuinely outmaneuvered those individuals. He was under the illusion that he had noble intentions, yet remained oblivious to the fact that the elixir presented by Chu Tian was the true miraculous remedy. While the pills he had acquired were merely inferior products, Zhou Renjie concealed the truth, secretly amused at the situation. Song Wanying had unwittingly delivered such pivotal information to him. Were it not for her explicit revelation, he might have hesitated to believe it. Now that the circumstances were laid bare before him, a slight stratagem could potentially leave Song Wanying overwhelmed. Naturally, he could not voice such thoughts, for she would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him. Presently, he was the sole bearer of this knowledge. Even his father remained in the dark. He feigned anger and exclaimed, Song Wanying, since you are aware of the side effects of this medication, why did you allow your family members to consume it? Our family has merely chosen 10 individuals. Yet your entire clan selected 36, intending to lead your family to ruin. The reason my father and I resorted to this medication was to counter you. Had you not compelled us to this juncture, we would never have considered ingesting such elixirs. I understand your intentions. You are attempting to incite discord between us and Chu Tian, perhaps forgetting one crucial detail. Chu Tian has always acted with transparency. When providing us with this medication, he made the side effects abundantly clear. However, your Song family members likely remain oblivious to these consequences. As he uttered these words through gritted teeth, Song Wanying could not help but chuckle. You speak the truth. Indeed, our family members are unaware of the side effects. But it matters not, for when their demise approaches, they will lack the strength to resist. I trust that you and your father will not dare to reveal this information, as you two have entangled your own kin. In the short term, you may maintain control, yet over time, they will surely begin to perceive the truth. Chu Tian views you merely as tools for his use. Do you still wish to follow him to your demise? What purpose does this serve? Your family cannot endure once all the principal members of your clan perish. Chu Tian will undoubtedly employ insidious methods to seize your family's assets. By then, any regrets will come too late. Zhou Renjie shook his head with a smile. Have I not made myself clear? It is all due to your coercion. Should we find ourselves without any means of resistance, with no formidable experts within our family to contend with you, we would be left with no choice but to perish. Who knows if you might ambush us from the shadows? My father's strength has already ascended to the immortal realm. If we can endure these next 2 to 3 years, you will surely meet your end before we do. This is a situation of mutual destruction. You should be able to fathom that. Song Wanying frowned deeply. Initially, she believed that Chu Tian had not disclosed the side effects of the medication. Now, it appeared her assumptions were misguided. Chapter 366. In Zhou Renjie's heart, suspicions had long taken root, yet at this moment he dared not voice them entirely. Opting instead for a fade of restraint, his countenance bore a fierce expression of anger as he fixed his gaze upon Song Wanying. If it were not for you, how could we have descended into such dire circumstances? Every fault lies with you. You engaged in those actions and now, with your feigned innocence, come here to sow discord. Do you truly believe I would trust your words? Even if I were inclined to, my father would not. We are now adversaries. Your machinations matter little to us. My father and I have long prepared ourselves for death, willing to do anything to preserve the flame of our lineage. Should we fall into your hands, it would surely spell our family's annihilation. As he spoke, his teeth ground together audibly, an outward manifestation of his seething fury towards Song Wanying. She responded with a playful smile. Zhou Renjie, cease your charade before me. You are no saint yourself. Let us not forget, you are famously known as a debauched scion. Do you think your pretenses hold any weight here? My purpose today is to court your alliance. Consider it carefully. Of course, if you prefer to pledge your loyalty directly to me, that is acceptable as well. I could even devise a means to restore your longevity. Do you presume the remedies I provide to the family are the only options? I am not so callous, unlike Chu Tian. With that, she turned to leave, a sigh escaping her lips. The Zhou family, having long been aware of the side effects of such remedies, likely conspired among themselves, which explained their selection of only 10 individuals. These 10 were the true elites of the Zhou family. He could no longer remain passive. He must resolve this matter. He had pledged to that esteemed martial emperor to deliver results within 3 months, or face dire consequences. Internally, he felt a surge of urgency, though he could not betray any hint of weakness outwardly. To onlookers, Song Wanying appeared calm and collected, but he understood that time was of the essence. He needed to achieve tangible results to present to that esteemed figure, or he would surely meet with an unfortunate fate. That individual likely harbored little patience for him, given the dissatisfaction stemming from previous events. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Song Wanying began her journey home. Halfway through, a sudden realization caused her expression to shift slightly. After a brief moment of hesitation, she promptly retrieved a communication device, crafting a message to send to the family. Upon receiving her message, the family members gathered at the Song residence, their purpose clear, to ascertain the truth behind Song Wanying's revelations. Upon seeing the assembly of irate faces, she feigned sorrow and helplessness, stating, I have only just received this information. That esteemed individual is indeed quite displeased with us, having deliberately concealed the side effects. I never anticipated that he would deceive me, and for this, I sincerely apologize. He has assured me that he will find a way to restore your longevity. Chapter 367. The words spoken by the esteemed martial emperor should be taken to heart. One must harbor no doubts, nor question his intentions. The consequences could be dire. At the very least, I cannot guarantee your safety. Before that esteemed figure, even the mightiest among you would be naught but an ant. Upon hearing these words, the countenances of those present shifted dramatically. They understood that the side effects mentioned were undoubtedly real. Now that they were informed of the repercussions, it was far too late for any change of heart. It was no wonder I had been feeling so unwell, as if my very essence were being drained. The true cost of the elixir was the consumption of one's lifespan, and it was of at least 8th-tier quality. Would the martial emperor truly part with such a precious remedy for our sake? When this question was posed, All eyes in the room turned towards Song Wanying. She nodded solemnly, her gaze resolute. Rest assured, that esteemed individual would never deceive us. After all, his strength and status are undeniable. How could he possibly mislead us, mere mortals? Yet, we must adhere to his commands. We must present our achievements before that noble figure. If we lack any value, how could he ever offer us assistance? It would be a stroke of fortune if he chose not to punish us. The others had come to terms with reality. However, acceptance was not an option. For Song Wanying had already exerted control over them. Even if they wished to resist, they were no match for her methods, which were akin to a fate worse than death. They were unwilling to endure such suffering again, having already experienced it once. Song Wanying had merely indicated that she would provide them with motivation, emphasizing the severe consequences of betrayal. Now, they could only passively acquiesce, their eyes brimming with resentment. Even in their discontent, they were compelled to comply. Upon observing their reactions, a faint smile graced her lips. She recognized that the immediate crisis had been averted. She feared that Zhou Rinjie might discreetly inform his family, and such a revelation could lead to her being torn apart by their wrath. With that threat neutralized, she felt free from further worries. Now that you are all aware of the true circumstances, I shall refrain from unnecessary discourse. From this moment forth, I shall issue several commands that you must see to completion. You will be divided into 3 groups, each tasked with distinct responsibilities. Ada, come with me. I will directly inform you of your duties. Confidentiality is paramount. This matter is of utmost importance. Should anyone divulge information that jeopardizes our success, I shall not be lenient. Song Wanying led Ada into the study. When Ada emerged, his expression was undeniably peculiar. He had not anticipated being assigned such tasks. Yet, internally, he felt little resistance. For their moral compass had long since been skewed. After leaving, he summoned a few individuals to accompany him away from the estate, followed by the other 2 groups. As night fell, Manager Lu locked the shop and prepared to return home. However, after walking a short distance, he sensed the presence of Luo Jie nearby. His brow furrowed as he abruptly turned to look back, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Chapter 368. Upon recognizing the individual before him as a member of the Song family, Manager Lu's expression darkened, filled with a surge of anger. Ada, dare you lay a hand on me? The Zhou family will not rest until they have avenged their fallen. At this proclamation, Ada could hardly contain his derisive laughter, his demeanor bordering on madness. He chuckled heartily. The Zhou family should focus on their own survival. You may be oblivious to certain truths, but let me be unequivocal. I am no different from those of the Zhou clan. We, too, have but 2 or 3 years left to live. Should we fail to execute our plans and allow Chu Tian to suffer significant losses, we may not even endure that long. Yet, we have exchanged our fleeting lifespans for formidable power, and it would be effortless to extinguish your existence. However, I shall not harm you immediately. Instead, I seek your assets. I will make you experience a torment worse than death. If you can survive that, I shall regard you as a true man. With that, he swiftly seized Lu's throat, leaving no room for a response, and vanished into the night with his companions. A similar fate befell 2 others, who were also taken away to a clandestine location. Upon their arrival, the first figure they encountered was Song Wanying. Her gaze fixed on Manager Lu, her face adorned with a mocking smile. Well, do you recall the words I spoke to you before? I promised that our next meeting would leave you filled with regret. Now, here I stand before you. And who is there to aid you? The Zhou family is too preoccupied with their own demise, and look where your loyalty has led you. In this dire state, do you not feel a sense of despair? Upon hearing her words, Manager Lu could only sigh in resignation. He realized that Song Wanying had indeed summoned reinforcements with the intent to eliminate him. He understood that he was about to face unspeakable torment. After several deep breaths, a grimace twisted his features. Song Wanying, even if I were to perish, I will not spare you. I know your ambition is to seize all my assets. I urge you to abandon such dreams. I will never relinquish them to you. We have long prepared for your desperation, having established a heavenly contract. Should I die, my assets will be transferred directly to Chu Tian. The head of the Zhou family refused to take over our holdings, advising us to contact Chu Tian directly, as it may yield greater benefits. In truth, I, too, desire that elixir. Even if I have but a few years left, at least I could gamble for more time. Alas, that opportunity has yet to present itself. However, I am confident that after my demise, Chu Tian will seek vengeance on my behalf, for he has gained significantly from me. The assets I relinquished were not mere acts of desperation, they were an act of retribution against you. At this juncture, he could not contain his laughter, his eyes brimming with scorn. Chapter 369. Song Wanying, regardless of the circumstances, you shall never prevail over Chu Tian. It is not my disdain for you. Rather, it is the collective scorn of all who perceive you as a true viper, a woman of venomous disposition. No one is willing to ally with you wholeheartedly unless driven to the brink of desperation. In the end, you shall remain a solitary figure. For no man dares approach a woman of your ilk, destined to endure a life of solitude and desolation. Reflect upon that sentiment. Does it not evoke a profound sense of sorrow? You deem my situation pitiable, yet I genuinely find you deserving of sympathy, akin to the most wretched of creatures. Self-important, yet fated to an abysmal conclusion. I shall await you on the road to the underworld, traversing slowly, for you will undoubtedly seek me out. As he uttered these words, his eyes bore no trace of fear, only a fierce and malevolent resentment. Acknowledging his impending demise, he saw no reason to plead for mercy. Having previously insulted Wanying, who would surely harbor a grudge, given her treacherous nature, Wanying's countenance darkened considerably, her gaze filled with an unprecedented fury. Unable to fathom that Manager Lu had fallen to such depths, it still dared to mock her. She reached out and seized Manager Lu by the throat, her sharp nails slicing into his flesh. A frigid expression graced her features. Manager, I grant you one final opportunity to choose. Should you refuse, your fate will be exceedingly grim. Do not blame me for failing to forewarn you. Every word I utter is the unvarnished truth. You may be unaware of the methods at my disposal, yet even the most rudimentary of my tactics could render your existence a living nightmare. Do you wish to become a vessel for malevolent entities upon your demise? Simultaneously, I shall ensure your return home, where your family will weep for you. At that moment, as the malevolent forces escape your body, your entire family will share in your misfortune. None shall survive. If you wish to bequeath your legacy to others, first consider whether you possess the ability to safeguard your own life. If you cannot ensure the safety of your family, do you still hold any dignity to face them in the afterlife? Upon hearing these words, Manager Lu's pupils constricted violently. His greatest vulnerability lay in his family. He gritted his teeth and retorted, Wanying, I will never concede. No matter what means you employ, I shall seek retribution, even in death. Chu Tian will assuredly avenge me. I have faith in his character. Having received my favor, he will not abandon me. Wanying scoffed. There is no need for your baseless assertions. Had Chu Tian truly intended to retaliate against me, he would have acted long ago. Alas, here you are, unwavering in your faith. Do you not realize that Chu Tian is merely exploiting you? You are truly naive. How I long to encounter companions as foolish as you. As she spoke, she retrieved a small vial from her person, within which several writhing insects danced. Upon witnessing this, Manager Lu's expression soured further, his eyes betraying a flicker of trepidation. Chapter 370. Lu Zhonggui's voice trembled as he uttered, Wanying, how dare you resort to such means? Do not forget that the use of goo insects is a taboo throughout the entire Xianling realm. Should you dare to employ them, Chu Tian will undoubtedly discover it. And at that moment, he will have the pretext to act against you. Even if you have the backing of a formidable entity from the No-Land realm, you will find yourself at a loss for words. Chu Tian, too, possesses such powerful allies. Should you perish, that individual will merely lose a tool. I advise you to think carefully before you act recklessly. Wanying's laughter was laced with mockery and disdain, her gaze fixed upon Lu Zhonggui. So, you do feel fear after all. I had thought you would embrace death with valor, ready to lead your family into a noble demise. Yet, it appears you are not as fearless as I presumed. This time, Lu Zhonggui fell silent, for indeed, fear gripped his heart. The mere thought of that thing instilled genuine terror within him. Even if he could face death without hesitation, he would never wish to encounter that creature, the most horrifying of goo insects. Once such a creature burrows into a person, it relentlessly drills inward, targeting the internal organs, and can even penetrate the skull to gnaw upon the brain, ultimately nesting within. Just the thought of such an outcome made him tremble. Wanying reveled in his fear, her smile growing ever more radiant. The opportunity has been laid before you. It is you who fail to recognize its value. If you persist in your resistance, I would not hesitate to unleash this insect upon you. And let me impart this knowledge. Others will betray you as well, but they cannot withstand the torment of such a reset. The choice is yours. Do you wish to perish? Or do you intend to drag your entire family into the abyss alongside you? Rest assured, before your demise, you shall endure unspeakable agony. And you must consider, is it truly worth it for one like Chu Tian? In that moment, Lu Zhonggui remained silent, his heart teetering on the edge of indecision. The goo insect loomed before him. Should he choose to fight to the end, his demise would be nothing short of tragic. And Wanying would undoubtedly turn her wrath upon his family. He feared not for his own life, but for the safety of his loved ones, unwilling to subject them to unparalleled torment. Yet, he could not help but tremble, caught in a whirlwind of hesitation and struggle. Without a moment's pause, Wanying gently uncapped a vial, pinching a goo insect between her fingers before slowly placing it upon Lu Zhonggui's wound. A serpent-like smile crept across her face. Lu Zhonggui, I have afforded you ample time for consideration, yet your response has left me dissatisfied. The fact that you still waver is intolerable. Should I release you now? You might even retaliate or employ other means against me. What I truly value is your compliance. I desire you to obediently serve as a tool in my grasp. However, I suspect that without a measure of constraint, you would resist. Thus, I shall place this goo insect upon you, and you shall soon experience the pain it inflicts. Once you truly comprehend the meaning of suffering beyond death, you will be utterly subdued. Chapter 371. After uttering these words, he no longer hesitated and placed the insect at the site of the wound. Upon contacting the blood, it immediately burrowed in. At that moment, the fear coursing through Lu's entire being reached its zenith, and he could not help but exclaim in terror, Song Wanying, I have agreed to hand over all my enterprises to you. Please, extract that cursed insect. Song Wanying chuckled softly, shaking her head. It is too late. Your earlier agreement was steeped in hesitation, which arouses my suspicion. What if I were to release you? Only for you to turn around and collaborate with Chu Tian to betray me? That would sadden me greatly. Moreover, I am not one to show mercy like Chu Tian. I will maintain a firm grip on you, compelling you to willingly march towards your demise for my benefit. Killing you is merely the basest of tactics. The superior strategy is to keep you under my control, rendering you a tool for my purposes. If I were Chu Tian, I would have employed such methods long ago. But alas, his compassion has rendered him ineffective. As for you, it seems you have failed to recognize my intentions, leaving me with no choice but to resort to such desperate measures. Though his words conveyed a sense of helplessness, a triumphant smile graced his face. The objective had been achieved. To ensure this old man would obediently comply, the proceedings would thereafter be significantly easier, with the old man having mentally capitulated. It indicated he possessed the potential to become a mere pawn. The situation unfolded smoothly, just as Song Wanying had anticipated. After enduring torment for over 10 minutes, Lu finally succumbed to the psychological strain, his mindset irrevocably transformed. He could only utter an apology to the Zhou family patriarch in his heart. He truly could not withstand such agony, nor did he wish for his family to share in his suffering. A profound sense of despair spread within him, tears streaming down his face as he fell to his knees, weeping uncontrollably. At that moment, his mental state had completely shattered. However, Song Wanying found great satisfaction in this scene. A broad smile illuminated her face as she helped Lu to his feet, speaking gently. Rest assured, I shall not easily send you to your demise in the future. The enterprises remain under your control, for you have now become my puppet. You must obey my commands. Otherwise, you shall be the first to perish, followed by your family. The torment you just experienced was merely a warning. Do not entertain any thoughts of luck. With that, Song Wanying exited. She would soon devise a plan, first ensuring that these individuals would all become her instruments. At that moment, Chu Tian had also received the news. His gaze fixed intently on Zhou Renjie. He queried, Are you saying those individuals have been abducted, and there has been no sign of them since? Zhou Renjie nodded eagerly. This is likely the work of Song Wanying. No one else would resort to such despicable tactics. However, we cannot rule out the possibility of others attempting to frame her. Yet, I feel the primary suspect remains Song Wanying, as only she would be so eager to seize control of the medicinal market. Chu Tian pondered, recalling Gong Xuanyu's words, and a suspicion began to form in his mind. I shall pay a visit to Song Wanying. Chapter 372. Song Wanying had meticulously arranged all her tasks, and the individuals she brought back had become her tools. Soon, she would present the Zhou family with a grand gift. At that moment, Ada stood behind Song Wanying, suddenly furrowing his brow as he cast his gaze toward the entrance of the estate. Someone was approaching. As Song Wanying turned her attention, she was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Chu Tian. A smile involuntarily crept onto her face, albeit one that dripped with condescension. Chu Tian, it has been quite some time since your last visit. Your sudden appearance must indicate that you seek something from me. Should you plead with me? I might be inclined to enlighten you. In truth, she had already surmised the purpose of Chu Tian's visit. Her words bore no trace of cordiality, and she remained indifferent to whether Chu Tian would harm those around her. At least, he would not dare to harm her. This was sufficient. Ada had reached an immortal realm of power. He too was curious to see if Chu Tian could stand against him, but the thought was swiftly dismissed. If Chu Tian truly possessed such strength, it would not bode well for her. Moreover, she was intent on ridiculing him. Her resentment toward Chu Tian had been steadily accumulating over time. Chu Tian spoke calmly. Where are Manager Lu and the others? I have previously informed you that while you may act against me, you must not lay a hand on my companions. Manager Lu bestowed upon me a heavenly Dao contract, which will activate automatically should any harm befall him, transferring all his assets to me. Surely you are not foolish enough to eliminate him outright? Wanying shrugged, a nonchalant smile gracing her lips. If you have come merely to inquire about such matters, I would be profoundly disappointed. I expected you to discuss potential collaboration, especially since I am on the verge of monopolizing the entire medicinal herb market. At that point, with your control over the elixir market, we could form a formidable alliance. To be honest, my previous remarks were merely born of anger. The individual I genuinely care for is you. Should you declare that you wish to take me as your girlfriend, I would not mind your marriage to the eldest daughter of the Murong family, and I would wholly devote myself to you. Would you consider it? As she posed this question, a glimmer of anticipation flickered across her face. She had grown sufficiently strong, with over a dozen experts in the immortal realm within her family, albeit their lives were limited to 2 or 3 years due to forced enhancement. Those few years would be ample time. Chu Tian shook his head. You have completely lost your mind. Perhaps you dismissed my previous warnings. Your companions may soon find themselves in dire straits. Regardless of your actions, I am currently in a foul mood, and I intend to take action. Ah, Ada, is it? The individual named Ada, a member of the Song family, had encountered Chu Tian before, and their paths had crossed. He stepped forward, his face a mask of disdain. Chu Tian, once hailed as the foremost prodigy capable of battling beyond his level, now finds himself diminished, for my strength resides in the immortal realm. What does that even signify? Wanying watched this unfold without interference, silently observing. She could no longer discern the level of Chu Tian's strength, but she speculated that he might have broken through. Perhaps he had attained transcendence. A transcendent in their 20s would be regarded as a genius, no matter the setting. Chapter 373. Moreover, Chu Tian is on a path of cultivation once again. Within her heart, there existed both anticipation and a desire for Chu Tian's defeat. Should this individual falter, she could easily subjugate him and employ certain methods to compel him into submission. She held little faith that Chu Tian could withstand such tactics. Furthermore, the esteemed figure had commanded him to deliberately provoke another formidable opponent. Thus, Chu Tian served as his envoy. If this envoy were to bow before her, it would undoubtedly delight that esteemed figure, thereby accomplishing her initial objective. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a more pronounced smile graced her face. Ada, since Chu Tian wishes to spar with you, then grant him that wish. Chu Tian stood expressionless, silently awaiting the unfolding events, his gaze devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He had long surmised the intentions harbored by Wanying. Upon his arrival, he recognized that she would not easily relent. His presence was likely a deliberate maneuver orchestrated by her. After all, among those taken, Lu Zhonggui was a man of profound loyalty. Although his allegiance was towards the head of the Zhou family, he could not allow his companions to feel disheartened. Thus, intervention was imperative. Ada, although the strongest, was merely a forcibly elevated immortal realm practitioner, insufficient to pose a challenge before him. Chu Tian had already transcended to a higher realm, his strength continuously surging. In the face of a mere illusion of the immortal realm, he need not exert his full power. With a countenance rife with derision, Ada proclaimed, Chu Tian, if you wish to feign death, I shall accommodate you. Rest assured, I will not slay you. At most, I shall leave you wounded, stripping you of all resistance. You shall come to understand what it truly means to suffer worse than death. Fear not, I will not disappoint you. As these words left his lips, he charged forth with the speed of lightning, a grotesque expression etched upon his face. All his pent-up resentment was directed towards Chu Tian. Had it not been for Chu Tian's deliberate antagonism towards their family, they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. From a once thriving clan of 36, only 2 or 3 years of life remained. All of this was the consequence of Chu Tian's actions. Fueled by hatred, he launched a decisive blow aimed at Chu Tian's dantian, intent on rendering him incapacitated. Confident that Chu Tian could not evade his strike, his fist landed squarely upon Chu Tian's form. Initial surprise flickered across his features, soon replaced by disbelief as he contemplated how easily Chu Tian had succumbed. However, before this thought could fully solidify, he was struck with a sudden realization. He had struck only an illusion. Chu Tian's speed eclipsed his own. He had failed to perceive how his opponent had evaded, leaving behind but a phantom. Just as his caution began to rise, a silver needle pierced his flesh. Instantly, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. His limbs turned numb, rendering him incapable of exerting force, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Chu Tian spoke coolly, I have always preferred to return the favor in kind. Since you wish for me to experience a fate worse than death, allow you to savor that very sensation. May you have a pleasant experience before embarking upon your journey to the underworld. Chapter 374. A faint smile curled at the corners of Chu Tian's lips, a smile that, to the eyes of the others, resembled the grimace of the Grim Reaper. In his hand, A silver needle appeared once more, descending with precision. His voice, calm as still water, proclaimed, "Soon. You will experience the torment of a fate worse than death. I shan't elaborate further. However, the creature within you will not remain silent. It will churn within your mind, slowly devouring your very essence. You will feel as if your soul is being incessantly torn apart and reassembled. This ordeal may endure for an extended period. For that little parasite does not possess a substantial appetite. It will feed while simultaneously laying its eggs. This grim process may last 3 to 4 days, during which you will gradually succumb to the agony, inching ever closer to death." Ada's complexion turned as pale as parchment. He began to sense something writhing within his mind. He had previously endured such torment when Wanying had issued a warning illustrating the severity of betrayal. But now, the creature truly squirmed within his brain, gnawing at his very marrow. The pain compelled him to emit a wretched cry, a sound that sent chills down the spines of all who heard it. Their strength was not much greater than Ada's, and witnessing him being effortlessly subdued by Chu Tian filled them with dread. He lay on the ground, a mere vessel for excruciating suffering, causing all to retreat into the shadows, too frightened to show themselves. At that moment, Wanying beheld the scene unfolding before her and shouted in fury, "Chu Tian, cease all your actions at once." He was one of the few formidable experts within the family. Should he fall here, it would be a significant loss of power. With a sardonic smile, Chu Tian replied, "Wanying, I previously offered you a warning that you clearly dismissed. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to act against you? If I desired your death, no one could save you, not even Sunyu, should she be present." Sunyu? Wanying was utterly unfamiliar with this name. Chu Tian's smile deepened slightly. "It appears that the powerful figure behind you does not trust you enough to even disclose their name. Otherwise, they would not have kept it a secret. Now that I have revealed it, you should discern that she is a woman. Moreover, allow me to share another piece of information. The reason my ally evades her is due to a complex web of love and hatred between them. Your involvement in this conflict is akin to plunging into a quagmire. Regardless of the outcome, your demise is assured. It is not that I lack the will to kill you. Rather, I simply choose not to." His voice remained tranquil, devoid of any visible fury. Yet, those familiar with him, like Wanying, understood that Chu Tian was indeed furious. Their gazes locked, and she could not suppress a slight tremor. She recognized that Chu Tian had no reason to deceive her, for he was never one to lie. Thus, a question arose. Why did the powerful figure behind her desire for her to confront Chu Tian? Why compel her to provoke him? Was it merely out of hatred for that formidable figure? If that were the case, she had unwittingly become ensnared in a vast vortex, potentially leading to her utter annihilation. As this realization dawned upon her, her complexion turned an even deeper shade of pallor. Chapter 375. You seem to know everything so clearly. Why then do you still choose to inform me? Are you not afraid that I might directly seek out that formidable individual? In such a scenario, if all truths were laid bare, that powerful being, consumed by fury, might even take your life, considering you have divulged their secrets. Chu Tian, with a hint of a smile that belied the gravity of the situation, replied, "Do you truly believe that everyone is like you? You are gravely mistaken. You are the embodiment of a venomous vixen, while he is not. I offer you this warning. Heed it closely. I have come today solely to exact a measure of retribution and to retrieve those individuals. You should be well aware of whom I speak. Should you fail to produce them, every person here, without exception, will find themselves with but a minute to live. For every minute that passes, one shall perish. Test me if you doubt my resolve." A chilling aura of lethal intent radiated from Chu Tian. Wanying could not suppress a shudder. Fully aware that this was no jest, gritting her teeth, she remarked, "Chu Tian, I never imagined you would become such a harbinger of death. If I refuse to surrender them, do you truly intend to slay us all?" Chu Tian merely regarded her with a detached gaze, his silence speaking volumes. The others present, witnessing this exchange, felt a surge of trepidation. One individual stepped forward and advised, "Miss, it would be wise to relinquish them. After all, those individuals serve no purpose here. Moreover, we have gained nothing from them. Perhaps by complying, we might even." The unspoken words hung heavy in the air. A consensus began to form among them. A collective desire to offer Wanying a graceful exit from her predicament, urging her not to resist further, lest Chu Tian truly eradicate them all. They had witnessed the extent of his power firsthand, and if he chose to unleash his wrath, who among them could evade such a fate? At that moment, fear took root in their hearts. A thought emerged. Perhaps it was best to avoid antagonizing Chu Tian in the future. Their current strength, while insufficient for longevity, at least afforded them the gift of survival. To continue down this path would lead them to a fate akin to that of Ada, lying lifeless upon the ground, subjected to tortures far worse than death. In the past, they had regarded Chu Tian with disdain, viewing him as a fool who, in his unwavering loyalty to their family, had sacrificed greatly without reaping any rewards. Now, they were awakening to the terrifying reality of his capabilities. Regret was a luxury they could no longer afford in this world. There exists no remedy for remorse. Wanying clenched her jaw, never once contemplating capitulation. She had embarked on a path from which there was no turning back. If she failed to achieve significant results within 3 months, the powerful figure looming behind her would ensure her suffering was beyond imagination. Given these circumstances, she could only forge ahead with grim determination. The thought of surrendering individuals to Chu Tian ignited a tempest of fury within her. By acquiescing, I have compromised. Yet our conflict will not cease here. I am ensnared in this quagmire, unable to extricate myself. This is a choice born of desperation, and I hope Chu Tian can comprehend my plight. Chapter 376. The formidable presence of Chu Tian left everyone trembling with fear. He simply showcased his character, no longer regarding members of their family with any significance. This revelation forced them to truly comprehend the terrifying nature of Chu Tian. Regret enveloped each individual, yet there was no remedy for their remorse. Soon, they were brought forth, and upon observing their mental state, Chu Tian discerned the situation. He stepped forward and lightly tapped one individual. Subsequently, he produced 2 silver needles, piercing one into the individual's Tianzheng acupoint and the other into the Baihui acupoint. Then, a wisp of white powder appeared between his fingers, which he placed beneath the person's nose. Do not move. The individual sensed something writhing within him, and fear began to spread in his heart. He surmised that it was likely a worm crawling within his mind. He dreaded the thought of that creature gnawing at him from the inside. Chu Tian's words silenced him. His eyes filled with desperation as he mistakenly believed that the man before him was also from the Song family, having never encountered Chu Tian before. Soon, he realized something was amiss. The worm did not harm him, but rather slowly crawled out of his mind, emerging from his nostrils. The silver needles swiftly struck, and the worm was deftly extracted. It was not large, merely slightly thicker than a strand of hair, yet it appeared grotesque and possessed an astonishing vitality, writhing even after being pierced. Is this all? Chu Tian glanced back at Wanying, whose smile bore an added touch of mockery. He chose not to elaborate further, methodically extracting the remnants from several others as well. In his heart, he understood that such tactics were likely taught by Gong Sunyu, a method learned from him. Now turned against him, a truly absurd irony. Naturally, such thoughts remained unspoken. After cleansing the remnants, Chu Tian departed with the individuals in tow, and throughout the process, none dared to utter a word. At this moment, Wanying's expression darkened. She had mistakenly believed she had a firm grip on the source of the medicinal business. Now, she realized how overly presumptuous she had been. The Zhou family would undoubtedly seize this opportunity, possibly retaliating fueled by the hatred of those individuals against her. Consequently, she recognized the necessity of preparing in advance. At this juncture, someone approached with counsel. Miss, perhaps we should cease our opposition to Chu Tian. There may still be a path to survival. If this continues, he could very well annihilate us all, potentially leading to the complete extinction of the Song family. Upon hearing this, fury surged within Wanying. She despised such weakness and ineptitude. To falter in the face of adversity was intolerable. Her icy gaze fell upon the speaker, causing them to tremble involuntarily. Coldly, she declared, I hope never to hear such sentiments again. Do you think I desire to retreat? Chapter 377. However, we find ourselves with no retreat. If we dare to step back, that formidable being will discover our inaction, and one by one, we shall face our demise. Death would be far more imposing than he. He pointed a finger at Ada, his expression growing increasingly frigid. Such a worthless creature serves no purpose. I shall not kill him, but instead have him hung at the entrance of our family estate. Let all of our kin witness the fate of the useless, and let it serve as a warning to all. Should anyone dare defy my orders, this shall be their end. They must comprehend the severity of the torment inflicted by the ancient city, regardless of one's cultivation level, once possessed by the parasitic insects. Obedience is the only option. Otherwise, the experience will be worse than death. The atmosphere grew thick with terror. As all present recognized that Wanying was resolute and merciless, Ada had acted against Chu Tian for his sake. Yet now Ada could easily escape his suffering. Yet Wanying insisted he endure, merely to set an example. The depths of Ada's eyes revealed boundless resentment. Unable to contain himself, he let out a heart-wrenching roar. You venomous vixen! I am also a member of your family. We are bound by blood. Yet you choose to torment me in this manner. You shall pay, and the ancestors of the Song family will never forgive you. Even if I become a ghost, I will haunt you day and night. Wanying snorted. What are you all standing around for? Hurry and take him away, and silence him. I do not wish to hear another word from his lips. Should he utter even a single syllable more? I may find myself displeased and decide to cut out your tongues for your incessant prattle. Her gaze was shrouded in darkness, sweeping over all present. The crowd quivered, trembling involuntarily. They were not fools, unwilling to court danger at such a critical juncture. They understood well that Wanying was merely venting her frustrations, seeking a scapegoat. The words Ada had hurled at her only fueled Wanying's anger, sealing his grim fate. Meanwhile, Chu Tian had received news of the situation, a cold smile curving his lips. As he had anticipated, this woman truly possessed a heart as venomous as a viper's. Ada had indeed drawn the short straw, however. It was his failure to grasp the gravity of the situation that led to this misfortune. Perhaps he should exercise greater caution in his next life. Compassion was not in Chu Tian's nature. His previous kindness towards Wanying stemmed from his belief that she was his true love, with whom he wished to share his life. Little did he expect betrayal. A knife plunged directly into his heart. The pain still lingered vividly in his memory, and he feared he would never again offer his heart fully, wary of facing betrayal anew. Perhaps time would prove to be the finest healer, gradually mending his wounds. Though he felt none of that relief in the present, even as he contemplated these matters, his thoughts naturally gravitated towards Gong Sunyu. He cast aside those thoughts and sought out Manager Lu. Although Manager Lu had been released, he now wallowed in despair, isolating himself within a room, shunning even his family. Chu Tian approached and shattered the door with a single strike. Manager Lu's family, witnessing this spectacle, wore expressions of terror, uncertain of his intentions. Who are you? What do you want? I advise you to leave quickly. The Lu family is not to be trifled with. Chapter 378. Chu Tian cast a glance at the son of Lu Zhonggui, offering no words but directing his attention to the individuals within the room. Lu Zhonggui, thoroughly inebriated, sought to numb himself with alcohol. The resounding crash of the massive door merely prompted him to lift his head. Thereafter, he exhibited no further reaction. Having encountered Chu Tian before, he was acutely aware of the purpose behind his visit. It was entirely plausible that Chu Tian had already discerned the circumstances surrounding the abduction orchestrated by Wanying. In his heart, Lu Zhonggui harbored a sense of trepidation, fully cognizant that he could not relinquish all his enterprises to Chu Tian. Even in the face of divine retribution, he could not disregard the welfare of his family. He resolved to bear the weight of all calamities alone, allowing his family to survive. Reflecting on this, a bitter smile crept across his face. Chu Tian, there is no need for you to seek me further. Our collaboration may never flourish again. You are correct. I am firmly under the control of Wanying. Whatever she commands, I must comply, for defiance would not only lead to my demise but subject me to excruciating torment. I cannot withstand such suffering. And I feel I have betrayed the Zhou family. The only recourse I have is to repay this in my next life. For I fear this existence has reached its end. Yet, I cannot die, nor do I dare to. Should I perish, Wanying would undoubtedly turn her attention to my son and wife. Forgive me. At this juncture, he did not weep but raised his glass, taking a deep swig. Chu Tian approached him, speaking calmly. Have you not considered resistance at all? Lu Zhonggui shook his head, his voice hoarse. I once chose to resist, yet within mere minutes. I comprehended the true meaning of living in a hell worse than death. From that moment, the desire to fight back evaporated. I am like an old dog with a broken spine. My current state is evident to you, and there is no need for further persuasion. I can no longer summon the will to resist. I apologize for disappointing you. Outside the door, a woman and Lu Zhonggui's son stood in stunned silence, gleaning from his words the gravity of their situation. They were acutely aware of the family business they had built. Yet Lu Zhonggui claimed to be under the control of Wanying, utterly devoid of the power to resist. They knew Lu Zhonggui's character, a man who would rather die than submit, but now he was subdued by Wanying. Uncertain of the experiences that had led to this, their hearts ached with an unbearable sting. This was their family. Suddenly, 2 silver needles appeared in Chu Tian's hand, swiftly piercing Lu Zhonggui. He then produced a fine powder. Do not be alarmed. I am not here to harm you. I intend to extract the parasitic creature within you, and I shall directly nullify this heavenly contract. We shall dissolve our agreement peacefully. With that, he conjured a contract, which he promptly crushed into dust. As the parasite emerged, he deftly grasped it and deposited the tiny creature into a vial. Chapter 379 reveals the presence of 7 or 8 small insects, all conjured by Wanying's sorcery. I find no inclination to cultivate such entities, yet their utility can sometimes prove more convenient, as they possess the ability to easily dismantle a person's will. This offers significant advantages for him, prompting him to collect them, for one never knows when they may prove useful. Master Lu, do you still harbor thoughts of resistance? If not, I wish to acquire your enterprises. You are free to decline, for I shall not resort to coercion. Instead, I propose we engage in discussion. However, I suspect you may not desire to remain in this city. You have witnessed its ruthlessness. Should you choose to linger, trouble will undoubtedly find you again. My joy stems from this situation, hence I am prepared to offer you double the market value for your assets." At that moment, Master Lu trembled slightly. Having felt the relief of the insect departing from his body, his eyes brimmed with gratitude, and without hesitation, he knelt before Chu Tian, his face awash with tears. "Thank you for your assistance. I truly did not anticipate that the one to rescue me would be you, especially after I had resolved to betray you. Why did you still come to my aid?" His voice quavered with emotion. Without having endured such despair, it is impossible for others to fathom the depths of his hopelessness. Thus, emerging from the abyss, he could fully appreciate the value of this moment. Chu Tian replied calmly, "You have suffered such torment because of me. This is my obligation to you, a form of compensation, and also a path for you to choose. Should you wish to stay, you are most welcome. However, if you prefer to cease your conflict with Song Wanqing, I shall facilitate your departure and acquire your properties at double the price." He reiterated his earlier proposition. Master Lu hesitated, casting his gaze upon his wife and children. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, "It matters not where I go, in this city. At least there are those who can assist me. Henceforth, I bequeath all my enterprises to you, hoping our family may find peace." Chu Tian had already surmised Master Lu's choice, acknowledging him as a genuinely astute individual. He smiled and said, "In that case, I can present you with a pill. Upon consumption, it will unleash your potential, expending all your innate gifts. From that moment forth, your cultivation will no longer yield material wealth. Yet you stand on the precipice of a breakthrough. After taking the pill, you should attain transcendence, perhaps even directly breaking through to immortality. However, the odds are slim, contingent upon your innate talent." Given Master Lu's advanced age, Chu Tian refrained from making absolute claims. The pill was designed to exhaust one's potential, consuming both talent and insight. Such a significant expenditure was intended to amplify strength. If a true genius were to ingest such a concoction, it would expose their innate gifts, ultimately leading to their destruction in the cradle of potential. Master Lu hesitated not a moment. He seized the pill and swallowed it. Having made his choice, he would not look back. Moreover, Chu Tian had saved his life and that of his family. Continuing to serve Song Wanqing would likely yield no favorable outcome. She might even consider him expendable. Yet, Chu Tian would not. Chapter 380. After taking the medicine, Manager Lu swiftly enhanced his strength. Observing him immersed in his cultivation, Chu Tian's gaze shifted to Lu's wife and child, a gentle smile gracing his face. He casually tossed a small vial towards them. Lu's son instinctively caught it, unaware of its contents. Chu Tian smiled and said, "This is a pill suitable for your cultivation. If you diligently practice, you may even surpass your father and provide him with greater assistance. In this world, true strength is the foundation of existence. When you possess sufficient power, no one dares to trouble you, nor would they treat your father poorly. If you wish to protect your family, you must exert all your efforts. Once you finish the pill, I will provide you with more." Overcome with excitement, Lu's son knelt before Chu Tian, followed by his wife. Both mother and son understood that had it not been for Chu Tian's timely intervention, Lu would have likely become a mere puppet in someone else's hands, potentially leading to even greater calamities in the future. Chu Tian helped them to their feet, merely smiling before vanishing from Lu's home. All necessary matters had been addressed, and he had anticipated what Song Wanying would do next. However, it no longer concerned him. As long as those individuals did not create trouble for him, he would remain indifferent. Yet, anyone daring to provoke him would surely regret their existence. Song Wanying shared similar thoughts. She dared not trouble those around Chu Tian nor meddle at the source of his business. Instead, she sought to bolster her own resources through alternative means. First, she needed to recruit individuals who were not affiliated with her family, controlling them and employing certain tactics. The goo worm she hastily cultivated previously had been effortlessly dispelled by Chu Tian. She believed he must have fortuitously known how to resolve such creations. Thus, she resolved to fabricate even more formidable goo worms, ones that Chu Tian could not unravel. Eventually, these would be utilized on those close to Chu Tian, necessitating a larger pool of subjects for experimentation. She even considered capturing individuals to nurture the goo worms. Song Wanying commanded her subordinates to commence discreet abductions. Many adventurers venturing into the mountains vanished without a trace. While not particularly strong, most possessed exceptional talents, and days passed before their return. Upon coming back, they had become taciturn, as if drained of spirit. Such occurrences proliferated, and when inquiries arose about their experiences, silence ensued. The mountains seemed to have transformed into a gaping maw of malevolence, giving rise to rumors among the scattered practitioners. Chu Tian had also caught wind of these tales, a look of astonishment adorning his face. Murong Yun's expression turned grave. No one knows the truth. It is said those individuals have been possessed, and a powerful evil cultivator has arrived in our midst. Most of the previously missing individuals ventured alone, while some of the later disappearances involved groups entering the mountains. They are scattered practitioners, yet scattered practitioners are still human. Chapter 381. In contemporary times, they dare not venture into the mountains to procure resources, which significantly impacts us. This is because many of the materials required for alchemy are derived from those mystical beasts, and this rumor must be dispelled. Previously, the head of the Shiao family, Showdown, conferred with me about dispatching some skilled individuals into the mountains to ascertain the truth of the matter. What do you think? Chu Tian chuckled and shook his head. It's the work of Wanying. How could she have accomplished this? Murong Yun inquired, astonishment evident in her eyes. Because I received the news earlier than you all. Initially, I was merely aware of someone who had gone missing in the mountains but later returned, reportedly afflicted with hysteria. The woman accompanying him into the mountains did not return, only he came back. His talent was quite commendable, and he had gained some notoriety during the selection. Feeling that something was amiss, I accompanied Shui Bufan to investigate further. Upon arriving at his home, we discovered that he had been subjected to a curse. Presently, in this city, among those who possess knowledge of such curses, Wanying is certainly one. However, she has only recently begun to dabble with the cursed insects, which is why her proficiency remains lacking. It is precisely for this reason that I deduced the situation. I am a genuinely experienced insect keeper and would never leave behind such obvious flaws. There is no need for you to investigate further. Simply disseminate the information that the Song family is abducting people and that many of the missing loose cultivators are in their residence. When you find them, the reality will reveal its cruel nature. Upon hearing these words, Murong Yun furrowed her brow and gritted her teeth. I will immediately take people there. Among the missing are members of the Murong family, including some from other clans. Chu Tian nodded. Go, but exercise caution. He refrained from going himself, as these matters did not require his direct involvement. The prowess of both families would suffice to keep Wanying in check. Unbeknownst to Wanying, despite her efforts to keep her actions concealed, she had inadvertently left traces that others could follow. Many of those she had ensnared were loose cultivators whom she had intentionally lured out, only to capture them later. Among them were members of the Murong family. And Murong Yun seethed with hatred. She was unable to take direct action against Murong Yun, for Chu Tian would surely erupt in rage. And she would not fare well in such a scenario. Thus, she chose to target members of the Murong family instead. However, she had not anticipated that they would arrive early, accompanied by members of the Shiao family, surrounded at the entrance by so many individuals, not to mention countless loose cultivators. Wanying's expression grew increasingly grim as she coldly proclaimed, You have no evidence. You cannot solely implicate the Song family. Do you think my family lacks capable individuals? The formidable members of her clan stepped forward, showcasing their formidable presence. The atmosphere was charged with tension. Murong Yun advanced and stated coldly, You believe you have covered your tracks, yet you have left behind too many clues. I possess a particular potion that can effortlessly reveal the location of those cursed insects. Once this potion is scattered, the insects will emerge frantically to feed, especially those that have not yet been successfully cultivated. They will behave even more erratically. We can certainly give it a try. As she spoke, Murong Yun produced the potion. Heeding Chu Tian's advice, she believed that with some strategic maneuvering, she could easily compel Wanying to capitulate. Wanying's countenance shifted dramatically as she recalled the method Chu Tian had previously employed. Merely a pinch of powder was sufficient to draw out the cursed insects. Chapter 382. Wanying coldly inquired, Murong Yun, what compels you to act in such a manner? Indeed, we possess goo worms here, which I have meticulously nurtured. I understand that you must harbor great fear towards me, however. My intentions in utilizing these creatures are not malicious. They are employed for therapeutic purposes, as many ailments require the application of goo for treatment. Should you doubt my words, I encourage you to consult ancient texts. Do not hastily condemn all goo cultivators as malevolent. Upon hearing her declaration, the crowd began to grasp the truth. Wanying harbored ulterior motives. While others might wield goo for healing, it was evident that she would not. At this moment, the crowd could no longer contain their outrage. A voice rang out amidst the throng. You are nothing but a venomous vixen who would place their trust in you. Everyone in Liyun City is aware of your infamy, and yet you dare to deceive us here. Step aside and allow us to investigate. If we find no one, then your innocence may be established. But should we uncover the truth, your fate is sealed. The dynasty's law enforcement hall will show you no mercy for using goo to harm others. As these words were spoken, the crowd surged forward, particularly those independent cultivators whose friends had gone missing. Song Wanying sighed inwardly, recognizing that she could not halt their advance, yet she had made preparations in advance. These preparations were sufficient to mislead the masses. The Song estate was turned upside down, ultimately revealing several corpses of demonic beasts in the basement. The remains were infested with a multitude of various insects, all contained within glass cabinets. The sight was grotesque, inducing a chilling sensation in all who beheld it. This was, indeed, the cultivation of goo. From the carcasses of these demonic beasts, only a handful of goo worms could be raised, dozens of deadly insects reduced to a mere few. This yield could be considered satisfactory, for if not nurtured properly, they might perish entirely. Moreover, replenishing their numbers was no simple task, as the finest sustenance was human. However, these sources of nourishment were not displayed openly. They were concealed in the shadows, not within the Song residence. The stench in the basement was unbearable, prompting all present to cover their mouths and noses, their apprehension towards Song Wanying intensifying. With a cold sneer, she declared, "Now you have seen for yourselves. There is no one here whom you seek, yet you have chosen to storm into my family's abode. Should you not offer me an apology? I have no desire to engage in further trivialities. Apologize, and you may leave. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to shatter these cabinets. For the insects will not attack my remaining guests, but those of you present may find yourselves in peril." As her voice faded, she gestured lightly, causing the heavy door of the basement to slam shut. At this moment, the members of the Murong family had yet to enter. Only the independent cultivators had made their way inside. Murong merely cast a glance before retreating, finding the scene utterly repulsive. The head of the Shiao family felt similarly. As they conferred outside, still deliberating strategies in the absence of any discoveries, Murong resolved to contact Chu Tian, for he alone could fathom where the missing individuals might be hidden. If anyone understood Song Wanying, it would undoubtedly be Chu Tian. Meanwhile, within the confines of the basement, Song Wanying's face was alight with a mocking grin as she proclaimed, "Kneel and apologize. Otherwise, none of you shall escape." Chapter 383, Despite their hearts brimming with resentment. The scattered cultivators had no choice but to comply, for they did not wish to meet their demise in that place. The sight of the swarming insects was enough to instill terror within them. No one could ascertain the potency of these cursed insects or whether they could breach their protective defenses. Legends abounded regarding these creatures. Even formidable warriors of the martial deity realm had been rumored to fall under their control, becoming mere puppets for others, with such tales fueling their fears. Apprehension enveloped the crowd. When the door to the basement swung open, the scattered cultivators surged forth as though pursued by hounds. Murong and the patriarch of the Shiao clan exchanged glances, their faces etched with concern and confusion. Before they could voice their inquiries, one of the cultivators erupted in a tirade. "Song Wanying, you wretched harlot. I shall not rest until I settle the score with you." With that, he fled, leaving behind a crowd unaware of his identity. Others joined in the cacophony of curses, venting their frustrations after being forced to kneel moments before. Murong discerned an underlying issue from their words, her brows knitting tighter in contemplation. She attempted to contact Chu Tian through her communication device, but received no response. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Tian had indeed received the message. He had long instructed the Rakshasa to keep a watchful eye on Song Wanying. The Rakshasa had now become a mere instrument in his hands. A message was swiftly relayed to Chu Tian, revealing details that took him by surprise. He had not anticipated Song Wanying's cunning and caution, likely a result of having suffered previously. Yet, little did she realize that there was someone continually monitoring her. A figure of formidable prowess. The information was promptly dispatched to Murong communication artifact, indicating that the individual was not present at that location but rather in a different place entirely, one from which Song Wanying could easily extricate herself should any suspicion arise. Without sufficient evidence, even the law enforcement hall could do little against her, as there was an invincible powerhouse backing her. Shouting nodded in agreement. "Let us depart at once. Our priority is to rescue the individuals." They were still preoccupied with the thought of saving others, oblivious to the fact that those individuals had already become mere shells of their former selves. Noticing Murong and the patriarch of the Shiao clan hastening away, Song Wanying felt an ominous premonition and quickly retrieved her communication device. The sole message it contained was a chilling directive: eradicate all traces. Meanwhile, in a desolate mountain village outside the city, the remnants of habitation had long since faded. Yet, at that moment, a figure burst forth from one of the dilapidated houses, his eyes wide with abject terror. He had scarcely taken a few steps before letting out a blood-curdling scream, collapsing to the ground, clutching his head and writhing in agony. His body trembled violently, veins bulging on his forehead, and bloodshot eyes betraying his torment. The Rakshasa emerged slowly from the dwelling, a smile gracing his face. "Did you ever consider the consequences of your tormenting ways?" This is but a retribution for your deeds. When Chu Tian had sent him the message, he had already anticipated that this place would soon be exposed, rendering further actions unnecessary. Upon tracing the clues to this location, he had discovered those hollowed-out shells. There was no reason to spare these individuals any longer. They too would experience the depths of despair they had inflicted upon others. Chapter 384. After issuing her orders, Wanying received a response. Those individuals were poised to eliminate the puppet and obliterate all traces. At that moment, she felt a sense of relief. As long as no evidence was left behind to incriminate her, even if the enforcement hall arrived, they would be powerless against her. Despite this thought, a lingering unease gnawed at her, a foreboding that refused to dissipate. Contemplating this, she hesitated briefly before retrieving her communication device to contact the person in charge at that location. However, her attempts to connect were met with silence, sending her heart racing. Someone's coming. A figure hurriedly entered the room. With a glint of cold determination in her eyes, Wanying declared, "There may be trouble at that location. We must proceed immediately and resolve the matter decisively. We cannot leave behind any traces. Otherwise, we will face dire consequences." As she spoke, she began organizing a summons for all the skilled members of her family. The objective was clear. The true location of her secretive practices must remain undiscovered. Such ruthless tactics would deter many, but could also attract the attention of the enforcement hall. If that were to happen, her downfall would be inevitable. While powerful allies might shield her, they would not extend the same protection to those around her. The risk of annihilation for her companions loomed large. Without their support, her fate would be grim. They moved swiftly, arriving at the site only to find that the Murong family had yet to arrive. Instead, they encountered the figure of Luosha waiting there. Wanying's pupils constricted in disbelief. "What are you doing here?" she exclaimed. The two were somewhat acquainted, as Luosha had previously assisted her and spent time within the Song family. Thus, recognition came swiftly. Luosha offered a slight smile, a mocking expression gracing her features. There is no need for denial or resistance. Reinforcements are on their way, but they will not be from the Murong family, nor from Showdown. They will be members of the enforcement hall. I have documented all evidence here using a recording stone. Once they arrive, they will personally assess the situation and proceed to apprehend you. To put it bluntly, you are already teetering on the edge of a precipice, about to plunge into an abyss. Even your powerful ally may find it challenging to offer you protection, particularly with the presence of two invincible beings backing this dynasty. Such occurrences are simply intolerable. Upon hearing these words, Wanying's expression darkened further, her gaze now filled with a semblance of fury. "You should be aware of the true extent of the power wielded by my ally. If you choose to act as though nothing has transpired, I may consider sparing you. Otherwise, I will report your actions to that formidable presence. By undermining their plans, you would effectively declare yourself an enemy." Chapter 385. That formidable being could extinguish your life as effortlessly as one might crush an ant. Do you truly wish to court death? Luosha could not suppress his laughter, his eyes brimming with misfortune. While others might be oblivious to the true circumstances, he had gleaned a semblance of understanding. The genuine powerhouse was Chu Tian. As for the formidable figure behind Wanying, although he was unaware of their identity, he was certain they could not match Chu Tian's prowess. The former king of hell was someone who could effortlessly subdue even an emperor-level warrior. Furthermore, that powerhouse hailed from the dynasty's patronage. Given such a scenario, he had already discerned the path he ought to take. With a cold smirk, he declared, "Enough of this futile chatter. I will not yield. As for your claim that formidable being will hold a grudge, let them do so. Do not forget my standing. My current willingness to assist stems from the fact that I too have an emperor-level warrior backing me. Your ally may not necessarily be our equal." At this juncture, his smile grew even more radiant. "Wanying, everything that has transpired is of your own making. I advise you to retreat while you still can, otherwise, you shall face a most dire fate, perhaps even a tragic demise. You may seek adversaries among many, but never challenge Chu Tian. This is my final piece of counsel." Having articulated his position so clearly, his intent was unmistakable, to dissuade Wanying from further reckless actions. He had no desire to embroil himself in such conflicts, especially when others were emperor-level warriors, as he yearned to survive for several more years. His lifelong aspiration was to transcend to the divine warrior realm, achieving that would render his life complete. He had even contemplated requesting a pill from Chu Tian to facilitate his breakthrough, wishing to avoid the arduous path of cultivation, especially since he was merely over 100 years old. Attaining the divine warrior realm would afford him several additional centuries of life, a period in which he could live freely. Even should he need to assist Chu Tian, the tasks would often be trivial and uncomplicated. Ensuring the safety of those around Chu Tian would suffice, and in return, Chu Tian would bestow upon him valuable cultivation resources. resources he valued above all. Wanying's expression darkened as he realized that none of the experts he had brought could contend with Luocha. If he did not swiftly clear the scene and erase all traces, the law enforcement hall would certainly hold him accountable. He understood more than anyone else the gravity of the situation. Gritting his teeth, he uttered, "Luocha, do not say I have not afforded you opportunities. This is your final chance. If you step aside immediately, you might still have a glimmer of hope. I arrived here on official orders. Had I not received urgent notice, do you think I could have come so swiftly? The person who communicated with me earlier has likely already fallen to your hand." Luocha paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he furrowed his brow. The thought of facing death unwillingly was intolerable. Yet, Chu Tian had issued a strict command for him to remain until he departed, and he knew not how to reconcile that. Gritting his teeth, he asserted, "Let the opposing powerhouse approach directly. I may perish by their hand, but I shall never capitulate, regardless of who has commanded me. Know this, my life is on the line, and no one can sway me." Chapter 386. In the depths of his mind, Luocha pondered whether, should he sustain grave injuries from this incident, the esteemed King Luo might bestow upon him a potion. Such a potion could swiftly elevate his prowess, allowing him to ascend to the realm of the martial deity, even if only at its nascent stage. That would suffice entirely. As these thoughts coursed through him, his expression hardened with resolve. "Wanying, you need not waste your breath here. As long as I stand, you shall not pass." Upon hearing this, Wanying fixed her gaze upon Luocha, her teeth clenched as she retorted, "Since you have spoken thus, there is no need for further discourse. Even if the Enforcer Hall were to arrive, they would find no connection to me in this matter. Their presence is merely to preemptively address certain individuals. After all, a traitor has emerged within our family, one who seeks to undermine our foundation. I suspect this traitor has been incited by Chu Tian, aiming to tarnish my reputation and cast aspersions upon me." With that, she shot a glare at the individual in charge, who lay incapacitated on the ground. Believing it to be a mere act, she turned to leave without uttering another word. There was no point in further discussion. It was far more prudent to depart swiftly. Having made her intentions clear, the responsibility for the fallout would fall squarely on that individual, even if they sought to implicate her. There would be no evidence to support such claims, and thus all traces must be eradicated for her own safety. The scrutiny of the Enforcer Hall was by no means a favorable circumstance. She recognized that employing such tactics might soon be beyond her reach. As these thoughts unfolded, her countenance darkened further. Luocha, observing Wanying's unimpeded exit, felt a flicker of disbelief. Were the formidable forces behind her not prepared to intervene? A master at the martial emperor level would scarcely regard him as more than a triviality, capable of obliterating him with a mere gesture. Even out of respect for the Yinluo temple, they would not kill him outright, yet he would undoubtedly suffer grievous wounds. The dignity of a martial emperor must not be insulted, lest they invite retribution from all corners of the world. Yet, it soon dawned on him, as he watched Wanying make her way out, and he could not suppress a mocking laugh. "You nearly had me fooled just now. That powerful expert has not arrived at all. You were merely deceiving me. Indeed, dealing with a viper like you requires a keen eye. And anyone you have set your sights upon is likely already ensnared in your clutches. Alas, you have chosen the wrong adversary." As he spoke, Luocha erupted into laughter, envisioning the despair that would eventually consume Wanying. He longed to inform her that Chu Tian was, in fact, the King Yinluo. Yet, such a revelation would be beyond his courage to utter. He was curious to see her reaction, but unfortunately, he might never witness it. Perhaps, one day, that moment would come. Wanying, seething with rage, clenched her fists tightly, her mind racing with thoughts. Why would that invincible master refuse to reveal themselves and assist her? She was certain that the powerful figure was nearby, having spoken her mind, yet finding herself smacked down, her fury boiled within her. If she could not extricate this man from the situation, she would have to seek out others. This was not the only place he had conjured up. Chapter 387. Another place harbors true secrecy. Upon contemplating this, Wanying felt a significant sense of relief. At least for the time being, she would remain unaffected. All actions could only be momentarily suspended. She had effectively thwarted the emergence of those extraordinary treasures from the mountains into the hands of the Murong family. The acquisition price offered by the Murong family was exceedingly high, enticing those adventurous wanderers to sell all their alchemical materials to them. Consequently, this led to the complete futility of her plans. In this moment, her inner fury surged relentlessly. Words eluded her, for uttering them would only invite ridicule from Chu Tian. Deep down, she yearned for his assistance, and, should he be willing, she would genuinely sacrifice everything for him. As she stepped outside, she encountered a figure that caused her pupils to constrict in shock. "How did you end up here? Did you orchestrate the presence of Luocha?" Wanying directly confronted him. Chu Tian, however, dismissed her with indifference, directing his gaze towards Luocha. The latter silently nodded, demonstrating excessive deference in Chu Tian's presence, lest his identity be uncovered, leading to his own misfortune. To serve as a dog, one must possess the awareness of being a dog. Chu Tian comprehended that there were likely no direct leads concerning Song Wanying in this place. In the absence of evidence linking her to the situation, there was no need to summon the enforcement hall. He had some understanding of those individuals within the enforcement if it were about dealing with ordinary merchants. They might show no mercy, even exhibiting a remarkable sense of integrity. However, when it came to families, especially those backed by formidable experts, they tended to exercise utmost caution. Though the dynasty was powerful, it could not afford to create enemies indiscriminately. Song Wanying boldly obstructed Chu Tian's path, her eyes brimming with resentment. Why do you remain silent? Are you feeling guilty? Although I have erred in the past, I have apologized to you time and again. Why won't you accept it? I now declare that if you aid me, I could even defy the orders of that martial emperor-level expert. Do you comprehend the extent of my willingness to sacrifice for you? Upon hearing this, a mocking expression appeared on Chu Tian's face. Enough with the pretense. I have no desire to engage in your futile chatter. From this moment forth, keep your distance, or I may find myself compelled to strike you. His words were exceedingly direct, and he paid no heed to those surrounding Song Wanying. If he wished to eliminate them, he would not even need to lift a finger. A mere glance would suffice for Luocha to make their existence a living hell. Luocha stepped forward, his gaze fixed upon those individuals. How dare they harbor murderous intentions against the King of Hell? They were truly oblivious to their impending doom. Just as he prepared to act, Chu Tian interjected. Have the Murong family and the Shiao family found their way here? Luocha shook his head. No, there are only 2 individuals present. The rest remain unaccounted for. Chapter 388. Chu Tian furrowed his brow, his gaze icy as he turned to face Song Wanying. He spoke with an air of indifference. I have no desire to engage in superfluous chatter. I need to see them. If they have not met with misfortune, you may still have an opportunity. However, should anything befall them, your fate may be sealed. For every life lost, I shall exact tenfold retribution, and it will be upon your kin. Song Wanying's eyes blazed with anger. This matter has nothing to do with me. Why do you insist on casting blame upon me? Those individuals do not even know who has taken them. It is evident that someone seeks to sow discord. Yet you entertain their schemes. Are you not afraid of being manipulated? Is it truly pleasant to be used in such a manner? Upon hearing her words, Chu Tian let out a cold laugh. Regarding your statement, I place not even a modicum of belief in it. Enough of this futile banter. I offer you an opportunity, and you must learn to cherish it. I have made my intentions abundantly clear. Should I wish to end your life, no one shall impede me. It would be prudent for you to possess some self-awareness. I do not wish for matters to escalate into a spectacle. Otherwise, you may find yourself unaware of how your demise unfolds. As he spoke, a fire of fury ignited within him. Song Wanying's actions were utterly outrageous. If the other party continued to engage in their sinister practices, using individuals to nurture their malevolence, he would ensure her demise. Even if she were to perish, Gongsun Yu would remain silent. Moreover, he could easily turn her into an ally, one who would serve his purposes. Yet, Chu Tian had no intention of pursuing such paths, for he understood that true sincerity could never be fully bestowed. The most arduous of debts to repay is that of emotional entanglement. With this thought, Chu Tian felt a sense of helplessness. Certain events had transpired in the past, now unavoidable. The best course of action was to temporarily evade the issue until he could devise a resolution. Unbeknownst to Song Wanying, the gravity of the situation eluded her, and her expression remained one of profound indignation. I reiterate, the lives of those individuals are of no concern to me. If you wish to search for them, do so. Should you uncover any evidence, I shall concede defeat. At that moment, she was certain that Chu Tian was unaware of her other, more brutal circumstances. Were he to know, he would not press her in this manner. Her gaze was filled with seething resentment. I am aware of your formidable power and the presence of other skilled protectors by your side, but this is the only response I can offer. Believe it or not, I hold no ties to those individuals. You may do as you please. In that instant, a smile unexpectedly graced Chu Tian's lips. His voice was calm yet carried an undeniable authority. Are you certain? Song Wanying's heart raced, a flicker of trepidation crossing her face. She was uncertain whether Chu Tian might truly act against her. If his obsession were to erupt, he could indeed turn violent. After a moment of hesitation, Song Wanying relented. Stepping back and fixing her gaze on Chu Tian, her expression one of irritation. Why can you not show me even a modicum of mercy? Must our relationship be so fraught with tension? Chapter 389. Chu Tian gazed at him coldly, offering no response whatsoever. He was too weary to ponder further. This matter was unequivocally linked to Song Wanying. Aside from her, few in this city possessed the knowledge of nurturing Gu. Thus, It was only natural for him to confront Wanying directly, without the need to suspect others. Such rudimentary methods could lead one to a person through mere traces. Yet the individual found would merely be hiding in this vicinity. Most of the last batch of missing persons hailed from the Murong family, which could very well align with Wanying's ambitions, and until now, there had been no trace of them. With this thought, his impatience became increasingly evident. You have one last chance. Tell me where those individuals are? Do not compel me to take action. At that moment, his gaze had turned frigid to the extreme, and Wanying recognized the gravity of the situation. The two exchanged glances that did not exceed 3 seconds. Ultimately, Wanying let out a sigh, her voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness. I stand by my previous statement. The lives and deaths of those people bear no relation to me. However, I can assist in locating them, as I too possess knowledge of nurturing goo. Finding them is not a daunting task. Once found, it would mean you owe me a favor that must be repaid. Without waiting for Chu Tian's agreement, she turned and walked away. Chu Tian let out a cold smile. Wanying truly had no shame. It was clear she was the one responsible, yet she now sought to place him in her debt. He could hardly fathom how this woman could utter such words with a straight face. Luo Sha approached swiftly, and upon seeing Wanying's departure, he respectfully offered a salute. Does Lord Yin Luo require me to pursue? I failed to handle the previous matter adequately, and I shall provide you with a clear account. Chu Tian shook his head. No need. Wanying can manage to bring them herself. Besides, he is not a fool. To act recklessly after knowing the outcome would indicate true folly. Upon hearing this, Luo Sha stepped back hastily, feeling quite helpless within. Had he thoroughly investigated all circumstances beforehand, he would not have had to compromise. To him, it seemed Chu Tian was yielding. After all, those individuals were linked to the Murong family, intricately connected to Murong Yun. Yet, he now dared not defy Chu Tian's authority. Instead, he contemplated how he might earn Chu Tian's favor and subsequently obtain a precious elixir. As he pondered this, a glimmer of anticipation began to emerge on his face. Chu Tian cast a casual glance in his direction, discerning his thoughts. In a calm voice, he inquired, "Do you truly desire that elixir? Once consumed, your strength will undoubtedly ascend to the martial god realm, at least the latter stages. However, you will find yourself unable to progress any further. Should you endeavor gradually, perhaps one day you might achieve the martial emperor realm. Forcing growth will ultimately ruin your potential, leaving you forever stagnant at the martial god realm, a decision you may come to regret." Luo Sha hesitated momentarily, realizing that this was a test of his resolve. He hastily nodded in affirmation. "My lord, I am willing to accept that elixir. My current strength is insufficient, and I recognize my own potential. Perhaps I could truly reach the martial emperor realm, but I am unwilling to wait, nor can I afford to." Chapter 390. Chu Tian furrowed his brow, pondering the question of why he could not afford to wait. In truth, he placed considerable importance on Luo Sha, believing him to be superior to the Ghost King. Should he be nurtured, he could very well become the next Black Wuchang. Luo Sha hesitated, understanding the implications of Chu Tian's words. He felt a surge of emotion, realizing that he was to be given special attention. However, he soon recalled the challenges that lay ahead, forcing a bitter smile. I could be easily crushed by the powerful figure behind Wanying at any moment. If I were to attain the martial god realm, even without the ability to resist, I would at least garner some respect, perhaps even salvage my life. Chu Tian shook his head, reassuring him. "Do not worry. He will not lay a hand on you. There are certain matters in which you can place your complete trust in me." Yet, Luo Sha declined. "Lord Yin Luo, I know you have my best interests at heart, but I have already made my decision. In truth, I have long been resolved. If I can reach the martial god realm, it would be my utmost fortune. Moreover, it is an honor for me to be by your side. Achieving the martial god realm has already exceeded my expectations." Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Chu Tian's face. He spoke calmly. "Since you have made your choice, I shall refrain from further persuasion. I can provide you with the medicine. As for your decision, that is for you to contemplate." Luo Sha regarded the medicine Chu Tian had tossed to him, fully aware that if he consumed it now, he would undoubtedly lose Chu Tian's favor. Yet this was precisely what he had been contemplating. Chu Tian ceased his entreaties and departed from the location. Luo Sha came to terms with his thoughts, opting for silence as he consumed the medicine. His aura surged upward. Meanwhile, after Wanying returned to her family, her expression darkened considerably. Did the law enforcement hall arrive? Upon hearing this question, the others exchanged glances, only to shake their heads in unison. They did not come? Wanying felt perplexed. Yet she soon realized that she had likely been deceived by Chu Tian. The thought of this deepened the scowl on her face. Her subordinates dared not speak further. Standing quietly, the individuals under Wanying's control were all afflicted by the cursed insects. They had heard of Chu Tian's ability to resolve such matters, yet they did not dare to approach him. The reason was simple. Chu Tian would not easily extend his assistance. If they ventured forth, they might be discovered by Wanying, and should they fail to find a solution with Chu Tian, she would certainly perceive their betrayal. The outcome was all too predictable. Wanying coldly commanded, "Send those from the Murong and Shiao families back. Annihilate that location completely." Upon hearing this, the others were bewildered, their faces betraying their confusion. They had suspected that Chu Tian was deliberately using the law enforcement hall to intimidate them. Yet Wanying intended to send people back, effectively incriminating herself. Chapter 391. Miss, if we return the person now, it may lead to Chu Tian being surrounded by beauties, and he might even arrange for others to take action directly. There is also a possibility that he could discover our clues. Luocha is indeed a genuinely dangerous figure. Upon hearing this, Wanying scoffed coldly. If you had considered these matters earlier, I wouldn't have to engage in pretentious dialogue with Chu Tian. Speaking such words now is merely a waste of my time. I do not wish to hear any pointless chatter from you. The others dared not inquire further and promptly set about their tasks, fully aware of Wanying's true nature. To defy her orders would surely lead to a most tragic outcome, and their hearts trembled with trepidation. If they were to return the person now, they could easily become targets themselves. They were not members of the Song family, but were merely under Wanying's control through various means. The more they contemplated, the more they felt aggrieved, even wishing to voice their objections. However, upon witnessing Wanying's expression, those thoughts vanished entirely. Wanying, understanding their discontent, coldly remarked, "Enough, there is no need for you to lament your fate here. Having a clear understanding of Chu Tian, if we do not deliver the person, he will undoubtedly come to find me himself, accompanied by the Enforcer Hall. Do you believe you can withstand the Enforcer Hall's might?" All fell silent, their knowledge of Chu Tian being minimal. The current situation was laid bare before them, leaving them with no choice but to obey orders. Once the others had departed, Wanying's gaze sharpened, her mind racing to devise a response. If she took no action, the next 3 months would yield no effective results. The outcome was all too clear. It felt as though someone were wielding a whip behind her, constantly pricking her conscience. After a prolonged period of contemplation, she suddenly thought of an individual who might assist her. The plan began to take shape in her mind. Meanwhile, Chu Tian had returned to the Murong family's estate. Xiao Ding and Murong Yun awaited him in the living room, engaged in discussions about their collaboration. Upon seeing Chu Tian, they both rose eagerly, filled with anticipation. Chu Tian smiled slightly. "I suspect you are wondering why I abruptly summoned you back. The answer is simple. Wanying's other hiding place is not yet fully constructed. If we act now, it could lead to the complete demise of everyone involved. Preserving life takes precedence above all else. As long as we can bring the person back, a temporary compromise is inconsequential." Xiao Ding immediately inquired, "Is there truly no way to seize any of her traces? Wanying's actions have already stirred significant trouble. If these matters were to be made public, no one would dare to collaborate with the Song family again." Chu Tian shook his head. "There is no evidence. Speaking would be futile. Wanying can easily counter any claims, plunging us into a stalemate. You may not fully grasp this woman, but I do. She is utterly devoid of shame, ready to strike back fiercely at the slightest hint of vulnerability." A faint smile appeared on Chu Tian's face. "There is no need to rush. We have blocked all her avenues. If she wishes to retaliate, she will undoubtedly have to take an unconventional route. It remains to be seen what actions she will take next. We stand on solid ground." Chapter 392. By the afternoon, several members of the Murong family had been returned. Their faces were etched with sheer terror and bewilderment. Those who had never experienced such a perilous situation could never fathom the depths of danger they had faced. They had believed that their demise was imminent, especially given the heinous actions of Wanying, which could scarcely remain concealed from the outside world. As they braced themselves for unprecedented torment, it was utterly bewildering that someone had chosen to release them. The abruptness of their reprieve left them feeling as though they were ensnared in a dream. Yet, the greater their safety, the more palpable their anxiety became. Some were so frightened that their courage had been utterly shattered. Murong Yun stood before them, and several individuals fell to their knees. Among them, a youth of merely 18 wept profusely. "Miss, I truly wish to dissociate myself from the family's conflicts. From this point onward, I am willing to depart and forsake any resources from the family, even toiling away to repay the family's debts. The family's nurturing of me was no small feat, yet I have been utterly terrified. You cannot begin to comprehend the cruelty of their methods. They treated me not as a human, but as a mere beast. Those insects were placed directly upon me, and I was subjected to their relentless breeding. You can hardly imagine the horror of that scene." As he spoke, it was as if he were venting the tumult of his soul. Murong Yun was about to respond, but at that moment, Chu Tian smiled faintly and remarked, "Very well, you need not repay the family's debts. you may leave immediately. The path of cultivation is fraught with obstacles and thorns. If you falter in the face of demonic energy, you are destined to remain weak. The family seeks to nurture formidable talents, not the common multitude. If we merely required a few lowly individuals, we could easily select from among the wandering practitioners. Do you grasp my meaning? The member hesitated slightly but ultimately nodded. With a trembling voice, he confessed, regardless of the reasons, it was ultimately my error. Hearing this, Chu Tian smiled subtly and turned his gaze to the others, asking calmly, who else wishes to withdraw from the family? This is the opportune moment, including those who have not endured suffering. If you wish to depart, I wholeheartedly consent and offer you this chance. Should you hesitate now, take the time to reflect. This world is never tranquil, and strength is paramount wherever one goes. The Xuanyuan Realm is replete with the weak. Your current discomfort is but temporary. In the future, the entire family will become highly sought after. When that time comes, returning will not be so simple. You have each day to ponder. Once you have made your decision, simply inform me, and I shall remove your names from the genealogy of the Murong family. The individuals exchanged glances, acutely aware that the one in charge was Chu Tian. While they could not comprehend why the head of the family had chosen him, the transformations within the family were laid bare before their eyes. The opportunity before them was clear, and they knew precisely how to choose. After they all departed, the decision loomed heavy in the air. Chapter 393. Before Chu Tian stood a figure whose eyes brimmed with helplessness, their voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. I could empathize with their sentiments. Were I in their position, I might contemplate a complete severance from the family, yet I remained the sole scion of my lineage. Unless circumstances dictated otherwise, I would prefer to join you in pursuing a life of carefree enjoyment rather than becoming a mere decision-maker within an obscure family. At this juncture, Murong hesitated slightly and leaned into Chu Tian's embrace. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her, a smile gracing his lips. It is merely survival of the fittest. Among the myriad beings in this world, how many can truly become strong? The mountains they must ascend before attaining strength, the hardships endured, how many can truly comprehend that toil? Every endeavor requires a gradual approach and persistent effort. One cannot expect to reap rewards without investment. Such serendipity simply does not exist in this realm. Overly sheltered. In the end, one becomes akin to a flower in a greenhouse, ineffective when the family faces a genuine crisis. Those who remain will share in the family's fate. If they choose to depart, their previous resource usage will not be held against them. Our objective is to enforce a natural selection, to eliminate the unstable elements. Yet, we must remain vigilant, for we cannot be certain that others are not plotting against us. We currently stand at a precarious juncture, fraught with both advantages and disadvantages. As Chu Tian spoke, a distinct smile illuminated his face. He remarked, standing at the pinnacle, even a pig can soar. However, the height it reaches and the stability of its descent remain uncertain. Should it fail to land safely, it would shatter into pieces. Murong grasped Chu Tian's intention. Feeling the frustration toward the family's mediocre members swell within her, she began to understand her father's earlier despondency. Many within the family were not suited for greatness. She envied Shouting immensely. The Xiao family exhibited remarkable unity, with everyone striving together for the family's ascendance. The more she interacted with them, the deeper her envy grew. No one becomes successful overnight. The family's potential hinges on the diligence of its members. Chu Tian maintained a calm demeanor, stating softly, "You need not be disheartened. The development of a family is not a matter of mere days. What you must focus on now is enhancing your own strength. The stronger you become, the longer your life will span. You shall witness the family's gradual rise and become one of the sovereigns of the snow spirit realm. In time, those who once withdrew will find themselves enveloped in endless regret. Should they wish to return, I shall not permit it. I shall bear the mantle of villainy, while you shall embody the heroism." Murong felt an overwhelming surge of gratitude and enveloped Chu Tian in an embrace, resting her face against him. Just as they shared this tender moment, a sudden sound resonated from outside the door, a melodious and familiar voice. "Cousin, did you miss me?" Chu Tian turned his gaze toward the newcomer, a young woman in her 20s, strikingly beautiful and brimming with vitality, her physique even more robust than Murong's. Chapter 394. Upon hearing the voices outside the door, Murong could not help but smile slightly. She immediately rose and walked toward the entrance. After taking a few steps, she suddenly realized, turning her face crimson as she spoke softly, "Xiao is my cousin. We used to play together often during our childhood. However, when I turned 14, she went abroad, and we have not met since. Xiao can be a bit blunt, so if she says something inappropriate, please do not take it to heart. I beg you." Chu Tian nodded with a smile, not particularly concerned about the person who had just appeared at the door. In truth, he had already formed a conjecture in his mind. Soon, the door swung open, and a woman entered. Her figure surpassed even that of Murong, although her appearance was slightly less striking. As she walked in, her refreshing attire inevitably drew attention, especially her towering figure, which prompted an involuntary gaze of admiration. At that moment, her eyes shifted directly to Chu Tian, her face breaking into an unmistakably crafted and alluring smile that caused him to furrow his brow in discomfort. Murong, however, was oblivious to this nuance and took over Murong Chuyue's luggage with an undeniable beam of joy. "Chuyue, are you planning to stay home for a while?" she inquired. "Our Murong family is flourishing. There is no need to pursue ventures abroad any longer. In fact, we might as well abandon those overseas endeavors altogether, as our investments have yielded little return and have resulted in annual losses. Those abroad are not worth our investment." Upon hearing this, Murong Chuyue's face revealed a hint of embarrassment, and she replied somewhat dismissively, "Sister, you must listen to me on this matter. We need to diversify our development, not limit ourselves to this city. We should focus more on overseas markets. After all, the international market is one of fair competition, where strength is not leveraged to suppress others, and success is determined by commercial prowess. Even though we are thriving here, we must continue to engage with overseas markets, otherwise our advantages here are minimal. However, in front of those abroad, our advantages are immense." Murong intended to respond, but ultimately restrained her words. The prospect of overseas development was enticing. As long as they could penetrate the market, enduring losses for a decade would be worthwhile, as establishing a foothold would ensure prosperous growth in the future. Moreover, with so many alchemists at their disposal, they were bound to shine abroad. Chu Tian had not anticipated this woman's arrival, and now, with a contemplative smile on her face, she seemed to be in a world of her own. Murong Chuyue appeared remarkably at ease, without hesitation, as she sat beside Chu Tian and casually wrapped her arm around his. He immediately felt a peculiar sensation, as if enveloped in a soft cloud, while Murong Chuyue gently swayed, her eyes radiating a captivating allure. Chapter 395, Brother-in-Law. "I have long been aware of the matters between you and my sister. You, my friend, have indeed crossed a line. We all know how well you treated Wanying, and we are aware of the lengths you went to for that woman. Now that my sister has become your fiancée, and you have publicly acknowledged it, shouldn't you invest even more? I have heard that a powerful figure at the martial emperor level supports you from behind the scenes. Could you reveal the name of this formidable individual? In the future, we might be able to leverage their reputation for our enterprises, as all our endeavors are aimed at future development. Once that strong individual sees our growth, we shall certainly offer our gratitude in return." Murong felt an unsettling disquiet at these matters, especially upon hearing the words of his cousin, which stirred discomfort within him. However, he found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to express his feelings, as they were family, having grown up together. The displeasure in his eyes was fleeting, soon concealed. Chu Tian wore a smile that was not quite a smile. "While I may not know who stands behind you, it is evident that your return to the family is far from simple. You may have your own motives, but let me caution you, do not adopt that demeanor in my presence, for I will not hesitate to impose consequences if you do. In my eyes, you are worth even less than a single strand of your cousin's hair." Chu Tian spoke with an air of indifference, withdrawing his hand. Compared to ordinary girls, Murong Chuyue was undoubtedly a striking beauty, yet she paled in comparison to Chu Tian. Her aura could not match that of Murong, and her pretentiousness when lying was particularly off-putting. The moment he laid eyes on Murong Chuyue, he could not help but recall Wanying. The caliber of women truly lies at a higher echelon, while Murong Chuyue was merely second-rate. At this moment, Murong quickly intervened. "You may not fully grasp his character. He has always been straightforward, speaking his mind without any pretense." Murong Chuyue offered a slightly awkward smile, hastily nodding. "Brother-in-law, I was merely jesting with you. Why so serious? I just wanted to gauge your feelings towards my sister. I was mistaken earlier. Please forgive me." As she spoke, she wrapped her arms around Chu Tian's, gently rubbing against him and shaking his arm. Chu Tian was taken aback, not expecting to encounter such a sophisticated flirt. He truly did not anticipate that just after extricating himself from Wanying, another woman would emerge. His expression grew somewhat cold. "Are you blind? Do you not see your cousin still present? Do you not understand the decorum of propriety between men and women? To present yourself like this before me, are you not concerned about misunderstandings? Even if my woman is your cousin, do you wish for a shared arrangement? If so, I would not mind." His voice was frigid, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as though recounting a simple matter. Upon hearing this, Murong's expression shifted slightly. Yet he ultimately remained silent. They had long agreed that no matter what Chu Tian sought to pursue outside, it was not his place to interfere. Chapter 396. Chu Tian's expression turned increasingly frigid, yet his voice remained eerily calm as he uttered, I refuse to squander time on superfluous chatter. I now present you with a singular opportunity for choice. I am unaware of the identity of your benefactor. Yet I assure you that I can provide you with an advantageous opening. I am indifferent to the cost, for those possessions hold no value in my eyes. What you desire, I can readily bestow upon you. However, what I require is sincerity. Surely, you comprehend the essence of sincerity, do you not? As he spoke, he did not avert his gaze from Murong, his eyes unwaveringly tranquil. Murong bit her crimson lip, tears welling in her eyes. Despite her willingness to remain by Chu Tian's side, even relinquishing her family's enterprises to him, she found herself bewildered by his transformation, which starkly contrasted with his usual demeanor. Yet, recalling her previous words, she could only endure the injustice in silence. Forcing a smile, she declared, "I shall fetch some tea. Please, continue your discussion." With that, Murong hastily ascended the stairs, retreating not to brew tea, but to her own chamber. In the hall, only Chu Tian and Murong remained. With a semblance of a smile gracing his features, Chu Tian drew Murong into his embrace, his voice tinged with a hint of avarice. "To be candid, I was smitten at first sight, particularly by your figure. Most crucially, you lack any other lingering sense. You have yet to be touched by another man, have you? This intrigues me immensely. I care not for the individuals who stand behind you. From this moment forth, you shall be mine. It is imperative that you clarify matters with the young man backing you. Even if he possesses the strength of a martial emperor, he shall not fare well before me. For those allied with me are formidable beyond your imagination." Upon hearing this, Murong eyes sparkled with anticipation, her voice transforming into a soft, alluring whisper. "Brother-in-law, you cannot fathom the hardships I endured overseas. The individuals there are barbaric and unreasonable, a veritable pack of beasts. I have scarcely managed to safeguard myself, navigating treacherous waters. Now that I have returned to Luyun City, I fervently hope for a future devoid of the tumult I previously faced and wish to avoid venturing overseas for market expansion. With you as my public protector, I am confident that smooth sailing lies ahead. I desire nothing more than to remain by your side. I am willing to do anything you ask, as my sister has suggested, even if it means sharing you with another. In such a case, I would raise no objections. Only hope you would care for your little sister-in-law." At her words, Chu Tian could not suppress a hearty laugh, his gaze brimming with insatiable desire. He tightened his embrace around Murong as if wishing to envelop her completely. Despite the overwhelming strength of his grip, the innocence of his embrace granted her an unexpected sense of security. A captivating smile graced her lips as she whispered, "Brother-in-law, my sister is still upstairs waiting. Should you act improperly towards me now, she would undoubtedly be displeased." Chu Tian, with a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing, replied, "Did you not consider your sister's feelings when you uttered those words? Fear not, regardless of her actions, the Murong family is under my command, and I determine who will bear the mantle of its future. Do you grasp the significance of my words? I now require your presence to bring me comfort. You may not have experienced such matters, but I trust you have gleaned enough from your observations to understand my intent." As he spoke, Murong could not help but bite her lip, her heart swelling with newfound belief in the truths that Wanying had previously shared with her. Chapter 397. As Chu Tian gently patted his hair, the implication was unmistakable. The slight pressure he applied made Murong instantly comprehend the meaning behind it. Although he had no personal experience, he understood its significance. Internally cursing Chu Tian for his inhumanity, he had witnessed the intricacies of human nature far too often, prompting him to prioritize his own safety and to strive for greater strength. Previously, he had not encountered anyone suitable, but now he found himself backed by a formidable presence at the martial emperor level. If he performed admirably, the Murong family would ultimately belong to him. Chu Tian had once been utterly enchanted by Wanying, and he was certain that he would soon be able to masterfully manipulate the situation to his advantage. Every effort he invested now would prove worthwhile. His singular thought was to grow stronger and to fully control the entire family in the future. At this juncture, Murong hesitated not at all. She slowly slid from Chu Tian's embrace and gracefully knelt before him. Her delicate hands gently fumbled with Chu Tian's belt, unfastening it bit by bit. Chu Tian lifted his gaze to the second floor where Murong stood, a smile gracing his lips. His eyes seemed to convey a silent question to Murong. "Do you understand your so-called cousin's intentions?" Yet, Murong misinterpreted Chu Tian's meaning, believing that her lack of initiative had caused him to grow weary of her. Her face flushed, though more prominently was an overwhelming sense of desolation. Was Chu Tian truly the kind of man who, in his desire for more, would so easily disregard her? As Murong pondered these thoughts, Chu Tian suddenly seized Murong hand, his gaze turning frigid as he spoke in a voice cold as ice. "Your mouth is unclean." This statement left Murong visibly stunned, perplexed by its implication. How could her mouth be deemed unclean? She was an upstanding girl, untouched by any man. What had Chu Tian misunderstood? Just as she wished to clarify, Chu Tian grasped her collar and carelessly tossed her onto the nearby sofa. Murong Choyue bit her lip in indignation, her heart simmering with anger. Yet, her face betrayed none of this. Instead, she exhibited a captivating smile. Brother-in-law. So this is your preference? I shall indulge your whims. Who could resist the feeling that you are my destined counterpart upon our first encounter? I have always believed in my instincts, and I am certain I shall not make the wrong choice. Chapter 398. The sight of Murong Choyue was such that any man who beheld her would find it impossible to maintain composure. Yet, she remained blissfully unaware of the formidable strength of Chu Tian's spirit. She possessed unwavering confidence in her physique, yet she failed to comprehend the trials Chu Tian had endured. In his eyes, Murong Choyue appeared somewhat affected and artificial. His expression remained unchanged, observing her pretenses with a tranquil demeanor. Murong Yun seemed to grasp Chu Tian's sentiments. He did not proceed to the next step, which left him with an unspoken joy. Chu Tian coldly remarked, "So, you are Murong Choyue. Your skills are lacking. While I have an appreciation for women, particularly those who are exceptionally charming and beautiful, you do not measure up in my eyes. Even Wanying plays her part better than you. It seems you have returned with ulterior motives, perhaps to covet more. What a pity that your cultivation is still inadequate. If only you could possess a fraction of Yunner's qualities and exhibit such initiative as you did earlier, I might have found myself tempted. But alas, you are simply unworthy." With that, he waved his hand gently, conjuring a sphere of ice water. A manifestation of his water magic. The icy orb struck Murong Choyue squarely in the face. She felt an overwhelming chill, as if plunged into an icy abyss, her body trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, she finally realized that in Chu Tian's eyes, she was merely a jest. No wonder Wanying had previously cautioned her to proceed with caution and avoid overstepping, lest she face dire consequences. It appeared that her cousin might be more experienced in the art of seduction than herself. Otherwise, Chu Tian would not have withstood such temptations. Her cousin maintained an outward guise of purity, yet secretly, she was likely more promiscuous than those of ill repute. These thoughts merely flickered through Murong Choyue's mind. She dared not voice them, fearing the potential retribution from Chu Tian, especially after learning of the lengths he had gone to for Wanying, which had initially filled her heart with disdain. Any formidable warrior would never engage in such folly. A man's strength lies in his unrestrained dominion over all that surrounds him, including the women in his life. Deep within, Murong Choyue was an exceptionally ambitious woman, drawn to true power. Even if a man treated her like a mere plaything, she would leap at the opportunity, provided he could conquer her heart, just like Chu Tian currently did. At this moment, she found herself increasingly captivated by him. He was indeed a challenge, which only heightened her interest. Curiously, upon hearing his words, she felt no anger. She lifted her long leg, letting her skirt cascade, revealing a glimpse of allure. Chu Tian noticed, but he deemed her physique agreeable yet not markedly superior to Murong Yun's, save for a few areas. The shape of her legs was quite similar to Murong Yun's. With a smirk, he said, "You may take your leave, while I am still in a good mood. Should you wish to pursue any thoughts of mine in the future, feel free to seek me out. If I find myself unable to resist your allure, consider it my defeat, and I shall grant you whatever you desire." His words served as a direct motivation for Murong Choyue, and he intended this to make Murong Yun realize that some individuals are utterly unworthy of trust. Chapter 399. Murong Choyue's eyes sparkled as she retracted her long legs. Her gaze shimmered like autumn waters, captivating as if ensnared by a hook. Her voice trembled as she spoke. "Brother-in-law, this is what you said. I could come to find you at any moment, and I can assure you, my cousin is not as pure and innocent as you might think. We can persuade her to join us in." The words trailed off, yet the implication was unmistakable. Murong Choyue approached Chu Tian, her waist gently bending as she adopted an alluring posture. Her voice, laced with temptation, whispered into his ear, "Brother-in-law, if you grant me the opportunity, we can persuade my sister, and the two of us could be by your side at any time and place. Whatever you desire of us, we shall not refuse, and we will be at your beck and call. I trust you comprehend the meaning behind my words." Upon hearing this, a mocking smile flickered across Chu Tian's face, though it was quickly concealed. He replied coolly, "You are not mistaken. Some thoughts indeed reside in my heart. It all depends on your efforts, but for now, it would be wise for you to maintain your distance from me. Otherwise, before your plan even takes flight, it may very well falter." Murong Choyue's delicate lips brushed the corner of her mouth, and she giggled softly before rising to depart from the estate. Chu Tian watched her leave, a sardonic grin gracing his features as he lit a cigarette, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. He turned to face Murong Yun, who was slowly descending the stairs, her gaze equally intricate. Particularly, The words spoken by her cousin moments ago shattered her previous hopes. Without uttering a word, she quietly sat beside Chu Tian. After a brief moment of hesitation, she leaned into his embrace, her voice as gentle as flowing water. I heard everything you said. Although I cannot discern the truth behind your words, I feel compelled to abide by them since you have spoken them. After all, I have already declared that I am yours, willing to sacrifice everything for you, though I do not know how to please you. Someone has provided me with the answers and guidance on how to proceed. I hope you will not disdain me in the future. As she spoke, Murong slid off the sofa gracefully. Her exquisite beauty and enchanting eyes held no resentment, only affection. She reached out as if to assist Murong, but she shook her head, biting her lip tightly. I may not understand the world outside, but I do know this. Everything that other men can enjoy, I will offer you completely. I believe I am no less beautiful than those women. Any grievances you suffer here will only prompt my unwavering obedience. You need not regard me as your wife, but rather as your cherished tool, to command as you see fit. In truth, there were aspects that Chu Tian did not grasp. Murong had previously sought to understand a man's preferences, but her inquiries had been directed to the wrong individuals. Chapter 400 Murong possessed an exceedingly stubborn disposition. The inquiries she made of those individuals were directed towards the most adept at providing service, while concealing their identities. The women, oblivious to Murong's true intentions, divulged numerous secrets of their profession, believing she simply sought to captivate the heart of the man she cherished. Thus, the myriad of courtesans spoke candidly. Initially, Murong was taken aback, yet eventually, she reconciled this new knowledge with her own unacknowledged curiosities. Gradually, she began to understand. Albeit fearful that Chu Tian might perceive her as an extraordinary individual, leading her to refrain from any proactive gestures, all the while contemplating the potential utility of her newfound insights in the future. However, she did not foresee that her cousin's return would shatter the prevailing stalemate. Their initiative compelled Murong to recognize Chu Tian's significance, inspiring her to willingly undertake any endeavor for him. Chu Tian aspired to elevate Murong, yet her obstinacy rendered her reluctant to reveal herself fully before him, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Her voice was soft and gentle, yet it seemed to beckon his very soul. Do you despise me? Why do you permit my cousin to act, yet do not hinder me? She implored. I harbor no animosity towards her. The world is rife with intrigue, driven by self-interest. Perhaps she seeks to dominate our family and find a formidable ally. Yet, I do not wish to relinquish what I possess, for I fear you may cast me aside. I am capable of all that others can do, she asserted. If I act and they follow suit, you will undoubtedly remember me, for this is my first endeavor. As she spoke, Murong placed her hand upon Chu Tian's thigh. The emotions swirling in her gaze caused his heart to race. He hastily interjected, You misunderstand. I do not misinterpret, she countered, recalling her father's words that no man in this world is virtuous. Regardless of your requests, they will strive to fulfill them. All men are the same. My heart holds only you, and no matter how the world treats me, you shall always reside within it. In this moment, Murong boldly challenged Chu Tian for the first time, prying his hand away and grasping it without hesitation. Chu Tian's body trembled slightly, feeling as if he had been struck at a vital point. If it were not for his profound understanding of Murong's character, he might have doubted her intentions, questioning whether she sought to harm him. The forcefulness of her grip left him breathless. Realizing her abruptness, Murong immediately released him, her eyes reflecting unmistakable regret. You may instruct me further. We share all experiences. Just tell me how to find comfort, and you need not elaborate. Should you continue to reject me, I might suspect you view me as an object of disdain. As Chu Tian prepared to respond, he found himself wide-eyed with astonishment. Murong pressed her delicate face closer, her gaze imbued with a pleading light. His breath quickened as he cast aside all prior thoughts, recalling the past. In Murong, he sensed the echo of that formidable Empress, who had similarly offered no opportunity for resistance. Chapter 401 At this moment, he had completely relaxed, as if he had returned to the past. Indeed, his experience was lacking, reminiscent of the first time for the Empress. He had merely spoken a few words, and she nearly condemned him to the guillotine. Gradually, she began to heed his counsel. Their previous cultivation had soared rapidly, and as for the subsequent events, he could only say that they were countless in number, for to articulate them would lead many to perceive him as anything but a serious individual. He felt that he, too, did not embody the essence of a serious person. Although he could articulate clearly, Murong's pragmatic actions rendered him speechless. He did not wish to refute her. Instead, he pondered that if he could indulge in such enjoyment daily, it might not be a bad choice, especially when enveloped in an infinite warmth. Unbeknownst to others, he reached out to caress Murong's face. As he looked down, their eyes met for a fleeting moment, causing Murong Yun to hurriedly shut her eyes. Time seemed to slip away, accompanied by her muffled cries of anguish, followed by an intensifying storm. The sky today was shrouded in shadows, as if everything were the calm before the tempest. At this moment, only the sound of Murong Yun's rapid breathing filled the air, their gazes locked. Unable to suppress her shyness any longer, Murong Yun leaned firmly against his chest. Embracing that warm figure, a smile involuntarily graced his face. Rest assured, no matter the time. Apart from you, I shall never easily engage with another woman. As for Murong Qiuyue, I never regarded her highly. My earlier remarks were merely intended to toy with her, to provide a glimmer of hope, urging her to act even more recklessly. What she has done, we are not to separate over. You might not even be capable of being ruthless. Now, you have witnessed her intentions. Do you not harbor any resentment? Murong Yun shook her head, a myriad of unexplainable emotions flooding her heart. I do not hate her, nor can I bring myself to. She is my sister, with whom I grew up. Though I do not understand why she would act thus, I am certain she has been led astray. Naturally, I have my own considerations regarding this matter. If possible, I hope you can bring about a change. Was she truly not like this before? Chu Tian inquired, astonished, gazing down at her. Murong Yun's expression was earnest, devoid of deceit. Then, as if a thought struck her, she whispered, in truth, I have another motive, driven by my own selfish desires. My cousin is quite appealing, and since her parents have passed, I can offer her everything she desires. Moreover, with her around, should you wish to undertake any endeavors, she would sense it beforehand. I feel that in the future, I may not be the only one. There might be other sisters as well. Rather than possessing someone else, I would prefer to benefit my own sister. Chu Tian was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating that Murong Yun harbored such thoughts. In their current state, they were indistinguishable from one another, and within, a notion began to take root that was difficult to resist, leading him inexplicably to not refuse her. After a silence of mere seconds, Murong Yun tenderly caressed his face, her eyes filled with warmth and affection. Are you unwilling? Chapter 402. Murong Yun refrained from expressing certain thoughts, choosing instead to gaze quietly at Chu Tian. She pressed him again, stating that if he were unwilling, she might have to clarify matters, ensuring her cousin would no longer seek him out. However, she sincerely hoped he could change, rather than being dismissed entirely. All the words she had previously uttered were spoken with utmost seriousness. Not a single word was deceitful, for she understood that he could never be solely hers. Rather than allowing him to pursue others, it would be far better for them as sisters to provide him with diverse experiences. This was akin to a gourmet accustomed to exquisite delicacies being made to consume meager fare. It would evoke no significant reaction, and even the occasional misstep would seem trivial. At that moment, hearing Murong Yun's sentiments, Chu Tian embraced her tightly, his eyes flickering with unspoken emotion. He was willing to grant him a chance, but it would depend on his actions. It was evident he had been misled. This was a matter he would investigate thoroughly. She need not concern herself with it. She should act as though nothing had transpired, and she was not to discuss these matters with Murong Qiuyue. She must maintain the upper hand, no matter the circumstance. She would always hold the foremost place in his heart. Others could at best serve as mere embellishments. As Murong Yun absorbed his words, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Meanwhile, in another location, Murong Qiuyue regarded Song Wanying with a frosty demeanor. Her voice was icily detached. The statement you made previously holds no weight in my eyes, and Chu Tian harbors no such intentions. You remain oblivious to how disciplined this man truly is. If one wishes to take him away, it is not as simple as you suggest. The assertions you made to me before are utterly invalid now. Thus our collaboration must be renegotiated. Upon hearing this, Song Wanying realized that Murong Qiuyue had certainly conducted some form of probing. Without such inquiries, how could she make such assertions? At the very least, she must have gained a rudimentary understanding of Chu Tian. The words of Murong Qiuyue illuminated the futility of all his past plans. However, he would not allow his inner thoughts to manifest on his face. He maintained an ambiguous expression, neither truly smiling nor frowning. Do not waste my time with trivialities. He retorted, I have but one question for you. Who is the formidable ally behind you? Furthermore, what grievance do you hold against Chu Tian that compels you to target him at every turn? If you are unable to disclose the truth, I shall not hesitate to withdraw entirely, and I will no longer extend any assistance to you. Even if I were to gain control over the entire Murong family, I would still regard you as an adversary, for we are indeed in a competitive relationship. This is merely a temporary collaboration. If you can provide me with the best information, I would not object to offering you certain advantages, for I possess an inherent advantage that you do not. No man cares for his former lover, especially one who has caused him deep wounds. A shattered mirror cannot be restored. I advise you to relinquish those unrealistic notions. Song Wanying seethed with resentment, yet some truths were undeniable. No matter her actions, Chu Tian would never regard her with any esteem, nor would he take her deeds seriously. After a brief moment of hesitation, she gritted her teeth and recounted everything that had transpired. Chapter 403. Murong Choyue had intentionally feigned bravado. Yet she had not anticipated extracting such an abundance of information. Those revelations erupted within her mind like a sudden explosion, revealing themselves without hesitation. Her thoughts spiraled. For those interests represented immense advantages. With a faint, enigmatic smile, Murong Choyue remarked, "I truly did not expect you to miss such a significant opportunity. If given another chance, I dare say you would cling to Chu Tian like a stubborn adhesive, never letting go. Alas, none can foresee the future. What you have overlooked now is something countless others have longed for." At this juncture, Murong Choyue rose to depart, her voice lingering in the air. "Wanying, I shall collaborate with you, but our partnership will not unfold as you envision. You shall find yourself in a position of passivity. My interest now lies with Chu Tian. There is no need for you to meddle in extraneous matters, simply pacify those around you for the time being. Sister Zhang will certainly not prove to be a suitable match for Chu Tian, as he is far too dull and lacks the understanding of how to please another." Wanying watched as Murong Choyue left, her teeth clenched in frustration. This woman was exceedingly difficult to contend with, far surpassing Murong Yun. And a profound sense of regret filled her heart. She should never have engaged with Murong Choyue. However, just as Murong Choyue exited Song family manor, she spotted a familiar figure approaching leisurely. Upon recognizing the man, Murong Choyue was momentarily taken aback, for it was none other than Chu Tian. She hurriedly approached, her eyes sparkling with excitement, eager to prevent any misunderstandings. "Brother-in-law, upon my return, I have been organizing the family business. Moreover, I have discerned that Wanying harbors hostility towards us. I came here solely to ascertain the situation." Chu Tian reached out, effortlessly encircling her delicate waist with his arm, his grin unabashed. His tone, however, was as flat as water, devoid of any emotion, as if he were a machine. "Do not be in such haste to leave. We must confront Wanying now. Certain matters need to be clarified with this woman. And do you truly believe I am unaware of your reasons for returning? The things you speak of have not escaped my notice. Come, we must address some issues." With that, he firmly guided Murong Choyue back inside. A flutter of anxiety surged within her as a foreboding sense of dread took hold. Upon their return to Song family manor, none dared to obstruct them, for they all recognized Chu Tian. He had previously showcased formidable strength before them. Now, his mere presence in the manor left them feeling as though a thorn lodged in their throats, discomforting and ominous. Chu Tian cast a disdainful glance at the onlookers before striding towards the heart of the manor. There, he encountered Wanying, who had not anticipated his arrival. After a brief moment of astonishment, she observed Chu Tian's actions, which were devoid of any semblance of courtesy. Murong Choyue's fragile waist was ensnared in his embrace, his hand showing no signs of restraint. In that moment, Murong Choyue appeared more as a passive lamb. The man, with a smirk that danced on the edge of mockery, remarked, "Isn't this precisely the outcome you desired? Even if I were to use this woman as a vessel for my emotional release, I would never choose you. Is that not a source of indignation for you?" Chapter 404. The countenance of Wanying grew increasingly pallid, her eyes brimming with jealousy and resentment. She fixed her gaze upon Chu Tian with an intensity that suggested she wished to consume him whole. At that moment, the fury within her erupted uncontrollably. "Chu Tian, are you deliberately humiliating me?" "You are correct. I am indeed doing so. Do not forget your own transgressions. I am disinclined to argue with you. Yet you persistently provoke my limits. Do you truly believe I am easily swayed? My purpose for coming here today is singular, to thoroughly deal with you. Even a formidable warrior at the level of the martial emperor would not intervene, and might even watch with indifference." As he spoke, a frigid smile spread across Chu Tian's face. He slowly released Murong Choyue and began to stride towards Wanying. The latter was clearly unnerved, her expression revealing an unprecedented fear. Although she may not know others well, she was acutely aware of Chu Tian's character. When he declared an intent to take action, he would show no mercy. He might even resort to the most brutal methods against her, and given his ability to eliminate parasitic insects, she feared he could employ such tactics against her as well. The sorcery she had learned concerning these insects was merely rudimentary, and she knew she stood no chance against him. Moreover, Chu Tian possessed the strength to slay even those at the immortal level. Facing him would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. "Are you frightened?" Chu Tian asked, his eyes gleaming with unmistakable mockery as he lifted Wanying's chin with a single finger. "You are the type who will not turn back until you hit a wall. And even then, you would seek to break through it. Given just a modicum of support, you would stop at nothing to achieve your ends. Frankly, I find you profoundly disappointing, especially considering your recent actions, which have left me quite displeased." At that moment, he smiled. regardless of how his grin appeared to others. It sent shivers down their spines. Despite the absence of any overt threat from Chu Tian, his mere presence and a few words were enough to instill trepidation. Murong Qiuyue deeply regretted her involvement in this affair. Greed had blinded her, leaving her trapped in a predicament. Had she devoted herself sincerely from the outset? Even if she could not subdue Chu Tian, she would at least have secured a significant place within the Murong family, likely as a core member. Now, would Chu Tian still grant her that opportunity? The thoughts were too daunting to entertain, and she feared he might turn against her. Especially since she lacked the backing of a martial emperor. Song Wanying trembled slightly, her voice quavering. Chu Tian, regardless of everything, we once truly loved each other. I acknowledge that my actions have been excessive, and I know all feelings you once harbored for me have been completely extinguished. I, too, wish to preserve some beautiful memories between us, but I find myself incapable of doing so. The martial emperor who commands me has already issued a decree. If I do not achieve any results within 3 months, he will replace me without hesitation. You can surely imagine my fate. Chapter 405. I truly do not wish to perish. I long to possess you once more. You have eternally been the ethereal light in my heart, my white moonlight. In this vast world, apart from you, there is no other man who stirs my soul. I admit that my ambition has often overshadowed my affections. I would forsake anything for the sake of progress. All of this is my fault. I am unworthy of being your girlfriend, perhaps even undeserving of your love. Yet, I still harbor a flicker of hope, yearning for a chance to draw closer to you. To embrace you once again. As she uttered these words, Song Wanying slowly extended her arms. Her voice trembled more intensely as she confessed, I am pure. No one has ever touched me. You are aware of my obsession with cleanliness. I had previously used this as a reason to keep you at bay. But now I truly regret it. Had I understood back then as I do now, I would never have engaged in such actions. I would have bound you tightly to my side. At this point, Song Wanying enveloped Chu Tian in her embrace. Deep within her heart, a profound sense of regret surged. Yet, the true remorse lay in her past decisions. Why had she not secured Chu Tian's affection? Had she not succumbed to the manipulations of her family? Perhaps he would now resemble Murong Yun, a figure of immense influence in this city, nearly omnipotent. The pangs of regret pierced her heart like a steel needle, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Chu Tian raised his hand, gripping Song Wanying's neck and lifting her gently, a faint smile lingering on his face. There is something you remain oblivious to. I can perceive the thoughts residing within others' hearts. Just moments ago, you pondered why you did not keep me firmly by your side. Why you chose to humiliate me. In your heart, I am still perceived as a mere tool for your benefit. Am I mistaken? Song Wanying's pupils dilated in shock. She had never anticipated that Chu Tian possessed such an ability. He could discern her innermost thoughts with clarity, leaving no secrets between them. Realizing this, disbelief washed over her features. If you truly can perceive my thoughts, then why did you not simply leave me when you had the chance? You must know that my feelings for you have waned. I consistently placed you in perilous situations for the sake of our family's advancement, nearly leading you to death in the Cangyue Forest. Did you not suspect my true intentions? Chu Tian smiled gently. And if I did, what of it? I previously mentioned that you had thoroughly extinguished the last remnants of our connection. My actions were merely a reflection of my belief that I had chosen poorly. My heart was ashen. However, I have since emerged from that darkness, discovering the purpose for which I must live. Though I was once hailed as the foremost talent of Lian City, that is not why you approached me. I remain curious about what prompted your sudden affection for me. In the early days of their romance, it was Song Wanying who pursued Chu Tian with fervor. She pressed her lips together, her voice quivering slightly. Perhaps it was fate. For I cannot explain why I fell for you. My character was not as it is now. I simply lost my way. My life is long, and I can always turn back. Chapter 406. A sardonic smile flickered across Chu Tian's face as he remarked, You are mistaken. From the moment you made certain decisions, there was no turning back. The words you once spoke will relentlessly urge you forward, step by step. It is only when you find yourself on the brink of the abyss that the notion of regret will dawn upon you. Yet, in that moment of remorse, countless souls will be eager to give you a push, sending you plummeting into the depths. The struggle to ascend from such a profound chasm will be met with no allowance. Those who once cast you down will not stand idly by, watching you rise anew. And as for your family, do you truly lack awareness of their character? I find no desire to engage in superfluous conversation with you. At that moment, Song Wanying found herself grasped by the throat by Chu Tian, unable to resist as she struggled vehemently. But in the next instant, Chu Tian produced a small vial from his hand. In a calm voice, he stated, The insects within this vial were harvested from another. You wish to control them. And I have merely conducted a simple refinement. Now, as I place this little creature upon you, whether you can extricate it will depend on your own capabilities. Consider this a lesson, a tit for tat, a pastime I once relished. You are well aware of my temperament. There is no need for struggle or resistance, for you cannot prevail." As he spoke, his hand glided over Song Wanqing's delicate neck, a thin line of blood appearing. The slender insect within the vial, as if sensing the scent of blood, lunged forth, swiftly burrowing into her veins. He then released Song Wanqing, a smile gracing his lips as he proclaimed, "You now have 3 hours. The insect will gradually infiltrate your mind, absorbing the nutrients from your body. There remains a solution within this time frame. Should it surpass this duration, no matter your extraordinary abilities, you shall be unable to extract the creature. It will merge with your very essence, slowly commandeering your thoughts and actions. The most terrifying aspect of this insect lies in its capacity to usurp your being. Once it establishes dominion, it will be entirely subservient to me. Is it not ironic? You have wielded such creatures to control others, inflicting harm upon the innocent. While I do not claim to be a saint, I certainly abhor your methods, especially when they ensnare the blameless. Consider this a lesson, and remember, you possess but 3 hours." With these words, Chu Tian turned his gaze toward Murong Qiuyue, a knowing expression gracing his features as he slightly raised his hand. Murong Qiuyue instantly understood, and without hesitation, she rushed forward, wrapping her arms around Chu Tian's arm, her alluring presence brushing against him. The tantalizing proximity evoked an irresistible allure. Yet she remained oblivious to the steel-hearted nature of Chu Tian. Chapter 407. If he found someone pleasing to his eyes, their audacity would pose no concern. However, if he was displeased, even a mere glance would render his vision sullied. Murong Qiuyue possessed a cunning mind, though she was not entirely malicious. This woman could still be of assistance to Murong Yun in the future. To speak candidly, he was acutely aware of Murong Yun's shortcomings. Her strategic acumen was plentiful, yet she lacked the requisite boldness. She was intelligent, yet devoid of the necessary ruthlessness. In contrast, Murong Qiuyue was unyielding and merciless, though she was not particularly adept at devising strategies. Should the two sisters collaborate, the Murong family's current enterprises could be firmly secured. At this moment, his attention turned towards Murong Qiuyue. "Qiuyue, I now present you with a choice. Do you wish to depart and vanish completely from our sight, or do you wish to remain? You must understand that in this world, strength reigns supreme. If you choose to leave, you will irrevocably forfeit the support of the Dream family. Even should you aspire to cultivate a more formidable prowess, the path of solitary cultivation is fraught with hardships. A reality I trust you comprehend. Thus, I pose a singular question, with this opportunity for choice being a solitary one. Should you opt for departure, I shall overlook past transgressions, treating them as mere jest, for on paper, you are indeed my little niece. Conversely, should you choose to remain, you will be subject to my control, akin to the earlier goo worm. While it may integrate into your very essence, I possess the means to halt that fusion midway through. Should you ever contemplate betrayal, I will sever your access to the antidote, and the goo worm shall usurp your body. Fear not, your soul will endure, bearing witness to every act you commit." Murong Qiuyue trembled uncontrollably, her expression morphing into one of palpable dread, as she implored, "Chu Tian, brother-in-law, could you truly be so heartless? I acknowledge my errors and the folly of collaborating with Song Wanying. She approached me first, and out of curiosity, I sought to discern her intentions. I assure you, I shall never engage in such actions again. I beseech you, do not expel me from the family. I earnestly wish to avoid the fate of becoming a solitary cultivator." At present, the Murong family flourished. To be cast out now would invite those eager to take advantage of her downfall. She had previously committed certain acts, inevitably attracting the ire of others. Moreover, the one she had offended was Chu Tian himself. In a world where secrets rarely remain concealed, should word of her expulsion circulate, she might find herself unaware of her own demise, perhaps even unable to flee the city, falling into the clutches of others. Having declared that from henceforth she would hold no connection to the Murong family, it would be tantamount to being forsaken entirely, should she perish. Chu Tian would not seek vengeance on her behalf. Yet, the realization struck her. Chu Tian was clearly coercing her into becoming a puppet. Why resort to such measures for a mere transgression? Moreover, her endeavors had not yet borne fruit, and now she found herself in Chu Tian's crosshairs. Her eyes glinted with indignation as she clenched her teeth, questioning, "Brother-in-law, I understand your time with my sister has been brief, and it seems you have yet to engage in intimate relations. Although the reason eludes me, I am convinced you are not the ineffectual man you appear to be. While I may not possess my sister's beauty, my demeanor surpasses hers, and crucially, I offer a more desirable physique. You cannot choose me? Or perhaps, the two of us together might suffice." Chapter 408. With a gentle smile, Chu Tian shook his head, his voice taking on a serene tone. "I wish to convey but a single sentiment to you. something you shall never accomplish. What sentiment? Murong Choyue instinctively inquired. Chu Tian simply uttered, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Do you possess it? Murong Choyue was momentarily taken aback. Upon his return, he had already investigated all circumstances. Yet he refrained from approaching the Murong clan immediately. Even when Wanying sought him out, he had only just begun to reveal himself. He had deliberately leaked information to her. Otherwise, how could she have found him so effortlessly? His intentions were straightforward. He sought collaboration with Wanying. After all, he was in a position akin to a rootless benefactor, having little influence within his family. However, with the intel and partnership offered by Wanying, he believed he could eventually secure Chu Tian's allegiance. If Chu Tian chose to support him, it would render the entire family a mere puppet to his whims. He had already gathered considerable intelligence. Although Chu Tian was the head of the family, he seldom intervened in affairs unless confronted with insurmountable challenges, and his interventions were often unexpected. When Shui Bufan stirred trouble, many speculated that the Murong clan was doomed. Yet, upon Chu Tian's intervention, not only did the clan survive, but it also ascended to greater heights, even inviting Shui Bufan to join their ranks. Shui Bufan's integration into the Murong family brought unparalleled prestige and benefits. For this reason, Murong Choyue found himself consumed with envy, bordering on jealousy. Why should both be members of the Murong clan, yet his cousin be favored as the sole heir, a direct descendant? While he, possessing greater acumen and better connections, even capable of exporting their ammunition to overseas markets, was sidelined. Now, it felt as though the tables had turned entirely, with past ambitions seeming distant and unattainable, especially as Chu Tian's words resonated within him, extinguishing any flicker of hope. Murong Choyue took several deep breaths, gritting his teeth and asserting, even if my cousin is sincere, I doubt your affections for her are genuine. After all, how long have you two known each other? It is clear that you have yet to express any feelings for her, indicating that your relationship is merely a union of convenience. Why then, do you pursue her so insistently? Unlike you, even if you do not harbor affection for me, I would strive to ensure your utmost comfort. Once you return home, you shall experience the indulgent pleasures akin to royalty. I remain untouched, preserving myself for someone I deem truly deserving. I believe you are that person. As she spoke, Murong Choyue's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Should Chu Tian acquiesce, it would signify the success of her plans, even if it meant becoming a mere plaything to him. She would gain influence within the Murong clan, grant him a single opportunity, and she could ascend swiftly. Chu Tian regarded Murong Choyue with unwavering calm. His gaze is unyielding as stone. The chill in Murong Choyue's heart deepened. Chapter 409. His heart felt as though it had plummeted into an infinite abyss. At that moment, only one thought consumed him. The cyst would provide no assistance. In fact, the mere hope that Chu Tian would refrain from turning against him was utterly fanciful. The expression on his handsome face grew increasingly frantic. He was certainly unwilling to be a mere puppet, compelled to obey Chu Tian in all matters. In such a scenario, he would rather embrace death. Murong Choyue took a few steps back, her gaze resolute. Chu Tian, you cannot do this. Regardless of the circumstances, I am still your aunt. Do you truly wish to annihilate me? I would rather die than allow you to succeed, and I could never become your puppet. Having witnessed the fate of countless puppets, one understands the torment of a choice that relentlessly gnaws at the mind, keeping one in a constant state of mental tension, whereby at the behest of their master, the puppet must fight with all its might. Chu Tian's brow furrowed slightly. What you imply with your words does not showcase your formidable resolve. Rather, you merely wish to convey that you would rather die than submit. You even seem to desire to negotiate terms with me. Unfortunately, you have miscalculated. I will never rescind my command. Since you have chosen to depart from the Murong family, I shall grant your wish. From this moment forth, you are no longer a member of the Murong clan. You are free to leave. Murong Choyue was taken aback by his declaration. Having initially assumed that Chu Tian's objective was her very existence, only to realize she had misjudged. At that instant, she recalled that Chu Tian had claimed to possess the ability to hear the thoughts of others. Did this not imply that her innermost thoughts had already been laid bare before him? In truth, Chu Tian could not eavesdrop on others' thoughts unless his strength was restored to the martial emperor realm. Yet, he could distinctly sense the emotional fluctuations of those around him. Some matters could be deduced with mere conjecture. He then ascended the stairs. Murong Choyue, in a moment of desperation, rushed forward to block his path. Her expression, one of defiance. Brother-in-law, if you possess the ability to perceive the thoughts of others, then you must know what I desire. I am willing to serve you as a maid, with no other path available to me. However, I wish to propose a condition. In our home, when you ask me to do something, I will comply without hesitation and ensure your utmost comfort, guaranteeing that you will have no cause for dissatisfaction. Yet, I do not wish for you to micromanage me, holding me tightly under your control. Such dominance would suffocate me. A faint smile graced Chu Tian's face. It appears you have already made your choice, so there is no need to prolong this. As for your conditions, you will come to understand in due time. I do not take pleasure in coercing others. With that, he produced the small vial from earlier. Inside, a wriggling insect writhed. Upon opening the cap, the creature immediately became docile, crawling onto Chu Tian's hand as though affectionately brushing against his fingers. A mental connection had evidently been established between them. No wonder Chu Tian claimed to have firm control over her. At this thought, her heart plummeted in despair. Was she truly destined to become this puppet? Chapter 410. A faint smile graced Chu Tian's face, denying Murong Qiyue any chance to react. His finger deftly pressed against her acupoint. Murong Qiyue's eyes widened in terror, her heart racing with dread. Women inherently fear those tiny creatures, and the thought of such a creature dwelling within her mind was particularly unsettling. The more she contemplated, the more horrifying it became, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. However, Chu Tian paid her no mind after discarding the insect and promptly pushed Murong Qiyue onto the sofa. She realized that she was likely to endure Chu Tian's brutal treatment. The suppression of her mobility and such tendencies were exceedingly perilous. One could never know when they might meet their demise at the hands of such a person. All that filled her was profound sorrow, as she eagerly awaited her cousin's swift return. Perhaps upon her arrival, she might save her once more. It seemed inevitable that she would have to remain by her cousin's side at all times, for otherwise, Chu Tian would surely turn his wrath upon her, potentially employing even more savage methods. After all, it is human nature to seek novelty and discard the old. Murong Qiyue's heart plummeted, her complexion pale as a sheet, utterly engulfed in despair. At that moment, however, Chu Tian walked past her, ascending the stairs. His voice echoed back. I have no interest in you. My reluctance to leave you is not due to any bond with Yuner. It is simply because I cannot bear to see her saddened. There are matters I may choose to overlook, and you may pretend nothing has transpired. But remember this. Should you ever harm Yuner, I will ensure your suffering is beyond comprehension, though I may lack interest in you. The vagabonds beneath the overpass and those who frequent the taverns of wandering cultivators will find you quite intriguing. At that time, I need only guide you there, and in their presence, strip you of your dignity. Can you imagine their reaction? After all, you initiated this conflict. Should they retaliate, they would face no reproach. I possess but one virtue. I am a man of my word, never to go back on my promises. Upon hearing these words, Murong Qiyue trembled, not from fear, but from exhilaration. It dawned on her that Chu Tian's actions were not aimed at controlling her, but rather to spare her cousin from heartache. Why did envy flood her heart? As she watched Chu Tian's silhouette vanish upstairs, her jealousy erupted uncontrollably. Why was there no man who treated her with such care? He was no less than her cousin. Yet, Chu Tian remained indifferent towards her, his every action solely for her cousin's sake, even concealing his deeds from her. If only she could encounter such a remarkable man, she would surely wake from dreams with a smile. Now, she only lamented her tardy return. Had she arrived sooner, she would have been the first to approach Chu Tian, effortlessly drawing him into her embrace. Yet, in this world, there is no remedy for regret. Her mind raced with thoughts that since her life would be under Chu Tian's dominion, it would be wiser to wait until she regained her mobility to seek him out personally, convinced that this fellow could not remain apathetic forever. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Song family estate. Chapter 411. Everyone exchanged glances, their eyes turning towards Song Wanying, their expressions growing increasingly complex. Just moments ago, they had witnessed Chu Tian's actions firsthand, which effectively conveyed the grim reality that Song Wanying might not have much time left. One individual gritted their teeth and exclaimed, "This is Chu Tian's cunning scheme. We should not seek out Murong Qiyue. That woman is in league with Chu Tian. He is one of the principal culprits. The most pressing matter now is to devise a way to extract the goo insect. Otherwise, our clan is truly doomed. If all else fails, we must seek the powerful martial emperor. Surely, he possesses a solution." Song Wanying felt an overwhelming sense of panic. He had perused the extraordinary tome provided by the martial emperor, yet it contained no records pertaining to such goo insects. How could he resolve this predicament? 3 hours, or rather 6 short hours, remained. If he could not break free within that time frame, his life would be irrevocably over, and he would likely exist as a mere vegetable. Fully aware of his body's actions, he had come to believe the words of his family. He had intentionally inflicted a goo insect upon himself to control Chu Tian and prevent further chaos. As he listened to the escalating disputes below, his agitation intensified. Song Wanying bellowed, "Silence! If I fail to rid myself of this goo insect's control, I shall take you down with me before I perish. Do not doubt my words. I am a man of my word. Furthermore, you must all reckon with the consequences of your past actions. Have you not noticed? Those who ingested the 36 elixirs were all instigators of my breakup with Chu Tian. You harbor the same affliction. Unless Chu Tian intervenes, you shall never escape this control. Even if I do not wish to command, those insects will sense the decline of my life force. I am bound to erupt if I perish. Those insects will also meet their demise, for our lives are intertwined. The best course of action now is to assist me in locating someone who can treat this goo insect. Chu Tian could potentially help, but he will undoubtedly refrain from doing so. However, there is still one more option, Shui Bufan. If he refuses to come willingly, you must forcibly bring him here. I am facing death. I can no longer afford to be cautious. Even if such actions lead to future complications for me, at least it would delay my demise by a few minutes. You are no different. At this point, Song Wanying's gaze grew colder. He had been cornered, left with no avenues for escape. He yearned to seek the martial emperor, but the challenge lay in not knowing the whereabouts of such a powerful being. The situation was dire. Assistance was desperately needed, yet how many could truly offer help? The faces of the Song family members had turned pale, their minds swirling with curses they dared not express, for Song Wanying resembled a powder keg on the verge of explosion, capable of unpredictable actions. Ada remained fiercely loyal to her, yet his ultimate fate was chilling. He suffered a slow and agonizing death, his very essence fracturing under the weight of excruciating pain. A single word from Song Wanying could have spared him, yet he departed this world without ever receiving it.